Li Tian gazed at the endless ocean and sighed deeply. Beside him, besides a pen, a diary, and a floating rock, was only a piece of rock. Am I alive in this world? Or am I the only one who is dead? Li Tian lay on a rock, chewing grass, watching the sunset. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by, and he hurriedly rolled away. A tombstone-like object fell from the sky, its top embedded with a golden book that read Apocalypse Communication Manual. Looking at the unexpected tombstone, Li Tian thought, this tombstone is quite unique. He died a worthy death. Unexpectedly, the golden book suddenly glowed, opened automatically, and the text on the first page jumped out. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully entered the post-apocalyptic island civilization. After midnight, supply boxes will appear at sea, containing the key to your survival. The tool for catching the boxes is a low-quality fishing net, which has been stored in the communication manual warehouse. Please retrieve it. To reduce loneliness and increase the chances of survival, a friend will be assigned after midnight. They might just become a lifesaver in the future. Li Tian clicked, I have finished reading, and the manual turned to the next page like a touch screen, revealing a chat area where comments were scrolling by rapidly. The options at the bottom are private chat, friends, trade, crafting, warehouse, and information. Just as he was about to explore these features, a small hole suddenly appeared in the manual, displaying a prompt. Please insert your fingerprint to activate the communication device manual. Li Tian inserted his finger as prompted, and then the following message appeared. Fingerprint recognition successful. Please enter your pseudonym. Real name or name of a well-known person is not allowed. Finally, he successfully registered Qianqian Jiaozi, activated the manual, and retrieved the substandard fishing net. High-tech, Li Tian exclaimed in amazement. He checked the manual's functions and saw the public chat on the screen, constantly scrolling, with people discussing life and death. Do you guys think we'll die? Death is certain. It's just a matter of sooner or later. The handbook says friend assignments will happen at midnight. It would be great if we were assigned a beautiful girl. Just then, a comment searching for relatives caught his attention. Ekman, Eagutsi, are you there? It's Erdanzi, the one I used to have a peeing contest with when we were kids. In a flash of inspiration, Li Tian wrote in the comments. Li Shiwan, Li Ro, Wang Chunxiu, Qin Yi, please message me privately if you see this message. After Li Tian posted his missing person message, it was quickly overwritten by the system. He sighed helplessly. The message required a 5-hour cooldown period. He thought of those 4 names, his family and his savior, Qin. At that moment, he thought of Qin. He owed her a life, and he couldn't forget her kindness. Qin comes from a prestigious family and has a strong personality, but her survival skills are probably no less than a man's. If we can find her, at least we can take care of her, which would be a way of repaying her for saving our lives. Li Tian is confident in his survival skills, having watched many survival shows, such as Solo Wilderness Challenge, which has instilled in him confidence in wilderness survival. After the cooldown period ended, Li Tian sent another message searching for his relatives. A new day began, and the system notification sounded. Ding dong, the Apocalypse blind box system has been activated. Ding dong, you have an unread private message. Ding dong, the manual has added a mystery friend for you. Remember to say hello to your friend list. Li Tian opened the private chat interface and, sure enough, received a message. I am Li Ro. Who are you? Li Tian happily replied. Great. I finally found you, little sister. Li Ro replied. Are you sick? I don't have a brother. Li Tian immediately asked. How old are you this year? Li Ro raplia 43. What's wrong with that? What do you want with me? Li Tian was taken aback, then smiled wryly and said, You've got the wrong person. He shook his head and laughed at himself. The world is so big, it's normal to have people with the same name. I was really thinking too simply. Temporarily setting aside his search for relatives, Li Tian thought of the system and called out in his mind, Apocalypse blind box system, are you still there? Ding, the system is always here. What are your abilities? Tell me. Li Tian was familiar with the system and continued to ask. Host, are you really stupid? I'm called the blind box system. Of course, I can only give you blind boxes. However, you can only open a blind box once every 3 days. Upon opening a blind box for the first time, you will receive a reading capsule. Consuming it allows you to access all information. Li Tian didn't say anything more. Open the blind box. Ding! Successful opening. Obtained S-grade fully automatic fishing robot, now stored in the manual warehouse. Li Tian took the robot out of the manual. The robot was only knee-high, with webbed feet, a fishing rod and net in its hands, and an LED screen on its head displaying a pixelated face. How strong can something so small be? Li Tian bundarat. Suddenly, the little robot moved, blinked, and said, "Master, please don't doubt Xiao AI's professional abilities. Oh, we can even communicate." Li Tian lauga. All right, I don't doubt it anymore." He nodded, looked into the distance, and said, "Could you get me the supply blind boxes?" "Yes." Xiao AI leaped up, quickly tracing an arc before landing in the sea with clean, swift movements. Li Tian exclaimed in surprise, "That's amazing. I thought we could only work on the shore." The manual prompted again. Ding dong. You have an unread message from a friend. He opened the message, which was from Dumb Little Demon King, Ji Sinwei. "Hi, little brother." Li Tian was stunned for a moment. Dai Xiaomei? Yik Sinwei? Isn't that the female internet celebrity from Shark Live? He didn't expect the manual to assign him such a beautiful partner. He replied simply, "Hello." The young woman, not acting like a celebrity, calmly asked, "Do you know what happened? Can we go back?" Li Tian replied, "I don't know either. Only by staying alive can we know the truth." The naive girl exclaimed, "Stay alive? I've been hungry all day, and there are no resources around." Li Tian reminded her, "Didn't the manual include a fishing net? Let's use it to retrieve supplies." The naive girl replied, "I tried, but it didn't work. I'm not strong enough." Li Tian, "Then you rest first, I'll go give it a try. If I can get any supplies, I'll share half with you." Dai Xiaomei, "No need, I'll wait until the supplies drift closer before I try." Li Tian said, "I think the manual has arranged friends for us, probably for cooperation. So if I need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Don't be afraid of the trouble. If something happens to you, I'll be in trouble too." Dai Xiaomei, "Okay, I got it." Li Tian suddenly had an idea, to combine two inferior fishing nets into one superior one. So he decided to trade one of them to Dai Xiaomei. "You, trade, dumb girl, inferior fishing net." Awaiting confirmation, dumb girl refused to trade. "Why are you giving me a fishing net?" Li Tian explained, "I have other alternatives. After the fishing nets are combined into high-quality fishing nets, the chances of catching fish will be greater." Dumb girl, "Then I can't just take yours for nothing. I'll give you half of every catch." Li Tian initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, he agreed. Otherwise, the other party probably wouldn't accept his fishing net. Transaction details. You trade, dumb girl, minus, inferior fishing net X1. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian lay down against the tombstone, waiting for Xiao AI to bring the supply blind box. As for Dai Xiaomei, everyone has their own principles, and there was no point in forcing her to accept help. 5 minutes later, splash! Xiao AI leaped out of the sea, dragging the fishing net. Li Tian was surprised. "Your net can enlarge?" He saw that the fishing net had returned to its normal size. Inside the net were 3 enormous black boxes, roughly the size of a regular safe. "Master, now you know how powerful I am." Xiao AI grinned, looking like a war god. Li Tian raspunda parfumturili oazuma. Then he looked directly at the 3 supply blind boxes. Opened the supply blind box, obtained 500 g bread, 250 milliliters purified water, already stored in the manual warehouse. Opened the supply box and obtained 100 milliliters of purified water, 1x expanding floating stone, already stored. Opened the supply box and obtained 2x expanding floating stones, already stored. This island civilization is quite humane. The supplies don't take up much space. Li Tian nodded as he saw all the supplies stored in the warehouse. Open the warehouse interface. Load capsule, 500 g bread, 350 milliliters purified water, expanded float stone 3. A notice at the top of the warehouse reads, "This warehouse is for the temporary storage of blind boxes and items obtained through trading. Items cannot be stored again after being taken out." Li Tian quickly took out all the items. It was the height of summer, so he decided to eat them directly. After taking out the items, Li Tian began reading the notes in the manual. Expand pumice. Expands the area of pumice by 1 unit. 1 unit equals 1 mx 1 m, and can be expanded through the information panel. Regular bread. Made with wheat flour and eggs, safe to eat. Regular purified water. natural and pollution-free, safe to drink. Li Tian used all 3 floating stones, since the stone beneath his feet was only the size of a bed, and he could easily fall into the sea if he rolled over. After expanding the stone, its area increased, and Li Tian could finally sleep peacefully. Having tasted success, Li Tian looked at Xiao AI and said, "Go and retrieve some more supply boxes for me." However, Xiao AI remained silent. "Master, my work area is full, and I can no longer retrieve the supply blind boxes." "Hmm? You have a work area?" Li Tian asked in surprise, having overlooked this point. "My work area is within 1 kilometer, Xiao AI replied. "So that means all the supplies within a 1-kilometer radius have been salvaged?" Li Tian suddenly realized. It seemed the quantity of supplies was limited. Li Tian nodded, understanding the system's settings, and then said, "Then go see if you can catch some seafood in the water." After giving the order, Xiao AI quickly jumped into the sea. Li Tian watched Xiao AI walk away, thinking to himself, "If we can catch seafood, we won't have to worry about food anymore." He broke the bread in half and ate it, then gave the other half to the girl, along with 100 milliliters of water. Out of humanitarian considerations, since the little girl might not have eaten or drunk anything all day, Li Tian didn't want her to get sick from hunger and thirst. After ensuring his own safety, he figured it wouldn't hurt to help his ally a little. While eating his bread, Li Tian checked the public chat for the handbook and saw that there weren't many people online. "Oh my god, the supply blind box has appeared, but I can't seem to get it. I'm just a few meters away. I'm Fine. There's a blind box right next to my island. I could just reach out and grab it, and it has 500 G of bread inside. Can I have some? I'll transfer you 100 yuan. Look, someone is selling water and food in the trading hall, and the price is a cheap fishing net. Anyone interested can take on the challenge." Li Tian looked at this message, and his heart stirred. The supplies have only just been refreshed, and people are already selling water and food. He opened the trading hall, took a look, and immediately laughed. Adult urine x 200 milliliters in exchange for inferior fishing net. Trade. Adult feces x 300 G in exchange for inferior fishing net. Trade. This guy's a genius. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh. At this stage, Li Tian didn't think anyone would trade fishing nets for these things, right? However, many viewers in the comments also obtained the floating stone and asked, "How do I use expanded floating stone? It's supposed to be used to expand something, but I don't know how to use it." They were still exploring these new supplies. Li Tian was luckier than them. He had already learned about the items by reading the capsules. So Li Tian divided the remaining 100 milliliters of purified water into 10 portions of 10 milliliters each and put them up for sale in the trading hall for 1 expansion stone. Sure enough, the prices set by others in the trading hall were unreasonable, and Li Tian's water was quickly sold out, along with 10 expansion stones. Li Tian happily used the expanding pumice stone and immediately saw that the stone's area expanded into a 4 by 4 plus 1 convex shape. At the same time, as the pumice stone expanded, 2 coconut trees actually grew. He looked at it curiously, and the reading function popped up a message. Common coconut tree. It has a chance to appear during the island's evolution. Cutting it down will yield 10 units of wood, or you can wait for it to bear coconuts for drinking. Li Tian was surprised. Island evolution? Aren't they rocks? How did they become islands? He guessed that once the area of the rocks reached a certain size, they might automatically upgrade into islands. He quickly checked the information on the pumice, a small island upgraded from a pumice group, possessing the conditions for natural evolution. This island will evolve into mountains, rivers, and even freshwater lakes as its area increases. A thought struck Li Tian. If the island were large enough, the freshwater problem could be easily solved. Therefore, he identified expanding the pumice stone as the most needed resource at present. Once others realize the importance of expanding the pumice, it will be impossible to exchange it for 10 milliliters of water. But now, he has limited supplies and can only rely on Xiao AI and Dai Xiaomei's help. Just as he was worrying, Xiao AI returned with a full net of sardines. He took out a fish, ready to test the trade. However, in the trading hall, these untreated fish could only be traded by the fish, not by weight. Each sardine weighs approximately 100-200 G, and according to this trading method, a fair exchange would require 10 to 20 expansion stones. However, who has that many expansion stones right now? Li Tian considered that exchanging a fish for an expansion stone would undoubtedly disrupt the market and quickly make others realize the value of the stone. Li Tian decided to continue expanding the island, intending to use Xiao AI's abilities to collect more resources. However, fish were traded by the piece, while other resources could be traded by the gram. Damn it, is this manual targeting me? He couldn't help but complain. Just as he was grumbling, a message notification sounded from his friend's list. From Little Sister Demon King, Ji Sinwei, thank you for your inferior fishing net. My synthesized fishing net is lighter and can be cast farther. I found 3 supply boxes online and got 500 G bread, 150 milliliters purified water, and 2x expansion pumice. The girl immediately initiated a trade request. Dai Xiaomei transaction. You subtract bread x 375 G, pure water x 125 milliliters, extended pumice x 1. Li Tian gang wanted to refuse, but Dai Xiaomei sent another message. Confirm the transaction quickly. As we agreed, the 250 G bread and 100 milliliters water are what I'm returning to you, and the rest will be split in half with you. If you don't accept, I won't accept your help again in the future. Li Tian's affection for the adorable little girl grew. She was truly a cute and innocent girl. Okay, no problem, Li Tian agreed. After the transaction was confirmed, Li Tian put the bread and water he received on the shelf separately. In no time, all the items were sold out. Next, Li Tian used these resources to expand the island, changing its size from 44 plus 1 to 11 minus 3, making it a larger island. Meanwhile, the island's vegetation has changed, with 2 coconut trees and some weeds sprouting. It seems I've developed so well on my very first day. I must be unique, right? The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature rose rapidly. Li Tian saw on the public chat that other survivors were complaining about the scorching heat. Fortunately, there were some trees on Li Tian's island that provided shade, so he wasn't afraid of the scorching sun for the time being. It seems the rules of this civilization are really that strict. Only 3 supply boxes can be refreshed per day. He imagined that if supplies were unrestricted, he could easily survive with Xiao AI's help. Li Tian continued to observe the sea, hoping to find other survivors or supply boxes. In the distance, the sea was still, and Li Tian's island seemed isolated from the other survivors. It seemed this civilization had rules. Resources were limited, and the islands were far apart. He suddenly had an idea. He walked to the edge of the island and looked down at the deep sea. Perhaps the seawater could provide some information? A thought struck him. Sure enough, the information was gleaned from the seawater. Mysterious ocean, supply boxes refresh every 12 hours. The number of supply boxes refreshed is related to the island's size and the number of people on it. The base refresh quantity of supply blind boxes is 3. For every 100 square meters increase in the island area, 1 supply blind box is added. For every additional survivor, 2 supply blind boxes are added. Li Tian realized that islands could be merged. He suddenly thought that perhaps Dai Xiaomei could come to his island too. He took a deep breath. The message on the public screen updated, and the supply blind boxes refreshed again. Xiao AI quickly used the boom hook to grab 4 blind boxes. After opening them, Li Tian found new supplies inside. Opening the resource blind box yielded 250 G bread, 150 milliliters purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Opening the resource blind box yielded 2 metals, 5 woods, 1 expansion pumice, already stored. Opening the resource blind box yielded 200 milliliters of purified water, 1 piece of metal, already stored. Opening the resource blind box yielded 3 pieces of wood, 1 piece of metal, 150 milliliters of purified water, already stored. Li Tian opened the supply box and was overjoyed to find metal and wood inside. With these materials, he could craft basic tools at the manufacturing center. Li Tian immediately used 3 units of metal and 1 unit of wood to make a simple fruit knife. Although it was rough in appearance, it was good enough to work. He eagerly pulled a sardine from Xiao AI's fishing net and cleaned it. After removing the innards and scales, the remaining 80 G of fish meat was divided into 16 portions and placed in the trading hall. However, 10 minutes passed before all 16 servings of sardines were sold out. Li Tian wasn't bothered. After all, processing the fish would take time. Next, Li Tian decided to stop selling water and bread, since there were still 50 kilograms of fish to process, and he himself did not like to eat raw fish. After drinking 50 milliliters of water and eating 100 g of bread, Li Tian felt better and continued processing the sardines. He immediately put each sardine on the shelf for sale after processing it. Li Tian knew that others could also obtain materials, so he traded them in advance while demand was low. He priced them at 5 g of sardine meat for 2 units of metal or 3 units of wood. About 2 hours later, Li Tian processed 109 sardines, weighing a total of 9105 g. If he could sell them all, he would receive 821 expansion stones, 1,000 metal, and 1,500 wood. However, due to oversupply, he has only obtained 102 expanded pumice stones, 180 metal, and 459 wood so far. The remaining supplies have stalled, and there has been no activity in the trading hall. Just then, Dai Xiaomei sent a message. She said, "Brother, the fishing was a bit slow today, mainly because I was waiting for the resource boxes to refresh. Today I fished up wood, metal, and water, but no food at all. I'm so sad." She traded half of what she had received to Li Tian, including 3 portions of metal. After confirming the transaction, Li Tian asked, "I have plenty of food. I'll lend it to you first, so you don't go hungry." Dai Xiaomei agreed, and a few minutes later, she sent another message. "Hey bro, are you looking at the trading hall? There's a mysterious big shot selling sardine meat." Li Tian smiled and replied, "Yeah, I saw it. What's up?" Dai Xiaomei continued, "Some people say that you can catch marine life with fishing nets, and now many people are trying it." Li Tian frowned. It turned out a competitor had arrived. He didn't intend to lend the fishing net to Dai Xiaomei, so he replied, "No need. Keep it for your own fishing." Li Tian noticed a message on the public screen. "Emperor Yin, thanks for the reminder. I finally caught a salmon. I've added you as a friend and will share half with you." Li Tian continued to monitor the public chat when suddenly Emperor Yin spoke up. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Let me say something." Emperor Yin extended an invitation to the establishment of a clan. "In order for everyone to survive in the long term, we have decided to establish the Yin Alliance clan. Once you join, you'll receive all the latest information and survival tips immediately. Food and water will be sold to clan members at a 20% discount. Clan entry fee, 1 expansion stone." Li Tian curled his lip. "Damn, so it's just a roundabout way to rip people off. Emperor Yin is too generous. The membership fee is just a broken stone. I guess Emperor Yin only asked for this stone to save face. Of course, there are also some clear-headed people. Wake up, everyone. How can anyone give away expansion stones for free? Emperor Yin or the people in the trading hall already know the uses of expansion stones." Li Tian didn't care about this. He knew that everyone on the public screen had their own agenda, and he had no intention of revealing the secret of expanding the floating stone. As for Emperor Yan's plan to establish a clan, Li Tian wasn't interested. With his system and Xiao AI, why bother with the intrigue and backstabbing within a clan? At midnight, because Li Tian used 102 expansion stones to expand the island can now spawn 5 resource boxes. Xiao AI immediately picked up 5 supply blind boxes. Upon opening them, 300 g bread, 50 milliliters purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Opened a resource box, obtained 5 metals, 3 wood, already stored. Opened a resource box, obtained 200 milliliters purified water, 1 expansion pumice already stored. Opened a resource box, obtained 200 milliliters of purified water, 1 expansion pumice stone, 1 wooden bed crafting book, already stored. A wooden bed making book? Li Tian's eyes lit up. Finally, he could sleep in a bed. Materials needed for the wooden bed making book. 1 wooden bed making book, 15 pieces of wood. Li Tian had some stockpiled items, which he immediately put to use. When the wooden bed was finished, he lay down on it and felt like he was in heaven. Awesome. He then used 2 more pumice stones to further expand the island, changing its shape from 44+1 to a larger 11-11-3. Meanwhile, he glanced at the trading center. The sardine meat was still unsold. With a helpless smile, Li Tian decided to adjust the price, listing the remaining sardine meat in 10 g portions. The next morning, Li Tian slept exceptionally well and woke up naturally. He checked the manual. It was almost 11:30, and there was still half an hour until the next supply refresh. Li Tian posted a missing person notice on the public screen, then opened his friend list and saw Dai Xiaomei's message. "Wow. Little brother, I'm exhausted." It wasn't until 3 a.m. that he managed to retrieve the supply blind boxes. Look what this is. Log cabin building book. Are you asleep? I'm going to sleep too. Good night. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh. He replied, Good morning. I went to bed early last night. I'm really lucky. I even got the log cabin building book. The naive girl replied instantly. Yes, it's all thanks to your fishing net. There's only one sheet of the instructions, so why don't you take it? Li Tian thought for a moment and replied, Okay, but you don't need to give me the other supplies. I'll compensate you with some. The wooden house making book should be worth something. Without hesitation, Li Tian opened the trade window and traded over a dozen fish, 150 milliliters of water, and 100 g of bread. Dai Xiaomei hesitated for about 10 seconds before finally clicking to confirm the trade. Li Tian knew that she wasn't complaining about the quantity of sardines, but rather that the amount of fish might have surprised her. There were still many people starving, and these fish could be traded for a considerable amount of supplies. After obtaining the log cabin construction manual, Li Tian immediately opened the crafting center. The materials needed to build the log cabin are 600 wood and 100 metal. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough wood. He quickly checked the trading hall and found that all the sardines he had adjusted the price of the night before were sold out. Li Tian's warehouse was well stocked. 1,500 g of wood, 1,009 g of metal, 719 g of expanded pumice, 200 g of bread, and 750 milliliters of purified water. I feel like I become a big spender. But Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to build the wooden house. Considering the number of expansion stones he had, he decided to use them up before the resource blind boxes refreshed at 12 o'clock. After using the expanded pumice, Li Tian's island area increased. The number of pumice groups grew to 941, and more than a dozen coconut trees also grew on the island. Next, Li Tian began building the wooden house. After opening the crafting hall and selecting the wooden house, he saw an aerial view of the island displayed in the manual, prompting him to choose a location that was 6 meters by 8 meters in size. Once the cabin was built, it had a small window inside, and the environment was fairly comfortable. Besides a bed and a manual, there was no other furniture, but it was enough to provide shelter from the wind and rain. He lay in bed, intending to rest and wait for midnight. Just then, a notification sounded from a friend. It was a message from Dai Xiaomei. Dumb girl. Hey bro, you're the one selling sardines in the trading hall, right? Li Tian replied with a wry smile. Okay, there's no point in hiding it. I admit it's me. Dai Xiaomei continued. I knew it. I guessed it was you when I saw so many sardines during the transaction. Ha! Li Tian. It's a pity there's no fire, otherwise this fish would definitely be enough to fill us up. Dai Xiaomei, it's all right. With a knife, we can slice it thinly and still eat it. Staying alive is the most important thing. Li Tian, the main problem is that there's no tinder on the island. We can make fire by friction or something. Dai Xiaomei, I'm so curious about what the young man looks like. Video calls have this function. Li Tian was stunned for a moment. He looked helplessly at himself on the manual screen. He wasn't bad-looking, except that his beard was a bit long. He decided to refuse. Let's talk about it later. The naive girl insisted. Don't you want to see me? I'm beautiful. Li Tian was speechless. You're an internet celebrity. Do I need to be curious to see what you look like? The naive girl awkwardly replied. I'm so sorry. Li Tian, still no luck. Meanwhile, the naive girl sat on a 2x2 floating rock, stomping her feet in frustration. She was utterly bewildered. She had invited him, only to be rejected. Me, a stunning beauty, rejected. The naive girl was indignant, yet unable to quell her curiosity. Did he think I was ugly? Is Li Tian gay? Suddenly, she couldn't help but laugh. She was wearing the black lace tube top and white mini skirt she wore during the live stream, and the beautiful curves of her legs made her feel confident. Li Tian had just finished chatting with Dai Xiaomei. Seeing that it was almost midnight, Li Tian decided to stop thinking about it, stretched, walked out of the wooden house, and started getting busy. He caught dozens of fish from Xiao AI's fishing net and began cleaning them. As for supplies, Xiao AI would always proactively collect the blind boxes when the time came, a service that was incredibly satisfying. Li Tian worked until after 2 p.m. to process nearly 4 kilograms of sardines. However, as more and more people used fishing nets, Li Tian had to adjust his prices. 15G sardine meat, trade, extended pumice 1. 15G sardine meat, trade, metal 2. 15G sardine meat, trade, timber X3. Next, Li Tian's gaze turned to the 12 supply blind boxes that Xiao AI had already collected. Open the supply blind box. Obtain simple barbecue grill making manual, already stored in the manual warehouse. Opening the resource blind box yielded 10 metals, 1 piece of wood, already stored. Opening the resource blind box yielded 200 milliliters purified water, 2 expansion stones, already stored. Opening the resource box yielded 500 G bread, 1 expansion pumice, already stored. Opening the resource box yielded 500 milliliters purified water, 3 pieces of wood, already stored. A barbecue grill recipe book? Li Tian's eyes lit up immediately. After eating bread for so long, it was finally time for a change. He couldn't wait to take out the recipe book and head straight to the production center. The materials for making a barbecue grill are not complicated. It only requires 2 parts wood and 10 parts metal. Li Tian happened to have some in stock, so he made it right away. The barbecue grill was rectangular in shape, about 1 meter long and 0.3 meters wide, reaching Li Tian's waist in height, with a charcoal trough at the bottom. Li Tian looked at the charcoal trough, somewhat perplexed. How would he get the coal? Thinking that there were some weeds on the island, he decided to try using them as a substitute. Li Tian searched the island for half an hour under the scorching sun. Hopefully, this will be of some use. He put the weeds out in the sun to dry, and then drank 300 milliliters of purified water to quench his thirst. After resting for a while, Li Tian lay on the wooden bed, casually posted a missing person notice, and then started to pay attention to the updates on the public chat. By observing other people's messages, Li Tian discovered that many people had also begun to obtain crafting books, which seemed to indicate that this civilization was developing in the direction of tool innovation. Drawing a knife and severing a hand, blood flows even more. Wooden chair making book? I actually got it. Flame Alliance and Force Nail. Tisich, our Flame Alliance already has wooden beds. Yimgafashtrichya, the chieftain also said that if he gets a wooden bed next time, he'll sell it to us members at a low price. Yimgafashtrichya, our chieftain is so good to us. 1 piece of wood can be exchanged for 10 G of bread. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but laugh. Emperor Yin actually managed to rebuild his family. He's really something. He almost laughed when he heard their conversation. 10 pieces of wood for 10 G of bread. Isn't that the current market price? Li Tian shook his head, thinking to himself, Emperor Yin's methods are truly ingenious. Following this, Emperor Yin also became active, continuing to promote his clan. Ahem, as a member of the clan, it's only right that we take care of each other. In the future, I will invest more resources to give back to my family. Yinming is recruiting. For membership benefits, please consult Yinming_snail. For membership details, please private message Yinming_ostrich. We buy all crafting manuals and blueprints at high prices. DM me. Seeing this, Li Tian smiled inwardly, and the public chat was instantly flooded with messages from members of the Yin Alliance. Yin Alliance_farmer. I have no regrets joining the Yin Alliance in this life, and I will be a member of the Yin Alliance again in the next. Yinming_Tai Ri Tian. Yinming is great. Yinming is wonderful. Joining Yinming brings joy. Yinming_Scorching Tian Shu. Born a member of Yinming, will die a soul of Yinming. This is quite a show of force. It seems Emperor Yin is going to trick a lot of people into joining again. Li Tian shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat sorry for those who were about to be scammed. However, a remark from Emperor Yin made him realize that he had neglected the crafting manual. He was busy collecting materials and fishing supplies, but forgot to collect the crafting manual. A gentle evening breeze caressed the sea. Although Li Tian had the system and some materials, he was still hungry, especially since he didn't want to eat raw sardines. At this moment, he could only hope to start a fire with tinder. Using the dim light of the manual, Li Tian picked up the dried weeds and touched them with satisfaction. They looked dry. There should be hope. He walked to the manual, preparing to start a fire by rubbing sticks together. However, he lacked a friction stick, so he made one out of a piece of wood and also made an axe, even though making the axe would cost 50 metal and 1 piece of wood. After preparing the materials, Li Tian began to chop wood with an axe to make it flammable. Then he chiseled a groove in a piece of wood, inserted a stick into the groove, and began to rub it. Li Tian gritted his teeth and continued rubbing. After more than 20 minutes of effort, he finally saw a spark. He carefully poured the spark onto the tinder, blew on it, and the spark shrank to the size of a cigarette butt. Next, the fire was finally lit. Li Tian cheered with joy. Finally, it's a success. He quickly put the tinder into the woodpile and began to roast the fish. Li Tian was eager to eat. The grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Although it tasted a little bitter, it was incredibly delicious for him, who hadn't eaten properly for 2 days. After finishing 3 fish, Li Tian decided to trade the remaining fish to Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei praised him, saying, "Awesome. You actually managed to get a barbecue grill. You're one step ahead of most people." After eating, Li Tian faced a problem. Should he keep the fire? Suddenly, an idea came to him. I can try renting a fire source. He decided to list his fire source for rent in the trading hall, so he could earn rent and have someone help him renew the subscription. I'm a genius. Li Tian excitedly operated the manual, entered the trading hall, and activated the rental function. The manual has finally done something useful. It can actually be rented out. Li Tian set the rental price at 2 expansion stones per hour, a price that was both reasonable and allowed him to earn rental income. Soon, all 20 charcoal grills were rented out, with over 1,000 people making reservations. Li Tian muttered to himself, "From now on, I can really make money while lying down." He turned his attention to the chat area, wanting to see what kind of reaction the appearance of the spark would cause. Breast-touching captain. Holy crap, a pro has created the spark. Cowboy, damn it, we're still struggling to survive, while that big shot is already getting rich. But what's the point of that damn rock anyway? The fire was created by Emperor Yin. New Turin. So is Emperor Yin. I worship you. I need more charcoal. The reservation is booked for 1,072 hours. Li Tian frowned upon hearing these words. How come someone is impersonating me again? However, he quickly understood that the trading system was anonymous, and anyone could claim that the spark was theirs. Emperor Yin was using this method to deceive people, simply to lure them into joining his gang. Ding dong at that moment, Dai Xiaomei sent a message. Silly girl. Little brother, why are people saying the Fire Sea belongs to Emperor Yin? I thought it was yours. Li Tian replied, It's mine. Those people from the Yin Alliance are just trying to scam me. The young girl was furious. How could they do this? It's outrageous. Li Tian comforted her. Don't worry about it. Nobody believes it. There are plenty of ways to deal with them. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, on a small island of 129 square meters, Emperor Yin was watching with smug satisfaction as more and more people joined his faction. He never expected that his little trick would cause the number of members to surge and earn him a lot of expansion stones. Emperor Yin was actually a death row inmate on the mainland, but after his rebirth, he continued his old ways as a gang leader, recruiting underlings through clever means. By tricking Li Tian's friend, he obtained a complete fishing net and began to fish for supply boxes from the sea, gradually becoming wealthy. He realized that the fish was likely caught from the sea, so he conducted a series of tests and eventually succeeded in catching the fish. Li Tian looked at his warehouse and saw that he had gained over 200 more floating stones. Emperor Yin, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Haha, 2 more supply boxes." He happily used 200 floating stones, distributing the rest to his underlings. Although reluctant, Emperor Yin had to yield in order to get his men to work. While randomly clicking around out of boredom, Emperor Yin accidentally discovered the secret of increasing the number of resource spawns as the island's area increases. By chance, the expanded interface he accessed revealed a pattern. Expanding the island's area would also increase the number of resource boxes. After the island expanded, why are there still only coconut trees? I haven't seen any other plants, he thought to himself. I also want to create a spark. 12 Uhr nachts. Li Tian sat up on the wooden bed on time and shouted excitedly. It's finally the 3rd day. The system blind boxes can be opened again. System, open the blind box. Ding, successful activation. Obtained grade B distillation apparatus, now stored in the manual inventory. A distillation apparatus? Does that mean we can distill seawater? Li Tian excitedly took out the distillation apparatus. Device instructions appear. Grade B distillation apparatus, capable of distilling seawater. Each full filling yields 500 milliliters of grade B purified water. Distillation time, 12 hours. Water has different grades? Li Tian was taken aback for a moment, but did not delve into it. He immediately poured seawater into the device and started up. Watching the purified water slowly drip down, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, no longer worried about the water source. Although he had Xiao AI before, food and water still depended on luck. Now, with the distillation device, He was no longer afraid of not getting food or water from the supply boxes. Next, Xiao AI successfully collected 14 supply blind boxes. With the rental fee from the fire seed, Li Tian expanded the island, adding more than 100 square meters to reach 1127 square meters, and today's supply blind boxes also refreshed with new items. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 3 stones, 100 milliliters of purified water, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box. Obtained 3 metals, 5 stones, already stored. Open the resource box. Obtained 1 piece of plastic, 1 piece of wood, 150g of bread, already stored. Open the resource blind box. Obtained 200 milliliters of purified water, 1x expanded float stone, already stored. Stone? Plastic? What can these be made of? Li Tian curiously opened the crafting center, and sure enough, new items and crafting projects appeared. The crafting center had added props, such as stone houses, stone tables, and stone chairs, but crafting books were required. A thought struck Li Tian. Are these refreshed based on resources, or based on the size of the island? He began to ponder the patterns of the production center, even imagining whether ships would spawn in the future, allowing him to bring Dai Xiaomei over. However, he did not have any more production books, and for the time being, these new supplies could only be stored in the warehouse. Looking for a production book. Seeing that the number of people in the live chat was decreasing, Li Tian decided to post a message. Buying production manuals at high prices. DM me if you have any. Include pictures and prices. I'm going to sleep now. I'll reply to everyone tomorrow. He also posted a missing person notice, but still received no response. Why? Didn't they see my comment? Li Tian consoled himself. Maybe it's because we're in different chat zones. The next day, Li Tian woke up naturally in the morning, having slept very well. Since getting the wooden bed and cabin, his sleep quality had noticeably improved. He checked the manual and found 3 unread private messages. First, open private chat. The homeless rich kid. Will you take my wooden bed making book? Just give me some food and water. Li Tian. Yes, 2 sardines and 100 milliliters of water. Once you confirm, we'll proceed with the transaction. Angel Investor Ice Emperor. Wooden basin making book. I want 200g of bread, 200 milliliters of water. Li Tian. That's too expensive. I can only give you 50g of bread and 50 milliliters of water at most. You can decide for yourself. Tangson uses Xiao Ro to wash his hair. Stonehouse crafting book. Boss, do you want this? I couldn't see in the crafting center, but I got it from the resource blind box. Looking at this information, Li Tian chuckled to himself. Looks like book production has become a hot commodity. 013. There's coconut juice to drink now. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw the message that Tang Xin used Xiao Ro to wash his hair. This guy often tries to get attention in the chat area. He even mentioned before that his teeth were broken by the expanded pumice stone. Unexpectedly, he's so lucky to have actually gotten a stone house crafting book. However, since the island wasn't large enough to build a stone house, Li Tian offered a higher price. 300g of bread, 5 sardines, and 300 milliliters of water. I'll take it. There was no reply, and Li Tian didn't wait any longer. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei sent a message. Brother, I got this stone table crafting book, but it's useless to me. You can take it. Li Tian replied. Consider the stone table making book as something I bought. You don't need to share the supplies we caught today with me. I'll give you some bread and water instead. The naive girl replied instantly. Okay. Li Tian smiled and shook his head, then clicked on the trade. He had the stone table crafting book, but since he didn't have enough wood, he decided to store it for later. Then Li Tian asked, what do you do every day besides fishing for supplies? The silly girl replied, besides spacing out, all I do is try to catch fish with a net, but I haven't caught any fish. I've only caught a lot of marine debris. Li Tian sighed and replied, marine debris is all created by humans, and in the end, it only harms themselves. Dai Xiaomei. Yes, we've ruined Mother Earth. I want to protect the environment. Li Tian. Yes, it's not too late to start now. Then, Li Tian suggested, since we can't catch any fish, can you help me process them? I'll provide the tools, and we'll split the profits in half. Dai Xiaomei. I also have the tools. I made a knife at the manufacturing center a long time ago, but splitting them 50/50ths is too unfair. I'll give you 73 points. Li Tian thought for a moment and agreed. Okay, 73 it is. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian gave all the remaining fish to Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei exclaimed in surprise. How come there are so many? Li Tian replied with a smile. You can contact me if you want more. Dumb girl, this is over, sigh. Let's stop here for now. I can't handle too much. Li Tian passed the test. Dai Xiaomei would return on time after processing each fish, and Li Tian lowered his guard against her, deciding to tell her more information. Remember, using the expanded floating stones will increase the island's area, and you'll get more blind boxes, Li Tian reminded him. The girl replied happily. Thank you for telling me. Now I don't have to worry about the island being too small. Li Tian replied with a smile. We'll work hard to expand the island and earn more resources. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian left the wooden house, letting Xiao AI continue fishing, and then took a walk around the island. Reaching a coconut tree, he was surprised to find coconuts growing on it. Coconuts already? Li Tian walked back to the wooden house in surprise, took a stick, knocked the coconut down, shook it, and found coconut juice inside. The growth cycle on the island is faster than in reality. Li Tian thought happily, quickly taking a sip of coconut juice. It tastes amazing. Thinking that his younger sister was also working under the scorching sun, Li Tian traded the coconut juice to her. The girl exclaimed in surprise after receiving it. Brother, how did you get coconut juice so quickly? That's amazing. Li Tian laughed and said, Stop being so glib. Drink up. This is a reward from the boss to the employees. No need to pay it back. The naive girl replied. Then I'll gladly accept your offer. At noon, Li Tian received a new notification in his private chat. Tang San, who was washing his hair, replied first. Boss, is it true that 300 g of bread, 5 sardines, and 300 milliliters of water is real? If so, please trade with me immediately. 014. The effects of grade B water. Li Tian quickly confirmed the transaction, breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly opened the transaction interface. The price wasn't high. He had intentionally given the other party room to raise the price. But since the other party hadn't responded, he was happy to take full advantage of the deal. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian couldn't help but joke. Didn't you break your tooth? Will it leak when you drink water? Tang Sen washes his hair at Xiaoro. Confused? Li Tian, can't answer? Did you break your front tooth? Tang San, washing his hair with Xiaoro. Boss, are you deliberately mocking me? Li Tian, no, juste curios. Tang Sen used Xiaoro to wash his hair. It won't affect my ability to drink water, but it will make my bragging sound a bit slurred. Li Tian smiled slightly, ended the conversation, and immediately went to the production center to check. He discovered that building the stone house required 2,000 pieces of stone, and he was still far from reaching that goal. So he focused his trading on the stone. After adjusting the price of the fish, trading efficiency improved significantly, but he didn't pay much attention to it, instead checking his private messages. Soon, Li Tian obtained 2 more crafting manuals and directly made a wooden bed and a wooden tub out of wood. He decided to give the bed to his little sister, who was a bit lazy, and the tub would make it easier for her to handle fish. When Li Tian initiated the transaction, the naive girl looked slightly taken aback. Li Tian explained, the bed is an extra one of mine, so I'm lending it to you. The wooden tub is a work tool. The girl quickly accepted it, and Li Tian went out of the wooden house and found that Xiao AI was still fishing in the sea. He wasn't in a hurry. He turned and walked to the distillation apparatus, looking at the already full container of purified water. Li Tian eagerly took a sip of the grade B purified water, finding it cool and sweet, a warm sensation spreading from his stomach. A surge of power welled up within him. Who else? I'll take on 10 of them. He immediately went to the manual production center and used 2 units of plastic to make a plastic cup, just in case he didn't waste water. Then, Li Tian filled it with seawater and started the distillation device. Soon after, Xiao AI returned with salmon. Li Tian was delighted. They changed the species? He told Xiao AI to continue fishing and used a boom hook to grab the supply boxes. 5 minutes later, Xiao AI brought all the supply blind boxes back. Li Tian opened them and saw supplies such as stone and plastic, but no new crafting recipes were found, which disappointed him. So many supply blind boxes and not a single crafting manual? That's really bad luck. Li Tian sighed helplessly. Next, Li Tian handed over the task of preparing the fish to Dai Xiaomei, and then prepared to take a short rest. He ate some bread, drank some grade B water, and decided to take a nap. After afternoon nap, when Li Tian woke up, It was already dusk, and Dai Xiaomei had already finished processing the fish he had traded to her. This silly girl hasn't stopped all afternoon, has she? Li Tian felt sorry for her, thinking she was being made to do hard labor. Although he was helping her, he also felt a little guilty. However, Li Tian comforted himself. This is just to give her a reason to accept my help. So, he traded the processed fish with Dai Xiaomei and gave her 30% of the proceeds as agreed. He decided to trade the freshly caught salmon tomorrow, giving his daughter some time to rest. After a good night's sleep, Li Tian felt refreshed and remembered that he could grill fish over charcoal, so he decided to try it again. He opened the rental function in the manual, but found that the charcoal had already been rented out. Li Tian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to forcibly take back one of the charcoal sets. 015. Soldier Brotherly Urbio. After forcibly taking back the charcoal, Li Tian felt a little better. He knew that although this behavior was unethical, he naturally didn't want to give such a person a friendly look, since the Flame Emperor was impersonating the owner of the fire. After forcibly taking back the charcoal, Li Tian also prepared some wood, chopped it into blocks, put them on the grill, and began grilling salmon. After his previous failure, Li Tian's grilled salmon was slightly burnt this time, but it was still a significant improvement. After preparing the fish, he traded several grilled fish to Dai Xiaomei and ate a few himself. Afterwards, Li Tian sat down in front of the manual, opened the chat area, and checked the missing person information he had posted in the messages about recycling the manual. Outstanding individuals: Li Shi1, Li Rou, Wang Chunxiu, and Qin Yi. Please message me privately if you see this message. Qianqian Jiaozi. We buy back all production books at high prices. If you have any, please contact me privately with pictures. However, Li Tian's message was quickly flooded with comments. One user named Jing Hongyina began to complain. Emperor Yin, what do you mean? We finally managed to rent the charcoal. How can you just take it back like that? Come out and explain yourself. Supporters of Emperor Yin also began to respond. Don't throw mud at us. Our Emperor Yin is not that kind of person. Seeing the comments, Li Tian sighed and immediately left the chat. A scoundrel is a scoundrel after all. He didn't want to see any more of that vulgar language. Then, he sent a private message to a glimpse of beauty. Brother, I have plenty of charcoal here. You can borrow it first. A fleeting stroke. Do you have a lot of charcoal? Well, never mind. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't know this yet, do you? The charcoal you rent can no longer be traded to others. Humble and proud son. I made my own charcoal fire, so you don't need to worry. A fleeting stroke. You've even managed to make charcoal fires? Wow. Name your price. I'll rent it. Li Tian smiled, and, seeing that a glimpse of splendor didn't ask him how he made the charcoal, decided to put it up for rent to him for free. Humble pride. I have assigned you your ID. You can rent it for free, but you can only use it and cannot keep it. A fleeting stroke. Brother, you're so generous. I've decided you re my brother, Urbio. Let's be friends. I'll definitely repay this favor someday. Li Tian thought to himself. Since this person dared to offend the Yin Alliance and had a straightforward personality, he agreed to add him as a friend. Li Urbio. This name made Li Tian feel somewhat familiar. He actually shared the same surname as him. Li Urbio. Brother, you also have his surname Li? What a coincidence. I'm 32 this year, a retired soldier. What about you? Li Tian was taken aback. A veteran? No wonder he was so calm just now. That's really the style of a soldier. Li Tian responded. I'm in my early 20s and I don't have a job. Li Urbio. Then can I call you Brother Tian? Li Tian laughed. Brother Tian? You're far more sophisticated than Emperor Yin. After the two became friends, Li Urbio's full name was displayed. Li Tian thought the man was quite straightforward, so he didn't think much of it. Li Urbio continued. When I was in the army, I endured all kinds of hardships. My main problem was that I couldn't stand Emperor Yan's way of doing things. You and he are both Chinese, so how can there be such a big difference between you? Li Tian smiled, not wanting to comment further, and simply said, Never mind him, Brother Biao. You should hurry up and dry your clothes, lest you catch a cold. Li Urbio, don't worry. I'm a veteran. I'm not afraid of these things. Let's dry the clothes first, and then return them after they're as dry as possible. Li Tian looked at him, smiled, and nodded. No rush. 016. Using someone else to do one's dirty work. Just as Li Tian closed the private chat interface, a voice message popped up at his friend's list which surprised him. This girl is getting more and more open. She actually sent a voice message on her own initiative. Li Tian smiled to himself, but still decided to answer the call. Hello, Li Tian replied in a magnetic voice. The other person paused for a moment, their voice sounding somewhat unnatural. You have a very nice voice. Li Tian laughed and said, What? Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid I'll eat you up? No. I just couldn't resist when I heard a nice male voice, the naive girl quickly explained. Li Tian, we've known each other for so long. We've been through thick and thin together. Why would we be so emotional? Tell me, what do you want from me? I almost forgot. Bro, you're trending. Look at the chat. The silly girl hurriedly reminded him. Li Tian immediately opened the chat public screen and saw a series of hotly discussed messages. Brothers, Emperor Yan's character is questionable. Everyone saw the arguments in the comments. Facts speak louder than words. I want to say that among us survivors, someone managed to create a source of fire, burning charcoal, which was rented to me for free by Qianqian Jiaozi when he saw my predicament. There aren't many people who would help like this in a crisis, and we can't let good people suffer, right? So let's not think about renting charcoal from others for free. Once it's on the shelves, we should take good care of it. As more and more people trusted a glimpse of beauty, the barrage of comments exploded, and everyone started to believe Li Tian. Lu Mei QAQ. You're such a fine young man. I give you a thumbs up. If you put charcoal on the shelves, I'll support you no matter how high the price is. A Do Zong expert said, Upstairs, you still dare to use the Flame Alliance's charcoal? I've already seen through the Flame Emperor's character. He's not trustworthy. I'd rather support Qianqian Jiaozi. Angel Investor Bing Wong. I published the production manual and sold it to Qianqian Jiaozi. He bargained for a higher price, which proves that he is not simple. Li Tian smiled when he saw the comments, feeling that this unexpected publicity stunt was a great success. What a kind-hearted guy, Brother Biao, Li Tian remarked. That's great. It's given you free advertising and increased your influence, Dai Xiaomei replied. Li Tian, yeah, it's pretty good, but we can't control the amount of charcoal right now. 20 portions of charcoal would have been enough, but we'll probably have to increase it. Okay, we happen to have some extra charcoal for grilling fish today, so we'll share it with everyone and rent it out as well, Li Tian said. Li Tian went to the barbecue grill, divided the charcoal into 30 portions, adjusted the previous prices, and finally put the new 30 portions of charcoal on the shelves at the original price. I have prepared 30 charcoal fires, which are already on the shelves. The price remains the same. Anyone interested can rent them. He posted in the brochure. A Do Zong expert exclaimed, Awesome. Elder Hai's praise was indeed spot on. Such generosity. He immediately raised the price by 30 portions. Emperor Yin actually raised the price. A Do Zong expert said, Emperor Yin, you traded your lifespan for resources. You really are short-lived. Li Tian ignored the comments, feeling that the matter was resolved and that he had not only suffered no loss, but had also damaged the reputation of Emperor Yin. On the other side, Emperor Yan's rage. When Emperor Yin saw the comments on the screen, his face contorted with rage. He realized that these comments were clearly aimed at him. Li Tian had cleverly used this opportunity to retaliate against his original 20 portions of fire seeds, revealing the source of the original fire seeds. You proud and arrogant young man, your trick of using someone else to do your dirty work is truly brilliant. Emperor Yin cursed angrily, secretly vowing to take revenge if he had the chance. 017. The stone house was completed. That night, Li Tian hurried to prepare supplies before midnight. He retrieved the expansion stones he had obtained from selling fish meat in the trading hall, accumulating to 1309 stones. In addition, he also collected a large amount of wood, stone, and plastic. This time, Li Tian didn't expand the island simply from the center, but rather around the sides and back of the wooden houses, keeping the distance between the houses and the sea constant. After the expansion, the number of coconut and palm trees on the island increased significantly, and weeds also covered the entire island. Palm trees are not only ornamental, but their wood and leaves can also be used to make tools and handicrafts. However, the island had not yet evolved forests, and the appearance of animals was almost impossible. Li Tian decided to accelerate the expansion of pumice collection, as it would become much more difficult to obtain once others realized the value of pumice. While waiting for midnight, Li Tian lay in bed counting stars. As soon as midnight struck, he posted another missing person notice, but still received no response. So, he went outside to watch Xiao AI salvage supplies. Xiao AI's efficiency was getting higher and higher. Within a few minutes, she had retrieved 27 supply blind boxes. Li Tian excitedly checked the supplies she had opened, including stone, wood, plastic, pumice, bread, and even ice cellar and toilet crafting books. Finally, crafting books. The probability is even lower than that of a legendary item. Li Tian smiled happily and immediately took out 2 crafting books. The recipe for building an ice cellar requires a lot of materials, including metal, ice, and plastic, which makes Li Tian hesitate. Ice? How can I get ice under this scorching sun? But I'll worry about the ice cellar later. Let's build the toilet and the stone house first. Quickly reclaiming the wooden house, Li Tian built a stone house. The stone house had a simple exterior resembling an animal den, but its interior was surprisingly well equipped. It had a stone table, stone chairs, and a stone bed, and windows in the walls for better ventilation and lighting. What pleased Li Tian most was the stone sofa inside, which made it comfortable to sit in front of the manual for long periods without feeling tired. He placed the wooden bed and wooden toilet outside the stone house, and then set up the stone house in front of the wooden house. Just as Li Tian was about to rest after finishing, Dai Xiaomei sent him a message. Dumb girl. Hey bro, I found some new supplies online today. Li Tian. Let me see. Dumb girl. Ice cube, black soil. Li Tian. Black soil? It looks like this civilization wants us to farm. Dumb girl. I think so too, but without seeds, nothing's possible. Do you want these guys? Li Tian. Take it. I'm developing faster than you. Once I start farming, I'll share some vegetables with you. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian took out ice and black soil from the supply box. The ice could be used to cool off and as a material, while the black soil could be used for planting. Li Tian adjusted the trading settings, offering sardine meat and purified water in exchange for ice, black soil, and expanded pumice. He also used distillation equipment to supply pure water to the trading hall, further enriching his supply of goods. 20g sardine meat, traded for 1 unit of ice. 20g sardine meat, traded for black soil multiplied by 2. 10 milliliters purified water, traded for 1 unit of ice cubes. 10 milliliters purified water, traded for black soil multiplied by 2. 10 milliliters of purified water, traded for 1x expanded floating stone. 018. Arrived at the wooden boat. Finishing the transaction, Li Tian went to sleep peacefully and didn't wake up until noon the next day. He lazily lay in bed, opened a manual, and saw that all the water from last night had been sold out. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems water is the most circulating currency. Although the water sold out quickly, the quantity was still too small to make an ice cellar. As for the fish, there was still no sign of it. Those who have survived to this day are all pretty much the same. They should all be able to catch some fish. Li Tian helplessly adjusted the weight of the fish, increasing the weight of the sardines from 20g to 25g, then exited the trading hall and checked the status on the public screen. Look what I found. A wooden bed making book. My log cabin building book. Rocking chair making book. Although not as good as yours, the materials are simple, and you can enjoy it immediately after making it. You all create books, but you gave me a cabbage seed title. Tang San complained in the public chat with Xiao Rou while washing his hair. Seeing everyone showing off their catches, Li Tian felt a pang of envy. They can only catch 3 resource boxes every 12 hours, but I can never seem to get any crafting recipes or seeds. Is my face really that dark? Li Tian couldn't help but complain. But life had to go on, so he posted a buyback ad, buying all kinds of production books and seeds at high prices, some with pictures and private information. Not long after, Tang Sin sent a private message to Xiao Rou while he was washing his hair. Cabbage seed, do you want it? I don't even have enough water to drink right now. Li Tian, yes. Name your price. Tang Sin used Xiao Rou to wash his hair. 30 milliliters of water, 50g of bread, and a fish. Is that okay? Li Tian thought about it and decided it wasn't too much to ask, so he agreed. Okay, but we're out of water right now. Let's wait until 12 o'clock to make the deal. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian began to deal with other private messages, mostly about making wooden houses, wooden basins, and wooden beds, which he declined. After receiving the cabbage seeds, Li Tian didn't rush to plant them, since he knew nothing about farming. I'll see if I can ask an experienced farmer for advice later. He stepped out of the cabin, went to Xiao AI's side, and began processing the salmon. To expedite the trade, Li Tian decided to further increase the weight of the fish. After 12 o'clock, Xiao AI successfully caught 27 supply blind boxes. Li Tian opened the supply blind boxes while processing the fish. Open the supply box, obtained, wooden boat construction manual, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the resource box, obtained, 10 ice cubes, 1 floating stone already stored. Open the resource box, obtained, black soil 1, expanding floating stone 3 already stored. Open the supply box and received, 100 milliliters purified water, 500 g bread, already stored. A wooden boat building manual? Li Tian was shocked. I actually found a boat building manual. He had thought that navigation tools would be something that would only appear at some point in the future, but he didn't expect to find a book on wooden boat making so soon. Could this be a sign from heaven, instructing me to bring Dai Xiaomei to my island? Li Tian was somewhat excited, but he quickly regained his senses and realized that he couldn't confirm her location at the moment. No longer fixated on the wooden boat, Li Tian decided to focus on agriculture and planned to consult with planting experts. He went back to the manual and sent a few messages. Li Shi1, Li Ro, Wang Chunxiu, Chini, please message me privately if you see this. Anyone with planting experience, please contact me for paid consultations. Collecting all kinds of rare crafting books and seeds. Soon, he received a private message from Forever Loyal to the Party. Hello, I am an agricultural researcher. What's your question? Li Tian exclaimed with delight. A researcher? You must know more than a farmer. He immediately replied, I have rice seeds, cabbage seeds, and chili pepper seeds, but I don't know how to plant them. I would like to ask for basic planting techniques. If you want to grow them, I suggest starting with chili peppers, the researcher replied. Rice requires a lot of water, so it may not be possible to grow it yet. Cabbage also needs a lot of water, but the requirements are different at different growth stages. Li Tian listened patiently, having prepared himself somewhat. Okay, thank you. I will follow your advice. 019. Winning over leading scientific researchers. Discussing the techniques for cultivating chili peppers with Forever Loyal to the Party. Li Tian expressed his desire for payment, but the other party firmly refused, stating that Li Tian's successful cultivation of the fruit would be the greatest reward. Li Tian insisted on paying, proposing to hire the other party as a consultant to handle food, while he would be responsible for resolving problems, and promising to invite the other party to the island to continue scientific research in the future. Li Tian knew that future survival couldn't rely solely on resources. Agriculture was essential, and he had no experience in it. Bringing in an expert would be highly beneficial, and he could rely on him for future development. Finally, the other party accepted, and Li Tian immediately sent a friend request. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be Wang Guodong, an expert in the field of agriculture, who had been featured in the media many times and was a renowned scientist. Li Tian exclaimed excitedly, Academician Wang, it's you. What a pleasure to meet you. Wang Guodong replied modestly, Don't call me that. We're all equal now. Li Tian said, Then I'll call you Old Wang. He then traded 500 g of bread and 200 milliliters of purified water to Old Wang as payment for hiring him. After some explanation, Old Wang finally confirmed the deal, and Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. With Wang Guodong joining, Li Tian's confidence increased significantly. Next, following the techniques taught by Master Wang, Li Tian began planting and finally succeeded in planting the chili seeds. To ensure germination, he watered them with 50 milliliters of grade B water. Just after finishing planting, Li Tian received good news from Dai Xiaomei. Brother, look, I caught grade B seawater rice seeds. Li Tian was overjoyed. Seawater rice was a special type of rice he had heard about in geography class. It was salt-tolerant, disease, and pest-resistant, making it an excellent choice for cultivation. He replied eagerly, This is great stuff. I'll buy it. The young woman handed the seeds directly to Li Tian, saying, You've taken such good care of me. This is for you. Li Tian felt a warmth in his heart. After accepting the seeds, he told her, Seawater rice can be grown in seawater. We have islands, so the planting conditions are no problem. Dumb girl. Oh, I'm lazy, you can have it. Touched, Li Tian confirmed the deal and said, Okay, I'll plant them. We'll eat rice together when we harvest them. Next, after consulting with Mr. Wang about the planting methods for seawater rice, Li Tian began working on the planting area. He chose a flat spot, spread black soil on it, and then started seedling cultivation and transplanting according to Mr. Wang's instructions. Li Tian discovered that the number of seeds that could be planted seemed to be limited, with each portion of seeds able to fill exactly one patch of black soil. He realized that this was not a coincidence, but a rule deliberately set by civilization. 020. The Flame Alliance's trick. After finishing everything, Li Tian returned to the stone house and didn't feel as drenched in sweat as before. The weather had become less hot, as if autumn had arrived. Perhaps the gravy water had improved his physique, making him more heat-resistant. Upon opening the trading hall, Li Tian saw that sales had improved after adjusting the weight of the fish. He decided to go to Xiao AI again, retrieve the fish from the net, and give half to Dai Xiaomei to ensure she could also store more supplies. Working until dusk, the salmon was finally prepared and successfully put on the shelves. The good news was that the ice earned from selling the fish was enough to build an ice cellar. Li Tian didn't hesitate to start building the ice cellar and placed it near the stone house. The ice cellar resembled a giant refrigerator with a plastic exterior and an interior filled with ice, radiating a chilling cold. Li Tian tried to go inside, but the cold made him quickly retreat. This has a volume of 32 cubic meters. It should be able to store quite a few fish, he thought, then found Xiao AI and asked her to continue fishing. Xiao AI moved swiftly, catching a net full of salmon within minutes. Without waiting for Li Tian's instructions, she headed straight for the ice cellar. Li Tian rushed to help open the door, but Xiao AI easily opened it with a single hand manipulating the fishing hook, and a few seconds later, the fish were placed inside. Master, should I fill the ice cellar? Xiao AI asked. Yes, it's necessary. Li Tian nodded in satisfaction. Xiao AI jumped back into the sea, while Li Tian returned to the stone house to continue observing the chat area. On the public chat, people are discussing the recent situation. My assigned friend and I combined our fishing nets, making fishing much easier, said Brother Shuai. But some people just discard their fishing nets after trading them to others, replied the blind man who loves watching movies. I bet the friends I'm assigned aren't girls, right? The handsome guy joked. Suddenly, Emperor Yin spoke up. Attention everyone, the weather is getting colder, and the seasons may have changed. He further speculated that the seasons might change every 5 days, and winter might be coming soon. When winter comes, everyone may freeze to death. Emperor Yan's words caused panic on the public chat. I'm wearing short sleeves. I have no fire and no house. What am I going to do? Complained the M78 Nebula Overlord. I wear a bikini swimsuit, which is fine in the summer. But how am I going to get through the winter? The alluring woman also expressed her anxiety. Seeing this scene, Li Tian couldn't help but frown, feeling that Emperor Yin was really immoral and was obviously creating panic. Emperor Yin continued. Our Yin Alliance has prepared wood and charcoal. When winter comes, we can provide charcoal rental-free of charge. Everyone who joins the Yin Alliance can enjoy this benefit. The live chat exploded with comments. I want to join too. Emperor Yin is so righteous. Li Tian felt a surge of annoyance as he read the comments. The Emperor Yin didn't actually have any charcoal. The only kindling he'd rented out was his own 50 pieces, and yet he was here putting on a show. Li Tian knew perfectly well that the Emperor Yan's so-called charcoal was completely fake. 021. To injure the enemy by 1,000 while losing 800 of your own. Through analysis, Li Tian deduced that Emperor Yin actually didn't have charcoal. He was merely using this information to deceive people. Since Emperor Yin could conceal the matter of charcoal, why didn't he take the opportunity to obtain some? Clearly, he was profiting from the charcoal, not sharing it. Li Tian decided to take action to stop the Yin Emperor's further expansion. To reduce future troubles, he decided to use his free charcoal rental service to counterbalance the Yin Emperor. He posted a message announcing that he would provide charcoal for free, and also mentioned that he would learn from the Yin Alliance and prepare to provide more fire sources for everyone. Humble pride. Everyone. After discussion within the team, we have decided to provide the charcoal fire for everyone's use free of charge. Emperor Yin, if what you say is true, we will also prepare more fire sources for free rental. This message quickly sparked heated discussions in the live chat, with many praising Li Tian's selfless act. Shuaigu. Damn, thank goodness I didn't join. Chanqian Jiaozi is even better. He doesn't even ask for any benefits. This big shot is someone I can get along with. A Dozong powerhouse. I'm so glad I didn't join. You're such a proud and capable leader. I support you. Seeing the positive response, Li Tian immediately adjusted his charcoal rental listings to free and notified those who had already made reservations that they could cancel and receive a refund. This made Yindi's charcoal prices less competitive. Once the message was sent out, even more people supported Li Tian and expressed their intention to withdraw their membership applications. Meanwhile, Emperor Yanside faced fierce criticism for not adjusting the charcoal rental prices. Angel investor Ice Emperor, Emperor Yin, how dare you not provide free charcoal? You actually dare to do such a thing. A Do Zong expert exclaimed, your Yin Alliance are nothing but liars and hypocrites. On the other end, Emperor Yin gritted his teeth in anger, smashing a coconut tree hard and wincing in pain. He knew his strategy had failed, but he wasn't about to give up easily. Instead, he decided to retaliate against Li Tian by releasing information publicly. Emperor Yin, you are a proud and humble young man. Although your team is indeed quite interesting, we will also provide fire for everyone in the winter. We will work together to overcome the difficulties. Emperor Yin then sent another message about expanding pumice. By the way, expanding pumice is used to expand the area of islands. The method of use is 022. Is winter really coming? Under Emperor Yan's guidance, the survivors on the public chat quickly understood the purpose of the expanded floating stones. The chat erupted again, with many thanking Emperor Yan for his help, but many others regretting not realizing the importance of the expanded floating stones before. Regarding Li Tian's rental and sale of charcoal, everyone felt it was a voluntary transaction, and Li Tian hadn't forced anyone. Li Tian knew that expanding the uses of pumice and exposing its potential benefits wouldn't be a bad thing for him. Although competition had intensified, he had enough resources, especially fish, which no one else could match. As long as he continued to increase the weight of the fish, trading wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Emperor Yin and the others would face much greater difficulties. Li Tian stopped paying attention to the public chat and adjusted the prices of goods in the trading hall. 50G salmon meat, trade, extended floating stone 1. 25G salmon meat, trade, black soil 1. Timber 1, trade, metal 2. He put all the supplies on the trading hall, thinking that since there were so many crafting books in circulation, the materials he provided would definitely be exchanged by those in need. After organizing the supplies, it was nearly midnight. Li Tian stepped out of the stone house, the night air chilly. To keep warm, he decided to temporarily take back a portion of the charcoal. Considering that forcibly taking it back last time almost caused trouble, this time he notified the others in the chat area beforehand, indicating that he would return soon. Li Tian retrieved the charcoal, lit the wood, made several pieces of charcoal, then put the charcoal back in the barbecue grill and took it back to the stone house. To help everyone get through the cold night, Li Tian selected 3 pieces of charcoal, assigned them IDs, and set a 12-hour rental period. Soon, Li Tian notified the people who needed charcoal. Li Urbio replied, you're too kind. I already used it for free last time. This time, I'll just pay you 2 expansion stones and pay you back slowly later. Li Tian replied, it's alright, the charcoal isn't expensive. Don't get cold. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Wang Guodong also replied, the temperature has been fluctuating a lot lately, so I'll warm myself up with some charcoal. Thanks. The naive girl accepted the charcoal without hesitation, replying, thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Li Tian was taken aback. What does must repay mean? Could must have a deeper meaning? He smiled and shook his head. After finishing all that, it was past midnight. Xiao AI had also already retrieved the 27 supply blind boxes from the water. Li Tian opened the supply blind boxes with great anticipation. Opened the supply box, obtained 3 stones, 150 milliliters of purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Opened the supply box, obtained 5 ice cubes, 1 metal already stored. Opened the supply blind box and obtained cotton padded coat, crafting manual, already stored. Opened the resource blind box, obtained extended floating stone 3, already stored. Opened a resource box, obtained 3 wood, 2 expanding float stones, already stored. Opened a resource blind box, obtained grade A wheat seeds, metal 3, already stored. A cotton padded coat, crafting manual, an A-grade seed. Li Tian was overjoyed, but then frowned. The cotton padded coat, crafting manual has appeared. Does this mean winter is really coming? 023. Someone died. Li Tian ignored the grade A wheat seeds, feeling that the current planting conditions were not yet mature. and studying these seeds would be a complete waste of time. After drinking the grade B distilled water, Li Tian felt a significant improvement in his physical condition. He guessed that the grade A seeds would have an even better effect, so he decided to leave them for the time being. He continued to expand the quantity of pumice stones, then lay down on the wooden bed next to the barbecue grill and fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian woke up to find that the vegetation on the island was much denser, and the island's area had expanded to 2,893 square meters, getting closer and closer to a dense forest. This was good news for him. After a quick wash, Li Tian opened his friend chat and saw a message from Dai Xiaomei. "Brother, we didn't catch anything good tonight, but the charcoal fire was really warm. Thank you." Next up was Li Erbio. "Brother, I got a quilt-making book. Do you want it?" Li Tian replied, "Brother, winter is coming soon. Keep it for yourself." Wang Guodong also sent a message. "I see there are more and more seeds. If you have the resources, I suggest you collect more. They will definitely be of great use in the future." Li Tian replied, "Okay, I will." He responded to each and every message. Then, Li Tian began processing the fish. He went to the ice cellar to retrieve the fish, no longer needing to take them from Xiao AI's fishing net. After processing the fish, it was noon again. The number of supplies refreshed increased to 31, but this time the drops were mostly materials, bread, and water. Li Tian guessed that this was probably food prepared for winter. He ate some bread and drank some gravy water, then went to water the chili peppers and seawater rice. When Li Tian arrived at the planting area, he was surprised to find that the chili peppers and seawater rice had already produced fruit. Although they were still in the growth stage, the speed at which they were growing astonished him. In less than a day, the chili peppers and seawater rice had grown to this size, and Li Tian guessed that they would be ready for harvest in 3 days at most. He decided to increase his seed reserves and posted a message, buying all kinds of seeds, some with pictures, private message, price negotiable. Soon, many people messaged Li Tian privately, expressing their willingness to trade seeds. Li Tian categorized the seeds into 3 price sets. Ordinary seeds cost 30 G of bread plus 50 G of salmon. Common vegetable seeds cost 50 G of bread plus 100 G of salmon, and premium seeds cost a uniform price of 2 salmon plus 20 milliliters of water. Li Tian quickly accumulated dozens of seed sets, awaiting Wang Guodong's guidance. However, at that moment, Li Tian suddenly saw a message in the chat area. "Brother is arrogant. Help. I saw someone with an axe rowing a boat towards my island. Help me." Li Tian quickly sat back down on the stone sofa, preparing to react. Before he could speak, the others began to question, could a ship really sail out of the supplies? And is this some kind of aid? However, after 10 minutes, Brother is Arrogant stopped sending messages. The chat area quickly became tense, and everyone realized that something was wrong. Could that person really have been murdered? A Dozong expert said, "It might be true. Some people have started using ships to seize supplies." Angel investor Bing Wang, "I tried to add Brother is Proud as a friend, but it said there was no such person. It seems he's really gone." Shuaigu, have people really gone so far as to use boats to seize supplies? The Reincarnation Emperor, in this world today, human nature is laid bare. Only the fittest survive, and the weak will eventually be eliminated. The atmosphere in the chat area became heavy as everyone began to realize that the world had entered a period of survival of the fittest, where anyone could become the next victim. 024. Farmhouse. Themed residence. Looking at the heated discussion on the public screen, Li Tian felt a mix of emotions. Emperor Yin had successfully revealed the uses of the expanded floating stones, and many people thanked him, but even more regretted not discovering the importance of this resource sooner. Regarding Li Tian's charcoal trade, everyone felt it was a voluntary transaction. He hadn't forced anyone. Li Tian knew that competition would intensify after the expansion of the floating stone was exposed, but he still had an advantage. His fish quantity far exceeded others, and as long as he continued to increase the weight, trading goods wouldn't be a problem. He wasn't worried, while Yin Di and the others would face greater difficulties. Ignoring the discussions on the public chat, Li Tian continued adjusting the prices of goods in the trading hall. 50 G salmon meat, trade, extended floating stone 1. 25 G salmon meat, trade black soil 1. Timber 1, trade metal 2. He put all the surplus supplies on the trading hall for those who needed them to exchange. After completing the transaction, Li Tian stepped out of the stone house and gazed at the night sky. The temperature had dropped noticeably, so he decided to take back some charcoal for warmth. Considering the trouble caused by the forced retrieval last time, he notified everyone in the chat area beforehand that the charcoal would be returned soon. Li Tian lit the charcoal fire, made several pieces of charcoal, put them in the barbecue grill, carried them into the stone house, and placed them next to the bed. Considering that Dai Xiaomei and Wang Guodong would also catch a cold, he put 3 pieces of charcoal on a rental platform, set a 12-hour rental period, and notified them. They replied to him quickly. Li Erbio paid with 2 expansion stones as a token of gratitude. Wang Guodong expressed his thanks, and Dai Xiaomei accepted the charcoal without hesitation and thanked Li Tian. After finishing these tasks, Li Tian returned to the manual. With only 1 minute left until midnight, he waited expectantly to open the blind box. Time was up, and Li Tian impatiently shouted in his heart, "Open the blind box." Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an A-grade farmhouse-themed residence, which has been added to your manual inventory. A farmhouse-themed residence. Li Tian was slightly disappointed, feeling that this residence was a necessity for him. He already had a stone house that was sufficient. However, he decided to see what this residence was like. Upon opening the warehouse and seeing the model, Li Tian's eyes immediately lit up. The system truly lives up to its name. He immediately retrieved the stone house and took out the farmhouse-themed residence. Please select a location for the construction of a Grade A farmhouse-themed residence, requiring a space of 30 m x 20 m. Li Tian chose a vacant lot near the sea. The house, once built, included a yard with a stone mill, pigsty, flower beds, and kitchen. Inside, the house was fully furnished with beds, sofas, wardrobes, dining tables, bowls and chopsticks, and even an electric fan and television. This is practically move-in ready. Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim, feeling like he was no longer there to survive, but rather on vacation. However, when he pressed the light switch on the wall, the light bulb didn't light up. Damn, no power. Li Tian was immediately disappointed. Are these all just for show? He couldn't help but complain, but then he thought that perhaps there would be power generation devices in the future. If there's electricity, living here would be carefree and even more comfortable than my previous work life. Li Tian's expectations for the future were rekindled. 025. Meeting Master Wang. Without lighting, Li Tian could only roughly assess the interior structure of the stone house. Overall, the stone house was well designed. The first floor has a living room, dining room, kitchen, and in-suite bathroom, while the second floor has another living room and 4 bedrooms, one of which has a toilet and is obviously the master bedroom. Li Tian couldn't wait to lie down on the bed, feeling its softness and comfort. This is what a bed should be like, he thought to himself. Although he was sleepy, Li Tian sat up and went to the manual to check his friend's information, remembering that he had a stone house. The deal with the silly girl. Li Tian traded the stone house to Dai Xiaomei. Here, take the stone house. It'll be safer inside with charcoal fire, and it'll help you last a little longer. The naive girl replied, Aren't you using a stone house? What am I supposed to do then? Li Tian comforted her. Don't worry, I have something better. You should make the deal quickly and get some rest. After the deal was completed, Li Tian rented the wooden house to Old Wang for free, processing fish and supplies. While Li Tian was processing the fish, Dai Xiaomei sent another message. Didn't catch anything good tonight, but the charcoal fire is really warm. Thank you. Li Tian replied. You can store the supplies with me first, it's fine. Planting and harvesting. Li Tian didn't plan to plant any new crops immediately. He decided to wait until the seawater rice and chili peppers matured before harvesting them to see how they fared. He focused on processing the salmon. At noon, Li Tian's supply blind box was updated. Although it was still mainly bread and water, he unexpectedly opened a locator. Li Tian was overjoyed. With this, I can finally confirm the location of Dai Xiaomei and Wang Lao. Use a locator. Li Tian used 4 locators to confirm the locations of Wang Lao, Li Erbio, and Dai Xiaomei. Wang Lao was closest to him, while Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei were farther away. Li Tian decided to go pick up Old Wang first. He quickly built a wooden boat, packed bread and water, and rowed there. Old Wang's Island. After rowing all day, Li Tian finally arrived at Wang Lao's island before sunset. Wang Lao's island was small, only 9 square meters, and all that remained were tattered fishing nets and manuals. Wang Lao looked weak and was tan dark. Li Tian's heart tightened. He hadn't expected this once great academician to have fallen to such a state. Li Tian stepped forward and humbly greeted, Old Wang, Hello, it's great to finally meet you. Old Wong smiled and helped Li Tian up. Young man, your attitude makes me ashamed. I'm just a burden now, and I should thank you for accepting me. Li Tian responded. Old Wong, we owe you so much for your contributions. We've been able to solve our basic needs for food and clothing. Disassembly manual. Li Tian reminded Old Wong. Old Wong, let's take apart the manual. The dismantling manual means separating the manual from the island. The island will disappear within 10 minutes and be converted into expanded floating stones stored in the warehouse, while Old Wong can take the manual to find a new island. After disassembling the parts, the two chatted and laughed as they embarked on their return journey. 026. Crop maturity. At 2 a.m., Li Tian and Old Wong finally arrived at Li Tian's island. Although Li Tian was exhausted and covered in sweat, he didn't care and was even a little proud. After disembarking, the two tied the boat to a coconut tree and then walked into the farmhouse courtyard. Even at night, the island's affluence still amazed Mr. Wong. Li Tian, is this your island? Old Wong looked around in disbelief. Li Tian nodded, enjoying Old Wong's surprised gaze. Isn't that too outrageous? Did you know about this world in advance? Old Wong continued to press, his shock evident in his words. I was lucky, Li Tian replied with a smile, his inner vanity satisfied. What's that? Why is it moving? Old Wong suddenly pointed to the movement on the beach. That's a robot I got from a supply blind box. It's incredibly powerful. Li Tian replia. All right, Mr. Wong, you must be tired. You should rest first, and we can talk about it tomorrow, Li Tian suggested, intending to settle Mr. Wong in as soon as possible. Old Wong chuckled. Haha, I'm getting old, so I tend to ramble a bit. Li Tian don't mind. No, come in quickly. Our room is on the second floor. Settling Old Wong in, Li Tian decided to go outside to process the fish and, while he was at it, open the supply boxes. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 5 cotton balls, 300 G bread, already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the supply box. Obtained 5 ice cubes, 1 metal already stored. Open the supply blind box and obtain cotton padded coat, crafting manual, already stored. Cotton? This is a material for making clothes and quilts, right? Li Tian thought for a moment after seeing the supplies, then suddenly realized, today is exactly the 8th day since we arrived on the island. Could it be that autumn has truly begun today? Emperor Yan's analysis was wrong. It's a 7-day cycle. With that in mind, Li Tian was no longer worried about the cold because the farmhouse had enough bedding for all 4 seasons. Handling the transaction, Li Tian let die, Xiao Mei know he was safe and sound, and then went to sleep peacefully. The next day, when Li Tian woke up, he found that Old Wong was gone. He went out of the room and found Old Wong squatting in the planting area, studying seawater rice and chili peppers. Old Wong, why don't you sleep a little longer? Li Tian asked as he walked over. He can't sleep. Li Tian, did you plant these crops according to the method I taught you? Old Wong asked. Yes, Mr. Wong. Li Tian nodded, and Mr. Wong continued. You've done a great job. The seawater rice and chili peppers are growing very well and will be ready for harvest this afternoon. Li Tian smiled, his respect for Old Wong deepening. It seems there's something special about this land, Old Wong continued to observe. The seeds are growing so fast. It's really remarkable. Li Tian decided not to disturb Old Wong and went to prepare breakfast himself. After taking out a coconut and bread, he handed them to Old Wong. Have some breakfast first before you start research. Old Wong nodded and exclaimed, the food here is so fresh. After breakfast, Old Wong offered to expand the planting area. Li Tian naturally did not refuse and handed over all the seeds to Old Wong. Old Wong carried the seeds like they were precious treasures as he ran to the black soil, while Li Tian continued processing the fish. At noon, Li Tian made grilled fish and fish soup, thinking that Old Wong couldn't always eat bread. They ate happily. Although there were no seasonings, the deliciousness of the fish soup was enough to satisfy them. This fish soup is so delicious, Old Wong exclaimed. Li Tian didn't forget Dai Xiao Mei and Li Erbio, and sent them fish soup and fish respectively. He was very happy to receive their praise. After finishing his meal, Li Tian went to open the supply blind boxes. Although most of them contained ordinary supplies like cotton and bread, he remained undeterred. Each blind box opening was an opportunity to improve his strength. By this time, Xiao AI had already filled the ice cellar with salmon. Li Tian decided to trade 100 kilograms of fish to Li Urbio and Dai Xiaomei to help them accumulate supplies. Next, Li Urbio reacted very well and quickly processed more than 200 kilograms of salmon, which were then put on the shelves in the trading hall. Just then, Old Wong suddenly ran back excitedly. "They're ripe. Time to harvest. Can we finally eat rice?" Li Tian replied with a smile, ready to embrace the new changes. 027. Class C Large-Scale Distillation Unit. We followed Mr. Wong to the planting area. The crops on the 2 patches of black soil were ripe and of excellent quality. The rice grains are all golden and plump, and the chili peppers are all upright and bright red. "It looks great," Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim after seeing it. "This looks much better than the crops in the fields during the continental civilization." Old Wong was even more excited. "It's more than just great. It's absolutely amazing. Not only is the growth cycle shorter, but the quality is also so perfect. If these secrets can be uncovered and brought back to the mainland civilization, no one in our country will ever go hungry again." Hearing this, Li Tian nodded. "Yes, but I don't know if we'll be able to go back." That concludes the discussion. The two exchanged a wry smile, and then, with remarkable tacit understanding, began harvesting the seawater rice and chili peppers. Successfully harvesting the rice and chili peppers and storing them in the farmhouse's warehouse, the two then had dinner. Dinner was again grilled fish and fish soup. As for whether we can eat rice, we'll have to wait a while. The rice hasn't been pounded yet. What is rice pounding? Gluing rice is the process of removing the husks from harvested grains. After pounding is rice bran, and the remaining rice grains are the white rice we eat. As for the tool for pounding rice, it's somewhat like a mortar and pestle, with a mallet and a container, which can be made in the production center. However, considering the poor lighting, Li Tian and Old Wong naturally decided to pound rice at dawn. After dinner, Old Wong was probably getting old, or perhaps he was just tired after a busy day, so he went straight back to his room to sleep. Li Tian then went to the manual to prepare to put the fish he had processed that afternoon on the shelf. However, just as Li Tiankai opened the manual, another piece of bad news arrived. In the public chat area, people were discussing the reappearance of the villain who rowed the boat to seize the island. "Oh my god, 2 more people have been murdered today." "Yes, what are we going to do?" Judging by their speed, they're clearly getting the hang of it. Before, they could only raid 1 island a day, but now they can raid 2. This is blatant piracy. It's outrageous. What can we do? Without legal restrictions, he can do whatever he wants. Pirates? That's a fitting description. Li Tian frowned in agreement, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The main issue is that it's unclear whether this was an individual's crime or a group's. If someone in this new civilization actually forms a pirate group, then I would probably become a highly sought-after target in their eyes. Secondly, I'm also quite worried about Dai Xiaomei's safety. Or should we have Brother Biao come to my place sooner? Thinking of this, Li Tian directly contacted Li Urbio. "Li Tian, Brother Biao, are you there?" "Li Urbio, I'm here. What's up? Need to deal with fish again." Li Tian, "No, you saw what happened in the chat area, right? 2 more people got into trouble today." Li Urbio, "Yes, I saw it. These bastards are really despicable. If I could find out their location, I would definitely rid the people of this menace." Li Tian, "There will definitely be opportunities in the future, but right now I want to put your visit to my island on the agenda." Li Tian, "The sooner the better." Li Urbio, "I'm fine with anything. I'm ready anytime." Li Tian, "All right, I'll trade you the wooden boat directly. You can row it yourself. How about that?" Li Tian, "When I want to pick up Old Wong, it only took me half a day to get there." Li Tian, "If you calculate it this way, it's only a 5 to 6 day trip to my island, which isn't too long." Li Tian, "During the journey, you just need to focus on rowing, and I'll take care of the supplies. I guarantee you won't go hungry." Li Urbio, "Brother, you've thought of everything so thoroughly, what can I say? I can leave right now. But who is this Old Wong you mentioned?" Li Tian, "Academician Wang Guodong. You can handle the rest." Li Tian, "By the way, remember to disassemble your island and manual first." After the chat ended, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The area of their own island is no longer something that one person can manage. I now have more than 500 expanded pumice stones on hand, which I use frequently, covering an area of nearly 3,500 square meters. If Li Urbio could also live on his own island, it would naturally be much easier and safer. Of course, most importantly, Li Tian only dared to pick up Dai Xiaomei when Li Erbio arrived. Otherwise, if Old Wang were left alone on this island, and those pirates were to find his island, he would be doomed. Therefore, before Li Erbio arrived, Li Tian naturally couldn't leave the island to pick up Dai Xiaomei. As for trading the boat to Dai Xiaomei and letting her row it herself, that's unrealistic. First of all, the two are extremely far apart, and the journey would take at least 10 or 20 days. Secondly, there are too many unknowns at sea. What if Dai Xiaomei encounters pirates while rowing? Will she be able to escape? Therefore, the safest approach is for me to go pick her up myself and leave Li Erbio to look after the island. Now that I'm nourished by grade B water, I can at least take on 10 men without being able to hold off 10,000. Of course, this is on the premise that those 10 people are ordinary people. Li Tian wasn't too worried about that. Li Tian didn't believe that the pirates could have such resources, since his own B- grade water came from the system. After sharing his thoughts with Dai Xiaomei, Li Tian busied himself with putting the fish on shelves. This busy period lasted until nearly midnight. At 12 o'clock, Li Tian used all the expansion stones he had traded in the trading hall. The island's area reaches 3,509 square meters. This is all thanks to the fact that we sold a lot of fish and meat in the evening. Otherwise, with only 3,400 square meters, we would have missed out on a blind box of supplies. At exactly 12 o'clock, Xiao AI jumped into the sea as punctually as an alarm clock. Due to the increase in supply blind boxes, it's not as fast for Xiao AI to collect supply blind boxes as before. It took Xiao AI nearly 20 minutes to retrieve 41 blind boxes of supplies from the shore. Base quantity, 3 supply blind boxes plus 3,500 area. 35 supply blind boxes plus 1 person. 3 more supply blind boxes. After opening all the supplies, Li Tian almost shouted out in excitement. Open the supply box to obtain Grade C large distillation apparatus, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box, obtained 3x expanding floating stones, already stored. I thought the distillation apparatus could only be obtained through system check-ins, but I didn't expect it could also be obtained from resource blind boxes. Does that mean there might be other people on this island who are already drinking graded purified water? While Li Tian was overjoyed, he also felt somewhat worried. 028. They evolved into pheasants. The reason for the concern is simple. If everyone has the opportunity to drink graded water, then one's own physical advantages become meaningless. This reduces one means of self-protection. Secondly, if the supply blind box can be opened, doesn't that mean that the pirate also has a chance to open it? It's already been driven out. When the pirates actually arrive, whether he and Li Erbio can defeat them is another matter entirely. Of course, these were all just Li Tian's guesses. Perhaps it's because their area has expanded to a certain extent that they can get higher level items from the resource blind boxes. Moreover, I'm being somewhat overly anxious. Let's talk about the future when it comes. With that in mind, Li Tian stopped thinking about it and took out the large distillation apparatus. As for the appearance, it doesn't look as good as the B-grade item obtained from my own system check-in, and the quality is also somewhat different. But it's big enough. According to information read from the system, this Class C large-scale distillation device can distill 5 L of Class C pure water at a time. One cycle of operation also lasts 12 hours, which means that 10 L of pure water can be distilled per day. This alone is something that 8B level product cannot achieve. Grade B may be more effective than Grade C, but it's still not enough. The amount needs to be calculated carefully each time. Now it's also used for planting, and the island's population will continue to increase in the future, so 500 milliliters will definitely not be enough to support it. Now, thanks to the blessings of heaven, this large-scale distillation apparatus has finally been put into operation. After filling the B and C grade distillation devices with seawater, Li Tian went back to his room and fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian was awakened by the sound of slapping. When I went downstairs, I saw that Old Wang was already in the yard threshing rice straw. This is a step before pounding rice, which requires separating the rice from the rice stalks. However, since Li Tian had no experience in this area, he did not choose to help. Afraid of doing more harm than good, she went to prepare breakfast instead. For breakfast, Li Tian wrapped fish in bread, which could be called a sandwich or a hamburger. The name doesn't matter, as long as we can eat our fill. Li Tian did 4 in a row. He kept 2 for himself and Wang Lao, and traded the other 2 to Dai Xiaomei and Li Urbio respectively. Judging from the markings on the disposable locator, Li Urbio was traveling quite fast that night. If he continued at this pace, we might be able to see him in 3 days. After handing the sandwich to Old Wong, Li Tian poured a glass of gravy water and gave it to Li Urbio. At this time, there is no room for saving resources. Although gravy water is scarce, its effects are still significant and can greatly relieve fatigue. To put it dramatically, if one could always have access to gravy water, it would be possible to work at a high intensity without sleep. Considering safety factors and the need to get Li Urbio to his island as soon as possible, Li Tian planned to supply all the gravy water produced in the past few days to Li Urbio. Old Wong, and Dai Xiaomei will have to make do with grade C water for now. As for the ordinary water obtained from the supply blind boxes, Li Tian used it to trade for supplies in the trading hall. Completing the water transaction, Li Tian left the manual, intending to go down and help. But Old Wong was incredibly enthusiastic and wouldn't let Li Tian get involved at all. I've been holding back for so long. It's rare to have farm work to do, so don't try to take it from me. There's so little farm work, I can't even finish it if my hands are itching. Upon hearing this, Li Tian had no choice but to give up. Then he continued to process the fish. As for the fish in Li Qianbing's cellar, Old Wong was also startled when he first saw them. But now he has gradually accepted this fact. It seems like nothing could happen to Li Tian. It wasn't until noon. Li Tian, who was processing the fish, was interrupted by Old Wong's shout. Upon closer inspection, I saw a wooden basin filled with snow-white rice grains. Li Tian was so hungry he was drooling. He even wanted to eat them raw. That piece of land actually produced so much rice. Old Wong nodded in agreement. Yes, the output is quite good. I also left some unhulled rice. I'll try planting it later. If we could, we'd never have to worry about rice again. Li Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He never imagined that his obsession with rice could be so great. Thinking back to when he was in a civilized society on the mainland, he always felt that rice was cheap, and wasting rice made him regretful and want to slap himself. Indeed, only by truly experiencing the life of food shortage can one understand how bitter the saying, "every grain is hard-earned," really is. Let the rice dry here for a while. I'm going to research the cultivation of seawater rice. You can go and do your own thing too. Good. After saying goodbye to Old Wong, Li Tian returned to the manual and planned to put all the fish he had prepared that morning on the shelves. About 10 minutes later, a rooster's crow caught Li Tian's attention. Li Tian stopped the process of uploading the book and smiled wryly. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? But just as he was about to put more fish on the shelves, another rooster crowed. He was stunned. No, this isn't a hallucination. Thinking it over, he quickly ran to the window and looked in the direction from which the sound came. You son of a bitch. You dare steal my rice. Who would have thought that a pheasant would appear in their own yard, happily eating rice while standing on a wooden basin? Enraged, Li Tian rushed outside, startling the pheasant so much that it flapped its wings and scattered in all directions. Old Wong rushed back after hearing Li Tian's roar. Upon seeing this, they were stunned. Li Tian, you're raising chickens too? I'd like to raise it, but I don't have any chicks to feed. I don't know how this pheasant ended up on the island. Li Tian offered an explanation, then suddenly remembered something, looked towards the increasingly dense forest, and was delighted. I know, maybe this pheasant is an evolved species. Old Wong had heard about the evolution from Li Tian, so he nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Why don't we catch this chicken and raise it to see if it lays eggs? Li Tian thought it was a great idea, given Old Wong's suggestion. This pheasant doesn't have a big comb, so it must be a hen. If we raise it, we might actually get some eggs. However, while the idea was beautiful, reality was cruel. Even with the boost from the B-grade water, which made Li Tian's physical abilities stronger and his reactions faster, he still couldn't catch that pheasant. Needless to say, Old Wong was an even bigger figure. Now, sudden, Li Tian seized the opportunity and pounced when the pheasant was off guard, thinking that the pheasant had no chance of escaping. But surprisingly, it actually took flight, dodging Li Tian's lunge. 029. Sea Salt Extractor. The pheasant that flew onto the fence held its head high and puffed out its chest, displaying a disdainful attitude, as if mocking Li Tian's incompetence, which infuriated Li Tian. Oh my, you beast, you finally put on an act. I refuse to believe I can't handle chicken. As he spoke, Li Tian seized the opportunity and pounced again, but the pheasant flew away once more. If it really flew away, then so be it. But this pheasant never flew very far, always stopping a few meters away from Li Tian. This was a provocation for Li Tian. Seeing Li Tian constantly getting thwarted, even old Wang couldn't stand it anymore. Li Tian, I think this pheasant is unusual. It should be intelligent. If a hard approach doesn't work, why not try a softer one? After hearing what old Wang said, Li Tian finally realized his mistake. Yes, none of the creatures on this island are normal. Judging by its defiant attitude, it might actually possess some intelligence. Thinking of this, Li Tian suppressed his anger and forced a friendly smile. Little penis, don't worry, I won't hurt you. I was just so excited to see you and think you looked like one of my pets that I wanted to hug you. The pheasant was displeased upon hearing this and clucked a few times in a very sharp voice. It's as if it's saying, do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing this, old Wang covered half his face, unable to bear to look. Li Tian, even if you say these things to a child, the child won't believe you. Li Tian smiled awkwardly, glanced at the rice beside him, and then quickly grabbed a handful and looked at the pheasant. Do you want to eat this? This time, the pheasant nodded excitedly, seemingly irresistibly tempted by the rice. You can eat it if you want, but you have to listen to me. The pheasant tilted its head after hearing this, perhaps not understanding Li Tian's words. Therefore, Li Tian said again, from now on, you will lay eggs for me, and I will feed you rice. We will benefit each other. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the pheasant shook its head frantically again. Li Tian then began to brainwash her, saying, if the egg you lay isn't fertilized, it won't hatch into a chick. Wouldn't it be better to trade it for rice instead of letting it rot? Don't worry. If a male pheasant appears on this island in the future, I'll definitely catch it and let it mate with you. How about that? If you agree, just fly on my arm. This handful of rice is my token of sincerity. If you disagree, you can fly away at any time, but I will set traps near the grain in the future, so you won't get any. He finished speaking. The pheasant, tempted by the delicious food, quickly flew to Li Tian's arm and began pecking at the rice. Li Tian also took the opportunity to stroke the pheasant's feathers. They were quite silky smooth. Fine, since you've eaten my food, you'll have to listen to me from now on. I'll take care of your 3 meals a day, but you can't eat without my permission, understand? The pheasant nodded. After using 3 units of wood to build a chicken coop for the pheasant at the crafting center, the pheasant was finally settled. Noon, 12:26 p.m. Xiao AI caught all the dozens of blind boxes containing supplies. Li Tian quickly opened them. Open the supply box and obtain sea salt extractor already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 6x plastic already stored. Sea salt extractor? Li Tian was momentarily stunned when he saw this in the supply blind box. After a while, he excitedly danced around and hummed, good luck, wish me good luck. This luck is truly incredible. Yesterday, we got a large distillation unit, and today, we got a sea salt extractor. These are all necessities for life. However, this allowed Li Tian to discover some patterns. It seems that both of these things were only opened after their area expanded to 3,500. Previously, no matter how many supply boxes I collected each day, many times more than others, I never seemed to get anything good. Could it be that the probability of getting good items is not related to the number of supply boxes, but rather to the size of the island? I'm afraid that's really the case. If the island could be expanded to the size of a country, who knows, we might even be able to launch rockets and aircraft carriers. Seeing that his thoughts were getting increasingly exaggerated, Li Tian quickly stopped imagining things. After taking the sea salt extractor out of the warehouse and learning how to use it through the system's reading capabilities, Li Tian immediately filled a bowl with seawater and started the machine. At noon, Li Tian originally planned to cook rice. However, thanks to the sea salt extractor, Li Tian decided to eat rice later that evening. By then, the sea salt will have been extracted, and I can also stir-fry some fish with chili peppers. Delicious fish paired with rice. Wouldn't that be wonderful? After Li Tian learned that he had obtained the sea salt extractor, Old Wang agreed with Li Tian's idea, so the two of them had some bread for lunch. Afterwards, Mr. Wang went to the planting area to continue studying the crops. Food and grated water with Dai Xiao Mei and Li Erbio respectively, Li Tian chose to take a nap. Li Tian woke up at 3 p.m. After checking the manual and finding nothing unusual, Li Tian went back to the ice cellar to retrieve fish and worked with Dai Xiaomei to prepare them. Before handling the fish, Li Tian checked the locator and found that Li Erbio was much closer to him, which put Li Tian at ease. It was evening. The sea salt extractor beeped. Li Tian stopped what he was doing and rushed over. The sea salt extractor was already full of sea salt. After transferring the sea salt to a glass in the kitchen, Li Tian filled the sea salt extractor with seawater and then excitedly went to wash the rice. Li Tian used seawater to wash the rice. However, purified water was used when cooking the rice. Li Tian has plenty of purified water now, so he doesn't mind using it for cooking. As for how to cook the rice, Li Tian chose to put the pressure cooker on the barbecue grill. Since there was no electricity in the house, the rice cooker couldn't be used. The wood-burning stove was unsuitable for cooking rice because the pot was too big, and the pressure cooker couldn't be used on the stove either. Therefore, Li Tiankai thought of putting the pressure cooker on the barbecue grill to cook. As long as there is enough wood and the fire is always open, it should be able to cook it. After adding an appropriate amount of wood to the barbecue grill, Li Tian took out 10 fish from the ice cellar and happily ran to the seaside to prepare them. Of course, Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to just put the fish directly into the seawater to process it at the beach, as that would easily attract sharks. Although he has never seen sharks around the island, that doesn't mean they don't exist. Therefore, Li Tian always filled a wooden basin with seawater before processing the fish. 030. Significantly expanded area, baby arrival. After preparing the fish, Li Tian carried the wooden basin and ran towards the kitchen. The kitchen is located on the right side of the house, separate from the living quarters. Last time, when Li Tian made fish soup, he also used the stove. No way. Although the furniture in the farmhouse was quite nice, and there was a kitchen, there was no natural gas supply, so it was all just for show. Therefore, a kitchen with a stove became a very good choice, as cooking could be done simply by burning firewood. Stir-frying requires controlling the heat, and Li Tian couldn't possibly cook while tending the fire. Therefore, Old Wang came to help out, acting as a torchbearer, and specifically responsible for adding wood. That's all. With their combined efforts, the stir-fried salmon was ready. With the addition of chili peppers and the nourishment of sea salt, the fish was cooked quite well. The color was lacking, but the taste was quite good. It's very appetizing. After the rice in the pressure cooker was cooked, Li Tian quickly scooped out 4 large bowls of rice and handed one to Old Wang. Then he picked up 4 more fish and placed them in the bowls prepared for Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio and poured the soup over them. That's quite an expense. After trading the items to Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei respectively, Li Tian began to eat heartily. Everyone, who rarely gets to eat rice, spontaneously started the clean plate campaign. Even leave the fish broth or the chili peppers used for seasoning. The bowls that Li Erbio brought back from the trade were even more extravagant. It was licked clean. If he hadn't said he hadn't washed it, Li Tianjin would have thought it was a wash dish. Li Tian enjoyed the meal very much. It's been such a long time since I've had rice and salt. Moreover, because the portion size is relatively large, Li Tian discovered that eating this gravy rice had far greater benefits for his body than drinking gravy water. He clearly felt that his strength had increased significantly. If only Old Wang could really succeed in growing the seawater rice using rice paddies. After muttering something to himself with anticipation, Li Tian picked up the bowls and plates to wash up. Night. Old Wang was still the same as always, going to bed early. Li Tian didn't have the habit of going to bed early, so he sat down in front of the manual. The Dozong expert said, "Those pirates have calmed down today." Angel investor I Semper, calm down? I think we're just lucky that he hasn't discovered our island yet. Yinming Shuage. It's alright, I'm not too worried now. Yinming is protecting me. Nitian, naive. In a crisis, you still have to rely on yourself. Even if the Flame Alliance gives you tools, are you sure you could defeat the pirates? Yinming, you redefine the heavens, kid. We Yinming never force others to join us, but we will never tolerate anyone trying to disrupt our Yinming's rhythm. Yinming for ostrich. That's right, if you don't want to add us, then don't. You're smearing us. Are you just looking for trouble? To be honest, Li Tian was quite happy to see these familiar faces still active in the comment section. After all, these survivors are all descendants of Yin and Huang, and they represent the future of China. Only if they live can the Chinese people continue and pass on their heritage. However, the members of the Flame Alliance were quite disappointed. So Li Tian decided to ignore it and posted an acquisition advertisement and a missing person notice before closing the chat area. I opened the trading hall and took a look. Through selling my own resources, I've accumulated over 300 more expansion stones. The rental of charcoal is even more expensive. I haven't checked for a few days, and I've already accumulated over 3,000 yuan. Of course, this was within Li Tian's expectations. 20 charcoal pieces cost 3 expansion stones per hour to rent. If someone keeps renting them, you can earn 1,440 stones in 24 hours. Therefore, these 3,000 plus pumice stones are not actually that many. It seems that the free supply of charcoal has affected many of the paid charcoal rental services. After a wry smile, Li Tian took out all the expansion stones from the trading hall and rental area and extended them onto the island. The island's area has reached 7,129 square meters. Now that Li Tian can no longer observe the evolution of the island with the naked eye, he simply doesn't go out to check on the extent of the evolution, especially since visibility is poor at night. For Li Tian, what he cares about is when his forest will evolve into a larger forest and when it will produce more animals and fresh water. As for what kind of plants evolved, he didn't really care. All he needs to know is that there will never be an end to the coconut juice. With the development of island civilization, the price of fish has been declining. Therefore, Li Tian had no choice but to use the free time in the evening to readjust the prices in the trading hall. The price adjustment was not considered complete until all fish meat was weighed up to 60 G. As for the transactions between other supplies, Li Tian did not change the prices. After all, apart from fish and meat, other supplies are still relatively scarce, so there's no need to raise prices. Especially purified water. Even now, a 10 milliliters serving still attracts many buyers. As soon as it hit 12 o'clock, Li Tian jumped out of bed and went to the beach. The autumn wind is bleak, and the autumn atmosphere is alluring. Li Tian, however, unexpectedly felt a slight chill. It seems we need to make the cotton-padded coats quickly, otherwise how will we dare to go out in winter? After Xiao AI retrieved all 76 supply blind boxes, Li Tiankai excitedly opened them one by one. The items you get from the supply blind box get better and better as the area changes. Now that my island is big enough, I should be able to find a lot of good stuff, right? Open the supply blind box. Open the supply blind box and obtain Grade B solar panel, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource box, obtained metal X2, wood X5, expandable float X1, already stored. Open the supply blind box and obtain oil press machine, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the supply blind box, obtained 500 milliliters of purified water, 5 pieces of stone, already stored. Open the supply blind box, obtained Grade A peanut seeds, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the supply blind box, obtained 10 cotton, already stored. Solar panels, Grade A peanut seeds, oil press. This. Looking at the grand prizes that appeared as if he had opened a blind box, Li Tian's heart pounded with excitement. Really, the larger the area, the better the produce. I was so stupid before. I didn't even see this problem. They quickly retrieved the Grade B solar panels and oil press from the warehouse, and the system's reading function immediately came into play. Grade B solar storage panel can store 20 kilowatt hours of electricity per day, with a peak storage capacity of 200 kilowatt hours. How to use? Simply connect the solar panel's connection cable to the main power switch to supply power. 031. Successful cultivation of seawater rice. Can it store 20 kilowatt hours of electricity per day? Doesn't that mean 20 kilowatt hours of electricity per day? That's more than enough to support the electricity needs of the agritainment business. Seeing this, Li Tian smiled like a child. Immediately, Li Tian eagerly moved the battery pack to the roof and connected the wiring to the main power switch of the agritainment business. The series of operations were extremely easy. Even Li Tian himself found it hard to believe. This battery pack looks pretty heavy, but it was easier to lift than carrying a baby. It seems we should eat more of these graded foods. Li Tian quickly found the reason and couldn't help but sigh. Then he went back to his room and fell asleep, looking forward to the sunrise the next day. As for that oil press, Li Tian glanced at it. It was just an ordinary old-fashioned oil press, nothing worth paying attention to. There was nothing to press at the moment, so he decided to keep it for now. The next day, Li Tian woke up to old Wang's urgent knocking on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at the weather outside, and suddenly remembered something, and immediately perked up. Bright sunshine. That will definitely generate electricity. I got dressed and opened the door. Old Wang stood at the door, his face full of excitement. Li Tian. Great news. The seawater rice I cultivated sprouted yesterday. It really can be grown in cycles. What? It actually grew successfully. That's wonderful. Li Tian was also pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had been having a lot of good luck lately. Then, Li Tian hurriedly followed Old Wang to the planting area. But, as he passed the chicken coop, the pheasants kept clucking at Li Tian, which reminded him of the feeding. It took a minute to feed the pheasants before we finally arrived at the planting area, a little later than Old Wang. The planting area at this time. All the black soil has been planted with crops. This is all the result of Mr. Wang's hard work over the past few days. Looking at the seawater rice seedlings, Li Tian couldn't help but get teary-eyed. This is truly the most beautiful scenery I have ever seen in my life. Mr. Wang, thank you so much. Look at what you're saying. It's all fate. It has nothing to do with me. Any ordinary farmer could have grown it like this. Old Wang replied modestly, gazing expectantly at the vast farmland. Unfortunately, as people get older, they can't farm much land anymore. With help, we could grow far more seawater rice than this. Old Wang surveyed the island, which had grown to the size of a plaza, and sighed helplessly. Right now, we're just doing enough to feed ourselves. In the future, if it's allowed, we'll naturally want to expand our workforce. It's just that people's hearts are unpredictable right now, and we haven't met the right person yet. Li Tian nodded and explained. Yes, you probably don't know that yet. This morning, I checked the manual and found that 2 more survivors were killed in the early hours of last night. Moreover, it is said that they called for help in the chat area at almost the same time, which suggests that there may be more than one pirate. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was stunned. What? The pirates made their move last night. As for the fact that there was more than one person involved, Li Tian had already suspected it at the time, so he wasn't too surprised to hear the news. All right, Mr. Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll go back to the manual and check the situation. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Good. After saying goodbye to Mr. Wang, we entered the farmhouse. As Li Tian passed the main power switch, he glanced at a small screen on the battery board wiring, which showed that the battery level was already 1%. It represents something that can generate electricity. However, since the light was already bright and there was no need to use electricity, Li Tian did not turn on the main power switch. After all, winter might be coming in a few days, and the air conditioner will probably be on a lot then, so we need to make sure to save enough power for it. Right now, we should save as much power as possible. Back in my room, I sat down in front of the manual. The chat area was still buzzing with discussions about what happened last night. A Dozong expert exclaimed, "Damn it, those bastards are starting to play dirty tricks now, ambushing me at night. They have no martial ethics whatsoever. If I run into them, I'll make sure they take a lightning 5-strike whip. Year rings. Battle master, judging from your appearance, you're a trained martial artist?" A Dozong expert said, "Keep a low profile. I wouldn't call myself a martial arts expert. I just have a lot of experience from playing SM games. Tree rings, equals minus equals, awesome. Defying heaven. It's just a pity. I heard one of them was a high school girl last night, and she was violated before she died. Angel Investor I Semper. Brothers, I suggest that in this critical period, we should each form alliances to jointly resist the foreign enemy. Yimingakura. What's the point of you forming a group now? Do you even have the resources to do so? Join our Yinming, and we'll guarantee you a lifetime of peace and security." A Dozong expert said, "Is your Yin Alliance sick? You're everywhere, especially you idiot. Your name is just like a dog's name, and the things you do are just as dog-like." Angel Investor Bing Huang. Exactly. In mainland civilization, even if I'm a simp, at least I simp for women. But you simp for men too. There's no one else like you who's simp like this. Since Li Tian got involved in the expansion of the Yin Alliance, the Yin Alliance's reputation has been getting worse and worse. Furthermore, since they are not friends and cannot know each other's names or the location of the island, many people have become quite reckless. If your Yin Alliance is powerful, you can't find me and you can't hit me, so what am I afraid of? Many people held this attitude and spoke rudely to the members of the Yin Alliance. Aside from verbally hurling insults, the members of the Yin Alliance did not actually have any concrete means of sanctioning them. In the end, we can only accept our fate. The Yin Alliance members were driven into hiding by everyone's anger. The topic of conversation remained the same. A Dozong expert said, I think forming an alliance is both troublesome and troublesome. A Dozong powerhouse said, the most important factor is who takes the lead. We survivors are all in such a sorry state that if we were to order others to join, no one would listen. A Dozong expert said, even if they join, they may not obey our commands. So I think we should find a big shot other than the Flame Emperor to lead the group. Li Tian, yes, this is very necessary. If we don't have someone who can keep things in check, we might not even be able to fight the enemy, and we'll start to fall into internal strife. Li Tian, here I propose that the proud and capable leader be the leader of us survivors. The outrageous statement immediately sparked a frenzy. Man has become incredibly popular in the chat area lately because he generously rented out 30 portions of charcoal for free, making him an idol admired by everyone. Moreover, even with such a powerful force as the Yin Alliance, they only rented out 20 portions of charcoal, yet Qianqian Jiaozi could easily produce 30 portions. In everyone's eyes, the humble and proud man is a true big shot, with a powerful figure in charge. Which survivor wouldn't listen to them? 032. The pheasant laid an egg. As soon as the extraordinary and humble young man's actions were revealed, many people on the chat screen also chimed in. My lord, my humble servant is here. The descendants of Yin and Huang are in peril. I have been ordered by the Buddha to request that you come out of seclusion and defeat the enemy. You're a proud and capable leader. We all know you can see this. You should be our leader. We're all willing to listen to you. A proud young man, yes, boss. The appearance of pirates has us all in a state of panic. You must help us. Seeing this, Li Tian was also utterly helpless. It's not that he's a coward, nor that he lacks the ambition to dominate. It's just that the current conditions don't allow it. With such a diverse group of people, if they rush to form any team or alliance, they will only end up becoming the second Yin Alliance. However, public resentment was difficult to quell, and it was clearly not an option for him to remain in hiding at this time. Reply in a live chat. The formation of a team is already in my plans, so don't worry. But to everyone's surprise, the group was so worried about the pirates that they couldn't accept Li Tian's answer at all. Boss, how can I not be anxious? Who knows if I'll be the one dying tonight? Yes, boss, since you're willing to rent out charcoal for free, it means you must be a kind-hearted person. Please help us out. Sigh, these people are really... Li Tian didn't know what to say about them. But to reassure them, he reluctantly replied, currently, we don't know the location of the islands, and there's only so much I can do to help. Even if I form an alliance now, what role can we play? How can I help you? Please be patient. All I can do now is rent out the axe to you for free as a weapon for self-defense. As for creating an alliance, I need to do some screening. After all, I don't know if there are any pirates among your group. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat window exploded again. Li Tian's words were a wake-up call. Yes, no one knows the pirates' true identities. They might actually be hiding among their own group without them even realizing it. This moment, nobody's thinking about unity anymore. They didn't even dare to chat casually anymore, for fear of revealing their information to the pirates and making them their targets. However, Li Tian did not say these things to cause panic. Seeing that the status in the public chat area was not right, he quickly added something. Don't worry too much. I'm just saying that the reason I'm not forming an alliance for the time being is because I'm afraid the pirates might become our spies. As for whether there are pirates among us, I'm not sure. Moreover, you don't need to worry. The pirate doesn't know the location of your island, and he doesn't even know the location of his own island. So, you can just focus on surviving normally. If conditions permit in the future, I will form an alliance and try to bring you to an island. That way, you can look after each other, and with more people, you won't have to worry about pirates. Seeing that Li Tian had said so, the viewers in the live chat echoed this sentiment, expressing their unwavering loyalty if Li Tian were to create an alliance in the future. Smiled and didn't pay any attention to it. Loyalty isn't something you can just say. He won't believe those words now. However, it would be great if there were a way to read their loyalty. Replying in the chat area, Li Tian also started daydreaming. At the same time, on Emperor Yan's island, Emperor Yan looked at the messages in the chat area and felt incredibly envious. Why is it that when he spends all his time recruiting people to join his Flame Alliance, they not only refuse, but also make sarcastic remarks? This humble and proud young man showed no intention of forming an alliance, which instead earned him public admiration. Why should I? Why are there such big differences between people? What exactly is it that I lack compared to him? Damn it. In the end, it all comes down to the fact that the charcoal fire didn't win people's hearts. However, my island is already 769 square meters. Why hasn't it spawned any vegetation that can be used as tinder yet? Every day is filled with coconut trees. Emperor Yin surveyed his barren island, and his anger flared even more. But what he didn't know was that his island, which was of a certain size, should have been overgrown with weeds. Unfortunately, whenever vegetation grows on the island, he immediately cuts it down for timber. It's cut today, and then it evolves and gets cut again tomorrow. If vegetation doesn't accumulate day after day, how can weeds grow? On the surging waves, the three ships were moving forward side by side. On each of the three ships was a man who looked to be in his early 30s, but with a fierce look on his face. They are, of course, what the survivors commonly refer to as pirates. Brother, look at the chat section. Those bastards are even dreaming of finding a savior. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a thin man with a buzz cut laughed. The man referred to as the eldest brother was on the middle of the three ships. Hearing his second brother's words, he laughed even more wildly. Ha ha, saviors? Now we are the saviors of this world. It's a real shame about that girl last night. She found a chance to jump into the sea and commit suicide. Otherwise, we would have tied her up and brought her here to serve us. On the other side, a sleazy-looking man with stubble and glasses grinned lewdly. Hissy's too young. What a pity. But if we're lucky tonight, we might even run into a beauty. Besides, it seems like people from our world have come here before, so we might even run into a female celebrity. If we really encounter that, we'd better keep a close eye on them, lest they jump into the sea again. Noon arrived. Li Tian opened the supply blind box on time. However, the scene that Li Tian had hoped for did not happen. The supplies we received this time were all ordinary materials. Damn, it seems that increasing the island size only increases the types of good items. The probability of getting good loot still depends on luck. After grumbling, Li Tian decided to go to the chicken coop to feed the pheasants. However, as soon as he arrived, Li Tian's frustration at not getting anything good from the supply blind box instantly dissipated. Hey little thing, you've got some guts. You've laid 3 eggs for me already. Good girl, good girl. Make more in the future, and you'll get plenty to eat. Upon hearing this, the pheasant raised its head again, looking very arrogant. After feeding them, take the eggs back. Li Tian was amused. This pheasant is grade B, and I didn't expect its eggs to be grade B as well. Nowadays, with the improvement of the system, Li Tian is paying more and more attention to these graded foods. This is a good thing. In the future, not only will rice and water be grade B, but even eggs will be grade B. People's physical condition will probably get better and better. Even in the future, eating grade B chicken might not be out of the question. 033. Class S fully automated planning robot. Lunch. Li Tian and the others did not eat a meal like yesterday. They simply ate some bread and drank a cup of coconut juice. Thanks to the ice cellar, even though the farmhouses don't have electricity and the refrigerators are unusable, Li Tian and the others still find it very refreshing to have a glass of chilled coconut juice. As for not eating rice, that wasn't Li Tian's fault. Now that seawater rice can be repeatedly planted, he won't skimp on this little bit of rice. He didn't choose to eat lunch, but that doesn't mean he didn't cook. With eggs in hand, Li Tian decided to try making egg fried rice, something he hadn't done in a long time. But fried rice made with freshly cooked rice is simply soulless. So Li Tian Kai planned to dry the lunch he had eaten at noon and save it to stir fry for dinner. As for the oil, an oil press was put into operation last night, but Li Tian initially thought it was unnecessary. It was only after I talked to Mr. Wang about it today that he reminded me of something. Palm trees can be used to extract oil. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the oil issue. Life is getting better day by day. After lunch, Old Wang continued on to the planting area. Li Tian then went to the manual and began organizing his warehouse and existing supplies. Only then did I realize that I had forgotten a lot of things in a corner. For example, it was first lent to Dai Xiaomei, and then to Old Wang's wooden house. However, because Old Wang's return to the house still had to go through the system, it has now been returned to the warehouse. And back when things weren't going particularly well, Dai Xiaomei gave me a book on making a stone table. After I made the stone table, I didn't use it for anything. There were many more like this, and Li Tian was also extremely troubled by the sight. It seems we'll need to find a dedicated person to manage these things from now on. There are too many things to handle, and it's easy to forget. Then Li Tian rented all of these things out. Some charge by the hour, while others charge by the day. As for selling, that's unrealistic. After all, Li Tian wouldn't be happy if these things were sold cheaply, and if they were sold expensively, probably no one would be willing to buy them, or rather, not many people would have so many supplies. After chatting briefly with Dai Xiaomei and asking about her recent situation, Li Tian then chatted with Li Erbio. I learned that his journey had been relatively smooth, with not too much wind or waves, and the weather was also fine. He had not encountered any islands or pirates belonging to the survivors. It was a close call, but thankfully nothing serious happened. Looking at Li Erbio, who was getting closer and closer to him on the locator, Li Tian only hoped that day would come soon. He found a deck of cards in the farmhouse, but they were one player short, so they couldn't get a full team. They then took out the expansion floatstones traded in the trading hall, and the expansion floatstones earned from renting charcoal to expand the island's area. The island's area has reached 8,130 square meters. This increase in the size of the islands has brought the evolution of islands to an unprecedented level. On the other side of the woods, a slightly raised hilltop has already appeared. Although it is only the height of a haystack, its structure and materials are indeed comparable to a mountain. Everyone says that if you have mountains, water, and rivers, then you have mountains, and the next step should be fresh water, right? Just as Li Tian was looking forward to the appearance of fresh water, the long-awaited system notification sounded. Ding! Host, are you not planning to open any blind boxes today? Upon hearing this, Li Tian clapped his hands. Oh my god, I almost forgot about that. Thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, the opening of the system blind box would have been delayed by a whole day. Sigh. Now that I'm on the island, I have no sense of time and easily forget things when I'm busy. Open the blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-rank fully automated planting robot, which has been stored in the manual inventory. System, you've finally shown some mercy. After all this time, another S-class treasure has arrived. Upon seeing this, Li Tian quickly took it out of the warehouse. As expected, its appearance is not just similar to Xiao AI. It's practically identical. This time, however, the robot's hands have become plows and watering cans, and its feet are no longer webbed feet, but tracks. But the height, shape, and color are all the same. What? Does this mean Xiao AI's husband has been pulled out? Li Tianzhuka. Soon, the planting robot also activated the system, blinking its pair of LED eyes. Hello, Master. Xiao is happy to serve you. I can handle all matters related to crop cultivation for my master. Li Tian naturally believed the little robot's words. Xiao AI was the best example. Since it belongs to the same category as Xiao AI, it must also be a nanny-type robot, and it can definitely handle farm work without any problems. Afterwards, Li Tian took Xiao Yi directly to the planting area. Old Wang was taken aback when he saw this. Why has Xiao AI changed? Li Tian laughed and said, Old Wang, this is not Xiao AI. This is my newly developed planting robot, named Xiao Yi. It is good at all kinds of farm work. Hearing this, Old Wang became noticeably more wary of Xiao Yi, feeling as if his enjoyment was about to be taken away. Is this Xiao Yi really that well-rounded? Old Wang asked. But as soon as Old Wang said this, Xiao Yi immediately contradicted him. Xiao Yi walked skillfully to Haitu beside Old Wang, his eyes emitting two beams of light. After a short while, he spoke, black soil quality, ordinary, crop planted, grade B seawater rice, current growth stage, jointing stage, expected to enter the booting stage in 2 hours, current crop condition, water shortage. After saying that, Xiao Yi ran to the beach and put the watering can into the sea. That watering can, which was only the size of a fingernail, should have been filled with water in a second, but it took almost a minute to fill. At first, Li Tian and Wang Lao thought the robot was just being slow, but in the end they realized, wow, it really was a Klein bottle. This small watering can hold so much water. After Xiao Yi watered all the crops that were lacking water, the watering can in its hand did not seem to run out of water. This scene left Li Tian and Old Wang speechless with shock. Moreover, through Xiao Yi's introduction, Li Tian and Old Wang learned that this kettle was not just a simple container. It can also purify seawater, reducing the salinity of seawater as much as possible. Although it cannot achieve the effect of distillation, it is enough to allow crops that need fresh water to survive. That's good. It seems I can really retire now. Old Wang gave a wry smile, clearly quite reluctant to leave this planting area. Farm work was his lifelong pursuit, and I've done it my whole life. I'm really used to it. It's much harder than quitting smoking. Seeing this, Li Tian quickly comforted him. Old Wang, what are you thinking? No matter how powerful Xiao Yi is, it's just a robot. You're the one in charge. I brought it here to assist you, not to replace you. You can still do your research, and how to plan it is up to you. Xiao Yi is just the implementer. 034, egg fried rice. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's complexion noticeably improved. Hey Li Tian, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were planning to have him replace me. I was so worried. Haha. But Mr. Wang, you should get some rest. Why work so hard every day? Li Tian smiled, but still expressed his confusion. Habit is one thing, but the abilities on this island are truly peculiar. I want to do a good job of researching this for our country. If I really find the secret, and am fortunate enough to return to the mainland civilization, I can make more contributions to China in my lifetime. My life, from the moment I joined the party, has belonged to the country. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was stunned for a long time, his admiration for Old Wang beyond words. Now that he knew what Elder Wang was after, Li Tian naturally wouldn't try to stop him. It was tough work, but he was determined to give it his all, so Li Tian could only admire and support him. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sea red. Li Tian and Wang Lao squeezed out a basin of palm oil while their vision was still clear. The rice grains are now separate. We can begin. Li Tian couldn't guarantee he could make other dishes well, but fried rice was no challenge for him. During his time in mainland China, due to economic constraints, instant noodles and fried rice were his usual foods. How can something so essential for survival not taste good? After a while, the golden brown fried rice is ready to serve, boasting excellent color, aroma, and flavor, but it's missing a touch of chopped scallions as a garnish. Hey, I'll go see if I can get some scallion seeds later. Li Tian took a bite of fried rice with egg, but it still felt like something was missing. Old Wang nodded in agreement. Yes, it's better to prepare some seasonings if you can. By the way, I noticed you had another batch of peanut seeds in your warehouse. I took them out and planted them this morning. We should be able to eat peanuts in a few days, and peanut oil is also very fragrant. As for why Old Wang was able to retrieve the items from Li Tian's manual warehouse, it's actually quite simple. When Mr. Wang arrived at Li Tian High Island, the two manuals appear to have identified each other and established a connection. Subsequently, Old Wang's manual prompted whether to bind it to Li Tian's island and make it an auxiliary manual under Li Tian's island. Since Old Man Wang was already on Li Tian's island, he naturally didn't mind the manual becoming his supplementary manual. He agreed. After agreeing, Li Tian received corresponding prompts and rights in the manual. For example, subsidiary manuals can be granted the right to take items from their own manuals. Therefore, if Li Tian gets seeds from the resource blind box or through trading, Old Wang will usually allocate them himself after discovering it. This is one of the more user-friendly aspects of the manual. When making fried rice with eggs, Li Tian naturally didn't forget about Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio. Although the egg fried rice was for 4 people, there were only 3 eggs, which was a bit too few. However, perhaps because the wild eggs were grade B, the egg flavor was quite strong. It made them feel like they were eating an egg in every bite. The young lady even exclaimed that she wants to marry a man like Li Tian who is good at cooking. This made Li Tian somewhat embarrassed. But what about the future? In the future, she and her group will probably spend their time on the island. Besides herself, who else can make this fried rice? After dinner, Li Tian washed the dishes just before sunset. Back at the residence, Li Tian looked at the battery indicator next to him. The battery level had reached 10%. Why don't we test it out and see if the voltage is sufficient? Thinking it over, Li Tian turned on the main power switch for the house. The next moment, Li Tian pressed the switch on the corridor next to him. With a whoosh, a warm yellow light shone down, illuminating the entire corridor. It works. How about we give Old Wang a surprise? Suddenly, Li Tian wanted to bring some joy to the tired old man Wang. So he turned off the corridor lights and went upstairs. They knocked on Old Wang's door. Old Wang, are you asleep? Soon, Old Wang opened the door. No, I was just getting ready. What happened? Li Tian smiled without saying a word, walked to the light switch in Old Wong's room, and suddenly pressed it, ding-dong. The sudden light startled Old Wong, who closed his eyes as if he was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Then his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ow, how did you do that? How could our house possibly have electricity? I was lucky enough to find a solar panel, and it actually worked. However, the power isn't unlimited, so I have to use it sparingly. Upon hearing this, Old Wong quickly turned off the light. Oh dear, let's not waste electricity. We're not going to do anything tonight anyway, so we should conserve the electricity. But you kid, how can you describe it as just luck? Who else is lucky enough to have a fishing robot, a planting robot, a farm stay, and now electricity too? I think this isn't just luck. You might actually have created this world. Old Wong joked that he come to terms with things a lot these days. These things that can't be explained by science have really happened. So he didn't think making these jokes was just a fantasy. Li Tian smiled helplessly after hearing this. I do think that if I really created this world, I would definitely expand my island according to the map of China and create a new era of glory for U.S. Chinese. By then, I want to ensure that we Chinese can live and work in peace and contentment, no longer trapped in a 996 work schedule, no longer trapped in war and viruses. Li Tian, although you didn't create this world, with your current strength, it's not impossible for you to achieve these things. Tell me, among the survivors nowadays, who is doing better than you? The gap between you and the second place is probably enormous. But if that day ever comes, please don't exclude this old man. I don't need to do anything. Just give me a small plot of land so I can do scientific research. That's for sure. 9:17 p.m. Li Tian then came out of Old Wong's room. If Old Wong hadn't been so exhausted, they might have been able to continue their conversation. It must be said that Mr. Wong is also a very talkative person, and the two of them had a very pleasant conversation tonight. After returning to his room, Li Tian did not rush to sleep. Firstly, they've long been accustomed to opening supply boxes in the early hours of the morning before going to sleep. Secondly, we need to prepare for the creation of an alliance/team. Thirdly, he was worried that another pirate attack might occur soon. If I had noticed it immediately, I might have been able to help that person get through this difficult time. 035. The area is nearly 10,000 square meters. It was just past midnight. Li Tian arrived at the beach, but Xiao AI was nowhere to be seen. She must have gone to sea to fish for the blind boxes. The good news is that, so far, the pirates haven't made any moves. As for what will happen next, Li Tian couldn't be sure. Anyway, the free axe is already available on the rental platform. Li Tian also deliberately emphasized that people should not use the axe resources unless they encounter danger. Otherwise, they will be blacklisted. Of course, as a competent businessman, Li Tian did not waste this opportunity. I also rented out 5 axes. A few minutes later, Xiao AI has already delivered the first bag of blind boxes containing supplies. It must have been tough for Xiao AI. There were few blind boxes of supplies. Xiao AI could catch them all at once using a fishing net. However, as the number of supply boxes increased, Xiao AI's fishing net became somewhat inadequate, and she could only catch a maximum of 20 supply boxes at a time. We can only try fishing a few more times. Xiao AI continued to collect supply boxes. Li Tian opened each of the supply boxes that had already been caught and brought ashore. Opened the supply blind box. Obtained 5 units of cotton and 150 milliliters of purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Opened a resource box. Obtained 1x extended floating stone, 1x katana, already stored. A katana? Li Tian was stunned when he saw that the first batch of 20 supply blind boxes contained katanas. Who would have thought that weapons could be deployed? Is this a new civilization detecting that we've encountered pirates and deliberately increasing our supplies for self-defense? Or are the new supplies that spawn after the area reaches 8,000? However, whatever the reason, having a decent weapon did put Li Tian at ease to some extent. As for the subsequent supply boxes, no weapons were obtained. The only items were cotton, bread, and wood. These are clearly supplies for getting through the winter. However, if it really is a 7-day season, then wouldn't it mean that winter is only 2 days away? How cold are winters in this world? Li Tian asked suspiciously, but unfortunately no one could answer his question, so he had to give up. Back inside, Li Tian was not in a hurry to go to sleep. He first checked the distance between himself and Li Urbio on the locator. they discovered that Li Urbio had already traveled half the distance, which was much faster than expected. All the grade B water to Li Urbio during this period is still very necessary. So, Li Tian once again put the grade B water distilled from the grade B distillation device into a plastic cup and traded it to Li Urbio. He gave her another word of advice: be careful in everything, and then fell asleep. The next day, after waking up, the first thing Li Tian did was look at the manual. Seeing that the chat area was relatively quiet and no one had reported any danger in the chat history, Li Tian felt relieved. The pirates probably haven't discovered the survivors' island yet, right? Since everything was alright, Li Tian naturally didn't pay much attention to the chat area. After washing up, she went to prepare breakfast for the other three. Without realizing it, Li Tian felt that he was becoming more and more like a stay-at-home husband. Given the size of his island, he should have been destined to be the big boss. But in the end, things turned out to be a complicated story. No, we have to bring the little girl over right away. It's impossible for a grown man like me to be responsible for his food and daily life every day. I'm going to do something big. For breakfast, Li Tian prepared sandwiches for everyone again. It's basically a sandwich with salmon, but now that he has the means, Li Tian has pan-fried the salmon. After breakfast, Old Wang continued to the planting area. According to him, some crops have ripened today, so we might be able to eat some vegetables. Li Tian's anticipation grew even stronger. To kill time, he went to the ice cellar and took out several dozen kilograms of fish, which he then processed. Of course, Li Tian didn't forget about Dai Xiaomei when dealing with fish, and he would always bring some fish for her as well. These days, things have been busy, and the two haven't had much time to chat except during meal times. However, during their conversation, Li Tian felt that Dai Xiaomei was gradually treating him as one of her own, and she was no longer as wary as she had been at the beginning. In a vast ocean, 3 wooden boats braved the wind and waves. The man at the head of the boat couldn't help but frown. Damn it, I've been paddling all night and haven't found any new islands yet. I'm about to die from exhaustion. The crew cut guy was also exhausted. Yeah, before we could paddle for half a day and find an island, but now there aren't any. Did we choose the wrong location and get too far away from the densely populated island area? The bespectacled young man analyzed. But the older brother was unhappy when he heard that. Don't you dare jinx it. If that's really the case, I'm lonely tonight, and I'll crack open that asshole you gave me. You believe me? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man showed no fear, but rather a hint of hidden excitement. But out of respect for his boss's authority, he still bowed his head and apologized. Big brother, I'm just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously, hee. It was nearing noon. Li Tian stopped processing the fish, returned to the manual, and opened the trading hall. Nearly 2,000 more pumice stones were added. Without saying a word, they used all the pumice. The island's area has reached an astonishing 10,037 square meters. The small hill that evolved from the island gradually grew to a size of 4 or 5 meters high. The woods grew increasingly dense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a forest. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but ask suspiciously, I wonder if there are any other animals in this forest right now. After all, a 500 island could once breed pheasants. Now that the island is 10,000 square meters, surely there should be wild boars, bison, or even wild Ultraman around, right? However, Li Tian would not rashly enter that mysterious area now. As the forest grew increasingly dense, Li Tian hadn't been inside for a long time. Usually dig up coconuts or palm cores at the edge of the forest. Now that the woods are overgrown with weeds, one can't guarantee that there won't be any dangerous venomous snakes or wild beasts appearing. For safety's sake, it will be better to wait for Li Urbio to arrive so that the two of them can explore together. Noon arrived. Li Tian sat alone by the sea, enjoying the breeze, waiting for Xiao AI to deliver 105 supply blind boxes to him. Old Wang usually only returns from the planting area when Li Tian calls him around meal times. A few minutes later, Xiao AI placed all the supply blind boxes on the edge of the island. Li Tian opened it. Open the supply blind box and receive 1 Unity card and 100 G of bread, already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the resource box, obtained 5x plastic, 5x wood, 1x expanding pumice already stored. 036. Establishing the Heavenly Palace. A Unity card? What's that? Seeing that the supply blind box had yielded some novel items, Li Tian quickly retrieved it from the warehouse. The system's information retrieval also emerged as a result. Heart-to-heart card. When this card is used, the recipient's heart will be bound to the user's. If the recipient harbors thoughts that are detrimental to or harmful to the user, the recipient will explode and die. Note, it is best to communicate clearly with the user before use. If the user refuses to submit to the user during use, the use will fail and the card will not be returned. Goodness, doesn't that mean we're bound by contract? However, with this, it seems there's no need to worry about betrayal when forming an alliance. As he spoke, Li Tian continued to open the supply blind boxes. Final. Li Tian actually opened a total of 23 heart-to-heart cards, as well as another hidden arrow. The appearance of this hidden arrow reassured Li Tian considerably. After all, the hidden blade is a ranged weapon, making it most suitable for self-defense. We've gotten dozens of disposable locators from the supply blind boxes lately. How about we recruit 23 people to our island? After opening all the supply blind boxes, Li Tian had a plan in mind. With the existence of the heart card, you don't need to train survivors one by one or build trust with them. In that case, it would be better to bring these people to our island sooner rather than later. With more people involved, not only do the number of blind boxes for supplies increase, but the tasks could also be allocated and completed more efficiently. Although the planning area now has Xiao, Yi, and Old Wang, it doesn't need any extra people. However, there is still a shortage of manpower for feeding chickens, picking coconuts, and processing fish. Going crazy dealing with fish during this period. Li Tian has always been the kind of person who acts decisively and efficiently. With a plan, there will be no procrastination. I went straight back to the manual and started typing in it. A humble and proud individual. After careful consideration, our team has decided to create the alliance Tiangong, a humble and proud man. We need to recruit 23 talented individuals for the time being. A humble and proud young man. Those interested can contact me privately. I will evaluate and select candidates one by one. As soon as Li Tian spoke, the live chat exploded. The private chat interface was constantly receiving private messages. Li Tian started by chatting with the familiar IDs. The first person to defy the heavens. Li Tian had a good impression of this person. At the time, most people in the comments thought that the expanded pumice was a broken stone, but he and a few others had a clearer mind and thought that the expanded pumice was not a broken stone. Putting aside everything else, this person can at least think, making him smarter than other survivors, right? Moreover, judging from the comments about him during this period, he's been very low-key and knows how to restrain himself. This kind of person is far more useful than those nobodies and crooks in the Yin Alliance. Nitian. Hello, sir. I'd like to join your heavenly palace. The humble and proud man said, Please introduce yourself first. I need your real information. Qianqian Jiaozi, but don't worry. Even if you don't end up joining us, I will never leak your information. Tiangong promises to protect your privacy and security. And I, Tian, my name is Lu Chunjiang. I am 23 years old, and I am an active-duty Navy officer. Another soldier? Upon seeing this, Li Tian was first taken aback, then overjoyed. Soldiers must be the highest priority in Li Tian's mind. Not to mention the phrase military personnel first displayed on some signs. The main reason is that Li Tian trusts people trained by the state. In Li Tian's mind, a soldier's habits and character were definitely superior to those of others. Moreover, he has received professional training, is physically strong, and can do anything without any problem. Therefore, Li Tian didn't waste any more time and replied, Very good. Our heavenly palace welcomes you to join us. However, we haven't had much contact since then, so I need to use the heart-to-heart card on you. Are you willing? Heart-to-heart card. Unbelievable. A heart-to-heart card? What's that? Qianqian Jiaozi. Simply put, as long as you don't betray me, everything will be fine. But if you do betray me, the Tongshin card will trigger a punishment, and you will explode and die. The proud and modest young man. Have you thought this through? As soon as Li Tian finished asking the question, and I, Tian, didn't even hesitate and replied instantly, I've thought it through. Nitian, I've been observing you for a long time now, and I think you're a reliable person. I'm willing to follow you. The humble and proud man said, All right, then I'll use the heart-to-heart card on you directly. The heart-to-heart card can detect your intentions. If you are not sincerely willing to follow me, the heart-to-heart card will fail to work, and the heavenly palace will never accept you again in the future. He finished speaking. Li Tian used the heart card. The next moment, he felt as if a connecting wire had been added to his heart, connecting him to the heaven-defying heart. Of course, Li Tian couldn't sense what Ni Tian was thinking, but he did feel a real connection with him. This feeling can only be understood intuitively and cannot be described in words. The tombstone card was successfully bound. Li Tian quickly replied, "Congratulations on joining the Tiangong family. It shouldn't be long before I bring you to my island. For now, just focus on surviving and ensuring your own safety. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me immediately, and I will do my best to help you." After saying that, Li Tian sent him a friend request. After dealing with one message, Li Tian turned his attention back to the private chat messages. The red dot for 999 plus on the private chat interface. He felt a chill run down his spine. An afternoon, Li Tian successfully used up all 23 Unity cards, but only recruited 22 members for the Heavenly Palace. Because one of them used a little trick, which made Li Tian very satisfied with the interview. However, the binding failed when I tried to bind the tombstone card. This suggests that his mind has not submitted to his own. Perhaps he didn't expect the heart-to-heart card to have such a significant effect. After all, only Li Tian has activated the heart-to-heart card, and no one knows its specific abilities. These cunning survivors naturally ended up on Li Tian's blacklist. At the same time, Li Tian also took out his diary, which had been with him since he entered the island world, and wrote down the ID of the person who blocked him forever in a little notebook. He will definitely regret it later. As for the other 22 people, they are Ni Tian, Xan Qing, Lu Mei QAQ, Dozone Powerhouse, Angel Investor Bing Huang, Samsara Emperor. There were many new faces, as well as many familiar faces. Li Tian chose them after careful consideration. First of all, with the increase in the number of people on the island in the future, cooking will become much more troublesome, and it will be difficult for Li Tian to feed so many people by himself. Therefore, in addition to Dai Xiaomei, it is natural to need to recruit some female members. Regarding this, Li Tian didn't discriminate. It's not that women should do all the dirty and tiring work, but mainly that women are more meticulous and reliable than men when it comes to cooking. This is the real reason why Li Tian chose Lu Mei to join the Heavenly Palace QAQ. 037, the first expulsion incident from the Flame Alliance. As for the other two members of the Battle Through the Heavens duo, Li Tian didn't know much about their abilities. Anyway, since they sold things to me before, they should have some practical skills, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get those supplies. However, what Li Tian valued was their ability to liven up the atmosphere. The comment section was always buzzing whenever the two of them appeared. Island life can actually be quite boring. In order to balance work and rest, Li Tian had no choice but to waste 2 spots to recruit them. What Li Tian valued about the Reincarnation Emperor was his mindset. After the pirate attack, his insightful remarks stuck with Li Tian. Yes, now it's truly a matter of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Li Tian felt that someone with this level of awareness couldn't be too bad. Of course, there are replacements for all of these people. They were selected because of their own qualifications. At least they're young, so they can definitely endure hardship. The rest of the people were those who didn't chat much in the chat area. Li Tian wasn't familiar with them either. He was selected entirely through their introduction and based on merit. In fact, there are many other outstanding people. However, Li Tian had used up all his tombstone cards, so there was no rush. He could only wait for the next batch. After dealing with all of this, it's lunchtime. Li Tian then went to prepare the meal. Today, some of the crops that were planted earlier have also ripened. Therefore, for dinner, Li Tian cooked fish and vegetables. During dinner, Li Tian also shared with Wang Lao, Dai Xiaomei, and Li Erbio about how he created Tiangong and recruited 22 members. When they first heard this, they were worried that someone might have ulterior motives. However, after learning that they had the Unity card, the 3 of them felt relieved. But used the heart card on them no matter what the next time he had one. Li Tian already knew them completely, so he didn't want to waste a heart card. However, the 3 were surprisingly in agreement, all insisting that Li Tian use it on them. Helpless, Li Tian had no choice but to compromise. This touched Li Tian somewhat. In Dai Xiaomei's words, it means, "I hope you can completely trust me. I hope you know that I am the first person you can trust, and the person you will always trust." After dinner, as is customary, Old Wang went back to his room to rest, while Li Tian washed the dishes and returned the charcoal. After all, There is currently no fire source on Li Tian Island, and he has to contact one of the renters to temporarily retrieve the fire source before each cooking session. With integrity on our side, how could we not return it? As for washing the dishes, it wasn't that Old Wong was lazy. It was mainly that Li Tian didn't trust Old Wong to do it. Visibility is extremely poor after dark. There was no water supply inside the house, so we had to wash ourselves at the beach. Who knows what dangers lay at the beach that Mr. Wong failed to notice in time. Therefore, for safety reasons, Li Tian took on the task of washing the dishes himself. After washing the dishes and chopsticks, Li Tian first rented out one of the charcoal fires to the previous renter for free using a designated ID. Then, the remaining unburnt charcoal was broken into dozens of pieces and rented out for free to Dai Xiaomei and other members who had joined the Heavenly Palace, using designated IDs. The members of the Heavenly Palace, after all, were not like the early veterans such as Dai Xiaomei, so naturally they were not yet qualified to enjoy the meals. However, Li Tianxin was kind-hearted and not only provided them with fire for free, but also traded 2 fish with each of them. We won't go hungry anymore. After resolving these people's issues, Li Tian took the leftover rice from the rice cooker to feed the chickens. This pheasant is quite obedient these days. Even if Li Tian dried rice next to it, as long as it was told that it couldn't eat it, it really wouldn't steal anymore. And they lay eggs very punctually. If you go there every morning, you're guaranteed to find 3 eggs. After feeding the chickens and checking out the weather outside, Li Tian poured the nearly extinguished charcoal ember from the barbecue grill into an iron bucket, added some firewood, and then traded it to Li Erbio. Brother, it's cold outside. You must be tired from rowing. Use this to warm up. Li Erbio quickly replied, Brother Tian, you're so kind. I checked the locator, and it's not too far from you. I estimate I'll arrive at your place by tomorrow night at the latest. Li Tian, okay, but safety comes first. No need to rush. If you get tired, just rest. It won't take long. After ending his chat with Li Erbio, Li Tian returned to his room, where the chat room was once again buzzing with activity. Durian and Herring. Oh my god, has someone been murdered again? Tang San, while washing his hair with Xiao Ro, said, yes and no. This time, the victim doesn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger. I just searched for him on the friend list, and I can still find him. Durian boiled Herring. But she said she saw pirates rowing towards her island and even called for help, and yet nothing happened? Could it be that the pirates have reformed? Or did the axe work its magic? Yiming_Schwage. Upstairs, aren't you too naive? If these pirates can reform, I'll do a handstand and eat my own shit. Besides, if the axe really worked, shouldn't that person have already come to tell us the good news? Why are you silent now? Yiming_Schweigo. I think the ID of that person who just asked for help was obviously a girl. I guess she was kidnapped and used as a tool to vent her loneliness. Yiming_Sura. Yiming_Schwage. You have been expelled from Yinming. Yiming_Schwage. What? No way. Yiming_Sura. Look at what you just said. You think you can just stand upside down and poop on yourself? If this gets out, it will not only embarrass you, but also the Yinming. Yiming_Schwage. Damn, I was just joking. Don't be like that. Besides, you guys didn't mention these rules when I joined Yinming. Yiming_Sura. The rules have just been drawn up. Starting today, Yinming will also begin screening personnel. Those who use vulgar language or lack ability will be kicked out of Yinming. Yiming_Schwage. Damn, you think you can just kick me out like that? I wasted my only chance to change my name and even paid the membership fee. Yiming_Sura. This is all your personal choice. We in Yinming did not force you. As for being kicked out, it was due to your own reasons, so the membership fee cannot be refunded to you. Yiming_Sura. If this matter gets out and causes a huge negative impact on Yinming, Yinming will pursue your responsibility, and you may have to pay Yinming more than 10 expansion stones as reputation compensation. Yiming_Schwage. I'm so angry. 038. Large Sailboat Construction Manual. It's like one scandal after another just started. Li Tian looked at the chat section and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This Yin Alliance is really good at messing with people's mentality. Not only are they kicking you out without refunding your membership fee, but they're also demanding compensation for your reputation. They really take themselves way too seriously. However, this move by the Yin Alliance also indirectly indicates that they are undergoing internal reforms. Perhaps they saw that the heavenly palace they created was based on merit-based selection and therefore wanted to follow suit. But who cares? Li Tian didn't care about any of that. The Flame Alliance posed little threat to him. It was the pirates, on the contrary, that kept Li Tian awake at night. Thinking of pirates, Li Tian recalled the incident in the chat area where the girl had been attacked. He couldn't help but sigh again. Sigh. It's just a pity about that girl who was murdered. That guy's analysis is pretty accurate. It might really become a tool for venting. This is truly worse than death. Midnight has arrived. Li Tian also came out of the house. Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. The temperature at this time was only about 10 degrees Celsius. Wearing only short sleeves, Li Tian was finding it hard to stay warm. Then, remembering something, he quickly returned to his room and made 3 cotton-padded coats. He wore one himself, gave one to Dai Xiaomei, and gave the other to Li Erbio. As for old Wang, he's fast asleep in bed right now, so he doesn't need to worry about the cold. When the sun is out during the day, the temperature is actually around 20 degrees Celsius, so it's not cold. A few minutes later, all the blind boxes containing supplies from the water. Before arriving at 12 o'clock, Li Tian expanded the island's area once again. It has now reached 11,392 square meters. Therefore, the number of blind boxes containing supplies has increased to 118. I just hope they can give me more locators and unity cards, Li Tian prayed before quickly opening the supply blind box. Open the supply blind box and receive 1 unity card and 250 milliliters of purified water. These have been stored in the manual's inventory. Open the resource box, obtained 2x expanding floatstones, 5x linen cloth already stored. Open the supply blind box and obtain large sailboat construction manual already stored. A large sailboat. Holy crap. Li Tian was so shocked that he swore, and the joy of getting a lot of heart cards and locators was instantly forgotten. Li Tian never imagined that large sailboats could be launched at this stage. I thought it would be a gradual process, with small wooden boats followed by large wooden boats, but I never expected it to go straight from bicycle to motorcycle. Li Tian did not know the exact appearance of the large sailboat, as it had not yet been built. However, large sailboats do have the word large in their name. Instantly, the shape and structure of a sailboat, often seen in movies, came to Li Tian's mind. If it's really that big, wouldn't it be possible to bring all the members of the Heavenly Palace to their island at once? Thinking of this, in order to verify his conjecture, Li Tian quickly returned to his room, went to the manual, and opened the production center. Take a look. Everyone was dumbfounded. Goodness, we need so much wood. Li Tian never imagined that building a large sailboat would require 20,000 portions of wood, 500 portions of linen, and 2,000 portions of metal. Linen? It seems like I just opened a supply blind box. I wonder if other survivors can get this supply. Without thinking twice, Li Tian directly put up a trade request in the trading hall, hoping that other survivors might actually get the burlap. As for the timber, Li Tian also increased the weight of the salmon. Unfortunately, Li Tian only has a little over 10,000 pieces of wood on hand, which is far from enough. In order to build a large sailboat as soon as possible, he can only increase the weight to stimulate the survivor's desire to spend. Certainly, judging from the current evolution of the island, if all those trees were cut down, a considerable amount of wood could be obtained. But this would be a losing proposition. Surely no fool would actually cut down the trees that have evolved, right? 80 g of salmon fillet, transaction. 3 pieces of linen, quantity reduced, 500. Salmon meat, x 80 g, traded for, timber x3, minus quantity, 33. Pure water, x 20 milliliters, traded for, timber x3, minus quantity, 200. Pure water, x 20 milliliters, transaction. Linen x3, subtract quantity, 200. As for the prices of other supplies, Li Tian did not change them. He's currently only short of these few supplies, so he's increasing the weight. But since other supplies aren't in short supply, there's no need to raise the market price. If we make the survivors too greedy, that won't be good. After finishing these tasks, Li Tian fell asleep. The next day dawned. Old Wang had already been studying the planning area. But since Xiao Yi came along, the area of the planning area has been continuously expanding. Now, it is our own island that needs to be expanded to meet the land requirements for black soil. After washing up, Li Tian prepared breakfast for everyone as usual. After the people have eaten their fill, it will be the poultry's turn. However, when Li Tian arrived at the chicken coop, he was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that a wild pheasant would end up in the chicken coop? That pheasant had even more vibrant plumage and a thick comb. It was clearly a rooster. At this moment, the hen was nestled beside the rooster, her eyes closed, presumably sleeping. This scene is rather heartbreaking for couples. Did this evolve as the island's area increased? Did that hen seduce me into coming here? Li Tian asked suspiciously and approached the chicken coop. Li Tian's actions happened to wake the two pheasants from their dream. The rooster was clearly on guard, quickly standing up and spreading its wings in an aggressive posture, seemingly trying to protect its hen. The hen clucked a few times before the rooster stopped his attack, though his eyes remained very alert. Not bad. I was going to help you catch a partner, but I didn't expect you to seduce it yourself. Li Tian didn't take the rooster too seriously, made a joke to the hen, and then casually poured the chicken feed on the ground. Upon seeing the food, the rooster lowered its guard and began pecking at the food on the ground. But the hen remained unmoved and continued to sit in her nest. Seeing this, Li Tian asked in confusion, "Why aren't you eating?" The hen understood Li Tian's words and simply shifted her body slightly, revealing the 3 eggs beneath her. But soon, the hen moved back to its original position, and Li Tian instantly understood. "Are these 3 eggs fertilized?" The hen nodded, quite pleased with herself. "Not bad, you've got it all figured out. Well then, you can start hatching properly. I won't bother you anymore." This is good news for Li Tian. If chicks can be hatched, then chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch into chickens, and in the future, there will be a continuous supply of eggs and chicken meat to eat. 039. Video Chat with Dai Xiaomei. After completing the morning routine, Li Tian arrived at the ice cellar, took out 1/3 of the fish, and distributed them equally among the members of his heavenly palace. Of course, as a reward, they will receive 10% of the resources obtained from trading fish. Those members were naturally very happy to agree. In fact, with the Unity card, members can complete the task even without receiving any benefits. However, taking advantage of others has never been Li Tian's style. In his entire life, apart from taking advantage of some female classmates during his school days, he never took advantage of anyone else. After distributing the fish, Li Tian returned to the manual and continued posting advertisements and missing person notices. The Heavenly Palace urgently needs timber. The weight of materials in the trading hall has been increased. Everyone is welcome to trade. In addition, those with large quantities can contact us privately. Prices are negotiable. A humble and proud man. By the way, looking for Li Sherwin, Li Ro, Wang Chunxiu, and Chini. Please message me privately if you see this message. After sending the message, you can only wait for the survivor to contact you. Soon, I received a notification for a private message. Upon opening it, I found yet another new face. Bald man, I have 200 lots of timber. Do you want to buy it? Bald week? This name seems familiar. Li Tian was taken aback when he saw the other party's ID, but he couldn't remember where it came from, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He replied, "I'll take it. You pay the price. It'll be a fair and direct transaction." Bald week. I need 1 L of water, 500 G of bread, 10 parts metal, and 20 parts cotton. Seeing this, Li Tian frowned. Actually, this price is definitely expensive compared to the market price. If he were to break down the supplies he needed into smaller portions and trade them for timber, the quantity would be far greater than 200 portions. But this person had a good grasp of the limits. It wasn't much more than expected, and he wasn't the type to ask for an exorbitant amount. Li Tian happened to be in dire need of timber, so he gritted his teeth and agreed to the deal. But at the same time, I also wrote down this person's ID in my notebook. If he ever needs anything in the future, I'll make sure I get back all the extra supplies I consumed today from him. After that, there were no more large timber producers like Baldraw. However, the members of the Heavenly Palace handed over all the timber they had to Li Tian. They even cut down all the trees and vegetation on their island and replaced them with timber, which they then handed over to Li Tian. Seeing this, Li Tian did not stop him. The purpose of needing timber was to build large sailing ships to bring them to their island to enjoy a life of luxury. They'll eventually have to dismantle the island and the manual once they arrive on their own island, and all that vegetation will be gone sooner or later, so cutting it down now won't be a waste. Of course, as mentioned before, Li Tian wouldn't be greedy for such small gains, and he gave them the corresponding supplies according to the agreed proportion. For quite some time afterward, no one contacted him. Feeling bored sitting in front of the manual, Li Tian opened Dai Xiaomei's friend chat window. Li Tian, wussy. Dumb girl, what can I be busy with? I'm just processing fish for you, the big boss. Li Tian, I have good news for you. I opened a supply blind box last night and got a large sailboat crafting manual. Li Tian, I think we'll be able to meet soon. Dumb girl, really? I'm practically your first friend in this world, right? Dai Xiaomei, when we meet, we must give each other a big hug. Li Tian, then I'll gladly accept your offer, haha. But once you're here, the important task of cooking will be yours. Dumb girl, as long as you're not afraid of being poisoned to death, I don't care. Li Tian, with limited resources right now, if you can make food that can poison people, that's your skill. You can become our Heavenly Palace's personal poison master, specializing in poisoning our formidable enemies. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, a phone notification tone from the manual startled Li Tian. After regaining my senses, I realized that it was Dai Xiaomei who had initiated the video call request. Li Tian gave a wry smile. This woman hasn't given up yet. Oh well, we'll have to meet sooner or later anyway. Let's satisfy her curiosity. Thinking of this, Li Tian took a deep breath and pressed the call button. Soon, a woman of stunning beauty appeared on the manual. At that moment, the woman was covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. She seemed both excited and shy. At this time, the naive girl still had the same energy and spirit as before and was still very beautiful. However, her once glamorous face with heavy makeup had changed to a simple and elegant one. The only drawback was that her clothes looked noticeably stained. But there was nothing she could do. She had no clothes to change into. She was a woman, and she couldn't possibly strip naked just to wash clothes, could she? After a while, Li Tian spoke first. You didn't call me just so I could see you try not to laugh, did you? On the other side of the video, the young woman suppressed her excitement, took a few deep breaths, and her breasts heaved up and down in the video, captivating Li Tian's attention. Then, she released her hands, revealing her bright eyes and white teeth in the video. Looking at Li Tian in the video, Dai Xiaomei's beautiful eyes sparkled with affection. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. In the video, Li Tian's hair, because it hadn't been trimmed, was considerably longer than when he first arrived on the island. His bangs were long enough to cover his eyebrows, but Li Tian styled them into a 3/7 part, so he didn't look sloppy at all. Instead, he looked quite handsome. With his bangs down, Li Tian's appearance was gentle and refined, which matched the little girl's expectations of him. It's even more so. Truly, a gentleman as refined as jade, unparalleled in the world. But soon, Li Tian himself shattered the beautiful image he had of Dai Xiaomei. Who would have thought that Li Tian would suddenly reveal a lewd expression again, raising an eyebrow? I've always said I'm handsome, okay? Please don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Of course, Dai Xiaomei knew that Li Tian was just teasing her, so she didn't take it to heart. That won't do. You're so handsome. How can I not be infatuated with you? The silly girl teased. However, rather than joking, it's more accurate to say that they used the guise of joking to express their true feelings. The two chatted via video for quite a while longer. Both Li Tian and Dai Xiaomei felt relaxed at this moment. Especially for the silly little girl, who has been in this world for almost half a month. This is the first time she has seen people who can move and talk. Although she can't touch them, it has indeed alleviated a lot of her loneliness. 040. The three laughed together, enjoying themselves immensely. The two video chatted until 11:30, after which Li Tian ended the video call to prepare lunch. Before going to cook, Li Tian deliberately opened the trading hall and took a look. 3,910 pieces of timber have been received. At this rate, the large sailboat should be completed by tomorrow. Then I took a look at the leasing center. The charcoal fire and the axe continued to provide him with the benefits of expanding his pumice. All the floating stones used for leasing and trading were removed, and the island's area expanded to 13,920 square meters. Considering his recent plans, Li Tian was not satisfied with the size of the island. After all, of the island's 14,000 square meters, 7,000 square meters are used for island evolution, and Li Tian will not take up any of that 7,000 square meters. That leaves approximately 7,000 square meters of usable space. His own residence occupies almost 1/10 of the space, while the planting area occupies almost 1/3. In the future, when the members of the Heavenly Palace all come to the island, we will definitely need to prepare housing for them. Even if each cabin sleeps 4 people, at least 6 cabins are still needed, not to mention that the number of people in the future will be more than 22. This will also take up a lot of space. Moreover, with the increase in population, the planting area will definitely continue to increase. How can this amount of land be enough? But there's nothing we can do about it. Survivors these days really treasure these expanded pumice stones. Unless absolutely necessary, no one is willing to use it to trade for their own resources. Aside from a stable supply of expansion stones from leasing, it's now almost impossible for fish to trade for expansion stones in the trading hall. Of course, if Li Tian wanted, he could still attract survivors to exchange rice and water for expanded floating stones. The main reason is that their own fish meat has lost its appeal. Those who have persisted until now are no longer lazy. They would rather work hard to catch fish themselves than waste floating stones to trade for their own fish meat. Forget it. There's no point in worrying about these things now. We'll see when the time comes. With a sigh, Li Tian decided to let things take their course, and then went to prepare lunch. For lunch, Li Tian planned to make stir-fried water spinach and stir-fried green peppers and potatoes, along with a delicious fish soup. Since Old Wang and Xiao Yi came to Li Tian's island, Li Tian's diet has become much more varied. Nowadays, there are more and more kinds of vegetables available, such as tomatoes, bell peppers, potatoes, and water spinach. This is all thanks to Mr. Wang, who, despite his busy schedule, didn't forget to help him acquire these seeds in the chat area. It must be said that after Mr. Wang's manual became my own supplementary manual, I found it much easier to purchase seeds and plant them. He completely became a hands-off manager. Now, whatever seeds Old Wang needs, he will go to the chat area to collect them himself. As for the materials for purchasing seeds, Li Tian gave him the right to use the materials in his own warehouse at will, so he didn't need to ask him for permission. Was naturally at ease giving Old Wang such extensive authority, because Mr. Wang is the kind of person who saves money wherever possible. Every time he buys seeds, he haggles down the price to the lowest possible level. Now, many people in the chat area know Wang Lao's ID and affectionately call him Island Pinotoo because he's incredibly good at bargaining. After preparing lunch, Li Tian, as usual, served a bowl to each of Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio, along with some side dishes, and then handed them over. In the conversation, Li Erbio also told Li Tian that he would probably arrive at Li Tian's island tonight. This made Li Tian and Old Wang extremely excited. They could finally play Do Diju, a card game. As for the other members of the Heavenly Palace, Li Tian simply told them, "You can eat the fish I prepared for you if you're hungry. It's fine," and then ignored them. After all, the reason Li Tian selected them was because of their abilities. If they can't even manage to get a full meal and have to take care of themselves every time, then there's no point in them coming to their island. Since Dai Xiaomei and the others were friends with Li Tian was naturally willing to take care of them. However, those members of the Heavenly Palace, at least for now, are only subordinates to Li Tian, so they naturally do not receive these benefits. After lunch, the beach was already filled with blind boxes of supplies that Xiao AI had caught, a total of 144 blind boxes. Open all. Open the supply blind box and obtain 1 disposable locator already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box. Obtained 2x Unity cards, 1x expansion floating stone already stored. Open the supply blind box and obtain Grade B upgrade card already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource box. Obtained metal X5, floating stone X1 already stored. The supply blind boxes were opened, apart from one new item called Grade B upgrade card. The rest were all ordinary supplies. Li Tian, filled with curiosity, took out the card. The system reads it instantly. Rank B upgrade card. Upgrades an object/creature to rank B. Although it was just a simple introduction, it had already stirred up a storm in Li Tian's heart. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff. Li Tian repeated it several times before directly using the upgrade card on the C-grade large-scale distillation device. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of the C-grade large-scale distillation apparatus was completely renewed, and in terms of materials and style, it was comparable to the B-grade distillation apparatus obtained from the system check-in. Continue reading using the system. Grade B large-scale distillation apparatus, capable of distilling seawater. Each full filling yields 5 L of Grade B pure water. Distillation time, 12 hours. Just as Li Tian had expected. The distillation equipment was upgraded, and the quality of the distilled water was also upgraded. All the gravy water has been supplied to Li Urbio, and Li Tian hasn't tasted gravy water for a long time. To be honest, Li Tian's palate was already quite discerning. Drinking C- grade water felt like drinking sulfuric acid. It was hard to swallow. However, there's no need to worry about that anymore. 10 liters of grade B water a day is more than enough for our group. Of course, besides the fact that water has a higher priority, the main reason is that Li Tian currently doesn't have anything below grade B that needs to be upgraded. Even pheasants are grade B. So what else can you upgrade besides this grade C distillation device? When he was in a good mood, Li Tian felt more energetic. They went straight to the ice cellar, took out dozens of kilograms of fish, and followed the members of the Heavenly Palace to process the salmon. The afternoon passed quickly amidst everyone's busy work. Night. After dinner, Old Wang, unusually, did not go to rest. Today, Li Tian turned on the power switch. He and Li Tian were sitting on the sofa in the room, chatting, while his eyes would occasionally glance at the disposable locator that Li Tian had placed on the coffee table. It looks like he's almost there. Old Wang glanced at the red on the locator again, unable to hide his excitement. Li Tian also showed a hint of excitement. Yes, looking at the distance between the red dot and our island, it could be described in micrometers. We might arrive at it in the next moment. The island has finally gained a new member, and it is gradually coming back to life. Old Wang nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by a shout from outside. Brother Tian, are you there? Is this your island? I've arrived. Upon hearing the loud male voice, Li Tian and Old Wang's eyes lit up instantly. They exchanged a glance and quickly left the house. All I saw was a small wooden boat was already moored at the edge of the island. In front of the small wooden boat stood a man with a buzz cut who was about 1.8 meters tall. The man had a buzz cut, a thin face, and a very noticeable scar on his right cheek. Li Tian knew that those were traces left by glorious achievements. He stood tall and straight, exuding righteousness, with the perfect military bearing. There was no doubt that it was Li Urbio. Brother Biao. Li Tian quickly stepped forward and greeted him, then looked at Old Wang, who was following behind him, and introduced him. Old Wang, this is Li Urbio, Brother Biao, whom I mentioned to you. He's a retired soldier. Brother Biao, this important figure doesn't need my introduction, does it? Seeing this, Li Urbio dared not be careless and immediately stood at attention and saluted. Academician Wang, I have long admired your name. How come you're just like Li Tian? Things are different now. Forget about being an academician. I'm just an old man now, and I can't accept the title of academician. You look much older than Li Tian, so you might as well just call me an old man. Academician Wang, you are a man of great merit, and although I have retired from the military, once a soldier, always a soldier. I'm not just representing myself anymore, and I cannot be disrespectful to you. All right, I can't refuse you young people. You might as well call me Old Wang, like Li Tian does. Yes, Mr. Wang. All right, let's go inside and talk. It's cold outside. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Li Urbio finally remembered his earlier shock. Brother Tian, you really gave me a fright. This island is ridiculously large. I was thinking that a few hundred square meters would be incredible. Huh? What's that light shining from the ceiling inside the room? An electric light? My goodness. I wasn't paying attention at first. I thought it was a campfire or something, but it turned out to be an electric light. Brother Tian, you're truly remarkable. At such a young age, you've managed to develop the island to this scale. Compared to you, I'm a disgrace to the country. Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled and said modestly, Brother, look at what you're saying. I'm just lucky I don't have any real ability. I am no match for you. But don't forget, your ability is to protect the country's territory and ensure that the people can live in peace. The peaceful life we ordinary people enjoy is all thanks to your hard work and sacrifices. At this moment, Old Wang, perhaps unable to bear the cold outside, interjected, All right, stop flattering each other here. Let's go inside and talk. This old man is freezing to death. Upon hearing this, the three of them laughed together, creating a joyful atmosphere. Upon entering the house and discovering the decorations, furniture, and appliances, Li Urbio couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again and again. Li Tian had thought of these things. It's not that Li Urbio is unsophisticated. The main problem is that nowadays, Everyone is trying to survive on islands. So who would have thought that Li Tian has started living a health-conscious lifestyle? The three chatted for a while, then old Wang, unable to resist his sleepiness, went back to his room to sleep. Li Tian then took Li Erbio back to his room and also bound Li Erbio's manual system to it, making it an auxiliary manual of his own manual. Li Erbio's room is located opposite Wang Lao's room. There was another empty room next to Li Erbio's room, which was naturally reserved for Dai Xiaomei. I wonder how long it will take for my little sister to arrive. Although Li Tian intended to bring her over, the location of her island was ridiculously far from him. Even with large sailboats, a round trip could take more than half a month. This is really a headache. Stopping thinking about it, Li Tian lay down on the bed and waited for midnight to arrive. The time was fast approaching. Li Tian quickly got up and went to the manual. In the afternoon, in order to expand the island's area more quickly and to gather the materials needed to build a large sailboat as soon as possible, Li Tian adjusted the price again. Now, we'll see if it has any effect. At first glance, it's not bad. They traded for another 4,000 pieces of timber, which should be enough to build a large sailboat. Including the rental system, the number of expanded pumice stones has increased by more than 2,000. Li Tian hurriedly used it before arriving at 12 o'clock. At this point, Li Tian's island area had reached 16,007 square meters. Seeing that it was almost time, and that Xiao AI should have retrieved all the supply boxes, Li Tian pushed open the door. But just as Li Tian Kai reached the stairs, Li Erbio's door was pushed open. "Brother Tian, where are you going?" "Brother, why aren't you resting? You haven't had a break these past few days." "I'm going to open some supply boxes," Li Tian explained. But Li Erbio didn't understand it that way. He thought Li Tian was going to go out alone to cast the net and salvage supplies. So he quickly followed, saying, "Count me in for this kind of physical work. I brought my own fishing net too." Li Tian smiled after hearing this. "Brother, no need. I can manage on my own. I'm not tired." "Look at what you're saying. It's not like I've never cast a net before. Do you think I don't know how tiring it is?" Left with no other choice, Li Tian had to let Li Erbio follow along. When the two stepped outside and saw the island filled with blind boxes of supplies, Li Erbio was dumbfounded. "Does your island area supply blind box have an automatic home delivery function?" Li Tian was immediately amused. "Brother, you've got a really good idea, even offering door-to-door delivery." Then, he called out to the pair of LED lights in the darkness, "Xiao AI, come out and introduce yourself." "Huh, Xiao Ai? Are there other people on your island?" Li Erbio was taken aback and asked. But the next moment, when he saw a dark shadow suddenly appear under his feet, he was startled. "Holy crap, I thought it was something else." "Hello, my name is Xiao AI." Xiao AI didn't pay attention to Li Erbio's reaction, but just introduced herself after listening to Li Tian's words. At this moment, Li Erbio finally understood how far ahead Li Tian was of the others. As for residential properties and agri-tainment facilities, it's not too bad. There are enough resources, and those with good hands-on skills can build them. But this robot in front of me is clearly a high-tech product. It's not something that can be done just by having hands. 041. Li Erbio's culinary skills have brought out the giant sailboat. After that, the two then simultaneously began working on the supplies that had been salvaged from shore. Unfortunately, even with a different person, the results were still bad, and nothing good came out. However, just as the two finished unpacking the supplies and were about to go back to their house to rest, the sound of flowing water behind the house caught Li Tian and his companion's attention. I went out of the fence and went around to the back of the house to take a look. Both of them were taken aback, and their eyes met. Behind the house, a hilltop was about 10 meters high, and a crystal-clear stream flowed down from the hilltop, heading straight for the sea. After a while, Li Erbio quickly squatted down, cupped the stream water in his hands, and took a sip. "Brother, you even have fresh water on your island?" "I must say it tastes really sweet. It must be from mountain spring water." Li Tian also squatted down, scooped up the water, and drank it all in one gulp. "It's really fresh water." After Li Erbio learned that the stream had only appeared today, the two of them, without prior agreement, headed straight for the hilltop. At the top of the mountain, the source of the stream turned out to be a spring. "This is natural, unpolluted spring water. That's great. We'll never lack water again." Li Tian was overjoyed. Li Erbio nodded joyfully as well. "It's truly a gift from nature." Moreover, with fresh water, we really don't need to worry about other supplies. Water has the highest priority among all resources. Those survivors have no other way to get fresh water except through resource boxes. Li Tian naturally understood all of this, and at this moment, he had already started thinking about how to use these freshwater resources to get rich. But not now. It's so late. If Li Erbio doesn't sleep, then he should sleep too. All right, Brother Biao, let's talk about the water tomorrow. We should go back and rest. After returning to his room, Li Tian did not rush to sleep. Ever since he almost missed the opening of the system blind box last time, Li Tian has been calculating the opening time every day. It can be started again today. To avoid any unforeseen problems, let's start it now. Open the blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained a home water pump, and it has been stored in your manual inventory. What you think about comes true. No need to say more. I'm determined to be the shill. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Tian went absolutely ecstatic. He had been worrying about this for a while. I own a house, but there's no piped water. Even if there is fresh water, I have to carry it bucket by bucket, which is too cumbersome. Well, that solves the problem. Although Li Tian hadn't taken the home water pump out of the warehouse yet, anyone who could read would know what it was for. It was late at night, and Li Tian didn't want to bother with this anymore, so he fell asleep in a good mood. Vigny, you've arrived. Looking at the woman in the pure white dress in front of him, Li Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The goddess I've been longing for has finally appeared. At this moment, Qin Yi was wearing a pure white dress and light makeup, still looking as innocent as ever. However, her beautiful eyes revealed endless fear. Li Tian, save me. Those pirates are coming for me. Li Tian, save me. Li Tian suddenly woke up from his sleep, panting heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. His few thank goodness it was just a dream. Upon learning that it was just a nightmare, Li Tian visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm a little annoyed, though. I went to sleep in a good mood last night, so why did I have a nightmare? No, piracy is rampant. We need to find our family and Qin Yi as soon as possible, or we need to eradicate the pirates completely. Although Li Tian wasn't superstitious and didn't think the dream foretold anything, it was still a reminder to some extent. However, ever since entering the island world, he has been posting missing person notices every day without fail, but he has not received a single response from them. Why is that? Could it be that they didn't enter this world? Or is my analysis correct, and this island world, like a game server, is divided into zones, and they're not in the same zone as me? Regardless of the reason, Li Tian will naturally not give up the search. After posting a missing person notice in the chat area, I got up and went to wash up. Now that there is a stream, Li Tian naturally no longer needs to wash with seawater. There were quite a few plankton in the seawater. There was no other way to deal with it back then. That's no longer necessary. Stepping out of the house, Li Tian found Old Wang busy in the planting area, while Li Erbio was jogging alone by the island. To this, I really am a lazy person. You're awake? Quickly wash your face, rinse your mouth, and eat. Li Erbio stopped jogging and came to Li Tian's side to remind him. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a little embarrassed. Brother, you've made me feel awkward. You're the guest, so I should be the one preparing breakfast for you. How could it be your turn to make breakfast? Oh, don't be so polite. We're brothers. I'm used to getting up early, and I just made this because I had nothing else to do. Don't think it's not good. Li Erbio usmilat. Okay, you're welcome. After washing up, Li Tian went into the kitchen at Li Erbio's urging. At this moment, charcoal was still burning on the stove in the kitchen. Open the pot lid, and you'll find a thick, bubbling white rice porridge inside. 2 plates on the side were filled with stir-fried shredded potatoes with green peppers and bok choy, respectively. Looking at the quality of these 2 dishes, I have to admit that Li Erbio's cooking skills are superior to mine. He quickly ladled out a bowl of porridge, blew on it, took a sip, and Li Tian's eyes lit up. This porridge is surprisingly delicious. That's right, I deliberately used spring water to boil it. Doesn't it taste a little sweet? Try the food. Back when I was in the army, I spent a lot of nights in the wild, which honed my cooking skills. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Li Tian picked up a shredded potato and took a bite. It was amazing. The potatoes were cooked to perfection. Not too crispy, not too mushy. They were absolutely delicious. Li Tian immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome, bro, it's delicious. Haha. Eat as much as you like, there's plenty. I heard from Old Wang that you prepare meals for another friend every day. so I made enough for 4 people. Eat as much as you want. There's definitely enough. Old Wang and I have already eaten. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a warmth in his heart. How could Li Erbio be so thoughtful? If I were a woman, I might have fallen for her. At first, looking at the porridge in the pot, Li Tian thought that Li Erbio hadn't eaten either, so he thought he would prepare some more for Dai Xiaomei later. But since they had all eaten, Li Tian naturally wouldn't forget about Dai Xiaomei. He quickly put down his chopsticks and bowl, ladled out a bowl of porridge, prepared some side dishes, and handed it over to the silly little girl before rushing back to the kitchen to eat. Brother, you're such a good cook. Do you cook at home, or does your wife cook? During the meal, Li Tian casually asked a question. But Li Erbio just laughed awkwardly. Don't mention it. I'm still single. No way. Li Tian was taken aback. It was normal for someone his age not to be married, but Li Erbio was already in his 30s. As a special forces soldier, he must be quite eligible, and logically, plenty of women would be interested in him. Why would I lie to you? My brother enlisted from university and has stayed in the military ever since. Upon hearing this, Li Tian understood and began to admire Li Erbio from the bottom of his heart. He dedicated his most precious time to the country. Such a person deserves respect. That's easy. I'll find one for you among the Heavenly Palace members. Huh, Li Tian joked. Li Erbio smiled and replied, That would be great, haha. After breakfast, Li Tian remembered the sign-in incident from the previous day. They hurriedly returned to the manual with Li Erbio, intending to take out the pumping device and install it. As soon as I clicked retrieve, a pop-up window appeared. The home water pump system includes fully automatic installation. The system detects that the island owner owns a farmhouse-themed residence and a freshwater source. Would you like to install the home water pump system at the farmhouse-themed residence? The pump system will automatically connect to the freshwater source. Weather. Seeing this extremely convenient installation method, Li Erbio was dumbfounded again. Since he arrived at Li Tian's island, too many things have shattered his understanding. This thing can be installed like this. Is it really that smart? Hey bro, did you get this from the supply blind box too? Since he knew he had a system, he naturally couldn't reveal it, so Li Tian told a white lie. Yes, they were all obtained from blind boxes of supplies. This world is inherently magical, so it's normal to get these kinds of things. The island is large enough that it can produce these high-tech products. That's true. You already have 16,000 square meters, so it should be. Li Erbio didn't doubt it and nodded. The moment Li Tian pressed yes in the manual system, the home water pump disappeared from the manual storage. It's installed successfully already. Li Erbio was surprised again. Then, the two went into the in-suit bathroom in Li Tian's master bedroom and turned on the tap. At first, there were only some hollow sounds coming from the faucet, somewhat like the sound of drinking a beverage through a straw until the bottle is empty. Soon, the sound disappeared, and with a whoosh, clear tap water gushed out from the faucet. Great! Now it's much more convenient for us to use water. We don't have to go all the way to the beach to take a shower or wash up anymore. At this point, the two of them simultaneously sniffed their own scent, and the next moment, they acted at the same time. Brother Tian, I haven't taken a bath in days. I smell terrible. I'm going to take a bath first. That's exactly what I was thinking. Brother, there's a bathroom downstairs where you can take a shower. 11 noon. Li Erbio took on all the cooking work himself and refused to let Li Tian help him no matter what. Helpless, Li Tian returned to the manual to learn about the current situation. Unfortunately, the number of survivors killed is increasing. 3 more people died last night. Moreover, judging from the pleas for help made by the victims before their deaths, the number of pirates seems to be increasing. These victims had all successfully rented axes from Li Tian, but they were outnumbered and defeated. The number can still increase? Could it be that some survivors have joined the pirates' ranks in order to survive? Thinking of this, Li Tian felt a headache coming on. If that's the case, then the development of piracy would be extremely rapid. When their lives are threatened, the survivors don't care about the condemnation of others and are naturally willing to join the pirate camp. Li Tian knew he couldn't let the pirates continue like this. If they grew into a gang of hundreds or thousands, he wouldn't be a match for them. Unfortunately, these pirates seem to have settled on the ship, living a nomadic life and making them difficult to find. Unless they come to us of their own accord. Li Tian wanted to introduce himself and invite them to come, but unfortunately, he didn't even know the exact location of his island. When disposable locators were first used, they displayed very little information. Apart from the red serving as a reference point, there was no other useful information. The only way forward right now is to strengthen ourselves. Li Tian sighed and opened a trading hall. Since I increased the weight of the fish, sales have improved. Overnight, the expanded floating stones were traded for more than 100 pieces, which was considered a small amount. The main commodities traded were materials such as wood, stone, and metal. A considerable amount of these were traded, with even the smallest quantity, plastic, reaching 569 transactions. Meanwhile, the rental fees for axes and charcoal have accumulated to more than 700 expansion stones. Take them all out and expand. The island's area has been updated again, reaching 16,832 square meters. The materials for the large sailboat have also been gathered. Made it directly. During the production process, the production center instructed Li Tian to select a docking point for the large sailboat, which was directly in front of his residence. Therefore, as soon as Li Tian stepped outside, he saw a colossal object appear in front of his residence. The ship was at least 10 meters high, and its length was an astonishingly long one, exceeding 40 meters, while its width was about 5 meters. The anchor plunges straight into the seabed, securing the sailboat's position and attitude, while a rope ladder at the bow allows people to climb aboard. Hurriedly, who was cooking in the kitchen, was surprised to find that the once bright kitchen was now shrouded in shadow. He instinctively looked outside and was so shocked that he dropped his spatula. He rushed out and came to Li Tian's side, exclaiming in surprise, "Brother, did you make this too?" At this moment, old Wang, unable to contain his curiosity, ran over and asked, "Li Tian, is this the large sailboat you were talking about? It's already been built. It looks pretty good. It's more than enough to bring over the members of the Heavenly Palace. I just don't know how fast the journey is." Li Tian nodded, then grabbed the rope ladder with both hands and tried to climb up. Hurriedly quickly called out, "Be careful, I'll lead the way." After saying that, he walked straight forward and climbed up. "No problem, it's easy to climb." After reaching the boat, Hurriedly stuck his head out and gave an OK sign, calling out to Li Tian and the others. Immediately, Li Tian also climbed up. At this moment, Li Tian and Hurriedly were at the bow of the ship, and a huge sail was raised in the center of the ship. Behind the sail were the cabin and the rudder. To test the sailboat's ease of handling, Li Tian and Hurriedly decided to raise the anchor and set sail to see how it went. Reduce. It's also a combined chapter, totaling 4,000 words, which is equivalent to 2 chapters. Please urge me to update. 042. Obtain a biogas digester. You can obtain 20,000 expansion stones per day. After sailing around the island several times in a sailboat, the two then disembarked from the sailboat. This sailboat isn't too difficult to learn. It's just that some details require practice to master. Otherwise, it can easily cause seasickness for passengers. As for being stranded, that's not a problem in this world. The main problem is that even at the edge of the island, the seawater is so deep that it's hard to imagine running aground. The only things to pay attention to are the sailboat's weather vane and sails, as these are the source of the boat's power. Oh no, I'm still cooking. As soon as he landed, Hurriedly clapped his hands and tried to rush to the kitchen. But then, old Wang stopped him. "All right, I've already cooked the dishes. Go and eat. If it were your turn to cook, the dishes would be burnt by now. This is the last time. Hurriedly said awkwardly, and then the 3 of them went to the kitchen to eat. After lunch, it's time for the exciting blind box opening. This time, it was still Hurriedly and Li Tian who drove together. Opened the supply blind box. Obtained 3 units of cotton and 50 milliliters of purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Opened a resource box. Obtained metal X2, expanded floating stone X1, already stored. After opening dozens of stores, all of them only contained ordinary supplies. Li Tian shook his head helplessly and could only place his hopes on Hurriedly. "Bro, how did it go? What did you get?" Hurriedly, who was busy unpacking, didn't even look up and replied, "It's nothing, just some supplies." As he spoke, he opened the next supply blind box. Artificial biogas digester system. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was overjoyed, his mouth twitching into a wide grin. A biogas digester? Does that mean we'll have natural gas to use in the future? Biogas digesters are dirty and smelly, but they are also an essential part of life. The methane gas used in regular gas stoves is extracted from biogas digesters, although Li Tian's farmhouse also has a kitchen and an induction cooker. However, the former is more troublesome, and the latter consumes too much electricity, so a gas stove is the best cooking tool for the current situation. It's a pity that we were previously constrained by the lack of methane, but now we don't have to worry about those issues anymore. Li Urbio continued to open the remaining supply boxes. Li Tian hurriedly returned to the manual and took out the artificial biogas digester system. Like large buildings, such as wooden houses, artificial biogas digester systems require a location to be selected when they are removed. Considering the living environment, Li Tian did not hesitate to choose a location far from residential areas, planting areas, and mountain springs near the edge of the woods. Once the manual system indicated successful installation, Li Tian couldn't wait to head to that location. Upon arrival, Li Tian was stunned. This system is way too big. Moreover, there were all sorts of miscellaneous machines inside, and Li Tian didn't know what their purpose was. Next to the machine is a 3M by 3M square biogas digester. Once the eyes lock onto the target, the system's reading function immediately follows. Artificial biogas digester system. This system is a fully automatic methane extraction system, which can extract 1.5 cubic meters of methane every 24 hours. A gas storage tank is required when extracting methane. Can we just extract it directly? After seeing the information extracted by the system, Li Tian finally felt relieved. Li Tian had some exposure to methane extraction during chemistry class. It mainly aims to remove hydrogen sulfide, as well as impurities such as carbon dioxide and nitrogen for biogas. The equipment next to the biogas digester is probably specifically designed to remove these substances. But these machines weren't taught in chemistry class, so he didn't know how to use them, nor did he dare to. Who knows if something unexpected might happen if you try to figure it out on your own without anyone teaching you, and you might just explode and die. Fortunately, since it's a one-stop service, it makes things much easier. All that's needed right now is to prepare the gas storage tanks. This thing just so happens to be the natural gas storage tank, which is also a gas cylinder, that is, the gas stove in the kitchen of the farmhouse. Seeing that the system was already running automatically, Li Tian left the biogas digester with peace of mind and shared the good news with Wang Lao and Li Urbio. Afterwards, Li Tian returned to his room and sat down in front of the manual. Now that the large sailboat has been built, the members of the Heavenly Palace should take it over. The sooner they do, the more at ease they will be, lest something go wrong. Therefore, Li Tian found the boy by the sea in his friend list. A humble and proud young man. Are you there? The boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng. I'm here, boss. What do you need? Qian Jiaozi. You said you could sail a boat when you introduced yourself, right? The boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng. Absolutely. I grew up by the sea and have been out to sea countless times. Qian Jiaozi. All right. I'll trade you a large sailboat later. You can use it to bring all the members of our Heavenly Palace to my island. Boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng. A large sailboat? Boss, you're already that awesome. Qian Jiaozi. Good luck. All right, I'll trade to you now. Get ready and set off immediately. Remember to separate the manual from the island. The boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. After ending the conversation, Li Tian first linked the disposable locators together and then distributed them to the members of the Heavenly Palace. Only then was the large sailing ship traded over. The locator also includes the location of Dai Xiaomei. I hope they arrive safely. After silently praying, Li Tian closed the chat system. He couldn't interfere with the rest. He left everything to the boy by the sea, opened the trading hall and leasing system. Looking at all this tedious data, Li Tian felt a headache coming on. Then it dawned on him, right? Brother Biao is here. Why should I carry all this on my own? He's bored anyway, so I should have him come and keep me company. Thinking of this, Li Tian ran out of the house and found Li Urbio, who was observing the planting area. Brother Biao busy? Li Tian approached and asked. What help am I? I'm itching to help old Wang, but he absolutely refuses. He keeps saying that a robot has already taken his job, and the remaining work isn't even enough to satisfy his itch. He absolutely won't let me do it. I can only watch from the sidelines to kill time, Li Urbio explained with an innocent look on his face. That's perfect. Since you've got nothing to do, why don't you help me out? Old Wang really doesn't need any more people. If you try to take his job, he'll fight you to the death, Li Tian joked. Okay, as long as I have something to do. I'm practically turning into a salted duck egg. After Li Urbio agreed, he followed Li Tian back to the manual system in the room. Brother, keep an eye on the supplies traded in the trading hall from now on. For example, if the trading volume of a certain item has decreased significantly today, then you can help me figure out why. Is it because the weight of this item has become less attractive to survivors? If so, you can slightly raise the price. Then, if you come across someone selling any rare crafting manuals that I haven't seen, you can contact me immediately if you do. Of course, if you can determine that the crafting manual is really useful, you can also buy it from me directly. I've already given you access to my manual repository. You can access it using your own manual. Finally, regarding the trading hall and leasing, once you have the expansion stones you earn, just help me use them. Sometimes I'm too busy and I always forget to use it, which means I lose several supply boxes every time I refresh the supplies. After sharing his daily work process with Li Urbio, Li Tian completely became a hands-off manager. Li Urbio was also happy to accept the job. He even offered his own opinions, which made Li Tian admire him immensely. Right now, I think we can start adjusting the price of fish today. If what you say is true, and winter is just around the corner tomorrow, then I think we won't have to worry about selling our fish. People are lazy in winter, and it's cold. How many people do you think would want to go fishing? Moreover, in this world, if summers can be so hot, winters might also be extremely cold. It's not impossible for the sea to freeze over. Even if the survivors really want to catch fish, they will definitely be hindered. Back then, when people were hungry, it wasn't unreasonable to spend a little more money to buy fish and meat in order to have something to eat. Anyway, no one knows that the fish and meat in the trading hall were sold by you or the Heavenly Palace. It won't affect your or our Heavenly Palace's reputation. Of course, you don't need to feel guilty. We're raising prices, but it's not like we're taking advantage of the situation. We can't do business against our conscience, right? Furthermore, I think we can sell fish meat using a tiered pricing system. We can sell to survivors who are difficult to deal with at a lower price, while we can price them a little higher for survivors like Yendi. Li Tian agreed with Li Urbio's idea, but he had to point out some problems in its implementation. But, brother, with tiered pricing, we can't control who buys our products. Survivors with relatively good living conditions can also buy cheap fish. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio also frowned. That is a problem. The two then fell into deep thought again. After a while, Li Tian thought of something and said happily, I've got it. We can auction off their supplies to rip off Emperor Yin and his people. Fish meat might not attract someone like Emperor Yin, but a whole grilled fish that's been coated in oil and sprinkled with salt. Do you think it could attract a survivor like Emperor Yin? As long as we set a starting price that we won't lose money, the highest bidder wins the rest, and we'll make a profit no matter what. Great idea. You're so clever. It's a shame you're not a businessman. Li Urbio nodded and laughed. Li Tian added, however, brother, my ID is already widely known because of your previous promotion of charcoal. The auction cannot be conducted using my own manual. It will be better to use you or Old Wang. Your manual's nickname has not yet been changed to Tiangong, his pseudonym, and no one would guess that you and I are related. It's no big deal. Feel free to use my manual. If you find it troublesome, I can take care of it for you. Leave it to me. Li Urbio patted his chest and assured him. Okay, that's good. After discussing how to earn resources, Li Urbio went straight back to his room and began adjusting the prices of the goods listed in the trading hall. As for Li Tian, he went to the mountain spring, intending to conduct another test. Can spring water be sold? If spring water could also be sold in the trading hall, then I wouldn't even need to sell fish or meat. You need to know that water is essential. There are many alternatives to fish. After filling a plastic cup with water that he had prepared beforehand, Li Tian returned to the manual. Open the trading hall, click on Sell Items, and then click on Identify Items. Is 237 milliliters spring water available for sale? My God, it actually works. Haha, I'm really going to be rich. Li Tian's laughter immediately attracted Li Urbio as well. He asked, puzzled, what's making you laugh so happily? Great news. Great news, bro. The spring water from our island can now be listed on the trading platform. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio's eyes also lit up with a golden light. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood what being able to sell this water meant. Great. This is wonderful. The mountain spring is currently inexhaustible. Given time, your island will surely develop into something like a city. No, the city is too small. It should definitely be able to surpass the small island nation where people live comfortably. No one dislikes hearing such flattering words. Li Tian smiled non-committally. In that case, brother, you can postpone the price adjustment for now. Let's go and collect more spring water to sell. Good. Li Tian and Li Urbio spent the entire afternoon busy going back and forth between 2 points. 500 L bottles of spring water were put directly on the shelves in the trading hall. 500 L of spring water divided into 25 milliliters portions for a total of 20,000 portions. The pricing is 1x for pumice, 10x for metal, 10x for cotton, 20x for wood, and 20x for stone. If all of this mountain spring water were traded for expansion stones, Li Tian could obtain 20,000 expansion stones. The two of them only worked for an afternoon and were able to earn 20,000 expansion stones. If we don't consider the problem of the shortage of expansion stones, wouldn't that amount to 7.3 million square meters in a year? That's equivalent to 7.3 square kilometers. Keep in mind, even a relatively well-off island nation only has 378,000 square kilometers of land. Forehead. All right. To this, even if my island expands at this rate for a year, it doesn't seem to get very big. However, even so, this did not dampen Li Tian's enthusiasm. 7.3 square kilometers is already a very large area. At least, these people are good enough to live comfortably on the island. Besides, he was doing all right. Not the best, but not the worst either. He didn't believe that other survivors could have developed the island to 7.3 square kilometers in a year. Be content, for contentment brings happiness. 043. A wild boar with tusks has been spotted on an island that has exceeded 20,000 square meters. Dinner. The three of them ate steamed sea bass and stir-fried cabbage. Li Urbio was still in charge of cooking. Since eating Li Urbio's cooking, Li Tian has actually stopped trying to cook. Because when you compare, even your dog won't eat what you make. It's better not to humiliate yourself. After dinner, the three of them finally fulfilled their promise to play Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. The wager is the back of the hand. Although the bet seems a bit childish for their age. But you should know that this is their only form of entertainment right now, so they still have a lot of fun. Once you start playing, you lose track of time. If it weren't for old Wang's health finally giving out, they might have fought until dawn. Back in the room. Since having running water, Li Tian can now easily wash up at his room. After washing up, Li Tian sat down by the manual. Having spent the whole night playing without checking how the spring water was selling in the trading hall, I decided to take a look. Upon opening it, Li Tian was overjoyed. Oh, why sell fish and meat? Just have Xiao AI fetch water every day. Polite Xiao AI, is that you? Water sales are really booming. All I saw was, of the 20,025 milliliters bottles of spring water, 16,207 have already been sold. Among them, 4,396 pieces of expanded floating stones were traded, while the remaining other materials were traded relatively evenly, with each item trading for 3-4,000 units. However, since Li Urbio and Li Tian adjusted the price of the fish when they put the spring water on the shelf in the afternoon, not a single piece has been sold so far. On the other hand, the rental business earned Li Tian 840 yuan worth of expansion stones. With midnight fast approaching, Li Tian quickly used the expanded pumice. The island's area has reached a staggering 22,068 square meters. In just one day, the island's area increased by more than 5,000 square meters. If this had happened 10 days ago, Li Tian would never have dared to imagine it. Now, it has been achieved with ease. If in the future I could create my own capital city, develop all the heavy industry and technology sectors, have cars, electricity, internet, and beautiful women, that wouldn't be bad at all. Li Tian couldn't help but start looking forward to the future. It was 12:10 a.m. Li Tian came out of the room, ready to go, and opened the supplies. Hearing the commotion, Li Urbio opened the door. Go get the supplies? Li Tian nodded. Yeah, brother, you should take a rest tonight. You've been here all this time, but I haven't seen you get any rest. You're busy during the day and busy at night. You're working too hard. It's quite cold outside and windy. I could drive it by myself. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm that weak and frail? Let's go, brothers, go together. It'll be faster and you'll feel less wind. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a warm feeling in his heart and said nothing more. We went outside. Xiao AI has already placed a lot of supply boxes on the island, but there is no trace of it. It must still be being fished out of the sea. The two people simultaneously opened the supply blind boxes, one from left to right and the other from right to left. Opened the supply blind box, obtained 5 bandages, 10 milliliters iodine solution, already stored in the manual warehouse. Opened the supply blind box, obtained 1 antibiotic capsule, already stored. Li Tian couldn't help but ask in surprise after seeing what he had obtained. After hearing this, Li Urbio asked, "What's wrong?" "I prescribed bandages, iodine, and antibiotics," Li Tian explained. "Phew, that's it? This is pretty good. I thought something was wrong." After hearing this, Li Urbio didn't take it too seriously and continued opening the supply blind boxes. But Li Tian frowned deeply. Based on his understanding of the world, he believed that anything that could be obtained from resources was likely something that would be used in the future. The presence of bandages and iodine suggests that they might get injured. After explaining the matter to Li Urbio also stopped what he was doing and began to think about it. "Brother, if what you say is true, what dangers will we encounter in the future? But what danger could there be on this island? A pirate attack?" Li Tian shook his head and analyzed. "I don't think it could be pirates. Usually, supplies are given to me in advance when danger is imminent, so I could be prepared. If they really were pirates, we should have obtained bandages and other supplies long ago before they appeared. Moreover, if they really encounter pirates, it's almost certain death for the other survivors, so these bandages won't be needed. If it's not pirates, then it's impossible for a Godzilla monster to jump out of the sea like in the movies, right?" Li Urbio joked after hearing this. After hearing this, Li Tian nodded in agreement. "You know what? It's really possible." "Have to." Hearing this, Li Urbio didn't want to continue the conversation. "This is pure fantasy, utter nonsense. I think you're overthinking it, brother. Maybe this is just to keep us on our toes and prevent anything from happening. Why do we have to face some kind of danger to obtain these kinds of medical supplies? Can't we just get hurt ourselves? Maybe it's because many of us survivors were cutting down trees with axes and got injured. So God saw that this kind of thing happened frequently and prepared these for us. Sighed. But if that's really the case, why didn't these kinds of supplies appear sooner?" Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately understood the hidden meaning and asked, "Is it too late for us to show up now? Aren't we not injured yet? I'm not talking about US, but rather the friends the manual assigned to me. He injured himself while cutting down trees. It was a very hot day, and his wound got infected very quickly. In this situation, a little iodine and bandages might have been enough for recovery. It's such a pity a life was lost." Hearing this, Li Tian sighed. "Once we come into this world, we are already no longer in control of our own destiny. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. No wonder you never mentioned your friend when you came here. It turns out he's no longer with us." "What about Old Wong?" "I haven't seen his friend either," Li Urbio retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Tian gave a helpless, bitter smile. Old Wong's friend, upon learning that Old Wong was nearly 70 years old, fearing it would hinder or affect his livelihood, simply blocked him. That guy is really something, but if he were still alive, he would regret it to death if he knew that Old Wong had come to your island. If he hadn't been blocked, Old Wong might have brought him along. Li Urbio smiled faintly, his expression seemingly having seen through the darkness of the world. "All right, just keep this to yourself. I noticed that when Old Wong brought this up with me, he seemed quite uncomfortable. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's continue distributing supplies." "All right." After opening all the supply blind boxes, another surprise emerged. Triple item acquisition card, 1 day. How could this even be driven out? Li Tian was truly delighted. It must be said that Li Urbio was indeed his lucky charm. Many of the good things were obtained by Li Urbio. Judging from the literal meaning, this thing can grant a triple effect to a single item. Li Urbio Ugasa. "I think it's probably true," Li Tian replied, then added, "All right, we've opened all the supply blind boxes. As for what these things are actually used for, we'll find out when we get back to the manual. Yeah, it's really cold outside. It's so cold it's made me feel numb." But just as the two were preparing to return to their residence, a pig's squeal rang out, and the next moment, a black shadow darted out, heading straight for Li Tian and Li Urbio. Fortunately, due to their long-term consumption of grade B water and grade B food, their physical condition was much stronger than that of ordinary people, and they were able to quickly dodge the attack. Li Tian straightened up, turned around, and instantly read. Grade B, tusked boar. This boar is exceptionally ferocious, prefers to roam at night, and will actively attack any living creature it sees. Beware, its tusks can pierce your body as easily as piercing a piece of paper. This pig can evolve when the island's area exceeds 20,000 square meters. Brother Biao, watch out for this pig's tusks. After learning about the pig from the system, Li Tian quickly reminded Lierbio. Lierbio nodded as well. Given the speed at which the wild boar charged at him, he dared not be careless. If you're not careful, it will definitely knock you over. But how did this thing appear? Is this what you meant by us being in danger and getting hurt? Li Tian shook his head. No, this evolved from the island. Brother Biao, our physical fitness is B+ level, while this wild boar is only B level. If we fight with all our might, we should be able to win. I'd like to try capturing him alive. What do you think? Capture it alive? Lierbio was taken aback at first. Then, as if realizing something, he added, You want to keep it in captivity? Yes, if they can have piglets, we won't have to worry about not having meat to eat in the future. Lierbio got excited as soon as he heard about meat. To be honest, he had almost forgotten what pork was. With pork as an incentive, Lierbio readily agreed. All right, let's capture it alive. Okay, I'll be faster and you're stronger. I'll draw its attention and you'll launch a sneak attack. Let's see if we can hold it down. Li Tian said as he dodged and weaved back and forth, avoiding the tusked boar's attacks. Lierbio, being a retired Special Forces soldier, understood this combat method immediately and gave an okay sign. After nearly an hour of standoff with the wild boar, Lierbio finally managed to subdue the tusked boar. This was mainly because the tusked wild boar had been dragged around by Li Tian and Lierbio for nearly an hour and was exhausted. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to control. Brother, you keep it under control. I'm going back to the manual to get the Unity card. After giving instructions, Li Tian rushed to the residence in a hurry. The system description for the heart card stated that it could be used on any creature, so naturally it should be usable on wild boars. If it weren't for the heart-to-heart card, Li Tian wouldn't dare to keep it in captivity. It's a hidden danger. Without the heart-to-heart card as protection, the wild boar might injure Old Wong one day. Retrieving a heart card from the manual warehouse, Li Tian also took the katana he had previously caught, making sure he was fully prepared. At this moment, Old Wong was also awakened by the sharp, piercing squeals of pigs outside and pushed open the door. Oh, what's going on outside? Are they slaughtering a pig? Old Wong chuckled and asked. It wasn't a pig slaughter, but Brother Biao and I did catch a wild boar, Li Tian explained before rushing downstairs. Upon hearing this, Old Wong was instantly wide awake and quickly followed. I don't know if he wanted to eat meat or was just curious. Returning to the wild boar's side, Li Tian raised his katana and held it against the boar's neck, coldly saying, I'll give you a choice. Either die or submit. Based on his experience catching pheasants last time, Li Tian guessed that this creature with a level should be somewhat intelligent and should be able to understand him. Therefore, in order to ensure that the tombstone card would not be wasted and that success would be achieved on the first try, Li Tian chose to first brainwash it. But the wild boar was very irritable. Even though Lierbio had pinned it down, it was panting heavily, but its body and head were still twisting and turning. By the katana, due to his twisting motion, he did not give up and showed no intention of surrendering. Do you really want to die? Li Tian asked again, not giving up. The pigs continued to make a ruckus. Seeing this, Li Tian became depressed. He actually didn't really want to kill the pig. If we kill it, who knows when the next wild boar will spawn? Li Tian wants to eat wild boar every day in the future, not just for a day or two. However, if the wild boar truly refuses to submit, then Li Tian has no other choice. Old Wong, who was watching from the sidelines, offered a suggestion. Li Tian, if force doesn't work, try a softer approach. Didn't you use food to make that pheasant obey you back then? Upon hearing this, Li Tian was delighted. Yes, Old Wong, don't we still have some grade B rice left in our pressure cooker? Bring me a bowl. Upon hearing this, Old Wong didn't dare to linger. He quickly returned to the kitchen, ladled out a bowl of rice, and handed it to Li Tian. Li Tian took the food and placed it next to the pig's nose, letting the wild boar smell it. The wild boar, which had been making a ruckus, suddenly became docile, its mouth wide open and its tongue sticking out as if the rice was very tempting. There's hope. Seeing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. He then looked at the wild boar and asked, "Do you want to eat it?" The wild boar nodded frantically, drool dripping onto the ground. "Oink, oink, oink. If you want to eat, that's fine too. Submit to me and cooperate in using the heart-to-heart card, and I'll feed you these every day from now on." Tempted by the delicious food, the wild boar no longer resisted and nodded. "Fine, then I'll use the heart-to-heart card on you later. You can't resist, understand? Otherwise, I'll kill you." After saying that, Li Tian used the heart-to-heart card on the wild boar. The next moment, Li Tian felt that besides his connection with the members of the Heavenly Palace, he had also formed a connection with a pig. To be honest, when Li Tian first arrived on the island, his heart was filled with thoughts of his goddess, Qin Yi. Now, Qin Yi will never occupy 100% of my heart. "Okay, sweetie, this bowl of rice is your midnight snack. Eat up." Seeing that the wild boar was cooperating, Li Tian didn't make things difficult for it. He simply poured the bowl of rice onto the ground, and the wild boar began to lick it frantically. In just a few seconds, he finished eating, and his eyes revealed a look that evoked sympathy and pity in those who saw him. "Want some more?" 044. Receive a 3x buff and unlock the fairy system. Now, this wild boar is considered one of our own. We can't let it go hungry, can we? Helpless, Li Tian simply dumped the remaining pot of rice into the wild boar's bowl. The wild boars had an incredibly satisfying meal. After it finished eating, Li Tian arranged for it to stay in the pigsty inside the farmhouse. Afterwards, the group went to rest. Back in his room, Li Tian kept the item triple acquisition card, one day, in mind. Therefore, the first thing I did was sit down in front of the manual and open the warehouse. Triple item gain card, one day after use. The reward of the specified item is tripled for the day. This effect lasts for 24 hours and can only be used in the main manual. It cannot be used on card-type items, and it cannot be used in nested versions. Li Tian originally thought this was a one-time thing, and that it would be gone after the price tripled. Unexpectedly, this effect can be maintained for up to 24 hours. In the past, Li Tian would have chosen to triple the supply of blind boxes without hesitation. After all, the trading hall hadn't earned much before, so tripling the amount wasn't particularly impressive. It's better to open more supply blind boxes. You might just find some treasures. But now there's a mountain spring. Sales in the trading hall are exceptionally strong. A threefold increase would be even more remarkable. Therefore, Li Tian did not hesitate and directly chose to triple the amount of floating stones. Afterwards, in order to collect as many expansion stones as possible within 24 hours, Li Tian increased the amount of fish and spring water. Having obtained this buff, Li Tian had no intention of sleeping tonight. Now that his body has reached grade B+, staying up all night occasionally is still a breeze for Li Tian. That's all. Li Tian spent the entire night shuttling between the kitchen and his room. The reason it's so troublesome is because I'm afraid that getting water from my own bathroom will disturb other people's rest. It is a bit of a hassle, but hard work will eventually pay off. In just one night, 2,659 expansion stones were traded. Seeing that the supply in the trading hall was still sufficient, Li Tian stopped stocking up on spring water and went to prepare breakfast for Old Wang and Li Erbio. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The male and female pheasants crowed together. Not long after, Old Wang and Li Erbio appeared in the kitchen at the same time. "Oh, so early today?" Li Erbio looked very energetic, with water still on his face, probably having just finished washing up. Li Tian smiled and said, "No, I usually don't wake up this early. I didn't sleep." "Huh? You weren't asleep? What did you do all night?" Old Wang asked, showing concern for Li Tian's health. Li Tian then explained the triple buff. Upon hearing this, the other two expressed their understanding. However, considering Li Tian's health, Old Wang suggested, "Li Tian, you should go and rest after breakfast. Let me and Erbio handle the matter of putting the spring water on the shelves. There's not much farm work to do lately anyway." But, seeing that Li Tian was about to say something, Li Erbio quickly interjected, "All right, brother, there's no but. Don't you trust us? During the day, Mr. Wang and I are just killing time anyway, so this is a good way to pass the time." Left with no other choice, Li Tian had a compromise. After breakfast, Li Tian planned to personally feed the wild boars and pheasants. After all, since Li Erbio arrived, the task of feeding the pheasants has shifted to him. If he doesn't go and check on them soon, the pheasants might not recognize him as their owner. But when Li Tian carried a bowl of rice to the chicken coop, The chirping of the chicks instantly attracted his attention. Wow, it's hatched already. Looking at the 3 chicks hopping around in the chicken coop, Li Tian exclaimed in surprise. After hearing Li Tian's words, the hen proudly raised her head, looking very arrogant, but she still didn't get up. Judging from its appearance, it seems there are eggs waiting for it to hatch. If we calculate based on 3 eggs a day, then there are at least 6 more eggs under the hen's rear end. Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but give the rooster a thumbs up. Not bad. It works hard at night and crows so early in the morning. The rooster also puffed out its head and crowed arrogantly a few more times. After dumping the food in the chicken coop, Li Tian left without disturbing the chickens any further. Now, all we hope for is that the hen will hatch some chicks, so that in the future we'll have a continuous supply of eggs and chicken. It wouldn't be impossible to establish a chicken-eating brand in the future. After feeding the wild boar a bowl of rice, Li Tian went directly to the room reserved for Dai Xiaomei to rest. His room was left for Old Wang and Li Erbio to use for storing mountain spring water. At 3:36 p.m., Li Tian finally got out of bed. He rushed to his room immediately. Old Wang was squinting, fiddling with the screen of his manual. Hearing the commotion behind him, Old Wang turned around and smiled. "Did you sleep well?" Li Tian nodded. "Not bad." He then pressed further. How many expansion stones have we stored?" Upon hearing this, Old Wang was extremely excited. From the time he went to sleep this morning until 11:40, a total of 6,718 expansion stones were accumulated in the trading hall and the rental area. If we include the previous tripled amount, that's 28,131 stones. He has already used all of the second batch of land before 12 o'clock. Now, our island area has reached 50,199 square meters. As for the afternoon's orders, we haven't taken them out yet, but only 3 hours have passed, and we've already sold another 3,983 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was also delighted. "I really wish this buff could last forever. It's such a shame. All right, the food is still warming in the pot. Biao and I will watch over it, so you can eat in peace." Okowo. As Li Tian was going down the stairs, he happened to run into Li Erbio. At this moment, Li Erbio was carrying 2 buckets of water and walking upstairs. "Awake." Li Tian nodded again in response. "Yeah, but bro, why don't you just get water from my bathroom? It's too much trouble. I was just worried about disturbing your rest." "It's all right. It's no trouble at all. Since my physical condition has improved, this kind of work is really not tiring for me. It doesn't even have the effect of exercising. There's no hardship to speak of. But you should go eat quickly. After you eat, the supply blind boxes are waiting for you to open. They're all on the island. There are 508 supply blind boxes in total." Okowo. After lunch, Li Tian went straight to the edge of the island. Looking at the somewhat shocking mountain of supply blind boxes in front of him, Li Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. It's only been less than 2 weeks, and we're already opening so many supply blind boxes every day. We'd be spending every day opening blind boxes of supplies. It seems that bringing those people from the Heavenly Palace over was a wise decision. After muttering to himself, Li Tian opened the supply blind box. Open the supply blind box and obtain greenhouse 10M times 20M times 3M, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource box, obtained metal X2, bandage X1, floatstone X1, already stored. Open the supply blind box to obtain 1 Unity card and 2 disposable locators, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the supply blind box, obtained 10M x 20M greenhouse, 1 bandage, already stored. Open the supply box, obtained 1 ordinary cow, already stored in the manual's warehouse. Open the supply blind box and obtain simple fairy system, already stored. Li Tianren was completely numb after opening all the supply blind boxes in one go. This is truly a tedious task. However, due to the island's expansion, the supply blind boxes are now yielding many new items, which Li Tian finds quite enjoyable. Greenhouses, Old Wang should like those. But this cow, now, they can even bring out living creatures. I wonder if we'll ever actually be able to grow wild Ultraman or Godzilla in the future. And that simple fairy system, it seems that our island is starting to transition from the survival stage to the development stage. After analyzing the supplies one by one, Li Tian returned to his room and told Old Wang about acquiring the greenhouse. Upon hearing this, Old Wong immediately closed the trading hall and removed the greenhouse. This is great stuff. I was just wondering how to plant in winter. Li Tian, I'm leaving this to you. I'm going to take care of my own business. After saying that, without waiting for Li Tian's reply, Old Wong ran downstairs. With such a dashing and heroic figure, you could believe he was 18. Wow, it seems farm work is Old Wong's true love. Immediately, Li Tian then took over Wang Lao's position and opened the trading hall to take a look. There's currently a sufficient supply of spring water, so there's no need to rush to put it on the shelves. So Li Tian opened the warehouse and looked at the cow and the makeshift ferry system. A typical dairy cow can produce 1 L of milk per day. If fed high-grade food, its grade will increase over time. Simple ferry system. Although simple, it is not simplistic. Small in size, it has all the essential parts. It is a complete ferry system, including a shipyard, ferry crossing, watchtower, lighthouse, and protective fortifications. 045. In the harsh winter, the cold is biting. After taking out the cows and the ferry system, Li Tian went out again. Looking into the distance, a magnificent ferry port comes into view. However, Li Tian chose to put the cow in the pig pen when he took it out. Fearing that the boars might bully the cows, Li Tian first went to the pigsty before visiting the ferry system. Arrived at the pig pen. Sure enough, the cow was so frightened by the wild boar that it cowed in a corner and trembled. Fortunately, the wild boars were no longer so wild because of the use of the Unity card, and they did not actually harass the cows. You're not allowed to bully Nyo-Nyo. I needed to produce milk, you know that. After hearing this, the wild boar grunted unhappily a couple of times. That's a good boy. Then Li Tian looked at the cow and encouraged it. Brave cow, don't be afraid of difficulties. We arrived at the ferry system. This system occupies a considerable area, but fortunately, only a small portion of it occupies the island's area. Most of the equipment is laid out at sea. The area near the entrance of the residence, which is made of wooden planks, is a ferry crossing for survivors to board and disembark. To the left of the ferry crossing is a repair shop with robotic arms, grappling hooks, cranes, and other equipment. Judging from its appearance, it should be fully automated. On the right side of the ferry crossing, there are conveyor belts, conveyor pipes, gantry cranes, and other loading and unloading equipment, making it quite comprehensive. Of course, what shocked Li Tian the most was the fortress. Judging from the materials used, it appears to be built with a hard stone, making it sturdy and reliable, giving people a sense of security just by looking at it. The watchtower and the lighthouse are adjacent, but since it is daytime, it is not possible to tell whether the lighthouse is emitting a beam of light, so it is unknown how far the lighthouse's radiation range is. After that, Li Tian went back to prepare food for the cows. Since large sailboats are already in use, the specific functions of this ferry system can only be tested when the large sailboats return. Back in front of the manual, Li Tian continued to busy himself with putting the mountain spring water on the shelves. However, both Mr. Wong and Mr. Li were drawn to the ferry system and went to visit it. It was 11:45 p.m. At this time, Old Wong had already fallen asleep. Li Tian and Li Erbio, on the other hand, have been busy all this time. Considering that the triple buff was about to expire, Li Tian and Li Erbio stopped going to collect spring water. Currently, the warehouse contains 12,307 expanded pumice stones. The moment Li Tian took it out, it tripled in size, increasing the island's area by 36,921 square meters to a total of 87,120 square meters. The two were overjoyed and waited for the supply blind boxes to refresh. 12 Uhr nachts. The island pops up a notification box on time. After 2 weeks of hard work, I believe all survivors have adapted to life on the island. Starting today, the island civilization will enter a harsh winter. Survivors, please take precautions to keep warm. Also, some new friends are coming soon, so be prepared to welcome them. Brother, what do you mean by new friend in this manual? Li Erbio asked, puzzled. Li Tian also fell in a deep thought, and after a while shook his head. I don't know. However, since the manual is marked with quotation marks, I don't think they are really friends. Li Erbio nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's go get the supplies first. After saying that, the two walked out of the house. But as soon as the two stepped out the door, a gust of cold wind swept in. So cold it was bone-chilling, and both of them couldn't help but shiver. Wow, it's so cold. Li Urbio said incredulously. Keep in mind that he now has a B-plus physique, and it's only the beginning of winter, yet he's already so cold that it's unbearable for people. Li Tian was so cold that he opened the door and went inside. Brother, come in quickly. The temperature is probably below 0. Don't catch a cold. After returning inside and putting on their down jackets, the two went out again. Even with the protection of their cotton-padded coats, the two could still feel the chill. Li Tian finally understood why the supply blind boxes were opened so many days in advance, so that survivors could get supplies such as cotton clothes, and cotton quilts. Without these supplies, people could freeze to death. This island civilization truly has 4 distinct seasons. Now, many of our compatriots from the south who have never seen snow are fortunate enough to witness it. Li Urbio joked. But Li Tian looked worried. It's only the beginning of winter, and it's already this cold. If it gets any colder, our cotton-padded clothes won't be enough to keep us warm when we go out. And if the sea freezes over, the members of the Heavenly Palace might be stranded at sea. 046. Preparing to withstand the severe cold. Li Urbio, who was initially quite relaxed, frowned after hearing Li Tian's words. Oh, I overlooked that point. All right, it's freezing outside. Let's hurry up and open the supply so we can go back inside and warm up. As they spoke, the two went to the supply blind box and opened the supplies. Open the supply box, obtained 1 charcoal grill, already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the resource box, obtained 1 cotton blanket, 2 expanding floating stones, already stored. Open the supply box, obtained ice chisel X1, already stored in the manual inventory. Open the supply box, obtained syringe adrenaline X1, expanding float stone X2, already stored. Open the supply blind box, obtained grade C upgrade card, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the supply blind box, obtained grade B poultry and livestock nursery, already stored. After all the supplies were used up, when Li Tian saw the grade B poultry and livestock nursery, he thought to himself, oh no. He then hurriedly ran back into the house, leaving Li Urbio alone in the cold wind, looking completely bewildered. A moment later, Li Tian ran out again. No, what are you doing? You've completely confused me, Li Urbio asked. Li Tian didn't stop and went straight to the chicken coop. It's so cold. Our chicks are bound to freeze. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio chased after him. We arrived at the chicken coop. Sure enough, the 3 chicks huddled together, trembling, near their mother and rooster. When the hen saw Li Tian appear, it clucked incessantly, as if pleading for help. I know. No need to say anything. I'll move you right away. I'll take care of your child, and you two will come with me. As he spoke, Li Tian gently scooped up 3 chicks, their feathers frozen solid, and walked toward the nursery. The hen continued clucking, then shifted her rear end, revealing 6 eggs. All right, I got it. Take these 6 eggs with you too. Li Tian nodded speechlessly and then looked at Li Urbio. Brother Biao, you take these 6 eggs. Good. After everything was prepared, Li Tian led Li Urbio and the 2 chickens toward the nursery. When the nursery was first taken out, Li Tian deliberately placed it next to the back door of the farmhouse. Firstly, the guest house accommodations can at least offer some protection from the wind. Secondly, feeding them will be easier in the future, since it's so cold outside and no one wants to walk those extra steps. The nursery is only about 20 square meters in size, just a very ordinary room. However, the top of the nursery was illuminated by several electric heaters similar to those used in bathrooms, making it quite warm. After the chicks and eggs were moved into the nursery, the chicks soon became lively and energetic. Xiao Tian, do you think the pigs and cows can withstand the cold? After the chickens were settled, Li Urbio looked at Li Tian and asked. Li Tian looked distressed. I don't know either. Let's go take a look. If we can't hold on, let's bring him here and squeeze in for now. By the way, Brother Biao, I can handle things here by myself. Go and light a fire and prepare some extra charcoal. I'll need it later. Good. They split into 2 groups. Li Tian arrived at the pigsty. The scene before him almost made Li Tianxia's chin fall off in shock. Inside the pig pen, wild boars and cows were practically embracing each other, creating a scene reminiscent of interspecies love. Speaking of which, aren't wild boars and cows both female? Thinking of this, Li Tian also put away the absurd idea in his mind. Perhaps they were just instinctively trying to keep each other warm. Are you cold? Do you need to move to another location? Although Li Tian didn't want to break the peaceful scene before him, he still asked out of concern for their safety. Soon as Li Tian spoke, the cows and wild boars, who were still asleep, were startled awake. The wild boar was so frightened that it jumped more than a meter high, and then glared at Li Tian with a resentful look and grunted. Forehead. Someone's eyes, when they want to kill them, cannot be hidden. It seems I really did disturb the pigs' peaceful sleep. However, due to their class, the cows could only be considered ordinary poultry and lacked intelligence. They couldn't understand Li Tian's words and simply trembled as they hid behind the wild boar. Therefore, took out the sea-level upgrade card that he had opened from the supply blind box in advance and used it directly on the cow. After using it, the cow's coats became noticeably shinier, and their overall condition improved significantly. Presumably, as their level increased, their physical condition also improved, and they became less afraid of the cold. All right, my dear sister, stop looking at me like that. It's my fault for disturbing your rest. I was just worried about you. That's why I came to ask. The wild boar calmed down a bit after hearing this, and then shook its head. You don't need to move to another location? Aren't you cold? The wild boar continued to shake its head. All right, what about you? Li Tian stopped insisting and looked at the cow again. But to everyone's surprise, the cow also shook its head, then shyly pressed its head against the wild boar's body. Okay, I got it. You two can stay close together, as long as you're not cold. When they arrived at the kitchen, Li Erbio had already started a fire. Li Tian then brought over 23 iron buckets. Brother, put a piece of charcoal in each bucket for our brothers in the heavenly palace. Don't let them get too cold. Without hesitation, Li Erbio quickly used tongs to pick out pieces of charcoal from the stove and stuff them into the iron bucket. After stuffing all 23 iron buckets with charcoal, Li Tian said, I'll trade these charcoal to the brothers first. You keep burning them, brother, and burn more charcoal. We also need to take care of the other survivors. Li Erbio didn't ask any further questions after hearing this. He understood Li Tian's actions. In fact, the relationship between Li Tian and the survivors is mutually beneficial. If Li Tian wants to develop rapidly, then he must make use of the trading hall. If all the survivors freeze to death, then the existence of the trading hall becomes meaningless. Providing free charcoal for the survivors to live on is far more beneficial than harmful. This is a matter of strategic vision. There's no need to lose sight of the bigger picture for small gain. There are 22 members in the Heavenly Palace. Li Tian carried 23 iron buckets, one of which was naturally prepared for Dai Xiaomei. After trading everything with them, Li Tian also gave them a set of cotton-padded clothes and a set of cotton-padded quilts from the warehouse. Cotton-padded clothes and quilts are relatively common supplies, and you can get quite a few from opening supply blind boxes almost every day, so there's nothing to feel bad about. After finishing all this, Li Tian returned to the kitchen. Brother, how many pieces of charcoal have you burned? The stove is small, so it only costs 20 or 30 yuan at a time. There's already a barrel of firewood there, and it costs 24 yuan. Okay, you keep burning it. I'll distribute these 24 pieces to everyone first. 047. The charcoal fire that I spent the whole night tending to. Back to the manual. Li Tian opened the chat area. The live chat became noticeably more lively. An undercover agent investigating prostitution. Emperor Yin, you two were both clamoring to provide charcoal, weren't you? Where are you? Come out here, I'm freezing. The man who solicited prostitutes ended up with his own wife. Hey, upstairs, you actually believe what those people say? It's better to rely on yourself than on others. The undercover agent investigating prostitution said, rely on yourself? If I could rely on myself, would I need to ask this question here? People in the cold are as stiff as ice. What do you think I can do? Tell me how you deal with the cold. The man who had sex with his wife said, isn't that easy? There were a lot of cold-resistant supplies in the supply boxes I caught recently. Anyone who's still alive must have caught quilts and cotton clothes, right? Use them all and curl up like a maggot. The undercover agent investigating prostitution said, damn it, your words are like Zhuangzi's purification ritual. What's the difference between what you said and not saying anything at all? I'm using it right now. The problem is I can't even leave my bed like this. How am I supposed to gather supplies? How Nilishin said, upstairs, it's okay for a person to go hungry for a few days. Just stay home and let him drink some snow when he's thirsty. How Nilishin. However, you proud sons of Emperor Yin, you are quite important figures in this world. Since you said those things, you should have lived up to them. So, if you see this, please rent me a piece of charcoal. An unknown passerby. That's right. A well-known passerby. Top floor. Yendi's proud son. Come out quickly. Looking at the comments on the screen, Li Tian immediately became unhappy. A bunch of people acted like big shots, speaking with such self-righteousness. He had promised to help his compatriots if winter really came, but Li Tian planned to blacklist these people who were making a fuss. What is he anyway? After composing himself, Li Tian said in the live chat, "Everyone, the cold has arrived. On behalf of the Heavenly Palace, I am offering charcoal fire free of charge to help you get through this harsh winter. However, considering the limited resources and the excessive demand, I will use a designated ID system for rentals to help those in need as much as possible first. The elderly, the infirm, the disabled, and children, please message me privately. Others, please do not disturb me. As for those without charcoal fires, there's no need to worry. We will also gradually make charcoal available for rent, with a daily rental fee of only 1 expansion stone. Heaven may be heartless, but humanity is compassionate. The Heavenly Palace is willing to share our hardships." Upon hearing this, the entire audience cheered. Although not everyone can enjoy free charcoal, the rental fee is only 1 expansion stone per day, which is already considered charity compared to the previous 2 stones per hour. Those who have survived to this day must have some supplies saved up, so they can certainly afford the rent for this expanded floating stone and have no reason to complain. Of course, not everyone can accept Li Tian's approach. Many people criticize Li Tian for being stingy and miserly, but their criticisms were quickly overwhelmed by insults from others. Unless you're stupid, no one will provoke Li Tian these days. If you upset Li Tian and he stops supplying charcoal, you're really just waiting to die. Of course, Li Tian stopped paying attention to those comments. His private messages are now flooded with messages, with 999 people adding him, leaving Li Tianren dumbfounded. If there are really so many elderly, weak, sick, disabled, and children, then even if Li Urbio burns the charcoal all night, it won't be enough to supply them. Open the private messages one by one in order. Li Tianyue watched as the fire grew bigger and bigger. Milk Tea's sister. "Hi, handsome. I'm a girl. I can video chat naked with you. Could you lend me a piece of charcoal?" QEQ. Xiaoyao Sheng. "Boss, please, rent me some charcoal. Although I'm not old, weak, sick, or disabled, I'm really cold. Please, I'm willing to be your son, or even your grandson if necessary." Swinging guy. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me charcoal, your whole family will die." As Li Tian looked at it, he almost smashed the manual in anger. It was infuriating. Basically, only 1 out of 10 private messages meets the requirements. As for the remaining 9, what kind of guys are they? Blocked him immediately without hesitation. At this critical juncture, it's truly hateful that they still need to expend resources and waste so much time screening personnel. Perhaps because of this delay, an elderly person or a child will freeze to death. As for Li Tian's method of selecting people, it is also very simple. First, check if the messages sent by the other party are messy or contain random or irrelevant information. If he passes this round of screening, Li Tian will initiate a video call with the other party. Of course, Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself. Before the video call, he tore a piece of paper from his notebook and used it to cover the webcam. In this way, you can see the other person, but they can't see you. Moreover, Li Tian would not say a word during the video call. He would only need to confirm whether the other party was elderly, infirm, disabled, or a child before immediately hanging up the video call. This went on until dawn. Seeing the number of private messages gradually decrease, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt a sense of accomplishment. In mainland China, I'm a genuine wage slave, but now I can do my best to help those in need. Isn't that a kind of progress? When they reached the kitchen, Li Urbio was still tending the fire. Despite the freezing cold, his forehead was covered in sweat, which made Li Tian feel somewhat guilty. "Brother, I'm sorry, you haven't enjoyed anything since you came to the island, but you've done a lot of hard work." Li Urbio wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and laughed. "You're doing a service to society, but we soldiers are here to serve the people. What's so tiring about that? I'm actually more motivated the more I do it." "It's already dawn. Why don't you have breakfast before you go to rest?" Li Tian suggested. Li Urbio nodded. "Okay, but what about you?" From what you're saying, you're not going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. I'm full of energy. Today is the first day of winter, and a lot of things are bound to happen. I need to keep an eye on the manual and also keep an eye on the news from the Heavenly Palace members, Li Tian explained, shaking his head. He then added, besides, we only helped those people tonight. We haven't made a profit yet. I plan to burn more charcoal to put on the shelves. Now that we have a biogas digester, we don't have to worry about the fire source. We don't need to hide the charcoal anymore. I plan to take advantage of the winter to earn as much expansion pumice as possible. 048 Daily Challenge. A great white shark appears. After breakfast, Liurbio then went to rest. Because it was snowing heavily outside, Old Wong unusually did not go to the planting area to conduct research. It seems the only thing that can defeat Old Wong is the weather. As for Li Tian, he first contacted Su Huanfeng, the boy by the sea, and learned that he was safe and sound and had already received one of the Heavenly Palace members. He then continued to burn charcoal in the kitchen with peace of mind. Previously, Li Tian did not choose to put the charcoal on the shelves at once to meet everyone's needs, in order to ensure that he could have a long-term and continuous supply of charcoal. Now that he has a biogas digester on his island, he no longer needs to worry about fire sources, so naturally, he wants to make as much money as possible as soon as possible. Who can predict whether someone will suddenly start a fire and try to steal their business? In just one morning, Li Tian put a total of 1,309 pieces of charcoal on shelves. If it weren't so troublesome for one person to chop wood and start a fire, the process could be even faster. Lunch. Considering it was the first proper meal of the winter, Li Tian prepared a rather lavish meal. There was a delicious fish soup to warm the stomach, as well as stir-fried bok choy with chili peppers to whet the appetite. They even took 3 eggs that the pheasant had just laid that day and made a stomach-soothing steamed egg dish. Although the 3 eggs were fertilized, there was nothing the pheasant could do. Tempted by the delicious food, it gave in instantly. Besides, the pheasant hatched 3 more chicks today, and now it seems quite annoyed to be surrounded by 6 chicks all day long. After setting the fragrant dishes on the table, Li Tian woke up Liurbio, and they ate together. However, to everyone's surprise, after lunch, a piece of bad news came. The supply blind boxes are gone. How so? Looking at the snow-covered landscape outside, Li Tian's face was full of worry. The area where the blind boxes should have been placed was now completely empty. I initially thought something was wrong with Xiao AI, but Xiao AI replied that no supply blind boxes were found within its work area. Could it be that the refresh time for the winter supplies blind boxes has also changed? Does this civilization also have daylight, saving time, and winter time? Liurbio asked suspiciously. Li Tian had naturally thought about this question as well, but the system's readings wouldn't lie. The system still displays that the refresh time for the supply blind boxes is 12 noon and 12 midnight. He shook his head and said decisively, "That's not the reason. Let's go inside first. I'll go check the manual to see if we're the only ones experiencing this." After saying that, he hurriedly ran back into the house. The supply blind box issue cannot be delayed. If the supply blind box is really gone, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow to Li Tian. You should know that no matter how busy the trading hall is, what you can earn is nothing more than ordinary materials, while those rare materials and even various high-tech products all come from material blind boxes. The 3 of them arrived at Li Tian's room one after the other. Li Tian had just focused his eyes on the manual when he noticed a pop-up window appear on the screen. Daily Challenge Missions. Island owners are requested to collect 500 kilograms of marine life and 2,000 pieces of wood by all means before 2400 hours. Marine life, 0/500 kg. Timber, 0/2000 parts. Task completion reward. Restore the refresh of resource blind boxes and double the refresh quantity of resource blind boxes. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 8712, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. Is getting supply boxes this difficult now? Li Tian Fronat. Winter already restricts our survivors' movements, and now they're even restricting supply boxes? What exactly is this civilization trying to do? Liurbio sighed helplessly. I'm at their mercy. What can I do? Fortunately, this task isn't too difficult. Old Wong was displeased after hearing this. Not difficult? Have you thought about it? If we didn't have Xiao AI, could you catch 500 kilograms of marine life a day, just with fishing nets? Liurbio was instantly rendered speechless by the rebuttal, as if it were indeed true. He finished speaking. As if he had just thought of something, Li quickly squeezed forward, opened the chat area of Li Tian's manual, and his expression became increasingly gloomy. As expected, every survivor has a similar task. It seems the amount of goods we can trade will be greatly reduced in the future, Li said with a wry smile. But, after seeing what the survivors were posting in the chat, Li Tian suddenly felt more at ease. The analyst said, "Actually, we don't need to be so negative. Judging from the missions shared by survivors, it seems that the difficulty of the missions depends on the size of the island. These daily challenges are achievable for them as long as they are willing to work hard. Even if a small number of people fail to complete the task, those who do will receive mission rewards. They can unlock more resources, which will make up for the losses of those who did not complete the task. Based on rational analysis, our trading hall will not only be unaffected, but may even see an increase in the sales of the materials we list because of their mission to collect various resources." After hearing this, Old Wang agreed wholeheartedly. "Yes, I also think this is actually an opportunity for us. The emergence of this mission has actually promoted the development of us survivors." Li Tian nodded and added, "Actually, what we need to consider is whether or not we should use the expansion stones we earn in the future. If we use it, I'm afraid the challenge missions will become increasingly difficult. If we fail to complete them, the island area deducted will be more than the area we expand, which would be a loss. No need, otherwise the development of our islands will be slowed down. As for the other survivors, we don't need to worry. Those who can live won't die, and those who can die, we can't get any supplies from them anyway." Li Qianni's words hit the nail on the head, and Li and Wang Lao fell silent again after hearing them. It seems that's really the case. Now that this challenge has been presented, they are in a dilemma. Instantly, all three remained silent. "Alright, let's finish today's challenge first. We don't need to expand the floating stones for now. You all go about your own business. I'll go and have Xiao AI catch some marine life first." Li Tian didn't want to put too much pressure on Li and Wang Lao, so he stopped dwelling on these issues, gave a reply, and then walked out of the room and headed outside. After giving Xiao AI the order to catch 500 kilograms of any marine life, Li Tian returned to the manual. I opened the challenge and burst out laughing. These people really need to be pushed a bit to be diligent and promote the overall development of island civilization. Who would have thought that just by accepting the task and stepping out the door, I would actually complete the task of collecting wood. Moreover, it exceeded the target. Of course, this was also thanks to the items I had previously listed in the trading hall, such as trading 1 unit of stone for 2 units of timber and 1 unit of plastic for 2 units of timber. At the time, there was no such challenge mission. Li Tian's purpose in putting these supplies on the shelves was to make things easier for those who needed to use the crafting center to make tools but lacked certain materials. Sales have been poor until yesterday. After all, 2 supplies can only be traded for 1 supply, and no one would be foolish enough to trade like that. However, without collecting these supplies, they cannot fish for the supply boxes and are forced to compromise. Upon seeing this, Li Tian felt that the emergence of this mission was a way for the island civilization to indirectly widen the gap between the rich and the poor. In any case, it's advantageous to me. Next, we just need to wait for Xiao AI to catch 500 kilograms of marine life, and then the mission will be completed. Immediately, Li Tian opened the trading hall and the rental area to take a look. As expected, the task did not limit his development at all, just as he had thought. Materials that are usually less popular, such as timber, stone, plastic, and cotton, are selling like hotcakes today. As for charcoal, people are still scrambling to rent it. For more than 1,000 pieces of charcoal, each piece has been reserved by hundreds or even thousands of people. Of course, since survivors can make repeated reservations, Li Tian cannot determine how many survivors are still alive. However, the number of people renting and booking charcoal fuel solidified his belief. Island civilizations should be regional. At the very least, the manuals are divided into different sections. Otherwise, with 6 or 7 billion people in the world, the number of people booking and renting charcoal cannot be that small. If it's like a game with zones, then as time goes on and fewer survivors remain in a zone, will the zones be merged? I really look forward to that day. Maybe then I'll be able to find them. Not long after, the daily challenge pop-up appeared again, indicating that the task had been completed. Xiao AI is so efficient. Let's go. We can start opening the supplies. After offering a word of praise, Li Tian walked outside. But as soon as Li Tian arrived at the door, he found Li Erbio and Old Wang already standing dumbfounded next to Xiao AI, staring at the enormous creature in Xiao AI's fishing net. No. What the hell is that? Li Tian looked closely and was startled. He quickly rubbed his eyes, afraid that he had misread it. But the next moment, he was sure he wasn't seeing things. It really was a shark. What's going on? Li Tian walked up and asked. Li Erbio was also dumbfounded. I don't really know either. I just heard a loud splashing sound outside, so I came out with Old Wang to see. Xiao AI, is this the marine life you caught? Li Tian asked. Xiao AI blinked her adorable LED eyes and twisted her head. Master, did Xiao AI do something wrong? Xiao AI caught 500 kilograms of marine life as instructed by her master. It was the only marine life that met the criteria of 500 kilograms or more. I chased it for quite a while in the area where Xiao AI was working. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was both amused and exasperated. This Xiao AI was just too cute and silly. It's my own fault for not explaining clearly. I should have said 500 kilograms of marine life, instead of a total of 500 kilograms of marine life. However, to Li Tian's surprise, this great white shark cub was grade A. Their level was actually one level higher than ours. Li Erbio asked, looking at the great white shark pup, still struggling desperately in the net. Li Tian scratched his head, not having a good solution for the moment. This guy is A grade. Eating it should be very nutritious, but I've never killed a shark before. Are you guys okay with this? Old Wang and Li Erbio both took a step back and frantically waved their hands. The meaning is self-evident. Let's see if we can adopt it. After all, it's an A-level creature. If we encounter pirates, it will be more useful than us in the sea. After a while, Li Tian made a suggestion. That's a good idea, but I don't know if they're willing to compromise. Li Erbio nodded in agreement. Give it a try. As he spoke, Li Tian went back into the house, took out the katana, a lot of food, and several heart-to-heart cards. Little one, don't be afraid. I can give you something delicious. Will you listen to me? I thought this A-level creature would be even harder to tame than the tusked wild boar from before. Unexpectedly, after hearing Li Tian's words, the great white shark really didn't resist. It poked its head out of the water, opened its mouth, and just like a child. Wang Lao and Li Erbio were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. When Li Tian first uttered those words meant to coax a child, Old Wang couldn't bear to listen and wanted to interrupt him. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Could the A in grade be the same as the A in fake product? It doesn't look like an A grade at all. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Li Tian was overjoyed and without hesitation threw a grade B egg that he had just stolen from the nursery into the mouth of the great white shark cub. Wild hen. Percent, UN percent. The next moment, Li Tian felt a light shining in the eyes of the great white shark pup. There's nothing we can do about it. In the ocean, there aren't many creatures with hierarchical structures, and because they possess intelligence, those hierarchical creatures are extremely difficult to capture. This great white shark pup is classified as an A-level creature. But it's just a cub, and its abilities may not yet have reached the normal level of A grade. After that, unsurprisingly, Li Tian won over this little guy with a heart-to-heart card. However, considering that it is a marine creature, Li Tian naturally could not move it to an island. Therefore, Li Tian simply agreed on a secret signal with it. All he had to do was shout, "Ollie gay." This little guy will appear. Completing the binding of the tombstone card, Li Tian asked Xiao AI to put away the net, and then instructed Xiao AI to go and collect supplies. Unexpectedly, this baby shark was quite clever and joined the ranks of those collecting blind boxes of fishing supplies. It's not as mobile as Xiao AI, but it can still use its dorsal fin to carry the supply boxes to the island one by one. Retrieved 1,756 blind boxes of supplies from the water. This made Li Tian extremely happy. If it weren't for Old Wang stopping him, he would have wanted to steal the remaining 2 eggs to feed the shark. Considering the increase in the number of blind boxes, Mr. Wang braved the cold and joined the team to open them. The 3 of them were busy and having a great time. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 1 regular cow, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the supply blind box and obtain apartment building construction manual, already stored. Open the supply blind box. Obtained electrified fence crafting manual, already stored. Reduce, 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 reduce. This chapter is a combined chapter, totaling 4,000 words. Mission accomplished for today. If you haven't had enough, please click the request for more button. 049. Class S greenhouse barrier. Open a cow from the supply blind box. Therefore, it's not surprising at all. It's just something to celebrate, as it might even lead to cowboys eating beef. As for the tenement buildings and electrified railings, these are exactly what Li Tian desperately needs right now. Initially, Li Tian's plan was for the members of the Heavenly Palace to collect a few wooden house building books from the chat area after they arrived at his island. That saves us from his trouble for now. Electrified guardrails, on the other hand, serve a very important purpose. Modern civilization is actually a very strange thing. Despite its perceived backwardness, the items that appear in its blind boxes would have been considered high-tech, even in the context of mainland civilization. But you say it's advanced, yet the vast majority of survivors are still living like they did in the Stone Age. Therefore, this electrified fence, putting aside everything else, is something that survivors or pirates cannot cross, at least for now, around the island. Take out these 3 supplies. Just like the previous one, the cow was placed directly in the pig pen. However, Li Tian's actions displeased the C- grade cow and the B- grade pig. It seemed that no one wanted a third party to interfere in their relationship. The construction of the tenement building required 100,000 pieces of stone and 5,000 pieces of wood, which was quite simple, and Li Tian made it directly. The building is only 3 stories high, with a square exterior and no protrusions or dents on the surface except for the windows. Each floor has 3 small single rooms, each 15 square meters, plus a stairwell, a toilet, and a public water area. This building stirred up Li Tian's childhood memories. Unfortunately, with the passage of time and the development of technology, almost all of these buildings have disappeared into the annals of history. As for making the electrified guardrail, that's even simpler. A 5-meter-long fence can be made with just 10 pieces of metal, and the crafting manual for this electrified fence is more like a skill manual. Once used in the crafting center, this crafting manual will remain there permanently, allowing for the unlimited creation of electrified guardrails. Li Tian didn't hesitate to install electrified fences in all the living areas on the island. Afterwards, Li Tian, Li Erbio, and Wang Lao, who had nothing else to do, started a charcoal fire together, hoping to earn more money from renting out floating stones. Aside from a short rest during dinner, the 3 of them worked until 11:55 p.m. Of course, due to his advanced age, Mr. Wang was unable to keep up with the fight for so long and went to bed around 9 p.m. There are over 10,000 charcoal pieces available for rent, and so many are still booked. It seems the demand is much greater than we imagined. Li Erbio exclaimed as he looked at the rental information in the brochure. Li Tian smiled without saying a word. The more he rented, the happier he was. Now, by making a quick profit during the winter and then selling the charcoal at a high price before spring, the value of the charcoal is basically squeezed dry. Certainly, retaining ownership of the charcoal and not selling it to outsiders might create a monopoly and generate more rental income. But there are too many uncertainties involved. Li Tian mainly felt that Yin-D had been developing for so long, and there were more and more survivor IDs with the prefix Yanmeng. Even a pig shouldn't be unable to produce fire tinder, right? Now that it's winter, tinder can't dry, so he doesn't need to worry. However, after spring arrives, Emperor Yin might also be able to start a fire using the dry tinder, which would be a loss for him. Moreover, looking at it from a long-term perspective, even if it's not the Flame Emperor in the future, there should be other people like the Water Emperor or the Earth Emperor who can create the source of fire. Since I can't achieve a permanent monopoly, then no one else should try to monopolize it either. Anyway, I've already earned the resources I needed in these few days. By then, even if others have a fire source, they won't be able to cause any trouble, and I'll still be the only one in power. Putting those thoughts aside, the 2 sat quietly in front of the manual, waiting for midnight to arrive. 12 o'clock. The scene that Li Tian and Li Erbio expected to appear did not occur. The daily challenge missions have not appeared. So, it seems the tasks refresh at noon every day? Li Erbio asked suspiciously, stroking his chin. Li Tian smiled and said, "That's even better. We can get a good night's sleep tonight." Then about 15 minutes later, after seeing through the window that there were already quite a few supplies on the edge of the island, Li Tian and Li Erbio went out to collect them. Today is the second day since the start of winter. The snow continues to fall, and the temperature is likely to drop to tens of degrees below zero. This meant that Li Tian and Li Urbio had to wear 2 sets of cotton padded clothes before going out. Open the supply blind box, obtained 5 bandages, 30 milliliters disinfectant, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box, obtained 5x expanding floating stones B-grade upgrade card already stored. It's worth mentioning that the rewards from the current challenge missions still apply, and the number of resource blind boxes remains the same as at noon, at 1756. Presumably, the day in the daily challenge is based on 24 hours. This explains why the tasks didn't refresh at midnight. Unfortunately, apart from the B-grade upgrade card, there wasn't a single thing worth looking at among all these blind boxes of supplies. The two returned to their respective rooms, feeling dissatisfied, and could only pray that the challenge they would face after waking up would be easier. After returning to the room, after washing up, Li Tian couldn't wait to think. Open the blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-rank greenhouse barrier, which has been added to your manual inventory. Greenhouse barrier? Li Tian was stunned after hearing the system's prompt, unable to figure out what it was for. So, out of curiosity, he sat down in front of the manual and opened the storage. S-level greenhouse barrier. When used, it adds an invisible and colorless greenhouse barrier, maintaining a spring-like temperature inside the barrier year-round. It can be turned on or off automatically via user voice commands. Barrier coverage area. A circle with a radius of 150 meters. Holy crap. Li Tian was dumbfounded after reading the information. This thing was way too high-tech. No, that's not right. It can't even be described as high-tech anymore. Could this be a product of this era? Even science fiction movies wouldn't dare to portray this. However, since it is produced by the system, it must be of high quality, so how could Li Tian not trust it? Without hesitation, he used the planning area as the center. The reason for using the planning area as the center is quite simple. One reason is to take care of Old Wong, so that he won't have nothing to do in the winter. Secondly, if the residential area is taken as the center, a considerable area is in the sea, which is a waste. As expected, it worked after using it. Li Tian felt the temperature around him rise rapidly. In the area covered by the greenhouse barrier, not a single snowflake could be seen falling. Only then did he feel satisfied and fall asleep, wearing only his underwear. 050. Old Wong felt extremely wronged. Midnight. Li Tian was having a sweet, spring-like dream when he was woken up by a series of loud knocks on the door. He clicked his tongue, still seemingly unsatisfied, got dressed, opened the door, and asked, "What's wrong?" Both Wang Lao and Li Urbio were drenched in sweat, their expressions a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Anyone who didn't know better would think they'd seen a ghost. Li Tian, I feel like something's off in our house today, like a heater? Old Wang asked. Li Urbio put it even more bluntly. I was covered with 2 quilts, and I almost got heat rash. After saying that, Li Urbio subconsciously glanced at the bed behind Li Tian, but when he saw that there was only a thin sheet on Li Tian's bed, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Did you set this temperature? Li Tian smiled awkwardly after hearing this. It was quite late at the time, and I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I didn't tell you. Afterwards, Li Tian told him about the greenhouse barrier. Of course, he chose to keep the origin of this thing a secret. He naturally wanted to keep the system a secret. Little did they know that after Wang Lao and Li Urbio learned about the role of the greenhouse barrier, they stopped sleeping altogether. One of them rolled up his sleeves, took off his cotton padded coat, and headed straight for the planning area. One option is to go for a run at night. All right, assessment complete. 2 lunatics. Li Tian had no interest in joining their camp. Staying up all night would make him go bald. The next day, when Li Tian woke up, breakfast had already been prepared. As usual, Old Wong planted himself in the planting area. Li Urbio was tending to the charcoal fire in the kitchen. After talking to him, I learned that he had been burning charcoal all night and had also put out more than 2,000 pieces of charcoal. This made Li Tian feel somewhat embarrassed, as it was someone else who was working hard to manage his island. After much persuasion, Li Tian finally managed to convince Li Urbio to go and rest, and then took over Li Urbio's position. It continued until nearly noon, when Li Tian had to prepare meals for the whole family, so he gave up on the charcoal fire. First, he went to the nursery to feed the chickens and found that there were 3 more chicks. Li Tian had to give the rooster a thumbs up. Moreover, Li Tian discovered that the first 3 chicks that hatched had now grown full feathers and were already half the size of their mother hen. However, now that there's a greenhouse barrier, Li Tian has released these guys. Free-range chickens are better. They make for a richer soup. After, Li Tian then went back to the manual, took the bill level card he had just obtained the night before with him, and then carried 2 buckets of vegetables and a bundle of seawater rice stalks to the pigsty. Inside the pigsty, the 3-way power struggle that Li Tian had hoped for did not materialize. Now the C-grade cow and the B-grade pig are on the same side, jointly resisting and disliking that ordinary cow. Seeing the ordinary cow huddled in the corner, trembling, Li Tian felt sorry for it. "Did you 2 bully them?" Li Tian asked, looking at the pig and cow huddled together. But to everyone's surprise, the 2 of them simultaneously raised their heads and shouted, looking incredibly arrogant. "No, you're both female and from different species, so why are you so close?" Li Tian was puzzled, but received no response from them. "All right, you'd better not regret this." After saying that, Li Tian took out a B-level upgrade card and used it on the ordinary cow. The next moment, the ordinary ox spirit and energy changed. The horns became increasingly sharp and thick, and its fur was much better looking than that of the C-grade cow. What a handsome bull! Upon seeing this, the mother cow's already round eyes widened even more. She quickly moved away from the wild boar and looked at the B-grade cow, mooing loudly. But the B-grade bull just glanced at it indifferently and ignored it. This amused Li Tian. He hadn't realized cows could be so snobbish. As for the great white shark pups, Li Tian thought about it and decided not to feed them for now. He didn't have enough eggs to feed them, so he would have to make do with them for the time being. After finishing all that, Li Tian went to cook. After lunch, the 3 of them headed towards Li Tian's room and looked at the manual screen. Daily challenge missions. Island owners are requested to use all means to expand the island's area by 1,000 square meters and cultivate 20 plots of black soil before 2,400 hours. Expanding the island's area, 0/1000. Black soil reclamation, 0/20 blocks. Task completion rewards. 1. Restore the refresh rate of resource blind boxes. 2. Receive an additional 1,000 of island area. 3. Receive an additional 20 blocks of grade of black soil. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 8712, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. Today's task isn't difficult, Li Tian said with a faint smile as he accepted the assignment. Upon hearing this, Old Wang's eyes lit up. "It's not just not difficult. I wish I could do this every day. Enough said, I'm going to get 20 clods of black soil and start plowing." Watching Old Wang's departing figure, Li Tian and Li Erbio exchanged a glance, both amused and exasperated. As for the task of expanding the island's area, it couldn't be simpler. The expanded floating stone warehouse has stored quite a lot, so you can just use it directly. Next, once Old Wang has finished cultivating the black soil, we can start harvesting supplies. "Let's continue burning charcoal for now," Li Tian suggested. But just as the 2 of them entered the kitchen and started the fire, Old Wang walked in with a long face. "Old Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Li Tian asked with some concern. After hearing this, Old Wang just sighed and said nothing. This made Li Tian and Li Erbio even more anxious. "Old Wang, what's wrong? Don't scare us." Old Wang then smiled bitterly and said, "Alas, people get old after all and can't compete with machines. I've only plowed 1 plot of land, and that Xiao has already plowed all 19 blocks of black soil that I just used. Don't even mention how much fun it was. It didn't even cure my itchy hands, sigh." Old Wang looked as aggrieved as a child at this moment, but fortunately he was all right, which relieved Li Tian and the other man. However, in order to keep Old Wang calm, Li Tian offered both comfort and a reminder. He said, "Old Wang, don't forget, we were rewarded with 20 pieces of grade of black soil for completing the mission. Go and get them, and see what we can plan to make it worthwhile." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Old Wang was full of enthusiasm again. "Okay, I'll go right now." After completing the mission, Xiao Ai and Aoli quickly retrieved the supplies ashore, and Li Tian and Li Erbio stopped what they were doing and went to open the supply blind boxes. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 1 X-grade B water wheel power generation device, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box. Obtained 5x expanded floating stones, 10x metal, already stored in the manual warehouse. 051. Sea surface freezes, S-rank upgrade card. A water wheel power generation device? This is a good thing. Li Tian laughed, and then took it out and installed it in the freshwater stream that evolved from the island. The water is flowing, which is just enough to make the water wheel turn. The installation of the water wheel power generation device is exactly the same as the previous tap water system. It is automatically installed as soon as it is taken out. The cable was directly connected to the main power switch of the farmhouse residence. Furthermore, according to the system readings, this water wheel power generation device can also store electricity for the solar panels even when electricity is not being used. This also makes up for the predicament of solar energy failure when the weather is bad. The rest of the afternoon, Li Tian and Li Erbio continued to light the charcoal fire. Li Tian also contacted the boy by the sea and learned that he was fine and on his way to pick up the fifth member. At midnight, everyone welcomed the third day of winter. The winter is bitterly cold, and a thin layer of ice has already formed on the sea surface. It will probably not be long before the sea is completely frozen over, to the point that it will be walkable. This is good news for any survivor, as they can easily walk onto the sea to retrieve supplies. But for Li Tian, this was nothing short of a nightmare. Putting aside the fact that this would restrict Xiao AI and Aoli Ji's fishing resources, it would also affect the Tiangong members who were sailing on the sea. This is terrible. Looking at the world outside the barrier, where snow was falling all around, Li Tian sighed. Li Erbio also looked worried. It's only the third day. There are still 4 days to go. I'm afraid the temperature will get lower and lower in the future. I don't know if the guys in the Heavenly Palace can withstand it. Let's keep in constant contact with them. From now on, we'll take turns sleeping, and we must always meet all the needs of the Heavenly Palace members, Li Tian suggested. The good news is that even if the sea freezes, Xiao AI can still work normally. It's just that Ali Gu can't help Xiao AI anymore. This result was naturally acceptable to Li Tian, so he didn't complain. After Xiao AI had retrieved all the supply boxes, the two of them divided the tasks and opened the supply boxes. Open the supply box obtained Ice Chisel X1, already stored in the manual inventory. Open the supply blind box and obtain S-rank upgrade card, already stored. Lady Luck has really opened her eyes. Li Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw that he had opened such a treasure from the supply blind box. However, the use of the S-level upgrade card proved to be a challenge for Li Tian and Li Erbio. This kind of thing can't be used casually, since it's extremely rare. Li Tian has developed to the point where there are very few S-level items on the entire island. Only through proper upgrades can it achieve its maximum potential. Li Tian first ruled out poultry and livestock. B-grade cards would be fine to use on them, but S-grade cards would be a real waste. The two power generation units are currently providing sufficient electricity, so there is no need for upgrades. As for the crops, now that we have 20 plots of grade of black soil, using grade of black soil for cultivation, they will soon have no shortage of grade A crops. After eliminating options layer by layer, the remaining choices are nothing more than water resources and one's own qualities. Li Erbio suggested that Li Tian raise his own qualities to S level in order to deal with some dangerous situations. But Li Tian rejected it. Their bodies are now at AB plus level, without the use of upgrade cards. Therefore, this means that eating foods with different levels can also increase one's own level. If that's the case, why not use the S-rank upgrade card to upgrade that large distillation device? In this way, everyone on the island can improve their physical fitness by relying on S-grade water, which is undoubtedly the best option. After telling Li Erbio about his idea, Li Erbio naturally agreed. The next moment, a brand new, high-tech S-class large-scale distillation device appeared before the two of them. S-grade large-scale distillation unit can distill 10 L of S-grade pure water every 12 hours. To Li Tian's surprise, the daily distillation volume had doubled. 20 L of S-grade water a day is more than enough to supply their needs. Next, they just need to wait for the S- grade water to be distilled out. Back inside, considering that Li Erbio hadn't rested well the previous day, Li Tian told him to go to sleep. He could keep an eye on things tonight, and Li Erbio didn't make a fuss. He nodded and left. With nothing else to do, Li Tian went to the kitchen and started burning charcoal. The night was peaceful and uneventful, and nothing unexpected happened. Even the pirates, who were extremely rampant not long ago, have fallen silent since the arrival of winter. Perhaps they froze to death, or perhaps the extreme cold simply hindered their movement. However, Li Tian will not let his guard down. In this world, everyone is a dangerous creature. Upon hearing the rooster crow, Li Tian stopped burning charcoal and began preparing breakfast. It seems that Old Wang and Li Erbio wake up around the same time every day after the rooster crows. After the three of them had breakfast, Li Tian didn't rush to go to sleep. He had been looking forward to all night to see what it would feel like to drink S-grade water. Now, after a night of distillation, there is quite a bit of S- grade water in the tanks in the water storage area. Li Tian was generous and took out all of it, distributing it equally to Old Wang and Li Erbio. The three of them clinked glasses and drank together. Suddenly, I felt my body changing, becoming more and more robust, and my vision and reaction time also improved significantly. Is this the power of S-grade water? Li Erbio clenched his fists and tested the strength. It was completely different from B-grade water. Li Tian smiled and said, "We're only at the A level right now. It'll probably be quite a while before we reach the S level." Huh? This is only A level? How powerful must the physical attributes of an S-level person be? Li Erbio was incredibly excited after hearing this. The answer will be revealed then, won't it? Alright, I'm going to take a nap now. I have to continue my shift tonight. On the island of Emperor Yen. By this time, his island had grown to over 1,200 square meters, but he still lived in a stone house. The advantage of the stone house is that it is well ventilated in the summer, so there is no worry about burning charcoal. The disadvantage is that it is too well ventilated, and when the cold wind blows, he is wrapped in a quilt and shivering. Not to mention the daily challenges. He hasn't left the stone house since the beginning of winter. Fortunately, he had stored up a lot of supplies before winter, which was enough for him to get through the winter safely. Achoo! Damn it! It's over 1,000 square meters, and there's still no vegetation to serve as fire ash. Just how developed has that proud island of Qianqian reached? If I had a source of fire, would I have to scramble to reserve even a charcoal fire? It's freezing. You arrogant brat. I'm not finished with you. 052. Polar bears appear. When Li Tian woke up, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. Li Erbio completed today's challenge task early on. It seems that the 2,000 square meters of land that the island gained yesterday did not affect the difficulty of the mission, which gave Li Tian a guess. Could it be that the difficulty of his challenge is tiered? Is 80,000 square meters one level of difficulty and 90,000 square meters another? However, despite having this idea, Li Tian dared not expand the island's area to 90,000 square meters just to verify this conjecture. If the task really gets harder, then we're doomed. I ate a little something and then joined the charcoal grilled group. While chatting with Li Erbio, Li Tian learned that the sea had completely frozen over that day. In the chat area have already stepped onto the ice and successfully collected the supply blind boxes. But fate is fair. While you gain something, you also lose something else. According to survivors' feedback, the ice was so thick that the supply boxes were firmly embedded in it, and it would take a lot of effort to break through the ice to get them out. Furthermore, some survivors recounted encountering polar bears and other creatures while retrieving supplies. Li Tian had actually anticipated the problem of the blind boxes containing supplies being embedded due to the excessively thick ice layer. However, the matter of the polar bear truly surprised him. "Brother, did that person really say that?" Li Tian asked while chopping wood. Li Erbio nodded in agreement. Yes, that person spoke so eloquently, describing almost the entire polar bear. He doesn't seem like he's just trying to fool people. Besides, in this freezing weather, surely no one would be so bored as to make up these kinds of stories. Then we'd better be careful. Since a polar bear has appeared, I don't believe there's only one. There might be some near every island. Don't worry, our electrified guardrails aren't just for show. Midnight falls. Li Tian and Li Erbio returned to the beach to wait for the supply blind boxes. Over the course of an afternoon and evening, they put more than 3,000 pieces of charcoal up for rent. Judging from the number of charcoal reservations, the market for this product is not yet saturated, and there are still many people in need of it. During this period, Li Tian has accumulated more than 30,000 expansion stones from charcoal rentals, as well as the materials obtained from the trading hall and material blind boxes. If it weren't for the intervention of the challenge mission, Li Tian would have preferred to use all of them directly. It's worth praising that Xiao AI is indeed a multifunctional and powerful robot. Even though the supply boxes were embedded in the ice, it did not affect the speed of their retrieval. Although it can no longer use nets, its boom and ropes form a complete lifting device. As long as the hook catches the supply box, it can easily pull the supply box out of the ice. It perfectly embodies the aesthetics of violets. The two then open the supply blind box together. Open the supply blind box. Obtained 250 g bread, 150 milliliters purified water, already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the resource box. Obtained metal X2, wood X5, expandable float X1, already stored. Unfortunately, there was nothing worth looking at in this supply blind box. The two looked at each other, sighed helplessly, and walked towards the house. As usual tonight, Li Erbio will rest, and Li Tian will be on duty. As the weather gradually worsened and temperatures dropped, many people complained in the chat section of the manual. Even those who were usually active in the chat area have been rarely posting lately. It seems that the harsh winter has truly dealt a heavy blow to the survivors. As a result, many more survivors may lose their lives. Suddenly, Li Tian, who was setting up the charcoal fire, heard a notification. When I opened it, I found it was from my silly little sister. During this time, Dai Xiaomei was also freezing cold. Aside from 3 meals a day, I don't have much communication with myself. We'll still share the supplies she has worked so hard to collect with Li Tian as promised. This made Li Tian look at him with new respect. But what could she possibly want to say when she sends a message at this moment? Li Tian felt a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. I opened the chat window and took a look. Really, brother, a polar bear has appeared on my island, right in front of my stone house. I blocked the doorway with charcoal, and it didn't dare to come in, but it also showed no sign of leaving. Li Tian quickly traded the hidden arrow he had previously obtained, saying, "Use this to drive it away." "But I don't know how to use it." "QEQ," the naive girl replied instantly. Although Li Tian's heart also tightened, he remained calm and reassured the little girl while explaining the usage techniques to her. Aim for its head as much as possible. Kill it with one blow. I'll give it a try. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. There was still no word from Dai Xiaomei, which made Li Tian restless. Could something really have happened? Li Tian paced anxiously back and forth in a room, hoping that Dai Xiaomei would reply to him soon. After a while, Li Tian's heart was in his throat when he finally heard the notification tone. "Silly girl. Big brother, it's dead." "Li Tian, you scared me to death. I'm so glad you're alright." "Dai Xiaomei, thanks to the fact that I played a lot of PUBG during my previous live streams, my aim is still pretty good. That guy's tough, and the first arrow that hit it actually made it more excited." "Dai Xiaomei, but thankfully it must be because I ate a lot of B-grade food and water." The polar bear's reaction was not as good as mine. "It chased me, and I ran away. It chased me, and I ran away. I wore it down until it died." Just as Li Tian was about to say something, a transaction pop-up appeared. It turns out that the silly girl traded the polar bear carcass for it. "Hey bro, you can have this. You can eat it, sell it, or whatever you want. I just don't dare do anything with this guy." Li Tian readily accepted, and upon checking the system, he was astonished to find that this polar bear also had a B-level rank. Li Tian has now eaten B-grade water, B-grade dishes, and B- grade rice, but he has never eaten B-grade meat. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. So, polar bear meat can't be too bad, right? Thinking of this, Li Tian went straight to the beach to have his stomach cut open. It may be cruel, but this is the only way the world can be. Previously, when Li Tian handled bloody items at the beach, he had to be extremely careful, for fear of attracting sharks. But now, he doesn't have to worry about this problem. Instead, he summoned Ali and fed him the polar bear's internal organs. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Set a goal. Island area. 2,766,865,533 square meters. 053. Class A Dog Dominator. After processing the polar bear carcass, there is still about 400 kilograms of edible meat left. And Aoli Gay ate all he could at this buffet, which left him completely satisfied. Afterwards, Li Tian used a kitchen knife to dismember the polar bear's meat and stored it in an ice cellar. It's so late at night, Li Tian certainly wouldn't eat alone. Seeing the ice cellar filled with the sea fish they had caught earlier, Li Tian glanced at the world outside the barrier and muttered to himself, "Are these fish and meat ready to be sold now?" Thinking about it, Li Tian took out a 100 kilograms fish and gutted it on the beach. However, these fish scraps are not attractive at all to Ollie Gay. Ollie didn't even seem to bother to sniff it, and simply used his tail to slap the debris into the seawater. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, the pheasants diligently crowed, announcing the arrival of a new day. So far, Li Tian has processed about 300 kilograms of fish meat, and all of it has been put on the shelves. The price is set at 50 G of fish meat for a trade of either 1x the value of expanding floating stones or 20x the value of other resources. Sales were booming, and many people in the chat area even hoped that more would be available, as they were all starving. Of course, Li Tian also understood that this was ultimately a small part. The main part depended on daytime sales and the auction of grilled fish. A few minutes after the rooster crowed, Old Wang and Li Er left the house at the appointed time. After the three of them had breakfast, Li Tian also explained the work to the two of them. Old Wang, with winter approaching, there's a lot to do. Leave the crops to Xiao Yi. I hope you can help me process the fish and try to finish processing all the fish in the ice cellar. Brother Biao, you'll have to work a little harder. Keep burning some charcoal. Old Wang and I will process the fish first, and then we'll come help you. Old Wang and Li Erbio naturally wouldn't refuse. Although Mr. Wang usually stays in the planning area, he still has a strong sense of teamwork. If there are more important things to do, he will join in. And so, the three of them divided the work reasonably and got busy. In one morning, 300 kilograms of fish was processed and 2,000 yuan worth of charcoal was rented out. With lunchtime approaching, Li Tian finally told everyone to stop and rest for a while. Li Tian then went to the ice cellar and retrieved some polar bear meat to cook. Polar bear meat is far superior to pork, lamb, and beef. It's mostly lean meat. Although I haven't tasted it yet, it looks like it should taste pretty good. Stir-fry bear meat with green peppers, and then use the bear meat to make a soup. Now, thanks to methane, it's possible to operate both the kitchen and the kitchen at the same time. Stir-frying is done in the kitchen, rice is cooked in an electric rice cooker, and soup is cooked in a pressure cooker on a gas stove. The process is multi-threaded, and the food is cooked quickly. Today, Li Tian prepared 4 dishes and a soup for everyone. Stir-fried bear meat with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cabbage, steamed fish, and bear meatball and mushroom soup. The ability to make these delicacies is also thanks to Mr. Wang's contributions to the island. He basically grows whatever the island lacks, including peanut oil and salt. Moreover, I heard from Old Wang that he has also planted cumin and other seasonings recently, and when they are harvested, he will be able to obtain more seasonings. As for the eggs, this was something Li Tian had agreed upon with the pheasants. He would occasionally take a few to use, and the pheasants never refused. Including today, the pheasant has hatched 9 chicks. The first 3 chicks that hatch have grown up and started laying eggs. As for whether those eggs were fertilized, Li Tian didn't dare to ask. What do you think? After all, the roosters are all family. It just depends on how they treat this relationship. After lunch, the challenge begins. Daily challenge missions. Island owners, please use all means to tame a creature of grade A or higher before 2400 hours. Taming A-level creatures, 0/1. Mission completion reward. Restore the refresh of resource blind boxes and give an additional A-grade creature of the same type but opposite gender. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 8712, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. This mission is a bit tricky, Li Erbio said bluntly after seeing it. Li Tian gave a wry smile. The process of subduing them is not difficult, but where to find them is the problem. But since this mission has been issued, could it be that an A-level creature will appear on our island later? Old Wang asked. Take a look. After receiving their assignments, the 3 continued with the tasks they had been working on that morning. After all, there's nothing you can do about this challenge mission if you're in a hurry. A-level creatures aren't easy to come by, and if all else fails, you'll just have to fail the mission. 4:24 p.m. Li Tian, who was processing fish with Old Wang by the sea, suddenly heard a dog barking coming from the woods on the island. Li Erbio, Wang Lao, and Li Tian immediately tensed up. A-level creature has appeared, Li Erbio asked. Li Tian didn't answer, but was still savoring the sound. A dog's bark? Could it be a wolf? Old man Wang, though old in years, was still young at heart. He picked up his hoe and gestured, "Shall the 3 of us go and take a look?" Li Tian shook his head. The forest is outside the barrier, and the temperature there is very low. I think we should just wait here and wait for the creature to come to us. Who knows, it might come over on its own. Then, Li Tian looked at Li Erbio and said, Brother Biao, turn off the power to the electric fence and also prepare your own weapons. After that, the three of them continued with their work absent-mindedly, but they focused more on paying attention to the movements around them. Another 10 minutes or so passed. The roosters kept crowing, and Li Tian grabbed his katana and ran towards the source of the crowing. Oh no, that thing is ruining our chickens. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio and Wang Lao each grabbed a machete and a hoe and followed Li Tian. After running for several dozen meters, we arrive at the back of the farmhouse. A black and white dog was seen desperately chasing the pheasants. Fortunately, the pheasant was of a decent level and still had some reflexes. Holy crap, a wolf! Li Erbio exclaimed in surprise. On the contrary, the more Li Tian looked at it, the more something seemed off. I always feel that this creature gives people a strange sense of friendliness and humor. It wasn't until the dog, chasing the chicken, didn't realize what it was and crashed headfirst into the wall, howling in pain, that Li Tian Kai remembered what kind of animal it was. This is a Siberian husky. To be honest, Li Tian was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The Class A creature is actually a husky? Isn't this challenge a freebie? Originally, Li Tian was worried that it might be a fierce wolf or even a wild dog. It's a sled dog. It shouldn't be too hard to tame one, right? Li Tian darted forward and stood in front of the husky, whistling unconsciously as he did so. Surprisingly, the husky seemed interested after hearing this, wagging its tail as if it wanted to play with Li Tian. Old Wang and Li Erbio were dumbfounded. It really is a husky. 054, auctioning fish meat. Seeing this, Li Tian squatted down, picked up a pebble, waved it in front of the husky, and then threw it. The husky actually ran over there eagerly, but it couldn't find the pebble no matter how hard it looked. It got really anxious and started pawing at the ground with its front paws. But when Li Tian showed the pebble in his palm to Li Erbio and Wang Lao, the three of them couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. That's a purebred husky. Brother Biao, go to the ice cellar and cut off a piece of bear meat, and while you're at it, get a heart-to-heart card. Li Erbio immediately understood, nodded, and went into the house through the back door. 2 minutes later, Li Erbio appeared with the bear meat and the tombstone card. That stupid husky was still digging a hole, giving the impression that it wanted to dig through the entire island. Xiao Tian, what can we do with this dog if we tame it? Seeing how stupid the dog was, Old Wang asked a probing question. Li Qianni couldn't answer for a moment. I wonder if this guy can guard the house? Guard the house? I think it's already good enough if they don't destroy the house. And the challenge mission says they'll give you an extra creature of the same kind as a reward. Li Erbio said with a sneer. So what do you think? Should we subdue it or not? If you find it troublesome, we won't subdue it. We'll just slaughter it and eat it. At worst, we'll fail today's mission. Li Tian shrugged indifferently and joked. Old Wang waved his hand. Forget it, dogs aren't allowed to eat. They're very loyal, so let's keep them. Li Tian was just joking. He never eats dog meat and couldn't bear to put his mouth on it. Then, the bear meat and the tongshin card from Li Erbio and walked towards the husky. Little guy, how about you come with me from now on? Li Tian waved the bear meat in front of the husky while glancing at the husky's crotch. After discovering it was a male husky, he added, I can even find you a wife. Actually, when Li Tian showed the meat, the husky was already willing to follow him. Who would have thought that he could also introduce it to a wife? It was even more excited, its limbs moving uncoordinatedly, as if it were cheering. In this way, Li Tian easily tamed an A-grade husky. The next second after the mission was completed, a female husky also appeared in the courtyard of the farmhouse. Moreover, this female husky even came with a pre-existing love card. Li Tian didn't need to go through the trouble of binding himself. After feeding them, Li Tian let them play by themselves, but he also warned them not to bully the pheasants, or he would lock them up with the wild boars. This terrified them both. After everything was done, Xiao AI also managed to retrieve the supply blind boxes from the water. Currently, the island covers an area of 89,120 square meters, and 898 blind boxes containing supplies can be retrieved. The doubled supply boxes from the first day's challenge. Li Tian no longer complained that there were too many of these 898 supply boxes. Sigh, I wonder when the supply blind boxes will double again. Of course, no one can say for sure about these things. It's all up to fate. With the three of them working together, the supply blind boxes were quickly opened. Aside from some common materials, food, and medical supplies, the only thing that's somewhat acceptable is this multifunctional kitchen utensil making book. This thing isn't exactly precious, but it's actually just a fairly ordinary kitchen utensil. While it may seem ordinary, it is indeed the first integrated production book that Li Tian has ever seen. You can also think of it as an encyclopedia of kitchenware containing various cookbooks on how to make them, and all of them are permanent. It's fair to say that owning it is like owning the entire kitchen. Without hesitation, Li Tian created 2 scalers, which looked similar to a razor and were excellent at scraping fish scales. If it can be put to use, then it's worth the money. With the help of the scaler, Li Tian and Old Wong were able to process the fish much faster. Previously, using a fruit knife to remove scales was not very convenient. Now, you can scrape off the fish scales in just a few seconds, then use scissors to cut open the fish from the tail end, pull out the internal organs, and the fish is done. That means it takes less than 20 seconds to process a fish, and if you get used to it, it will be even faster. By dinner time, Li Tian and Wong Lao had processed 350 kilograms of fish in just over 2 hours, which was more than they had done in the entire morning. As for Li Erbio, he prepares more than 2,000 charcoal pieces in an afternoon, and currently he rents out nearly 25,000 charcoal pieces. That's equivalent to accumulating 25,000 expansion stones in a single day. If you include trading halls and the like, the number is even more immeasurable. After dinner, Li Tian unveiled a barbecue grill that he hadn't used in a long time. After placing the charcoal on the grill, they put 20 whole fish on the grill, while Old Wong and Li Erbio went to the eye cellar to take out a piece of bear meat and were cutting and marinating it. Li Tian quickly grilled 20 fish. Considering his repeat customers, he generously coated each fish with peanut oil and chili water. The so-called chili water is simply a broth made by simmering bird's eye chilies. There's no other way to add flavor to the fish without cumin and other seasonings. Grilling this batch of fish, Li Tian instructed Li Erbio to auction them off. Meanwhile, Li Tian and Old Wong continued grilling bear chops. However, roasting bear ribs was a long process. During this time, Li Tian asked Old Wong to help look after the bear ribs, while he went to Li Erbio's room to observe the auction of fish and meat. I must say it works quite well. When Li Tian arrived at Li Erbio's room, Li Erbio had already auctioned off 3 fish, with the prices being 20, 24, and 25 expansion stones respectively. Compared to the rental price, these extended pumice stones costing only a few dozen yuan are indeed not very appealing. But don't forget, fish is already very cheap. The price of 50 g of fish meat in the trading hall is 1 expansion stone, and a fish will weigh about 100 g after processing. If you don't grill it, a fish will only cost 2 expansion stones, but now, a simple grilling will increase its value 10 times. In comparison, this is extremely profitable. The only drawback is that it cannot be mass-produced. Of course, this auction was actually Li Tian's way of testing the waters. I wanted to see how many survivors could afford the cost of this auction, so I conducted a market survey while earning resources. The 4th fish is now being filmed. Those who missed out on the grilled fish before are no longer hiding it. Emperor Yin was quite supportive of Li Tian's business, immediately offering 20 expansion stones. Demacia, 21 expansion pumice stones. Azerbul Piton, 22 expanded floating stones. Emperor Yin, damn it. If any of you dare to compete with me again, you'll be making an enemy of the Yin Alliance. Emperor Yin, 23 expansion stones. Prodigal son, Yin, you motherfucker, you swindler alliance, how dare you think you're so great? Didn't you say you provide free charcoal? The prodigal son, I haven't seen any supplies from you. The Heavenly Palace, on the other hand, keeps its word. It's a pity they're not accepting anyone right now. Otherwise, I would definitely go to the Heavenly Palace. Prodigal, 24 expansion pumice stones. 055, check-in, SS-class intelligent AI helicopter. Damn, now any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to offend me. Just wait, we'll have our chance to deal with you eventually. You prodigal son? I'll make you a grandson someday. After cursing under his breath, Emperor Yin made an arrogant offer, 50 expansion stones. Once this price was announced, no one dared to bid. It wasn't that I succumbed to the threat from Emperor Yin. I simply felt that Emperor Yin might have some issues. A grilled fish, even one with seasoning, shouldn't cost 50 expansion stones, right? Moreover, according to the auctioneer, there is more than one of these fish. If they didn't get it this time, they can get it next time. Wouldn't it be foolish for anyone to keep bidding? And so, Emperor Yin successfully won the bid for the grilled fish at a reasonable price of 50 yuan. After the transaction was completed, Emperor Yin hurriedly took out the grilled fish. Touching the still warm fish, tears of emotion welled up in Emperor Yan's eyes. It really is salty. Oh my god, that's amazing. After successfully auctioning off all the grilled fish, Li Tian accumulated more than 500 expansion stones. As for the transaction price, apart from Yin Di, who was foolish and rich, the rest were generally between 20 and 30 yuan. Of course, Li Tian's real intention was simply to see how much food these survivors could consume. Now a judgment has been made. It seems that these kinds of auctions can be held more frequently in the future. Afterwards, Li Tian returned to the barbecue grill and started grilling the bear meat. Midnight has arrived. Li Tian had become accustomed to silently chanting in his mind, "Open the blind box." Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an SS-class intelligent AI helicopter, which has been added to your manual inventory. Upon learning the items he would receive for signing in, Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, even though he was somewhat prepared. Holy crap, SS-class? A helicopter? Are you kidding me? Thinking it over, Li Tian took it out and placed it in an open space outside the farmhouse. Immediately, he called Li Erbio over to witness the surprise. No way, Li Tian. You can actually make this? Are you a god? Li Erbio touched the fuselage of the helicopter with both hands, his face full of shock. Although he had witnessed countless impossibilities brought to him by Li Tian since he met him, every time he thought that Li Tian could only produce these kinds of good things, he would be proven wrong again and pull out something that transcended the times. Li Tian hadn't expected this guy to be even more outrageous than he'd imagined. Made of aerospace materials, and it's solar-powered, so it doesn't use oil or even need to be charged. After reading the system, Li Tian discovered that the helicopter was even more exaggeratedly automated, with fully automatic piloting. The two boarded the helicopter, and looking at the display showing a range of 100,000 kilometers, Li Tian exclaimed, "Wow. Brother Biao, now that we have this, we can't let our brothers in the heavenly palace suffer. Why don't we go and bring them all here now?" Upon hearing this, Li Erbio nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I was thinking. Anyway, this thing is fully autonomous, so we don't need to know how to drive it. Then go ahead. I'll wait here for your good news. By the way, Brother Biao, remember to open the supply blind box later. Good. After Li Erbio disembarked, Li Tian, following instructions, activated the voice command. Take off. The helicopter's rotors began to rotate slowly. 10 seconds later, the spinning sound was deafening. The rotation speed was astonishing, and it kicked up a cloud of dust. The next moment, with a whoosh, the helicopter disappeared from Li Erbio's sight. Li Erbio, who was on the island, was dumbfounded. Good heavens, I've never seen such a powerful helicopter in the army. It must be supersonic. Inside the helicopter cabin, the sudden takeoff of the helicopter startled Li Tian. This kind of pleasure was something he had never experienced before. Putting everything else aside, it's definitely more thrilling than jumping off a building. Li Tian's first goal was to fly towards the coordinates closest to his island. Although the disposable locator does not display specific coordinates, it can still determine the cardinal directions. Li Tian only needed to instruct the helicopter to keep flying to the left. In less than 10 minutes, the two red dots overlapped, and Li Tian knew that he had arrived at his destination. After giving the helicopter the order to descend, the outline of the island belonging to the Tiangong member came into Li Tian's view. It wasn't very large, maybe only about 10 square meters, and there wasn't even a wooden house. All that could be seen was a ball of charcoal burning faintly. The member leaned against the charcoal fire, wrapped tightly in a cotton quilt. However, due to the darkness, Li Tian couldn't recognize who he was. The loud noise from the helicopter successfully attracted the attention of the Tiangong member. He quickly got up and stood there dumbfounded, seemingly a little confused. Li Tian then turned on the helicopter's loudspeaker and said, "This is Li Tian. Please come up the gangway." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Palace members were overjoyed. "Boss, it's you." Then, Following Li Tian's instructions, he separated the manual from the island, used a piece of burlap as a rope to tie the manual to his back, and began to climb the gangway. A few minutes later, the members successfully boarded the plane. Only then did Li Tian see his true identity. He was actually the angel investor, Bing Wang. Looking at his cheeks and ears, which were red from the cold, and the snot that had frozen on his nose, Li Tian felt both sorry for him and amused. If one had to find a metaphor to describe him, the image of the angel investor Bing Huang at this moment would probably be like that of Brother Deng in The Villain Angel when he went to the snow mountain to collect debts. It took him a while to calm down. "Boss, you even have this?" "I got it by luck from a supply blind box," Li Tian replied with a faint smile. In this island civilization, it seems that nothing is surprising in the eyes of the people, which is perfect for concealing the fact that he has a system. Just say that everything was obtained from a blind box of supplies. Before dawn, there were already 10 people on Li Tian's helicopter. Unfortunately, due to limited seating, Li Tian had no choice but to return to the airport and send them back to the island first. Now, only a few members who live far away and 8 members on a children's boat by the sea remain. There's no need to rush, especially with the boys by the sea. You can pick up 9 people at once, which save a lot of trouble. During the return journey, Li Tian also gained a better understanding of the others. Judging from his manner of speaking, he's not bad. I didn't make a mistake in choosing him. However, the members of the Heavenly Palace spent the entire journey in astonishment. Who would have thought that his boss was so young and even owned a helicopter? This isn't just about survival. This is something that would be unattainable even in mainland civilizations. Immediately, they felt that joining the Heavenly Palace was the wisest choice they had ever made. The return journey was quick and direct, without any detours, taking only about an hour to reach the island. 056. All members have arrived. As the helicopter landed, Li Erbio and Wang Lao heard the noise and rushed out to greet it. The island was bustling with activity for a time. As for entertaining guests, Li Tian naturally left that to Li Erbio and Old Wang. He then restarted the helicopter and flew towards the other members. Su Huanfeng's group of 9, only Dai Xiaomei, Lu Mei QEQ, and I Tian and Xi and Xing remain as members who have not yet been received. With a total of 13 people, Li Tian planned to take them all at once. Even though it's overloaded, it shouldn't have much of an impact, right? It's impossible for there to be air police checking for overloading on an island like this, right? After deciding on his route, Li Tian flew towards the right side of the island. Half an hour later, they arrived over another member's island. As they slowly descended, the other person's appearance came into Li Tian's view. A pure-looking young girl with a ponytail stood there, wrapped in a cotton-padded coat, ready to greet them. All the members of Tiangong have now received a notification from Li Erbio, informing them that Li Tian is on his way to pick them up. Is she Sister Lu? Since the only female members of the Heavenly Palace besides Dai Xiaomei are Lu Mei, they are quite easy to distinguish. Considering that the other party was a girl, Li Tian deliberately lowered the helicopter as much as possible. After all, climbing the gangway is inherently dangerous. Even though Li Tian lowered the helicopter's altitude considerably, Lu Mei was still a girl, and it still took her several minutes to climb those few meters of gangway. The whole process was shaky and precarious. But if the result is good, that's good enough. Greetings, boss. Lu Mei exhaled a breath of cool air after entering the warm cabin and quickly greeted him. Li Tian turned around and smiled. You've had a tough time these past few days. You'll be more comfortable when you come to my place. That is Li Tian's glance back. Lu Mei was completely stunned, her mind reeling with astonishment. My God, boss is so handsome. After a while, she came to her senses and nodded blankly, replying incoherently. Huh? Oh, okay. Thank you, boss. Upon seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but smile again. What a lovely girl. More than an hour later. At this moment, there were already 3 people inside the helicopter cabin. Lu Mei, and I Tian, and Xi and Xing. These 2 are top students, currently enrolled in a 985 university, and they do indeed look very refined, both wearing glasses. The 2 of them were the type to talk little. They just sat quietly, neither chatting with each other nor striking up a conversation with Lu Mei. They would only give a reluctant answer if Li Tian asked them a question. Compared to the previous group of people, Li Tian still felt that he had made a wise decision. Thankfully, Angel Investor Ice Emperor and Do Zone Powerhouse joined the Heavenly Palace. Without them enlivening the atmosphere, things really wouldn't have been as good. Was able to maintain a very harmonious atmosphere in the cabin, chatting and laughing, thanks to the angel investor, Ice Emperor, a master of witty banter. By the time Li Tian arrived above the large sailboat, it was already quite bright. Below the helicopter, on the deck of a large sailboat, Su Huanfeng and 8 others had already lined up, ready to board at any moment. Due to the large number of people, the helicopter hovered there for about 20 minutes before all 9 people boarded the plane. With more people, it became noticeably more lively. However, the conversation mainly revolved around survival and their amazement at Li Tian's helicopter. The last stop was Dai Xiaomei's island. That island was also the furthest away from me. That girl really knows how to choose her birthplace. It took about 2 hours to drive there. Hearing the sound of the planes circling, the silly little girl came out of the stone house with a smile on her face and waved continuously. Inside the cabin, many men were stunned when they saw what the girl looked like. "Boss, is this girl Dai Xiaomei?" one of them asked in surprise. Li Tian understood what the other party meant and nodded with a smile. "Not bad, right? We even arranged for an internet celebrity to live with you." Xinxing, who rarely speaks, surprisingly replied, "It's a pity we don't have computers, otherwise it would be really fun to play together. Since helicopters can be flown, I think computers will follow in time." And Li Tian added, offering his analysis. Listening to everyone's comments, Li Tian finally understood what attraction between the sexes meant. This is the power of attraction between the sexes. This silly girl has only just appeared and hasn't even boarded the helicopter yet, and it's already so lively. However, thinking about this, Li Tian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Given the persona that Dai Xiaomei has during her live streams, wouldn't she suddenly start doing a giant swing after boarding the plane? Fortunately, and regrettably, what Li Tian was worried about, hoped for, did not happen. Today, the naive girl was like a graceful lady, sitting quietly and occasionally giving others a smile. This reminded Li Tian of Sister Zhou. If Sister Zhou hadn't said anything, it probably would have been even more popular, right? That's gone too far. Now that they had picked up all the people, Li Tian and the others took the helicopter back home. When the group arrived at Li Tian's island, Old Wang and Li Erbio had already prepared a banquet. Although there were no lanterns or decorations, the sumptuous dishes on the round table were enough to show the hospitality. Under Li Tian's instructions, bear meat, fish, eggs, and all sorts of high-grade food were brought over. It was quite a feast. When the members of the Heavenly Palace saw this, their eyes practically popped out of their sockets. Is this still considered survival? Is it about survival? You won't know until you compare, and the comparison is truly astonishing. This is a world of difference. While everyone else was still eating bread, their boss was unexpectedly eating big meals of meat and fish. While everyone was still sipping water, they never expected that their boss's water supply would be endless. At that moment, they were all glad that they had followed the right person. If I had been misled by Emperor Yin and joined the Yin Alliance, I might be eating my toes to get salt right now. After the banquet, then came the issue of housing allocation. A tenement building inhabited primarily by men. The remaining room in the farmhouse is shared by Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei. No one had any objections to this allocation. The main reason is that Li Tian's island has a greenhouse barrier, making it warm in winter and cool in summer, so it doesn't matter where you live. After everyone had organized their personal belongings, Li Tian gathered them together for a brief meeting. The main content was to explain some future arrangements. It's nothing more than the male colleagues must complete the training in the morning under the supervision of Li Erbio. After the training, they will work together to complete tasks if necessary, and rest freely if not. The women are responsible for providing meals for everyone, feeding the poultry, and maintaining the hygiene of the farmhouse accommodations. This is just a general schedule. The specifics will depend on the actual situation on the day. After the meeting, Li Tian went back to his room and went to sleep. 057, Class S, Polar Bear. When Li Tian woke up, it was already afternoon. The island currently presents a harmonious and joyful scene. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei quickly became friends and were busy walking their dog. The other male members of the Heavenly Palace were divided into 2 groups at Li Erbio's request. A group of people were processing the fish in the ice cellar. Another group of people helped to burn more charcoal. Awake! When Li Tian came into the kitchen, Li Erbio greeted him and said, "I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't go into your room, afraid of disturbing you. So you haven't done today's challenge yet? Go check it out later. Li Tian chocolat. You don't need to do that in the future. If you need to use my manual, just use it directly. When I'm sleeping, I'm as still as a dead pig. You can't wake me up. Then I'll go check what the challenge is for today. Sit down in front of the manual. The challenge missions turn out to be resource collection tasks. After accepting the task without any pressure, I only had to fiddle around a bit in the trading hall to complete it. At the same time, those supply boxes also respawned in the waters surrounding the island. Moments later, all the blind boxes containing supplies were retrieved from the water. Now that the island has a considerable population, Li Tian no longer monopolizes the tedious and cumbersome task of opening supplies. This also led to Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei joining the ranks of those opening supplies. This was the first time that Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei had ever encountered so many blind boxes of supplies, and they were inevitably quite excited when they opened them. It seemed that for them, if they could get 1 or 2 good items from the supply blind box, they would get a second glance from Li Tian. With the 3 of them working together, the supply blind boxes were quickly opened. I had pretty good luck today. I got an A-grade upgrade card and a triple reward card. The functions of the 2 cards are self-explanatory. Use the A-level upgrade card directly on the B-level solar energy storage panel. After the upgrade, the total capacity of the solar energy storage panels doubled. The daily power storage capacity has also doubled, and with the water wheel generator continuously generating electricity, Li Tian no longer has to worry about running out of power. Forehead. However, at this stage, having electricity simply makes the lights brighter at night. With the greenhouse barrier in place, air conditioning has become useless. The television works, but there are no channels. As for the triple reward card, Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to use it. Since it wouldn't expire, he could keep it and see how things went. For dinner, the tasks were clearly divided. Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei were in charge of cooking, each preparing their own specialty dishes. As for the other male colleagues, since they had been busy all afternoon, Li Erbio didn't ask them to do anything else that evening. After all, they hadn't eaten much food with different grades, so their physical condition wasn't very strong. But they lacked the ability to continue working. After dinner, Li Tian gathered everyone together and started playing cards, which is a good way to balance work and rest. However, since there's only 1 deck of cards at the farmhouse, playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, is out of the question. Li Tian then created his own way of playing, dealing 2 cards to each person, similar to the game of Texas Hold'em. Couplets are like leopards. Consecutive numbers are like a straight. If the same pattern is used, then it's called a gold flower. The bet is how many frog jumps I do during tomorrow's morning training. The game is simple to play and the stakes are low, but in this island civilization, it's already a very interesting pastime. Of course, Li Tian organized this event because he hoped everyone could integrate into this large group as soon as possible. The night passed amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Early morning. As usual, Li Tian and Li Erbio went to the edge of the island to salvage supplies. A rustling sound coming from behind the mountain of blind boxes containing supplies. The 2 exchanged a wary glance, bypassed the supply boxes, and took a look. It was a polar bear licking its fur. S-rank polar bear. Possesses immense lethality. Keep your distance if you encounter it, as 1 slap from it is enough to kill you. Seeing the system notification, Li Tian quickly signaled Li Erbio to leave. The 2 ran lightly back into the house to discuss their next move. This guy's a bit bigger than the one Dai Xiaomei dealt with. If Dai Xiaomei could handle it all by herself, the 2 of us should be fine too, right? Li Erbio asked suspiciously. It's understandable that Li Erbio, lacking the ability to read information and unaware of the polar bear's classification, would make such a statement. But Li Tian knew its level. What's an S-class? Currently, Li Tian and Li Erbio have only just started drinking S-grade water, and their physical condition has barely reached A-grade. Relying on brute force, they are naturally no match for S-grade individuals. Naturally, Li Erbio's suggestion was rejected. No, we can't force it. This guy is S-rank. Although Li Erbio didn't know how Li Tian determined the level, Li Tian's words had never been wrong. Therefore, Li Erbio was absolutely convinced. What? S-class? No way. Having already acquired an A-level physique, Li Erbio knew full well what this level meant. He also revealed a bitter look. Sigh, you should have listened to me back then and used the S-level upgrade card on yourself. Now, we've encountered an S-level creature, and we still don't have a solution. If it doesn't leave, this place will probably be completely destroyed. Li Tian didn't regret his decision. He just hadn't expected an S-class creature to appear so quickly. Brother Biao, go to my room and get the katana and hidden blade. Also, take out a few hard cards. I'll go prepare some food and see if we can subdue that big guy using the same method. Good. After everything was ready, Li Tian and Li Erbio came out of the house again. However, it may have been the smell of food that attracted the polar bear. The polar bear suddenly leaped out from behind the supply box and roared. This sound was like the roar of a lioness from Hudong, and the two almost lost their footing. Immediately, the members inside the tenement building, as well as Old Wong and the others, all came out. Wow, boss, how come this polar bear is so big? Ice Emperor exclaimed in surprise. The naive girl's beautiful eyes widened. This is much bigger than the one I killed back then. Even so, no one backed down. They grabbed whatever they could find as weapons and shouted, "Boss, we'll help you. Just watch from the sidelines. Nobody get involved." Li Tian hurriedly gave his instructions, his tone extremely gloomy. This is not the time to act impulsively. It's good that the members of the Heavenly Palace have the intention, but asking them for help is not an option. This is undoubtedly counterproductive. Li Tian and Li Erbio exchanged a glance and strolled toward the polar bear. "Are you hungry? Want something to eat?" Li Tian said, tossing an egg on the ground. Upon seeing this, the polar bear roared again, scaring everyone away, and then frantically licked the eggs on the ground. But after licking it, it reverted to its ferocious demeanor and roared. 058. Successfully subdued an S-class behemoth. "This guy seems a bit hard to approach," Li Erbio said, frowning. Li Tian was also very serious. A soft approach wouldn't work on this guy. "Brother Biao, get ready for a tough fight." Li Tian stared intently at the polar bear, not daring to be distracted, and whispered a reminder. Li Erbio clenched his fists and adopted a defensive stance. "Tell me, what's your strategy?" "I am Fastev. Same old routine. I'll lure it away with my hidden blade. You try to attack it from behind, injure it, and then subdue it. Of course, safety is the top priority. If it resists violently, just kill it." Li Erbio nodded, indicating that he understood. Although this combat method was exactly the same as when he subdued the wild boar, Li Erbio's face showed no sign of composure. After all, the wild boar was B-rank before, and they were also B-rank, so it was a battle between equals. This is a battle between opponents of a much higher level. The two exchanged another glance, and then Li Tian unleashed a hidden arrow. The sharp and swift hidden arrow shot towards the polar bear with a whoosh. But the moment it struck the bear, the hidden arrow bounced off as if it had hit a steel plate. Li Tian naturally didn't expect the hidden arrow to work on S-class creatures. Now that it had attracted its attention, that was enough. Enraged, the polar bear charged at Li Tian without a word. As it runs, its paws splash the ground, kicking up pebbles and dust, creating a powerful, earth-shattering effect. Li Tian also sprinted with all his might, while the polar bear roared and chased after him. This scene once again refreshed everyone's understanding. They had never had the chance to witness the explosive power of an A-level body before, and seeing it now was like seeing a ghost. "Isn't the boss's speed a bit exaggerated?" Tian asked tactfully. Ice Emperor bluntly stated, "Is this an exaggeration? Can this be described as an exaggeration? This is astonishing. What is amazing? Absolutely astounding." After hearing this, Old Wong began to explain. "This is all thanks to the food on the island, those high-grade foods that can improve one's physical condition. That's how Li Tian developed his physique. You could be like that in the future." It has to be said that Old Wong is quite good at brainwashing. Saying the right thing in the right place can instantly stir up the emotions of the crowd. Who wouldn't want to be Superman? Of course, we will definitely swear allegiance to our leader. Also, Elder Wong, since those foods can enhance abilities, starting tomorrow, we brothers will help you plow the fields whenever we have free time. But to his surprise, his flattery backfired. When Old Wong heard that his farm work was about to be taken away again, he quickly cursed, "Get lost. None of you are allowed to touch my farm work." There are two sides to the story. Li Tian had lured the polar bear to an open area 100 meters away. Li Erbio followed closely behind, wielding a katana like a suicide soldier. Seeing the polar bear closing in on him, Li Tian once again controlled his hidden arrow and shot it at the polar bear's head. "You know what? With that shot, Li Tian successfully found the polar bear's weakness. It seemed that the fur on the polar bear's head was relatively thin, not as solid as an impenetrable wall. Then he fired several more shots. The polar bear roared incessantly, seemingly hurt and becoming even more agitated. The pace of those chasing Li Tian was so heavy it was enough to shake the earth. But at this very moment, a silver blade appeared, slicing through the sky and striking the polar bear's rump. The katana was made of good material, and with Li Erbio's A-grade physique and all-out attack, the explosive power seemed to have surpassed that of the hidden blade, and the katana actually cut into the polar bear's body. The polar bear roared again, and blood immediately gushed from its rear end. The injury seems to have affected the hind limbs, which has reduced the speed. Without hesitation, Li Erbio struck again, this time slashing the polar bear's hind leg. Now, the polar bear, due to its uncoordinated limbs, was finally able to lie down. However, judging from its physical condition, it did not seem to have weakened from those two blows and was still roaring wildly. Seeing that Li Erbio was about to strike again, Li Tian quickly stopped him. "Brother Biao, stop. Let's try to subdue him first. If you chop it to pieces in a moment, there will be no point in subduing it." After stopping, the two walked towards the polar bear. In order to intimidate the polar bear, Li Tian adopted an extremely hostile attitude, taking the katana from Li Erbio and placing it against the polar bear's testicles. "You either submit, or I'll kill you first. I'll make you a bear eunuch before you die." It would have been better if they hadn't said anything, because once they did, the polar bear was somewhat frightened. He immediately curled up into a ball, desperately protecting his groin. Seeing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. It really worked. It seems that intelligent beings also care about procreation. "So, will you submit or not?" Li Tian moved to a different spot, pointing his katana directly at the area the polar bear couldn't protect, and uttered another threat. The polar bear was dumbfounded. "I may not be human, but you really are a dog. Do they specifically target people's weaknesses?" However, perhaps due to the arrogance of S-class creatures, the polar bear did not compromise even so, remaining silent as if it were prepared to die. "Since you won't compromise, there's nothing I can do. Brother Biao, go get some hot water. Let's cut off this bear's raw testicles, blanch them, cook them, and then share them with the brothers." Upon hearing this, Li Erbio immediately understood and quickly cooperated. "Yes, I've heard that bear eggs taste pretty good, but they have to be cooked thoroughly to taste good. Of course, these polar bears aren't like the ones kept in zoo enclosures, so their eggs are definitely ripe," Li Tian replied. Li Erbio nodded in agreement. "That's right, polar bears are not comparable to those greenhorns in greenhouses." As he spoke, Li Erbio actually brought over a bucket of boiling water. At that moment, the polar bear was truly afraid. Death is not scary, but eating your own eggs in front of you? This won't do. This is worse than death. It is precisely because of its high level, more complete intelligence and richer human thoughts that these qualities are valued even more. The next moment, it obediently got up and slowly lowered its head toward Li Tian, indicating its submission. Upon seeing this, Li Tian gave Li Erbio a wicked smile. "It's done." Li Erbio then took no further action. Li Tian then took out the heart-to-heart card and said to the polar bear, "I'll only give you one chance. Submit to me in your heart, and let me use it successfully. Otherwise, not only will I eat your testicles, but I'll also eat your bear penis." The polar bear nodded repeatedly in fright, much like a lapdog. Ultimately, as expected, the polar bear successfully surrendered, and Li Tian's team gained a heavyweight member. With this, the safety of the island will be raised to a new level, Li Erbio said happily. Li Tian smiled and nodded, then ran back to the manual, took out bandages and other wound-healing supplies, and began bandaging the polar bear. 059. Spring is here, and I have a villa now. The entire subjugation process was somewhat thrilling, but ultimately safe. After treating the polar bear's wounds, Li Tian fed it some leftover food from the evening to help it recover, and then let it roam freely. I thought that by letting the polar bear roam freely, it would leave this greenhouse barrier. Unexpectedly, the polar bear wasn't afraid of the heat. On the contrary, it quite liked the place. That would be even better, as they would be available whenever needed. After ignoring the polar bear and urging the others to go back and rest, Li Tian and Li Erbio continued to open the supply blind boxes. Open the supply blind box to receive. Challenge card X1, already stored in the manual inventory. Open the supply blind box obtained. 20x linen, 10x plastic, already stored. After opening all the supply blind boxes, apart from a few challenge cards I had never seen before, the rest were all seeds and basic supplies. Back in the room. Once the challenge card is taken out, its function becomes apparent. Challenge card allows you to skip the challenge and directly receive the daily challenge reward. With this, wouldn't we be able to increase the island size without any restraint? If you encounter a challenge that you can't complete, can't you just use a challenge card? This is definitely a treasure for Li Tian right now. After all, since the challenge mission appeared, the size of his island has remained stagnant at just over 80,000 square meters for quite some time. With that thought, Li Tian had no more worries and used all of the nearly 40,000 expansion stones stored in the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, the island's area exceeded 100,000 square meters, expanding to 128,000 square meters. After that, Li Tian fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Li Tian was awakened by a knock on the door. The reason is nothing more than the expansion of the island's area. However, after Li Tian's explanation, everyone was no longer so worried. Now, due to the further expansion of the island's area, the hills that were previously there have become even more substantial. The creek was beginning to show signs of becoming a river, and the current had become much more rapid. This also boosted the water wheel power generation system, allowing it to store more electricity every day. After being woken up, even though it was only a little past 6 a.m., Li Tian didn't plan to go back to sleep. Today is the first day of morning training, and Li Tian is also eager to experience how Li Urbio will train everyone. After washing up, he then followed Li Urbio to a spacious spot on the island. At this time, all members of the Heavenly Palace had arrived. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei, although they weren't required to participate, both came anyway. Only old Wang, due to his age, did not participate. But he didn't sit idle. He went to the fields early in the morning to get busy. The entire training session, starting with the warm-up, lasted a full hour and a half. After a set of exercises, the members were all drenched in sweat, but not to the point of exhaustion. These must have been carefully planned by Li Urbio. However, for people like Li Tian and Dai Xiaomei who regularly eat high-grade foods, these exercises are not very effective. Therefore, they left the group midway to prepare breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, life went on as usual, with one group processing the fish and another tending the charcoal fire. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei are cleaning. Meanwhile, Li Tian kept putting fish, meat, water, and charcoal for rent on the shelves in front of the manual. As of 11 a.m., more than 5,000 expanded pumice stones have accumulated in Li Tian's warehouse. With all islands in use, the island area has exceeded 130,000 square kilometers. Next, we just have to wait for the challenge missions to appear. Li Tian was curious. Now that the area had suddenly increased by nearly 50,000 square kilometers, how much would the difficulty of the challenge increase? After lunch, Li Tian couldn't wait to return to the manual and take a look. Daily challenge missions. Island owners, please use all means to plant 10 S-level crops before 2400 hours. Grade S crops, 0 out of 10. Mission completion reward. Restore the refresh of resource blind boxes and give an extra 10 S-grade crop seeds. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 13029, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. Really? After Li Tian understood the mission details, he was glad that he had a challenge card. This task may seem easy, but it's actually quite difficult. Li Tian has never even seen the seeds of S-grade crops before, so how could he possibly cultivate them? Not to mention planting 10. Without hesitation, I used the challenge card, and the next moment, the task was indicated as completed. Immediately afterwards, 10 S-grade seed packages were also stored in Li Tian's warehouse. It was given away as a gift in the form of a package. As he spoke, Li Tian opened the package. Open the S-grade seed pack to receive. S-grade strawberry seeds, S-grade tomato seeds, S-grade cucumber seeds, S-grade watermelon seeds, S-grade pumpkin seeds, S-grade wintermelon seeds, S-grade water spinach seeds, S-grade garlic seeds, S-grade ginger seeds, and S-grade scallion seeds. Goodness, the scallions, ginger, and garlic are all here. Li Tian had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of these seasoning seeds, and they finally arrived. Moreover, they even have fruit seeds now, so they'll definitely have no worries about food. When they brought this good news to old Wang, he was so excited that he lost all composure and started dancing with joy. Immediately, he ran back to the manual, took out 10 more pieces of black soil, and started planting. However, having learned from the previous experience, this time, Old Wang specifically instructed Xiao Yi not to get involved in these matters, otherwise he would smash it. Xiao Yi was so frightened that he cried and ran to Xiao Ai to beg for help. Time flies like an arrow. Unconsciously, 2 days passed quickly amidst everyone's busy work. January 11th, 2023, 12 a.m. Li Tian greeted another new day in front of the manual. The last 2 days of winter passed peacefully for Li Tian and the others. Aside from the challenge card used for planting S-level crops the day before yesterday, yesterday's task returned to collecting resources, which Li Tian completed with ease. The island's area has reached 150,000 square meters after 2 days of development. It's midnight now, which should normally be the first day of spring. However, due to the melting snow, this early spring doesn't feel like spring at all. It's still as cold as winter. At this moment, Li Tian couldn't help but feel excited, because he could open the system blind box again. Open the blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-rank luxury villa, which has been added to your manual inventory. Villa. Actually, they even signed in with a helicopter before, so the value of this villa is naturally not as high as that of the helicopter. But Li Tian was still overjoyed. The villa had fulfilled his dream. In mainland China, who wouldn't want to live in a villa and become a superior person? Now that it has come true, even though this sign-in prize is not as valuable as the helicopter he received before, he is much more excited than last time. 060. See area merger. Communication across thousands of miles. Can. Pop-up notification on the manual caught his eye. King tips. 1. Starting today, C Area 29 will be merged with C Area 69. 2. To make it easier for everyone to post important information, the manual provides a message pinning feature, also known as the 1,000 miles voice transmission function. 3. By now, all island owners must have adapted to island life. Therefore, the challenges have been upgraded. In addition to daily challenge missions, sea monsters will attack the island at regular intervals every day. But don't worry, the sea monsters won't attack humans for now. They'll only damage the island's area. The destructive power of marine mammals varies depending on the island's level of development. Their destruction can be prevented by human intervention. I have finished reading. What? Damn it. You're trying to play dirty tricks on me, aren't you? Originally, Li Tian was quite happy to see the sea areas merge, as it meant there might be a chance to find his family. But as he continued reading, his face darkened. Do marine mammals destroy island areas? Can't take a joke? Can't we humans just develop properly? I really don't know what this civilization wants to do. Does it want us to develop, or does it want to restrict our development? Do you really think we're just NPCs in a game, to be manipulated at will? Li Tian couldn't help but complain a few more times, but the outcome was already decided, so he could only accept the challenge. Immediately, Li Tian then went out with Li Urbio to open the supply blind boxes. Li Tian also told Li Urbio about the sea monster attack, but Li Urbio took it in stride. He replied, actually, it's perfect. Otherwise, wouldn't all our physical improvements have been for nothing? Now we can put them to good use. Wasn't the reason you subdued the great white shark and the polar bear to prevent these kinds of unexpected situations from happening? Since it won't attack people, what are we afraid of? At most, we'll just have to expend some energy to drive away the sea monsters. Upon hearing this, Li Tian agreed with Li Urbio's statement, saying that people always need some pressure to grow. This time, the supplies were released again, but there wasn't anything of value. However, quite a few challenge cards were opened again. Perhaps this is a benefit specially issued to take care of the survivors, due to the appearance of sea monsters. Back in his room, Li Tian didn't rush to sleep. Now that the sea areas have been merged, it's natural to try to find family members. Thinking about it, Li Tian opened the chat area of the manual. Good boy. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. The barrage of comments on the island is flying everywhere. Most of them are looking for people. The dense text scrolled on, making Li Tian feel dizzy. It's just the merger of 2 sea areas, but the number of comments is more than twice that of the previous comments. It seems that those people who went underwater before have now come out to search for people. At this moment, Li Tian finally understood why the manual system offered the 1,000-mile voice transmission service. Without the 1,000-mile voice transmission feature, Even someone with keen eyesight wouldn't be able to see the missing person notice they posted. So, Li Tian clicked on a speaker icon in the upper left corner of the chat screen. 1,000 miles of voice transmission. Your message will be displayed throughout the world. A 15-second banner can be displayed in the center of the public chat to help more people see it. Single-use costs. 10 expansion stones. Damn, 10 expansion stones? No wonder no one's posting this. It's way too extravagant. Li Tian scoffed, but he was still going to take the fall. After paying 10 expansion stones, an editing box resembling that of an ancient imperial model appeared. Please enter the message you wish to send. Maximum input is 150 characters. The message itself is the same old routine. Li Shi Li Ro, Wang Chunxiu, Qin Yi. Please message me privately if you see this message. Click send, and you'll see the next moment. A golden light flashed in the chat area, and then the imperial edict unfolded to both sides, proclaiming the news to the world. Putting everything else aside, this is a truly impressive display of power. In particular, the notice that was transmitted over 1,000 miles also stated, Propose Zhaoren, a man of pride and humility. This is the first case of a voice transmitted over 1,000 miles, so it is truly extraordinary. Li Tian's reputation as a proud and humble scholar has once again been established. Wu Qian. Holy crap. Is this big shot from another sea area? So extravagant. I'm in awe. Bye Frozen. Upstairs, have you never seen the world? Qianqian Jiaozi is the best person in our sea area. He even created an alliance called Tiangong. I think now that the sea area is merging, he should still recruit people and give you a heads up beforehand. Don't miss it. Emperor Yin. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Yin Alliance is recruiting. Please message me to join. Seeing an old acquaintance among the comments, Li Tian smiled again. It's unbelievable that Emperor Yin is still so persistent. But Li Tian didn't care much. Gold shines wherever it is, and he wasn't worried about no one joining the Heavenly Palace. Immediately, Li Tian stopped paying attention to the chat screen. Because of the emergence of telepathy, many people started sending him private messages. Of course, the private messages were mostly filled with worship of the big shots and requests for patronage. Li Tiandu was completely ignored. However, when Li Tian saw the message from someone with the ID, gentle as water, he was startled. Finally found it. Tender and gentle. Are you Li Tian? This person hasn't added me as a friend, so I can't know their real name. Since they can use their own missing person notice to say their own name, they must be someone who knows them well. At this moment, Li Tian was excited, but he didn't know which of his relatives the other person was. He eagerly sent a friend request, but the next moment, Li Tian's mood was like a roller coaster, plunging into the abyss once again. Bumli. Li Tian practically gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Li Tian was quite familiar with this person. It can even be described as being etched in one's memory. Of course, this is not love, but hate. Wang Li was my girlfriend during my freshman year of college, but after only 2 months, I discovered that she was cheating on me with multiple men. But I happened to be the most inconspicuous of her ships, the one that can only serve as a meal expense. Li Tian poured his heart and soul into this relationship, but all he got in return was a barren field, especially when he learned that Wang Li had booked rooms with other women. But he hadn't even touched her. He was not only furious, but also turned green with rage. So, in their eyes, I am so insignificant that they won't even let me touch them. She could guess it was her, and she must have seen her parents' names. After all, Li Tian had told her about his background when they were talking. The more Li Tian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he immediately wanted to block him. But the other party was one step ahead of Li Tian, sending a message. Li Tian, you must still remember me, right? I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? 061. News of my sister. This chapter contains a bit of melodrama, so please be prepared. But if you persevere and finish this chapter, then it's all thrilling moments. Upon seeing this, Li Tian cursed inwardly. Forgive you, you motherfucker! But just as Li Tian's finger moved to the block button, the other party's next words forced Li Tian to abandon the block operation. With a gentle, tender voice. But you're looking for Li Ro, right? I have news about her. When Li Tian was dating Wang Li, he took her to have dinner with her sister Li Ro. Therefore, Li Tian did not doubt that Wang Li knew Li Ro. However, Li Tian remained skeptical about Wang Li's claim that she had news about Li Ro. You have one? Then tell me. If you can help me find my sister, I'm willing to pay you a reward. with a gentle, tender voice. Li Tian, you're not a child anymore. There's no point in you saying that. With tender words, give me 500 milliliters of water and 1 kilogram of bread first. Show me your sincerity. Tender as water. No, I want 1 L of water too. Still so greedy. Li Tian frowned, his dislike for Wang Li growing stronger. Ideally, after a breakup, a mature person should treat the other person as a stranger and not let it affect their mood in the slightest. But Wang Li is really good at being disgusting. But at this point, Li Tian preferred to believe it was true rather than not. So he agreed to Roqing's request. After the transaction was completed, Li Tian urged, speak. However, Wang Li had no intention of shifting the topic to her younger sister, Li Ro. Li Tian, I didn't expect you to give me 1 L of water and 1 kilogram of bread so readily. So those people in the comments weren't lying after all. This island gave you a new life, turning you from an unknown person into a big shot. How about we make up? Actually, the person I love most in my heart is still you. Do you know why I wouldn't even let you touch my hand back then? It was because I really like you that I felt shy. It's because Wang Li isn't in front of him. If she were, Li Tianfei would have slapped her a few times. However, in order to find his sister, Li Tian chose to endure it. These words are meaningless. I just want to know about Li Ro. Tell me whatever you know. Don't waste time. Wang Li, oh dear, I'm sorry. 1 L of water and 1 kilogram of bread don't seem to be enough to keep me thinking about these things. Wang Li, how about you give me another 2 L of water and 20 expansion stones? Maybe then I'll remember. Looking at the message Wang Li sent, Li Tian let out a heavy sigh. He finally witnessed what it meant to take shamelessness to the extreme. If that's how you are, then there's nothing more to talk about. Consider the supplies I just gave you as dog food. Block. Seeing this, Wang Li became anxious. She had finally found a money tree, so naturally she didn't want it to disappear so easily. To calm Li Tian down, Wang Li quickly added, oh, I was just teasing you. Why are you so angry? I'll tell you. When you were with me, you didn't care about me this much. Seeing this, Li Tian was so angry that he burst out laughing. How can she have the nerve to say such things? Back then, I practically gave her my heart. How could I not care about her? Of course, all of this was meaningless now. He simply replied coldly, then hurry up and tell me. At that time, I saw someone claiming to be Li Ro post a message in the chat area looking for family members, including your name. But I was starving myself at the time and didn't have time to care about others, so I didn't pay attention. I only glanced at her ID, and I honestly can't remember it anymore. I swear. But if she sends a message in the chat again, I'll definitely recognize her. Upon hearing this, Li Tian's mood improved considerably. Although it is not certain whether the Li Ro that Wang Li was referring to was just someone with the same name as her sister. But at least the other party happens to be looking for someone with the same name as him. With so many coincidences piled up, maybe it really is his sister. This is at least some clue. When searching for someone in this vast ocean, one must adhere to the principle of better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. But why didn't she message me privately when I used telepathy to communicate with her? Didn't you see it? Or has something already happened? Li Tian asked anxiously again. When did you see that message? Wang Li, in our transaction just now, all I said was that I had news about Li Ro, and I also completed the transaction and told you about her. Wang Li, as for when I saw it, I have no right to tell you, do I? I'm tired, hungry, and thirsty, and I don't want to waste my energy thinking about things that don't do me any good. At this moment, Li Tian's fists were clenched tightly, and his knuckles were making a cracking sound. He really felt like he could kill a bull with one punch. But having come this far, Li Tianjin was unwilling to give up. Tell me, what do you need before you'll tell me? Wang Li, heart/.jpg, you're the best. Then give me another 5 L of water and 5 kilograms of bread. After the first test, Wang Li roughly understood Li Tian's determination and financial resources in finding Li Ro. Since he cares so much about his sister and can easily afford 1 L of water and 1 kilogram of bread, then my asking price should be acceptable to him. Just as Wang Li had thought, Li Tian hasn't eaten bread in a while. Every time he gets bread from a supply blind box, it just sits gathering dust in the warehouse. 5 kilograms of bread is really nothing. As for the water, it was just tap water. I just used a bucket to collect it, so there was nothing to worry about. It's mainly Wang Li's behavior that's infuriating. After taking another deep breath, Li Tian traded 5 liters of water and 5 kilograms of bread to Wang Li. Wang Li was quite sensible and didn't push her luck. After getting what she wanted, she started talking. I saw this news around noon about 4 days ago. However, those days happened to be the coldest time of the year. I wonder if Li Ro made it through. Covers mouth and giggles. After reading the message, Li Tian's face turned terribly gloomy. At the same time, I also regret what I did. He even began to doubt his own life, wondering how he could have ended up with such a person. Her sending that smirking emoji when she asked if Li Ro could survive the winter? Gloat? Has this woman's heart become so wicked? However, Li Tian suddenly felt that this was a chance for revenge. Now that he knows his sister has merged into a sea area, he doesn't really need Wang Li to provide anything. He should be able to find her by sending the telepathic message a few more times. Therefore, Wang Li's role is not significant, but she can keep her on hold by using the excuse of searching for her sister, and then find a way to find out her whereabouts later. Now that I know where she is, I can teach her a good lesson. Let her know what the wickedness of society is. 062. This villa isn't cheap. A few minutes later, seeing that Li Tian ignored her, Wang Li, quite oblivious to her own ignorance, sent another message. Wang Li, don't worry, I'm just doing my job. If I see that ID in the chat area again, I'll report it to you immediately. Wang Li, but before that, you don't want me to starve or die of thirst, do you? Li Tian, okay, that's all for now. After ending his chat with Wang Li, Li Tian felt terrible and couldn't fall asleep at all. However, in order to find out her location so that he could take revenge on her, he had no choice but to keep her here for the time being. After thinking for a while, Li Tian decided to hand over this difficult task to Dai Xiaomei. Since Dai Xiaomei is a girl, she should be immune to Wang Li's disgusting tendencies, right? Thinking of this, Li Tian didn't hesitate and knocked on Dai Xiaomei's door. The young woman opened the door quickly. Clearly she wasn't asleep either. What's wrong? The naive girl peeked out from behind the door, looking suspicious. Li Tian beckoned her with his index finger, signaling her to come out and talk, since there was Lu Mei in her room and he didn't want to disturb her rest. The naive girl, however, seemed to have thought of something, and her face suddenly turned red. Aren't you moving too fast, Li Tian? No, I just need your help with something. What's the rush? Li Tian rolled his eyes and replied. This made the naive girl blush even more. Cough, cough, it's nothing. When the two arrived at Li Tian's room, Li Tian seemed fine. However, the girl's expression was clearly off, and she kept avoiding eye contact with Li Tian. Go ahead, what's up? Li Tian didn't delve into it further. He simply opened the chat box in the manual and displayed his chat history with Wang Li. See for yourself. A few minutes later, Dai Xiaomei finished reading the chat history. While not as enraged as Li Tian, they still shared a common indignation and exclaimed, how can this woman be so shameless? Li Tian smiled wryly. There's nothing I can do. She still has value for now, so I have to keep her. But I really don't want to have too much contact with her anymore. You can handle this for me every day. The naive girl quickly patted her breasts, which were probably an A or a B cup, and assured her, no problem. By the way, when you contact her, try your best to get her to use a disposable locator to bind to us. Once she's no longer valuable, we'll go and demolish her island, and make her give back everything she took from me. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomei expressed her understanding and even strongly agreed with Li Tian's approach. Even if such a person dies, it's not a pity. Moreover, in this world, there are no laws, no right or wrong, only what one wants or doesn't want. I want you dead, so you die. After handing over the tasks, Li Tian finally had the mind to deal with the new villa. Dai Xiaomei heard that Li Tian had driven up a new villa. She was no longer sleepy and wanted to take a look. Li Tian naturally did not refuse. The villa was retrieved from the manual warehouse. In addition to a pop-up window for selecting a location, there was another notification informing Li Tian that the villa had detected a power source and that the power cable would be automatically connected after the location was selected. As for the location of the villa, Li Tian chose a spacious spot next to the agritainment residential area. But this villa occupies a large area of 50 m by 40 m, or 2,000 square meters. This also meant that the greenhouse barrier could only cover half of the villa. Fortunately, it's springtime now, and it won't be so cold once the snow melts. The size of this villa is somewhat similar to that of a farmhouse inn. It also has a courtyard. However, the yard that accompanies the villa is not as simple as just being enclosed by a wooden fence. The courtyard is made of blue stone, and there are two lifelike stone lions on either side of the entrance. The door is a sensor-operated, solar-powered, sliding, electric door. After the electric gate was retracted, the two entered, and the scene inside the courtyard was quite unexpected. A welcoming pebble path complements the electric gate. A solar-powered sensor street light is placed every meter along both sides of the road. As the road extends to the center of the courtyard, it encircles a circular fountain and branches into multiple roads. There's an artificial hill in the center of the pond, and there are many red and white carp in the pond. The path extending to the right of the fountain leads to a small garden filled with vibrant flowers and plants. As the sea breeze blows, they sway gently and release a delicate fragrance. The path extending to the left of the fountain also belongs to a garden, but with the addition of a small pavilion inside, which contains a rocking chair that must be very pleasant to lie on. Passing the circular fountain, the pebble path leads to the villa's main gate. Push the door open and enter, then turn on the light switch on the wall. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from the crystal chandelier at the top. The two closed their eyes slightly. When they opened their eyes again, the luxurious decorations inside the villa drew their admiration. My God, this villa is so luxurious. Even in mainland civilization, this villa wouldn't be available for less than several $100 million, right? Next to the entrance hall are the dining room and kitchen, where the equipment is mostly the latest model, and many of them are equipment that has never been seen on the market before. Next to the restaurant is an extremely spacious corridor that connects to the villa's lobby. Upon reaching the lobby, the two were once again amazed. My God, genuine leather sofas, rosewood coffee tables, and even 6 electric massage chairs. Wait, what's that? A home theater? The two of them, like country bumpkins who had just arrived in the city, were touching and fiddling with things in the hall. Even more surprisingly, when the two were testing the home theater function, they discovered a USB drive underneath the screen, labeled with the words movie resources. Without a second thought, the two inserted the USB drive into the projector. The next moment, the content appeared on the screen, and they exclaimed in surprise. Although most of the resources on the USB drive were movies that Li Tian had already watched. But on this deserted island, with no entertainment options these days, being able to watch a movie is definitely a wonderful thing. The villa has 2 floors. The first floor consists of a living room, toilet, and dining room. There are no living rooms. The second floor is connected by a circular staircase, and the handrail is extravagantly inlaid with jade, which feels incredibly smooth to the touch. The second floor needs little introduction. It has 4 guest bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, a gym filled with fitness equipment, and a shared toilet. The only thing worth mentioning is that there's a very expensive piano in the public area on the second floor. Unfortunately, Li Tian can no longer play the piano, and it's unclear who else can. If no one knows how, it's just for show. 063. Sea Monster Attack, Sell Charcoal. A better understanding of villas. Li Tian went directly to the farmhouse to move the manual to the master bedroom of the villa. Like a farmhouse inn, this villa is fully equipped with all the necessary furniture and home furnishings. Even simple items like pajamas and swimsuits are crammed into the closet. When Li Tian returned to the villa with the manual in his arms. A comment from the naive girl also caught Li Tian's attention. Li Tian, something's not right. The first floor has such a large area, but the second floor only has a few rooms. The area is at least half that of the first floor. Only then did Li Tian realize that something was wrong. From the outside, this villa, while not perfectly square, is definitely not triangular. The second floor is smaller than the first floor, but it's not this small. With this question in mind, the two of them began to explore the second floor again. It wasn't until they discovered a relatively hidden entrance that the true nature of the second floor was fully revealed. Wow, this is big enough to host a pool party. It turns out that the hidden entrance corresponds to the balcony on the second floor. But this balcony is anything but ordinary. It's more like an open-air entertainment venue than a balcony. One half is a swimming pool, and the other half is filled with potted plants, tables and chairs, and swings. Now I know why there are still swimsuits in the closet, Li Tian said with a faint smile. Dai Xiaomei also showed a hint of anticipation. But to be honest, it's been a long time since I've gone swimming. All right, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep. We can have a party tomorrow night. Good. After the conversation ended, Dai Xiaomei went back to the farmhouse to sleep. As for the younger sister's decision not to move into the villa, Li Tian didn't insist. After all, he is the owner of the island and can move in without consulting others. But Dai Xiaomei couldn't do that. She naturally had to wait until all the other members were present before discussing and allocating rooms together. The next day, as expected, Li Tian also woke up to the sound of people knocking on the door. It's impossible not to be attracted by such a luxurious villa appearing on an island. After finishing his morning training with the Tiangong members, Li Erbio couldn't wait to enter the villa. At this moment, as soon as Li Tian finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Li Erbio put his arm around Li Tian's shoulder and said, "Hey bro, you're really good at this. You've managed to build a villa. When will the entire palace come to stay?" After hearing this, Li Tian glanced at him and joked, "You're dreaming. A palace? You'd be lucky to live in the White House in America." In the morning, Li Tian gave everyone a day off. After all, winter was over, and the ice had melted almost completely overnight. The survivors can continue fishing, so there's no need to rush to process their fish. As for water, we've already stocked quite a bit these past few days, so there's no need to worry about it selling out in a short time. So, Li Tian gathered everyone in the villa to watch a movie. The movie stars in Ji Jiao, a superstar known for both her beauty and intelligence. It's called Island Wellness Trip, and when it was released in theaters, it grossed over 100 billion yuan at the box office. On the trending topics was, "I hope I can live on island too." Now, people all over the world have gotten what they wanted. After the movie, some went to relax, some went to work out, while Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei went to prepare lunch. But just then, the manual was instead filled with the sound of alarm bells. Li Tian was stunned. This bell had never appeared in the manual before, and he didn't know what had happened. Immediately, he rushed to the room and took a look. "Urgent notice. Your island's eastern side is being attacked by sea monsters. If they are not driven away within 10 minutes, the island's area is expected to decrease by 500 square meters. 11 o'clock is sharpie. Is that the sea monster's scheduled attack time?" After muttering something, Li Tian picked up his weapon and led the members of the Heavenly Palace towards the east side of the island. From afar, one can see waves constantly crashing on the eastern sea, suggesting a considerable number of sea creatures. But upon closer inspection, this sea monster seems rather childish. In Li Tian's mind, sea monsters, even if they weren't as huge as Godzilla, should at least look like beasts, right? The result? A group of people eating piranhas? No, that's not right either. They weren't eating people. They were just constantly tearing at the soil of the island. Let's call it human-faced fish eating mud. Is this the sea monster mentioned in the manual? Li Erbio was also dumbfounded. Li Tian scratched his head, unsure how to explain. I guess so. Brothers, charge. Defend our territory. Yes. In just 1 minute, Li Tian and his group successfully dispersed the group of sea monsters. There's strength in numbers. If the attacks are only this much every day, then we were worrying for nothing. From now on, we might as well just have Ollie and that polar bear keep an eye on things for us. Li Erbio shrugged dismissively and made the suggestion. Li Tian, however, dared not let his guard down and reminded him, on this island, everything is often progressively colder. Just think about winter when it gets colder day by day. The sea monster's attacks might become more ferocious every day, so we'd better be cautious. However, you're right, it's time for Ollie Gay and the polar bear to come in handy. Brother Biao, I'm leaving this matter to you. Good. After lunch, the challenge mission is also to collect resources. Li Tian finished quickly. However, with winter over, Li Tian plans to expedite the sale of charcoal. Nowadays, the number of charcoal rentals is far less than in winter. Not only did no one book the tens of thousands of charcoal fires anymore, but more than half of them went out because no one rented them. Li Tian handed the blind boxes of supplies to Li Erbio to open. He then went to the manual and listed the charcoal fires in the trading hall for 20 expansion stones. There are 27,927 charcoal pieces left. If we sell them all, wouldn't we have 558,540 expansion stones? After the listing was completed, Li Tian posted a message on the public screen. After careful consideration by the Tiangong team, in order to promote common development and progress, we will no longer monopolize charcoal. It is now available in the trading hall. Please purchase if needed. First come, first served. Even after the two sea areas were merged, their purchasing power remained quite good. The The message had just been sent out when it sold 6,309 units in no time. At this rate, it will be sold out very soon. However, the survivors who bought charcoal were clever enough to start selling the charcoal after lighting the firewood, which somewhat affected Li Tian's sales. However, all of this was within Li Tian's expectations. He was going to eat meat himself, and he wanted others to have some soup too. Anyway, because of the large quantity, the charcoal I listed was in a prime spot in the trading hall. Unless some bored person scrolls down, most people will choose to buy their own charcoal. 064. Upon advancing to an intermediate level island, skill books will appear. Above the vast ocean, under the azure sky. On another island, Emperor Yin gazed at the new vegetation on the island, his face filled with excitement and shock. Little did he know that after spending the entire winter without going out to cut down these plants, he would find some weeds that could be used as tinder when he went out. Finally, I can start a fire. So you're a proud and humble young man. Charcoal is no longer a monopoly of your heavenly palace. After venting his arrogance for a few minutes, Emperor Yin went off to gather weeds. After finally finishing harvesting the weeds, in order to start a fire as soon as possible, he went to the absurd point of artificially drying the weeds. That is, he stuffed them into his crotch and rubbed them repeatedly. And you know what? It actually works. The water is flowing. As he watched his pants grow increasingly damp, he realized that the moisture from the weeds was being lost through his friction. At the same time, he returned to the manual and found his Yinming member, Yinming era. He sent a message saying, issue a notification that, effective immediately, anyone who joins the Flame Alliance will directly and free of charge obtain the right to rent charcoal. But to everyone's surprise, the husky responded with an awkward expression, Boss, are you serious? Emperor Yin, nonsense. The reason our Yin Alliance's reputation has fallen to this level is simply because we have no charcoal. Emperor Yin, but now that the new sea areas have been merged, there are still quite a few newcomers who don't know much about our Yin Alliance. We could do some research. Emperor Yin, I can really get the charcoal ready this time. Go and spread the word as soon as possible. Our Yin Alliance's power will definitely expand even further. Yimingara, burning charcoal. Boss, look what this is. Emperor Yin, how do you have charcoal? Did you rent it? Yimingara, boss, you really don't know? You haven't read the manual yet? The Heavenly Palace is already selling charcoal in large quantities. Now charcoal is basically one of those cheap things that everyone has. Its value is even lower than food. After the conversation ended, Emperor Yin could hardly believe his eyes. But he looked again and again, and he was sure he wasn't mistaken. That idiot, Qianqian Jiatzi, really gave up his monopoly on charcoal and sold it to everyone. Holy crap, a proud and humble young man. I'll F*** you. At this moment, Emperor Yin was on the verge of tears. He had finally managed to gather some weeds, and in his efforts to quickly start a fire, his groin area was almost chafed raw, only to end up like this. He can't accept it. He really can't accept it. Achoo, and who is thinking of me? Li Tian, who was adjusting the prices of water and food in front of the manual, sneezed again for no apparent reason, but didn't pay any attention to it. Now, he has sold almost all of his charcoal. This shows that even after the two sea areas were merged, there were still quite a few survivors. Knowing the size of this market allows for more accurate future planning. Because of the challenge cards, Li Tian was naturally not worried about the expansion of the island's area. Therefore, without hesitation, all the extended pumice stones were used. Li Tian felt the island slowly tremble. A few seconds later, the vibration disappeared, and a manual pop-up appeared. The island's area has exceeded 800,000 square meters, making it a medium-sized island. Its evolution is accelerating, and skill books will be added to the island's resource boxes. When Li Tian first entered the island civilization, he used the system to read his island information. At that time, the island was still a small island, but it had the function of evolution. Now that the island has reached 800,000 square meters, is it only now that a small island has been upgraded to a medium-sized island? These promotion requirements are probably something many survivors will never be able to meet in their entire lives, right? However, what intrigued Li Tian even more was this skill book. Based on Li Tian's understanding of this island, this skill book was definitely not an ordinary item. Just like in games, you might learn a skill just by using it. Of course, these are just Li Tian's guesses. What the specific skill books are like and what they are used for will only be known when the supplies are released tonight. Ding dong. Another friend notification sound rang out. Upon looking at it, Li Tian felt nauseous and almost vomited up what he had eaten at noon. Bangli, babi mungi, as promised. You should be responsible for my meals, right? Wang Li. Otherwise I'll starve to death, and no one will be there to look after your sister. Li Tian immediately called over Dai Xiaomei, unwilling to say another word to Wang Li. However, before that, Wang Li indirectly did something by reminding Li Tian about finding his sister. Maybe it was too late last night, so Xiao didn't see my telepathic message. Should I try sending it again now? Thinking it over, Li Tian purchased the telepathic communication service again, sending the message. Li Ro, contact me immediately if you see this. Unfortunately, after posting it, I received quite a few private messages, but none of them were from my sister. Oh, Li Ro, please don't let anything happen to you. After comforting himself, Li Tian sat up from the manual and handed over the important task of chatting with Wang Li to Dai Xiaomei. Dinner. As agreed last night, Li Tian hosted a party on the villa's balcony. Although there was no alcohol, drinking coconut juice and eating grilled fish still created a certain charm. The only downside was that there were only 2 women at the pool party, and neither of them had changed into their swimsuits, so it wasn't very interesting. It turned into a pure bragging contest. Midnight. Li Tian finally got the supplies blind box refreshed. Upon learning that the island had been upgraded to a medium-sized island and that skill books were available, Li Urbio was extremely excited. The two of them daydreamed for a while, both hoping the skill book would be very useful. Nowadays, in addition to Xiao AI and Aoli Gay, polar bears have also joined the blind boxes of fishing supplies. Whenever they brought some blind boxes of supplies ashore, the two of them would quickly open them. So far, no skill books have been issued. Li Tian couldn't help but frown. Holy crap. No way. You've opened at least 3,000 supply blind boxes, and not a single skill book? Li Urbio also asked suspiciously, Brother, are you sure you didn't read that wrong? Does the manual really mention any skill books? Really? Would I lie to you? Li Tian rolled his eyes, speechless. Let's keep opening them then. Anyway, there are still plenty of supply blind boxes to come. Finally, when Li Tian opened the 5069th blind box of supplies, a golden light flashed. Open the supply blind box and obtain Skill Book, Architect Mastery, now stored in the manual warehouse. 065. Spring rain falls silently. After unlocking the skill book, Li Tian couldn't wait to run towards the villa, leaving Li Urbio alone to open the supply blind box. I went to the manual and took it out. Skill book, Architect, Mastery. After using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability, and the corresponding function will also appear in the user manual. Just as I thought. But if it's the Architect, does it mean the island is planning to let us handle the infrastructure ourselves? It seems that this skill book should be used with caution, at least by choosing a suitable person. According to the explanation of this skill book, various skill books can definitely be obtained from the resource blind boxes. At this point, Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to learn everything on his own. In mainland China, having more skills is never a bad thing. Naturally, the more the better. But here, having too many skills can be overwhelming. By then, if I'll know everything, won't I be able to do everything myself? I become the servant. Back at the supply blind box area, Li Urbio was still busy opening the supplies. Li Tian rejoined the team and asked, Brother, how did it go? Did you get anything? Li Urbio sighed and shook his head, saying, No, they're all just ordinary supplies, but I did get another triple reward card. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a surge of anger. Then I remembered I still had a triple reward card in my inventory that I hadn't used. Holy crap. I have over 500,000 expansion stones today, and I forgot to use my triple reward card. Li Urbio felt a great sense of regret upon hearing this. But since things had come to this, he could only offer some consolation. Well, the main thing is that going from the villa to the sea monster attack makes it easy to forget things. I forgot to remind you about this, so we're both responsible. But it's alright, this card won't run away. We can find another opportunity to use it next time. This is the only way. After the two opened all the supply blind boxes, they were lucky enough to get another skill card. Moreover, it's a skills manual for telecommunications engineers. This is an ultimate treasure. This means that one day in the future, the island will have electricity and internet access, and people will not only be able to make phone calls, but also surf the internet. Of course, they echoed each other. To meet the above requirements, mobile phones and computers must first be produced. Thinking about this, Li Tian felt that those things seemed somewhat distant. Immediately afterwards, the two went back to sleep. Currently, the housing allocation on the island is tentatively set as follows. Li Tian, Dai Xiaomei, and Lu Mei will live in villas. Dai Xiaomei and Lu Mei shared a room. Li Erbio and Wang Lao, on the other hand, chose to stay at the agritainment business. Old Wang, well, he doesn't want to get involved in the world of young people. Li Erbio, on the other hand, was afraid of disturbing Li Tian because of the morning training. As for the two vacant rooms in the farmhouse, they were occupied by Ni Tian and Xi Qing, the younger members of the Heavenly Palace. This can be considered a preferential treatment for top students. Nothing more was said that night. Early morning, the group awoke to the crowing of numerous pheasants. Li Tian was no exception, but when he looked out the window, he frowned deeply. It's raining. Does this mean the rain, a symbol of spring, has finally arrived? This is not what Li Tian wanted to see. He now relies on water and food to trade for the expansion stones held by the survivors. As a result, once it rains, no one will be short of water for a short period of time. Unless someone is a bit dim-witted and doesn't know to collect rainwater to drink, it's impossible. Sighed. It seems my biggest enemy is the weather. Another part of the sea, on an extremely desolate island. A long-haired girl in tattered clothes had a face full of joy. My prayers worked. It's really raining. Great. Now we have water to drink. Mom and Dad, brother, you must be overjoyed right now. This is a gift from heaven. How are you all doing? I really miss you all, and I'm so afraid I'll never see you again. The girl, who had been beaming with joy, suddenly found her eyes reddening as she spoke. She leaned against a tree, curled up, her tears clinging to the raindrops and sliding to the ground. The grievances in my heart, the longing for my family, all of this I can only bear alone. No one knows how she got through these days. If it weren't for her unwavering devotion to her family that kept her going, she might have already fallen asleep in the cold wind and never woken up again. 066. Explore the island and collect local resources. Noon. After lunch. Purchased the long-distance voice transmission service again, but still did not receive a reply from his sister. With a helpless sigh, Li Tian looked back at the trading hall. Sure enough, not a single drop of water has been sold so far. This damn weather. Now we can only survive on bread and fish. Looking at the warehouse, with its hundreds of expansion stones, Li Tian no longer even had the heart to use them. However, today's challenge did give Li Tian some motivation. Daily challenge missions. Island owners, please use all means to explore your island and search for 10 types of island-produced resources before 2400 hours. 10 types of self-produced materials. 0/10. Task completion reward. Restore the refresh of resource blind boxes, and additionally grant 10 self-produced A-grade items found. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 80,317 square meters, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. It's a good mission, but it's a pity the weather is a bit bad. Li Tian had many concerns, but he couldn't possibly fail to complete the mission. It just so happens that water doesn't need to be put on the shelves anymore, and the fish, meat, and bread that were put on the shelves haven't sold out yet, so everyone has nothing to do. Fortunately, let's organize a spring outing for everyone. However, considering the rain, Li Tian used plant leaves and linen to make 26 raincoats at the production center, which meant that everyone was mobilized. At Mr. Wang's age, he shouldn't have been involved. However, the local resources on the island, to put it bluntly, are either animals or plants. As for which plants are more valuable, no one but Mr. Wang knows. Since old Wang insisted on coming along, Li Tian didn't force him any further. Entering the woods for the first time, now the area is even more lush, and once inside, it's practically impossible to see the light of day. During his journey, Li Tian encountered quite a few frogs, but he didn't intend to catch them. According to the mission instructions, the mission will automatically identify which resources you capture/collect and assign a level to them accordingly. Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to assign a level to a frog. However, the appearance of the frog also made Li Tian realize a problem. Island evolution should be based on ecology. If there are frogs, it is possible that there are no venomous snakes. Everyone should still be careful. Upon hearing this, the others were fine, but Lu Mei and Dai Xiaomei, who had been quite carefree and strolling around like tourists, immediately stopped in their tracks, afraid of actually stepping on those long, soft things. After groping around in the woods for a few minutes, Old Wong stopped and squatted down. This is mugwort, which can be used in medicine. It has the effects of warming the meridians, removing dampness, dispelling cold, stopping bleeding, reducing inflammation, relieving asthma, stopping cough, calming the fetus, and anti-allergy. This is a good resource, and we will be able to use it in the future. Pick it. With Wang Lao's reminder, Li Tian didn't hesitate and reached out to pick one, but he only picked one plant. After all, the task only requires the type, not the quantity. Artemisia has good value, but it's not currently being used. Besides, the mission rewards will grant them an A-grade rating. Once you take them, you won't be able to get that rating anymore, which would be a complete waste. It's better to keep them. Continuing onward, the group, led by Old Wong, stopped next to a plant that looked like it was wearing a green hat. Li Tian recognized this as a taro tree, and its root is the taro that people often eat. When he was little, he always confused taro leaves with lotus leaves. It wasn't until he got an itch and broke off a few taro leaves, which made him feel itchy and numb all over, that he finally learned to distinguish between lotus leaves and taro leaves. However, putting aside other factors, the value of a single taro root. Taro is an important vegetable and grain crop with high nutritional and medicinal value, making a nutritious food suitable for all ages. And it's very soft and chewy, and the texture is similar to that of a sweet potato. It can be used to make soup or sweet soup. It's a delicious edible food. Yes, this is also a good source of self-produced materials. Brother Biao, go dig one up. Li Tian still had some psychological trauma regarding taro leaves, so he didn't try to take credit for this honorable task, and let Li Erbio do it instead. When they entered the woods, everyone had prepared the necessary tools. With shovels, saws, sickles, and other tools at his disposal, and thanks to the damp ground from the rain, Li Erbio quickly dug up several taro plants. Alright, let's continue. If you come across any valuable supplies that you recognize, please report them. Yes. It was a little after 4 p.m. Everyone returned home with a full load. With the help of Mr. Wong, Li Tian selected 7 kinds of plants, 2 kinds of animals, and 1 kind of aquatic product from the stream. The plants are mugwort, taro, mushrooms, wild blueberries, wild sauerkraut, sunflower, and coconut tree. The animals are goats and quails. The aquatic products are grass carp. The above choices were made by Mr. Wong based on everyone's dietary health. However, the sunflower option made Li Tian wonder if Old Wong just wanted to eat sunflower seeds himself. This is an exploration of the island. Li Tian also discovered that the evolution of islands is really important. I hadn't really explored this before, but now that I see it, besides the 10 self-produced materials that my group and I selected today, even other animals, such as hares, turtles, soft-shelled turtles, and many previously unseen birds, appeared with evolution. Only when species continue to proliferate can their lives improve. After completing the challenge, Li Tian and Li Erbio then continued distributing supplies. Lu Mei and Dai, Xiao, Mei went to prepare dinner, since it was already past 4 p.m. and they could start cooking. Unfortunately, the rain has been falling all day and shows no sign of stopping, which is really a headache. This time, we're launching a supply blind box. Obtain a skill book again. Skill book digital products. Mastery after using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability, and the corresponding function will also appear in the user manual. Yesterday, Li Tian thought that even with communication technology, you can't do without equipment, and now the equipment has arrived. It seems we can start selecting talent to learn the corresponding skills. I haven't used my phone for more than half a month, and I'm really itching to get back to it. Muttering to himself, Li Tian took out the skill book Telecommunications Engineer and the skill book Digital Products Mastery and headed toward the farmhouse where Ni Tian and Xian Qing were staying. 067. Find the younger sister and take revenge on Wang Li. If I remember correctly, you two are top students, right? Xinxing and Nitian to the living room. Li Tian went straight to the point. This question surprised both Ni Tian and Xian Qing, and they both smiled in unison. Xinxing, boss, we can't afford to be with such high achievers. Nitian, we're just ordinary students at a first-tier university, nothing special. Nitian, but boss, is there something wrong with asking this? Upon hearing this, Li Tian smirked and took out 2 skill books. These are newly opened skill books. After you use them, you will have the skills listed in the skill books. You two won't let me down, will you? Upon hearing this, Xinxing and Li Tian's eyes lit up. They never expected that their boss would be willing to use such a precious item on them. I was immediately moved to tears, and I was determined to complete the task perfectly no matter what. Boss, we guarantee we'll complete the mission. All right, then you can research this yourselves. I heard that after you use it, your manual will also have corresponding functions added. Study this carefully. Yes. After dinner, taking advantage of the large number of people chatting in the public chat, Li Tian purchased the 1,000 miles voice transmission service again. Li Ro, please contact me if you see this. Originally, Li Tian didn't have much hope. After all, he had sent a telepathic message more than once since the merger of the sea areas. But to his surprise, as soon as he sent the message, an extremely familiar ID appeared in front of him. Muziro, Liro. Who are you? Muziro, why did you call me? Mujiro. Li Tian's heart was pounding, and he felt like he was dreaming. Muziro is the one my younger sister loves to use on social media. I used to tease her that she practically wrote her home address in her ID. Seeing this ID again now, it would be a lie to say I'm not excited. Without hesitation, they sent a friend request, and both of them were stunned the moment the request was accepted. A while later, Muziro, you my brother? Muziro, are you my older brother? Li Tian, that's me. After seeing Li Tian's reply, Muziro immediately sent a video call invitation. When the call connected, Li Tianxin was devastated. While it may be harsh to describe the girl in the video as being as destitute as a dog, it is an undeniable fact. Behind the girl is a vast, empty island. The only way she could avoid the rain was to huddle under a tree, but that was only SOSO. At this time, her body was soaked through, and her bangs were already wet and stuck together, with raindrops constantly sliding down them. However, in the video, her smile is as bright as a flower, which seems extremely out of place in this tragic scene. This is strength and composure. It's heartbreaking to see. Brother, it's been a long time. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was heartbroken, his nose tingled, and tears welled up in his eyes. But he forced a smile. You brat, still putting on airs. What are you pretending to be so profound for? Long time no see. You think you're so capable. No wonder you're late, right? It's not too late, it's not too late. I'm not dead, and you're still alive. Isn't this all just right? Li Rose still held back her tears, forcing out a small dimple as she smiled. She didn't want to upset her brother. Life on the island was already difficult enough for everyone. If her brother were to be upset and heartbroken because of her, she would truly feel like a useless person, incapable of doing anything right. You're such a chatterbox. After taking a few deep breaths, Li Tian composed himself and quickly traded away the remaining wooden cabins, along with bedding, clothing, food, and a pre-attached disposable locator. Cheryl, use these supplies I gave you first. Don't get too cold. In the video, Li Ro was completely dumbfounded. Brother, how come you can be so generous with just a casual grab? Are you different from us? You're not on the island? Li Tian was amused by his sister after hearing this. I'm afraid you're the only one who doesn't know my ID humble pride. I'm on an island, and things are just going relatively well for me. We'll talk about that later. Take out those supplies and use them first and turn on that locator. I'll come pick you up in a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Ro was stunned. Huh? Brother, you're here to pick me up? How did you get here? You're not lying to me, are you? When she saw her brother before, she felt that she was already very lucky to be able to see him again through the handbook. Who would have thought that her brother would come pick her up? Does this mean the siblings are about to meet? But everyone in the manual was complaining, some even saying there were sharks in the sea and how their brother could possibly pick them up. Has he really developed to a point he couldn't even imagine? Silly girl, why would I lie to you? Li Tian interrupted Li Ro's thoughts, then said, All right, I'm leaving now. I'll give you a surprise later. Hang up the video call. As luck would have it, Wang Li also sent a message. Baby, I just saw you were looking for your sister again. How did it go? Li Tian didn't find it. Bum Li, Zeke. I wanted to help you look for her too, but she never messages me again, so there's nothing I can do to help. Wang Li. However, according to our agreement, shouldn't I have dinner? This time, Li Tian didn't call Dai Xiaomei over to chat with her again. Now that her sister has been found, this woman is of no value anymore. You must also get rid of the sins you created yourself. Li Tian. Of course, no problem. I'll give you food in a bit. Oh, and I'll give you a locator later. I want to bring you to the island. Wang Li was still somewhat wary. Huh? Why are you picking me up? And you want to see me? I don't believe it at all. Li Tian, I have a wooden boat. We can see how far apart we are. If it's not far, I'll row over to pick you up. As for why I want to see you, don't you understand? Wang Li, understand? Understand what? Li Tian, if you want to understand, let's meet. I have a lot of great deals on my island. Wang Li, good stuff? What is it? The supplies you offered. Li Tian, what supplies? Even more exciting than supplies. You'll see when you get here. Wang Li, no. I won't turn on location services unless you explain it clearly. This woman is quite cautious, Li Tian said, pursing his lips. So he had no choice but to continue making up reasons. It would be a lie for a grown man like me to say, I don't need a woman on an island. I'm capable of supporting you now, and you, as a woman, can satisfy me. Why wouldn't I want that? Now you understand, right? To be honest, Li Tian was afraid he would be struck by lightning when he said these words. It was too against his conscience. But in order to lure this woman in, he could only try to be as sincere as possible in his replies. Ultimately, whether the woman was tempted by the food or simply had physical needs, she agreed to turn on the locator. Upon checking the locator and seeing that it wasn't too far away, Li Tian immediately perked up. Just you wait. After ending the chat, Li Tian, along with Li Erbio and Dai Xiaomei, boarded the plane and flew towards Wang Li Island. 068. To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. Upon receiving his sister. 17 minutes later, the helicopter hovered over an island. Below, naturally, lies Wang Li's island. At this moment, Wang Li also stared blankly at the helicopter above her head, thinking that she was seeing things. Survivors are even using helicopters now. It's true what they say. Comparisons are the thief of joy. That bastardly Tian just said he'd come pick me up in a wooden boat. Even though we're both survivors, Li Tian is still too weak. Instead of following Li Tian, why not try currying favor with this helicopter big shot? Thinking this, before the helicopter even landed, Wang Li was already waving her hand. Hey, can you see me? Help me. I'm a woman. I know a lot. Please take me with you. However, it can slowly descend as the helicopter ascends. A man's face slowly emerged. Take a look. Wang Li was stunned. How could it be you? She never imagined that Li Tian, whom she had once looked down upon, would now own a helicopter. Thinking back to how she had manipulated him, Wang Li felt a pang of regret. If they were still together now, he would definitely still fawn over her like a lapdog. Fortunately, it's not too late now. At least in the chat log, just now, Li Tian also showed that he wanted to have a relationship with her. And he did come to pick her up. My skills in bed will surely rekindle Li Tian's love for me. Why can't it be me? Didn't I just say I was coming to find you? Li Tian jumped off the plane and responded with a sneer. Bon tilde. Another thud was heard as Li Erbio jumped down as well. Li Tian, who is he? You damn fool. You don't expect me to serve two men at the same time, do you? That won't do. You have to pay more. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio's lips twitched involuntarily, and he spat out a mouthful of saliva. Pa, someone like you thinks you can serve me and Brother Tian? It's not even as good looking as my wild boar. Tusk boar. I feel insulted. Along the way, Li Tian told Dai Xiaomei a lot about Wang Li. Li Erbio was furious when he heard this. How could he have imagined that there would be such a woman? Therefore, they naturally don't give her a friendly look now. Wang Li wasn't stupid. After hearing Li Erbio's unfriendly tone, she realized that she might be in danger. Li Tian, what's the attitude of the person next to you? Aren't you going to do anything about it? Do you still want to find out about your sister? No need for you to trouble yourself. I've already found my sister. I'm here to settle accounts with you. Li Tian replied with a faint smile, his gaze gradually turning cold. For a dying man, Li Tian had no need to hide these things. Wang Li was also a ruthless person. Knowing that there was no way to turn things around, she quietly reached for the knife hidden behind her back with her right hand. This was a backup plan she devised after learning about the pirates, and she never expected it to come in handy today. Li Tian, you're kidding me. You still love me, right? Please don't kill me. I promise I'll serve you well. As they spoke, Wang Li had already moved closer to Li Tian. No sooner said than done. Just as she was about to reach Li Tian, Wang Li suddenly pulled her right hand out from behind her back, revealing a sharp blade, and slashed towards Li Tian's neck. Li Erbio couldn't help but shout, "Watch out! Can!" Wang Li is just an ordinary person, while Li Tian is now an A-level physique. So how could he not react to such speed? Li Tian simply sidestepped the blade, and with a light tap of his hand, the blade slipped from Wang Li's grasp and fell to the ground. Li Erbio, however, was quick and ruthless, throwing Wang Li over his shoulder. I've never hit a woman in my life, but I'm making an exception for you today. You are a disgrace to the status of a woman. Wang Li, who had been thrown to the ground, was also badly injured. Her body writhed and she cried out in pain. But to save her life, she pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Li Tian, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. Actually, Li Tian never intended to bully the weak, nor did he ever intend to kill any of the survivors. However, Wang Li really angered Li Tian. There's no need to show mercy to a woman like that. Therefore, he ignored Wang Li and went directly to Wang Li's island handbook. Trading all the supplies inside for himself, he kicked the manual directly into the sea. Little sister, you can lower the gangway now. Soon, the naive little girl who stayed on the plane to meet Li Tian and his companion lowered the gangway. Li Tian and Li Erbio then climbed up. As for Wang Li, she's already dead. This vast ocean with no one around. Once the manual is separated from the island, it will vanish in 10 minutes. Li Tian didn't need to kill her. That would dirty his hands. People who are despicable will be punished by heaven. Even if Wang Li can swim and dive, can she handle sharks or other marine animals in the sea? She has entered the countdown to her death. On the helicopter, the naive girl clenched her fists. It was so satisfying to watch. Women like that deserve to die. Talking to her almost drove me crazy. She's so shameless. After spraying some medical disinfectant on his hands, Li Erbio said, I just knocked her down and touched her with my hands. I'm really afraid of catching some kind of skin disease. However, Li Tian, aren't we letting her off too easily by doing this? Upon hearing this, Li Tian revealed a meaningful smile. How could we let her get away with this? For us, death is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is knowing that you're going to die, but being powerless to stop it and only being able to watch death come. This stage is far more painful to a person's mind than killing them directly. We must not only kill people, but also destroy their spirit. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio took a deep breath. What a brilliant move to kill someone by destroying their spirit. He was glad that he hadn't become enemies with Li Tian. This kid is far more terrifying than I imagined. Another half hour was wasted on the road. Li Tian finally arrived at his sister, Li Rose Island. At this moment, the younger sister also peeked out of the wooden house, looking at her brother's smiling face next to the cabin door in the sky. His expression became a mixture of emotions. First, a look of disbelief appeared, followed by tears of joy. Elder brother, it's my brother. I heard my sister calling. Li Tian jumped down and hugged his younger sister tightly, saying, Ro, you've suffered these past few days. It's not bitter. Seeing my brother makes me feel only sweetness. Silly girl, come on, let's go to your brother's island and enjoy ourselves. Immediately, Li Tian then began packing up the supplies on the island for Li Ro. But as he was cleaning up, Li Tian felt as if his heart was bleeding. The supplies here are mostly things I traded to my sister before. In other words, if these supplies were removed, Sister Island would be so poor that it wouldn't even be considered destitute. At least they had a home, even though they were poor. My sister had nothing. Shara, what have you been eating lately? Li Tian asked, looking at his younger sister's haggard face. Li Ro replied nonchalantly, I've been blessed by God these past few days. I'm full just from drinking water. I'm not hungry at all. My stomach is just bloated with water. 069. Similar upgrade cards, automotive industry. After finishing everything, at Li Tian's instruction, Li Erbio jumped off the plane and picked up the manual. Then, Li Tian then squatted down and gestured, All right, Ro, come on up. I'll carry you up. Okay. 2009. Arrived at the island. Wait until the plane comes to a complete stop. Everyone disembarked from the plane. Li Ro immediately transformed into a curious child, constantly looking around the island. Brother, your island is so big. Brother, is it a farmhouse in? Brother, that's actually a villa. Hey, there are 2 huskies too. Brother, are you really trying to survive? Li Tianla tirelessly explained this to his younger sister. However, when a younger sister saw the pigs and cows huddled together in the pig pen, she exclaimed that it was an eyesore. Forehead. Li Tian didn't know how to explain this scene, but it seems there's some inexplicable relationship between pigs and cows. Back at the villa, Li Ro went straight to take a shower. Li Tian personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for his sister. After finishing her meal, Li Ro was full of energy and showed no intention of resting. The group then watched a movie with Li Ro and chatted about everyday things. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that Li Ro, urged by Li Tian, went to sleep in one of the villa's guest rooms. My sister has received it. Li Tian's wish has been 1/3 fulfilled. The only ones left are the parents. As for Qin, Li Tian thought about it for a long time and decided to leave it to fate. There was no need to deliberately search for someone. If fate allows, we will meet again. Besides, she is much smarter than me, and she may already be making a name for herself in other seas. Midnight. Li Tian and Li Erbio already had a good understanding of each other. Even though Li Tian didn't inform Li Erbio still arrived at the island's edge at the right time. At this moment, the rain had not stopped, and the wind was beginning to pick up. Li Tian couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the current situation, it will continue to rain for the next few days. Li Erbio also frowned. I just looked at the transaction data, and only bread and fish are selling well. You're lucky if you can trade 1,000 or more of expanded pumice a day. However, once spring is over, people who suffer from dehydration in the summer will be better off. We'll just have to wait a little longer. This is the only way. After saying that, the two started working on the supplies. Open the supply blind box and obtain a similar upgrade card already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box. Obtained 3x expanding floating stones already stored. Open the supply blind box and obtain skill book automotive industry beginner now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource box. Obtained plastic X2, lime X5, expanding pumice X1 already stored. All the blind boxes containing supplies have been opened. Neither of them had any intention of sleeping. Building cars? Does that mean we'll be able to drive cars soon? Li Erbio was very excited, and his hand subconsciously gestured as if he were turning a steering wheel. However, Li Tian was more concerned about the upgrade card of the same type. Upgrade cards. The upgrade cards Li Tian had encountered before were all level-based, which could upgrade the level of the selected target. But if we interpret this upgrade card by its name, wouldn't it be able to upgrade the level of the entire target type? With this in mind, Li Tian and Li Erbio went straight back to the manual. Remove both. Same type upgrade card. All selected target types will be upgraded by 1 level. Skill book, automotive industry, beginner. After using this skill, the user will gain the corresponding ability. After understanding the uses of the two rare resources, Li Tian did not hesitate. I plan to use the same upgrade card on grade B seawater rice. Seawater rice is now an indispensable food source on the island and is also the most widely cultivated crop. Upgrading it is definitely the right choice. Moreover, during this period, many of the Heavenly Palace members with large appetites had already reached the B-level physique, but due to the scarcity of high-level food, they still could not reach the A level. This problem will be solved once the seawater rice is upgraded to grade A. As for the S- grade water, Li Tian didn't let any of the members touch it all. Although a considerable amount of water is distilled each day, it is simply not enough to meet the daily demand. Because Li Tian had Wang Lao take most of the water to cultivate crops. If S-grade water can gradually raise a person's physical condition to S level, then crops might be able to do the same. Therefore, Li Tian didn't feel sorry for him in this respect. Now, spend some S- grade water to upgrade your crops. Once they reach S-grade, you'll reap even greater rewards. This deal is a sure win. So apart from Li Tian and Li Erbio, everyone else was still drinking low-grade water. Therefore, others who want to improve their physique cannot rely on S-grade water, but can only rely on food. However, Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to use the car right now. According to Mr. Wang, he still has a lot of grade B seawater rice seeds. Naturally, he will wait until all of them are planted before using the same type of upgrade card to maximize the benefits. As for the skill book, Li Tian saw that Li Erbio was very interested in it, so he gave it to him directly. Li Erbio didn't hesitate and readily accepted the money, promising to build the car as quickly as possible. Seeing that Li Erbio wasn't sleepy and planned to research car manufacturing that night, Li Tian was also a little curious, so he followed Li Erbio to his room. After Li Erbio used the skill book, in Li Erbio's words, My mind suddenly went blank, and I felt a flood of knowledge about car manufacturing pouring into it. However, Li Tian had no way of knowing exactly what he felt. At this time, following the instructions, Li Urbio opened the manual, where a skills section that Li Tian had never seen before appeared in the manual's function list. Open this skills menu, and another secondary option will appear. Skills, car manufacturing industry, beginner. Open it again. The car manufacturing interface then emerged. Upon closer inspection, Li Tian discovered that this interface was actually quite similar to the production center interface. However, the tools in this interface are all related to car manufacturing. For example, a wheel hub can be made with only 20 parts of metal. For example, a car suspension can be made with only 50 parts of metal. This doesn't seem difficult at all. Li Tian exclaimed. I thought that after using the skill book and acquiring the skill, I would have to create everything with my own hands. So, the manual can handle the manufacturing of the parts, and Li Urbio only needs to assemble them in the final step. 070. New materials, new business. But, the materials required to complete the production and assembly of a complete vehicle are quite numerous. Many of these supplies were things that Li Tian had never even seen before. It's impossible to finish making it tonight. So Li Tian went back to his room to rest. The next day, morning, after breakfast, the first thing Li Tian did was to give the same upgrade card to Old Wang, so that Old Wang could quickly open up new farmland and finish planting the seawater rice. Old Wang was naturally eager to do so, and even wanted to take on all the farm work himself. However, Li Tian stopped him. It's the rainy season now. Greenhouse barriers only provide insulation, but they do not protect against rain. To prevent Mr. Wang from catching a cold from working in the rain for extended periods, Li Tian did arrange for everyone to participate. Even Li Ro insisted on coming to help. As the saying goes, when everyone is of one mind, their strength can break even metal. The land clearing and planting was done very quickly. By 11 a.m., all the seawater rice had been planted. Lu Mei and Dai, Xiao, Mei went to cook right on time. Li Ro, who couldn't stay idle either, also went to help out. With nothing else to do, Li Tian went to the manual, took a look, and sighed helplessly again. Oh, I thought the pirates had frozen to death, but it turns out they were just biding their time. It turns out that many people were discussing the information about survivors asking for help that appeared yesterday, as mentioned in the manual. Those pirates are absolutely outrageous. Yes, it's inhuman. From yesterday to today, as far as we know, 15 people have died. 8 of them were men, all of whom were brutally murdered, and the women were kidnapped. You can imagine the consequences. God, please send someone to deal with those pirates. They were already having trouble eating, but now they can't even sleep properly, afraid they'll get their kidneys cut off if they're not careful. Control them? How can we control them? These pirates live on ships. They have no fixed abode. Who can pinpoint their exact location? If we can't even determine their location, how can we possibly control them? Judging from the survivors' discussions, it seems that the pirates' power has grown considerably. Previously, there might only be one fatal accident per day. Now, the number has reached as high as 15. This also gave Li Tian a headache. They originally wanted to curb the development of piracy, but now the pirates are becoming more and more rampant. Moreover, Li Tian's biggest worry is his family. Since pirates have appeared in my own waters, they might be just as likely to appear in the waters where my parents live. How can my parents possibly defeat pirates if they encounter them? Can. Unfortunately, his parents' lives are no longer in his own hands. If he fails to merge his own territory with his parents' territory in the next merging of sea areas, he will be powerless to do anything about it and can only pray to God. After lunch, the daily challenge missions have returned to the core of collecting resources. Thankfully, it wasn't a mission to collect expansion stones, otherwise I would have wasted another challenge card. After completing the challenge, Li Tian didn't rush to open the supplies, but instead called Li Urbio to the room. Brother Biao, I want to continue expanding the Heavenly Palace. Could you go and help me recruit some people later? Why the sudden desire to expand? Li Urbio asked. The unknown enemies are all silently improving the team's strength, while we are just constantly promoting the development of the island. If our manpower doesn't keep up with the area, we might not be able to defend it if we're attacked, Li Tian analyzed with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio seemed to realize something and said, Are you worried about pirates? Yes. Li Tian nodded, not hiding anything. That's true. The enemy is in the shadows, and we don't know the exact size of the pirates. We need to be cautious. Okay, I'll get started on the preparations. We still have over 200 Unity cards. Should we use them all? You can handle it as you see fit. Good. After the conversation ended, Liurbio went straight back to his room to prepare for the expansion of his personnel. Li Tian, on the other hand, went to open the supply blind box. Open the supply box, obtained 1 unit of lime and 3 units of rubber, already stored in the manual's warehouse. Open the supply blind box, obtained 5x plastic, 10x silicon, already stored. Open the supply box and obtain Captain Jack X1, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the resource blind box, obtained 3x expanding float stones, 1x magnet already stored. This time, the supply blind box once again contained a lot of supplies that Li Tian had never seen before. The emergence of silicon was the most unexpected for Li Tian. Silicon is not a common material, but its role is to change the world. The chips in our mobile phones, computers, and other electronic products are generally made of silicon. Of course, the above statement is not entirely accurate. To be precise, it is the property of silicon that allows it to be used as a semiconductor. The capacitors, resistors, diodes, and transistors inside the chip are all made of semiconductors. The appearance of these materials must be because the skill book was used, right? Li Tian thought to himself. Keep reading. The warehouse now also has a mechanical captain. Extract it, and the system reads it. Captain Jack, a robot captain who can pilot sailboats and larger vessels in place of humans. Upon seeing this, Li Tian started thinking about how to make use of the captain. Now that we have our own helicopters, we no longer need to rely on boats to pick up our members. But their own sailboat has been empty for a long time, and now that a robot captain has appeared, it seems it's time to put them to good use. But what can it be used for? I pondered for a long time. Li Tian had a sudden inspiration. I've got it. Why don't we start a ride-hailing service? Nowadays, apart from myself and a few others, no one else certainly has a boat. Without a boat, even if they have locators and find their family or allies, they cannot reunite. He could then profit by having the robot captain provide the transportation without expending any manpower. Moreover, by helping more people gather together, they won't be powerless to resist when facing pirates. This is a win-win situation. I'm a genius, but how do I calculate the price for pickup and drop-off? This was another problem that stumped Li Tian. Therefore, Li Tian directly summoned the available members and gathered them together to discuss the matter. Ultimately, Li Tian integrated all the suggestions put forward by everyone. Roughly speaking, the boarding fee for each person is 5 expansion pumice stones. After boarding, the final fare for each passenger is related to the distance to the passenger's chosen destination, with an additional pumice stone added for every 50 kilometers, and any distance less than 50 kilometers is calculated as 50 kilometers. Of course, Li Tian will also launch a VIP service. Passengers who are in a hurry to meet their family/friends can pay an extra fee to become VIPs, and the ship will give them priority to be taken to their destination. Li Tian's sailboat, when fully loaded, can easily carry 50 people at a time, not to mention that it can continue to carry passengers along the way. If you do the math, earning over 1,000 expansion stones in one round isn't difficult at all. 071. Universal Copy Card. After the maritime transport business was discussed, Li Tian handed over Captain Jack and a sailboat to Su Huanfeng, the boy by the sea. Now that things are getting busier, Li Tian naturally needs to make reasonable arrangements for manpower. The main reason is that their own manuals are too well known. He didn't want people to think he had a monopoly on everything. Unlike on the mainland, living on an island, there's no point in showing off. It's better to keep a low profile and hide your strength. Li Tian was not unaware of the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. Moreover, having Su Huanfeng use his boy by the sea ID to start this business would create the illusion of a new force emerging, which would also disrupt the enemy's plans. Of course, all of this is also because Su Huanfeng understands maritime operations better. Transportation is not as simple as just starting a ship, stopping a ship, and carrying passengers. After receiving payment from passengers, it is also necessary to reasonably design the navigation track according to the passenger's destination. After all, it's impossible to drop off passengers whose destination is in the east and then turn around to drop off passengers whose destination is in the west, right? This could waste a lot of time. In the following days, Apart from Su Huanfeng being busy developing the transportation business and Li Erbio being busy recruiting members of the Heavenly Palace, the others had nothing to do. Of course, they also went to drive away the sea monsters. Before I knew it, it was midnight again. Li Tian didn't rush to open the supply blind boxes this time, mainly because 3 more days had passed. The system blind box can now be opened. Thinking it over, Li Tian silently chanted in his mind, "Open the blind box." Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained the universal copy card, which has been stored in the manual inventory. When Li Tian took it out of the warehouse and looked at it, he almost burst out laughing. All-purpose copy card. Can copy any stationary object. The description of this all-in-one copy card is very simple, but its functions are incredibly powerful. But can it really replicate any stationary object? Li Tian's first thought was to replicate his island. Thinking about it, Li Tian did just that. Surprisingly, after using it, the system actually indicated that the copying was successful. Copy successful. Please select a placement location. At this moment, Li Tian's breathing was rapid. He had only been speculating and didn't think it could be replicated. After all, islands are different from other things. In this civilization, islands can be said to represent the highest level of authority. Unexpectedly, my own system was still superior. Without hesitation, Li Tian chose the location opposite his own island to replicate the island's location, creating a strait between the 2 islands. The reasons for doing this, besides facilitating the movement of people, were naturally also to defend against foreign enemies. In the future, if a military base is built on that replicated island, then it will be virtually impossible for external enemies to penetrate the front of the island where Li Tian lives. After all, Li Tian's current residential area on the island is on the edge of the island, only 4 meters away from the sea. If we launch a frontal assault, it would be quite easy for the enemy to land. However, with an additional island providing cover directly opposite, enemies would have 2 extra lines of defense if they wanted to launch a frontal assault. First, you either capture the copied island or bypass it. Both of these points have bought Li Tian enough time to make a response. Of course, the enemy could also attack from the back of Li Tian's main island. However, the non-residential area on the back of Li Tianju Island belongs to the evolution zone. The area is densely wooded, with many snakes, insects, and other wild animals, as well as huskies and polar bears helping to keep watch. There are even electrified fences for protection. It is not so easy for external enemies to get close to residential areas. As long as external enemies cannot directly reach the residential area and harm the island's inhabitants, Li Tian can take countermeasures. Step out of the villa and gaze into the distance. The sea directly in front of us was previously empty and boundless. Now a dark shadow has appeared, which is naturally the island that Li Tian copied. However, Li Tian didn't know exactly what was on the island since he hadn't gone to see it yet. If only we could replicate the buildings on the islands, Li Tian muttered. Immediately, they decided to take a helicopter over to check it out. At this time, Li Erbio was already outside getting supplies. "Hey, you're late today, only just coming down?" Li Erbio Ujuka. Li Tian smiled and said, "All right, let's not open the supplies for now. We have more important things to do." "What's the matter?" Li Erbio perked up immediately upon hearing this. Li Tian pointed straight ahead. "Look, do you see anything?" Li Erbio looked in the direction Li Tian pointed, and at first he didn't react, but then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Hey, when did another island appear in front of our island? What happened? Did you do this?" Li Erbio exclaimed, in surprise. Li Tian, still smiling, nodded. "Let's go take a look." Okay. The helicopter landed next to the farmhouse residence. As Li Tian passed by the farmhouse, he noticed that there was still light in Xian Qing and in I Tian's room. They're probably still diligently researching those high-tech things. As for the specifics, Li Tian didn't pay attention to them. He had limited knowledge of such things, and he wouldn't understand even if he asked. They boarded a helicopter and flew towards the replicated island. This replicated island is only about 1 kilometer away from Li Tian's main island, which is not far. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at our destination. After getting off the plane, the replica of the island's scenery is then readily apparent. Unfortunately, the buildings on the main island were not copied over, but this island also has a manual. Upon reaching the manual, I discovered that it was an inactive manual, and now I needed to register my fingerprint for identification in order to create an ID for activation. Since Li Tian's international middle finger had already activated a manual, he had no choice but to raise his index finger to enter the information. The ID is directly named after the Heavenly Palace and is called Heavenly Palace Command Center. Upon seeing this, Li Urbio instantly understood Li Tian's idea. You want to separate the islands? One for residential use and one for military use. Li Tian smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, but you'll still need to take good care of this island in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio was extremely excited and patted his chest. No problem. Although he retired from the army, he always cherished his military life. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a common problem for soldiers. For them, once they enter the military, it's for life. There's no such thing as leaving or not leaving. However, if this island also has a manual, wouldn't it be possible to refresh supplies on this island as well? Li Urbio analiza. His words reminded Li Tian, yes, but you also have to bear more in return. The daily challenge and stopping the sea monster attack will also need to be done twice. 072. Late spring. After a brief inspection of the replicated island, the two returned to the main island. Currently, there are no buildings on the replicated island, so it won't be possible to settle people there so quickly. This requires further consideration. Back in his room, Li Tian fell asleep. 3 days later, January 17th, 2023, midnight. Spring has quietly entered its final day. During this period of time, Li Tian's island entered a period of slow development. The island's area has only increased by a few thousand square meters, and there has been little progress. The culprit, of course, is the spring rain. However, things will get better starting tomorrow. The maritime transport service that Su Huanfeng took over has now officially opened and set sail, which is a good omen. According to Su Huanfeng's estimate, one trip can yield about 2,000 pieces of expanded floating stones. It's not bad. Meanwhile, Li Urbio has already recruited 239 members for the Tiangong team. If the Tongshin card hadn't been discontinued, the number of participants would likely be even higher. However, considering the housing issue, Li Urbio was not in a hurry to bring them over. Right now, Li Tian did not open the supply blind boxes as usual. 3 days have passed, and a new round of check-ins is about to begin, so naturally, checking in is even more important. Open the system blind box. Li Tian thought to himself with anticipation. The next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained a S-rank upgrade card of the same type, and it has been added to your manual inventory. A similar S-rank upgrade card? To be honest, Li Tian was somewhat disappointed when he heard the system announce the blind box rewards. This thing is valuable, but it's currently useless. It's far more practical for the system to just give him another copy card. The biggest advantage of upgrade cards of the same type is that the more similar items there are, the greater the upgrade benefit. If you only upgrade a single individual item, then it is no different from an S-grade upgrade card. Unfortunately, Li Tian doesn't currently have any resources that require large-scale upgrades. The seawater rice has already been upgraded from B to A. During this time, Mr. Wong has been cultivating it with S-grade water. Who knows when the seawater rice will be upgraded from A to S again. Therefore, he cannot use the same type of S-level upgrade card. There's no need to upgrade other vegetables. As for food, high-level seawater rice is enough to improve the physique of other members. Upgrading vegetables would be a complete waste, and it's impossible to eat only one kind of vegetable every day. This is really a headache. If only this guy could upgrade that stream. Thinking of this, Li Tian was taken aback. Yeah, I've never used it before. It might be able to upgrade the stream's level. So, Li Tian took out a similar S-level upgrade card and ran towards the stream that had evolved from his main island without saying a word. Use it once. It's done. It actually works. As he spoke, Li Tian didn't care whether the stream water was clean or not. He cupped his hands and took a sip. Indeed, it tastes just as good as 105-degree distilled water from an S-grade still. Afterwards, Li Tian excitedly shared his joy with everyone. Family members, S-grade spring water, clean and hygienic. Now, there's no need to worry about S-grade water anymore. As for the issue of selling spring water, Li Tian has also come up with a solution. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to use S-grade water to trade for supplies. If everyone had an S-grade physique, he would have no advantage at all. Anyway, he has a cloned island, which also has spring water. In the future, the sale of water resources can be carried out on that island. Of course, Li Tian wouldn't wake everyone up just to share his joy. Instead, nowadays, everyone is participating in opening blind boxes of supplies. There's nothing we can do about it. We now have 2 islands. On the 2 islands, each over 800,000 square meters, after salvaging the supply boxes on the main island, Xiao AI needs to be sent to the cloned island by helicopter to salvage them. After all the supply boxes that have spawned on both islands have been salvaged and opened, if Li Tian and Li Urbio continue to open the supplies, the 2 of them will basically be opening them until dawn. Therefore, Li Tian's current plan is that after Xiao AI, Eoligu, and Polar Bear have finished harvesting the supply boxes on the main island, Li Erbiao will then pilot a helicopter to lead 10 Tiangong members and Xiao AI to the replica island to salvage and open supplies. The remaining people stayed on the main island to gather supplies, operating on a dual-track approach. With everyone participating, the process will be much faster. After opening all the supply blind boxes, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. However, Li Tian always takes one more step than others. Because more people are opening supply blind boxes now, Li Tian doesn't ask what rare supplies he got while opening supply blind boxes. He just waits until he has opened all the supplies and then goes directly to the warehouse in the manual to check. Take a look. A new resource has been released called Layout Reset Card. Extract it, and the system reads it. Layout Reset Card resets the layout of island buildings. One-time use only, expires after use. This thing came just in time. Li Tian nodded in satisfaction, clearly quite fond of this item. Now, with the development of the island and the increase in farmland and buildings, his island layout has long been out of control. The villas are half outside the greenhouse barrier, so won't they be half cold and half hot in winter? With this, the problem can be solved quite well. However, it was already late at night, and everyone was resting, so Li Tian didn't rush to use it and went to bed, planning to do it tomorrow. Upon waking, good news arrived with the sunrise. The rain has finally stopped. I thought the rain wouldn't stop until tomorrow. The rain stopping early is good news. After muttering a few words to himself, Li Tian went to wash up. After breakfast, Li Tian gathered everyone together to discuss the reset of the island's layout. Ultimately, after discussion, it was roughly divided into 3 areas. Planting area, residential area, livestock area. In a residential area, Li Tian moved all the buildings back a bit. Previously, the buildings were 4 meters away from the sea, but now they are 10 meters away. The residential area is bordered by a planting area, which was designed to make things easier for Mr. Wong and minimize his walking distance. As for the livestock area, considering factors such as environmental odor, it was naturally moved to the side of the planting area, away from the residential area. After all, that pheasant couple now has quite a few chicks, having settled down and raised their children. After the chicks mature, they lay eggs, hatch them, and so on. The number of chickens increases, and so does the amount of chicken droppings. What Li Tian remembered most was that male husky. When it was playing with the female husky, it rolled around on the ground and got covered in chicken droppings. Then it ran into his villa, which almost made him sick. So it was really necessary to move the livestock area further away. Although it takes quite a distance to feed them, it's still better than being unhygienic. 073. Summer is coming, new pop-up notifications. Once the 3 areas are laid out, there's not much left to change. The location of the ferry area remains unchanged, and the electric fences still surround the 3 areas to prevent attacks from any wild animals that may have emerged. The greenhouse barrier is designed to cover as much of the planting area as possible while ensuring coverage of the entire residential area. In this way, when winter comes, Old Wong won't be idle. After everything was settled, Li Tian gave everyone a day off today. Apart from opening supply blind boxes, after completing the challenge at noon, no other tasks were assigned to the group. It's like a short holiday before summer arrives. After all, with the arrival of summer, water resources can only be sold by replicating islands. Without a tap water system, people can't get water from the tap and have to carry water bucket by bucket. They had already endured hardship back then. Midnight. 1 second, you can feel a gentle spring breeze. The next second, the wind stops abruptly, and a feeling of intense heat arises. The weather changes so quickly. Unfortunately, greenhouse barriers only keep you warm, but they don't insulate you from the heat. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Li Ro's face flushed even more, as if she had applied blush. No, I need to go back and take off my coat, it's too hot. Alright, brothers, let's finish this quickly. It's summer now, so let's get this done as soon as possible and get some rest. Tomorrow, everyone will start carrying water. Yes. After opening all the supply blind boxes, Li Tian returned to his room, as usual, and opened the warehouse. Unfortunately, no rare supplies appeared this time. However, some new materials have emerged, such as liquid crystals, fine sand, and fibers. These supplies are probably related to the use of skill books, but Li Tian didn't bother to find out the specifics. In any case, he doesn't need these supplies right now. As for whether we can get rare items from today's supply blind boxes, we can only wait and see what Li Urbio has to say. Since Li Urbio had already gone to the replicated island to open resource blind boxes, Li Tian also asked Li Urbio to check if he had opened any valuable resources later. If so, tell yourself. Unfortunately, all Li Tian received in the end was the comment, "They're all just ordinary things." And so, he fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian was awakened by the sun. It's only a little past 7 a.m., and the sun's temperature is already incredibly high. Li Tian was also very frustrated. Fortunately, his window was made of flat glass. If it had been a convex lens, the beam of light shining directly into his crotch might have set it on fire. Lazily basking in the sunlight, Li Tian stretched and then, unusually, took a look in the mirror. He noticed that his physique was much better than it had been a few days ago. His 8-pack abs are becoming increasingly defined. Could it be that I've already reached S-level physique? Thinking about it, Li Tian used the system to read his data. After looking at it, he felt it was a bit of a pity that he only got an A+. However, he was not discouraged. After washing up, he went to have breakfast. After breakfast, before the temperature fully rose, Li Tian arranged for everyone except Old Wang to go to the replicated island to fetch water. Old Wang stayed on the main island to provide support. Whatever supplies they need, Old Wang will trade those supplies over here. One morning, the 26 people carried a total of 18,720 liters of water. The buckets each have a capacity of 15 L, so a total of about 1,248 buckets of water were carried. For now, it's certainly enough. Li Tian then arranged for the others to go back first. He endured the heat and opened the trading hall for copying the island manual. Although the rainy season has just ended, there's still not much water among the goods sold in the trading hall. Thinking about it, it makes sense. With such scarce water resources, the rainwater that God rarely gives them is barely enough for their own drinking. Unless they are forced to, no one would be foolish enough to put on the shelves. Therefore, Li Tian set the price for selling the water source based on the current selling price. The currently available water source is pure water 40 ml, traded for extended pumice *1. Li Tian then decided to trade 50 milliliters of spring water for one piece of expanded pumice. Today is the first day of summer, and many people probably still have water reserves, so Li Tian didn't expect to sell many today. But it shouldn't be long before the spring water I put on the shelves starts selling. So Li Tian contacted Li Urbio and asked him to come and pick him up to return to the main island. During lunchtime, Li Ro's casual remark almost made Li Tian spit out the food he was chewing. Brother, we survivors all know that a quarter is now 7 days long. Do you think it's possible that someone collected enough water during the rainy season to last until next spring? Everyone who was enjoying their meal was taken aback when they heard Li Ro's question. I overlooked that. Li Tian thought that once the rain stopped and summer arrived, his spring water sales would boom again, but he really didn't consider that other survivors had collected enough water. Li Tian is certain that none of the survivors who have made it this far are fools. Except for Emperor Yin. Basic tools like wooden buckets can be easily made at the crafting center. Those survivors might actually have collected a lot of seawater. Keep in mind that there are only 21 days left to get through the next 3 quarters. A normal person, if they are frugal and drink 2 L of water a day, would only need 42 L of water in 21 days. That means storing 3 buckets of water is enough to last until the next rainy season. This, Li Urbio's expression also became serious. The reason they were able to develop so quickly before was because they had a sufficient water source to sell. If they really can't sell them now, then they can only rely on fishing to increase the island's area every day. That speed is much slower. Li Tian was so angry that he lost his appetite. I'm full. You guys continue. I'm going back to my room to think of a solution. After saying that, Li Tian returned to his room. I sat down in front of the manual, intending to read the other survivors' chatter and see if I could glean any useful information. But we've only just sat down. Just as the clock struck 12 o'clock, a pop-up appeared. Congratulations, survivors, on completing another season in the island world. Next, the challenges will escalate. In addition to attacks from sea monsters, you'll also need to be wary of some new friends. By the way, heaven has blessed you with plenty of water, hasn't it? Remember to enjoy it while you can. At these temperatures, the sun can dry a bucket of water in just 24 hours. Additionally, rainwater cannot be listed on the trading platform. 074, Attack at Sea. Upon seeing this, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This island civilization is trying to wipe out all the survivors. Water left outside will dry in the sun. If left in a shady place for a long time, it will smell bad. This puts me in a lose-lose situation. I have no choice but to drink it, otherwise it will all be wasted sooner or later. However, putting aside the water source issue, Li Tian was quite interested in the new friend mentioned in the manual. The last time I mentioned new friends was when the sea areas were merged. This time, it's unclear whether they are friend or foe. After you finish reading, the daily challenge will appear. It's still a task of collecting supplies. Leroy can take care of that. In the past few days, I have also handed over some of my daily work to my younger sister. Naturally, it's to let her learn more, practice more, and develop the ability to stand on her own. You need to know, the development of the island will go far beyond this. In the future, there will always be areas that we cannot control. At that time, we will need the help of those around us. Leroy was also quite efficient, completing the challenge in just over an hour. Leroy had already solved the daily challenges of replicating the island long ago. Next, everyone joined in opening the supply blind boxes again. But before Li Tian had even finished opening the supplies and had a chance to see what he had gotten, Su Huanfeng anxiously knocked on Li Tian's door. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Hearing Su Huanfeng's anxious tone, Li Tian quickly opened the door. "What's wrong?" "Boss, we've run into pirates." "What? Pirates?" Li Tian was stunned. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. "Yes, one of the passengers said we're being surrounded by pirates." "Boss, it's all my fault. I didn't consider the pirate problem when we set sail. You entrusted me with such an important task, and I failed to do it well. I've let you down." Seeing that Su Huanfeng was becoming more and more guilty, Li Tian quickly comforted him. "All right, this has nothing to do with you. We'll run into pirates sooner or later. Are you still able to contact that passenger?" Su Huanfeng nodded repeatedly. "Yes. The passengers on the sailboat all have handbooks and can keep in touch. They also know their location. That makes things much easier. Let's go. Let's check your manual first." "Good." But when they arrived at Su Huanfeng's manual and started a video call with one of the passengers, the two of them were stunned again. He watched as groups of people, resembling Native Americans, rode bamboo rafts closely behind his sailboat. Li Tian couldn't help but ask, "Those guys were pirates?" Su Huanfeng was also somewhat uncertain. Aren't the pirates played by us survivors? These people don't look like they're of Asian descent, do they? No, I think this is what the manual calls new friends. After thinking for a moment, Li Tian had an answer in his mind. These people look like natives. They're probably not very bright. They might not even be as good as pirates. "Wait a moment," Li Tian said, then quickly returned to his manual and took out the bow and arrow he had opened from the supply blind box the day before yesterday. This bow and arrow should be more powerful than the hidden arrow, and it should have no problem intimidating the natives who are still using stone tools. Of course, Su Huanfeng had carefully selected these passengers. Li Tian had Su Huanfeng check their character and identity before allowing them to board the ship. Therefore, Li Tian was not worried that someone would take the bow and arrow and use it to harm the other survivors on the ship. Even if, hypothetically, some escaped, Li Tian could forcibly recall them at any time. She returned to Su Huanfeng's side once again. In order not to reveal his identity, Li Tian first relayed his message to Su Huanfeng. Only then did Su Huanfeng send another video request to the passenger. Same as when video chatting with people before. During the video call, Li Tian covered the camera with something, so the other party couldn't see what was happening on his side. Su Huanfeng quickly relayed Li Tian's instructions. "Passenger, ask anyone on board who knows how to use a bow and arrow." Okay. I'll ask right away." On the other end of the video call was a middle-aged man who looked very nervous. After hearing Su Huanfeng's words, he nodded hurriedly and asked the others on the ship. The captain is asking who among us knows how to use a bow and arrow. As soon as these words were spoken, a female voice rang out. I can. I'm an archery athlete. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man in the video quickly pointed the manual's camera at the woman who was speaking. The woman looked to be in her early 20s. Her gaze was somewhat cold, but she was clearly much calmer than the other survivors. Su Huanfeng looked at Li Tian, and seeing Li Tian nod in agreement, he quickly said, Okay, tell me your manual ID, and I'll rent the bow and arrows to you using the designated ID. Use the bow and arrows to repel those people. Don't worry, everyone. These people aren't pirates. They're native inhabitants. 075. Repel the natives. To prevent accidents from happening. After renting the bow and arrow ID to the archery athlete, Li Tian did not let Su Huanfeng hang up the video call. The girl, after receiving the bow and arrows, did not hesitate and quickly went to the side of the boat to assess the current situation. 2 rafts followed on each side of the sailboat. Each raft carried 3 natives, 2 of whom were rowing frantically. 4 head. Actually, even if we don't defeat them, we'll probably be able to shake them off before long. However, in order to stabilize the passengers' emotions and state of mind, repelling the natives was not a pointless act. After identifying the target, the next moment, the girl held a bow in her left hand, her feet were shoulder-width apart, and her body was slightly leaning forward. She then placed the arrow in her right hand on the arrow rest, the single-colored feather facing herself, and fastened the fletching to the bowstring nock. The entire operation was performed flawlessly. Looking at it this way, she probably wasn't lying. Even if she wasn't a professional athlete, she probably had some experience with archery. As she aimed her bow at one of the natives rowing a boat, she drew back the bowstring with her right hand, and in the blink of an eye, an arrow flew out like lightning, striking the native directly. The natives who were hit by the arrows fell directly into the sea. The other natives were startled and started chattering amongst themselves. But the girl didn't give the other native a chance to discuss it. She fired another arrow, shooting down yet another native. Instantly, the natives panicked. They seemed to have never seen such a weapon before. One of the men, a fat black man with 5 chicken feathers stuck in his head, looked at the weapon in his hand, a stone tied to a wooden stick, spit out a curse, and threw it directly into the water. They probably realized their own weapon wasn't as good after comparing it to others. Immediately, he raised his hand to signal. The other natives stopped following as well. Presumably, that fat man is the leader of this group of natives. Seeing that the natives were no longer bothering them, the people on the ship breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Li Tian then put away his bow and arrows and expressed his gratitude to the archer. Thank you. Piercing the willow branch from 100 paces. You're welcome. It just so happens that I have this skill. Despite saying that, Li Tian still gave her 500 G of bread and 500 milliliters of purified water as payment. After all, I was paid, so I should be responsible for solving all the problems I encounter. She has no obligation to help herself solve these problems. This marks the first step in my transportation business, and any unexpected events will naturally affect my future business. Therefore, these rewards should still be given. Of course, Li Tian did this in order to build a good relationship with her. People with archery skills are considered talented these days. Li Tian did intend to recruit him into his team, but after all that had just happened, it wasn't appropriate to say so now. Therefore, I can only add her as a friend first, and then make further plans after I send her to her destination. After all the problems were solved, Li Tian then returned to his manual to check what he had opened from today's supply blind box. Unfortunately, it was just ordinary supplies. After that, Li Tian stopped paying attention. The flight didn't send any further news for the rest of the afternoon, which finally put Li Tian's mind at ease. Li Tian had previously worried that the natives might launch a surprise attack, but now it seems he had been worrying for nothing. However, during dinner, Ni Tian and Xian Qing brought another piece of good news. That means the two of them had worked together to develop a walkie-talkie. Although this thing doesn't seem to be very useful, with distance limitations, and less practical than the communication function in the manual, it is still a kind of progress in civilization. We've already developed our own communication equipment, and with continued improvement, mobile phones are just around the corner. However, to Li Tian's surprise, Li Tian said that there was a signal frequency in the island civilization, and the communication between the manuals was probably achieved through this signal frequency. If we can infiltrate and utilize it, we can save on research and development in the area of signal processing. Unfortunately, lacking the necessary cultural knowledge, Li Tian couldn't offer any advice. After replying with "do a good job," he returned to his room. At this time, the chat screen in the manual was quite lively. Many people seem to have encountered indigenous people today, but thankfully no one was injured or kidnapped. According to those involved, the natives' weapons were far less sharp than the axes and hoes made by the manual production center, which is why they were all scared away. Many warriors inflicted heavy losses on the natives. However, given the nature of this civilization, Li Tian did not let his guard down. Since the manual indicates that the challenge has been upgraded, it's obviously not something that can be solved so easily. If those natives are truly as cowardly and weak as the other survivors say, then their appearance becomes meaningless. However, Li Tian had no way of knowing the specifics, and could only take it one step at a time. 076. Emperor Yin captures a female indigenous woman. Midnight. The midnight air tonight is a little cooler than usual. This is extremely unusual, but Li Tian didn't care. Perhaps it was because God took pity on the survivors that the temperature dropped. After opening the supply crate, this time, Li Tian was lucky enough to obtain two rare resources, a synthesis card and a native preserved plum. Extract it, and the system reads it. Synthesis card can combine two targets of the same level and type to upgrade their level. The target used must already have a level. Living creatures are not affected. Indigenous preserved plum. Eating it will grant you the ability to speak the indigenous language within 30 minutes. The introduction was concise and to the point, and Li Tian understood their purpose at a glance. I won't say much about the native preserved plums, just eat them when you need them. Unfortunately, synthesis cards cannot synthesize living creatures. If living things were also an option, he really wanted to combine those two cows. Anyway, those two cows are useless, one male and one female for so long. It hasn't given birth yet. Look at the pheasant couple next door. One day, they'll be able to invest in and start their own chicken-eating business. Certainly, the most outrageous thing is that now both cows have become very close to that tusked wild boar. This was the first time Li Tian had ever seen such a cross-species phenomenon. Unfortunately, Li Tian had no choice. I considered breaking them up at the time. Forcibly separating the pigs and cattle and keeping them in separate enclosures resulted in all three animals refusing to eat. That's ruthless. No, we'll go to the woods tomorrow and see if there are any wild boars left. We have to catch a male wild boar to chip away at the corner of the wall. Otherwise, letting them run wild isn't a solution either. Li Tian felt increasingly uneasy. If he didn't come up with a way to separate the pig and the cow, they might really end up with a pig-cow monster. After making his decision, Li Tian fell asleep. As for the synthetic card, Li Tian planned to give it to Elder Wang so that Elder Wang could use it. Because the limitation of synthesizing cards is that they require two similar targets of the same level, and even living targets are not allowed, and they must also have their own level, Li Tian basically has nothing left to synthesize. It would be better to synthesize a certain seed, upgrade it by one level, and then, even if there's only one plant, it can be turned into countless plants under Old Wang's technology. However, since it's late at night, it can only be handed over tomorrow. The night was already deep. On a certain island that already covers more than 2,000 square meters, 6 rafts have been placed there. 18 natives, each wielding a stone axe, an axe made of wood with stones attached, stealthily made their way towards the stone house glowing with fire. On the stone bed in the stone house, Emperor Yin was sleeping soundly, his body forming the shape of the Chinese character Tai, and it was unknown what sweet dreams he was having. The next moment, a dark shadow appeared. The leading native cautiously stepped into the stone house. The shadowy figure flickered and moved erratically in the firelight, like a ghost. However, all of this was a false impression created by Emperor Yin for the indigenous people. Emperor Yin had noticed all of this as early as when the natives landed. The appearance of the natives during the day had already alerted him, so he didn't plan to sleep tonight. Unexpectedly, his strategy of waiting patiently for the rabbit to run into the tree stump actually worked. In a split second, he picked up the axe that had been hidden under the bedding and raised it to strike. A dark, indistinct head fell off, but he wasn't afraid of it. He had already killed people long before the mainland was civilized, so he was quite experienced in this area. The natives, seeing their companions gone, were not afraid but enraged. They chattered away in their bird language, brandishing their stone axes as they surged toward the stone house. Upon seeing this, Emperor Yin was also taken aback. Holy crap, so many. It was pitch black at the time, and Emperor Yin thought there were only a few people, but he didn't expect there to be more than a dozen. However, there were actually 2 women among them. These 2 female natives were only wearing animal skins, covering up what needed to be covered. His physique is exceptionally good, thanks to years of running and hunting. Even his abs. At this moment, Emperor Yin once again felt that his fighting power was at its peak. If I slaughter these natives and capture the women, wouldn't I never have to worry about being lonely again? Adhering to the principle of striking first is the best policy. Emperor Yin did not hesitate, and, targeting a native, struck again with his axe. The natives reacted quickly, immediately raising their stone axes horizontally with both hands. However, the axe handles were made of ordinary tree trunks, and they broke with a single chop. Another head fell to the ground. The Yin Emperor grew increasingly excited as he killed, while the natives realized the disparity between friend and foe. The opponent's weapons are far superior to ours. The natives reacted with just a glance and took off running. How could Emperor Yin grant their wish? They chased after it outside. In the end, they did achieve something and successfully captured a female native. As for the other natives, they all boarded the rafts and left. However, as they were leaving, the natives on the raft were still talking to the female native who was being embraced by Emperor Yin. Unfortunately, even Emperor Yin couldn't understand it. After the group of natives had gone far away and were no longer a threat, Emperor Yin dragged the captured female native into the stone house. Hee, I won't be lonely tonight. As he spoke, Emperor Yin showed excitement and immediately took off his clothes. The character was directly transformed into the character. The female native was terrified at the sight and quickly shrank back. She desperately wanted to escape, but she couldn't. The Flame Emperor then pressed himself against her and began stripping off her animal hide. The following plot is not suitable for children. Please use your imagination. 077. The indigenous people may have come from multiple territories. 1/4. The next day, when Li Tian woke up, he found the manual to be quite lively. After inquiring, I learned that many survivors had been ambushed by the natives the previous night. This also confirmed Li Tian's guess at the time. The indigenous people are definitely not an easy problem to deal with. It seems the natives are quite adept at ambush warfare, even knowing how to launch nighttime attacks. And this is probably what they mean by challenge and improvement. Indigenous attacks and sea monster attacks are actually quite similar in terms of the degree of aggression. In a head-on confrontation, survivors can generally withstand the attack by utilizing their weapon advantages. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that the natives are more intelligent than sea monsters. They are also human beings and can plan and attack you unexpectedly. It's impossible to stay up all day just to guard against the natives, right? Even if someone manages to stay awake all day, how many days can an average person do that continuously? If this continues, people will probably die suddenly before the natives even appear. Another crucial piece of information is that the descriptions of the natives given by each survivor seem to be different. Some were dressed in animal skins, some in straw clothes, some had bare arms revealing grapes, and there were even white people. This made Li Tian wonder if the natives also had their own territories. Those indigenous people came from different territories. If that's the case, then the risk level will increase significantly. Thinking of this, Li Tian stopped dawdling. After washing up, he gathered all the members on the island and told them about his analysis. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became worried. If the natives truly have multiple factions, then their island will eventually be discovered by the natives. If the natives discovered how luxurious their island was, they might gather all their forces to conquer it. Although their physical condition had improved, they were still no match for four hands. If the opponent sends thousands or tens of thousands of people, even if we can win, we'll be exhausted to death. At this moment, Li Erbio also expressed his opinion. In that case, why don't we go and bring the Heavenly Palace members we recruit later to the island now? Of course. Li Tian nodded, but then said, however, housing is a problem. In the early stages, they could sleep on the floor or multiple people could sleep in one room. However, I believe that the number of our Tiangong members will be far greater in the future, so the housing problem will have to be solved sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio also fell silent. As things have developed, the warehouse has produced quite a few books on building stone and wooden houses, but there are only a few dozen in total, which is far from enough for the members to live in. If this problem isn't solved, we can't expect them to sleep on the floor, can we? Although, everyone who first arrives on this island spends their time outdoors. But things are different now than they were back then. Nowadays, the island has villas, farmhouses, and even tenement buildings. It's really not very considerate of us to be enjoying ourselves while making the brothers who come in later sleep on the floor. A while later, Li Tian suddenly remembered something. Didn't they publish a skills book for architects back then? Li Erbio clapped his hands in agreement. That's right. I forgot about that. With the skills of an architect, building houses will be a piece of cake. However, we need to build quite a few houses, and one person is not enough. After saying that, Li Tian looked at Li Ro and instructed her, Ro, go to the chat public screen in the manual and look for a carpenter or someone who can build simple earthen or wooden houses. We have plenty of materials, but we don't have enough blueprints. Since we can't build houses with the help of the manufacturing center, we'll have to hire someone to build them. Now that the two sea areas have merged, I don't believe that among the tens of thousands of survivors, there isn't a single person who knows how to build a house. After hearing this, Li Ro nodded and ran towards the villa. Li Erbio nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. All right, Brother Biao, you go pick them up in the helicopter. There are over 200 people. It'll take quite a while. Those ahead, make do with the wooden or stone houses for now. Once you bring everyone here, Ro might have found a carpenter or someone who knows how to build a house. Okay, I'll set off right away. After the meeting was adjourned, Li Tian handed the architect skill book to the Dozong expert. The Dozong powerhouse, whose real name is Su Yaoqian, is 25 or 26 years old. Back in the days of the continental civilization, he was a typical office worker. Despite his usual carefree and jovial demeanor, he has actually done a job that most young people wouldn't want to do, bricklaying. Although bricklaying isn't a technical job, among the current members on the island, his previous profession was the closest to construction. After laying bricks for so long, he must have become somewhat familiar with construction. Therefore, giving him this skill book is the most suitable option. Of course, considering that construction is physically demanding, Li Tian didn't let him handle it alone, and also arranged for angel investor Bing Huang to assist him. Upon hearing this, the Ice Emperor exclaimed, "Wow!" The two Dozong experts were naturally flattered by this important task and bowed to promise that they would complete it. After everything was explained, I finally had some free time again. Remembering his plan from the previous night to find a male boar for the tusked wild boar to mate with, Li Tian grabbed his katana and led a polar bear, 2 huskies, and several love cards into the woods. 078. A+ grade tusked boar, 2 of 4. Today, the island's exact area is 842,097 square meters. As mentioned in the discussion of island evolution, if there is no human interference, the area of island evolution will be half of the total area, which is 421,048.5 square meters. If you dig a hole in the root, it would be less than 650 meters long and wide. Although it wasn't very large, the forest was already extremely dense. To get in, you basically need to clear a path for yourself. As a famous saying goes, there was originally no road here, but as more people walked on it, a road was formed. Today, for the happiness of wild boars, to correct the orientation of cattle, and to have plenty of pork to eat, Li Tian resolutely became a trailblazer. We ventured deep into the woods. Li Tianjin regretted not wearing a coat when he came in. The insects and ants were practically rampant. The good news is that Li Tian's skin, now nourished by high-quality ingredients, is no longer smooth and delicate. Ordinary insects and ants simply cannot bite through it. But the insects kept crawling all over his body, making Li Tian very itchy. When the pigs give birth, we absolutely have to eat a roast suckling pig to recover. Li Tian brandished his katana in one hand and swatted away insects and ants all over his body with the other, unable to resist making a fuss about it. The polar bear and the 2 huskies on the side, however, were completely unaffected by this and ate with gusto. The next moment, persistence pays off, and Li Tian did indeed find pig footprints in the soil. The footprints looked freshly made, and they led deeper into the woods. Li Tian immediately perked up. Finally found it. They walked forward for about 100 meters more. A much larger, more robust wild boar with thicker tusks was rolling around in the mud, seemingly taking a bath. Through its rolling motion, Li Tian was able to see the penis below its belly. Male. However, the system identified and read it. Wow, an A+ grade tusked wild boar. Li Tian himself wasn't entirely confident. At the same level, it seems that humans are no match for wild boars, which is really a headache. Although there were 2 huskies and a polar bear beside him. But Li Tian glanced at the husky playing happily to the side and couldn't help but shake his head and give up. Let's just assume we only have the polar bear as a helper. Can you subdue that guy? Li Tian asked softly, glancing at the polar bear. The polar bear shook its head and pointed to the tusked boar's sharp tusks. Are you afraid of those fangs? Li Tian asked again. The polar bear nodded. Seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but curl his lips. An S-class beast can't even beat an A+ wild boar. How shameful. But the polar bear was very clever and completely ignored Li Tian's provocation. Then we'll have to go back first. Li Tian siga al Blesli. Originally, I thought that with just myself, a bear, and 2 silly dogs, catching a B-grade wild boar would be a piece of cake. But if you encounter an A+ grade, you need to plan carefully. Currently, the island lacks complete medical equipment, with only some basic medical supplies. If the injury is severe, there's a high risk of death. Thinking it over, Li Tian turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, these 2 damned idiots barked a few times during their playful fight, instantly attracting the attention of the wild boar. The wild boar grunted and charged at him. Li Tian quickly dodged, barely avoiding the wild boar's charge. The wild boar, which was dodged, crashed into a tree, and with a crack, the tree, which was already as thick as a thigh, snapped in 2. Wow, that's incredible. Li Tian was stunned. If you get hit by it, the result will be the same as being hit by a car. There's no escaping it now. Let's go together. Li Tian turned his head, preparing to explain the battle plan to the polar bear and husky beside him. It's worth a look. Holy crap, you bunch of beasts. You can even run faster than me. Little did he know that these guys were even more cowardly than he was. In the blink of an eye, they had run dozens of meters away. Without any help, Li Tian naturally couldn't force his way in. So he could only hold his breath and keep his eyes fixed on the wild boar, looking for an opportunity to escape. Immediately, the time was ripe. He clapped his hands and leaped into the air, shouting, Gaia! The wild boar was startled by Li Tian's words and took a few steps back, thinking that Li Tian was preparing to unleash a powerful attack. But who knew? Li Tian seized the opportunity and ran away. Being classified as A+ is no joke. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian had successfully distanced himself from the wild boar by about 10 meters. But, right now, it's not a question of whether or not we can escape. Instead, it's about where to run. The residents in the residential area are not as physically strong as I am. If I were to lure wild boars into the residential area, I would likely suffer heavy casualties. Although there was an electrified fence, Li Tian couldn't guarantee that the electricity would work on this A+ wild boar. If it doesn't work, wouldn't that be? Li Tian dared not gamble with his companion's life. After much deliberation, Li Tian could only lead the wild boar towards the livestock area, where there were few people and some livestock, but this was already the best possible outcome. 079. A desperate fight, 3-4. Those beasts. With the Unity card, everyone runs faster than a rabbit. Once we deal with this wild boar, I'll make sure you go hungry for a few meals. Li Tian ran and cursed, looking just like a wronged woman. The wild boars were chasing after it frantically, just like warriors. Because he was running at full speed, Li Tian's physical exertion was also enormous. Within minutes, sweat had beaded on his forehead. The high-intensity exercise also caused some soreness in Li Xia's lower limbs. As time goes by, Li Tian's breathing gradually became rapid, and he finally escaped the woods. However, to Li Tian's surprise, what he feared most came to pass. It turns out that the polar bear and the husky ran away to call for help. At this moment, everyone was holding weapons such as machetes and hoes, waiting here. No need to think about it. If it can know in advance where it will appear, it must be because the husky led the way. Only their noses are sensitive enough to know which way to run. That bastard is good for nothing but causing trouble. Li Tian was so angry that he wanted to have dog meat hot pot that very night. He was desperately trying to lure the wild boar this way because he was afraid it would hurt other people. Now that everyone's gathered together, the wild boars can play bowling. This isn't a case of one collision causing a whole bunch to fall down. Brother, come here quickly. Li Ro frowned, biting her red lips, and waved to Li Tian with concern. Old Wang, as if his skills hadn't diminished, took the lead, hoe in hand, shouting, "Xiao Tian, come here, watch me hoe this pig to death." That's right. Boss, get behind us. There are enough of us to take down this wild boar. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt as if he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Can you please stop making things more complicated for yourself? Certainly. Li Tian didn't blame them. They worry that this is a good thing. Furthermore, they couldn't read the wild boar's level, so they probably didn't take it too seriously. Right now, Li Tian understood that he had no way to escape. If they continue to flee, others will certainly get hurt as well. So he stopped his tracks, turned around, raised his katana, and swung it, yelling, "Damn it, I'll fight." The wild boar was clever. Instead of using its body to withstand the blow, it blocked it with its tusks. The collision of the blade and the fangs actually sparked, which was quite exaggerated. Even Li Tian's strength was no match for it. The katana in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. This moment, everyone then realized the wild boar's strength. You should know that Li Tian is the strongest person on the island, yet he couldn't even hold his knife after just one collision. This pig is probably no ordinary one. Old Wang quickly suppressed his earlier impulsiveness, hid the hoe behind his back, and frowned deeply. Li Ro was already frail, and upon seeing this scene, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, run. Don't fight it. Silly girl, I don't want to fight it either. Li Tian replied with a wry smile, then reminded everyone, scatter. Nobody get near this pig. Upon hearing this, no one dared to disobey, and they all dispersed. This is not the time to act impulsively. If we force our way in, we will only make things worse. Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately rolled on the ground, picked up the katana again, and shouted, "You beast, come on, let me see just how strong you really are." After saying that, he gripped the katana tightly with both hands and swung it with all his might. Wild boars, on the other hand, used their tusks to block. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. Li Tian felt his hands go numb from the shock. This wild boar was too monstrous. I've always had a smooth time taming wild beasts before, but I never expected to run into a brick wall this time. This wild boar is completely unreasonable. They kept launching attacks, giving no one a chance to breathe, let alone make peace. But Li Tian didn't come away empty-handed. He managed to cut off one of the wild boar's tusks during the fight. The wild boar groaned in pain a few times, but showed no sign of giving up. On the contrary, its expression became even more ferocious. Again, Li Tianren was dumbfounded when he saw the wild boar seemingly preparing to attack again. That last attack was the limit of his physical strength, and he thought the wild boar would return to the forest because of it. It looks like this is a fight to the death. Seeing her brother panting heavily, Li Ro was extremely nervous. He looked at the polar bear beside him and roared, "Little bear, what are you standing there for? Go save my brother." However, the polar bear only showed an innocent expression and still pointed to the wild boar's tusks. Ro, let's forget about it. This wild boar is indeed difficult to deal with. Without weapons, it's easy to get injured in hand-to-hand combat. Then, Li Tian took a deep breath, gripped the knife with both hands, and kept his eyes fixed on the wild boar. He couldn't afford to be careless. It could be fatal. For Li Tian, the only solution right now is to cut off the wild boar's last remaining tusk. No, its tusk. In this way, at least the polar bears can join the battle to help them. But can I really do it? My hands are still numb, so I have no choice but to fight to the death. 080. Finally tamed the A+ wild boar, 4 out of 4. No sooner said than done. In just a few breaths, the wild boar pawed at the ground with its hind hooves, seemingly gathering its strength, and then charged at Li Tian's body. Li Tian also slashed at the wild boar's tusks. There was another bang, but unfortunately this time the force was much weaker than before, and it didn't cut it off. At the same time, Li Tian had no time to dodge and was directly knocked away by the wild boar. Li Tian, who had been thrown several meters away, landed with a burning sensation in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder brother. Boss. Xiao Tian. Almost simultaneously, everyone shouted out. No one had expected that after being on the island for so long, the only danger they would encounter wouldn't be pirates or natives, but rather a wild boar. Li Ro instinctively wanted to run towards Li Tian, but fortunately, Old Wang grabbed her, saying, "Girl, don't go. It's dangerous. My brother is injured. Let me go." At this moment, Li Tian was not unconscious, but he felt his internal organs were churning, and he might have broken a few ribs. He forced back the pain and raised his hand to stop her. "Ro, don't come any closer. It's dangerous." But beasts show no mercy. Seeing that Li Tian was injured, the wild boar became even more excited, pointing its tusks at Li Tian's head and pawing at the ground with its hind hooves, as if it wanted to crack Li Tian's skull open. Li Ro desperately tried to break free from Old Wang's grasp, crying out, "Old Wang, let me go. I need to save my brother." Can. Just as the wild boar had gathered its strength and its four limbs had already taken a step, a mow sound rang out, and the next moment, a large cow jumped out of the pig pen and crashed into the side of the wild boar, sending it flying several meters. Brave Nyo-Nyo! Li Ro immediately beamed with joy. Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he was really going to die here. It seems that using a B-grade card on it was really worthwhile. That's right, this cow is the same unranked male dairy cow that we got from the supply crate back then. At that time, male dairy cows did not have grades, but they were ostracized by many B-grade sows and cows. If Li Tian hadn't given it the B-grade card back then, it would never have been able to turn the tables and sing its own song. The polar bear, equally quick-witted, roared and charged forward, pinning the wild boar down firmly. The disaster has only just ended. "Brother, are you all right?" Li Ro had already run to Li Tian's side and asked worriedly, but she didn't dare to help him up for fear of causing him further harm. Li Tian forced a smile and replied, "Luckily, your brother is tough." After saying this, Li Tian covered his abdomen with one hand and slowly stood up. But as soon as he stood up, Li Tian felt his body churning again, and he couldn't help but vomit a lot of blood with a puff. "Elder brother." "Silly girl, it's nothing, just spitting out some blood clots." Li Tian comforted her, but a bad feeling was already in his heart. However, he dared not rest at this moment. The wild boar had only been temporarily subdued, and he still needed to deal with it as soon as possible. "Boss, this pig has injured you so badly. Why don't we just kill it?" Su Yaoqian, a Dozone powerhouse, said indignantly. Li Tian waved his hand. "No, I want to tame this wild boar." Although this behavior is like saying, "The wild boar has abused me 1,000 times, but I still consider the wild boar my first love." But Li Tian had no choice. If they just eat it, then almost everyone in their group will only eat a few pieces of meat before the pig is gone, and they won't be able to improve their physical level. And there's absolutely no point in me getting hurt like this. Li Tian personally experienced the wild boar's abilities and tamed it, knowing it would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. Moreover, given the wild boar's fiery temper, it might actually be able to separate that pig-cow pair. So, with Li Ro's help, he came to the wild boar's side and said, "I'll give you a chance to submit to me." The wild boar, which was being held down by the polar bear, was quite unconvinced and continued to grunt, seemingly feeling that Li Tian was bullying the weak with numbers, which was not the behavior of a gentleman. "I'll say it one last time. Submit to me," Li Tian said coldly as he spoke again, glancing at the polar bear and signaling it to increase its strength. Pressed down by the polar bear, the wild boar felt unprecedented pressure and let out a few painful cries. There's no way around it. Polar bears are S-class predators, while wild boars are only A+. If there's no need to worry about the wild boar's tusks, the polar bear's strength will naturally completely overwhelm the wild boar. Even so, the wild boar did not submit, but only howled in pain. Now, the polar bear was at a loss and looked to Li Tian for instructions. "Keep pushing harder," Li Tian said calmly, showing no mercy. Upon hearing this, the polar bear increased the pressure even more, causing the ground on the island to cave inconsiderably. This time, the wild boar let out a mournful howl. Li Tian then asked, "If you're afraid of death, then submit." The wild boar nodded quickly. "All right, I'll only give you this one chance. I'm going to use the heart-to-heart card on you, so don't resist." After successfully taming the wild boar, Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his body could no longer hold on, and he fainted, collapsing backward. 081. Nurse Meng Jiao. Midnight. The villa, Li Tian's room. Li Tian remains unconscious. For people were guarding his bedside. There are Li Erbio, Li Ro, Dai Xiaomei, and another unknown girl with a ponytail. Now, their faces were filled with worry, because Li Tian had been unconscious for more than 10 hours. Is it normal for him to be unconscious for so long? I hope nothing bad will happen. Li Erbio looked at the ponytail girl beside him with a worried expression. The girl with the ponytail sighed helplessly after hearing this. Brother Biao, I studied nursing, not medicine. Plus, we don't have the equipment here, so I can't make a proper diagnosis. The woman who spoke was named Meng Jiao, and she was also a member of the Heavenly Palace. He is one of the first 10 members Li Erbio brought to the city today. Li Erbio hired her because he valued her nursing knowledge. Li Ro and Dai Xiaomei's expressions also turned sour after hearing this. Li Ro's eyes were already swollen from crying. Sister Dai, my brother won't be in any danger, right? No, definitely not. He's my Superman. The silly girl nodded firmly, comforting him. No one expected Li Tian to be so badly injured that he had been unconscious until now, and hadn't even opened his eyes. Li Erbio also felt a pang of regret. Alas, if I hadn't gone out and had stayed with Tiandi, we could have definitely subdued the wild boar, and he wouldn't have been so badly injured. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Li Tian naturally couldn't hear the idle chatter of the people outside. But at this moment, his thoughts were unusually active. Ding, weak vital signs detected in the host. System enters emergency mode. Ding, the system will decide on behalf of the host to use today's system blind box in exchange for the host's survival. Ding, the system blind box has been successfully consumed, repairing the host's damaged organs. 1%, 2%. Ding, repair successful. Host is out of danger. As soon as the system notification ended, Li Tian groggily opened his tired eyes, raised his right hand, and subconsciously uttered, "Water." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Li Ro quickly picked up a water glass that had been prepared beforehand and handed it over. Brother, wah, you're finally awake. However, Li Tian's current condition made it impossible to answer. His mouth was extremely dry, as if it were steaming. Take the water. Li Tian took a small sip, and the dryness in his throat eased somewhat. He immediately thanked the system in his mind. He could hear everything the system had just done. System, thank you so much, otherwise I would really be dead. Host, rest assured, with the system in place, you will be safe and sound for life. Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled and said no more. Although he was unconscious, he remembered everything that happened today. The system's timely assistance, the cow's prompt intervention, and, of course, those two stupid dogs. Brother, how are you feeling right now? Li Ro asked eagerly. Li Tian picked up his water glass again, took a small sip, and looked at his sister. Silly girl, I'm fine. I just feel a little tired, nothing serious. Look at you. You've cried so much you look like an ugly monster. You'll never get married. Without waiting for Li Ro's reply, when Li Tian noticed the unfamiliar woman standing next to Li Erbio, he was stunned for a moment. Who are you? When Meng Jiao arrived at the island, Li Erbio immediately arranged for her to be by Li Tian's side to try to treat and take care of him. Therefore, she knew that the young man in front of her was the owner of this island. Therefore, Meng Jiao dared not be careless. She quickly bowed and greeted him. Hello, boss. My name is Meng Jiao. I'm a nurse, and I'm also a member of the Heavenly Palace. Nurse? Thank you for taking care of me. Li Tian nodded and responded with a faint smile. Meng Jiao felt very ashamed after hearing this. Boss, you're joking. It's all thanks to your good physical condition. I didn't do anything. If we're talking about hard work, it's not as hard as your sister and brother Biao. They haven't even eaten since morning, just staying by your side. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a warmth in his heart again. He glanced at Li Ro and Li Erbio, but said nothing more. Sometimes, some things don't need to be said. A simple glance is enough for both parties to understand each other perfectly. All right, Meng Jiao, stop being modest. Haven't you been busy and haven't eaten yet either? If you ask me, I'm the one who played the least role. Seeing Li Tian wake up, the silly girl felt relieved and started to joke. Since no one has eaten, why don't you guys go and make a meal? I'm hungry too. Li Tian, considering everyone's health and wanting to ease the tension, joined in the banter and said, No problem. Bro, you rest here. I'll do it. Hey, I'm going too. Me too. In an instant, the three girls rushed out to cook. Only Li Erbio and Li Tian remained in the room. "Brother, are you really all right?" Seeing that there was no one else around, Li Erbio asked a follow-up question, fearing that Li Tian was deliberately putting on this act to keep everyone from worrying. Li Tian understood what Li Erbio meant and nodded. "Brother Biao, I'm really fine now. It's probably because my physical condition has improved. I just fell asleep and my injuries have all healed. Just a little rest, and you'll be able to move around normally tomorrow." Phew, Li Erbio breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "That's good. We were so worried." Old Wong was so worried that he didn't eat much. "If I hadn't forced him to sleep, he would have wanted to stay by your side." "Oh, it's my fault. I was too confident in my abilities. There was no rush to find the wild boar. We could have gone together when you got back. Nothing would have happened." Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt nothing but guilt. All of this was actually his own fault. Not only did it worry those around me, but it also wasted a chance to open a system blind box. "All right, let's not talk about the past. Now that you're really all right, I'll go pick up the brothers from the Heavenly Palace. I only picked you up once, but when I got back I found out you had an accident, so I didn't go anymore. They're all waiting for me." "Okay, go ahead." After the late-night snack, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep after being dismissed by Li Tian. Meng Jiao, on the other hand, was pulled into her room by Li Ro. Naturally, she was still worried about her brother. Meng Jiao was a nurse, after all, and she might come in handy. Since her brother's injuries haven't fully healed, leaving her in the villa is naturally the best option. Final. As summer deepened, everyone quietly drifted off to sleep, entering a sweet dreamland. 082. Intending to launch a monthly subscription service. The next day, Li Tian woke up before dawn. He had slept for almost the entire day and was no longer sleepy. "My body is feeling a bit numb from lying down." I looked at the manual and realized it was past 4 a.m., so I decided to go out for a walk. To Li Tian's surprise, a large number of people had already gathered outside. The leader was Li Erbio. Upon seeing Li Tian appear, Li Erbio was also taken aback. "Why did you get out of bed? Why didn't you rest a little longer?" "I'm fine now. But you, when did you get back?" Li Tian asked in return. "I just arrived, and I've already picked up 40 members. We're currently getting them to get to know each other. I plan to finish the morning training first before picking up the other members." After saying that, Li Erbio looked at the others beside him and said, "Many of you here probably don't recognize him yet. He is the proud and humble scholar, the founder of our heavenly palace." After he finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at Li Tian with admiration, and their posture became even more upright. Many people even showed surprise in their eyes. Who would have thought that such a large island and a well-known power were created by a young man? That's why Li Tian's first impression on everyone was that he was mysterious and unfathomable. To achieve such success at such a young age, he must possess extraordinary abilities. If Li Erbio hadn't been there, they probably would have been gossiping about it long ago. Upon seeing this, Li Tian remained humble and unhurried, a modest smile always playing on his lips. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Heavenly Palace family. Once you're here, just make yourself at home. I can't guarantee you anything, but you definitely won't have to worry about food and drink. From now on, you will train hard with Brother Biao and work together to protect our homeland. All right, you guys get back to what you were doing." After saying that, Li Tian headed towards the livestock area. After taming that A+ tusk boar yesterday, I haven't paid attention to the follow-up. He was curious to see if the A+ wild boar could break up that pig-cow pair. Arrive at the livestock area. The polar bear had disappeared by then, presumably having gone to the sea to fish. As for those two huskies, well, they were fast asleep, showing absolutely no alertness expected of dogs. "These two dogs are still too spoiled," Li Tian muttered to himself, pondering how to punish them. We arrived at the pigsty. The pigsty became particularly crowded at this time. 2 pigs and 2 cows could barely support them to turn around. Hearing the commotion, they all came to their senses. The good news is that it seems their strategy is working. With the arrival of the male wild boar, the female wild boar stopped associating with the female bison. At this moment, the 2 pigs are pressed tightly together. However, the 2 cows clearly had a grudge against each other. The bull and the cow always kept their distance. "Are you all right?" Li Tian asked the bull with a hint of gratitude. The question was naturally about the bull's act of bravely charging at the wild boar yesterday. It's only a B-grade cow, after all. It forcibly charged into an A+ grade wild boar. It's impossible that it would be completely unharmed. The bull shook its head. Although the two could not communicate, they understood each other. That's good then. Li Tian then looked at the A-plus pig. Don't bully anyone here. You're all family now. By the way, give it a try and help it produce a few piglets. You'll get your share of the rewards. Having said that, the boar acted swiftly, flipping over and mounting the sow. Oink, 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 oink. Forehead. The scene was incredibly exciting, so Li Tian decided not to disturb them. However, as they parted, Li Tian noticed that the cow seemed reluctant to leave the wild boar and kept bellowing angrily. Unfortunately, it was no match for the A-plus wild boar and could only move its mouth without daring to take any real action. Looks like it won't be long before we can eat pork again. Li Tian walked towards the villa with anticipation. During breakfast, seeing more and more members crowding into the residential area, Li Tianxin's desire to expand the island grew increasingly urgent. Currently, the usable area of the main island, excluding half of the evolution zone, is only 421,048.5 square meters. This string of numbers sounds big, but in reality, it's just that. It can be understood as a square with a length and width of approximately 650 m. Livestock area. A pigsty, a nursery, and a fence occupy 80,000 square meters, 200 m * 400 m. Even with this layout, Li Tian still feels it's not enough. Li Tian plans to turn this land into a ranch in the future. After all, there are more and more chicks, and who knows, ducks might appear in the future. The pigs are now behaving normally, and they should be able to give birth to piglets soon. If you include the cattle, the number will be quite large. Most importantly, this island civilization has creatures that grow very quickly, almost reaching adulthood in just a few days. Their breeding season is very short, and before long, one begets two, two begets four, and the entire livestock area is filled. In order to ensure the supply of grain, and because Mr. Wang was also diligent, the planting area directly used 250,000 square meters, 500 m * 500 m. If Li Tian hadn't stopped him, Old Wang might have continued planting. Of course, Xiao Yi also played a significant role. Otherwise, given Wang Lao's advanced age, he wouldn't have been able to take care of such a large plot of land. So, when you calculate it this way, excluding roads, building spacing, and other areas, the usable area of the residential area is less than 90,000 square meters. Although the residential area is not fully utilized, the remaining area is certainly insufficient to support future housing expansion. Even a small wooden cabin takes up 48 square meters. With more than 200 people, 2 people per cabin, that would require more than 100 cabins. There would also need to be some space for them to move around and have activities. That would take up a lot of space. Therefore, Li Tian began to consider how to make use of the triple reward cards he had. Triple XP cards are undoubtedly the best way to quickly and significantly expand the island's area. The more expansion stones you acquire in a day, the better the effect. However, he still couldn't sell the water, and there was always a limit to the bread and fish he could produce, which was troubling him. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Monthly subscription. We could offer a monthly subscription service. The more Li Tian thought about it, the more he felt it had potential, and he gradually became excited. Li Ro, standing to the side, was puzzled. Monthly subscription? What's there to subscribe to on a monthly basis? Do you think you're 10086, China's customer service hotline? Li Tian smiled and shared his thoughts. Currently, many survivors are still struggling with food or water. My idea is to launch a package that includes a month's supply of water or food. Just pay me a monthly fee, and I can provide him with a normal supply of water or food for this month. 083. Upgrade to a large island, ushering in a new era of blind boxes. But brother, once the survivors have finished drinking the rainwater, our spring water will still sell. Not only has this caused a lot of trouble, it has also affected the sales of our spring water. What's the point? Li Erbio quickly expressed his opinion after hearing this. Yeah, and bro, what if our monthly subscribers turn around and put our water on the shelves? Li Ru Kaimdin. Li Tian had long anticipated that everyone would say these things. He simply gave a confident smile and began to explain. Firstly, we have triple bonus cards. If we use them together, we definitely won't lose out. Secondly, doing this can make survivors dependent on us. I've also considered the issue of monthly subscribers reselling water, so you don't need to worry about it. We can arrange for dedicated staff to work with monthly subscribers. When they want to drink water, the condition for us to do so is that they turn on their video and swallow all the water in front of us without leaving a single drop. If it violates the rules, why not just cancel the monthly subscription? Upon hearing this, Liarbia unudda. It's a bit troublesome to do it this way, but seems to be a good idea. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead and do it. We all support you. Well, but Brother Biao, I need to borrow some people from you. Look at what you're saying. You're the boss here. Just give the order if you need anything. Then, Li Tian didn't hesitate either. 50 people were directly selected from the members of Tiangong to serve as customer service representatives for the monthly subscription service. Once everything is ready, Li Tian then went to the Doomsday Communication Manual and spent 10 expansion stones to purchase a 1,000-mile voice transmission. Starting today, the Heavenly Palace is offering monthly subscription services to all survivors. Water subscription, 50 expansion floating stones. Food subscription, 50 expansion floating stones. Alcohol subscription, 90 expansion floating stones. Survivors who don't have enough expansion floating stones can exchange them for other resources in the trading hall before subscribing to the monthly service. As soon as the message was sent, the people on the public chat screen couldn't sit still any longer. Holy crap, the Heavenly Palace is amazing. They're confident they can pull this off. Have their food and water resources become this abundant? You came from another sea area, right? The Heavenly Palace is incredibly powerful here. Before, almost all the water and food in the trading hall were sold by the Heavenly Palace. I don't doubt the Heavenly Palace's capabilities, but we are penniless and dare not offer monthly subscriptions. This monthly subscription, open it. Definitely open it. We'll sell everything we own to open it. What are we doing here every day? Collecting blind boxes and completing daily challenges. To put it bluntly, it's for water and food to survive here. With a monthly subscription, at least we won't have to worry about starving or dying of thirst for a month. And who knows, we might even develop a business during that time. I agree with the comment above. I'm a few pieces short of expanding pumice stones. I'm willing to trade the bread I have for expanding pumice stones. Anyone want to trade? In an instant, the screen was filled with scrolling comments, dazzling the viewer. This is the first time the chat area has been this lively since the territorial waters were merged. Based on Li Tian's years of experience watching live streams, the scrolling barrage estimated that there were at least 100,000 or even more live viewers. The more living people there are, the happier Li Tian will be. Only with a large customer base can one earn more, since one's own supply of goods is sufficient. The only concern is that no one will buy them. Not long after, more people started sending private messages. Li Tian acted as a splitter, connecting all the people he was chatting with to the 50 Tiangong members he had previously selected. But to his surprise, the number of private messages kept increasing, so Li Tian quickly called Li Ro over to help. He then took the opportunity to retrieve a triple card from the manual storage and directly selected the expansion of floating stones as the target. If out of more than 100,000 people, 10,000 can afford the monthly subscription service, that would amount to at least 500,000 expansion stones. Adding the triple card and the scattered expansion stones in the warehouse, I might accumulate over 1 million expansion stones today. As Li Tian pondered, his excitement grew. Of course, this is a hypothetical outcome, and Li Tian cannot guarantee how many people will ultimately succeed in getting a monthly subscription. After all, 50 expansion stones isn't a lot, but it's not a small amount either. The most urgent task now is to open all the blind boxes of supplies before noon. Last night, I was unconscious, so Li Erbio and the others didn't go to open the blind boxes. Now, both the main island and duplicate island blind boxes are piling up like mountains. Brother Biao, let's open the blind boxes together first. Li Tian found Li Erbio and got straight to the point. Li Erbio unudda. I'm getting ready. Same as always. After the conversation ended, following the old custom, Li Erbio summoned the remaining members of the Heavenly Palace. He took half of the members to replicate the island, while the rest stayed behind to help Li Tian Kai. Final. Thanks to everyone's efforts, all 10,000 plus blind boxes were successfully opened before midnight. As for the monthly subscription service, 1221 survivors have signed up upon inquiry. Of these, 239 people had purchased monthly food packages. This also made Li Tian realize a problem. That is to say, there are still many hidden talents in the sea. Someone who can pull out 90 expansion stones at once is definitely not an ordinary survivor. It seems there are still quite a few big shots quietly developing their businesses. With the help of the triple bonus card, the original monthly subscription yielded 70,610 expansion stones, which doubled to 211,830 expansion stones. As for the blind boxes, although the quantity was not large, the triple buff allowed Li Tian to accumulate 19,823 expansion stones. In other words, in just one morning, 231,653 expansion stones were collected. Without hesitation, Li Tian used them directly. The island's area has reached an astonishing 1,073,750 square meters, breaking the million square meter mark. It was at this moment the Doomsday Communication Manual flashed again and automatically turned to the second page. With an area exceeding 1 million square meters, the island has been upgraded to a large island. Page 2 of the handbook has been successfully unlocked. Blind box type settings. Island area, 1,073,750 square meters. The number of regular blind boxes that can be refreshed is 10,737. After upgrading to a large island, the number of blind boxes is only related to the island's area, and the number of people no longer affects the number of blind boxes. Please set the types of blind boxes to refresh each time. Regular supplies blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Intermediate supply blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Premium supplies blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. Supreme supplies blind box. Please enter the refresh quantity. P.S. 100 regular blind boxes equals 100 intermediate blind boxes. Regular blind box asterisk 500 equals premium blind box. 1,000 regular blind boxes equals 1,000 premium blind boxes. So, you mean I can now set the types of blind boxes that appear on the island myself? After roughly understanding the function of the second page of the manual, Li Tian was extremely satisfied. Who would have thought that breaking through 1 million square meters would bring such benefits? With this feature, we won't have to go through the hassle of opening so many blind boxes anymore. Taking the current island area as an example, that means you only need to set up 10 supreme blind boxes, 1 advanced blind box, 2 intermediate blind boxes, and 37 regular blind boxes, which is much easier. 084. Open the supreme blind box. After setting the types and quantities of blind boxes to refresh, all that's left is to wait for the blind box refresh at 12 o'clock. Currently, Li Tian is certain that blind boxes have different levels, and the items inside will definitely change according to the level of the blind box. But Li Tian really couldn't say what exactly he could get out of it. However, this alone makes Li Tian even more excited for the next island upgrade. Now, turning to the second page of the post-apocalyptic communication manual reveals an unprecedented new feature. Wouldn't opening the third and fourth pages be even more incredible? Of course, 1 million square meters is just the beginning of the second page. To open the third page, the island area would need to be at least 2 million square meters, or even more. This can't be rushed. After lunch, Li Tian couldn't wait to get to the handbook. As the island upgrades, the daily challenges become even more difficult. Daily challenge missions. Island owners are requested to use all means to catch 100 graded marine creatures before 2400 hours. Marine life with ratings 0/100. Mission completion reward. Restore the refresh of resource blind boxes and add new marine life species around the island. Penalty for mission failure. 10% of the total island area, 107,375 square meters, will be deducted. Click Claim Task. 100 marine creatures with different grades. Are you kidding me? Li Tian frowned, feeling that this task was too outrageous. Since he started fishing, apart from the alligator, a type of fish, he has never seen any fish with a grade, let alone caught as many as 100. Although Li Tian has a challenge card that allows him to skip this challenge. The problem is that challenge cards aren't endless. You can't expect to get one every time you open a blind box. If the following tasks are all similar, then the challenge cards will run out sooner or later. Wouldn't the island's area be completely reduced by then? Hey bro, what's up? At this moment, Li Urbio also finished his meal and rushed over. Seeing that Li Tian was sullen, he asked curiously. Li Tian shrugged and pointed to the manual beside him. Hey, you'd better read it yourself. Take a look. Li Urbio also curled his lip. This challenge is really daring. 100 marine creatures with different levels? I think we should just use challenge cards. Let's give it a try. We have Xiao AI and Aoli Gay. Even though we've never caught them before, it doesn't mean we can't. Back then, Aoli Gay was also caught by Xiao AI. And so it was. The two of them arrived at the beach one after the other and called Aoli Gu over as well. Then, instructions are given to Xiao AI and Aoli Gay at the same time. I'm giving you two a task. Capture 100 marine creatures with different levels. Upon hearing this, Aoli Gay was quite pleased and immediately dived into the sea. Xiao AI, however, didn't quite understand Li Tian's meaning. Master, what kind of marine creatures with ranks are you referring to? Forehead. For a moment, Li Tian was speechless, unsure how to describe it to Xiao AI. But the next moment, Aoli Gay jumped out of the sea again, this time with a tuna in his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a B grade, full of vitality, still flapping its body incessantly. So easy. Liurbio was dumbfounded. He never expected to catch one so easily. Xiao AI's LED eyes instantly looked at the tuna that Ollie had thrown ashore, scanned it for a moment, and then said, Master, Xiao AI understands what you need. After saying that, Xiao AI also jumped into the sea. Over the next few minutes, Xiao AI and Aoli Gu kept throwing up graded C fish. But most of them are grade C. There are no grade A ones at all. However, this was already quite unexpected for Li Tian. Could it be that the island's upgrade has also affected the surrounding waters? Why has Xiao AI never caught these fish before? With this question in mind, Li Tian used the reading function again and looked at the seawater. The mysterious ocean, the power emanating from the large islands, has attracted many rare fish. As expected, Li Tian smiled knowingly, waiting for the challenge to be completed. 10 more minutes passed. Challenge completed. Of the 100 fish, they were roughly divided into 3 types: tuna, sardines, and salmon. In terms of grading, apart from one tuna that reached grade A, 80% of the rest were grade C. Not bad. We can save it for the new members. After all, the new members' physical condition is still average, so the effects of eating C-grade food are equally significant. After that, Li Tian went to submit the task, while Liurbio distributed the fish with different levels to the members. Now that there are more people, Dai Xiaomei, Lu Mei, and their younger sister are naturally too busy to handle everything. Therefore, Liurbio also divided the members of Tiangong into teams. Each team consists of 10 people, from which a team leader is selected. They are responsible for their own meals, but the ingredients are provided by Li Tian. Task submitted successfully. Li Tian immediately instructed Xiao AI to go and catch them. After Xiao AI finished collecting the supply boxes on the main island, Liurbio led Xiao AI and some members of the Heavenly Palace to the replica island. No way. The main island's area has exceeded 1 million square meters, so it can be set to refresh the Supreme Blind Box. However, the replicated island is currently only over 800,000 square meters, so it can only refresh the regular blind box. Having heard that various types of blind boxes have appeared, Li Tian has now gathered quite a few people around him. Even old Wang, who is oblivious to everything else and focused solely on tilling the black soil, came over. Hey, this is the Supreme Blind Box you were talking about. It looks pretty good. On the ground were 10 gold blind boxes, 1 red blind box, 2 blue blind boxes, and 37 black blind boxes. Black blind boxes are familiar to everyone. They're just regular blind boxes. And those 10 golden blind boxes, needless to say, are naturally the Supreme Blind Boxes. Li Tian stepped forward and opened the first one. A flash of golden light appeared, the blind box disappeared, and then a sword with a white blade and a red-black hilt floated in the air before vanishing completely. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain. Grade A Heaven-Piercing Sword, now stored in the manual warehouse. 085. Beverages, instant noodles, cigarettes, just give them to me. The sword disappeared because it was actually stored in the manual's warehouse. This is a normal phenomenon. This phenomenon has been observed since the opening of regular blind boxes. However, it must be said that the special effects of opening the Supreme Blind Box are much more high-end than those of opening a regular blind box. It gives you the feeling of watching fireworks. Continue to operate. Open the Supreme Blind Box to receive 150 bottles of Kangshifu Ice Black Tea, 550 milliliters, and 200 packs of Chongyi Laodan Sauerkraut Beef Noodles, which have been added to your manual's inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *88 and Xianqi Gate Cigarettes *10 packs, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Grade A Haotian Mace, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Grade B Huang Zhong Crossbow, now stored in the manual warehouse. After the remaining 9 Supreme Blind Boxes were opened one by one, everyone was stunned. A total of 500 packs of instant noodles, 350 bottles of drinks, and an outrageous 30 cartons of cigarettes were found. Is this the oppressive feeling that comes from the Supreme? Other blind boxes would probably be cowering in fear in a corner if they saw this. Although it took 10,000 regular blind boxes to get 10 Supreme Blind Boxes, the quantity of items obtained wasn't much, but the quality was truly exceptional. Who would have thought that this ultimate blind box even contained cigarettes? Li Tian burst into tears upon seeing this, exclaiming, "I was forced to quit smoking, and suddenly the urge to smoke has returned." This moment, everyone wept with joy. However, considering that there were other blind boxes to open, they didn't join in the commotion. Reopen the advanced, intermediate, and regular blind boxes. What I got wasn't as amazing as the Supreme Blind Box. However, through reading the information, Li Tian also gained a general understanding of the specific differences between the various blind boxes. The Supreme Blind Box has a very high probability of yielding high-level weapons and daily necessities that are closer to the civilization of the mainland. Premium blind boxes offer a chance to obtain high-level weapons and daily necessities that are more closely related to the civilization of the mainland. The intermediate blind box has a chance to yield C-grade weapons and more common supplies. The regular blind boxes are similar to the intermediate blind boxes, with a chance to get C-grade weapons and a small amount of common supplies. Alright, we've opened all the blind boxes. Let's try something different tonight. Let's have instant noodles together. Anyone who wants to smoke can come with me to the villa, and we can each have one. Yeah, great. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd cheered. It's really ironic. Instant noodles and cigarettes, things that were common in mainland China, have become so precious here, and I've never even seen them before. Old-fashioned pickled cabbage probably never imagined that one day it would go from being universally condemned and boycotted to becoming a beloved delicacy. Back to the villa brochure. Li Tian took out the Xianqi Gate. Xianqi Men. I only smoke Xianqi Men cigarettes, and I only love one person in my life. The appearance of this cigarette is the same as that of the mainland civilization. But as for its taste, Li Tian couldn't judge it. Actually, Li Tian was quite opposed to smoking at first. He felt it was a waste of money and harmful to his health, a complete waste of money to suffer. There is no profit to be made. But after she was cheated on by Wang Li, she was very upset that night. On her roommate's advice, she smoked a cigarette and then embarked on a path of no return. You can't say smoking is enjoyable, nor can you say it relieves anxiety. But once you touch it, you can't break free. Isn't that infuriating? It's really just dopamine at work. After taking one piece of wood and lighting it on the gas stove, Li Tian led the group to the island's evolution zone. After all, it's a residential area, and many people don't smoke. Secondhand smoke is still very toxic, so we should also consider other people's feelings. Then, Li Tian distributed the cigarettes to everyone. However, when handing out cigarettes, Li Tian reminded everyone, let's smoke less. Today is an exception. From now on, we'll mainly sell cigarettes. One cigarette every 2 weeks is enough to satisfy our cravings. Everyone understood Li Tian's good intentions, and since Li Tian was the leader, they naturally wouldn't disobey. They all accepted the cigarettes and nodded in agreement. And so the smokers in the evolution zone began to feel blissfully ecstatic. Friendly reminder, smoking is harmful to your health. Minors, please remember not to smoke. As long as you study well and don't do anything outrageous, I will update every day. After finishing their cigarettes, everyone returned to the residential area and went about their own business. Li Tian replaced Li Ro and took over the monthly subscription. Li Ro, on the other hand, was sent by Li Tian to find an architect. After all, when he had instructed Li Ro to find an architect, he had just gotten into an accident, which delayed the matter. Now, the number of Tiangong members is nearly 300, but housing is still a problem that needs to be solved as soon as possible. As for Li Erbio, when he returned and heard that he had gotten a cigarette, his eyes lit up and he went straight to Li Tian. Upon seeing this, Li Tian wasn't stingy and directly took one out of the manual warehouse. Brother Biao, your health is more important. You can share this pack of cigarettes with the brothers who didn't smoke them. Just one each, don't get addicted. Keep the rest for yourself. Li Urbio, with his experience and composure, nodded. I know. Just a little bit will do. I don't need that much. Sell the rest. If you sell one of these expansion stones for 20 coins, someone might actually want it. As dinner approached, the number of people purchasing the monthly subscription service increased by 2,696. Of these, 103 were purchased as monthly food and beverage subscriptions. A total of 138,920 expanded pumice stones were obtained, and 3 times that amount is 416,760 expanded pumice stones. Although we are still far from our goal of 10,000 purchases, the triple card buff lasts for 24 hours, so there's still a night to go, and there's no rush. Since there weren't many people asking questions, Li Tian went downstairs to eat. Just as Li Tian said, tonight everyone ate Lao Tan's pickled cabbage noodles. You know how sour and delicious they are. After dinner, the first thing Li Tian did was transfer 200,000 expansion stones to the manual for replicating the island. Naturally, the goal is to upgrade the replicated island to a large island, so that more supreme blind boxes can be opened. After finishing all that, Li Ro returned to the main island and brought good news. Brother, I found a few construction workers. They can handle ordinary house construction, not to mention big projects. Li Ro said proudly. Upon hearing this, Li Tian also showed his delight. Then I'll go pick them up tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, Li Tian rubbed Li Ro's head again, which made Li Ro roll her eyes, which was quite amusing. All right, Ro, you can go back to my spot and take charge of the monthly subscriptions. Oh, and you can send another message via voice transmission, just in case some people still don't know about this. Hey bro, what about you? Li Ro nodded and asked in return. Brother Biao and I are going to sell cigarettes. 086. Cigarettes sold well, and piracy developed rapidly. He sat down in front of Li Urbio's manual. Li Tian took out a pack of cigarettes and instructed, first, sell 20 cigarettes at auction to test the waters and see how strong their purchasing power is before setting a price. After listening, Li Urbio nodded and posted the message directly on the public screen. I have 20 Zhuanshuman cigarettes and plan to sell them at auction. Those interested can try bidding. The starting bid is 5 expansion stones. Since Li Urbio also brought Zhuanshuman cigarettes with him when he sent this message, everyone had no choice but to believe it. The comments section immediately erupted into chaos. Holy crap, even the cigarettes got their hands on by the big boss. Damn it, I subscribed to the monthly service, and I don't have any extra expansion stones left. Hey buddy, have some mercy. I'm having a craving for a cigarette. I'm foaming at the mouth. I won't give you a cigarette. I just want you to give me the cigarette, but so I can smell it. Upstairs. You're too greedy. Forget cigarette butts. Just give me the ash. Hey guys upstairs, how have you survived this long? Haven't you seen the world clearly yet? Nobody will pity you. Instead of begging here, you should find a way to get more expansion stones. Also, I want some. I'll offer 6 expansion stones. Don't fight. I'll offer 7 expansion stones. 8 pieces. 10 yuan. At the same time, Yindi Island. He is no longer alone. Besides the female natives who followed him in his sleeping clothes, the husky and ostrich from the Flame Alliance also sailed to his island in their small wooden boats. Today, Emperor Yan's island has grown to a size of 2,973 square meters. In his heart, he felt that he was not much different from Qianqian Jiaozi. Boss, someone's selling cigarettes. The husky, who was guarding the manual, suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan, who was munching on bread nearby, had sparks flying in his eyes. What? Selling cigarettes? Holy crap, how much? It's being sold through an auction, and the current bid is 36 expansion stones. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan frowned. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. 36 expansion stones for a single cigarette. They really know how to spend money. If this civilization didn't have cigarettes, he could simply endure it if he didn't want them. Now that he suddenly knows there's cigarettes available, he's itching to buy them. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Take a picture of it. I've been holding back for so long. I'm going to indulge myself today. Good. On the vast and boundless sea. The pirate group now has more than 300 members, including 93 small wooden boats and 19 small sailboats. The reason why pirates were able to grow so rapidly was naturally due to human greed. Many survivors, after being attacked by pirates, either to survive or for wealth and glory, will choose to join pirate gangs. Of course, pirate gangs aren't doing charity work. Of course not. We don't accept anyone who comes. First of all, women, regardless of their beauty, age, or gender, should be captured alive if possible and never killed, since it doesn't matter if the lights are off. For men, it's about assessing the other person's physical condition. If someone is too weak and frail, they won't be wanted. They'll just be slaughtered and eaten. So, it can also be said that the men in the pirate group are basically people with above-average physical fitness. Other survivors at the same level naturally have no ability to fight back. On the small sailboat in the middle, there were 10 people in total, sitting in front of their respective manuals, carrying out their scam. The so-called scam involves pretending to be a woman and chatting with people in the public chat. After gaining the trust of other LSPs, they trick them into giving them supplies and using a locator. The final result is self-evident. They went in and committed murder, arson, and looting. Moreover, their success rate to date is 100%, because during the scam, the pirates would also ask the female survivors to video chat with the LSP. When lonely men who have been lonely for a long time see a real woman, they naturally lose their brains and are willing to do anything. At this moment, one of the island's elders also uttered a doubtful remark. Third brother, what's wrong? The pirate captain, who was sitting on the deck of the ship picking his toes, asked after hearing this. Boss, someone's selling cigarettes. The third brother replied with envy. These words were spoken. The eyes of the remaining pirates were filled with greed. Wow, they even have this. As he spoke, the pirate captain hurriedly returned to the manual and took a look. Another auction format? Damn, last time they auctioned off grilled fish. Now, they're auctioning off cigarettes too. When we find these guys island, we'll take them down. After venting his frustrations, the pirate captain also joined the bidding to satisfy his verbal urges. After selling 3 stones in a row, with each one fetching a price higher than 50 yuan, Li Tian and Li Urbio were overjoyed. I thought 20 pumice stones would be the limit. Who would have thought that a single cigarette could fetch the price of 50 pieces of pumice? It seems that expanding pumice is utterly insignificant compared to smoker. Immediately, Li Urbio struck while the iron was hot, showing off a 4th cigarette, with the starting bid also at 5 extended pumice stones. The bidding was quick, and the sale was quick as well. Once the bid exceeded 50 floating stones, the number of bidders decreased, presumably because others simply couldn't afford the price and had to give up bidding. At last, 20 cigarettes earned a total of 980 expansion stones. Now, Li Urbio's manual is an auxiliary manual of Li Tian High Island, so it also enjoys a 3x bonus, which means he earned a total of 2,940 expansion stones. After calculating it this way, Li Tian actually felt it wasn't bad at all. When opening the Supreme Blind Box today, the minimum order is at least 10. In other words, if you can open the Supreme Blind Box, you'll get at least 2,000 cigarettes. If you sell it at the price of 50 expansion stones, you can earn 100,000 expansion stones. Thinking of this, Li Tian didn't bother with the auction anymore and directly put all the remaining cigarettes up for auction in the trading hall at a price of 50 expansion stones per cigarette. Those who want to buy will naturally buy. Farewell to Li Urbio for now. Li Tian then found the dupo Tsangqiong duo, namely Su Yao Qian and his companion. Upon inquiry, it was learned that their progress was also good. The research is almost complete. Now, the functions derived from the skill book in the manual can be used to make bricks, steel bars, and the like. Of course, to build a house, you still have to do it yourself, mixing cement and building walls by hand. Li Tian doesn't need to worry about that. Li Ro has already found someone to pick her up tomorrow. After returning to his room, Li Tian began to plan for the future. There's no need to worry about living conditions anymore. However, self-defense still needs to be strengthened. Today, we still need to train a special group of people to deal with attacks from sea monsters, natives, and even pirates. Otherwise, I'll always be in a flurry of activity. There are also technological issues that need to be addressed rapidly. 087. The background of the female indigenous woman. After pondering for a while, Li Tian sat down in front of the manual again. He opened the warehouse and looked at the weapon and the advanced expansion stone that he had obtained from the Supreme Blind Box. Grade A. Hurriedly cudgel, a divine weapon left behind by the Hurriedly god king in a mortal world. It is made of millennium-old black iron and hellish ghost stone. Whether in terms of destructive power or hardness, it is hard to match in the world. Grade B, Huang Zhong crossbow. Huang Zhong's most beloved weapon among the 5 tiger generals, capable of killing enemies from afar as easily as taking something out of a bag. Advanced expansion float. When used, it can expand the area of the island by 100 square meters. It can only be obtained from the premium/supreme blind box. The 2 weapons looked incredibly powerful just from their descriptions, so Li Tian immediately took them out. In the blink of an eye, a stick-shaped object and a crossbow bolt appeared in Li Tian's eyes. Please bear with it. Due to time constraints, I cut corners when drawing Hurriedly's cudgel, and there's also an element of deliberately making it ugly. The Huang Zhong crossbow has an imposing appearance, and both its workmanship and materials give it a noble and luxurious feel. But Li Tian felt completely fooled by this Hurriedly cudgel. Is this thing really an A-grade weapon? And a divine weapon of a god king? Is this all the branding you're talking about? My feather duster is prettier than this. Looking at the object in front of him that looked exactly like a laundry mallet, Li Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. The Hurriedly washing mallet and the laundry mallet look very similar, and their sizes are almost identical. The only difference is the material, color, and stripes. The laundry mallet is made of wood with a wood grain pattern, while the Hurriedly mallet is entirely purplish-black with stripes that resemble lightning bolts. Even so, it still looks like a pretty low-end weapon. Forget it, let's give this to Brother Biao. I'll just use the heaven-breaking sword. After examining it carefully, Li Tian couldn't find anything unique about it, so he stopped studying it. Anyway, the Supreme Blind Box is rated A, and the information it provides describes it as a powerful weapon, so that's enough. As for the advanced expansion floating stones, a total of 386 were obtained, and Li Tian used them directly on the main island. The only downside is that the advanced expansion pumice cannot trigger the 3x buff, which is a real shame. Otherwise, it could have added 100,000 square meters of area. As midnight approaches, Li Tian expanded the island's area once again. One night, thanks to the hard work of Li Ro and the 50 members of the Heavenly Palace, another 961 people were served as monthly members. Of these, 72 people subscribed to the monthly food and beverage package, which means they earned a total of 50,930 expansion stones, or 152,790 expansion stones with a 3-fold increase. Adding the 302 cigarettes sold, that's a total of 45,300 expansion stones, 3 times the amount. Today, the island's area has exceeded 1.2 million square meters. The Supreme Blind Box contains 12 items, the Intermediate Blind Box contains 3 items, and the Regular Blind Box contains 69 items. By the time all the blind boxes from both islands had been opened, it was already 12:30. Unfortunately, opening the blind box this time didn't yield anything amazing. There were a few B-grade weapons, and the rest were either cigarettes, food and drinks, or high-level expansion stones. Afterwards, Li Tian and Li Erbio returned to their respective rooms to rest. However, considering the need to guard against attacks from various sources, including sea monsters, natives, and pirates, Li Erbio arranged for many members to keep watch at night. Now that there are more people, taking turns on duty is no problem at all. Yindi Island. With the team's efforts, they successfully retrieved all the blind boxes that had been refreshed that day. When they opened it all, they found a local preserved plum inside. He didn't have the ability to read information, so he didn't know the effects of the native preserved plums, but he could at least tell that they were edible. Therefore, being greedy, he directly stuffed the local preserved plum into his mouth. And in that very instant, Emperor Yin suddenly felt that his talent for language had been awakened, and he had gained the ability to express himself through language. Recalling his life with the female natives these past few days, Emperor Yin immediately concluded that what he had comprehended was the native language. He looked at the female native and tentatively said, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, coo, 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 coo. Do you understand me?" The native woman was also taken aback when she heard this. "Kakasasa. I understand." Then she pressed further, "Dame Chan, Yamodi, but how come you speak my hometown dialect?" Emperor Yin explained, "Chebala, Gyro Gwali. I just ate a preserved plum, and I already know how." Afterwards, Emperor Yin directly pulled the female native back to the stone house and conducted an in-depth cultural exchange. It must be said that after understanding the meaning behind the local woman's coquettish words, Emperor Yin became even more excited. Unfortunately, due to its overly stimulating nature, this cultural exchange session was rather short-lived. It should only take a few minutes. Then, the female native nestled in Emperor Yan's arms and began to tell him about her life story. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin was startled. His wife, who was supposed to be his chieftain's wife, turned out to be the daughter of the chieftain of the fox hunting tribe. So, does that mean I become the son-in-law of the tribal chief? With this connection, why bother developing on the island? Why not just take your wife back to the indigenous tribe? Wouldn't that be wonderful? By then, what will a model of virtue and talent be worth? If the communication had continued, Emperor Yan's beautiful dream would have been shattered. It turned out that his native wife didn't know the way back. Their group's surprise attack on Emperor Yan's island was actually a result of a series of coincidences. It seems that the other natives also had no idea how an island suddenly appeared. Now, if he wants to return to the fox hunting tribe, he will probably have to wait for other natives to come looking for him. But just as Emperor Yin wanted to ask more questions, he discovered that he had lost his ability to express himself in his native language. This infuriated him. He thought he would have this language ability forever. Have no choice. He had no choice but to let Era try to collect more local preserved plums from the chat public screen. He then embraced his indigenous wife and engaged in another in-depth cultural exchange. 088. Merger of the two islands. The next day, after breakfast, Li Tian returned to the handbook. Before the triple card expired, the monthly fee for the subscription service earned Li Tian more than 30,000 expansion stones, which, with the triple bonus, amounted to approximately 100,000 stones. The island's area then reached 1.3 million square kilometers. Li Tian, on the other hand, found his sister and obtained the locations of several architects from her before embarking on his journey. These architects had already used the tombstone card yesterday at Li Ro's instruction, so Li Tian had nothing to hide and took off directly in the helicopter. By the time Li Tian returned to the island, it was nearly noon. As for the architects, Li Tian temporarily assigned them to Su Yaoqian's team. While construction is urgent, it cannot be done blindly. Now that the layout hasn't been decided and the blueprints haven't been drawn, there's no point in rushing to start construction. It would be better to build it up and then find out that the location is wrong or something, and then have to tear it down. After lunch, Li Ro was still handling the challenge mission. Li Tian then convened Su Yaoqian and other members in charge of construction to discuss the island's architectural planning. Considering that Li Erbio's car manufacturing industry is also progressing gradually, Li Tian decided to reserve space between the buildings for future road construction. After several hours of discussion, the sketch was completed. Li Tian's main island, since entering this civilization, has always adhered to the rule of expanding outward from the square base, so the planning of buildings and island layout is relatively easy. At present, Li Tian's island is approximately 1,150 meters long and wide. Remove half of the evolutionary region. That is, it is 1,150 meters long and 575 meters wide. Li Tian and his team added road planning to their previous layout. Li Tian also divided the residences of the Heavenly Palace members into two parts. One was responsible for military affairs, and the other for logistics. The military personnel will be housed on a replica island, a spacious location suitable for training. The staff responsible for logistics had their residences located behind the residential area. The improvement over the previous layout is that multiple roads have been planned for the livestock area, evolution area, and planting area to facilitate future transportation. This is the general layout. Once the decision was made, Su Yaoqian and the others immediately set about carrying it out. Since only simple houses need to be built at present, steel bars, cement, and bricks are sufficient. As for the steel bars, they can simply be exchanged for metals in the building functions derived from Su Yaoqian's manual. Bricks were exchanged for stones. As for cement, it can be obtained from regular supply blind boxes, and Li Tian has plenty in stock, so there's no need to worry. Li Tian was the initiator of the plan, but he didn't need to participate in the process, so he went straight back to his room for a midday rest. 3 p.m. Li Tian woke up from his sleep. He had just stepped out of the room when he ran into Li Erbio, who was rushing over. "Hey, I was just about to look for you." Li Erbio stopped and looked at Li Tian. "Brother Biao, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Li Tian asked. Li Erbio shook his head, but couldn't hide the joy on his face. "I've discovered something good. Oh, what good news? Seeing Li Urbio acting mysteriously, Li Tian also became interested. Li Urbio smiled without saying a word, then grabbed Li Tian's arm and walked out of the villa. Take a look. Li Tian was also stunned. He never expected that a road leading to the replica island would emerge from the edge of his main island. Forehead. It can't really be called a road. It's actually the result of expanding pumice. Brother Biao, did you do this? Li Tian asked back. Li Urbio nodded and explained, didn't you tell me before that you wanted me to take a group of people to replicate the island's development? I figured it would be too much trouble to travel back and forth by helicopter. It just so happens that during your lunch break, our island has accumulated quite a few more expansion stones, including those from opening supply depots and selling them in the trading hall. I was thinking, could we use them to build a road to connect the two islands? It seems feasible at the moment. Upon hearing this, Li Tian nodded in understanding. He hadn't thought about this before. The original plan was to build a bridge connecting the two islands once the islands had developed to a certain extent and acquired the technology to build bridges. Now it seems that it doesn't have to be so troublesome. The two islands are 1 kilometer apart. The road that Li Urbio has expanded is currently only 2 meters wide, which is rather meager. Li Tian suggested directly, this is a good idea. Since that's the case, there's no need to be so stingy. Make the road wider, at least 5 meters wide. It will be easier for cars to pass through in the future. It is 5 meters wide and 1,000 meters long, and it only requires 5,000 expansion stones. For Li Tian, acquiring 5,000 expansion stones is now a piece of cake. However, Li Urbio smiled awkwardly and said, we'll talk about the width later. There's a problem I need you to solve right now. What's the problem? Li Tian asked back. During my expansion, when I reached 999 meters, my manual indicated that I was an attached island and could not continue to expand. I needed to use the main island manual to expand. After listening to Li Urbio's words, Li Tian nodded. Okay, I'll go and fill in that last meter right away. He finished speaking. Li Tian then returned to the room with Li Urbio, opened the manual information, and clicked on the extension. Who knew? As soon as I clicked on the extension, a pop-up window appeared. Your island expansion has infringed upon the territorial rights of other islands. Further expansion requires the consent of the other islands. Send an extension request to the other island. Whether. No wonder the main manual is needed. There's this step involved. Li Tian smiled and then looked at Li Urbio. Brother Biao, why don't you fly the helicopter to the other side? Click on the island manual and click agree. I'll control the manual on the main island. After listening to Li Tian's instructions, Li Urbio nodded and quickly ran out of the villa, heading straight for the helicopter. Less than 2 minutes. After receiving the message from Li Urbio, who had copied the island manual, Li Tian clicked yes. The next moment, a pop-up window appeared. Extension request sent, please wait. If the other party agrees, the two islands will be merged, with the larger island becoming the main island and the smaller island becoming the subordinate island. A short while later, the pop-up appeared again. The other island has agreed to your expansion. The two islands have successfully merged, and your island, being larger, has become the main island. While they merged already, at this moment, Li Tian was somewhat bewildered. I never imagined that merging islands would be so simple. When the members of the Heavenly Palace came before, they could only bring the Doomsday Communication Manual. The islands could not be transferred over. Li Tian thought that the islands could not be merged, and that only the manual could become an appendage. Wouldn't the area of the two islands become one after the merger? Thinking about it, Li Tian quickly opened the island information to take a look. Really, the island's area has reached an astonishing 2.3 million square meters. Unfortunately, the third page of the manual was not opened. Even with an area of 2.3 million square meters, it's impossible to access the third page. Why? After letting out a regretful sigh, Li Tian stopped dwelling on the matter. The connecting road was then expanded to a width of 5 meters. After finishing all this, Li Tian walked out of the villa, just as Li Urbio happened to return in a helicopter. This can be used as a running track for morning training from now on. Li Urbio came to Li Tian's side, looking at the 5-meter-wide sea road with great joy. 089. The female archer sent a message. Upon hearing this, Li Tian responded cheerfully, it's more than just morning training. Now that the two islands have merged, it will be much easier for us to catch blind boxes, complete challenge missions, or stop sea monster attacks. After saying that, Li Tian remembered something and asked, "By the way, Brother Biao, how's the car thing going?" Forehead. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio, who had been laughing, abruptly stopped. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Don't even mention it. I can build a handcart, but I can't build anything more advanced. That car's engine alone is giving me a headache." "No rush. We don't need the car right now. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Li Tian nodded after hearing this, but didn't say much. After all, building a car is not something that can be done overnight, and the difficulty involved is no simpler than building a mobile phone. But now that you can build a handcart, Brother Biao, you can build a few too. Recently, Su Yaoqian and his team started building houses, which will be useful for transporting things. Anyway, we have cows, pigs, and polar bears, so we can let them haul the goods and get some exercise. Liarbia unudda. Okay, I'll go right away. Okay, I'll go check out the construction site first and wait for you there. Good. Arrived at the construction site. At this moment, architects such as Su Yaoqian were proceeding in an orderly manner. However, the type of houses they built was something Li Tian hadn't expected. "Boss, you're here." Su Yaoqian, with his sharp eyes, spotted Li Tian immediately and quickly came over to greet him. Li Tian nodded and looked at the several tin shacks that had already been built to the side, asking, "What's going on here?" "Boss, it's like this. Building a brick house involves a lot of work, like laying a foundation, which is not only complicated, but it will also be troublesome to demolish it in the future. So we decided to build this simple tin house using wood and sheet metal. This house was built quickly, and even without considering the decoration, it's just as comfortable to live in as a brick house. Plus, it will be easier to renovate or demolish it in the future." After Su Yaoqian's explanation, Li Tian nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Although current technology cannot build skyscrapers, it will be possible someday in the future. Using tin shacks as a temporary replacement and then demolishing them to build high-rise buildings once the technology matures seems like a better option. If a brick house is built, it will be more troublesome to demolish it later after the foundation is laid. Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but praise him again. "Not bad. You did a great job. Keep up the good work." After saying that, Li Tian went into one of the newly built tin shacks and began to experience it. The structure of this tin shack is actually just 4 thick wooden beams standing at the 4 corners, and then the front, back, left, right, and top are covered with sheet metal. It is 5 meters long and 5 meters wide, and has 2 ventilation openings on each side, so it doesn't feel cramped at all. There's no problem putting 2 beds in there, enough for 2 people to sleep in. Immediately afterward, Li Tian conducted another safety inspection on the house, pushing the sheet metal forcefully. Apart from the sheet metal denting due to the force, it did not sway. If it's habitable, provides shelter from the wind and rain, and is safe enough, then that's fine. Just as they left the tin shack, Li Erbio arrived with a group of people pulling more than a dozen carts. "We've built 15 vehicles for the construction site. That should be enough, right?" "That's enough, but remember to make some more for old Master Wang later." "Okowo. Then I'll head back now." After ending the conversation, Li Tian headed towards the villa. Everything is now developing according to its predetermined trajectory. Logistics and military operations are underway. On the military front, Li Erbio is handling things, while Li Tian doesn't need to worry about much. However, there was still a lot to be done in terms of logistics, which gave Li Tian a headache. Food, clothing, monthly services, and the research and development and construction of various products all require manpower. Even the 50 people who are on monthly subscription are now borrowed from Li Erbio. As for Old Wang, apart from Xiao Yi, he hasn't been assigned any helpers so far. Although the members of the Heavenly Palace would help when Elder Wang needed them, it was only to help, and they would not stay in the planning area for long. Now that there are more people, there is more food to eat, and Old Wang naturally can't manage it all by himself. Harvesting and transporting crops back to the residential area is a considerable amount of work. It seems we still need to recruit more members. Li Tian sighed helplessly and then went to Li Ro's room. Ro, could you help me recruit some more members when you have time? As for the requirements, anything related to planting, sowing, research and development, or construction is fine. Of course, young people are the best. Okay, but brother, we probably don't have that many Unity cards left. Li Ro nodded and reminded him. Forehead. This is indeed a troublesome matter. Without the Unity card, the loyalty of that group cannot be guaranteed. With more people, It's inevitable that some rotten fish and shrimp will appear. If someone were to betray information about their heavenly palace, or commit theft, or even harm other members, it would be a great loss. You recruit first. As for the tombstone cards, we'll take it slowly. We'll bring over as many people as we have cards. This is the only option at the moment. Not expanding the population is definitely not an option. Recruiting now is a precaution. I return to my room. To Li Tian's surprise, Su Huanfeng sent him a message saying that the female passenger who had helped him drive away the natives on the large sailboat had contacted him. Seeing this, Li Tian went directly to Su Huanfeng's room. "Boss, you're here." Upon seeing Li Tian appear, Su Huanfeng quickly stood up from in front of the manual and made way for him. Li Tian sat down and took a look. "Yang Shui, also known as Baibu Zhuanyang, hello, are you there?" "Boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng, yes, what's wrong?" "Piercing arrows from 100 steps, Yang Shui. Can I work for you?" "The boy by the sea, Su Huanfeng, working." "Piercing arrow, Yang Shui. Yes, I can help you drive away natives and pirates on the ship, and I can also go to your island to help you drive away sea monsters or even do other physical work." "Yang Shui, who can shoot an arrow through a willow leaf from 100 paces, you only need to give me food and water." "Boss, after she said all that, I contacted you immediately. I couldn't make a decision either," Su Huanfeng explained after seeing Li Tian finish reading the chat history. "Okay," Li Tian replied, and then began typing in Su Huanfeng's manual. "Li Tian, of course, no problem. But since you're thinking about working, why don't you join us?" "Null Sabila Null Yang Sui and Yang Yu." But who knew? The other party declined Li Tian's invitation, replying, "I'm sorry, I already have a team I want to join in mind." 100 Steps Piercing Willow, Yang Shui. "It seems that the Heavenly Palace is not accepting people at the moment, so I would like to work for you temporarily. Is that all right?" When Li Tian saw Yang Shui's reply, he was wondering if some new force had emerged. When Li Tian saw her next sentence, he was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So, she originally wanted to join the Heavenly Palace too? Li Tian, then how can you be sure I'm not a member of the Heavenly Palace? After this was said, the other person's chat box remained showing typing, but no message was sent for a long time. This phase lasted for several minutes, but in the end, all she replied was, "Are you a member of the Heavenly Palace?" Presumably, her inner world was extremely rich and colorful during this period, and she edited and deleted the text repeatedly. Otherwise, how could it take several minutes to type just one sentence? Li Tian, otherwise what? Yang Shui, it seems I was too naive. When I bought the ticket, I asked you, and you said it wasn't a property of the Heavenly Palace, and I actually believed you. Yang Shui, now that I think about it, it makes sense. Besides the Heavenly Palace, how could any other force possibly be able to provide maritime transport services? Li Tian, however, I'm still very curious. Why would you want to work for me? Yang Shui, because. Next, Yang Shui shared her experience of surviving on the island. It turns out that Yang Shui was on her way to her sister's island in the large sailboat. Upon arrival, they discovered that their younger sister was not doing well on the island and had become extremely thin. However, in order to reach her sister's location, she had already exchanged all her supplies for expansion stones to buy a boat ticket. The blind boxes they caught each day were simply not enough to meet their survival needs. If things continued like this, the younger sister would eventually die of malnutrition, which is why she decided to work. I happened to have added the ID Boy by the Sea as a friend at the time, so I immediately thought of contacting him. Why? Actually, Yang Shui is also a pitiful child. Her parents had died long before they entered this civilization, and she and her sister depended on each other for survival. They had finally managed to earn some money through archery, but before they could even let the younger sister enjoy it, the two sisters came here, and everything had to start all over again. Li Tian would naturally not give up on such a talented archer. At present, there are no firearms. For ranged attacks, the bow and arrow are naturally the most common and suitable weapon. If the Heavenly Palace members had a professional archer who could help train the other members, then with a large number of archers, they would be virtually invincible before the advent of firearms. Therefore, Li Tian agreed to her request without hesitation, bringing her to the island and her sister along with her. Certainly, the prerequisite is that they cooperate in using the Unity card. There's nothing we can do. It's not a matter of trust or distrust. The main problem is that this island has no constraints or regulations, so verbal promises are meaningless. After Yang Shui and her sister finished using the tombstone card, Li Tian took out 2 disposable locators, connected and bound them together, and then traded one of the locators to Yang Shui. Then, he took Li Ro and some food and boarded a plane, heading toward the island where Yang Shui was. When we arrived at Yang Shui Island, the setting sun had just slipped into the blankets and was replaced by a crescent moon. Li Tian piloted the helicopter and turned on the searchlights. Under the searchlight, there was an empty group of floating rocks, less than 10 square meters, so it could not be considered an island at all. This shabby appearance was even worse than the small island his sister had lived on back then. At this time, 2 girls are standing on the island. One of them was Yang Shui, whom Li Tian had seen in the video before. Yang Shui was also holding a little girl tightly in her arms. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old and had 2 ponytails. No wonder she's so thin. She's even younger than her own sister. It's a miracle she survived all this time on this island without dying. How can you expect her to live a good life? Ro, you stay upstairs and keep watch. I'll go down to get the person. After giving his sister some instructions, Li Tian climbed down the gangway. Of course, Li Tian could actually jump from that height without any problem. However, the floating rock formations were really too small, and Li Tian was afraid that a mountain would crush them. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian's feet touched Yang Shui's island. At this moment, Yang Shui and her sister looked bewildered, as if they had been frightened by the helicopter. After a long pause, Yang Shui finally spoke. Are you Su Huanfeng from the Heavenly Palace? No, my name is Li Tian, which also means a proud and humble man. Li Tian smiled, shook his head, and introduced himself. Ah, okay, hello. Yang Shui nodded after hearing this, but she quickly realized what she meant. What? You're the proud and humble scholar? Are you the founder of the Heavenly Palace? How can you be so young? Upon hearing this, I've never said I'm old, have I? Welcome to the Heavenly Palace. Let's go. This isn't the place to talk. Li Tian Shuja. It seemed that whenever he introduced himself to newcomers, they would react the same way, so he was used to it. Oh, and remember to keep your manuals with you, Li Tian reminded them again. Yang Shui understood this point, nodded, and quickly took down her sister's handbook. Then she glanced at the helicopter's gangway and looked embarrassed. Excuse me, could you help me carry my sister up? She probably can't climb this gangway. Upon hearing this, Li Tian looked down at the girl who had been following Yang Shui with her head down, still tightly clutching the hem of Yang Shui's clothes, and asked gently, Little sister, what's your name? I'm Yang Yu, hello brother. After hearing this, the little girl mustered up her courage, raised her head, blinked her round, watery eyes, and greeted him. Yang Yu, right? You're so cute. Come on, let me carry you on my back. Li Tian couldn't help but rub Yang Yu's head before squatting down in front of her. Upon seeing this, Yang Yu seemed a little hesitant, looking at her sister as if she were afraid, or perhaps asking if she could really do it. Xiao Yu, it's okay. After receiving her sister's reply, Yang Yu nodded and pressed her chest against Li Tian's back with a quick thrust. The instant of contact, Li Tian felt a slight numbness in his body. I don't know if it was just my imagination or if I really got an electric shock. Who would have thought that this little girl, despite her young age, is already quite developed? Most importantly, through the sensation transmitted through his back, Li Tian could clearly feel that this little girl seemed to be wearing no inner layer. Li Tian, a spirited young man in his early 20s, couldn't help but swallow hard. He cursed himself inwardly. Li Tian, you bastard, what are you thinking? He's still a kid. 091, member splitting. It was already past 8 p.m. when Li Tian and the others arrived over the island. Along the way, after the 2 sisters, Yang Shui and Yang Yu, had eaten and drunk their fill, their spirits had recovered considerably. Yang Yu was completely different from usual, or perhaps this was her true nature. She was quite lively, chatting and joking with Li Tian and Li Ro on the plane. Island life is inherently quite dull, but now that Yang Yu has arrived, perhaps he can bring some color to the otherwise monotonous island life. The helicopter is landing. Through the window, the 2 sisters, Yang Shui and Yang Yu, could roughly see the layout and size of the island. Everyone was praising Li Tian. Yang Yu, my God, brother Tian, your island is so big. Yang Shui, is this the headquarters of the Heavenly Palace? It's unbelievable. However, the 2 thought again that since they already had helicopters, it seemed only natural that the island had developed to this extent. Everyone stepped out of the helicopter. Li Tian looked at the Yang Shui and Yang Yu sisters. Why don't you two stay with me for the time being? Upon hearing this, Yang Shui frowned slightly. Could it be that Li Tian was trying to take advantage of her on their very first day? However, knowing how powerful Li Tian was, he dared not get angry and could only politely decline, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate?" Forehead. Seeing the indifferent expression that suddenly appeared on Yang Shui's face, Li Tian knew that this person must have misunderstood and quickly explained. Don't overthink it. When I say live with me, I don't mean share a room with me, just share a room. Currently, our members' housing is still under construction, and whether it is a tenement building or other residences, is all occupied by male members in pairs. It's a bit inconvenient for you to be placed there, so I was thinking that you two could stay at my villa for the time being. We will arrange housing for you after the members' dormitories are built. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui was taken aback, realizing she had overthought things. An embarrassment washed over her, and her pretty face flushed red. I am sorry, All right, Sister Shui, you don't need to apologize to my brother. I'll protect you from now on. Li Ro quickly interjected, ending the awkward situation. Immediately, he took Yang Shui and Yang Yu by the hands of each of them and walked towards the villa. Yang Shui and Yang Yu's move into the villa was only temporary. After all, there were only 2 rooms left in the villa. One room was reserved for the parents, and the other for Qin Yi. Naturally, Yang Shui and Yang Yu received nothing. After entering the villa, Li Ro acted as a tour guide, introducing the layout of the villa to Yang Shui and Yang Yu, and leading them to Dai Xiaomei's room to get to know each other. Li Tian left the villa and went to the farmhouse, where he found Li Erbio. A knock came at the door, and a quick response came from inside. Come in. Pushing open the door, Li Erbio saw that it was Li Tian and quickly sat up from the table. Oh, what brings you here so late at night? Li Tian stepped forward and discovered that Li Erbio was studying engine blueprints. He smiled and asked, This thing must be difficult, right? Li Erbio nodded quickly. That's right. I really regret learning this skill. It's such a waste of my talent. This thing might be given to a young person who can study it much faster. Li Tian comforted him, saying, It's just a skill book. There's no such thing as a waste. Otherwise, you shouldn't bother with these. For now, being able to manufacture flatbed trucks is enough. For the next stage of research and development, once we release more skill books, I will assign other people to study them. That won't do. Let's not talk about this anymore. You didn't come to me just for a casual chat, did you? Li Erbio waved his hand and changed the subject. Seeing this, Li Tian didn't continue. Since Li Erbio didn't mind the trouble, he had nothing more to say. He replied, Yes, I've taken over the archers I mentioned to you before. Don't we currently have over 200 members in the Heavenly Palace? Tomorrow I want you to conduct some selections. Those with good physical condition will be used for military purposes, and the rest can be kept for logistics. As for those members who are used for military purposes, they need to start military-style training and management. They can no longer be so lax. Then I plan to have that archer train our militarized members with you. You will be in charge of discipline and physical fitness, while the archer will be responsible for training archery skills. What do you think? That's great. Li Erbio perked up upon hearing this, nodded, and said, Actually, I've been planning this for a while now, but seeing how busy we've been lately, and how short-staffed you guys are, I couldn't very well ask the members to go for training. Okay, it's decided then. You get some rest. I'm going back now. Okowo. Back at the villa, Li Tian told Yang Shui his thoughts, and Yang Shui naturally had no objections. Before seeing Li Tian's helicopter, island, and villa, Yang Shui might have doubted whether Tiangong was really that powerful. But now that seeing is believing, they naturally have to perform well in the Heavenly Palace. Putting everything else aside, at least the 2 sisters' diet won't be bad. Besides, she's not stupid. People are empathetic. Li Tian personally brought his sisters here from afar. Perhaps his purpose was to train the other members in archery. If I still refuse, then I must be out of my mind. On the contrary, if you perform well, you might even have a chance for a promotion. No one is willing to be an ordinary member for their entire life. Seeing that Yang Shui readily agreed to his arrangements, Li Tian didn't say anything more and returned to his room to wait for dawn to arrive. 092. SSS Class Armory Crafting Table. Another day has passed. The previous chapter was from the day before yesterday. Yesterday's chapter was skipped. The 6th day of summer has arrived. Meanwhile, today is also a good day to open the system blind box. Filled with anticipation, Li Tian silently prayed. Open the system blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an SSS-grade armory crafting table, which has been stored in the manual's temporary storage. Armamentation station? Could this mean we're entering the era of firearms? Li Tian was overjoyed. Just from a name, you can tell how powerful this armory crafting station is, not to mention its SSS class. As expected, the only one who truly understands me is the system. I just separated the military and logistics personnel yesterday, and today I opened a system blind box and got military-related items. I don't know if the system has fallen in love with me. But just as this thought crossed my mind, another system notification sounded. Ding! Please correct your thinking. Humans and machines should not touch each other. How could I possibly fall in love with you mere mortals? Tisish, humans and machines shouldn't be too close? Isn't it base machines that shouldn't be too close? However, I still want to thank you anyway. After ending his conversation with the system, Li Tian left the villa, intending to share the good news with Li Urbio while he was collecting blind boxes. We went outside. Xiao Ai, Aoli Gay, and the polar bear have already gone to sea to fish for blind boxes. Li Urbio stood aside and waited. Upon seeing Li Tian appear, Li Urbio asked as usual, "You're here?" Li Tian nodded in response, then added, "I also have some good news for you." Upon hearing this, Li Urbio became interested. If even Li Tian considers it good news, then it must be good news. Then I'll be all ears to hear what good news it is. I've managed to get my hands on an arms manufacturing station. We'll see the details after we open the blind boxes, Li Tian said with a faint smile. However, Li Urbio was unable to remain as calm as Li Tian after hearing this. Really? An arms manufacturing station? Does that mean it won't be long before we can use the Type 95 rifle? Your hands are itching to try it. Seeing that Li Urbio was getting more and more excited as he spoke, Li Tian had no choice but to pour cold water on him. Brother Biao, it's better not to be so optimistic. I haven't even seen the production station yet. It would be interesting if all the guns they make turn out to be toy guns. Forehead. That's right. Let's open the blind boxes first. 10 minutes later. I've opened all the blind boxes, but unfortunately, I still haven't gotten any rare items. Or perhaps the items in the Supreme Blind Box are all rare items, and after opening too many, they just seem ordinary. In fact, the opening of this Supreme Blind Box also yielded 2 B-grade weapons and 1 A-grade weapon. Normally, Li Tian would naturally regard them as rare resources. But now, getting these things from a Supreme Blind Box is so common that it led Li Tian to have this idea. Back in the villa room, I went to the handbook. Li Tian quickly retrieved the weapon-making table. However, when it was taken out, the manual indicated that this item is large and you need to choose a place to put it. Without hesitation, Li Tian placed the weapon-making station directly on the replica island used for military purposes. The two then ran directly to the military island via the previously expanded road. Given their current physical condition, running there would actually save them more time than taking a helicopter. Arrived at the military island. On the right side of the island that Li Tian had previously selected, a huge machine appeared. The machine's dimensions are estimated to be approximately 2m times 6m times 1.5m. Because it was late at night and there were no lights, they couldn't see the exterior clearly. However, through the moonlight and the faint light emitted by the screen embedded in the workbench, it was barely possible to make out that the workbench was a regular cuboid. Soon, the two were drawn to the screen and quickly moved closer. All I saw was, the screen displays 3 function buttons: Arsenal, Weapon Research, and Crafting Table Upgrade. Open one by one. Arsenal, Bamboo Bow and Arrow, 15-meter range, 1-star damage, high probability of killing normal-level creatures. Materials needed: 1x2-meter bamboo, 1x2-meter vine. Materials already added: 0/1 bamboo, 0/1 vine. Click to create. Bamboo Stone Spear. Attack range 2 meters. Damage 1.5 stars. Required for crafting: 1x2-meter bamboo, 1x stone, 1x1 meter vine. Materials already added: 0/1 bamboo, 0/1 stone, 0/1 vines. Click to create. After looking through the armory, Li Tian found it rather unremarkable. Apart from bamboo bows and arrows, which are somewhat useful, other melee weapons are essentially meaningless. Bamboo-made stone spear? This thing is far less deadly than an axe that you can make yourself using the manual. Not to mention bamboo stone axes, it's uncertain whether they could even chop up a coconut. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian opened the weapon research panel on the screen. All I saw was weapon research, researchable weapons, steel bow and arrow, range 30 meters, damage 2 stars, high probability of killing creatures below C rank. Research progress, 0%, 1% progress is added for each bamboo bow and arrow made. Steel spear, attack range 2 meters, damage 3 stars, high probability of killing creatures below C+ level. Research progress, 0%, 1% progress is added for each bamboo stone spear made. Seeing this, Li Tian felt a little excited. The fact that weapons can be upgraded is a pretty good feature. If a steel spear is powerful enough to kill a C+ level creature, then if it is upgraded further, wouldn't it be able to kill an A level creature? Of course, Li Tian didn't care for these weapons. I've gotten quite a few powerful weapons from the Supreme Blind Box. However, such divine weapons are relatively scarce. With so many members, it would take forever to equip each of them with a suitable weapon if they relied solely on opening blind boxes. Therefore, the weapons produced in this armory are actually a good choice. Even if things develop to the future and their power gradually increases, they might be able to learn from the Americans and sell arms, making money everywhere. Finally, Li Tian and Li Erbio also focused their attention on the final production table upgrade function. Click to see. Upgraded production table. Upgrade requirements. You need to research 5 or more weapons to the highest level to unlock the next level of the crafting table. Next level of benefits. The crafting station will offer more weapon crafting options. Completed 0/5. Li Erbio was initially somewhat disappointed when he saw the armory, since he was the kind of person who wanted to play with AKs. But as they shifted their focus to the upgrade of the production table, Li Erbio's frustration gradually dissipated. Brother, does that mean if we upgrade the crafting station, there's still a chance we can make firearms? 093. Discovery of feline footprints. Firearms? Probably. However, it's possible that the next level of the crafting station will only unlock pistols. Upon hearing this, Li Tian offered his analysis. Li Erbio nodded after hearing this. That's quite possible. The initial stage uses primitive weapons, so the next stage shouldn't be so overpowered as to use rifles. Immediately, Li Erbio sighed helplessly. I do miss the days when I fell asleep in the military with my Type 95 rifle. You can't hug a rifle now, but if you really want to hug something, I can arrange for a polar bear to sleep with you. Holding it makes me feel completely safe. Get lost. After exchanging a few jokes, the two returned to the main island and went to their respective rooms to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, after having breakfast with everyone, Li Tian led some of the logistics staff into the evolution forest. The purpose, of course, was to cut down bamboo for making bows and arrows. While searching for wild boars, Li Tian unexpectedly discovered a bamboo forest in the woods, which would solve the problem of materials needed to make bows and arrows. Currently, the island's members, excluding Li Tian, Li Ro, Dai Xiaomei, Wang Lao, and Li Erbio, totaled 293 people. Of these, 150 people were selected by Li Erbio to join the military group, while Yang Shui joined the military group as an archery instructor. And, of the remaining 143 people, 50 people will continue to be responsible for the monthly subscription. 40 people followed Old Wang and were responsible for agriculture and livestock feeding. 28 people followed the two-man team from Dupo to oversee the construction. Including the Ice Emperor and the Dozone Powerhouse, there were a total of 30 people. 10 people followed Su Huanfeng to be in charge of maritime transportation business. 9 of the women in the team were part of the medical group that followed Meng Jiao. Ni Tian and Xian Qing. Those 2 top students are not required to be on the payroll. They only need to continue their research on high-tech fields. Of course, more groups will be formed in the future, such as sewing and cooking, but at present, we have limited manpower and technology, so we can only do this for the time being. Li Tian borrowed 30 people from Old Wang to cut down the bamboo this time. After all, Wang Lao's manpower is not particularly scarce. It is not harvest time yet, so the planting area does not need so many people to stay behind. But, having learned from past mistakes, Li Tian went straight into the forest this time, taking the A-grade sky-breaking sword with him and also bringing Li Urbio along. It's worth mentioning that Li Urbio also brought the A-grade Haotian cudgel that Li Tian gave him this time. To put it bluntly, the feeling is like that of a goblin in DNF, Dungeon Fighter Online. Putting everything else aside, just ask yourself, isn't this cool? Does it meet your expectations of Brother Biao? It was drawn entirely with a computer mouse, so please don't criticize if you don't like it. This made everyone want to laugh, but dare not because of Li Urbio's status. And in the end, they held back until their faces turned red. The bad news upon entering the forest was that Li Tian discovered large feline footprints on the ground. Fortunately, they did not encounter any animal attacks along the way and arrived at the bamboo forest safely. This bamboo forest covers an area of about 1,000 square meters. However, the gaps between the bamboo stalks are quite dense, so there are quite a few bamboo stalks, about 8 per square meter. A bamboo stalk is generally over 6 meters long, and the bamboo needed to make a bamboo bow and arrow is 2 meters long. That means that one bamboo stalk can make at least 3 bows and arrows, which is considered quite good. However, Li Tian did not simply cut down 50 bamboo stalks. Now that we're here, we'll be upgrading our crafting station in the future. So naturally we should cut down as much bamboo as possible to make not only bows and arrows, but also other weapons. Although apart from bamboo bows and arrows, the other weapons were of little use to the members of the Heavenly Palace. It was a necessary procedure. Otherwise, the crafting station will never be upgraded. Besides, Li Tian had already come up with a plan. After crafting weapons other than bamboo bows and arrows, even if you don't need them yourself, you can sell them to other survivors or other factions. They might not necessarily look down on it. Don't forget that if you're making an axe from the manual, one axe requires 50 units of metal. This expenditure is not insignificant for those people. Besides, the metal axes made in the manual production center are sturdy, but they're short. The shorter the length, the smaller the attack range. For someone like Li Tian, whose physique reaches A+ level, it doesn't matter what weapon he uses. For ordinary people, the longer the attack range, the safer they are. They didn't have Li Tian's reflexes, and not everyone has the ability to fight in close combat. Therefore, weapons that allow you to maintain distance from enemies while still launching attacks are the ones that ordinary survivors need more. In one morning, Li Tian led 30 members of the Heavenly Palace to successfully cut down the entire bamboo forest. There's no need to worry about the regeneration of bamboo. As long as the bamboo is not uprooted and its roots are preserved, it can continue to grow in the future. Before lunch, the island was once again attacked by sea monsters. However, Li Tian no longer needs to worry about the sea monster attack. Li Urbio and his military team members will be able to handle it successfully, and Aoli Gay, the polar bear, and even those 2 silly huskies will also help. After lunch, Li Ro was still in charge of the challenge tasks and opening the blind boxes. Li Tian continued to collect self-produced materials in the evolution zone. Now that the bamboo for the bow and arrow has been found, all that's missing is the vine. Vines are not as easy to collect as bamboo. The vines don't grow in a fixed area, so people have to spread out to search for them. Not only is it slow, but there's also the risk of encountering wild animals. But there's nothing we can do about it. The only thing Li Tian could do was get 32 walkie-talkies from Xin Qing to facilitate communication and to rush to the rescue as soon as the wild beasts appeared. Of course, this time, Li Tian also brought along the polar bear, the husky, and the A+ grade wild boar. The last time the polar bear encountered a wild boar, it was afraid of the boar's tusks, but it should be able to handle a feline. As for wild boars, they are feared even by S-class polar bears, and it's likely the same for other felines. As for those 2 stupid dogs, Li Tian only had one reason for letting them come along. Their keen sense of smell meant they could detect the approach of wild animals much earlier than humans. In this way, Li Tian and his companions wouldn't be attacked by felines. After ensuring everything was foolproof, Li Tian and the others began searching the woods. At first, the search went relatively smoothly. In half an hour, a total of 69 vines were collected, with a total length of about 300 meters. But at that moment, the barking of a husky could be heard. The next moment, a scream came from the walkie-talkie of a member of the Heavenly Palace. 094. 2 members were injured. What's going on? Li Tian asked anxiously. Soon, the voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Boss, I've been ambushed by a tiger. How are you doing right now? Li Tian asked as he ran toward the source of the screams. I'm not seriously injured, except for a few cuts on my back from the tiger. Okay, you stay put and be alert. We'll be there soon. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Li Tian ran towards it at full speed. When he arrived, Li Urbio had already arrived before him. However, no tiger was spotted nearby. You two take him back and bandage him up. After checking on the injured members, Li Tian quickly looked at the other two members who had arrived and gave them instructions. No way. The wound on the back of this injured member is quite large. There were 3 cuts, each over 10 centimeters long and quite deep. At this moment, blood was constantly gushing out, and given the constant risk of infection in the forest, it was naturally best to treat the patient as soon as possible. After watching the 3 leave, Li Tian began to look around. However, no unusual activity was detected. He frowned. This tiger is probably not low level. After injuring someone, its first instinct was not to continue attacking, but to hide. He must be a skilled guerrilla fighter. Are you kidding? Who has our Yinsha kingdom ever been afraid of when it comes to guerrilla warfare? Li Urbio scoffed after hearing this, while also constantly checking the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Li Tian Baoja, it seems that this is indeed the case. Isn't guerrilla warfare precisely what people in the hot summer excel at? Wasn't this the very tactic that enabled them to defeat the many and the strong with the few? But you two, the tiger was here just now. Even if it leaves, it'll still have its scent, right? Can't you smell it? Seeing the 2 huskies sniffing around, but finding nothing, Li Tian couldn't help but ask. However, the 2 huskies shook their heads in perfect unison, their intelligent eyes showing a hint of helplessness and innocence. That's strange. How could you not smell it? You two even called out when it appeared just now. Just as Li Tian was filled with doubt, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes in the woods. Li Tian turned his head to look with lightning speed and saw a muddy creature suddenly leap out and pounce on one of the members. After a tiger's roar, the member's back was also slashed several times by the tiger's claws. Li Tian finally understood why the 2 huskies couldn't smell the tiger. It turns out that the tiger deliberately covered its entire body in mud to mask its own scent. After injuring another member, Tiger did not linger and quickly disappeared back into the bushes. Li Tian and Li Urbio were quick to react, but by the time they caught up and crossed the bushes, the tiger had already vanished. This guy's playing hide-and-seek with us. Li Urbio frowned, feeling helpless. Li Tian then quickly instructed the members around him. Everyone, gather together and form a circle. At the command, the members proceeded in an orderly manner. In about 10 seconds, the circular formation was completed. The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. This cannot continue. After thinking for a moment, Li Urbio suggested, now that more members are injured, why don't we retreat first? After we get the other members back to the safe zone, shall we come back and settle the score with this tiger? Upon hearing this, Li Tian nodded, agreeing with Li Urbio's suggestion. After all, the moment the tiger appeared, Li Tian successfully read its level. It's an A+ grade beast. Most of the B-level members of Tiangong were selected by Li Urbio to join the military group. The members of the logistics team I brought were generally C-level. Facing an A+ level tiger, they were, to put it bluntly, a burden with no chance of fighting back. It would be better to send them back first and then make further plans. On the way back, Li Tian arranged for wild boars to lead the way, polar bears to bring up the rear, and 2 dogs to flank the area, so they did not encounter any more tiger attacks. Upon successfully arriving at the residential area, Li Tian immediately ordered his men to take the injured members to Mengjiao. Currently, the island lacks even high-end medical supplies. However, they still have anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic agents, bandages, antibiotics, and the like. Meng Jiao and her team should be able to handle these injuries that haven't damaged internal organs. At this moment, Li Ro also ran over with a worried expression. Brother, I heard you encountered a tiger in the woods? Li Tian nodded and didn't hide anything. Yeah, it's okay, Biao Gu and I will go in and drag that troublemaker out in a bit. But to everyone's surprise, Li Ro shook her head frantically. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Brother, can you please not go? Tigers are ferocious beasts. I don't want you to get hurt again. As she spoke, Li Ro could no longer hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks to her widow's peak and finally fell into the dust. Ever since the wild boar incident, I've had nightmares every night. Mom and Dad are missing. I'm so afraid you might be too, brother. So, Brother, can you not go? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of something going wrong, I wouldn't dare gamble. I can't afford to lose anymore. I don't want to lose any of my family members. Li Tian was also stunned after hearing Li Ro's words. I don't think I've ever considered my sister's feelings. I always thought I was giving her what she needed most, but I didn't realize that what my younger sister needed most was the company of her family. To appease Li Ro, Li Tian nodded in agreement. Okay, I won't go. Then, she reached out and wiped away her sister's tears, comforting her. Ro, there are so many people here. Let's not cry, okay? Seeing that her brother had promised not to take the risk, Li Ro's dimples twitched again, making her look extremely beautiful. After sending Li Ro back to her room, Li Tian went to the medical tin shed that had been specially built for Meng Jiao and the other medical team to check on the 2 injured members. Fortunately, their injuries weren't too serious. They just needed anti-inflammatory treatment, bandages, and a few days of rest. As for entering the woods, Li Tian decided to put that plan aside for the time being. In any case, the materials collected so far are more than enough to make bows and arrows for the military team members. We'll talk about the rest later. Li Ro's emotions were still unstable, and Li Tian didn't want to upset her any further. As I stepped out of the tin-roof medical building, Li Erbio was already waiting at the door. Or should I go and deal with that tiger by myself? With polar bears and wild boars, plus A-level weapons, I should be able to handle it. Li Tian quickly shook his head. How could he let Li Erbio do such a dangerous thing by himself? His physical condition is not as good as mine. Although tigers don't have the sharp tusks of wild boars, they are agile and swift and are not to be trifled with. Brother, let's forget about it. We'll talk about it later. Don't take any risks. Hooray! The working people are the most glorious. Working hard to write. 3 chapters today. 2 more to go. Stay tuned. I need to go get a nucleic acid test now. 095, Abundant Supplies Blind Box. In order to dissuade Li Erbio from going into the woods alone to hunt tigers, Li Tian quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Biao, the materials for the bamboo bows and arrows haven't been delivered yet. Go borrow some more people from Old Wang, and we'll all use a cart to transport these bamboos and vines over there. The sooner we make the bow and arrow, the sooner we can start training. What Li Tian said was indeed a big deal, and Li Erbio dared not hesitate after hearing it, nodding repeatedly. Yes, since the tiger problem can't be solved for the time being, let's make the bamboo bow and arrow first. You wait here, I'll go find some people right now. 10 carts should be enough, right? As he spoke, Li Erbio hurriedly ran towards the planting area. Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Erbio would relentlessly pursue the tiger in the woods. After Li Erbio gathered everyone and prepared the cart, Li Tian and the others loaded the bamboo and vines onto the cart. However, since a single cart could only carry 100 or so bamboo poles at most, the group made quite a few trips back and forth. However, Li Tian did not join them on subsequent trips. He stayed alone by the armory, starting by separating the bamboo and vines. This job wasn't tiring for Li Tian, but it was still quite tedious. It's impossible to make every bamboo stalk exactly the same, so the length of each bamboo stalk must be measured several times before it's cut. The same goes for vines. This stage, which included the transportation of bamboo and vines, took more than an hour. After the bamboo and vines were sorted by length, Li Tian went to the armory to study them. Although this arms manufacturing station doesn't come with an instruction manual, it's still quite simple and easy to operate. After less than a minute of trial and error, Li Tian mastered the production method. Simply place the corresponding materials into the material slot next to the control screen and remove them promptly after completion. It is basically fully intelligent. The only downside is that you can't produce multiple bows at once. You can only make them one by one. The process of making a bow and arrow takes about 3 minutes. So Li Tian and Li Erbio spent most of the afternoon working on these things on the military island. By nightfall, it was barely enough to finish making 150 bamboo bows and arrows. But this is just the beginning. Making a bow and arrow is meaningless without arrows. The number of arrows will be even greater. However, Li Ro was already urging them to eat. So Li Tian and Li Erbio had no choice but to temporarily stop what they were doing and return to the main island. After dinner, Li Tian and Li Erbio went to the military island again without rest and began making arrows. The materials for making arrows are quite simple. All you need is bamboo. A 1.5 meter bamboo can be used to make 3 arrows, which takes 2 minutes. 150 bows and arrows, not to mention a lot. Each bow and arrow should be equipped with at least 50 arrows, right? That would require 7,500 arrows. Even without counting the time it takes to put in and take out the materials, it will take at least 3.5 days. Thinking about this, Li Tian started to get a headache. Brother, how about we have the military team members take turns handling these? After working on it for a while, seeing that Li Tian seemed a bit bored, she made a suggestion. Li Tian shook his head after hearing this. Never mind, I haven't done anything during this time anyway. As the eldest brother, I can't possibly not set an example, can I? This is nothing. It's not tiring at all. Upon hearing this, Li said nothing more. At midnight, the two stopped making arrows. Opening blind boxes is naturally more important than making arrows. So the two of them returned to the main island and waited for Xiao Ai and the others to bring the blind boxes ashore. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain 100 Advanced Expansion Floating Stones, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain S-grade Black Soil *3, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Grade B Freshwater Fish Feed, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Grade A Sunbow, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to receive 300 by 215 milliliters bottles of Yakult probiotic drink, already stored in the manual's inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Grade A Fine Cattle Feed, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Skill Book, Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine, now stored in the manual warehouse. This time, the Supreme Blind Box has yielded quite a few novel items. Li Tian immediately became interested. He immediately ran back to the room with Li Erbio. They locked the door, looked at each other, and smiled knowingly. Li Erbio rubbed his hands together, overjoyed. You have to treat me to a bottle of Yakult later. No problem. Li Tian also revealed a mischievous smile. Recently, quite a few beverages have been offered, but they're mostly Kangshifu iced tea. Drinking milk is such a wonderful thing. QEQ. Arrive at the manual and open the warehouse. Li Tian focused his attention on the supplies that had been distributed earlier. S-rank black soil. Black soil rich in mysterious energy, which can be used to plant any seed and has a chance to upgrade the seed to S-rank before it matures. Friendly reminder, planting seeds in S-grade black soil for the first time will guarantee an upgrade to S-grade. The effect will decrease with each subsequent planting, and the soil will become ordinary black soil after the nutrients are depleted. Grade B freshwater fish food. Freshwater fish food rich in mysterious energy. Feeding fish with it will upgrade their grade after a certain amount of feeding up to grade B. Friendly reminder, if you do not feed them this type of food for a long time, the fish that were previously upgraded by eating this food will be downgraded. Of course, you can also kill them before they are downgraded. Rank, Sun-Chasing Bow. The divine artifact left behind by a descendant of God, said to have shot down 9 suns. Its power is astonishing. Use with caution. Yakult probiotic drink. A beverage left over from the early days of Chinese civilization. It is very popular among women. Grade A refined cattle feed. Refined cattle feed rich in mysterious energy. Feeding cattle with it will upgrade their grade up to grade A. Friendly reminder. If you do not feed your cows this type of feed for an extended period, cows that were previously upgraded by consuming this feed will be downgraded. Of course, you can also kill them before they are downgraded. As for the skill book, there's no need to go into too much detail. After seeing the purpose of these supplies, Li Tian quickly took out 2 bottles of Yangduol and handed one to Li Erbio as a celebration. After all, the supplies today are truly plentiful. Immediately, the two clinked glasses and both downed their drinks in large gulps. Oh, that's great. It would be even better if there was beer available. Li Erbio said with a satisfied expression. Li Tian nodded in agreement, saying, yes, if we ever actually get some wine, we 2 brothers should drink and celebrate, and even become sworn brothers. 096. Accelerated loss of lifespan. Of course, you can never truly experience happiness when enjoying delicious food alone. Li Tian took out several more bottles and delivered them to Li Ro, Lu Mei, Dai Xiaomei, Yang Shui, Yang Yu, and Meng Jiao. As for the others, they don't live in this villa, so we won't do too much tonight. We could divide it up tomorrow. Good times always pass by in the blink of an eye. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. There's no need to rush the matter of arrows. It is said that each bow and arrow is equipped with at least 50 arrows, but that is for fighting enemies. The arrows made tonight will be enough for the military team members to train. But, currently, Li Tian still feels unusually excited and has some trouble sleeping. He then sat down in front of the manual and began to pay attention to its updates. Since Li Ro arrived, I've basically only looked at the manuals at the warehouse to get things. The main reason is that Li Ro is meticulous and learns quickly, so she doesn't need to pay too much attention to these things. It has to be said that my younger sister has taken on a lot of the workload for me. I stopped paying attention to the listing and island expansion. Everything was managed in an orderly manner by Li Ro, and the island's area had long since reached 2.46 million square kilometers. Li Tian first checked the trading hall, as usual, and after finding that the available goods were plentiful, he left. I looked at the public chat screen. The public chat screen was unusually lively at this moment. Holy crap, this weather is unbearably hot. Hey, upstairs, hang in there. Autumn will be here after tomorrow. Hold on my ass. I've sweated more than I've peed. If I hadn't subscribed to a monthly water package, I would have died long ago. But we are really grateful to the Heavenly Palace for launching this service. Otherwise, in this hot weather, we wouldn't have been able to consume so many supplies if we were just buying water. Yes, the service at Tiangong is excellent. You can drink as much as you want, and apart from not being able to resell it, there's nothing wrong with it. I give a 5-star review. At Chan Chan Jiaozi, I wonder if I can get a cashback for a good review. Upon seeing this, Li Tian's lips twitched, and he muttered to himself, "Cashback? Are you trying to outdo me?" However, Li Tian was oblivious to the complaints about the heat. Whether it was due to improved physical fitness or the greenhouse effect, apart from the first night of summer when the islanders felt a bit hot wearing 2 layers of clothing, once they took off their jackets, no one on the islanders complained about being too hot anymore. Keep an eye on the public chat. The topic of discussion among the group of people deeply caught Li Tian's attention. I've noticed I've aged a lot lately. I'm so tired every day in this awful place. I haven't had time to take care of my skin. Me too, upstairs. But I didn't take care of my skin when I was in mainland China, and now I can see that I've aged visibly. No way. I thought it was just my imagination, but my reflection in the water makes me look so old. I have so many wrinkles. Do you think it's because the seasons change faster on the island that our lifespan is also? As soon as these words were spoken, the live chat exploded. Wow, now that you mention it, it might actually be true. That's right. Energy is conserved. Since the seasons are changing faster, our lifespans might be shortening even faster. Hey upstairs, is this how your physics teacher taught you to use the law of conservation of energy? What time is it? Is there any need to study how to use it? As long as you understand, that's enough. Seeing this, Li Tian also fell into deep thought. During this time, he has been busy developing the island and has neglected such small details. Logically speaking, since the seasons have changed faster, the crop growth cycle has been shortened, and the livestock growth has also accelerated, there must be so many benefits. Surely there must be some cost involved? Could it be that the price is truly an accelerated loss of human lifespan? Thinking of this, Li Tian quickly went to the full-length mirror in the room and looked at himself. He didn't find anything wrong. Apart from his body becoming more muscular and his physique becoming more robust, his body hadn't changed much. In fact, his face not only didn't look older, but Li Tian felt that he had become younger. Could it be because of the level? Li Tian took a deep breath and had his own guess. Thinking about this, Li Tian couldn't sleep at all. Li Tian wouldn't be able to sleep until this matter was thoroughly investigated. Even after eating high-level food for so long, his younger sister is still at a sea-level physique. If the rate at which her lifespan is lost is related to her own level, then he naturally needs to find the fastest way to raise his sister's level. So Li Tian hurriedly ran to his sister's room and knocked on the door. Ro, are you asleep? If you're not asleep, open the door quickly. It's urgent. Unexpectedly, Li Tian's slightly anxious knocking attracted the attention of the other girls living in the villa. The younger sister was the first to peek out. Li Tian, what's wrong? You look so anxious. Did something happen? Upon hearing this, seeing that Li Ro hadn't opened the door yet, Li Tian decided to check on his little sister first. He went straight to the girl's side, covered her chin with both hands, and looked her over closely. Forehead. This scene terrified the little girl. Being stared at so closely by Li Tian, Her face flushed red instantly. This Li Tian is really something. It's too sudden. I wasn't prepared at all, the silly girl muttered unhappily, but she was secretly overjoyed. After observing for a while, Li Tian's expression grew increasingly gloomy. In my memory, when I first video chatted with Dai Xiaomei, she was still living alone on an island, so she didn't look too well, but her skin still looked quite soft. Calculated according to real time. Only about a month has passed, but my skin has already aged noticeably, with some barely noticeable wrinkles appearing. You know, after Dai Xiaomei came to her own island, she couldn't possibly be more tired than when she was struggling to survive alone. So how could she have aged so obviously? It seems my guesses were right. 097. The wild boar gave birth. Happened. At this moment, the other members of the villa on the second floor also opened their doors because of the noise in the corridor. Upon closer inspection, their faces instantly flushed with embarrassment. Who would have thought that Li Tian and Dai Xiaomei had progressed to this point? Honestly, making such a commotion in the hallway shows no consideration for the feelings of single people like them. Especially Yang Yu. She blinked her adorable eyes and looked at her older sister, Yang Shui, who dared to say anything. Sister, is Brother Tian having an affair with Sister Dai? Puffed. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Seeing this, the silly girl quickly broke free from Li Tian and gave him a somewhat resentful look. Really, you've made everyone misunderstand. What are you looking at? But Li Tian didn't have time for jokes. He quickly walked up to his sister, cupped her chin with both hands, and began to examine her closely. Seeing Li Tian's serious expression, everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. They weren't stupid. Li Tian's appearance clearly indicated that something had happened. Li Tian, what's wrong? The naive girl asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, Li Tian then released his hand from Li Ro's chin, shook his head, and sighed. In this world, time is passing at an accelerated pace. Seasons change faster, living things grow faster, and we age faster too. Upon hearing this, all the girls present were stunned. Brother, are you serious? Li Ro asked incredulously. Li Tian sighed again. Go look in the mirror and you'll see. It might not be obvious, but you'll definitely notice the changes in your skin. Upon hearing this, all the girls ran back to their rooms and went to their dressing tables to take pictures. Several tens of seconds later, the women walked out of the room with deathly pale faces. However, when Li Ro looked at her brother, a question immediately flashed through her mind. Wait a minute, bro, but you don't look old at all. Back when we were in the mainland civilization, I clearly remember you already had crow's feet, but now they're gone. Li Ro's words once again attracted the attention of the girls. After all, women care more about their skin, and no one wants to have a face full of wrinkles at a young age. At this point, Dai Xiaomei quickly looked at Li Tian. She was the first person to meet Li Tian after entering the island civilization. Although it was shown through a manual video at the time, the clarity was almost identical to what the naked eye could see. Dai Xiaomei did indeed notice that Li Tian had some acne scars on his face, but now he not only hasn't aged, but even the acne scars have disappeared. Yes, Li Tian, your face definitely looks younger than before. How do you explain that? Li Tian had anticipated that everyone would have this question, and he himself was quite puzzled about it. My only guess is that perhaps due to my constitution, I have not aged but have become younger. So he looked at everyone and shared his guess. I think our level of aging is related to our age. My current physical condition has reached A+, so my physical fitness is already much better than others, and it's only natural that my skin and other aspects have improved. And you're generally still at the C and B levels, so you're showing signs of aging. As for the specific relationship, I'm not quite sure either. However, don't worry too much. As long as you upgrade your bodies to grade A as soon as possible, you will not only stop aging, but you may even become younger. After comforting everyone, Li Tian advised them to go back and rest. There's no use in rushing things like this. Anyway, there's no shortage of high-level resources on my island, so I can just eat as much as I want. One day it will become grade A. However, this also puzzled Li Tian. Even though Old Wang was the first to eat the graded food with me, he's only barely at grade B yet. Li Erbio, on the other hand, had already reached grade A just like him. My sister has been here for so long, and I've been feeding her high-level food, but she's still stuck at level C. Could it be that everyone absorbs those foods at different rates? Or is it that everyone's level, like their gaming talent, has a cap? Thinking about all this, Li Tian felt his head was getting bigger and bigger. Many problems cannot be thought about carefully at all. They're simply terrifying to think about, and the more you think about them, the more outrageous they become. So Li Tian simply lay down on the bed and forced himself to fall asleep. The next day, Li Tian woke up early. As for morning training, since military and logistics personnel are now separated, all personnel no longer participate in morning training. Only members of the military group are required to participate. However, today Li Ro and Dai Xiaomei joined the morning training team. Li Tian guessed that it was probably because they wanted to fight against aging. After all, life is about movement. To avoid causing panic, Li Tian didn't let Dai Xiaomei and the others spread these things, so the only people who knew about them were them. After having breakfast, Li Tian took out the fresh supplies that had been distributed the day before. Ro, distribute the Yakult to the brothers. Good. After distributing the Yangdool, Li Tian told Old Wang about the S-grade black soil. Upon hearing that there was no need to drink Yangdool, Old Wang immediately ran back to his room, retrieved the S-grade black soil, and eagerly headed to the planting area. As for the remaining 2 feeds, Li Tian planned to go and check them out himself. He also missed the cow that had saved him. If possible, the fine cattle feed should be used to raise the bull to grade first. However, when we arrived at the livestock area, a big surprise came to Li Tian. The wild boar has given birth. There were 13 in total. TSK. It seems the injuries I sustained when taming that A+ grade tusk boar were definitely worth it. With piglets, the wild boar population can continue. Because of the continuous reproduction of chickens laying eggs and eggs hatching into more chickens, there are now more than 200 pheasants. A pig can have more than a dozen piglets in one litter. Wouldn't that mean that after several cycles, there could be hundreds of pigs? Back then, we absolutely had to slaughter a pig and have some meat. We managed to get our hands on grade A wheat back then, and after planting and harvesting it, the flour we made is still sitting there unused. With pork, we can make dumplings and have a wonderful meal. However, it's a pity that although Li Tian forcibly broke up the pig-cow lily duo, but the 2 cows still seemed like enemies. They wouldn't mate, and they wouldn't even eat together. One would eat first, and then the other would go to eat. Li Tian roughly knew the reason. After all, when that bull first appeared, it was quite ostracized by the cow. So now that the bull has gained status, he started to look down on the cow. But in order to have more beef to eat or milk to drink in the future, Li Tian put grade A fine cattle feed into the trough and began to persuade them. Those 2 wild boars have already achieved their goal. You cows have a long life ahead of you, so you can actually let go of your grudges. Leaving aside the issue of carrying on the family line, you 2 should at least satisfy each other, right? Go. 098. Autumn arrives, and a new mechanism emerges. After leaving the livestock area, Li Tian also brought freshwater fish feed to the stream in the evolution zone. In fact, the stream is no longer considered a stream. It has reached the level of a river. It's just that it's not long enough. Its width, depth, and even the turbulence of its current far surpass those of small stream. Can this refined fish food just be poured directly into the water? When Li Tian arrived at the water's edge, he was momentarily bewildered. Coincidentally, a grass carp surfaced, and Li Tian took a closer look. Forehead. Level A. After a moment's thought, Li Tian understood. The stream itself has already been upgraded to S-grade, so naturally the fish and other creatures in it will drink the S-grade water, making the upgrade seem quite normal. This made Li Tian quite happy. At least the creatures in the stream could level up automatically without him having to do anything about them. How comfortable was that? Why not just catch one and eat it whenever you want? However, if that's the case, then there's no point in dumping grade B fish food into this stream. Therefore, Li Tian took the refined fish feed and moved to the evolution zone of the military island. After feeding the fish in the ordinary stream, Li Tian also went to check out the military training area. Now, under Yang Shui's guidance, the members have mastered the basic archery posture. However, Yang Shui seems to be helping them lay the foundation at the moment, without setting up targets, so Li Tian can't really judge their archery skills. After watching for a while, Li Tian went to the armory to continue making arrows. However, when Li Tian arrived, he found that Li Erbio was already busy there. So Li Tian joined them. Another day passed just like that for Li Tian. Midnight. The sweltering summer has finally come to an end, and the island civilization has once again entered the gentle autumn. This season is arguably the most delightful season. Not too hot, not too cold, just right. Li Tian and Li Erbio, as always, stood on the edge of the island, waiting for the supply boxes to be salvaged. More than 10 minutes later, after all the supply boxes were salvaged, the two quickly started working on them. Open the Supreme blind box to receive 20 cartons of Li Junyang cigarettes, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Skill Book, Mastery of Western Medicine, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Talent Limit Detector, One-Time Use, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Specific Character Locator, One-Time Use, already stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Permanent Native Plum, now stored in the handbook warehouse. After opening all the blind boxes, Li Tian and Li Erbio were overjoyed. Good heavens, Li Junyang cigarettes? This was a best-selling cigarette in mainland China during the time of civilization. Even if you didn't smoke it yourself, if you were to sell it, its sales volume and price would probably be much higher than that of Zhuangqiumen cigarettes. As for the other novel supplies that he had never seen before, Li Tian thought it was related to the arrival of autumn. Since the start of winter, new mechanisms have emerged in the island civilization almost every season. In winter, when the sea freezes over, survivors will be attacked by polar bears. With the arrival of spring, the attacks by sea monsters resumed. Then in the summer, there were attacks from the natives. Now that it's autumn, island civilization must have come up with new ways to play. With this in mind, Li Erbio had no intention of going back to sleep at all. He followed Li Tian directly to his room. I sat down next to the manual. Just as Li Tian had guessed, new comments appeared. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through the sweltering summer and into the cool autumn. Next, the challenge will escalate further. Adult sea monsters will launch unpredictable attacks on the survivors' island. Please be prepared. Additionally, considering the shortage of resources in some sea area trading halls, the trading halls and rental areas in the handbooks for all sea areas of the island civilization will be interconnected. In response, the island civilization will also provide survivors with a cross-sea voice transmission service. Voice transmission is available, but cross-sea private chat or adding friends is not supported. Finally, I think smart survivors have already realized they're experiencing aging issues, so please don't panic. Even before you enter the island, the supply boxes already provided you with leveled up supplies. As long as you use them wisely to level up, you will not be affected by aging. Survivors with average physiques. Their original lifespan would be 1/13 of that during the continental civilization era. A normal year has 365 days, while an island civilization has 28 days, hence the ratio 28/365. C-rank survivor. Their original lifespan would be 1/5 of that during the continent's civilized era. B-tier physique survivors. Their original lifespan will be half that of the continental civilization era. B+ grade physique survivor. Original lifespan will remain unchanged from the continental civilization era. A-rank physical survivors. Their original lifespan will be 1.5 times that of the continental civilization era. A+ rank survivor. Their original lifespan will be twice that of the continental civilization era. S-rank survivor. Their original lifespan will be 5 times that of the continent's civilization era. S+ tier survivor. Since no survivor currently possesses an S+ tier physique, this tier will not be revealed at this time. However, there's one thing to note. Everyone's physical potential is different, and some people may be destined never to break through to rank A. The higher the physical potential, the faster the level will increase. Good luck, everyone. Food with specific levels will be your only source of sustenance. I have finished reading. Seeing this, Li Tian and Li Erbio finally understood. No wonder they both look younger. It seems their lifespans have increased. In other words, to prevent members from aging, their physical condition should at least be raised to B+ level. Unfortunately, apart from those two, no one else has reached the B+ level these days. What do you think about this? Li Erbio asked with a serious expression. Li Tian sighed, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, as if remembering something, he finally spoke. Didn't we just get a talent limit detector from the Supreme Blind Box? That should be able to detect the maximum number of our members. At present, All we can do is to detect the talent limit of all members as soon as possible, and then allocate food reasonably according to the limit to help them reach the B+ level as soon as possible. Moreover, since the island civilization has provided instruments to detect the upper limit of talent, I think that in the future there will be resources that can break through the upper limit. Forehead. In fact, Li Tian didn't dare to guarantee whether there would be any resources that could break through the limits of natural talent. The reason I say this is twofold. Firstly, to give everyone something to look forward to, and secondly, to provide myself with a system. Who knows, opening the system's blind boxes might yield resources that can increase the upper limit. 099. News of Father. Then, after exchanging their views for a while, Li Erbio went back to his room to rest. As for Li Tian, he had no desire to sleep anymore. He took out the talent limit detector, disposable, directly from the manual warehouse. Upon receiving it, I found that its appearance wasn't as high-tech as I had imagined. It's actually more like a point-and-shoot camera. The front is a scanner, and the back is a 4-inch screen. Holding it, Li Tian hurried to his younger sister Li Ro's bedroom door and knocked again. Ro, are you asleep? Soon, the door was pushed open by Li Ro, who seemed a little nervous. Brother, what happened again? Li Tian shook his head. It's nothing. He then picked up the talent limit detector and introduced it, saying, this is a new resource that has been refreshed since the beginning of autumn, called the talent limit detector. It can detect your potential limit. Please cooperate with me, and I will help you with the test. Upon hearing this, Li Ro understood her brother's meaning and nodded obediently. Okay, but what do I need to do? For example, should we strike a pose? Like transforming into a magical fairy. Forehead. Seeing that Li Tianren was dumbfounded, Li Ro covered her face and chuckled softly. Her laughter was melodious and pleasant, like the song of a lark. Hee, brother, I was just teasing you. You're so serious all the time. If you keep this up, when will I ever get a sister-in-law? Upon hearing this, Li Tian also became confused. He desperately wanted Li Ro to have a sister-in-law, but he remained silent. Shaking his head to clear away those meaningless thoughts, Li Tian turned on the talent limit detector. The aptitude limit detector is very easy to use. There is a shutter on the side of the machine. After clicking the shutter, just point it at the person who needs to be tested. After completing this step, the message, detecting, will appear on the screen. About 10 seconds later, a message that Li Tian had already anticipated appeared on the screen. Talent limit, see? Immediately, the talent limit detector disappeared from Li Tian's hands. Brother, how is my talent? Li Ro aska Li Tian. Very good. Ro, your talent is a level. You should eat more and become as strong as me as soon as possible. Li Tian quickly adjusted his mindset, used all the acting skills he had learned in his life, and forced out a fake smile that was hard to detect. Yay, I knew it. My brother got an A+, so I'm sure I can get an A too. Okay, brother, I'm going back to rest now. Okay, good night. Good night. Back in his room, Li Tian covered his face tightly with both hands. At this moment, he was truly somewhat lost. The lifespan of someone with a C-grade physique will be 1/5 of their original lifespan. It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on them. After going through countless hardships, I finally found my younger sister, only to discover that her physical potential was only at level C. There's no information yet on how to break through the ceiling. Even with a system, if the system can't unlock this thing, then at some point in the future, Li Tian dared not think any further. This kind of trouble, where the outcome is known but there's no way to solve it, truly made Li Tian feel desperate. Taking a deep breath, Li Tian was determined not to give up. So what if there's an upper limit? My own sister deserves to be loved. Even if there's a limit, we must still give her the best food. No waste. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian took out the permanent native preserved plum and the designated roll locator from the manual. Li Tian already knew about the medicinal properties of the native preserved plum. However, since that kind of food was time-limited, and he hasn't encountered any native since, he hasn't eaten it yet. Now that it has a permanent shelf life, you can eat it any time. To avoid encountering indigenous people that he couldn't communicate with in the future, Li Tian chose to take the medicine immediately. As for the appearance of the designated roll locator, it is actually quite similar to that of the disposable locator. Both are even disposable products. However, after opening the designated character locator, the content displayed in the area above is completely different. A one-time locator, once opened, will prompt you to bind it to another device. Once bound, it cannot be unbound. It can only locate each other's positions. However, after opening this designated role locator, it doesn't bind you to another locator. Instead, a selection box pops up. Please select the original nationality of the person you're looking for. The land of summer, the land of beauty, the land of comfortable living, the land of England. After Li Tian clicked on Yinsha Kingdom, another pop-up window appeared. Please enter the identity ID, 18 digits, of the person you're looking for. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was taken aback. He understood what an ID card was, but he wasn't sure what an identity ID was. However, when he saw the 18 digits in parentheses, Li Tian felt that this identity ID should be the national ID card number. So Li Tian simply entered his father's ID number. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't remember his mother's ID card number. But my father's ID card was easy to remember. It was similar to my own. The first 6 digits of an ID card represent the ancestral home location code. The middle numbers represent the birth date, year, month, and day, and the last 4 digits represent gender and personal information, numbers or letters. In other words, Li Tian only needs to remember the last 4 digits of his father's ID card. As it happened, Li Tian had seen his father's ID card on the household registration book before, and he could still remember the last 4 digits. After entering the father's ID card number, the designated role locator displayed a searching message. Li Tian also held his breath and waited. After searching for a few minutes, new text finally appeared on the locator screen. Role already assigned. Location, C area, 05, coordinates, 293, 618. Characters vital signs, 53, 100 is considered healthy. Below 30 indicates life-threatening danger. Upon seeing this, Li Tian took a deep breath in excitement. This is great news. It at least means that the father is still alive. And, judging from my father's vital signs, they weren't great, but they certainly weren't bad either. They should be able to hold out until the C area is merged. Li Tian's only worry now is that his C area might not be merged with the 05C area in the next C area merger. But, in any case, news of my father is definitely good news. 100. Adult sea monster attack. Now that we have a lead on my father's case, there's no need to rush. No matter how anxious you are, it's all in vain if the sea areas haven't been merged. So Li Tian decided to continue his exploration. Naturally, it was in the trading hall of the manual. Just now, the pop-up window in the manual reminded everyone that from this moment on, all the supplies in the sea area trading hall have been merged into the same trading hall. In other words, from now on, Li Tian no longer needs to worry about supply exceeding demand. If a single sea area has a population of tens or even hundreds of thousands, then if all sea areas were merged, the number of people would be incalculable. If done well, it's possible to earn over 1 million expansion stones in a single day. You can open it and take a look. Li Tian Fronat. Originally, their drinking water business was in a state of monopoly in their current sea area, with virtually no competitors. But at this moment, hundreds of competitors suddenly appeared. They also have a large supply of fresh water for sale, and at a much lower price than we do. My sister has now adjusted the price to 80 milliliters per piece, expanded pumice. In the trading hall today, freshwater resources of 100 milliliters per piece, expanded pumice, are everywhere. This made Li Tian frown. It seems there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. You must know, you are the chosen one. With systematic support, one can develop better than others. But now, compared to others, I realize I'm nothing at all, and all I can do is show off in my own territory. In other sea areas, freshwater has already reached 100 milliliters per piece, which is enough to prove that the big players in those sea areas are probably doing even better than us. If everyone starts from the same point, and someone is better than him, Li Tian naturally has nothing to say, since he never thought he was that great. But you need to understand that you have a system. Even with systematic help, he's still not as good as those without a system. So he naturally needs to start reflecting on his own problems. Thinking about this, another key point suddenly came to mind. That is the relationship between the survivor's physical condition level and lifespan mentioned in the previous manual. When introducing S+, the manual states that since no survivor has reached S+ physique yet, it will not be introduced. In other words, someone has already surpassed me and reached the S level physique. Don't be fooled by your A+ rating. Compared to S level, You're nothing but an ant. Li Tian rose through the ranks step by step from an ordinary physique, and he knows best how big the gap is between levels. The difference of one level is an insurmountable gap. If an S-class individual were to attack my island, it would likely fall. At this moment, Li Tian felt unprecedented pressure. He wasn't afraid of death. But now it seems that the lives of all the members on the island are in their own hands. If I mishandle any part of the process, the entire heavenly palace might perish with me. Never mind, let's go to sleep. Li Tian felt a terrible headache and didn't want to NetEase cloud music anymore. Having a preventative mindset is enough. There's nothing else you can change right now. As the saying goes, things will work themselves out when you reach the bridge. If one's island is truly attacked and taken, then one can only accept one's fate. Anyway, he'll be a hero again in 18 years. So Li Tian fell asleep. The next day, Li Tian woke up early. His confused mind before bed caused him to have a nightmare, which woke him up and made him unable to fall back asleep. Therefore, it was also included in the morning training. Now that he knew how powerful the enemy was, Li Tian understood that relying solely on the military personnel of the Heavenly Palace was not enough to guarantee a worry-free life. Only by becoming strong ourselves can we truly achieve our goals. After breakfast, remembering that he had acquired 2 medical skill books in the past 2 days, Li Tian went back to the manual, took them out, and handed them to Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao is currently the leader of the logistics and medical team. These 2 skill books can be given to her to distribute. With this skill book, it is likely that major and minor surgeries will be possible in the future once the equipment is improved. After, Li Tian then went to the military island and joined the archery training. Li Tian trained with the military team members until around 10:30. Li Tian heard his younger sister, Li Ro's anxious voice coming through the walkie-talkie he was carrying. "Brother, come quick. See, monsters are attacking." Upon hearing this, Li Tian called Li Erbio and they ran towards the main island. Yesterday's manual clearly stated that the difficulty of the sea monster attacks would increase and the timing would be unpredictable. Since Li Ro is asking for help, it must be because this sea monster attack is beyond her ability to handle. Upon arriving at the main island, Li Ro thoughtfully brought out Li Tian's heaven-breaking sword and Li Erbio's Hao-Ian cudgel, waiting at the crossroads. "Which direction is the sea monster in?" Li Tian asked, taking the sky-breaking sword. Li Ro pointed to the west side of the island and said, "It's on the west side." Li Erbio took the Hao-Ian cudgel from Li Ro and asked, "Were there many sea monster attacks this time?" "Not many, just one." Li Ro shook her head, then added, "But it's huge. Polar Bear and Olage are already dealing with it, but it doesn't seem to be working." "Okay, Ro, you wait here. Biao Ge and I will handle it." After saying that, Li Tian and Li Erbio ran wildly westward. Upon reaching the western edge of the island, a colossal object came into view. Holy crap, what is this thing? On the sea surface floated a monster larger than an adult elephant. The image is a combination of a pig and a duck. To put it simply, it has a pair of pig ears, a pig nose, and a duck beak. It has no hair and its skin is gray. As for the limbs, which were hidden underwater, Li Tian couldn't tell exactly what they looked like. At this moment, the sea monster, just like a woodpecker, kept pecking at the island with its hard beak, and several square meters of the island's edge had already been damaged. The polar bear tried its best to drive it away, but no matter how much it patted the sea monster didn't react at all and just kept pecking at the island like crazy. This scene was also unexpected for Li Tian. Polar bears are S-class predators, so their strength is immense. They could easily overpower wild boars back then. The polar bear slapped at the sea monster, but it seemed completely unaffected. The bear even wondered if it could actually hurt the creature. However, Li Tian and Li Erbio could only do their utmost to stop the sea monsters from destroying the island. This is their home. No sooner said than done. Li Tian and Li Erbio exchanged a glance and launched their attack simultaneously. Li Tian brandished the sky-piercing sword and slashed at the sea beast's duck-like beak. With a bang, Li Tian's hand once again felt the numbness he had experienced when chopping at the wild boar's tusks. This duckbill is too hard. 101. Emperor Yin went to the indigenous tribe. But it seems that the name Divine Weapon is truly fitting. Although Li Tian's hand was numb from the shock, the heaven-breaking sword did not lose. There were no marks or scratches on its blade, but the sea monster's beak was cut open. The sea monster roared in pain as a result. It sounded like anger, and it sounded like wailing. He thought the sea monster would retaliate. Surprisingly, this guy didn't choose to attack him, but continued to peck at the island. This scene left Li Tian and Li Urbio somewhat bewildered. This sea monster doesn't seem to attack humans. Li Urbio kumanta. Although Li Tian didn't know the specifics, he nodded. Perhaps it's limited by the mechanisms of island civilization? Otherwise, I'm afraid no one can rival it right now. After saying that, the two began a fierce attack on the sea monster. It can be said that every strike is fatal. After a while, the sea monster seemed to finally be unable to endure the pain any longer. After letting out a hysterical cry, it dived into the sea. Today's sea monster attack can be considered a successful defense. However, the sea monsters still destroyed several tens of square meters of the island. Looks like we'll be busy from now on. The sea monsters of today have thick hides and tough flesh, so the other members probably can't hurt them at all, let alone drive them away. Li Tian looked at Li Urbio and gave a bitter smile. Li Urbio nodded with a wry smile. Yes, even though these things don't attack people, they're still so hard to get rid of. Do you think that in the future, the mechanics might change, and sea monsters might retaliate against survivors? Li Tian shuja. Who knows? However, if the challenges escalate every quarter, then it might actually be possible. Alright, let's go back to training. Good. The island of Emperor Yin. Currently, Emperor Yan's island has made a new breakthrough, reaching 4,932 square meters. After several days of acquisitions, Emperor Yin now has dozens of native preserved plums in his possession. At this moment, he had just driven away the sea monsters. However, the sea creature he chased away was actually no different from ordinary marine life. It was just a sea lion. This difference in treatment likely stems from the varying sizes of the islands. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of mechanism. It becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents and weaker when facing weaker ones. Otherwise, if the sea beasts that attacked Li Tian's island were used to attack Yin Di's small island, Yin Di's island would probably be destroyed. Now, 3 more members of the Yin Alliance arrived at Emperor Yan's Sea. They all rowed there themselves using wooden boats. After all, hiring teenagers from the coast for transportation will be quite expensive. Now, Emperor Yin is living a very enjoyable life. Aside from opening blind boxes and driving away sea monsters every day, everything else is handled by the members of the Flame Alliance. As for meals, his local wife was in charge. Gradually, he also came to live a life where food was served to him and clothes were undressed for him. How delightful! But just as he was resting on the stone bed, waiting for his young wife to prepare lunch, his young wife ran over happily. He kept muttering in the local language while gesturing with his hands. Seeing that his beloved wife had something important to say, Emperor Yin didn't hesitate and directly ate a local preserved plum. Upon seeing this, the young indigenous wife continued, Maka, Paka, Don't ta la. My father has come to pick me up. Cinnamomia maid. We can leave the island now. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin sat bolt upright in bed. Genie is too beautiful? Really? The native young wife nodded hurriedly, took Yindi's hand, and hurried outside. Genie is so beautiful. Really? We arrived outside the island. Really? Emperor Yin discovered that a group of rafts were sailing towards his island from the side. The indigenous people standing on the raft were dressed exactly like their own indigenous wife. All the clothing is made of fox fur. This moment, Emperor Yin was also extremely excited. He had kidnapped the tribal chief's daughter, so his father-in-law should at least lend him a hand. If I could develop inland, I would no longer have to worry about those damn sea monster attacks, pirate attacks, or lack of supplies. The group of rafts, though it seemed, was not far away. However, it took the other party nearly 20 minutes to successfully reach the island. Before Emperor Yin could even say anything, the burly tribal chief, at the head of the group, gave the order, kill Kiki, capture him. Emperor Yin thought to himself, damn it, is it really necessary to start fighting right after meeting? Fortunately, the local young wife quickly stopped her, shouting, no. Then, she looked at her father and said somewhat shyly, Fuck me, Jamakra. I'm already his wife. The indigenous chief was taken aback when he heard this. He received a report from his subordinates that he had been attacked on an island, and that his daughter had been imprisoned. Who would have thought that he would arrive with a large force to rescue his daughter, only to receive this news instead? He then looked at Emperor Yin with a serious expression. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, "You can't be Chuanisi? Do you speak the indigenous language?" Seeing this, Emperor Yin realized the situation had taken a turn for the better and quickly nodded. "Yes, I can." Immediately afterward, Emperor Yin continued, "The lawgiver, I King Bikamosi. Dad, I will treat Muse well." Muse, the name of a female indigenous woman. In fact, the indigenous people are no different from other people. It's just a difference in cultural customs. But how could they not care about their daughter's marriage? Since this brat has won his daughter's heart, what right does he, as her father, have to stop him? After letting out a helpless sigh, he looked at his daughter, Muse. "Are you coming back with me?" "Oh, you're terrible. Should we stay here with him?" Upon hearing this, before Muse could reply, Emperor Yin interrupted, "Law Master, hey, we're going back to the tribe with you." Seeing that her husband had made the choice for her, Muse nodded, indicating that she would go back with him. What father wouldn't want his daughter to stay with him? Therefore, he didn't say anything, just nodded, and then waved his hand to signal his men to put away their weapons. "Let's go." At this moment, Emperor Yin was truly overjoyed. He wanted to escape this island all the time, mainly because it was too small and too oppressive. Without saying a word, he took Muse back to the stone house to pack up supplies. He will naturally take the manual with him as well. However, before parting, he also found Era from the Yin Alliance and gave him instructions for his final affairs. "I'm only leaving temporarily. You can continue to manage the Flame Alliance for me. Once I infiltrate the natives and seize power, this sea will belong to our Flame Alliance." 102. 2 becomes big. In fact, Yin Ming, Era, and the others who came to Emperor Yan's island can be considered Emperor Yan's diehard fans. Emperor Yin was not worried that they would betray him. Most importantly, I also used the Unity card on them. So even if he leaves temporarily, Emperor Yin is not afraid that Era and the others will take over his island. After explaining everything about the Flame Alliance, Emperor Yin, clutching his manual, boarded his small wooden boat and disappeared from the sight of Era and the others, following the natives. Along the way, Emperor Yin, like a curious cat, followed closely behind the group of native rafts while constantly looking around. There are no landmarks here, not even the sun. Emperor Yin was momentarily disoriented and did not know which direction he was heading. I thought I would at least encounter other survivors' islands or pirates causing trouble at sea along the way, but I didn't. The journey was smooth, eerily smooth. It's almost sunset. The already exhausted Emperor Yin finally discovered a continent before him. That land stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was definitely not an island. It's the real continent. I never imagined that a continent still existed on the island civilization. Emperor Yin was overjoyed. Unfortunately, the effects of the native preserved plum had worn off, and Emperor Yin could not share his joy with his beloved wife, Muse. The group rowed for a few more minutes. Login successful. By this time, both sides of the continent were already surrounded by natives. Holding torches, they had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing the natives discussing among themselves, afraid of missing any important information, Emperor Yin quickly ate another preserved plum from one of the natives. Instantly, the sounds of the natives exchanging conversations entered Emperor Yan's mind. "Jaligula? Chief, why did you bring back an islander?" One of the natives, holding a torch, stepped forward and asked, glancing at Emperor Yin every now and then with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing this, the chieftain of the fox hunting tribe didn't hide anything and explained, "Kabuk, Donjala. He's not from the island nation. He's now my son-in-law." He then added, "Mikoto will take Kuraf. He'll also be a member of the Fox Hunter clan from now on." The chief's words were, in a way of protecting Emperor Yin. After hearing this, the other natives' expressions softened considerably when they looked at Emperor Yin. However, this was due to their subservience to the chieftain's authority. In their hearts, they still harbored a strong aversion to Emperor Yin. In response to this, Emperor Yin did not take it seriously. "I've already gotten on the chief's good side. Why would I be afraid of you lackeys?" Emperor Yin curled his lip in disdain, speaking bluntly. However, since they were speaking Mandarin, the locals couldn't understand them. They followed the others and traveled several hundred meters further on the mainland. Soon a village came into view of Emperor Yin. The houses in the village were all made of thatch, and to be honest, they looked even more shabby than my own stone house. But here, you can see chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep everywhere, and there are a huge number of people. This was something that pleased Emperor Yin. At least we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Finally, Emperor Yin, led by Muse, entered Muse's boudoir. Her room was also made of thatched roof, but it was decent enough inside. All the necessary furniture is included. There were still many fox pelts hanging on the walls of the thatched hut. Overall, the room was clean and tidy, and it looked like a girl's room. Night. According to the rules, Emperor Yin and Muse will also have a traditional indigenous wedding. Emperor Yin did not object to this. Holding a wedding is a joyous occasion, so there should be plenty of meat and fish to eat, and you might even get to drink aged wine brewed by the locals. After all, Emperor Yin had often seen on television science and education channels that the indigenous people all had their own special skills. They can even turn some unpopular fruits into fruit wine and the like. If that's the case, then we should at least have a big meal tonight. Soon, the wedding preparations are all complete. It basically involves setting up a campfire in an open space within the tribal territory. Many of the indigenous women, wearing masks made of unknown animal skulls, began to dance wildly and aggressively. Honestly, coupled with the wailing and howling of the natives. This perfectly normal wedding was so good that Emperor Yin almost thought it was a funeral. Sigh. I was prepared to connect with the real world, but I never expected they'd connect directly to the underworld. Emperor Yin sighed helplessly and could only force a smile and pretend to be happy along with everyone else. After this grand ceremony, the wedding moved on to its second step. The second step was even more outrageous. Emperor Yin had to publicly remove all his clothes and receive the baptism of the divine fox worshipped by the fox hunting tribe. To be honest, Emperor Yin was still quite embarrassed. However, enthusiasm is hard to dissuade, and in order to keep the wedding going, Emperor Yin gritted his teeth and took off all his clothes. In an instant, the character appeared. Many of the native women looked at her with disdain, but then looked at Muse with some sympathy. Its size is like a caterpillar. One wonders if the Muse might not be satisfied. It's such a pity that such a good girl was wasted. When Emperor Yin saw this, he also felt that his self-esteem had been insulted. You can say I'm ugly, you can say I'm old, but when you saw the character, Kat, in my name, you actually looked disdainful. This is absolutely unforgivable. But there was nothing that could be done. Emperor Yin wouldn't be foolish enough to make a scene at his wedding in someone else's tribe. The foundation is not yet secure. Isn't doing this just courting death? What Emperor Yin didn't expect was that receiving the baptism of the divine fox was not as simple as just taking off his clothes. He also had to walk up to all the adult members of the Fox Hunter clan and have them flick their own tie with their fingers. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan's lips twitched. Is it really necessary to treat people like this? Such a ridiculous custom. After the wedding, I'm afraid I won't even be able to hold my head up, let alone have children. At this moment, Emperor Yin was resistant. Unexpectedly, the fox hunters were quite unfriendly. One by one, they walked up to Emperor Yin with wicked smiles, squatted down, and unleashed a finger-flicking technique. Emperor Yin was in so much pain that he didn't even have time to react. Next, Emperor Yin was continuously subjected to the finger-flicking divine power of the crowd for half an hour. The people of Yindi were numb, always feeling that their greatness had long since become greatness. 103. Talent level, unknown. Fortunately, the third step of the wedding is much simpler. That means we're having a bonfire dinner. And Emperor Yin was right. Their fox hunting clan did indeed have wine. Although the wine wasn't as strong as the baijiu from Yinxia, it was a fruit wine made from some kind of berry that was very sweet and sour, and even had a hint of saltiness, which was quite a unique flavor. However, what's puzzling is that today is my Muse's big day. The Muse not only refused to drink the wine, but also advised herself to drink less of it. Emperor Yin had long been a heavy drinker in the continental civilization, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Ignoring Muse's advice, he continued to clink glasses with the natives and drink fruit wine. The banquet ended when everyone was full and tipsy. Emperor Yin returned to Muse's boudoir, accompanied by Muse. This dinner party, Emperor Yin ate to his heart's content, and apart from not feeling drunk, he reaped a great harvest. The dinner table is the best place to make friends. After this meal, Emperor Yin felt that he had become familiar with the core members of the tribe, and that it was only a matter of time before he could take over the position of chief. He couldn't help but boast. My drinking capacity is as good as ever. Here, he was speaking in the indigenous language. To avoid accusations of padding the word count, I will now use Chinese to express the indigenous language as well. Since it was a wedding banquet, in order to effectively communicate with the locals, Emperor Yin kept eating the local preserved plums. Therefore, Muse was also able to understand what Emperor Yin was saying. But who knew that what Muse said next almost made Emperor Yin die of annoyance? It has nothing to do with alcohol tolerance. It's not alcohol at all. What? It's not wine? But I can smell some wine. Emperor Yin was taken aback and asked, "That is actually the holy water of our fox hunter tribe, a drink brewed from berries and fox urine. The so-called wine-like taste may just be due to the fermentation of berries. I don't like drinking it anyway." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yan's lips twitched again, and he suddenly felt extremely nauseous. So, he actually drank so many cups of animal urine? This is completely outrageous. If word gets out, won't all the gentlemen laugh their heads off? This moment, Emperor Yin, a grown man in his 30s, felt extremely wronged. What kind of bullshit tribe is this? Are these all underworld customs? The wedding started with wailing and howling, then featured some kind of finger-flicking magic, and finally involved drinking urine. Any normal tribe could not possibly possess all three. However, after a moment's thought, Emperor Yin calmed down again. He called this enduring hardship and biding his time, believing that one day he would be able to turn things around. Midnight, the second day of autumn arrives. Li Tian and Li Urbio agreed to have a smoke together while waiting for the blind boxes to be salvaged. While smoking, Li Tian and Li Urbio also talked about the appearance of S-level survivors in other sea areas. This inevitably made Li Urbio a little nervous. Those who can reach S-level before Li Tian are either exceptionally talented, as Li Tian said, or their island development is definitely larger than Li Tian's. Either way, they are potential threats to them. The saying, "two tigers cannot share one mountain," is perhaps even more applicable to island civilizations. Where there are no constraints, naturally some people will want to be the ruler. If they want to be the rulers, then they won't have any reason to start a war. If the S-class people merge with the C area where we are located next time, how much chance do we have of winning? Therefore, Li Tian also decided that if he could get the talent limit detector disposable later, he would definitely use it on himself and Li Urbio first to see how their talents were and whether they could reach S. If possible, one should naturally try every means to advance to S rank, so that there might still be a chance to compete. Fortunately, we were lucky. During this blind box opening, Li Tian obtained a total of 5 talent limit detector disposable. As for the other supplies, they were all previously available, so Li Tian didn't pay any more attention to them. Back in the manual, he quickly took out 2 talent limit detectors disposable. Li Tian Kikli Skanad Li Urbio. The screen of the talent limit detector also displayed the words, "detecting in progress." Soon, the results came to light. Talent limit, S+. Phew, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Seeing this, Li Urbio quickly leaned over and saw the data on the screen before the talent limit detector disappeared. My upper limit is S+ level. Li Urbio seemed to find it hard to believe himself. I thought S rank was the best possible result. Hey bro, let me get you tested too. Li Urbio didn't get cocky. He quickly took the talent limit detector from Li Tian and started scanning Li Tian as well. Under testing, upper limit of talent, unknown. Li Urbio was dumbfounded when he saw the result. Seeing this, Li Tian curiously peeked over and was also stunned. Unknown? What the hell is this? Li Tian curled his lip, somewhat unable to accept this result. This result wasn't mentioned in the manual, nor did the aptitude limit tester provide any corresponding instructions. The two of them didn't know how to understand this unknown. After pondering for a while, Li Urbio comforted him, saying, "Maybe you're just too talented, exceeding the limits of the instrument's detection capabilities. After all, you've already reached A+, so your talent must be quite strong." Li Tian's first thought was the same, but that was only a positive one. If you look at it in a negative light, maybe this talent of yours has some drawbacks. Of course, only the future will tell how things will turn out. Everything right now is just speculation. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian picked up 3 more talent limit detectors, disposable, and knocked on Yang Shue's door. After a while, the door was finally opened. She must be asleep. She was wearing the pajamas that came with the villa's closet, her eyes drooping with sleep. "What's wrong, boss?" Seeing this, Li Tian also felt somewhat guilty. She arrived on the island as an ordinary person, and from the moment she arrived, she was subjected to a heavy workload of training, which was quite tough every day. I'm disturbing people's peaceful sleep now. But since the noise had already woken him up, Li Tian didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. I've just gotten another talent limit detector, one-time use, and I'd like to let you test it out. Upon hearing this, Yang Xuan nodded, understanding the seriousness of the matter, and immediately cooperated. Under testing, talent limit, A+. Upon hearing the result, both Li Tian and Li Erbio, who was standing to the side, showed expressions of joy. Not bad, A+ grade. Keep improving your level, and you'll be a formidable general on our island in the future. Li Erbio Utesa, 104, promising talent. Hearing this, Yang Shui was overjoyed. Nobody wants to be a burden. Moreover, Yang Shui has had a hero's dream since she was a child. Who says women are inferior to men? That's why she learned archery. Now, my talent ceiling is A+, which means I can protect the people around me. Seeing this, Li Tian was also delighted. Not bad. You have a high talent. You need to eat more. Get to A+ level as soon as possible. Yes. Yang Shui nodded happily, feeling as if she had found her purpose in life. Li Tian went all the way and returned to the manual to give the sun bow to Yang Shui. A divine weapon is a match for a hero. In the future, our island will need your help to protect it. Upon receiving the sun-chasing bow, Yang Shui was immediately captivated. It truly was a treasure. I promise I won't let the boss down. All right, go and rest now. You have training tomorrow. Good. Next, Li Tian then followed Li Erbio to the military group's dormitory area. The military unit's dormitory area, also located on the main island, was considered to have the harshest conditions. For people live in one room. The reason for doing this is that the speed of building houses is limited, and for now, we can only squeeze in as many as possible. Secondly, it was also Li Erbio's idea. Soldiers need to have enough willpower. If they can't sleep or feel uncomfortable in this kind of environment, what will they do in the field in the future? Moreover, this is also the only way to cultivate relationships among their members. Which soldier doesn't live in a dormitory with multiple people when they join the army? We arrived at a tin-roofed shack. Li Erbio knocked on the door. Soon, a dark-skinned young man with a buzz cut opened the door. Boss, Brother Biao, the crew-cut youth asked respectfully. Li Tian had some recollection of this person. They were the second group of members to arrive on the island. That was the time Li Erbio went to pick him up. His name is Wang Chong, a sports student who aspires to join the army, but he entered an island civilization before he could be admitted to university. Li Erbio had mentioned him to him more than once, saying he was a promising talent. They train hard and are serious about their work. Upon learning that arrows needed to be made, he would help make them after completing his training. Wang Chong, stand still for now. We're going to test your physical fitness. These days, they've been training, so they don't really know much about talent. Therefore, Li Erbio also simplified the process and did not explain the issues of grades or talent stem. Wang Chong had no objection after hearing this, nodded, and stood at attention. Li Erbio took a talent limit detector, disposable, from Li Tian and scanned Wang Chong. Under testing, talent limit, S+. S+ level. Li Erbio's eyes widened with excitement when he saw the result on the screen. Li Tian, who had remained calm upon hearing this, also showed excitement and leaned forward to take a look. As expected, it's S+ grade. Wow, kid. Wang Chong was somewhat confused by this, not understanding what they meant by S+ level. I just asked out of curiosity, Brother Biao, what does S+ level mean? Since Wang Chong is so talented, Li Erbio naturally doesn't need to hide anything and tells him everything directly. Upon learning the significance of the S+ level, Wang Chong was extremely excited. Not bad, Brother Biao. You should focus on training Wang Chong from now on. Do you even need to tell me? Huh. Li Erbio rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they were all on the team, Li Erbio didn't feel any jealousy or pressure. Even if your subordinates are better than you, they are still your subordinates. Does that mean that once your teacher imparts knowledge, you get into a prestigious university and become a successful person, your teacher is no longer your teacher? All right, go back and rest. Yes. After ending his conversation with Wang Chong, Li Erbio led Li Tian to another tin-roofed house. These people were all people that Li Erbio had already selected, so there was no need to waste time screening them. Knock on the door. It was a man with a buzz cut who opened the door. Forehead. In fact, All the male members of the military group had their heads shaved at Li Urbio's request. Although there is no barbershop here, the villa is equipped with manual clippers. So Li Urbio manually shaved their heads into buzz cuts for them. Of course, it's all about buzz cuts in different shapes. After all, Li Urbio wasn't a professional barber, so it was already quite good that he didn't shave his head completely bald. However, this man with the buzz cut was not the person Li Urbio was looking for. So Li Urbio personally went into the tin shack and woke up the man named Hu Hongfeng. Like Wang Chong, Hu Hongfeng is also a sports student at the school. However, their sports are different. Wang Chong is a sprinter, while Hu Hongfeng is a long-distance runner. After giving a brief explanation, Li Urbio directly used the talent limit detector disposable on him. Under testing, talent limit, A+. Unfortunately, only A+ grade. Li Urbio was clearly not as excited as he was when he saw Wang Chong's talent after seeing the result. Li Tian, however, seemed unimpressed by this. A+ level is already very strong. If everyone had the talent of S+ level, then S+ level would not be so important. An A+ grade is still a good prospect. You should focus on nurturing him. Li Urbio nodded, naturally understanding the reasoning behind it. Good. Then, Li Urbio looked at Hu Hongfeng, who was still in a daze, and said, "All right, you can go in and rest now." Yes, the talent limit detector, disposable, has now been used up. Then nothing happened. So Li Tian and Li Urbio parted ways and went their separate ways. After returning to the room, Li Tian was not in a hurry to go to sleep. Since the beginning of autumn, he has had more and more things to worry about. With competitors emerging in the trading hall, Li Ro also began to feel exhausted. She alone could not sustain the trading price of goods. Whenever Li Ro engages in a price war with her competitors, as soon as Li Ro increases her spring water intake by 1 milliliter, the competitors will immediately follow suit and increase their intake by 1 milliliter as well. Moreover, there is more than one such competitor. It can be said that Li Ro is competing on the same stage as the big shots of the entire sea area. So Li Tian now has to help keep an eye on her from time to time. Open the manual's trading hall. Looking at the trading volume of the Mountain Spring today, Li Tiandu smiled. Only 329 copies were sold. It's worth noting that before the trading halls were merged, many people subscribed to monthly water packages and could sell thousands of bottles of their own spring water. Now, that all the trading halls in all sea areas have been merged, there should be more people, but only 329 units have been sold. 105. Class S fully automated vending robot. This can't go on forever. Li Tian muttered to himself as he came up with a solution. In fact, if we were to engage in a price war with those people, it would undoubtedly be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while hurting ourselves 800, and the consumers would become the ultimate winners. Doing this would consume manpower to constantly adjust prices, and it would also raise commodity prices. The most effective way is to negotiate with those people and standardize prices. This way, everyone can relax, and sales will depend entirely on the customer's own choices. But thinking about it, it's obviously impossible. Not to mention the effort required to contact them. Even if you do manage to get in touch, they might not all agree to compromise. If even one person is unwilling to compromise, then unification cannot be achieved. From that moment on, Li Tian felt that he had encountered a bottleneck in the development of island civilization. I am hitting was everywhere. Another powerful enemy has been discovered in other sea areas. And then they discovered that their younger sister's talent was only at the sea level. The sale of water has also been affected. Gradually, Li Tian also found that since entering the island civilization, everything had gone too smoothly with the help of the system. That's why I have this mindset now. I feel very lost when things don't go my way. Li Tianxia subconsciously lit another Xianqi gate, knowing he needed to calm down. Extreme calmness is required. No matter what difficulties we encounter now, we must not be afraid, but face them with a smile. The best way to eliminate anxiety is to face it calmly. That is victory. Go for it. You can do it. He pondered for several minutes. The system seemed to sense Li Tian's emotions and suddenly made a sound. Host, you can open the system blind box today. You might be pleasantly surprised. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was taken aback. Yes, 3 more days have passed. This is so annoying, I completely forgot to open the system blind box. Therefore, Li Tian exclaimed, "Open the system blind box." Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-rank fully automated vending robot. which has been stored in the manual's temporary storage warehouse. Wow, system, I love you to death. Having experienced the previous encounters with Xiao AI and Xiao Li Tian could now roughly guess the robot's purpose just by looking at its name. With fully automated vending robots, wouldn't that mean I wouldn't have to worry about things in the trading hall anymore? He quickly took it out, and the information read by the reading function also entered Li Tian's mind. S-Class fully automated vending robot, named Xiao Jin. It can monitor the market in the manual trading hall in real time and make the most accurate adjustments to the listing and pricing of goods. Xiao Jin's appearance is much larger than Xiao AI and Xiao Yi, standing at 1.5 meters tall, and judging from his attire, he is a male robot. He was dressed in a suit, a standard for successful people, but his feet were encased in a pair of black round-toed leather boots. He held an abacus in one hand and had nothing in the other. Little Jean has started up. Hello, master. Little Jean is happy to serve you. To test Xiao Jin's professional abilities, Li Tian didn't give him any specific tasks, simply nodding and saying, "Then I'll trouble you." He finished speaking. Xiao Jin nodded and walked smoothly to the manual, opening the trading hall. Seeing him expertly observing the latest developments in the trading hall, Li Tian felt relieved. As for how strong its abilities are, we'll find out when it's over. So Li Tian stopped worrying about it and fell asleep in bed. 106, Sewing Artist. He woke up the next day. Xiao Jin was still sitting in front of the manual, fiddling with it. Li Tian, also with a hint of curiosity, stepped forward and asked, "How is it? How is the profit for the night?" Xiao Jin blinked its large LED eyes, revealing a crooked smile identical to Xiao AI's. Master, a total of 9,832 portions of spring water, 13,240 portions of timber, and 6,012 portions of metal were sold tonight. A total of 13,056 expansion stones, 6,031 plastic items, and 9,851 stone items have been earned. At this moment, Li Tian felt like he hadn't woken up yet. Am I dreaming? How could so many have been sold in less than 8 hours? How did you do that? Xiao Jin then explained to Li Tian without hiding anything. It turns out that Xiao Jin's function is not limited to making reasonable judgments in the trading hall. Its more important function is to intercept the intersecting signals in a manual, read the signals in time, and note any actions the survivors take in a manual. If you find survivors browsing the trading hall looking for water, then Xiao Jin will immediately adjust the price of the small amount of water to a more suitable price. For example, currently, the competitor's drinking water is all 110 milliliters per piece of expanded pumice. Once Xiao Jin intercepts the signal that other survivors are browsing the drinking water section, he will promptly change the price of a small amount of spring water to 111 milliliters per piece of expanded pumice. Don't underestimate the seemingly insignificant amount of just 1 milliliter. However, everyone has the desire to gain a small advantage. If yours contains 1 milliliter more pumice than others, it gives you a competitive edge over other vendors. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would not buy a smaller quantity of water in this life or death situation. Although 1 milliliter really doesn't make much of a difference, and you can't even feel anything when you put a drop of 1 milliliter of water in your mouth. Those buyers will still feel like they've gotten a great deal. Once a buyer successfully purchases the spring water at the price he has adjusted, Xiao Jin will immediately restore the price to its original level to prevent other competitors from noticing and adjusting their prices as well. This action earned Li Tian a thumbs up for Xiao Jin. I'll say it again. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. If Xiao Jin is merely a tireless laborer who constantly adjusts his price with competitors, the only result will be an increase in market prices. This has both advantages and disadvantages. However, Xiao Jin's method of intercepting information completely eliminates the worry of price gouging, making it entirely beneficial. Because whenever a consumer successfully purchases their goods, Xiao Jin promptly changes the price back, which creates a false impression for other competitors. Since they haven't raised prices themselves, and other competitors' prices are already the most affordable in the market, they naturally won't be foolish enough to adjust their prices unless they really just want to do charity. So Xiao Jin's approach not only avoids disrupting market prices, but also increases sales and confuses competitors. Most importantly, he's tireless and can keep an eye on things 24/7. With Xiao Jin by my side, how can anyone else compare to me? Now we don't have to worry about the troubles of the trading hall anymore. After encouraging Xiao Jin again, Li Tian went directly to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Li Tian went downstairs to have breakfast. Brother, I've found 5 people with sewing skills in the past few days. We're alright, but the members living in the tin shacks don't have any clothes to change into. Do you think we should go and bring over those sewing workers first? Hearing this, Li Tian nodded. Okay, then remember to use the tombstone card on them later and also bind the locator. I'll pick them up after breakfast. Good. Clothing is still a pressing issue. Therefore, Li Tian didn't mind using the few remaining concentric cards on sewing technicians. After all, both the members staying in villas and those staying in farmhouses are provided with some size-coded clothing in each room. But those members living in the tin shacks had nothing. They were wearing whatever they had when they came to the island. Many of the members' white clothes had long since turned yellow. Some of the male members' clothes were even so torn that they looked like belly bands. So it's a good thing that the sewing technicians arrived early. After breakfast, Li Tian took Yang Yu, the little girl, onto the plane and set off. Forehead. The main issue is that people are needed to assist the helicopter since not everyone has enough space on their island to park a helicopter, and generally a gangway is required. Although Li Tian could have done the task of lowering the gangway by himself. But what if some members are afraid of heights or have other reasons and can't climb the gangway by themselves? At this point, Li Tian was going to go down and help, so it would be safer to leave someone on the helicopter. Yang Yu is currently in the housework group, where she is mainly responsible for doing housework and is not too busy. Everyone else has their own things to do. That's why Li Tian brought Yang Yu along. Along the way, Yang Yu was quite lively and unrestrained, letting her true nature shine through. Just like when you're traveling or riding a sightseeing cable car, you can point and gesture from the plane. However, this girl is a bit too affectionate. She was at least 16 or 17 years old, but she seemed to have no concept of the separation of men and women. One moment she's holding my arm, the next she's holding my neck, and she's even sitting on my lap. Although Li Tian could tell that she was just playing around or teasing him, it still made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, she met me. I am a most upright gentleman in the universe, so I would not bully her. And coincidentally, he was the #1 perseverance emperor of the island civilization, able to endure loneliness. Otherwise, wouldn't she have to beg for mercy, even after bleeding? Cough cough. Let's get back to the main topic. In just one morning, Li Tian successfully brought 5 sewing technicians to the island. All 5 sewing workers were women. 3 of them were women in their early 30s, and the other 2 were college students in their early 20s. Those 3 women were the type who stayed at home in the rural town. At home, I usually do embroidery with my child, knitting scarves, sweaters, and the like, so I have some basic sewing skills. The 2 college students were fashion design majors, so sewing was a piece of cake for them. Currently, Li Tian's team is recruiting seamstresses and has not yet considered commercial operations, so these 5 people can meet the current clothing needs of the team members. As for their studio and dormitory, Li Tian planned to have Su Yaoqian and the others build one specifically for them. Since they're all women, they should be given special consideration. As for sewing equipment, there is a foot-operated sewing machine in the agri-tainment business, which they can use in shifts. The problem of sewing materials is then much easier to solve. Li Tian had already stockpiled a lot of cotton and linen before. As for the sewing thread, it can be made from linen and cotton at the Manual Production Center. 107. Li Tian and Li Erbio reached level S. After lunch, Li Ro went to handle the daily challenges. As for the sea monster attack, there's been no such event yet. Li Tian and Li Erbio sat in the living room of the villa and chatted idly. People can't live in a state of constant tension. Proper relaxation is still very necessary. Despite saying they were trying to relax, the 2 of them kept talking about the development of the island. Li Erbio also mentioned the military training. In just 1 or 2 days, the members of the military team were able to master the posture and techniques of archery, but the issue of accuracy was still unresolved. However, at this point, Li Erbio shared his own opinion. Of the 150 members, only a few dozen are suitable for archery. As for the rest, I think their agility and explosiveness will make them more formidable in close combat. Therefore, archery can be considered a long-range defense, but close combat weapons and fighting skills still need to be improved. Upon hearing this, Li Tian understood Li Erbio's meaning, to upgrade the armory as soon as possible and produce more powerful melee weapons. To upgrade the armory crafting station, collecting assets and resources in the evolution zone is essential. In other words, that a plus grade tiger still needs to be dealt with. Li Tian wasn't afraid of the tiger. He was mainly worried about his sister. Li Urbio was aware of Li Tian's concerns and added, I should be able to handle that tiger. Otherwise, I'll go myself. No way. We have to do this together. Li Tian's attitude remainatun shenja, firmly rejecting Li Urbio's suggestion. After looking around to make sure no one was around, Li Tian whispered, Let's go now. The sooner we go, the sooner we'll be back. As long as the matter is resolved peacefully, Ro shouldn't say anything. After saying that, Li Tian didn't waste any more time. He picked up the heaven-breaking sword, grabbed Li Urbio, and left the villa. Immediately, the two then went to the livestock area again, bringing along a polar bear, a tusked wild boar, and 2 huskies. To ensure everything went smoothly, Li Tian also brought some high-grade food and unity cards. We ventured deep into the woods. After several days of no exploration, the forest has become increasingly dense. Li Tian now needs to use the heaven-breaking sword to clear a path for others. Meanwhile, the 2 huskies, under Li Tian's orders, were searching for the tiger's scent. The 2 explored for nearly half an hour, encountering several venomous snakes, but still hadn't found any trace of the tiger. Li Tian and Li Urbio were also puzzled. Although the 2 islands were merged, the total area reached more than 2 million square meters. However, the main island is only over 1 million square meters, while the evolution zone is only half the size of the main island, and its length and width are less than 1 kilometer. It shouldn't have taken so long to find it. Brother, do you think the tiger might be hiding in its den? At this moment, Li Urbio suddenly had an idea and said. Upon hearing this, Li Tian also felt that it made sense. Animals cannot live without water. Let's head towards a stream. Maybe we can find some. Final. The 2 also successfully discovered a crevice on the already somewhat developed hilltop, which we'll tentatively call a cave. The cave was pitch black, silent, and impossible to see anything inside. Li Tian wasn't sure if there was a tiger inside. Rushing in would definitely not work. You 2 bark at the cave entrance a few times. Li Tian instructed the 2 huskies. This call actually elicited a response. Soon, the roar of a tiger echoed from the cave. The next moment, the tiger appeared. But to their surprise, they were 2 adult tigers. Is this considered double happiness? The 2 exchanged a glance, clearly not expecting this outcome. What's even more surprising is that shortly afterward, many tiger cubs also poked their heads out of the cave. No wonder there were no tigers in the woods. They had given birth. At this moment, in an attempt to ease the tense atmosphere, Li Tian couldn't help but joke. This isn't just double happiness. It's a family reunion. Are both tigers rated A+? Li Urbio knew that Li Tian had the ability to read levels, so he asked about it. Li Tian shook his head and said, the male tiger is A+ grade, while the female tiger is only B+ grade. That works. I'll take care of the A+ grade male tiger, and you can take care of the B+ grade female tiger, Li Urbio suggested. Li Tian immediately rejected the idea. No way. Before Li Tian could continue speaking, the tigers seemed to have launched an attack first in order to protect their cubs. The 2 tigers, 1 male and 1 female, had clearly worked together a lot in hunting, as they chose to pounce on Li Tian simultaneously at the first opportunity. What the hell? Is this some kind of scheme to pick on the weak? Li Tian's explosive power was not as good as Li Urbio's, but his reaction speed was quite fast. After dodging the 2 tigers' pounces, he said disdainfully, You 2 little brats, don't you think you're taking me too lightly? Seeing that the 2 tigers dared to turn their backs on him, Li Urbio didn't hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his Hao-Ian cudgel and slammed it into the back of the tigress. Immediately afterwards, a tiger's scream rang out. The tigress was only a B+ level, so naturally she couldn't withstand a full force attack from Li Urbio, who was an A+ level, let alone the fact that Li Urbio was wielding an A-level weapon. With just 1 strike, Li Urbio knocked the tigress down. While the male tiger was distracted and turned to check on the female tiger's injuries, the polar bear seized the opportunity and, with Li Tian's help, subdued the male tiger. Forehead. Li Tian hadn't expected to take down 2 tigers so easily. Compared to this, the tusked wild boar beside him was incredibly powerful, having managed to injure him so badly back then. At this moment, even Li Urbio found it hard to believe. I'm at strong now. Out of curiosity, Li Tian checked Li Urbio's level. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an S rank. No wonder, that explains everything. He quickly shared the good news with Li Urbio. Brother Biao, congratulations. You've reached S rank. After saying that, Li Tian looked down at his body again and read it. He was now S rank. We finally waited for this moment. Li Tian and Li Urbio have been stuck at the A+ level for far too long. They've finally been promoted to S level. So, he and Li Urbio are already among the top survivors in the island civilization. After all, the manual at the time stated that the highest level a survivor could reach was S rank. Certainly, now is not the time for celebration. The tiger hasn't been tamed yet. However, when Li Tian glanced at the tiger cubs at the cave entrance, he instantly knew how to successfully tame them. 108, another great find. Thinking it over, Li Tian walked directly toward one of the tiger cubs. At this time, the tiger cubs looked to be less than a month old, and their size was at most similar to that of a medium-sized dog. Li Tian simply pinched it lightly, grabbing the back of its neck as easily as lifting a cat. Immediately, he placed the heaven-piercing sword against the young tiger's neck. Submit to me, and I will ensure your whole family's safety. Otherwise, I'll make a tiger-skin pair of underwear out of its fur tonight. The result is obvious. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Not to mention that both adult tigers are of a high level, and in terms of intelligence, they're at least as intelligent as an 8 or 9-year-old child, if not the same as an adult. Naturally, they would not want to watch their cubs get into trouble. Thus, under Li Tian's coercion and enticement, the tiger family was easily subdued. Because of the use of a unity card, Li Tian was not worried that the 2 adult tigers would kill the animals in his livestock area. Therefore, Li Tian placed them in the livestock area. After finishing everything, Li Tian and Li Urbio borrowed 30 more people from Old Wang to continue collecting materials for making weapons. In one afternoon, the vines collected a total length of 1,693 meters. As for the bamboo, since the bamboo grove hadn't grown properly yet, Li Tian decided to leave it for the time being. Anyway, there's still a lot of bamboo left from the last time we cut it down. As for the story of capturing the tiger, Li Tian naturally told his sister that it was Li Urbio who subdued it alone. It was clear that Li Ro didn't quite believe it either, but she obviously didn't pursue the matter any further. Since they've all returned safely, there's no point in pursuing the matter further. Why not just pretend that Li Urbio alone subdued them? One cannot be confused forever, but it is necessary to pretend to be confused occasionally, considering that dinner time is approaching. Li Tian and Li Urbio weren't in a hurry to use the collected supplies to make weapons. They planned to finish cooking after dinner. Exactly. During dinner preparation, sea monsters are attacking. Li Tian and Li Urbio picked up their weapons and went to defend their island's territorial integrity. The sea monsters are indeed quite difficult to drive away now, as they have thick skin and tough flesh. Ordinary people cannot harm them at all. Fortunately, these sea monsters are just like the previous adult sea monster. They only attack islands and not humans. Therefore, for Li Tian and Li Urbio, who had already reached S level, driving away the sea monsters was extremely easy. After dinner, the two went to a military island. Upon seeing this, the members on guard duty on the military island quickly greeted him. Hello, boss. Hello, Brother Biao. The two nodded in response and then headed straight for the armory. As for these members, Li Tian never intended to have them join to help. After all, the purpose of assigning them was to keep watch. Their job is to detect enemy incursions in a timely manner. Let's get back to the main topic. Arriving at the armory workshop, having already produced 150 bamboo bows and arrows, they have now successfully developed steel bows and arrows. However, since the members of the military team are still in the training phase, Li Tian is not in a hurry to make the steel bow and arrow. Anyway, the material for making steel bows and arrows is metal, and I have plenty of that. Immediately, the two then began to cut up the materials, starting with making the bamboo stone spear. After all, to upgrade the armory, you need to upgrade any 5 weapons in your current arsenal to the highest level. Apart from bows and arrows, the other weapons in the armory are not particularly useful. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately choose which weapons to use. Just follow the order. To make a bamboo stone spear, you need the following materials: 2 meters of bamboo, 1 meter of vine, and a piece of stone. As for the stone, now that the two islands have merged, they share a manual so you can just take it directly from the manual. Li Tian first prepared the amount of bamboo stone spear to make and put it into the armory crafting table, then clicked to craft. This process actually takes 1 minute less than making a bamboo bow and arrow. That means a bamboo stone spear can be made in 2 minutes. It only takes 200 minutes to complete 100 rounds, which isn't particularly long. However, this is only a theoretical time. In reality, it took Li Tian and Li Erbio time to measure the bamboo and vines, and it also took time to cut them. In addition to putting in the materials and taking out the finished products, it will probably take a whole night to make these 100 weapons. That is indeed the case. Without stopping, it was nearly midnight when the two of them finally finished making 100 bamboo spears. Meanwhile, in the weapon research interface of the armory, the research progress of a steel spear has just reached 100%. That's how it is for the two of them tonight. So the two returned to their villa on the main island, sat on the leather sofa in the living room, and waited for midnight to arrive. 12:15. Having calculated the exact time it would take for the blind boxes to be caught and brought ashore, the two of them got up at the same time with perfect understanding, walked out of the villa, and went to the edge of the island to open the supply blind boxes. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Talent Limit Detector Disposable, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Household Sewing Machine, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Deep Sea Oil Drilling, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Sheep Cubs *10, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain SS Rank Upgrade Card, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Permanent Native Plum, now stored in the handbook warehouse. After opening all the supply blind boxes, the two were dumbfounded again. There were quite a few treasures this time. Let's talk about sheep first. Every part of sheep is a treasure. What can be used to make clothes, and mutton can be eaten. It's been a while since I last opened a blind box and got livestock. After so long, sheep are finally available again. Secondly, that's the SS level upgrade card. Li Tian originally thought that among blind box products, the S level upgrade card was already the absolute best. Unexpectedly, an SS level upgrade card has suddenly appeared. Finally, there's deep sea oil drilling. This is absolutely a groundbreaking product. How far has the survivor community developed to now? Li Erbiao has only managed to develop the flatbed cart so far, and he's still working on the car engine. He never expected that oil would be extracted first. Could this be a hint about the island? Before long, you'll be able to drive cars out of the supply blind boxes. Of course, this idea is just Li Tian's guess, and its authenticity cannot be verified yet. 109. SS Grade Water. As for what happens next, the two of them naturally lost their will to sleep. They found a great find. How could they possibly sleep without studying it? First up is the SS level upgrade card. Li Tian had never thought of using upgrade cards to upgrade humans before. Firstly, I didn't expect it to be used this way at the time. Secondly, it really wasn't necessary. After all, the upgrade cards back then were all C grade, B grade, and the like. But now that he knows that there is a limit to human talent, Li Tian wonders if the upgrade card is the material that can break through human talent. Pity. Just as Li Tian was about to use the SS level upgrade card on himself, he was told that it could not be used. It seems that the idea of using upgrade cards to improve talent has been shattered. Sigh, I thought the upgrade card could be used on people, or maybe it was just overthinking it. I wonder when Ro's talent will break through. Li Tian gave a bitter smile and then sighed deeply. He felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. The thought that his sister's lifespan would be 5 times longer than normal made him restless and unable to eat or sleep. Seeing this, Li Erbio empathized and sighed as well, offering words of comfort. Hey, don't overthink it. There's always a way. You have to understand that not everyone among the survivors can reach the passing grade of talent. If there are no resources to improve talent, then before long, everyone will naturally die of old age, and then the meaning of this new civilization will be lost. Don't you think so? So let's think about what to upgrade with the SS level upgrade card, shall we? Li Tian forced a smile after hearing this, knowing that Li Erbio was just trying to comfort him. So he didn't say anything more and changed the subject. He didn't want to bring his negative emotions to anyone. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio nodded in agreement. A while later, Li Erbio suggested, you used an S-level upgrade card of the same type when you upgraded the stream, right? Do you think this card could directly upgrade the stream? Li Tian understood what Li Urbio meant and rubbed his chin, saying that it depends on how you interpret the stream. Do you mean the stream is a single entity, or is it composed of individual milliliters of water? Shut up. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Have you forgotten what our ancestors left us? Go ahead and try it out. Li Urbio rolled his eyes at Li Tian and immediately retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was also amused by Li Urbio's words. Yeah, why think so much? We're so close anyway. We'll just have to try and see. As for the choice of stream, Li Tian still chose the S-class stream on the main island. After all, there's no going back on this. It takes effect as soon as you use it. If an SS level upgrade card is used on the water source of the military island, not only will fetching water become troublesome, but there will also be no water to sell in the trading hall. After all, S-grade water is not the same as ordinary water. Even if you have a continuous supply, you must never sell it to other survivors now. I'll say it again. If everyone could drink S-grade water, then there would be no difference between S-grade water and ordinary water. If some skilled survivors drink it, wouldn't they be creating a formidable enemy for themselves? Even now, no one is selling C-grade supplies, so how could I possibly sell S-grade water directly? Although my stream is already S rank, it would be a waste to upgrade it to SS rank, but SS rank is not easy to upgrade. A mere level apart can feel like an insurmountable distance. The effect will definitely be significant, so it's still necessary to upgrade. It's mainly other things that don't really need upgrading. Housing, distillation equipment, power generation equipment, or perhaps livestock. There's really no need to upgrade to SS rank. Once you upgrade the water to SS level, you can use it to grow crops, and the crops will eventually be upgraded as well. Animals will also level up if they drink SS grade water. So after thinking it over, there really is no better choice than water. If I miss this opportunity and upgrade other things instead, I don't know how long it will be before I encounter an SS level upgrade card again. The two arrived at the stream. Use it once. Hey, it actually worked. Li Tian couldn't help but regret that he had used the same upgrade card to upgrade the water source. It turns out that the water source belongs to a whole, not individual entities. But regret is useless now. SS grade water was something the two of them had never even dreamed of drinking, let alone drinking. Therefore, he excitedly cupped his hands and drank a few mouthfuls of water. That feeling was indeed completely different from the S-class. The water felt much colder to the touch than S-grade water, but as it slid down my throat and into my stomach, I could clearly feel a warm sensation flowing through my entire body. It seems the SS grade water is working. My body is absorbing it. With SS grade water, how long will it take us to upgrade to S plus grade? Li Urbio asked curiously, seemingly dissatisfied with the current S grade. Li Tian's burts shatrad li Urbio's illusions. You shouldn't overthink it. Don't you know how long it took us to go from A plus to S? It will probably take even longer to go from S to S plus. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio scratched his head and said, hey, you're right. Let's take it slow. He finished speaking. Not yet satisfied, the two simply laid down by the water and drank to their heart's content. This water is cleaner than the Ganges River. You can drink it directly. Clean and hygienic. Then, the two returned to the manual. The sheep were taken out and placed in the livestock area. Li Tian simply let Li Urbio eat the preserved plums that were meant for the native inhabitants. The talent limit detector, disposable, and the household sewing machine are not in a hurry to be removed. All right, let's hurry up and retrieve that deep-sea oil well. I want to see what it looks like. Li Urbio was very curious about that thing and couldn't help but urge him on. All right, look how anxious you are. Li Tian rolled his eyes, then opened the manual archive and looked at deep-sea oil drilling. But when Li Tian clicked to retrieve it, the pop-up window reappeared. Friendly reminder, deep-sea oil drilling requires manual detection to locate the oil reserves. Should it be removed and placed? At this point, Li Tian and Li Urbio felt like clowns and quickly gave up on taking it out. I don't know what I was so excited about before. Thinking about it carefully, that makes sense. Now we don't even know which area has oil, and even if we do know where there is oil, what can we do with it after it's extracted? Want to eat? Isn't this just a pointless exercise? It's getting late, let's rest. Li Urbio suggested to ease the awkwardness. Li Tian quickly chimed in, agreed, get some rest. However, before leaving, Li Urbio patted his chest and assured him, but don't worry, brother. I'll definitely build the car before oil extraction begins. Li Tian believed him, or perhaps not wanting to undermine his confidence, and nodded in agreement. Of course, I believe you. All right, go back to sleep. Good. 110. Class S Armored Vehicle. The next few days, the development of Li Tian Island has also ushered in stable growth. In just 3 days, the island's area is approaching 2.8 million square meters. The sewing work was also on track, and through the continuous work of several people in shifts, they produce clothes for everyone to change into. Of course, because the goal is to increase quantity, they are not particularly aesthetically pleasing. It's only for emergency use. It's basically 2 pieces of fabric, one on the front and one on the back, sewn together, leaving a cuff and a collar. However, now that there is no shortage of clothes to change into for the time being, Li Tian has set a goal for the sewing team, to make as many nice and presentable clothes as possible. As for other areas, there has been good progress. Thanks to the SS grade water, Wang Laona has now cultivated many S+ grade crops. There is no upper limit to the potential of crops, so for Elder Wang, it is only a matter of time before crops are upgraded to SS level. As for Old Wang, his physical level was also raised to B+ level due to the appearance of SS level water. Li Tian was quite happy about this. At least Old Wang's lifespan was consumed normally. It's a livestock area. For Li Tian, the best news was that the cow had already given birth. As for the specific reasons, Li Tian was unable to communicate with animals, so he couldn't inquire about them. However, if the 2 cows are willing to put aside their differences and start living a good life, then everything is moving in a positive direction. The 13 piglets born to the wild boar have a different growth period than chickens. They mature in less than 3 days. They're still in the growth stage, but they're already a size larger. As for those tiger cubs, after being placed in a livestock area, the cubs seem to enjoy playing with the other animals there. Especially those 2 huskies, they race with them every day. Li Tian was afraid that the tiger would be influenced by the husky, and that it would grow up to be not only not very intelligent, but also lose its animalistic nature. The military group has already started target practice. Several people's talents were fully revealed here, and their arrows almost always hit the bullseye. However, due to the limited number of talent limit detectors, Li Tian was unable to test them all. If someone has exceptional talent, they should naturally receive special training. The more sharpshooters you have, the safer you are. The construction team has now completed the construction of dormitories for all members. Research and construction of high-rise buildings are already underway. However, according to Su Yaoqian, the current technology can only support the construction of a 2-story house at most, and it cannot be built any taller, mainly due to the lack of equipment. However, there's no need to worry too much about this, because after Su Yaoqian used the— However, this is on the premise that you can gather all the materials and that you need to install it yourself. Since Xinxing and Nitian, those 2 top students, invented the walkie-talkie, they have made new progress. An LCD screen has been successfully manufactured. The display quality of this screen is roughly equivalent to that of smartphones when they first became popular in mainland China. It's not great, but it's a start. With a screen in place, all that's missing to make a usable phone is the motherboard, memory, storage, battery, and chip. Li Tian couldn't help them with these words. He could only let them figure it out on their own. Meanwhile, Su Huanfeng, the boy from the seaside, is doing quite well in his maritime transport business, and his reputation has spread far and wide. The number of reservations has exceeded 1,000. The only downside is that the sailing ship has a limited daily sailing range. It has only completed its 2nd voyage so far. Anyway, since everyone who made a reservation has already paid a deposit, I'm not worried about them running away. Let them wait patiently. Finally, the level improvement of the Heavenly Palace members has been particularly noticeable in the past few days. The reason, of course, is because of the SS grade water. 80% of the members have already reached rank B. As long as they have the talent, they should be able to reach rank B+ soon. Then they won't have to worry about losing their lifespan too quickly. As for those who are still at level C, or even ordinary, Li Tian thinks that their natural talent is probably just that. Of course, Li Tian wouldn't be so cruel as to expel them for this, but he really didn't have time to worry about helping them extend their lifespan. Even their own sister hasn't solved this problem yet, so how could it possibly be their turn? It is now the 5th day of autumn. The weather is gradually getting cooler. Just after midnight, the first thing Li Tian did was to mentally invoke the system and open its blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-Class armored vehicle, which has been added to the manual's temporary storage. Upon seeing this, Li Tianjin burst out laughing. The oil drilling rig was just started a few days ago, and now the truck has arrived? This system is somewhat considerate of itself. Unfortunately, there is still no way to detect where the oil is, so the drilling rig cannot operate. I wonder if this armored vehicle will be powered by solar energy or charged like a helicopter. If that's the case, at least we can go for a drive now. If not, I can only think of leaving it in a corner to collect dust. But regardless, since it's been opened, we should still take it out and take a look. Li Tian opened the manual, accessed the manual repository, selected S-Class armored vehicle, and clicked to retrieve it. However, because the S-Class armored vehicle is too large, it will not appear next to you when you take it out. Instead, you have to choose a location to take it out. Li Tian then chose a spot next to the helicopter. Then it was almost time to go out and open the refreshed Supreme blind box, so Li Tian left the villa. Upon arriving at the island's edge, Li Urbio was already waiting there. As for the armored vehicle, Li Urbio didn't notice it because of the darkness of night. Li Tian stepped forward, his face filled with barely concealed excitement, and said, "Brother Biao, come on, I got something good for you. You're not going to give me something nice, are you? I don't want to. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to be a diva, a term of endearment for a young man." Li Urbio also joked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was amused even more. "Huh, I didn't know Brother Biao also watched these kinds of memes?" That's right. People in mainland China have nothing better to do than read novels and watch short videos. Especially an author named Ji Jiao. His novels are simply too good to be true. Once, I read his new book and didn't sleep for 2 days straight. It seems Li Urbio is about to deliver a lengthy speech. Li Tian quickly interrupted. All right, let's go see that good stuff. Okowo. 111. Level-based items appear in the trading hall. A helicopter is approaching. The sharp-eyed Li Urbio immediately spotted the huge object next to the helicopter. Holy crap. Brother, you're really something. You managed to do all this? After exclaiming in surprise, Li Urbio ran off as if he were going to see his lover. This was the first time Li Tian had ever seen Li Urbio so excited, even swearing. It seemed the car truly surprised him. Follow closely behind. The two arrived at the car one after the other. This armored vehicle looks very safe. It feels like a tank. It doesn't function as a tank, nor does it have tracks, but it does have 6 wheels. The first 2 rounds, the last 4 rounds. It's probably over 6 meters long. It's at least 2.5 meters high. Its appearance is like an enlarged and lengthened version of the G-Class, but it is much more imposing. Li Tian gently stroked the car's exterior. It felt like metal, but he couldn't tell what it was. The door handle is a concealed handle, and there is also a fingerprint button next to it. The door handles were all up to Li Tian's chest, so getting on the vehicle was like getting on a semi-trailer truck. He needed a handrail. That's absolutely outrageous. Our gaze fell on the rear of the car. There are a total of 8 exhaust pipes, 4 on each side, but because the car is wide enough, they don't look out of place. Goodness, this has more nozzles than the S-Class car in Q-speed. However, Li Tian was somewhat disappointed by the exhaust pipe. It seems this car is fuel-guzzling. Brother, do you have the car keys? Li Urbio asked, rubbing his hands together. Li Tian nodded and handed him the keys. You could drive this car, but I'm not responsible for the gas. Shouldn't this car at least come with some gas for us? Let's start it and see. He finished speaking. The two then went to the 2 sides of the car and sat in the driver's seat and the passenger's seat, respectively. The car's interior is currently not running, so it's impossible to see anything inside. However, one thing was good. The car seats were genuine leather, and there were some hard parts inside, which Li Tian guessed were for massage. The leg rests on the seat are also just right, supporting the entire thighs and knees. They are adjustable and can be extended freely, making sitting in them a true pleasure. But then the funny thing happened. Because the lighting in this area is poor, Li Tian and his companion didn't have any lighting equipment. Unfortunately, this car doesn't require a key to start, and Li Urbio spent ages just looking for the start button. The result has not yet been found. However, Li Tian eventually found the button for the interior lights while groping around on the roof. With the light in, the car's interior also came to light. First of all, there's the car's incredibly large central control screen, which is almost 2 meters long. Below the center of the large central screen are buttons for the air conditioning vents and other functions. Below there are the driving mode selection knob and the electronic gear shifter. The interior isn't exactly high-tech, but it's certainly something unheard of in mainland China. A T-shaped control area with more than a dozen driving modes. Soon, Li also found the start button in the central control area. After pressing the button, a deafening roar erupted from the engine. The two of them were also startled. Wow, that V6 engine is so powerful. The sound, to exaggerate a bit, was deafening. The vibrations in the air could have created towering waves. No, not far from the armored vehicle, in the farmhouse, old Wang's window, which had been dark, suddenly lit up, clearly having been awakened by the noise of the vehicle. Xinxing and Li Tian, those two night owls, had already come over. Wow, boss, this car is awesome. Xinxing rubbed her eyes, looking incredulous. This car was one that none of them had ever seen before. Li Tian smiled and, without being stingy, pointed to the back seat. You're already awake. Why don't you get in and experience it? Good. As soon as I got on the bus. The two of them also became very curious. Wow, these back seats are amazing. They're even more comfortable than a massage chair. Stop talking. I don't even feel comfortable in my bed anymore. I want to sleep in the car. Listening to the two people in the back row joking around, Li Tian couldn't help but laugh. Is it really that exaggerated? However, he was also secretly thinking about whether he should sleep in the car tonight. Brother Biao, is there enough gas? Li Tian asked, glancing at Li who was sitting in the main seat. Upon hearing this, Li looked at the speedometer and exclaimed, Wow, that's more than enough. Full tank. 500 litres. Hearing this, Li Tian was also taken aback. 500 L? Is it really that exaggerated? Li scoffed. What's with the exaggeration? This car looks like it has a large engine displacement. It might not even have the same range as a Wuling minivan on a full tank of gas. All right, buckle up. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's take a spin. There are countless roads, but safety is the most important. Immediately afterwards, the armored vehicle began to move. Although Li had been driving for a long time, this was his first time driving this car, so he drove very carefully, keeping the speed at 10 kilometers per hour until he reached the 5-meter wide road connecting to the replica island, at which point he gradually increased his speed. The car window was open, the autumn wind ruffled the hair, and the people inside still looked like teenagers. Cool. After circling back, there were quite a few people standing on the main island. They all seemed to be drawn here by the sound of the car engine. That's good, Brother Biao. You take good care of them. I'm going back to rest now. Li was quite pleased to hear this, saying, It's no big deal. I haven't had enough of touching this car yet. After chatting with the other members, standing on the island for a few minutes, Li Tian returned to his room. The purpose of a car is for transportation. At present, the car is not very important, and I am not really attached to it. But when Li Tian returned to his room, Xiao Jin, who was standing in front of the manual, called out to him, Master, there are already people selling C-grade materials in the trading hall. It dealt a heavy blow to our sales. What? Someone has already started selling C-grade supplies. Li Tian frowned upon hearing this. He anticipated that some people would sell the higher-level supplies in the future, but he didn't expect that someone would lose patience so quickly. In fact, C-grade supplies were no longer a treasure to Li Tian. I'm eating grade A, or even better food, every day now. The main problem is that he doesn't currently have any C-grade resources to compete with those people, which is a real headache for him. Now, since the manual published the link between lifespan and grade, graded crops are basically available at high prices. The crops on Li Tian's island are now all grade A or even S, so it's really not worth buying grade C or B seeds at a high price. Moreover, there's no need to waste land to grow C-grade crops. As for water, there are currently only two extremes, ordinary and SS grade. Hey, we can't just sell high-level supplies directly, can we? 112. SS grade mountain spring water successfully diluted. Master, it's alright if we don't have any C-grade supplies to sell for the time being. Although our supply sales have been affected, supplies with levels are expensive, and not every survivor is willing to buy them. It's a pity. If we could have sold the graded materials earlier, we could have made more profit. Seeing that Li Tian seemed to have no solution for the time being, Xiao Jin also began to analyze the situation quite intelligently, as if it had already developed human-like thoughts. Never mind. Let's just do it the same way tonight. I'll think of a way to deal with the high-level supplies tomorrow. After saying that, Li Tian laid down on the bed, feeling agitated, and forced himself to fall asleep. The next day, after Li Tian woke up, the first thing he did was to find Old Wang. I'd like to ask if there are any remaining C-grade supplies left by Old Wang. Unfortunately, the C-grade resource seeds had long been cultivated into A-grade and even S-grade seeds by the diligent Old Wang. The C-grade crops harvested earlier have long been consumed. Since Old Wang had a good supply of seeds, he hasn't gone to the chat area in the manual to collect seeds anymore, so we can't rely on him for C-grade supplies. At breakfast time, seeing Li Tian's worried expression, Li Ro, who was more concerned about her brother, asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" Li Tian shrugged and replied, "It's not about island development yet. Some problems were slowly being resolved, but suddenly yesterday, people started selling items with different levels. It has significantly impacted our sales. Moreover, due to the scarcity of leveled resources in the early stages, the selling price is not low, so you can definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, our supplies are all of too high quality, not suitable for sale." The naive girl standing nearby chimed in, "But Li Tian, don't we have 2 distillation units? Can't those 2 distill water to produce grade B water?" Li Tian shook his head with a wry smile. "I know, but grade B water is still too high for most people right now. So, what we need right now are C-grade supplies." Dai Xiaomei nodded after hearing this and asked in return. After hearing this, Li Tian nodded and said, Upon seeing this, Li Ro suddenly had an idea and said, "Isn't there a concept of dilution in chemistry? Otherwise, how about we mix distilled grade B water with ordinary spring water? Maybe the grade will drop a bit." Upon hearing this, Li Tian, however, got excited. "That's a good suggestion. I'll go try it right now." Certainly, because both distillers have been abandoned for some time, Li Tian was unable to mix grade B water with ordinary water. But using S-grade water and mixing it with ordinary water should be the same. As long as this method can be proven to be feasible, then we can operate the distiller. To save time, Li Tian drove the armored vehicle directly to the military island. Before leaving, he instructed his sister to fetch a cup of SS-grade spring water. Upon arriving at the military island, Li Tian took a bucket from the island's manual, filled it with ordinary spring water, and returned to the main island. Upon arriving at the main island, Li Ro had already prepared a cup of SS-grade mountain spring water. Upon learning that Li Tian was going to conduct some kind of test, those who had nothing else to do gathered here. Li Tian didn't intend to expel them. Since he had nothing else to do, he figured he might as well let them watch. As I said before, you should relax properly when living on an island. Taking the water cup from Li Ro, Li Tian poured a little into the bucket filled with ordinary spring water. The next moment, Li Tian used his information reading ability to read it. Ordinary mountain spring water has been transformed into grade C mountain spring water. "It's done!" Li Tian exclaimed in surprise. The others also knew that Li Tian had a certain ability to discern levels, so they didn't suspect anything. Li Ro was even more excited and quickly boasted, "Hee, brother, aren't I clever? Very clever. YYDS. Li Tian Tiesa." However, this SS-grade water has such great energy. Just 10 milliliters of SS-grade water was enough to turn an ordinary bucket of spring water into a full bucket of C-grade spring water. Since this method works, then, little sister, go and run those 2 distillers. Ro, you are in charge of leading people to the military island to bring back as much ordinary mountain spring water as possible. We must seize the market for grade C supplies as soon as possible. Everyone knew that time was of the essence, and that every second counted in the business world, so they didn't waste any time. After nodding in agreement, they got to work. Li Tian carried the full bucket of grade C water back to his room. "Xiao Jin, I managed to get 15 L of grade C water. You can put on the shelves now," Li Tian instructed. After hearing this, Xiao Jin didn't say much. He took the bucket of water and went to the front of the manual to put on the shelf. He explained the operation to Li Tian as he went. "According to my investigation, there are currently 263 merchants selling sea-level goods throughout the entire island civilization. 237 people were selling C-grade crops, and only 26 people were selling grade C drinking water. Therefore, there is still a large gap in the drinking water market, and there is relatively little competition. The 26 vendors selling grade C drinking water generally priced at between 10 and 12 expanded pumice stones per 10 milliliters, with a total stock of 9.6 liters. Furthermore, these 26 merchants selling grade C drinking water are selling out their stock, and they're not restocking. Xiao Jin guessed that either their supply was insufficient, or they were testing the scale of other merchants. The 15 liters of grade C drinking water you provided so far can roughly be estimated to yield 13,500 to 18,000 expansion stones. If the owner can provide more grade C drinking water, I am confident that I can monopolize the grade C drinking water market. Li Tian admired Xiao Jin's ability and courage in challenging the entire world's businessmen on his own. What courage? Don't worry. Grade C drinking water will be provided now, as much as you need, so you can get started without worry. Ugh. Afterwards, Li Tian also asked Xiao Jin about his thoughts. It has to be said, a robot is a robot. Its brain works much faster than a human's. Xiao Jin's idea was to first use this 15L of grade C spring water to test the scale of the 26 merchants selling grade C water. If we detect that they're not a large company, then we can simply and directly lower the price, or buy up all their grade C drinking water at our own expense to achieve a monopoly. If the other party is also large, then don't confront them head-on and continue to use the sneak attack strategy. By leveraging Xiao Jin's ability to intercept information from manuals, she could anticipate customers who wanted to buy grade C water and adjust the price accordingly, making her grade C spring water the most affordable among all grade C spring water products. 113. Breaking a bone is a losing proposition. Seeing that Xiao Jin was able to handle the affairs of the manual trading hall all by himself, Li Tian did not sit idle and joined the water-carrying team. Another busy morning has passed. Noon is approaching. Li Tian then called a halt to the group and returned to the main island for lunch. The sea monster attack hasn't come yet. It'll probably happen this afternoon or evening. However, chasing away sea monsters at night is still quite a headache. However, I might be lucky. The sea creatures on my island currently only appear during the day. However, good luck doesn't mean every day will be good. Anyway, when Li Tian was reading the manual's chat area, he would often see people complaining about the sea monsters attacking at night and disturbing their sleep, which was extremely annoying. These are all probabilistic events. There's no pattern to them. Who knows? The sea monster might come out to cause trouble at night tonight. After lunch, Li Tian didn't rush to gather everyone to fetch water. Humans are not machines. They naturally need rest too. Although the workload in the morning was easy for me, the other members didn't have my S-level physique. Therefore, Li Tian didn't put too much pressure on them. Let them take a nap first. So Li Tian returned to his room alone, and Li Ro also went back to her room to deal with the daily challenge tasks. Arrived at the room, Li Tian had just pushed open the door when Xiao Jin called out to him again. Master, you are receiving a lot of private messages right now. Do you want me to take care of this? Oh, you were looking for me. With that, Li Tian sat down in front of the manual and began to read it. Private chat, 7 anti-aircraft guns in one night. Hey bro, do you sell B-grade supplies? I'll buy them if the price is right. Private message, Sister Fox. You're the one selling the grade C water in our area, right? Are there any discounts for bulk purchases? Private chat, Zong Shang. Hey bro, are you selling 100 milliliters of C-grade water for 90 expansion stones? After reading all the private messages, Li Tian noticed that the red dot in the public chat area also showed 99 plus. The red dot indicates the number of times someone has tagged you. This means that many people are tagging you in the public chat. What's going on? Why are they all suddenly contacting me? Li Tian was a little confused. When Li Tian opened the public chat area, he was shocked. At Qianqian Jiatzi, you scoundrel, shouldn't good things be shared among everyone? Everyone's lifespan is rapidly decreasing these days. Since you possess grade C drinking water, you should share it with everyone for free. At Qianqian Jiaozi, that's right. Otherwise, in a few years, when we're all old and dead, no matter how much supplies you have, you won't be able to sell them. At Qianqian Jiatzi, boss, please, my talent test shows I'm at grade B, which means I can live longer, but unfortunately, I don't have any resources with graded attributes. Please give me some. Upstairs, are you guys crazy? You can't even earn it yourself, so you're resorting to moral blackmail? But, at Chan Chan Jiao the boss, since I'm speaking up for you, could you sell me your C-grade spring water at a discount? Now, the screen is scrolling, and almost everyone is looking for themselves. Some criticize themselves, some curse themselves, some begged for charity, and some even asked to be kept by a sugar daddy. The reason, of course, is all because of that C-grade water. But how do they know where that C-grade water comes from? After carefully flipping through the manual and the trading hall, Li Tian felt like he had discovered a new world. It turns out that since the purchase channel of the Full Sea Trading Hall was opened, the trading hall has also undergone some simple modifications. Broadly speaking, it is divided into two sections: this sea area and the entire sea area. Anything listed by survivors will appear in these two sections by default, but supplies listed by survivors from other sea areas will only appear in the All Sea Areas section. Of course, if you only want to list items in the trading hall of your local sea area, simply uncheck the All Sea Areas option when listing your items. In other words, the survivors in his own sea area discovered the sea level spring water on the This Sea Area interface and then connected it to him? That makes sense. His own heavenly palace was known to almost everyone in his own sea area. Since someone is selling sea-grade spring water in this sea area, anyone with common sense would guess that it's someone else selling it. However, this was indeed the first time Li Tian had discovered this function. The main reason is that he rarely buys anything in the trading hall anymore. I usually just list items and Li Ro manages the process, so I haven't checked the purchase page. Li Tian ignored the people on the public chat. Let them lead the way. I've never done anything immoral or unethical anyway. The prices of the supplies they sell are also more affordable than those sold by others. If they're still not satisfied after this, then it's not their problem. These days, I should first take care of those who send me private messages. They're the ones who truly want to trade with me. Li Tian first replied to the anti-aircraft gun that had been fired 7 times in one night. Gravy spring water won't be available until tomorrow, so tell me your bottom line first. Then, she opened the chat interface with Sister Fox and replied, 10% off for purchases of 100 milliliters or more, 30% off for purchases of 1,000 milliliters or more. As for the flamboyant name, Funeral Love, Tears, the price was reasonable, so Li Tian didn't hesitate and initiated the transaction directly. After all, this is a zero-cost transaction for me. Since they buy a lot, it's only right to give them a discount. This will also increase the survivors' loyalty to you, so they will come to you first whenever they have any needs in the future. Repeat customers are very important. After replying to all the private messages, Li Tian immediately made several transactions, all from customers who bought 100 milliliters bottles. As for those who inquired about grade B supplies, it wasn't that they didn't offer prices, but rather that Li Tian wasn't sure how much to sell them for. Some quoted 30 expansion stones, others quoted 50 expansion stones, but Li Tian thought they were too cheap. Although grade B water isn't that precious to him anymore, it should still be quite rare for the survivors. So Li Tian would rather not reply to them for now than make a hasty transaction. Otherwise, once that happens, the price of grade B water will probably stay within this range forever. Just as Li Tian was about to leave the manual, the notification sound of a private message rang again. Upon clicking, I discovered that the Fox sister who had replied before had also responded to me. So, if you buy 10,000 milliliters, are you going to break the bank? Laughs while covering mouth. Seeing this, Li Tian chuckled. This person called Sister Fox is quite humorous. She's one of the few people who talks to me in a relatively normal way. After all, many people who chat with me either ask for financial support or charity, or they call me Big Shot all the time, so they wouldn't dare to make fun of me. This person gave me a refreshing feeling. He chuckled and replied, that won't do. Wouldn't breaking a bone be a losing proposition? 114. The Fox Sisters' Power. The other person was clearly a very talkative person as well. After reading Li Tian's reply, Sister Fox replied again, alright, I can't bear to break your bones. If you break your bones, how am I supposed to buy affordable supplies in our sea area? I'm planning to buy 2L of grade sea water. Name your price. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was stunned. Buying 2L of grade sea water all at once? This person is clearly not an ordinary survivor. Based on the price of 10 expansion stones per 10 milliliters, 2L of grade sea water would require 2,000 expansion stones. Even when asked about discounts and special offers, Li Tian guessed that the other party had at least 1,000 movable expansion stones on hand. Compared to those survivors who can only afford to buy 10 milliliters bottles, Sister Fox is practically a wealthy family. After assessing the customer's financial situation, Li Tian decided to be quite generous in order to retain this potential big customer. He replied directly, for 2L of sea-grade water, it costs 1,200 expansion stones. After all, I already told them that I would get a 30% discount on orders over 1,000 milliliters, so it wouldn't hurt to give them a 40% discount on 2,000 milliliters. I'll just consider it a way of making friends. After seeing the asking price, the other party didn't haggle anymore, probably because they thought Li Tian was honest and directly initiated the transaction. The entire transaction process took no more than 1 minute. The other party was quite agreeable. Thank you for the discount, boss. I'll definitely come back next time. After saying that, the person called Sister Fox stopped replying. This gave Li Tian quite a bit to think about. Of course, I'm not thinking about Sister Fox. Forehead. No, that's not right. He was indeed thinking about Sister Fox, but it wasn't the same kind of thinking. He was wondering which faction Sister Fox came from. Or perhaps it's a hidden force that I'm unaware of. 1,200 expansion stones are a piece of cake for me. But for the other survivors in my area, it should be a huge sum of money. If the opponent can spend 1,200 expansion stones to buy water in one go, then the opponent's resources cannot be limited to only 1,200 stones. The islands would probably be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of square meters in size. People from the Flame Alliance? No. Di of the Yin Alliance hasn't been around for a long time. Besides, someone as high profile as Yin Di would have shown off his strength long ago. Could they be pirates? But aren't pirates all about robbing? Why would they need to buy? The sea-grade water is unique to our own sea area, but as for the crops with grades, many people obtain the seeds early on. After all this time, the planting should have been successful by now, right? Pirates have absolutely no need to waste so many expansion stones buying water. After much deliberation, Li Tian eliminated all the answers he could think of, so he simply stopped thinking about it. All I can say is that no matter which faction that Fox sister belongs to, if she is on good terms with me, I will not be her enemy. But if her faction dares to provoke me, I'll find a spot and wipe them all out. After that, Li Tian lay down on the bed for a nap. Li Tian woke up at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, the water-carrying team that had been working that morning was now continuing to carry water under Li Ro's command. As the one who initiated the water-carrying activity, Li Tian naturally wouldn't choose to slack off and quickly joined in. All afternoon, Li Tian and the members of the water-carrying team kept running back and forth between the two islands. Of course, now that we have hand carts, it's not actually that tiring. Dusk paints the sky. The hard work of Li Tian and others has been rewarded. In one afternoon, a total of 15,600 liters of grade C water was produced. The rest depends on Xiao Jin's performance. It has developed to this point. Li Tian didn't believe that only his own island had evolved a water source. Therefore, achieving a monopoly, as Xiao Jin suggested, should be difficult, but using Xiao Jin to wage a price war should be feasible. After dinner, Li Tian then returned to his room. What's giving Li Tian a headache is that the sea monsters haven't attacked yet today. However, the sea monsters probably wouldn't come at dawn, since if they did, it would be equivalent to a whole day having passed. That's not so bad. At least I can get a good night's sleep. Just then, Xiao Jin's electronic voice sounded again. Master, there's another private message from you. Li Tian had guessed this. I sat down in front of the manual and opened my private messages. Some unfamiliar survivors were asking me about level-up items. Li Tian simply ignored messages that asked for charity, offered to be kept by a sugar daddy, or insulted him. After the final screening, about 100 people were found to be there specifically to buy supplies. The most frequently asked question was whether they sold grade B water. This made Li Tian somewhat tempted. Or perhaps we could sell some grade B supplies? Li Tian muttered to himself. Currently, Li Tian hasn't put any B-grade supplies on the shelves, simply because he's afraid of disrupting a certain balance. After all, the sale of C-grade supplies is not yet widespread, which means that most other survivors are generally below C-grade. If I were to sell B-grade supplies, it would likely boost the level of survivors. The faster other survivors level up, the greater the threat they pose to you. Of course, the most important thing is that there is no market price for B-grade supplies, so I really need to think carefully about how much I should sell them for. Happen. Li Erbio, having nothing better to do, came to chat with him. Li Tian then told him his thoughts, but Li Erbio didn't seem to have as many ideas as Li Tian had. Brother, aren't you being a little too cautious? Think about how many level-related resources we consumed when we leveled up. Do you think that even if our 10 milliliters of water is S-grade, how many units would survivors have to buy to upgrade it? By the time those survivors reach a high level by buying these supplies, we'll probably be rolling in money. Besides, their current talent is limited. Even if we sell it to them, the average level of those survivors won't be that high. What's there to worry about? They're growing up, so why can't we grow up too? After hearing Li Erbio's words, Li Tian suddenly understood. It seems I was being overly cautious. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Before, I drank several liters of S-grade water every day, and it took me a long time to advance to S-grade. Nowadays, the water sold in my trading hall is only 10 milliliters per serving. If they can only drink 10 milliliters or a few hundred milliliters a day, their level-up speed is far slower than that of their fellow members. By the time they reach a higher level, the members on my island will probably all be at the maximum level. Haha, Brother Biao, you have a much broader perspective. But as for the price, how much should we sell it for? Are you stupid? Why should we set the price? We can auction it off like we do with cigarettes, find an average price first, and then set a price to sell it, right? 115. Auction of grade B mountain spring water. After Li Erbio made the suggestion, Li Tian quickly adopted it. Selling B-grade supplies through auction is indeed a good idea. So Li Tian had Dai Xiaomei bring up the B-grade water from the B-grade distiller. Although the still does not operate for 12 hours, it does not mean that it must take 12 hours to distill water. It just means it will take 12 hours to distill all the seawater. The two distillers of different sizes have already distilled more than 1 liter of grade B water, which is more than enough for the auction. However, before the auction, in order to attract more attention to the auction, Li Tian purchased a voice transmission service. Message transmitted across 1,000 miles. After consideration by the team, our Heavenly Palace will be auctioning grade B water, 10 milliliters per serving, in 5 minutes. Those interested, please prepare to bid in the public chat. The moment this sound transmission appeared, the live chat instantly became lively. Holy crap, the big boss is finally willing to sell B-grade supplies. Just name a price and let me give up. Grade C water costs 10 expansion stones for 10 milliliters. I'm afraid you'd need at least 100 expansion stones to buy grade B water. I'd pay hundreds of dollars to buy it. This is grade B water. Only by drinking it can I possibly upgrade my grade to grade B. That way I can live longer. Li Tian didn't respond to those comments. If I were to respond to each one, I wouldn't be able to respond to them all, so I'll just let them talk to themselves. 5 minutes later, Li Tian then posted a message on the public chat. Grade B mountain spring water, 10 milliliters, starting bid. 30 expansion stones. Highest bidder wins. If someone bids maliciously and cannot afford the final bid, the right to purchase will be passed on to the person immediately preceding them in the bidding order. The same applies if the person immediately preceding them is also a malicious bidder. Friendly reminder. Those who engage in malicious bidding will be permanently blacklisted by the Heavenly Palace and will be ineligible for any benefits provided by the Heavenly Palace or to purchase any supplies sold by the Heavenly Palace. After briefly explaining the rules, the bidding process began. The starting bid was 30 expansion stones, and soon someone, just testing the waters, started bidding. 31 extended pumice stones. 32 extended pumice stones. I'll offer 35 expansion stones. I absolutely must get this grade B water. 40 expansion stones. Actually, Li Tian was quite clever here, as he did not disclose the quantity of grade B water in this auction. After all, if the survivors knew the quantity, they wouldn't have much of a competitive desire and would all be thinking about buying one. That's why everyone thought there was only one portion of this grade B water. The first bid was extremely outrageous. Even after the price increased by 100 expansion stones, the bidding still hasn't stopped. You bunch of penniless bastards, get out of my way. I'll offer 110 expansion stones. Damn it. Do you really think we're all muggles? 110 expansion stones. Who doesn't have one? 120. Seeing that the bidders were almost about to come to blows, Li Tian was even more delighted. What does this mean? This means that the grade B water is indeed very attractive to them. I'm afraid this first batch of grade B water won't fetch a low price. Ultimately, just as Li Tian had predicted, the bidding stopped when 293 pieces of expanded pumice were brought up. It's not that they haven't expanded the pumice. The main problem was that some idiot actually commented in the live chat. There's definitely more than one serving of this B-grade water. I'm not in a hurry. After those words were spoken, the survivors who had been bidding continuously seemed to agree with the bastard statement and gave up bidding. After all, no one is stupid and nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Since we can't buy this one, we'll just try the next one. Li Tian was unhappy about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. I can't just blacklist someone because they said something that affected my business, can I? This makes me seem petty, since the other party didn't break any rules. After the first transaction was completed, the buyer of the first transaction was somewhat displeased to see Li Tianjin start selling the second transaction. Damn it, I fell for your trap. You bunch of idiots. No wonder you didn't bid. You knew there was a second one. Hey, upstairs, relax. The second bid might not necessarily be lower than the first. Grade B water is quite rare. The auction continues. The price for the second B-grade water quickly rose to 130 expanded pumice stones. However, at this moment, someone tagged me and asked about the auction quantity. Li Tian chose to ignore this. If I were to answer them by saying I didn't know, that would be obviously dishonest, making it seem like I was deliberately withholding the quantity from them. However, if we tell them the quantity, letting them know that there's more than 1 L of grade B water, then it will definitely affect our sales. But Li Urbio then chimed in. How about we limit it to 10 units? We could just sell the rest at the auction price. It's impossible to auction off all 1,000 milliliters of water, right? That works too. Li Tian nodded, finding Li Urbio's words quite reasonable. Then he replied, Grade B water, there are 10 lots available in this auction, so please take advantage of the opportunity. 10 servings are definitely not enough for these survivors. Therefore, it will inevitably spur some survivors who want to steal a win to join the bidding war. After all, there are only 10 servings. If you keep thinking that the next serving will be cheaper, the price of the last serving will probably be higher than the first serving. That's exactly right. The auction prices for all 10 lots remained quite stable. The number of expansion stones is generally between 200 and 300. Therefore, Li Tian also roughly knew the market price of grade B materials. In fact, the market is determined by demand. Since these survivors are willing to spend 200 or 300 to buy this grade B water, it means that this grade B water is worth the price. This is much more expensive than what those people said earlier that afternoon would spend tens of dollars to buy the extended pumice. Therefore, Li Tian put all the grade B water on the shelves at a price of 280 pieces of expanded pumice per 10 milliliters. After everything was settled, Li Tian once again gave his seat to Xiao Jin. He then went to the villa's living room with Li Urbio and watched a movie. People should always try to enjoy life. However, this good fortune did not last long. We weren't even halfway through the movie when the sea monsters attacked. Li Tian and Li Urbio picked up their weapons again and ran towards the east side of the island. Sensedza Li Urbio's romantic stuilina. We arrived at the eastern side of the island. At that moment, a huge dark shadow kept crashing against the island in the hazy night. However, due to the lighting, Li Tian and Li Urbio could not immediately identify what the sea monster was, except for its enormous eyes. Staring at the dark figure that was at least 2 stories high, the two of them froze on the spot. Brother, can you tell what that is? Li Urbio asked, his eyes showing some surprise. Li Tian shook his head. I can't tell, but it's really big. As he spoke, Li Tian couldn't help but swallow. It's just like watching a movie. If Li Tian hadn't known that he had entered an island civilization, he would have thought he had traveled into the movie Jurassic Park. Such a large creature was something Li Tian had never seen in mainland civilizations, except for whales. But after a moment's thought, Li Tian wasn't so afraid anymore. Anyway, sea monsters don't attack humans right now, and he's not afraid of even Godzilla. So Li Tian replied again, all right, whatever it is, let's just do it. But Li Tian never expected that Li Urbio would still dare to tease him at this moment, and actually laughed and said, what? You don't even spare sea beasts. Don't drag me into this. I don't have that Indian fetish for lizards. Upon hearing this, Li Tian rolled his eyes. Dude, that's not funny at all. At this point, Li Urbio awkwardly scratched the back of his head and explained, haha, don't mind me. I was just using you to practice my humor. It seems that women prefer men with a sense of humor. Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately sensed something fishy was going on. Oh, it's true that women prefer humorous men, but what's it to you? Or have you taken a fancy to one of the girls on our island? Why don't you let me guess? On this point, Li Urbio was a real man and didn't whine like a woman. If you like it, say it out loud. Don't guess. I think I probably like Yang Shui a little bit. However, let's talk about this later. Let's drive the sea monsters away first. Good. We arrived at the edge of the island. With the help of the moonlight and the fact that Li Tian and Li Urbio's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, they could roughly make out the appearance of the sea monster. It looks like a dinosaur, but it's not entirely a dinosaur. Its head resembles a crocodile, and its body is roughly the same size as the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the TV series, but its back is covered with sharp spikes. As for the lower limbs, they weren't in the seawater, so they weren't visible. This island civilization has all sorts of weird things. This sea monster looks so abstract. Li Urbio curled his lip and swung the Haotian cudgel down with a single blow. With a loud bang, the sea monster's upper jaw was dented from the impact. However, the sea monster still maintained its professional attitude, and even so, it continued to attack the island relentlessly. It has damaged more than 20 square meters of space. Upon seeing this, Li Tian also raised the even more lethal heaven-shattering sword and swung it towards the back of the sea beast. Where the sword strikes, there is no life but death. Hundreds of the sea monster's spikes on its back were cut off. This seemed to be the sea monster's Achilles heel. After letting out a painful scream, the sea monster slunk away into the sea and disappeared. The sea monster attack has now come to an end. Since it was still early, the two of them decided to finish opening the Supreme blind box before resting. So, Li Tian simply took a pack of Li Junyang cigarettes from the manual and dragged Li Urbio to his farmhouse room. Tell me, when did you take a liking to her? Li Tian immediately transformed into a gossip monger, handing Li Urbio a Li Junyang cigarette and asking. Li Urbio took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled puffs of smoke before slowly recounting his inner thoughts. This conversation lasted for several hours. What Li Urbio said, Li Tian, as a third party will. This description is easily misunderstood. As an outsider, one would probably think it's all nonsense. It's nothing more than talking about how he felt when he saw Yang Shui, and how he fell in love with her. It's quite impressive that Li Urbio can talk for hours on a topic that could be summarized in just a few words. Regarding this, as the owner of this island and the person with the most power, Li Tian naturally reassured Li Urbio to pursue it with peace of mind. Although force melons are not sweet, they are still juicy. Li Tian wouldn't force Yang Shui and Li Urbio to be together, but he could create opportunities for them to be alone. But naturally not now. Love is something that develops gradually, unless it's love at first sight between two people. It was almost midnight. Li Tian and Li Urbio then left the farmhouse and went to the seaside, waiting for the blind boxes of supplies to be retrieved ashore. However, at this moment, Li Tian suddenly had a novel idea and asked, "Brother Biao, do you think our growth cycle changes in this world? For example, normally a pregnancy lasts 10 months, but here it only takes less than a month." Forehead. This question stumped Li Urbio, since the blind boxes containing supplies hadn't been recovered yet, and he started to think about it. Theoretically, that should be the case. But we are human beings, not poultry, so I'm not sure either. But why are you suddenly asking this? Upon hearing this, Li Tian shrugged and replied in a meaningful way. No, it's just that you mentioned love, and I was thinking of finding partners for all the members on the island. If they reproduce quickly, won't our island population just keep growing? Upon hearing this, Li Urbio curled his lip and said with some disdain, Li Tian, your idea won't work. We treat you like a brother, but you treat us like breeding tools? Moreover, we currently have more than 200 brothers. There will probably be more in the future. Can you find a couple of women like this to distribute among our brothers? Even if we find it, just imagine the scene. Wouldn't it be filled with gunfire and the earth shaking at night? If our island disintegrates due to the earthquake, the loss will also be yours. It has to be said that Li Urbio is becoming more and more humorous. His reply almost made Li Tian laugh to death. Okay, stop it. I can't hold it in anymore. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. The blind boxes are here. Let's open them. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain sled kit, *2, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to receive grade A fine cattle feed, *5 kilograms, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain a certain brand high-end down jacket, *3, already stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain solar electric heater, *1, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain talent limit detector, 10 uses, now stored in the manual warehouse. 117. Seasons change, and the harsh winter has arrived once again. Regarding what was obtained from today's Supreme blind box, aside from the talent limit detector, which surprisingly still had 10 uses left. Li Tian had anticipated the other supplies. After all, before each seasonal change, the supplies in the supply blind box will also include seasonal supplies for the next season. Li Tian's eyes narrowed into slits when he saw the sled kit. I finally know how to deal with those two silly dogs. Huskies, also known as Siberian Huskies, are fully capable of pulling sleds, given their A-grade rating. This makes traveling much more convenient. As for the down jacket, Li Tian didn't need it, but it was very useful for the other members. After all, the greenhouse barrier covers a limited area, and not every member's residence is within the greenhouse barrier. Unfortunately, no electrician has been found on the island, nor has the electrician's skill book been obtained. Apart from the farmhouses and villas, none of the other tin-roofed houses on the entire island have electricity yet. Therefore, the electric heater was useless to those members. However, Li Tian decided to focus on developing the electricity sector. It is important to know that electricity is a key factor in measuring the leaps in civilization. If you can only use lighting tools such as campfires and kerosene lamps, then no matter how big your island is, it is destined to never develop and can only be called a developing island, never a developed island. With ample electricity, even the smallest island would be an enviable place in this island civilization. Currently, all the materials used to make circuits can be produced through manual manufacturing centers. Electrical wires can be made from plastic and metal. The same applies to power switches. Li Tian also has a power supply. All that's missing now is connecting them. However, there was nothing he could do about it, even if he was anxious. He had already asked Li Ro to look for an electrician, but unfortunately, there was still no news. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. Midnight. Li Tian and the others also enter their third day. Today is not only the day to open the system blind box, but it also happens to be the first day of winter. At this time, heavy snow was falling from the sky, and the temperature had dropped to below -10 degrees Celsius. Therefore, a strange scene appeared on the island at this moment. That is, members located outside the greenhouse barrier mostly chose to sleep on the floor inside the barrier rather than living in the tin shacks. Although charcoal could be used for heating, the tin shack was too drafty, so the heat generated by the burning charcoal was almost useless. Suffering from the severe cold, those living in tin shacks preferred to sleep on the open ground along the roads inside the greenhouse barrier. If only one person were sleeping like this, they might feel it's a bit unseemly. But since everyone else joined in, it actually became a norm. Seeing this, Li Tian naturally didn't drive them away. It was a really cold day, and Li Tian already felt bad about letting them sleep on the ground. So how could he possibly drive them away? At this time, Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to open the refreshed resource blind boxes, since the system blind boxes were more important. System. I want to open the system blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an SS-grade greenhouse barrier upgrade card, which has been stored in the manual's temporary storage. Greenhouse barrier upgrade card. This was the first time Li Tian had ever opened an upgrade card for a specific device from a system blind box, which surprised him somewhat. However, seeing that the greenhouse barrier upgrade card was prefixed with SS level, Li Tian felt that this thing shouldn't be too bad. As it happened, Li Tian already had an S-level greenhouse barrier on the island, so he directly took out the SS-level greenhouse barrier upgrade card and used it. An S-level greenhouse barrier has been detected on the island and is currently being upgraded. 1%, 5%, 10%, 50%. Upgrade successful. Island owner, please define the usage area. Multiple locations can be defined, up to 1 million square meters. Upon seeing the notification box that appeared in front of him, Li Tian exclaimed, "Wow." What surprised Li Tian was not the 1 million square meters, but the fact that multiple locations could be identified. In other words, the upgraded greenhouse barrier is no longer limited to a single fixed area. Nowadays, an area of 1 million square meters can be divided into multiple regions, so that each region can be covered by the greenhouse barrier. This is definitely a good thing. While greenhouse barriers may not be very effective in summer, they're truly an irreplaceable tool in winter. With it, other survivors can only huddle under the covers and shiver in the winter, and the island's development can only stagnate. Meanwhile, their own island continues to develop normally, thus widening the gap even further. After careful consideration, Li Tian determined that the greenhouse barrier would be located in the following areas. The livestock area was allocated 50 m x 100 m, totaling 5,000 square meters. Although it doesn't completely cover the livestock area, it's definitely enough for those animals to move around in. As the planning area is of paramount importance, Li Tian also designated the largest barrier area for it, 1,000 m*500 m, totaling 500,000 square meters. The remaining task was to cover up all the houses in the residential area. Because multiple locations could be designated, Li Tian did not waste the area of the greenhouse barrier on the road. Therefore, even if all the houses are covered, there is still a considerable area of greenhouse barrier remaining. Li Tian then designated a 300 m x 300 m greenhouse area on the military island for training purposes. Of course, Li Tian still had some selfish motives. His own villa, the road in front of his farmhouse, and the open space in front of it were still confined within the greenhouse barrier. After all, it's understandable that people have to open blind boxes every day. After busy resolving everything, Li Tian just stepped outside when he found the outside world in chaos again. It turns out that I had redefined the greenhouse barrier. Many members who were sleeping on the ground outside the greenhouse barrier were woken up by the cold. Li Tian quickly explained the reason to everyone. Everyone was incredibly excited about this. Who would rather sleep on the floor than in a bed? So everyone returned to their respective tin huts and drifted off to sleep. Li Tian and Li Erbio, on the other hand, opened the newly refreshed supply blind boxes. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stone *3, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to receive Grade of Fine Freshwater Fish Food *2 kilograms, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain a certain brand high-end down jacket *9, now stored in the handbook warehouse. After opening the blind box, Li Tian and Li Erbio went back to Li Tian's room together. With the start of a new season, Island Civilization has certainly updated its rules and gameplay. 118. Ranking List. The two returned to their room and, without prior arrangement, both turned their attention to the manual. Sure enough, a pop-up window appeared in the manual from afar. Instead of staying in front of the manual to monitor the trading hall, as usual, Xiao Jin stood next to the manual. Upon seeing Li Tian appear, Xiao Jin, seemingly afraid of being scolded, quickly explained, "Master, Xiao Jin didn't slack off." Xiao Jin thinks these pop-up notifications must be very important to the owner, so he doesn't dare to close them, which is why Xiao Jin can't work. Hearing this, Li Tian smiled affectionately. This little Jin was just too adorable. Fine. Xiao Jin is so smart. How could I blame you? Immediately, the two of them went to the manual and took a look. First of all, congratulations again to all survivors for making it through another season. Next, you will face a harsh winter, and the temperature will be even lower than before. Everyone must take necessary precautions. The difficulty of the sea monster attacks will be increased again, with the sea monsters launching 2 unpredictable attacks daily. To ensure your island's area remains unaffected, please expel them promptly. To encourage and motivate survivors to develop their islands, a leaderboard will be added to the player guide this week, along with merchant functionality in the trading hall. The leaderboard can be viewed in the information section of the post-apocalyptic communication manual. The leaderboards are updated in real time. Climbing to the top of the leaderboard will earn you the corresponding rewards. Please check the leaderboard for details. Of course, survivors who are less developed shouldn't be discouraged. The existence of island civilizations is precisely to enable you to live better lives. Therefore, survivors who rank lower on the leaderboard can still receive a basic welfare package every week. Regarding the merchant functions in the trading hall, they're only available to survivors who have developed relatively well on certain islands. Please click on the trading hall for details. The apocalypse may be merciless, but the island is full of love. Survivors, please do your best to stay alive. Rankings? Merchants. This rule update is quite interesting. Li Tian smiled and turned off the live chat. Meanwhile, Li Erbio, who was standing to the side, had been curious about the ranking list for a long time and urged, "Quickly open the ranking list and see our ranking." Li Tian was naturally curious as well, so he didn't hesitate and followed the previous instructions to open the information function in the manual and found the leaderboard. Enter the leaderboard. The leaderboard is divided into several lists, namely, Island Area Ranking, Island Technology Ranking, Island Military Ranking, Island Member Count Ranking, Island Happiness Index Ranking, Island Resources Ranking, and Survivor Level Ranking. So many lists. Li Erbio was stunned when he saw this, and then said, If our island is on every list, wouldn't we be able to collect a lot of rewards? Li Tian remained calm in response, simply smiling and saying, there are so many people in the world, and there are plenty of survivors who are doing better than us. It's questionable whether we can even make it onto the leaderboard, so let's not think about the rewards. Let's just wait and see. So Li Tian clicked on the island area ranking according to the ranking categories. Island area ranking. Local rankings, national rankings, world rankings. Seeing this, Li Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Even a ranking list has so many tricks up its sleeve. Then he first clicked on the list of top players in this sea area. As for the result, it goes without saying that Li Tian's island area is naturally the largest in this sea area. List of this sea area. First place, Qianqian Jiaozi, island area. 2, 896, 340. Second place, Sister Fox, island area. 103, 680. Third place, Michiko, island area. 96, 751. Fourth place, Chengpingyan, island area. 84, 310. Fifth place, Sword Demon 999, island area. 81241. Sixth place, Prime Minister Long, island area. 10693. 10th place, The Heavenly Dog, island area. 4930. 123. 999 plus. Rewards for this sea area rankings. First place, reward, 3 super expansion floating stones. Second place, reward, super expansion floating stone, *2. Third place, reward, super expansion floating stone, *1. Fourth to 10th place, reward, 5 advanced expansion floating stones. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, 3 advanced expansion floating stones. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, advanced expansion floating stone, *1. The bottom 100 will be awarded 5 expansion stones, 500 milliliters of drinking water, and 1 kilogram of bread respectively. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Upon seeing this, Li Tian laughed out in disdain. A bunch of old bastards, you've been hiding it well. If it weren't for the rankings, I wouldn't have known you developed to this level. However, this fox sister is becoming more and more interesting. She is the second largest island in this sea area. Li Erbio, however, had a different focus than Li Tian and interjected, but that Yin Emperor isn't good enough. He didn't even make the top 10. Also, the gap between the rich and the poor is too big. The top 5 are so far ahead of the people behind them. Upon hearing this, Li Tian, however, thought this was quite normal. There are only so many resources on the island, so it's impossible for everyone to develop at the same pace. Those who are lucky or capable will develop faster than other survivors, and this gap between the rich and the poor will inevitably exist. However, thinking about this, he was also curious about the size of the island that ranked last. Immediately, Li Tian opened the last page of the island area ranking list. Rank number 229631. Flowers in a different kind of red, floating stone group area. 4. Forehead. This was something Li Tian hadn't expected. There were still people whose area remained in its initial state. He couldn't help but exclaim, there's still more than 200,000 people in our sea area. It's a miracle that these people, with only 4 square meters of space, have survived until now. Maybe he used all his expanded pumice to exchange for food, which is why he's still alive, Li Erbio replied. Li Tian shrugged, neither confirming nor denying, and then looked at the national rankings again. National ranking, China. First place, Emperor Yanhuang, island area, 5, 692, 310. Second place, Lan, island area, 4, 369, 104. Third place, Misty World, island area, 3, 610, 676. Fourth place, Qianqian Jiaozi, island area, 2, 896, 340. 123, 999 plus. National ranking rewards. First place, reward, 30 super expansion floating stones. Second place, reward, 20 super expansion floating stones. Third place, reward, 10 super expansion floating stones. Fourth to 10th place, reward, 50 advanced expansion floating stones. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, 30 advanced expansion floating stones. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, 10 advanced expansion floating stones. The minimum living allowance reward is only applicable to the ranking list in this sea area. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. 119. World Rankings. When Li Tian saw the national rankings, he was actually somewhat disappointed. He never thought he could win first place, but he never expected that he would not even make it into the top 3. He couldn't help but give a wry smile as he looked at Liurbio. Look, there are many people who are more capable than us. This is just a ranking of island areas, and it's a domestic ranking. I'm afraid we won't even make it into the top 10 in the world rankings. Liurbio frowned at this. It seems I was short-sighted. I thought we were already one of the top families. Upon hearing this, Li Tian just smiled faintly and didn't respond, feeling deeply hurt. If someone with a system can't even rank among the top 3 in the country in terms of island development, how can they talk about other great achievements? Even so, Li Tian's ambition had not been extinguished. He naturally still wanted to see how strong the survivors from other countries were in the world rankings. To win every battle, you must know yourself and your enemy. World Rankings. First place, King, Beautiful Country, Island Area, 6, 593, 108. Second place, Usain Fursky, My Country, Island Area, 5,963,017 square meters. Third place, Emperor Yan Huang, Yinxia Kingdom, Island Area, 5,692,310. Fourth place, Banana, Beautiful Country, Island Area, 5,231,569. Fifth place, Anzio, Beautiful Country, Island Area, 4,863,013. Sixth place, Lan, Yinxia Kingdom, Island Area, 4,369,104. 10th place, Qianqian Jiaozi, Yinxia Kingdom, Island Area, 2,896,340. 123. 999 plus. World Ranking Rewards. First place, Reward, 300 Super Expansion Floating Stones. Second place, Reward, 200 Super Expansion Floating Stones. Third place, Reward, 100 Super Expansion Floating Stones. Fourth to 10th place, Reward, 500 Advanced Expansion Floating Stones. Ranks 11 to 50, Reward, 300 Advanced Expansion Floating Stones. Ranks 51 to 100, Reward, 100 Advanced Expansion Floating Stones. The minimum living allowance reward is only applicable to the ranking list in this sea area. Rewards are settled every 30 days and will be automatically distributed to the manual repository. I didn't expect that we'd be so lucky to make it into the world's top 10. Li Tian smiled meaningfully, his expression unreadable, as if he was either happy or sad. Liurbio felt the same way. Anyway, we'll keep working hard. The gap isn't that big. Li Tian nodded, seemingly having come to terms with it. Of course, I won't be discouraged by this. He then proceeded to analyze the situation on his own, saying, those people have 5 or 6 million square meters of land at a time. It's clearly impossible to expand the pumice simply by collecting it from the trading hall. I suspect that perhaps their manual has turned to the 3rd page, and they have found a better way to expand the island's area. Li Tian spoke with great confidence. After all, if it weren't for this, he would never have imagined that, despite entering the island on the same day, his continuous development and the support of the system would result in him falling behind by nearly half the area of theirs. You should know, we have no shortage of food or water. What we lack is not enough buyers. With such a large population, the purchasing power of the Yinxia Kingdom is naturally quite high. Surprisingly, the top spot belongs to a survivor from the country with a smaller population than the country of Yinxia. This alone is enough to prove that there must be other ways to increase the island's area besides relying on the trading hall. Otherwise, how many people does the United States have? Even if the top-ranked entity sells goods at incredibly low prices, there's a limit, and population is the key factor determining that limit. With this limitation, the number 1 spot cannot belong to the United States, so there must be other ways to significantly expand the island's area. After Li Tian's analysis, Liurbio agreed with it. Soon after, the two stopped worrying about the island size. Our attention remains focused on the island technology ranking. To be honest, Li Tian was a bit confused before he clicked on this list, since how do you categorize the strength of technology? However, after clicking on it, everything became clear. The text explains that the more high-tech products an island has, the higher its technological level. For example, having electricity will add a lot of technology points. Owning solar lights will also add a lot of technology points, and even household appliances are also bonus points. However, there is no accurate standard for judging how much technology value each item would add, so Li Tian didn't delve into it further. Anyway, he came in first place. Good. He is not only number one, but also number one in the entire sea area, which is, to put it simply, number one in the world, and he has even widened the gap at the second place by a huge margin. Li Tian wasn't surprised by this. After all, they have their own system. The technological points gained from helicopters alone are probably unmatched by any other island. However, I still need to explain in more detail. World ranking of island technology. First place, a proud and humble scholar, Yinxia Kingdom, technology points, 16309. Second place, Anzhio, beautiful country, technology point, 3206. 10th place, Sangtian Yujing, a country where life is good, science and technology points, 983. 123. 999 plus. World ranking rewards. First place, reward, permanent blueprint for solar power generation device. Second place, reward, 2 solar power generation device blueprints. Third place, reward, solar power generation device blueprint, *1. 4th to 10th place, reward, water wheel power generation device blueprint, *3. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, water wheel power generation device blueprint, *2. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, water wheel power generation device blueprint, *1. The minimum living allowance reward is only applicable to the ranking list in this sea area. Rewards are settled every 30 days and will be automatically distributed to the manual repository. 120. Methods to improve my younger sister's natural talents. After Li Tian carefully examined the list of the world's top island technology rankings, his previous thoughts became even more certain. It seems there are still ways to expand the island that he hasn't discovered yet. Otherwise, the changes in this ranking wouldn't be so significant. Logically speaking, the larger the island, the better its development, and therefore the more advanced its technology should be. However, only 4 of the top 10 on this list were previously in the top 10 of the world's island area rankings. This means that the remaining 6 people's islands are only larger than other survivors' islands, but their technology is not advanced. Is the island large in area, but technologically underdeveloped? This is inherently a contradictory matter, unless there are some factors that have led to the premature development of these people's islands. Oh, this technology ranking only has rewards for the world ranking. But this reward is pretty good. Li Tian couldn't stop smiling after seeing the reward. It's important to know that permanent blueprints mean that solar power generation devices can be built without limit. This means that there's no need to worry about electricity on his island. After, Li Tian and his companion then looked at the island member ranking. This ranking list is actually quite important. After all, only by knowing how many opponents there are can one take appropriate precautions. Li Tian never thought about fighting 10 opponents alone. If he could outnumber his opponents, he would naturally be safer. Island member ranking. This sea area. First place, Sister Fox, island members, 329. Second place, Chantian Jiaozi, island members, 298. 10th place, Sirius, island members, 23. 123. 999 plus. Rewards for this sea area rankings. First place, reward, ordinary talent breakthrough card, *3. Second place, reward, ordinary talent breakthrough card, *2. Third place, reward, ordinary talent breakthrough card, *1. 4th to 10th place, reward, talent limit detector, one-time use, *5. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, talent limit detector, one-time use, *3. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, talent limit detector, one-time use, *1. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. After Li Tian finished looking at the leaderboard and rewards for this sea area, he couldn't sit still any longer. Talent breakthrough card? You can tell what this thing does just by looking at its name. This is absolutely a good thing. With it, my sister's sea-level talent can be saved. Moreover, that fox sister is not a character to be underestimated. There are over 300 members on the island. Li Tian suddenly wondered if Sister Fox might be a pirate leader. However, Li Tian quickly rejected this idea. Pirates, it is said, were individuals who lived at sea. They only organized themselves to burn, kill, and plunder, but they did not live together on the same island, so those pirates should not be on the leaderboard. Although Li Tian is currently unable to determine whether Sister Fox is friend or foe. However, through his conversation with Sister Fox, Li Tian felt that she wouldn't bother him, at least for now, and that was enough. Hey bro, take a look at the national and world rankings. If the rewards for breaking through one's talent are available on this sea area's ranking list, then the rewards on the national and world ranking lists must be even better. Upon hearing this, Li Tian naturally agreed with Li Urbio's analysis and quickly looked at the national and world rankings. Suddenly, Li Tian felt as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. I was shocked to find myself ranked 23rd nationally and 145th in the world. But I must say, the rewards from the national and world rankings are extremely tempting for Li Tian. National ranking rewards. First place, reward, intermediate talent breakthrough card, *3. Second place, reward, intermediate talent breakthrough card, *2. Third place, reward, intermediate talent breakthrough card, *1. Fourth to 10th place, reward, common talent breakthrough card, *1. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, talent limit detector, one-time use, *5. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, talent limit detector, one-time use, *3. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. World ranking rewards. First place, reward, advanced talent breakthrough card, *3. Second place, reward, advanced talent breakthrough card, *2. Third place, reward, advanced talent breakthrough card, *1. Fourth to 10th place, reward, intermediate talent breakthrough card, *2. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, intermediate talent breakthrough card, *1. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, common talent breakthrough card, *1. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The current gap in the number of people on the islands is not actually that big. Even compared with the world's number one, we are only about 200 people behind. Otherwise, shall we start recruiting members right now? There are plenty of people who want to join the Heavenly Palace anyway. After looking at the national and world rankings, Li Urbio looked at Li Tian, whose expression was slightly somber, and made a suggestion. Regarding this, Li Tian naturally nodded in agreement, as this was the only way to improve his sister's talent at the moment. In that case, we have no choice but to relax the admission standards. However, now that this list has appeared, I'm afraid many forces will start vying for people. We need to make preparations for this as soon as possible. That's easy. I'll go recruit them right away. After saying that, Li Urbio quickly ran out of the room. Li Tian did not stop them. Unfortunately, Li Tian wasn't very confident about competing for this ranking. The saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. So naturally, the only way is to recruit talent as quickly as possible. After all, this ranking is the easiest to compete for any survivor or faction. It's just hiring people. There's no technical skill involved. Anyone can get on the list as long as they have a strong appeal. If we don't hire now, we might not even be able to keep our current position, let alone take first place. It's important to know that breakthroughs in talent cannot be achieved by eating. In this civilization, there are quite a few people with low natural talent. Nobody wants to live longer, so this list is definitely more tempting to people than other lists. They would naturally do everything in their power to pull people away. Therefore, now all that's left for Li Urbio to do is work hard and stay up all night to recruit people. 121. Survivors of S+ rank. Shifting our focus, we open the Island Happiness Index ranking. This list seems rather unremarkable compared to other lists. It simply illustrates the difference in living conditions among the island's residents. Of course, by paying attention to whether the residents are happy, we can also indirectly see how developed the island is. But other lists clearly show the specific data. So who the hell has the time to look at your indirect one? Therefore, Li Tian didn't pay much attention to the list, only glancing at the happiness index of his island and the rewards on the list. Unsurprisingly, Li Tianhai's happiness index is quite high. It ranks first in this sea area, first in the country, and third in the world. Li Tian was quite satisfied with this, considering the size and population of his island. It's already quite good that the happiness index is this high. The world's two largest islands are not even in the top 10 in terms of island size or population. With a smaller population base, the probability of achieving happiness is inherently greater. For example, a country with a large population may have a high total output value every year, but when averaged out, it's nothing. Li Tian's ranking of islands in the world is exactly the same. As for the rewards for this happiness index ranking, they are naturally linked to the happiness index. The top 10 rewards in this sea area are nothing more than ordinary food and fresh water. The prizes for the top 10 nationwide have been changed to cigarettes and beverages. However, the reward for being number one in the world was quite attractive to Li Tian, a laptop computer with Windows 10 installed. Although there is no internet here, even the websites from the time when the mainland was civilized may have disappeared. However, this does not diminish the value of the computer. With a computer, even if we don't go online or play games, we can at least use it to type, do office work, and take notes, right? However, the number of people on the island will definitely increase in the future, so the happiness index will probably be lowered even further, right? Thinking of this, Li Tian felt somewhat disappointed again. Between the computer and his sister's talent, Li Tian naturally knew which was more important. However, he naturally hoped for a solution that would satisfy both sides. However, in this post-apocalyptic survival environment, being able to eat well, drink well, and have fun should be considered a blessing, right? How about we improve everyone's meals starting tomorrow? Having made his decision, Li Tian stopped wasting time on the happiness index. I opened the island resources ranking again. This list did not display all the resources of each island as Li Tian had expected. They only provided a numerical value for the supplies, but no one knew what it actually represented. At least Li Tian couldn't. Even if he used his information reading ability, he wouldn't get any results. Therefore, this list, like the happiness list, can only indirectly indicate how others are doing and does not have much reference value. So Li Tian didn't bother to look into who was on the leaderboard. Anyway, I am still number one in this sea area, number one in the country, and number one in the world. This made Li Tian wonder if those islands larger than his own were using all their resources to exchange for expansion stones. Otherwise, given their vast area, it's simply unreasonable that their total resources are less than ours. The rewards for this ranking are quite ordinary. It was a reward of some materials and supplies. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian's attention then shifted to the last leaderboard. Survivor ranking leaderboard. This ranking list is probably the most important one. It allows you to intuitively understand how strong your future enemies will be. In this sea area, not to mention, I'm not only number one, but even the top 100 are all members of my island. There's nothing we can do about it. The fact that someone called for the sale of B-grade supplies yesterday shows that other survivors don't have many B-grade supplies. Their levels naturally don't rise as quickly as those of the members on their own island. Li Tian first opened the national leaderboard, and soon the survivor IDs on the leaderboard came into his view. Survivor ranking, national ranking. First place, Emperor Yin Huang, rank S. Second place, a proud and humble scholar, rank S. Third place, a glimpse of splendor, rank S. Ahem, here's a quiz. Does anyone remember who this third place ID belongs to? 10th place, Lon, level A. 123, 999 plus. National ranking rewards. First place, reward, 10 character level up card fragments. Second place, reward, 5 character level up card fragments. Third place, reward, 3 character level up card fragments. 4th to 10th place, reward, character level up card fragment, *1. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, common talent breakthrough card, *3. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, common talent breakthrough card, *1. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The Yellow Emperor? It's him again. Li Tian was very familiar with this ID. It was the largest island in his country. It seems that within his own country, he will be his greatest enemy. However, Li Tian had no way of knowing exactly how many sea areas Yinsha Kingdom was divided into, and at least there was no news of sea area mergers this week, so Li Tian was not worried. On my own island, I've discovered that many people have S+ level talent. By the time I actually meet this Emperor Yin Huang, I might not be afraid of him anymore. The most important part of this list is still the world list. Li Tian knew that he would inevitably have to deal with other survivors around the world in the future. Although this is an island, the saying a weak nation has no diplomacy applies to any situation. You need to know, civilization has changed, but the racial culture passed down by people has not disappeared. Racial discrimination still exists. I won't go into the details about the area that owes money to the U.S. Many of the Koreans and Japanese who live comfortably and lack sportsmanship harbor hatred towards China, even though they live in the neighboring countries of Yinsha. Therefore, if a transnational merger were to occur between the seas in the future, the survivors of the two countries would absolutely not be able to coexist peacefully in this chaotic island civilization. Open the world rankings. Survivor ranking, Woji ranking. First place, King, beautiful country, level S+. Second place, Emperor Yin Huang, Yinsha Kingdom, level S. Third place, Boss, English language, level S. Fourth place, a proud and humble scholar, Yinsha Kingdom, rank S. 10th place, a glimpse of splendor, Yinsha Kingdom, level S. 1, 2, 3, 999+. World ranking rewards. First place, reward, 50 character level up card fragments. Second place, reward, 30 character level up card fragments. Third place, reward, 10 character level up card fragments. 4th to 10th place, reward, 5 character level up card fragments. Ranks 11 to 50, reward, 3 character level up card fragments. Ranks 51 to 100, reward, character level up card fragment, *1. Rewards will be automatically calculated and distributed to the manual repository every Sunday at 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. 122. Merchant System. Looking at the list of names on the ranking list, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, back when I was still hovering around A+ at the beginning of the last season, the handbook indirectly informed everyone that some people had already reached S rank. Therefore, Li Tian never expected his ranking to be that high. Looking at it now, 4th in the world, the gap isn't that big. There is still a possibility that they will catch up later. But the reward from the ranking list surprised Li Tian. Anyone who has played some games or can read can probably understand the function of these character level upgrade card fragments. It simply means that after collecting the required number of fragments, you can synthesize a complete character level up card. Li Tian was naturally familiar with upgrade cards. The function of these character upgrade cards should be to directly increase the level of survivors. This is a level above the talent breakthrough card that appeared in the previous ranking rewards. One is just a breakthrough. The other is a breakthrough and an upgrade. This is definitely a good thing. Starting from now, the leaderboard rewards will be distributed in approximately 6 days and 23 hours. Li Tian had only just drunk SS grade water, yet his level had already reached S grade. Before the rewards are distributed, his and Li Erbio's levels might be able to improve again. However, theory is still just theory. Let's wait until the rewards are distributed to see how things develop. After about half an hour of research, Li Tian has read through all the newly updated ranking systems. But he was not in a hurry to rest. There's still a merchant system I haven't checked yet. My own island is quite large in both area and resource reserves, so surely the merchant system is open to me now? Open the trading hall in the manual. Li Tian immediately noticed the extra button at the very top. Click to activate merchant features. Without hesitation, I clicked. A pop-up window resembling a registration page appeared. Please enter your merchant nickname. Underscore. Please select the service to activate. A. Star-rated merchant. B. Diamond-rated merchant. C. Crown-rated merchant. D. Supreme merchant. E. Not activated yet. Merchant type ranking. Ordinary merchant, star-rated merchant, diamond-rated merchant, crown-rated merchant, supreme merchant. The higher the level, the better the benefits. Correspondingly, the higher the level, the higher the monthly service fee. Please pay a deposit starting at 1,000 expansion stones. The more deposit you pay, the higher your initial credit and the higher your merchant ranking. The deposit will be refunded when you cancel your merchant account. Click to activate. Wow, this is just like opening an online store. After reading the activation process, Li Tian chuckled to himself. Actually, as early as when he was a citizen of mainland China, Li Tian had the idea of opening an online store, making money from home while running an e-commerce business. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Unfortunately, people can never earn wealth beyond their own understanding. He couldn't even secure a source of goods, and in the end, he could only watch helplessly as others made a fortune. Now that the opportunity has been given to Li Tian again, he will not give it up. Anyway, he doesn't have to worry about the supply of goods now. First, for the merchant nickname, Li Tian directly entered Tiangong official flagship store. There was no other reason for choosing this nickname. I just thought it sounded more sophisticated. After all, when Li Tian was in the mainland, he would subconsciously think that the products sold in stores with the words official flagship store would be better. Next comes activating merchant services, and Li Tian won't choose this service haphazardly. Since it's a paid service, it's essential to figure out which level offers the best value for money. Just then, Li Tian noticed a circle with a question mark inside, next to the merchant service activation page, and clicked on it. It contains a description of the benefits and prices of each service. Regular merchants. No benefits whatsoever. They earn whatever they sell. Star-rated merchants. Star-rated merchants have 2 hours of homepage feature time for single products every day. The types of recommended products are randomly selected by the merchant system, and their earnings will be supported by the merchant system, with the net earnings being 105% of the original earnings. Activation price. 500 expansion float stones / month. 5 premium expansion float stones. Diamond level merchants. Diamond level merchants have 4 hours of homepage feature time for single products every day. Merchants can choose the types of recommended products themselves, and their earnings will be supported by the merchant system, with the net earnings being 110% of the original earnings. Activation price. 1,000 expansion floating stones / month. 10 advanced expansion floating stones / 1 super expansion floating stone are both acceptable. Crown level merchants. Crown level merchants have 12 hours of homepage product recommendation time every day. Up to 6 products can be recommended, and merchants can choose their own. Their earnings will be supported by the merchant system, and their take-home earnings will be 150% of the original earnings. When listing products, they can receive one-stop guidance from the merchant system. Activation price. 5,000 expansion floating stones / month. 50 advanced expansion floating stones or 5 super expansion floating stones are both available. Premium merchant. All products of premium merchants will be promoted on the homepage all day long, always in a prominent position, and their revenue will be supported by the merchant system, with the net revenue being 200% of the original revenue. When listing products, they can receive one-stop guidance from the merchant system. Activation price. 10,000 expansion floating stones / month. 100 premium expansion floating stones or 10 super expansion floating stones are both available. Game tips. 1. For merchants of the same level, their positions will be determined based on their reputation. The higher the reputation, the higher the product will be featured. 2. The daily sales proceeds of merchants will be automatically converted into merchant balances, which can be used to purchase goods sold by the merchant system or exchange for goods obtained from sales at an equivalent price. 3. Merchant star rating can be improved by the number of transactions, the number of positive reviews, and the deposit paid. 1 experience for each transaction, 5 experience for a positive review, 3 experience for a neutral review, -3 experience for a negative review, and 100 experience for every additional 500 expansion stones paid on top of the minimum deposit. Upgrade from 1 star to 2 stars. 10,000 experience points. Upgrade from 2 stars to 3 stars. 50,000 experience points. Upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars. 100,000 experience points. Upgrade from 4 stars to 5 stars. 200,000 experience points. After reading through all the annotations, Li Tian felt that the only difference between the merchant system and the trading hall was the addition of a recommendation slot and merchant support funds, as well as the ability to purchase goods provided by the merchant system using merchant balances. As for the recommended slots, Li Tian personally believes they are not very useful. Even if your item is ranked first, but is more expensive, the survivors are currently saving every penny and probably won't buy it. They'll only buy the cheaper one. Of course, there may be some lazy people who are too lazy to filter, and just by the first one, but they are ultimately a minority. The homepage recommendation service offered here is far less effective than Xiaojin intercepting buyer information and adjusting prices. However, it must be said that the amount of support for merchants is quite good. For example, if you become a VIP merchant, you would normally earn 1 expansion stone for selling 100 milliliters of water, but because of the 200% merchant support, you will end up earning 2 expansion stones. 123. The manual is the biggest winner. Certainly, everything has both advantages and disadvantages. The service offered by VIP merchants is indeed excellent, but the prices are outrageously expensive. 10,000 expansion stones per month. For Li Tian, it wasn't a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount either. The prerequisite for activating this service is to assess the market and determine whether you can earn the monthly subscription fee. If you don't make a profit, you lose money. If you can make a profit, you'll break even. To earn more than in the trading hall, Li Tian needed to open an account. This raises a question. That is, the reason why I earn so much in the trading hall is naturally due to Xiaojin constantly changing the prices, prompting survivors to prioritize buying the supplies I sell. For merchants selling goods through online stores, is it still convenient to change prices? If Xiaojin is unable to change the price, then the sales volume will not be as high as that sold in the trading hall, unless the price is exceptionally low. However, if you set your price low, other survivor merchants can do the same. Next, let's look at what items the merchant system sells itself. If it were just ordinary supplies, it wouldn't attract Li Tian. However, if it's something that can't be obtained from blind boxes, then Li Tian thinks he should still set up this merchant even if it doesn't make money. I just don't know how to see what goods are available for sale in the merchant system. Li Tian frowned and asked suspiciously. Just then, Xiaojin seemed to understand Li Tian's doubts and took the initiative to make a suggestion. Master, please feel free to activate this service. With Xiaojin here, you definitely won't lose out. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was relieved. According to Xiaojin's explanation, does that mean Xiaojin is also capable of operating this merchant model well? Knowing Xiaojin well, Li Tian chose to believe her. Xiaojin never does anything without being sure of success. Since it has said so, what is there to hesitate about? Let's go. He finished speaking. Li Tian was no longer worried and immediately chose the VIP merchant service, paying a deposit of 2,000. The next moment, the Tiangong official flagship store has now been successfully created. Entering the store interface is quite simple. No need to upload a store logo or decorate the store. All you have to do is come up with a description for the store and list the products. For the introduction, Li Tian simply used an e-commerce advertising slogan. As for the matter of listing the products, Xiaojin said it would take care of it, so Li Tian didn't bother with it. However, after creating merchant account, Li Tian successfully found the merchant system's self-sold materials section in the merchant center. When Li Tianjing opened it, the supplies inside didn't make his jaw drop. Merchant system self-sold supplies. 1 expanding floating stone equals 1 merchant balance. The exchange rate is fixed. The exchange rate between other materials and the balance depends on the market price of that material on that day. It fluctuates daily. Ordinary talent breakthrough card price, 10,000 merchant balance. Intermediate talent breakthrough card price, 50,000 merchant balance. Advanced talent breakthrough card price, 120,000 merchant balance. Character level up card price, 1 million merchant balance. Building blueprints for a tent building price, 5,000 merchant balance. Building blueprints 6-story price, 20,000 merchant balance. Villa 2-story, no courtyard, construction blueprints price, 80,000 merchant balance. Commercial building 50 floors, construction blueprints price, 999,999 merchant balance. Permanent mobile phone creation manual price, 9,999,999 merchant balance. Permanent notebook creation book price, 12,999,999 merchant balance. Build Your Dreams New Energy Vehicle Permanent Manufacturing Book price, 9,999,999 merchant balance. There were so many items inside that Li Tian didn't want to waste time counting them anymore. Anyway, as he scrolled down, Li Tian felt that there would be no end in sight. In short, you could buy all kinds of supplies there. Li Tian never expected that the emergence of this manual merchant system which seemed to be supporting some survivor merchants, would actually make the manual itself the biggest merchant. Only survivor merchants sell supplies and earn money from the supplies of other survivors. This merchant system earns money from the merchant's account balances. It can only be said that the true colors of capitalists have been revealed. Now, to buy its products, you have to pay to become a merchant. This manual is designed to get merchants to willingly pay money to activate its services and then pay even more to buy its products. You have to admire that. In comparison, I'm just a small vendor, while their manual merchant system is like a large shopping mall. Certainly, despite my disdain, I must admit that the products mentioned above can drive the development of the world. Of course, there are some things that Li Tian will only look at. He wouldn't be foolish enough to buy them. For example, creating permanent blueprints for mobile phones. Li Tian could think of any materials needed to make a mobile phone. The screen, chip, battery, ribbon cable, speaker, camera, and even more materials that Li Tian didn't mention. If you don't have all the necessary materials, you still can't make a phone even if you have the blueprints. If you can gather all these materials, it means you can produce mobile phones yourself. So why would you need to buy this blueprint? Therefore, Li Tian had absolutely no interest in these expensive blueprints that required tens of millions of dollars in balance. However, Li Tian couldn't wait to buy the talent breakthrough card. Xiao Jin, now that you've started listing products, how long will it take to earn 10,000 in merchant balance? Li Tian suppressed his excitement and asked Xiao Jin. After hearing this, Xiao Jin replied with considerable confidence. Master, with the support of the Supreme Service, a merchant balance of 10,000 means I only need to earn 5,000 expansion stones. This is incredibly easy for Xiao Jin. You'll earn it as soon as you wake up tomorrow. With Xiao Jin's words, Li Tian stood up from his seat in front of the manual and said, all right, since you've said so, I'll wait for good news. After saying that, Li Tian went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Li Tian drifted off to sleep, filled with anticipation for tomorrow. 124. Failed to break through the talent ceiling. The next day, Li Tian woke up early in the morning. There was nothing he could do. He was just too excited to sleep. If Xiao Jin wasn't exaggerating, then wouldn't it be possible to buy a talent limit breakthrough card by now? Li Tian and others have been waiting for this moment for a very long time. With this, I no longer need to worry about my sister aging. Of course, this doesn't only apply to his own sister. In the future, the other members on the island must maintain a talent level of at least B+. Li Tian would not stand idly by and watch any member age prematurely and die. At this point, Li Tian had no time to wash up or anything. The first thing he did after sitting up from the bed was to go to Xiao Jin's side. Xiao Jin, how was your earnings last night? Master, the earnings are pretty good. I've earned over 10,000 expansion stones, and with the merchant support, my total balance is 21,000. So many? Quick, buy me 2 ordinary talent breakthrough cards. Good. Soon, urged by Li Tian, Xiao Jin purchased 2 ordinary talent breakthrough cards from the merchant's self-sold goods. After taking them all out, Li Tian immediately read their information. Ordinary talent breakthrough card. There is a 3% chance that the user's talent will be increased by 1 level. Instantly, Li Tian's lips wisha involuntarily. 3%? Are you kidding me? This level of greed rivals the lottery odds in online games. Nevertheless, there is still a chance of a breakthrough. Sometimes, with a bit of luck, even 1% can lead to success. Therefore, Li Tian was not discouraged, but could only say he was slightly disappointed. If only the success rate could be 100%. Immediately, Li Tian rushed downstairs. Ro, inside the villa's kitchen, Li Ro and Dai Xiaomei were already preparing breakfast. Hearing Li Tian's call, Li Ro stopped what she was doing and looked up. Brother, what's wrong? Come out here for a second. I need to talk to you. Li Tian didn't intend to hide this from anyone else. But in order to consider Li Ro's feelings, Li Tian had no choice but to do so. After all, when Li Tian tested Li Ro's aptitude, Li Ro clearly got a C, but he lied to her and said it was an A. This well-intentioned lie must now be kept hidden, so naturally the fewer people who know about it, the better. After pulling his sister into the living room and making sure no one was around, Li Tian whispered, I've gotten 2 strengthening body cards. If you use them successfully, there's a chance your physique will improve. Upon hearing this, Li Ro quickly waved her hand. Brother, don't give me this. It's a waste. I don't need to join the army or anything. What do I need such a good physique for? You keep it for yourself. Sweetie, this is what I prepared for you. You don't need to worry about me. Without waiting for Li Ro's agreement or refusal, Li Tian used the talent limit breakthrough card on her. Unfortunately, a voice soon echoed in Li Tian's mind. Failed to break through the talent limit. Failure points accumulated. 5. Don't be discouraged. Success is guaranteed once the failure points reach 100. Huh? The card disappeared? It was used successfully, but I don't feel any changes in my body. Li Ro wasn't a user, so she naturally couldn't hear the notification sound for the talent limit breakthrough card. However, since the card had disappeared, it meant it had taken effect, so she asked about it with some confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Tian shrugged, appearing nonchalant. Silly girl, this physique card isn't 100% successful. Let's try another one. As he spoke, Li Tian used another talent limit break card. Failed to break through the talent limit. 10 failure points have been accumulated. Don't be discouraged. Success is guaranteed once you accumulate 100 failure points. Sigh. All fail. Li Tian sighed as he listened to the notification in his mind. Li Ro was quite naive, thinking it was really just a health-enhancing card, so she took it in stride. Brother, see? This is fate. I've already said that I'm just a girl. I don't need to be so healthy. I just need to help you cook and do housework. Keep this card for yourself from now on. I'm going in to cook. Watching Li Ro return to the kitchen and get busy again, Li Tian felt a pang of sadness. Silly girl. I wish you could live like this every day, carefree. Both of his talent limit breakthrough cards failed to be used, and his excitement vanished instantly. Li Tian simply went back to his room to wash up. After washing up, seeing that breakfast wasn't ready yet, Li Tian decided to go check on Li'Erbio. After all, Li'Erbio said he would recruit people overnight and then go back, and I don't know if he's asleep now. Although it was already the dead of winter. Under the gray sky, snow was falling heavily. However, Li Tian had also installed greenhouse barriers along the road between the villa and the farmhouse, so he was not affected by the weather. Stepping into the farmhouse residence, Xinxing and Nitian are still working on their research, and it seems they're already working on the motherboard. Li Tian didn't bother them. They arrived at Li'Erbio's door and knocked. Soon, Li'Erbio's voice came from inside the house. Please come in. Push open the door. Seeing Li'Erbio still pressing the virtual keys on the screen in front of the manual like he was on steroids, Li Tian felt a little guilty. I slept really well last night, but Brother Biao has been busy until now. Hey, it's you, brother. You've come at the right time. I was just about to look for you. Li'Erbio spoke first when he saw Li Tian appear. Then he added, Last night, I recruited another 37 people for our heavenly palace. Among them, there are 19 electricians and plumbers. The rest are all young people, and they have greater potential for the future. After hearing this, Li Tian thought it was a good idea, since plumbers and electricians were exactly the kind of technical personnel his island lacked. With them, we were able to install water and electricity in each member's home. That's good, but Brother Biao, you should take a break. You don't need to recruit any more people. Upon hearing this, Li'Erbio, however, was unwilling, saying, It's all right. I'm already an S-level person. Are you worried that I'll get tired from staying up all night? Didn't we agree to compete on the leaderboard? Only by achieving a good ranking can we have a chance to obtain the talent limit break card, which will allow Ro's talent to improve. Ro is not a child anymore. She is very clever. If we don't improve her talent as soon as possible, she will find out that you have lied to her sooner or later. Li Tian felt a warmth in his heart again. It seemed that Brother Biao had long regarded him and Ro as family. He cared more about Ro than I did, which made me feel like I hadn't been caring enough for her. 125. Discounts are available when purchasing items from the merchant's online store. Then, Li Tian then explained to Li'Erbio, Brother Biao, I have a solution for Ro's problem now. As for the members, let's leave it at that. We will bring those 37 people as usual, but we will not recruit the others for the time being. Hearing this, Li'Erbio was very puzzled. You're not recruiting anymore? Besides getting on the list and receiving the reward, how else can Ro obtain her talent? Aren't you going to compete for a spot on the leaderboard? Li Tian smiled faintly and shook his head, then patiently began to explain. Since we can already purchase the talent limit break card, there's absolutely no need to compete for that ranking. If people compete for the top spots on the population rankings, then the happiness index rankings will definitely drop. Now, I'd like to raise the island's happiness index to try and win a spot on the happiness index leaderboard. With Li Tian's explanation, Li'Erbio nodded in understanding. That makes sense now. So you had a way to buy that breakthrough card. But the happiness index ranking? What are the rewards for that ranking? Li Erbio left after seeing the number of people on the happiness list, so it's understandable that he was unaware of the rewards for this happiness list. Li Tian kept everyone in suspense, revealing a sly smile. Guess. What are you guessing for? Stop keeping me in suspense, and just tell me. Seeing Li Erbio's lack of interest, Li Tian couldn't help but purse his lips. Look at you, getting impatient like this. How are you going to pursue Yang Shui? Alright, there's no point in hiding it. The reward is a laptop. Damn, a laptop? What a waste, what a waste. Li Tian thought Li Erbio would be surprised, but his dejected expression left Li Tian puzzled. What a pity. What's a pity? Li Erbio was quite frank. It's a pity about the 2 terabytes of learning materials I collected when I was in mainland China. If I had a computer, and that USB drive could have been carried with me, I could have used it for studying even without internet. Li Tian, being a man himself, immediately understood the meaning of study materials, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Are these study materials legitimate or not? I don't know if it's proper or not, but I can still tell if it's tight or not. You beast! Sometimes, the topics of conversation between 2 men can abruptly veer into strange ones, but that's part of the fun for men. Living a rather repressed life already makes occasional rambling and idle chatter all the more necessary. After chatting for a while, Li Erbio stood up from his chair and stretched. All right, then I won't accept you. Oh dear, lie down for a bit. My back is killing me. Li Tian responded with a laugh and a joke. What's wrong? I just told you to rest, and you said you weren't tired. Now you know you're tired. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio rolled his eyes at Li Tian and said, Get lost. How can that be the same? At the time, I wasn't worried about Ro's talent or her motivation. Now that you, my own brother, have a solution, why should I, a brother who is not related to you, need to worry about it? I don't know why. Li Erbio's words sounded witty, but to Li Tian, they sounded so bitter. Stop. What do you mean by close or blood? You're Li Ro's brother, and you're also my brother. All right, you should just go to sleep. This moment, Li Erbio paused, as if he wanted to say something, but said nothing. However, a smile, warmer than the sun, subtly appeared on his otherwise fierce and gloomy face. And then, he quickly urged, All right, brat. I'm sleepy. You should get out of here. Hey, you're kicking us out already. Why don't you have breakfast before you rest? All right. I'm not hungry. You can leave now. I'm sleepy. Only after Li Tian was pushed out of the room and the door was closed did Li Erbio raise his arm to wipe away the tears from his eyes. Then he crawled into bed and fell asleep. After breakfast, Li Tian then returned to his room. It's winter now, and although the temperature hasn't changed much, the surrounding environment still makes him want to stay at home and be too lazy to move around. It's probably just psychological. Certainly, the main reason is that there really isn't anything that requires him to do personally right now. Yang Shui was leading the training. In the planting area, Old Wang was leading 30 people and working in an orderly manner. In fact, Old Wang complained that too many people had been assigned to him, taking away his work. On the building side, although some space has been reserved for future construction in the greenhouse barrier, but the housing market is already saturated. Even if we bring over the 37 new people that Brother Biao recruited, given the speed at which Su Yaoqian's team builds tin shacks, there's no need for me to go through the trouble and make things worse. As for the other fields like sewing and medical, they're even more bored. Therefore, all Li Tian can do is manage the island's trade effectively. Xiaojin, how's it going? How much did you earn the time it takes to eat breakfast? Li Tian asked, leaning closer to Xiaojin. Master, sales are currently on the rise. I think it's because we've activated the VIP merchant service, and the homepage promotion is working. Hearing Xiaojin's words, Li Tian found it hard to believe. I could believe you if you said sales would increase under your management, but how could homepage promotion actually be effective? Are the goods in this merchant mall cheaper than those in the trading hall? Xiaojin nodded, then shook his head. The items we list on a merchant platform are actually priced the same as those in the trading hall, but other survivors can buy them for a cheaper price. What the hell? Is that even possible? After saying that, Li Tian also took Xiaojin's seat, sat down in front of the manual, and opened the merchant mall section in the trading hall. This section is specifically for selling merchant supplies that have been registered with the merchant. It was only opened at the first click. A pop-up window appeared. Enjoy a 5% discount on your first purchase from the merchant's online store. This offer is valid for one time only. Those interested can purchase a monthly membership card and enjoy a 5% discount on all items. Monthly fee. 50 expansion float, stones/month. Click to activate. Turn off notifications. Friendly reminder. To purchase items in the merchant shop, you need to top up your account balance first. 1 expansion stone equals 1 balance. You can withdraw the corresponding expansion stones at any time after you no longer need to purchase. In other words, for the same price, you would need to pay 10 expansion stones in the trading hall, but only 9.5 expansion stones in the merchant shop. No wonder the merchant mall sales have increased. Even without subscribing to a monthly service, you can still enjoy this discount on your first visit. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of this. This moment, Li Tian only wanted to say one word. Absolutely amazing. They charge merchants service fees and buyers membership fees. So this manual is basically fleecing both sides. 126. The Island of the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor. In fact, Li Tian saw through the purpose of the service offered in the manual at a glance. It seems like a benefit for survivors, but in reality, it's just binding survivors to its own merchant store. For example, a survivor recharges 10 expansion float stones and wants to buy the same amount of water as 10 expansion float stones. After the discount, they only need to pay 9.5 of their balance, which does seem to save 0.5 of their balance. Unfortunately, with the 0.5 balance you saved, you can't buy any other supplies. The prices of supplies listed in the merchant shop must be whole numbers, and you can't withdraw the money either. After all, they can't just give you 0.5 expansion stones, can they? So, you either don't want the 0.5 balance, or you continue to top up. If the survivor chooses the first option and doesn't want the 0.5 balance, then the 9.5% discount is essentially meaningless, because the survivor still ends up consuming 10 expansion stones. In other words, the merchant mall did not lose a single penny, but brought benefits to other merchants. If the survivors choose to continue recharging, then needless to say, they have naturally fallen into the trap of the merchant store. Even if you continue to top up, don't forget that if you haven't activated the monthly subscription service, you will only enjoy a 5% discount on your first purchase of supplies. The second time you purchased it at the original price, which means that if you want to use the remaining 0.5 of your merchant balance, you can only activate the monthly subscription service for merchant mall membership. But people don't want to lose out. You've already spent 50 yuan to expand your floating stones and subscribe to this monthly membership. Are you going to use up the 0.5 yuan balance you saved on your first purchase and then not buy it again? That's impossible too. So, as I said before, capitalists are all evil. They will only try every means to extract all your assets. Certainly. In fact, Li Tian didn't care whether the manual's merchant system was exploiting loopholes or not. Anyway, I'm not the one being exploited. On the contrary, they would actually make much more money than if they had sold their shares in the trading hall. You need to know, last night, I earned over 20,000 yuan in merchant balance, which means I can break even on my monthly merchant service fee in just 2 days, and then it's pure profit. There's nothing I can do. I'm the head, after all. There's no such thing as a leader in any field suffering a loss. However, during this period, Li Tian felt he had found a loophole. That is, buyers can purchase goods at a 9.5% discount, while merchants themselves receive 200% support. If you use other members' manuals from your own island to buy items you are selling, wouldn't that mean we could spend unlimited amounts of merchant balances? For example, if purchasing 1,000 milliliters of water using Li Ro's manual requires paying 10 extended pumice stones, let's not even discuss whether Li Ro enjoys the 9.5% discount. Even without enjoying the benefits, Li Ro only paid 10 expansion stones, while with the merchant support, she ultimately earned 20 expansion stones. Isn't this just like finding money on the street? What can be done? Just as Li Tian was excitedly taking the test, a ruthless pop-up window from the merchant's online store shattered his beautiful illusions. Under the same island IP address, all manuals cannot purchase items listed by the main manual's merchants. The merchant marketplace will monitor the interactions between merchants and survivors in real time. Any violations, such as order boosting or fake reviews, will result in a permanent ban of the player's IP address on the island. Please cherish every moment and don't be greedy for fleeting pleasures. I was too naive. How could this manual possibly make such a basic mistake? Seeing this, Li Tian simply smiled faintly, showing no particular disappointment. After all, The manual is arguably the most advanced equipment in the island civilization, and its functions are far more advanced than any equipment in the mainland civilization. How could there be such a huge loophole that allows merchants to fraudulently obtain money? See Area 109 of Yinxia Kingdom. On an island with an area of 5,692,310 square meters. The island was already covered in ice and snow, and as far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of white. Inside a tenement building, each room had a small window open, from which wisps of black smoke constantly billowed out. It looks like a fire. Actually, it's just too cold, and everyone is burning charcoal fires to keep warm inside the tenement building. The second floor of the tenement building was entirely occupied by Emperor Yin Huang, while the rooms on the other floors were occupied by the management personnel of Emperor Yin Huang's island. At this time, the Yellow Emperor was living a comfortable life. He was surrounded by women on both sides, lying next to the charcoal stove, with even a plump woman massaging his legs. Honey, now that we're the largest island in the country, why are we still sending the brothers to search for supplies in the evolution zone? Why don't we let them rest? A beautiful young woman, whose arm was around the right hand of the Yellow Emperor, said in confusion. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Emperor snorted coldly and increased the pressure on the beautiful young woman's breasts, causing her to let out a coquettish cry. Oomph, the largest island in the country? What good is its size? Didn't you look at the technology rankings and the happiness index rankings? That guy called Qianqian Jiaozi is no ordinary person. If I hadn't unlocked the third page of the manual and gotten a lucky S-rank character upgrade card, my level would have been lower than his. You know, looking at the size of his island, it's not even 3 million square meters yet, and we haven't even reached page 3 of the manual. It's already this incredible before even opening the third page. Once his island area exceeds 3 million square meters and he unlocks the third page function, won't we be left far behind? With such an incredible individual existing, how can we afford to be complacent? After being reprimanded by the Yellow Emperor, the beautiful young woman was so frightened that she dared not utter a sound. However, a younger girl lying to the left of the Yellow Emperor, seemingly vying for his favor, made a pointed remark. Hey sister, is it possible that one of your old flames is among the members who's busy working outside? Is that why you're feeling sorry for him? Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman looked extremely flustered and quickly retorted, Sister, don't talk nonsense. My heart only belongs to my husband. Hee, sister, you don't need to be so nervous. I was just joking. When the Yellow Emperor saw this, his face turned green. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the trickery involved. He glared at the beautiful young woman and demanded, Is what Xiaoqin said true? You still have an old flame on our island. Connie, no, don't listen to Xiaoqin's nonsense. I only love you. Fuck you. How dare you cheat on me? Man, take this slut to a brothel. Let the brothers vent their frustrations on her. Upon hearing the boss's shout, 2 burly men with stubble on their faces rushed down from upstairs, their eyes lighting up. Yes, sir. It should be noted that the Black Kiln was a place specifically set up by the Yellow Emperor on his island for men's entertainment. In reality, it consisted of several stone houses, which imprisoned women whom the Yellow Emperor had grown tired of or who were disobedient. Honey, you've misunderstood me. Honey, have mercy. 127. The Rise of the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor. The beautiful young woman's pleas for mercy faded into the distance. The young woman named Xiaoqin couldn't help but smile. Now that's great. No one will be competing with me for your affections anymore. The Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor, who have developed to this day, are certainly not pig-headed. Naturally, he also saw through Xiaoqin's scheming. It was truly a scene straight out of the legend of Zhenhuan. But the Yellow Emperor was willing to stand on Xiaoqin's side. Let's not even talk about how young and inexperienced Xiaoqin is. Most importantly, he learned from Xiaoqin that she had a cousin. It's said that Xiaoqin's cousin is even more beautiful than the fairy in the painting. Xiaoqin is already quite attractive. If Xiaoqin considers herself very beautiful, how beautiful must she be? Most importantly, according to Xiaoqin, her cousin was also very clean in college. Apart from saving a simp and being harassed by him, she had no romantic history at all. Such a clean and beautiful girl. The Yellow Emperor has never enjoyed it before, so he naturally thought of relying on Xiaoqin to find Xiaoqin's cousin. Wouldn't he be able to enjoy himself to the heavens then? Thinking about it, the Yellow Emperor's body reacted again, and he hugged Xiao Qin tightly. His hands are groping Xiao Qin's body. Little Qin, don't forget why I took you in back then. You said your cousin was even more beautiful than a fairy in a painting. It's been so long. Why haven't you found her yet? I've even driven away someone who was supposed to serve me because of you. If you don't want to be so tired every day, you should hurry up and find your older cousin to help you share the burden. Xiao Qin feigned a coquettish tone. Oh, please. I'll try my best to find my cousin. Don't worry, honey. The scene that follows is not suitable for children, so I will not go into details. However, one point needs to be made clear: the history of how the Yellow Emperor rose to power. Actually, the Yellow Emperor was not a naturally gifted individual. One could only say he was incredibly lucky. Everyone entered the island civilization at the same time. On the first day, even Li Tian only managed to salvage ordinary supplies. On the very first day, the Yellow Emperor opened a distiller, which, although small, was more than enough for his own consumption. The very next day, another sea-level upgrade card was obtained. Although he didn't have Li Tian's information reading ability, he still managed to upgrade the distiller to grade C by sheer luck. In the following week, no more rare resources were obtained. However, because he drank the C-grade water, his body's level quickly rose to C-grade as well. At the same timeline, his physical condition was already far ahead of others. Therefore, he has no shortage of food and can be completely self-sufficient by fishing. Of course, most importantly, he was incredibly lucky. Before entering the island civilization, he happened to have finished reading in Zhi Jiao's novel. This is survival. Are you trying to stay healthy? So when he opened the supply box and got the expansion stone, his first thought was whether the stone's function was also to expand the island's area. After a thorough search of the manual, he successfully found the area expansion function. Therefore, he and Li Tian were actually in the same group of people who discovered the extended function of pumice. Although Emperor Yin discovered this ability quite early, he was constantly targeted by Li Tian because he was in the same sea area as Li Tian and ultimately could not make much progress. But the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor were different. In their sea area, there are more survivors, but there seem to be very few clever ones. To explain the island civilization setting, at the start, each sea area has the same population. However, as time goes by, many people with insufficient resources will starve to death, leading to inconsistencies in population across sea areas. Unfortunately, Li Tian's sea area has a relatively small population, resulting in poor purchasing power on his island. Throughout its development, the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor encountered no competitors whatsoever. On the contrary, perhaps because of the ID Emperor Yin Wang, other survivors also admire him. It's probably a kind of belief. And then, when the area of the island of Emperor Yin Huang reached more than 9,000 square meters, mountain springs had already emerged, marking the beginning of a qualitative change in his island. After acquiring the mountain spring, he began selling the water source on a large scale. Because there are no competitors and because there are more survivors in this sea area with stronger purchasing power, he can sell a large amount of fresh water every day, so his island area naturally gets bigger and bigger. Later, he naturally followed in the footsteps of Li Tian and others, and created his own alliance called Yin Huang Land. He even publicly declared that he would rebuild the glory of the Yinxia kingdom in the island civilization. It is precisely because the Yinxia people are a united race that they immediately resonated with the alliance name Yin Huang Land, and joined in one after another. Certainly, the so-called joining is merely a nominal joining. Due to unforeseen circumstances, not all of those people came to the islands of the Yin Huang Land. Otherwise, in the ranking of island population, the Yellow Emperor would probably be number one. The biggest difference between the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor is that one recruits people by deceiving them, while the other recruits people by winning their hearts. As for who recruits people by deception, there's no need to elaborate. Let's talk about how the Yellow Emperor won over the hearts of the people. In the early stages, in order to expand the number of members of Yin Huang Land did not set any conditions for joining. No membership fee is required. On the contrary, the Yellow Emperor would also provide water to his members free of charge so that they could live well. The good deed of the Yellow Emperor was quickly spread far and wide, leading to an increasing number of people joining the Yin Huang Land. Although in the early days, the Yellow Emperor supported so many people without any profit, but people have feelings, and the effects of force are mutual. Since the Yellow Emperor and the Yin Emperor have always been so kind to these members, these members will naturally know how to repay their kindness. As time went by and people's hearts were won over, even though Emperor Yin Huang didn't say anything, whenever those members obtained good resources or expansion stones, their first thought was to give them to Emperor Yin Huang. Think about it. The Yellow Emperor won over these people's hearts with only free mountain spring water, but the reward was countless rare resources. How could his development be slow? 128. My younger sister's talent has finally broken through. Before we knew it, winter has been over for 2 days. The sea surface was already covered with a thick layer of ice. However, to Li Tian's surprise, even so, it failed to affect the sea monster's attack. Fortunately, with the arrival of winter, the increased difficulty of the sea monster attacks only increased the number of attacks. The sea monsters still did not retaliate against the survivors. Otherwise, in this icy and snowy environment, people's limbs would be somewhat stiff, and their reaction time would be greatly reduced. Li Tian might not even be a match for these sea monsters. After 2 days of development. Now, Li Tian's merchant balance has already reached over 150,000. The island's area has already reached more than 2.9 million square meters. At this rate of development, the island's area will exceed 3 million square meters tomorrow. Certainly. In fact, if Li Tian had wanted to, his island would have already exceeded 3 million square meters. Only. Now, instead of exchanging the balance he earns from selling goods in the merchant mall for expansion stones, he saves it specifically to buy talent limit breakthrough cards. The only way to expand the island's area is by obtaining advanced expansion stones from resource blind boxes, so the island's area will expand more slowly. No way. Compared to the development of the island, Li Tian naturally cared more about his younger sister's talent, so he didn't want to waste any of the merchant's balance. After lunch, Li Tian also called Li Ro to his room. Immediately, he purchased 1 advanced talent limit breakthrough card and 3 ordinary talent limit breakthrough cards from the merchant's self-sale mall. A high-level talent limit breakthrough card is priced at 120,000 merchant balance. 3 ordinary talent limit breakthrough cards are priced at 30,000 merchant balance. It was as if he'd been thrown back to square one in an instant. The 150,000 yuan he had earned in the past 2 days was completely used up, but for his sister's sake, Li Tian had no complaints. Take out the advanced talent limit breakthrough card. Li Tian was not in a hurry to give it to Li Ro, because he was curious whether the probability of getting the advanced talent limit breakthrough card was also 12 times higher than that of the ordinary talent limit breakthrough card, since the advanced talent limit breakthrough card was so expensive. After a brief glance at the advanced talent limit breakthrough card, its functions became clear to Li Tian. Advanced talent limit breakthrough card. There is a 50% chance that the user's talent will be increased by 1 level, a 5% chance that the user's talent will be increased by 2 levels, and a 1% chance that the user's talent will be increased by 3 levels. Seeing this, Li Tian was also glad that he had refrained from spending his remaining balance these past 2 days. If you earn 10,000 in balance and immediately buy the ordinary talent limit breakthrough card, it will probably take a long time before you realize how overpowered the advanced talent limit breakthrough card is. The advanced talent limit breakthrough card is far more powerful and cost-effective than Li Tian imagined. It's important to know that ordinary talent limit breaking cards only have a 3% chance of increasing the limit by 1 level. If you spend 120,000 to buy 12 ordinary talent limit breakthrough cards, even if the probability increases, it will only be 36%. The probability of getting a breakthrough card for advanced talent is already more than 12 times the price, not to mention the chance of leveling up 2 or even 3 levels at once. Upon seeing her brother, she took out the card she had previously used from the manual. Li Ro frowned as well. Brother, are you going to use this kind of card on me again? Didn't I tell you not to waste food? I don't need such a good physique. Li Tian didn't bother to explain after hearing this, and directly used the advanced talent limit breakthrough card on his sister. The moment he used it, Li Tian also held his breath and concentrated, although the success rate is already as high as 50%. However, Li Tian did not dare to relax. Keep in mind, this was a talent breakthrough card that cost 120,000 yuan to buy. If this fails, it will take at least 2 or 3 more days to earn that much merchant balance. I can wait, but for my sister's lifespan, these 2 or 3 days are equivalent to almost a month of her lifespan. Moreover, everyone is concerned about money, and this balance of 120,000 is not a small amount. If it can be successful in one go, that would naturally be the best. How could I not be nervous? Soon, a notification sound rang in my mind. Li Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Talent ceiling successfully broken. Talent has risen from C to B, and accumulated failure points will be reset to 0. Talent ceiling successfully broken. Talent has risen from B to B+, and accumulated failure points will be reset to 0. Failed to break through the talent limit. Failure points accumulated. 5. Don't be discouraged. Success is guaranteed once the failure points reach 100. Li Tian was taken aback by the fact that he had been promoted 2 ranks in quick succession. Li Tian never imagined that such luck would fall on him. He had even planned that if his sister advanced to be level this time, he would wait for the leaderboard rewards to be distributed and then try his luck with ordinary breakthrough cards. As it turns out, plans can never keep up with changes. This saves us trouble. As for the phenomenon that C level can be promoted directly to B level, while B level can only be promoted to B+ level, Li Tian was not surprised. Because my physical condition seems to be just SOSO. Initially, he rose from an average physique to grade C, and then directly to grade B. The plus level only appeared after reaching level B. Perhaps C level is a relatively low level in island civilizations, so there's no need to add a C+ level. How are you feeling? Li Tian couldn't hide his smile as his younger sister's level reached B+, and asked a question. Li Rose seemed to sense the changes in her body as well. After stretching her muscles and bones, she exclaimed in surprise, "This card is amazing. I feel like my physique has really become stronger." Silly girl, just eat whatever you want from now on. Understand? Li Tian Lauga. Li Rose shook her head. That won't do. I don't want to gain weight. Silly girl. So what if you've gained weight? Who would dare laugh at you now? I'll beat them up for you. Li Tian shook his head with a wry smile. But who knew? Li Rose nodded. Of course. Maybe if I get a tummy, my older sister will laugh at me. Would you dare to beat her up? Forehead. I'm not too sure. Li Tian also felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. No way. Although he is the owner of the island, the other members all respectfully call him boss. But the relationship between Kudai and himself was not one of superior and subordinate, but more like that of friends. No matter how high his status or rank, he simply couldn't bring himself to be fierce in front of her. 129. Loan business. Seeing her brother's demeanor, Li Rose couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, teasing him. Brother, if you ask me, you should just get together with Sister Dai. That older sister isn't ugly either. Now she can do housework and cook. A virtuous and capable homemaker. How wonderful. Upon hearing this, Li Tian rolled his eyes. Go away, you're just a kid. Why do you care so much? She's virtuous, but I'm virtuous too. You know, I was the one who cooked for them in the early days. At this point, Li Rose burst out laughing. I've heard about this from my older sister. They say the fish you grill is blacker than charcoal. If you weren't really starving, no one could bring themselves to eat it. You little brat, you think you're all grown up now? You even dare to help outsiders ridicule your brother. Li Tian said, rolling up his sleeves to teach Li Rose a lesson. But Li Rose was quick-witted and agile. She made a face, stuck out her tongue, and ran out of the room. Hee, I don't believe you'd really hit me, bro. Besides, I'm not helping outsiders. Who knows, maybe Sister Dai will be family in the future. You little rascal. Watching Li Rose's disappearing figure, Li Tian was so angry he laughed. There was a time when Li Tian thought he could just let his life pass by in a daze. Since I'm already well off on the island, I might as well try to find a girl and start a relationship. Although I don't feel anything for the girls on the island right now, I'm sure I'll develop feelings over time. But, recently, Qin Yi's image would occasionally appear in Li Tian's mind. He felt that this was a psychological suggestion or a sixth sense. He had a feeling that Qin Yi was about to appear. Therefore, it's impossible for Dai Xiaomei and I to be together, as my sister said. I currently have 3 ordinary talent limit breakthrough cards left. My sister's level is already B+, so I'm not in a hurry to upgrade her further. There was no point in keeping the cards, so Li Tian planned to give them to Li Urbio. Let him see if any of the other members on the island need anything. It just so happens that we've collected quite a few talent limit testing devices during this period, so it's time to test the talents of some members on the island. If there are still those with talent below grade B, we must find ways to improve them. Certainly. In fact, Li Tian has the ability to read information. He can tell the level of a member at a glance. Members who have not yet reached level B are basically level C or below in terms of talent. But don't forget, each member arrives at the island at a different time. Later, Li Urbio also brought over a new batch of members. The new members, having not eaten graded food for a particularly long time, were generally grade C, making them impossible to check through information reading. The only option left is to use the talent limit detector. Of course, such tedious matters could be left to Li Urbio, who knew better than I who needed to have their talents tested and who needed to improve their talents. Midnight. Winter has arrived on its 4th day. Meanwhile, the system blind boxes can be opened again today. Li Tian also activated the system immediately. System, I want to open the system blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an SSS rank contract generator, which has been stored in the manual's temporary storage. SSS rank contract generator. After using this device to sign a contract with another person, the signatory will be forced to fulfill the contract as agreed. Unless the signatory dies, the contract will definitely be fulfilled. What's the use of this thing? It doesn't feel as good as the Tongshin card. When Li Tian first saw the function of this SSS level contract generator, his first thought was that it was a useless tool. But as he thought about it, Li Tian suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered an extremely large organization from the time of the continental civilization. Bank. Now that I have this contract generator, unless the other party dies, I won't have to worry about them defaulting on their contract. So, can I offer loan services? For example, someone needs 100 expansion stones to expand their island, but doesn't have that many on hand, so they borrow money from themselves. Set a repayment date and return the principal and interest. You'll never lose out. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some people would rather die than honor their commitments. However, such desperate individuals are always in the minority. The more Li Tian thought about it, the more he felt it had potential. This way, I can not only earn more floating stones, but also boost the development and consumption of other survivors in this area. After all, the larger the island, the more blind boxes can be caught. He lent the expanded floating stones to the survivors in advance, so the survivors could catch more blind boxes every day. In the long run, even with interest, they won't lose money. As the survivors in this sea area develop and prosper, their spending power will increase, and they will earn more. This is a virtuous cycle. Thinking of this, Li Tian immediately called the core members who were still awake to the living room of the villa, intending to discuss the interest issue together. After all, the interest rate can't be too high, but it also can't be too low. It's essential to ensure that while driving the survivalers' development, you yourself are the biggest beneficiary. Otherwise, if you lend out the pumice you use to expand your island to others, and those others develop rapidly while your own development lags behind and you don't reap many benefits, then you're definitely losing money. Therefore, a suitable interest rate is essential. After roughly explaining his thoughts to everyone, Li Urbio spoke first. You're interested in doing loan business? Li Tian nodded. But this is very risky. What if the other party wants to default on their loan? What do we do? Unless we locate the other party's island location before the loan is issued, so that we can go to their door and use force to collect the debt. Li Urbio frowned and analyzed. Dai Xiaomei chimed in. Brother Biao, this is useless. Don't forget, even if we know their location, they can still leave that island using a small wooden boat or something. Yeah, brother, I think doing this is a bit of a losing proposition. Although Li Ro didn't know much about the details of loans, she could still distinguish the pros and cons, and she also chimed in with her advice. Li Tian had anticipated that everyone would object, so he explained his prepared explanation to everyone. After they learned of the existence of the SSS-level contract generator, they stopped objecting and each shared their own opinions. 1:30. Interest calculation. First, it was Li Urbio, who had more life experience, who then shared his opinion. If we can ensure that the other party can fulfill their obligations, then this business can still proceed. Initially, my suggestion was to take out short-term loans. The advantage of doing this is that it allows you to recover your principal to a greater extent and earn interest, since the longer the time goes on, the lower the probability of the survivor surviving. Most importantly, if we take out short-term loans, apart from the first batch of loans affecting the development of our island, once the first batch of loans are recovered, we can directly use the interest recovered to lend out again, while the expansion floating stones earned by our island itself can be used for its own development. It's like getting something for nothing. Soon, Li Urbio's suggestion was approved by everyone. They all agreed. However, the most fundamental problem remains unresolved. That is, how much interest should be charged. At this moment, Xian Xing, the top student, seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Tian, asking, "Boss, how many expansion stones can our island earn in a day now?" Including the sales in the trading hall and the proceeds from the merchant mall, it's probably around 20,000 to 30,000, Li Tian replied after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Xing nodded and analyzed. Then let's take the maximum of 30,000. 30,000 expansion stones can expand the island area by 30,000 square meters, which means we can catch 300 more ordinary blind boxes. Based on our previous opening results, out of 300 regular blind boxes, there's approximately a 20% chance of getting an expansion stone, a 35% chance of getting water, a 35% chance of getting bread, and a 10% chance of getting other resources, seeds, items, blueprints. Let's not count the other supplies. Let's calculate how much expansion pumice the water and bread can bring us. The average amount of water obtained from a regular blind box is 200 milliliters. Roughly estimated, we can obtain a total of 300 by 35% asterisk 200 milliliters equals 21,000 milliliters of water. 21,000 milliliters of water at the current market price of 110 milliliters per expansion stone would be worth approximately 191 expansion stones. The average weight of bread obtained from a regular blind box is 300 g. So you can get 300 by 35% asterisk 300 g equals 31500 g of bread. The current market price for bread is 200 g / piece of expansion pumice. That means our 500 g of bread will bring us 500 g / 200 g / piece equals 157.5 pieces of expansion pumice. In addition, the number of expansion stones obtained directly from the blind box is 300 by 20% equals 60 stones. In other words, if the floating stones we sell in a day expand the island's area, we can earn at least 60 plus 191 plus 157.5 almost equals 409 more floating stones every day in the future. So, boss, our interest rate is at least 409 yuan per day for 30,000 yuan. The daily interest rate for the loan is 1.3633%. Of course, this calculation isn't entirely accurate. After all, if we hadn't lent out that 30,000, the 409 expansion stones we earned from opening blind boxes could have been used to expand the area, allowing us to open 4 more regular blind boxes. 4 regular blind boxes can yield, for by 35% asterisk 200 milliliters equals 280 milliliters of water. For by 35% asterisk 300 g equals 420 g of bread, and 4 by 20% equals 0.8 pieces of pumice. Water, 280 ml / 110 ml / piece, is almost equal to 2.55 pieces of expanded pumice, bread. For 20 g / 200 g / piece equals 2.1 pieces of expanded pumice. The total profit is approximately 2.55 plus 2.1 plus 0.8. Almost equals 5.5 expanded pumice stones. 100 divided by 5.5 almost equals 18. In other words, within 18 days, the benefits from those 409 expansion tokens will not be enough for us to open an extra blind box. Therefore, our loan period can be roughly divided into 18 days and more than 18 days. Let X be the number of days. The daily interest rate over 18 days is 1.3633% plus 5.5x / 30,000. The daily interest rate for 18 to 72 days is 1.3633% plus 5.5x / 30,000 plus, open parenthesis, 5.5 divided by 4 close parenthesis divided by 30,000. I'll skip the detailed process of 18 to 72 days to avoid accusations of padding the word count. But after seeing the results, can you figure out how the calculation came about? Interest after 72 days. Seeing that Xing was about to continue calculating, Li Tian quickly stopped her. All right, top student, we don't understand what you're saying anyway. However, even with the additional daily interest calculated later, it's still less than 2%. With 30,000 expansion stones, the daily return is less than 600 expansion stones, which is too low. Li Ro then playfully interjected, "Brother, are you stupid?" Brother Xing only calculated the interest rate to guarantee the principal. As long as it's not lower than the interest rate Brother Shinchin calculated, you can set any interest rate you want, right? Li Ro's words were like a wake-up call. Li Tian then realized what was going on. Yes, I was probably feeling sleepy from listening to Xin Qing's calculations, and my mind just didn't quite catch on. I'm sorry for making you laugh. I'm the service provider. I can decide how much interest I want to charge. But Brother Biao is right. We can provide short-term loans first, roughly in the form of 3 days/7 days/14 days. There's no need for anything longer. The 3-day daily interest rate is tentatively set at 10%, the 7-day daily interest rate at 15%, and the 14-day daily interest rate at 20%. Upon hearing this, Li Ro did the math. A 10% daily interest rate? If I borrow 100 yuan to expand my floating stones, wouldn't I have to repay 130 yuan in 3 days, including principal and interest? That seems reasonable. For those survivors, it might not be unacceptable. After all, spending an extra 30 expansion stones allows them to open an extra supply box earlier. At this moment, the usually composed Li Erbio frowned again and looked at Li Tian. But bro, I still don't understand. Even if we have that contract generator, what if the survivor who borrowed the money doesn't have enough expansion stones to repay the loan by the due date? How do we get them back? We can't possibly kill him, can we? Li Tian was taken aback by Li Erbio's question. That seems to make sense. That contract generator only says it will force the other party to fulfill the contract. But if the other party really doesn't have that many expansion stones, then it seems useless to force it, right? At this moment, the system did intervene and gave a reminder. Master, regarding this matter, the system can answer your question. If the signatory fails to fulfill the terms of the contract, for contracts involving items, the signatory will be forced to return any contracted items acquired during subsequent survival activities to the contract initiator immediately. For contracts involving labor, the signatory will be forcibly sent to the host island for the host's use until the signatory completes the corresponding labor. 131. Storage Services. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips. He began to communicate with the system in his mind. So if the other party is overdue, the only thing we can do is to get them to pay it back as soon as possible. Yes, Dot. But even so, it's still considered overdue. This is unavoidable. The machine can only force the contracting party's mindset, but if the other party truly cannot fulfill the contract on time, then it will simply be overdue. All right. After ending the conversation with the system, Li Tian also relayed what the system had told him to everyone. Everyone paused upon hearing this. Despite all the discussions, there are still overdue issues. But brother, being overdue is fine as long as you can pay it back, right? Otherwise, we can add a penalty clause to the contract. Li Erbio looked at Li Ro, nodded, and praised. Your child is quick-witted. This method is good, but it deviates from our original plan. Our purpose in doing this loan business is to make money and develop the island, not to do charity. If everyone defaults on their deadlines, the development of our island will be severely hampered. Upon hearing this, another idea came to Li Tian's mind. To put it bluntly, the reason we're worried about this, and that is simply that if we use the floating stones generated from the island's daily profits to expand and then lend them out, the inability to recover them over a long period of time will affect the island's development. Then what if we use the expansion stones from other survivors and lend them to another survivor? Wouldn't that ensure the development of our island wouldn't be affected? Upon hearing this, Li Erbio finally understood. You want to open a savings account on the side? You really want to open a bank on this island. But no matter what, isn't this a good idea? Li Tian revealed a wicked smile, neither confirming nor denying. Everyone nodded, filled with anticipation. Open a bank. Who wouldn't want that? You have to understand, back when the mainland was civilized, owning a bank was the dream of countless people. The younger sister, being more rational, asked, But Li Tian, why do you think other survivors have expansion stones but don't use them, and instead save them? And why do they dare to store them here? This is the problem. Li Tian had also considered it. As long as you deposit interest for the other party, isn't that enough? In the early stages, the Heavenly Palace's reputation was enough to attract some people. Later on, as the business grows bigger and bigger, won't those who still have doubts eventually let go of them? So Li Tian told everyone what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it seemed like it might actually work. So, After resolving the loan interest issue, Li Tian and the others began to think about the deposit interest. Li Tian did not intend to calculate the interest on this deposit according to the interest rate. That's too much trouble. The main reason is that this is someone else storing the expanded floating stones on their own, without the need for a contract generator. So naturally, the simpler the better. Or let's give you a tier. 10 expansion stones, and the storage interest for 7 days per 14 days is 200 milliliters of water / 500 ml of water. Anyway, our freshwater resources cost nothing, so we can just sell them. This way, we don't have to waste the pumice. If that's the case, we can pay the interest to the other party in advance, which will put the survivors at ease. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. Otherwise, if we also use the expansion of floating stones as interest, calculating the interest for everyone would be a headache, and there's no calculator here. How many gears should we divide it into? Let's distribute the benefits equally. 10 yuan / 100 yuan / 500 yuan / 1,000 yuan / 5,000 yuan / 10,000 yuan. Each tier is also divided into 7 days or 14 days. After discussion among everyone, the plan for depositing interest has been finalized. 10 expansion stones. The interest for 7 days is equivalent to 200 milliliters of fresh water, and the interest for 14 days is equivalent to 500 milliliters of fresh water. Alternatively, it can be replaced with an equivalent amount of food. 100 expansion stones. The interest for 7 days is equivalent to 2 liters of fresh water, and the interest for 14 days is equivalent to 5 liters of fresh water. Alternatively, it can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of food. 500 expanded pumice stones. The interest for 7 days is equivalent to 10 L of fresh water, and the interest for 14 days is equivalent to 25 L of fresh water. Alternatively, it can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of food. 1,000 expansion stones. The interest rate for 7 days is equivalent to 50 milliliters of grade C water, and the interest rate for 14 days is equivalent to 120 milliliters of grade C water. 5,000 expanded pumice stones. The interest rate for 7 days is equivalent to 250 milliliters of grade C water, and the interest rate for 14 days is equivalent to 600 milliliters of grade C water. 10,000 expansion stones. The interest rate for 7 days is 500 milliliters of grade C water, and the interest rate for 14 days is 1.2 L grade C water. For expansion stones of 10,000 or more, please contact me privately. The reason for using different grades of water as interest is naturally to vary from person to person. After all, if someone can actually produce 5,000 expansion stones, they might not lack ordinary fresh water. Grade C water is exactly what attracts them to store it. After all, storing expanded pumice stones and having them returned in full after a certain number of days, plus the ability to drink a large amount of C-grade water, will be something most people would be willing to do. For Li Tian, this isn't a loss, even though 500 milliliters of grade C water at the price of 10 ml / 10 expansion stones is worth 500 expansion stones. The interest is obviously too much. However, even grade C water needs to be sold to be worth the money. If we can't sell them, they'll stay here. They're worth 0, because Li Tian and the others didn't even want the water and wouldn't drink it. After all, even the animals and the crops in Old Wang's hands are drinking SS-grade water. Therefore, Li Tian did not feel that using C-grade water as interest was a waste. It's important to know that the effect of grade C water is that it can elevate a person's health level to grade C at most. I'm afraid it won't be long before everyone who's supposed to be at level C will be at level C. Those who didn't make it will probably never make it in their lifetime. Back then, grade C water was just as worthless as regular water. 132. Daily profit exceeded 100,000 yuan, expanding floating stones. Certainly. This moment, I'm sure some people will be curious about that. Since it's essentially zero-cost interest payment, there's no need to offer lending services at all. Why not just have the survivor store the expansion stones to Li Tian so he could develop his own island? That's the logic, but everything has two sides. Li Tianrua did just that. When the return date arrives, all the expansion stones that others stored on Li Tian's island will have been used by Li Tian. Will the expansion stones that Li Tian earns on that day be enough to fill the gap? If it is not repaid, it will affect the reputation of the Heavenly Palace. It would be foolish to let the hard-earned prestige be ruined because of a little bit of profit. If he lends the money to someone else, Li Tian won't have to worry about not being able to repay it. This way, one's reputation is guaranteed, and one can also profit from it. Even if there are a few overdue payments, with the contract generator, the other party can usually pay back some on the day of repayment. Even if they can't pay back, Li Tian still has the ability to make up for these special cases. Most importantly, after Li Tian started the lending business, both Li Tian and other survivors could get what they wanted. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. The more other survivors develop, the more you can earn from them. This is the same principle as exploiting loopholes. Instead of killing them outright, it's better to nurture them properly and slowly exploit them. With everything prepared, the only thing missing now is personnel. The 50 people on a monthly subscription service side definitely can't do this. They were all very busy with their own tasks. Then the savings and lending business would naturally have to hire new people. Therefore, Li Tian instructed Li Ro to start recruiting immediately. We need at least 100 people, and we should try to recruit younger survivors. Li Tian and Li Erbio returned to their respective rooms and began their respective promotional activities. As for the other members, they went back to their rooms to rest. Arrive at the manual. Without saying a word, Li Tian first purchased a voice transmission service for this area. Voice transmission, Qianqian Jiaozi. Hello, fellow survivors, I am Qianqian Jiaozi, the head of the Heavenly Palace. Starting immediately, the Heavenly Palace will be launching savings and lending services. Savings, as the name suggests, allows survivors with idle expansion stones to deposit with us at the Heavenly Palace, and we will pay you corresponding interest. Lending is to help survivors in need or facing difficulties by lending them expansion stones. Of course, we will also charge corresponding interest. For savings inquiries, please contact at Jinglina. For lending inquiries, please message me privately. Once the message was sent, the previously quiet chat screen, as deserted as the weather outside, instantly became lively again. Holy crap, the Heavenly Palace is awesome. They've even opened a bank in this island civilization. I want a loan. Damn it. Back in mainland China, I was already suffocating under the weight of car and mortgage payments. Now that I've come to this godforsaken place, life is already stressful enough, and now loans are still barging into my life. Hey upstairs, relax. If you're really too tired, you can add me as a friend. You can transfer all your belongings to me before you commit suicide, and I'll take over your mission to live. Get lost. You wish. No matter how much pressure I'm under, I'm going to live. Do you think the Heavenly Palace is trustworthy? I do have some extra expansion stones, but I'm afraid if I store them there, I won't be able to get them back. Upstairs, my personal suggestion is that if you really don't plan to expand your island with those extra expansion stones, then store them at the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is still trustworthy. However, despite the abundance of comments, relatively few people sent private messages to consult me. Li Tian felt that he hadn't explained things clearly, so he bought another telepathic device and advertised the savings interest rate and loan interest rate as well. At this moment, everyone became eager to try. Wow, storing 10 expansion stones will earn me 200 milliliters of water in interest after 7 days, and the interest is paid up front at the time of storage? That's great. I'm in. If you're willing, hurry up. I went to inquire immediately, but I'm already over 100th in line. But the loan interest rate is so high. The daily interest rate is tentatively set at 10% for 3 days, 15% for 7 days, and 20% for 14 days. This is practically usury. Upstairs, it's a willing buyer and a willing seller situation. There's no law here. If you think the interest is too high, just don't borrow it, right? Besides, we borrowed it through our own abilities. If we think the interest is too high, we can just pay it back, right? Covering mouth and chuckling. One night, Li Tian and Li Erbio were extremely busy. Li Erbio received a total of over 100,000 expansion stones. He was so busy that he had to wake up some members to help him. Li Tian's situation wasn't much better. Basically, as soon as Li Erbio receives someone else's deposit, he immediately lends that deposit out. However, whenever Li Tian explained the repayment process and penalties to the loan applicants, they readily agreed and seemed unconcerned, which made Li Tian think that these people might not actually intend to repay. Li Tian saw through this, but didn't say anything. You have your clever strategies, and I have my own ways to get over the wall. Those people simply thought that since it was a vast ocean and they didn't know the location of the island, Even if they didn't return it, Li Tian couldn't do anything to them. Little did they know, Li Tian had the help of a divine artifact. The moment those people signed the contract, their minds were already occupied by the contract. Until the return date arrives, their thoughts will be no different from ordinary people. However, when the return date arrives, if they still do not have the intention to fulfill the contract, their thoughts will be swayed by the power of the contract. So, even though the people didn't want to repay the loan, Li Tian still chose to lend it to them. I have a system. What am I afraid of? I was busy all night. The number of people applying for savings and loans increased as the sun rose. In just one night, 100,000 expansion stones were lent out, earning as much as 30,000 in interest. If this trend continues during the day, the loan amount may reach 300,000. I just don't know if I'll be able to receive the storage for 300,000 expanded pumice stones. If possible, at a daily interest rate of 10%, 300,000, if repaid in 3 days, would incur 90,000 expansion stones in interest. However, night owls are a minority. Those who were resting last night might also save the message after they hear about it when it gets light, and maybe it will come true. Thinking of this, Li Tian was no longer sleepy. He could earn nearly 100,000 expansion stones a day just from loan interest. If he added the profits from the trading hall and merchant mall, wouldn't he be able to earn over 100,000 expansion stones a day? At this rate of development, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to surpass those on the leaderboard? 133. The new supplies arrived just in time. Certainly, these are all projected profits, since the interest won't be received for at least 3 days. After a night of hard work, Li Ro successfully recruited 53 people. After that, Li Tian forced Li Ro to rest, and the recruitment task fell to Dai Xiaomei. In order for the bank to continue operating, Li Tian planned to pick up the group of people after breakfast. Of course, we should also bring over the 37 people that Li Erbio recruited earlier. Of the 37 people, excluding the 19 electricians and plumbers, there are 18 who are not currently employed, which is perfect for them to handle banking business. That means that if the expected 100 people are needed, then Dai Xiaomei only needs to recruit 29 more people. After breakfast, Li Tian took off in his helicopter. The locator and the concentric card issue had already been resolved by Li Ro. Even the route was customized with the help of Su Huanfeng, a boy from the seaside, to create the shortest round trip. It only took one morning. Li Tian then brought 90 people. Li Tian didn't give these 90 people any time to rest. After a hearty meal, they were assigned to work. There's a lot going on the island these days. Since the number of members has increased, the house still needs to be built. Just then, the plumbers arrived, and Li Tian naturally assigned the 19 plumbers to Su Yaoqian, letting Su Yaoqian take charge. The rest of the time, Li Erbio called them to start working on bank matters. After lunch, Li Ro had already completed the challenge. The current challenges are already a piece of cake for Li Ro. She said that today's challenge is to expand the island's area by 10,000 square meters, and the reward is also an island area of 10,000 square meters. In other words, even before the profitable expansion of the island using pumice has been used, the island's area is already approaching 3 million square meters. Once I take out and use the expansion stones I earned from the trading hall and merchant mall this afternoon, the island area will exceed 3 million square meters today. Li Tian was quite looking forward to it. After turning to the second page of the manual, Li Tian eagerly awaited the opening of the third page every day. Now that it has exceeded 3 million square meters, I wonder if it will be launched. However, the challenge was completed, and the supply blind box was refreshed. Li Tian went to the island first to open the supply blind boxes. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *10, now stored in the Handbook Warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Deep Sea Oil Field Detector Permanent, now stored in the Manual Warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Talent Limit Detector Permanent, now stored in the Manual Warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Sea Monster Breeding Ground, now stored in the Handbook Warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain 5X Card, 1 Day, which has been added to your manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain S-Rank Indulgent Silky Chocolate * 99 pieces, now stored in the Handbook Warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *8, now stored in the Manual Warehouse. The supplies delivered today are quite good. Especially compared to the past few days, it's like heaven and earth. I won't go into too much detail about food, floating stones, and talent limit detectors. Li Tian immediately focuses attention on the deep-sea oil field detector, the marine mammal breeding ground, and the five-fold card, one day. Deep-sea oil field detector. It can detect whether there is an oil field in the sea area within a 500-meter radius. Sea beast breeding ground. A building specifically for breeding sea beasts. Tame sea beasts must be cared for in the sea beast breeding ground. Otherwise, their strength will deteriorate. 5x card, one day. After use, it grants the corresponding resources a 5x buff for 24 hours. Note, this applies only to resources. After reading these introductions, Li Tian's eyes narrowed into slits with delight. These supplies arrived at the perfect time. First, let's talk about the deep-sea oil field detector. Ever since the armored vehicle was introduced, Li Urbio has to keep an eye on the fuel tank every time he drives it, fearing that it might run out of fuel at any time. Now that we have this deep-sea oil field detector and the deep-sea drilling equipment we obtained last time, we won't have to worry about running out of oil this time. And that 5x card, one day, is even better. Now that the banking business has just started, a large amount of expansion stones will be recovered in 3 days. With the addition of the 5x card buff, won't we earn hundreds of thousands of expansion stones in one day? Moreover, the bank's savings business can be carried out every day. At that time, I can integrate the resources, have Xiao Jin adjust the price in 3 days, and hold some activities. Earning millions of expansion stones a day will not be a problem at all. The appearance of the marine mammal breeding ground was the only thing that shattered Li Tian's understanding. He never imagined that sea monsters could be tamed. But how do we tame a sea monster? Beat it into submission? But if we hit it, the sea monster will run away. Never mind, let's see how it goes later. Afterwards, Li Tian took out the deep-sea oil field detector and went to the farmhouse. Brother Biao, look what this is. Pushing open the door, Li Tian went straight to the point. Li Urbio sat up from the manual, took the detector from Li Tian, and looked at it suspiciously, saying, "Could it be the Dragon Ball radar?" Upon hearing this, Li Tian almost died laughing. Brother Biao, you really know how to talk. You even brought up the Dragon Ball radar. Could it be that you still want to collect all 7 Dragon Balls and make a wish to Shenron? Li Urbio shuja dismissivedi. Who says otherwise? I like to make a wish. Oh, what do you want to wish for? Li Tian leaned forward and teased Li Urbio by hooking his arm around Li Urbio's neck. Li Urbio sighed and said meaningfully, "Right now, I just hope that all lovers in the world can be united in marriage. Tomorrow is May 20th. On behalf of the author, I wish all lovers in the world a happy ending." 99. Come on, you might as well say you hope Yang Shui is with you. Li Tian saw through him immediately and retorted. Li Urbio didn't refute Li Tian's expose. He responded with a faint smile. Hee, you could say that. But if I could really make a wish, it would be for Yang Shui and me to be together, and it would also be for all lovers in the world to be together. Why shouldn't I make everyone happy? Today's task is complete. Thank you all for your support. Once it hits midnight, it will be May 20th. Everyone who's going to celebrate, remember to tone it down. Staying up late is bad for you. Please save your energy for following up on this book. 5.20 Special Episode, Side Story 1/2. This chapter is a side story and is unrelated to the overall plot of the novel. January 1st, 2022. There are 12 months and 20 days left until we enter the island civilization. Chengdu, the land of scorching summer, Chongnan University. Today is New Year's Day, and students are naturally spending it in joy. Li Tian was the only exception. He prepared a gift early in the morning, intending to surprise Wang Li. Today is New Year's Day for most people, but for Li Tian and Wang Li, it's their 100th day together. With 2 special days coinciding, how could Li Tian not take it seriously? However, without notifying Wang Li early in the morning, he came downstairs to the girls' dormitory building, wanting to give Wang Li a surprise, but instead he gave himself a fright. That's when he saw Wang Li walking out of the dormitory with a man on her arm, heading towards the outside of the school. That moment, Li Tian was completely bewildered. He never imagined that Wang Li would do such a thing. He even thought that maybe he was just overthinking it. This man might be Wang Li's brother or younger brother. But Li Tian followed them until they entered the 7 days and next to the school gate, at which point Li Tian realized he had indeed been overthinking things. But he was really unwilling to accept it. Wang Li was his first love. He poured his purest love into this relationship. only to receive this result in the end. Of course, he was quite open-minded about it. Relationships only have two outcomes, breaking up or getting married. But he never expected that he was too naive. There was a third possible outcome, being cheated on. He could accept breaking up, but being cheated on was a real humiliation for him. If word got out, he would be forever branded with shame. Therefore, even if the relationship breaks down, he hopes it will be his own decision to initiate it, rather than being cheated on. So he dialed Wang Li's number. Hey, where are you? What do you think it could be? In the dorm. A dormitory? A 7-day, chained dormitory? What nonsense are you spouting? I am lying. Even now, you're still planning to hide it from me? I saw you with my own eyes as you entered a hotel near our school with a man in your arms. Humph. Then I have nothing more to pretend about. Good. I went to a hotel with someone else. Are you satisfied now? If there's anything else, we can talk about it after I'm done. Beep, 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 beep. Upon seeing this, Li Tian clenched his fists, veins bulging, but he wasn't the kind of person who couldn't let go of things. At worst, we can break up and go our separate ways. But what kind of attitude is Wang Li? Why does he have to cheat on you before breaking up? This was an utter disgrace to Li Tian, especially the phrase, we'll talk about it after we're done, which almost made Li Tian vomit blood from anger. Busy, so busy, damn it. After cursing Wang Li in his heart, he dialed the phone again. Wang Li, come out here. Explain yourself to me. It's just a relationship. Being deceived is fine. I can just break up. But what kind of behavior is it to cheat on me? Huh? So you called just for this? Fine, let's break up then. I don't want a poor loser like you. As for cheating on you, you're completely overthinking it. Strictly speaking, I cheated on you the very day we got together. Do you remember that night, after you confessed your feelings to me? I said I had to leave? I'm going to a hotel with someone else. So if it's about being cuckolded, you don't need to call. You've already been cuckolded anyway. I'm going back to work, bye. Ugh, dear hydrogen, point it hurts. Beep, beep, beep. Snap. Li Tian quietly loosened his grip on the phone, and it smashed to pieces. So the Joker has always been himself? I've always been too arrogant. This became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Li Tianjin went from despair to collapse, and only he himself could understand the utter despair in his heart. The pain of being deceived and manipulated is unbearable. A while later, he raised his head, his expression becoming unfocused. A while later, he laughed a laugh so desolate. He went to a convenience store, bought a bottle of Nulinchan liquor, and went to the lakeside on the campus of Chang'an University. He leaned against the weeping willows, his gaze somewhat vacant. Ah, what is love in this world? After chuckling to himself, Li Tian blew the broth into Nulinchan. He closed his eyes and leaped forward. With a thud, for the first time, Li Tian felt so happy, both physically and mentally. Surrounded by the river water, he felt as if he were being baptized. The physical pain of lack of oxygen and choking on water has long been overshadowed by heartache. It was quite a while later. He felt as if he were bound by something. Could it be a demon from hell? Are you about to drag yourself into the abyss? But the next moment, he emerged from the water as if in a dream, or perhaps he entered heaven. At that time, he was no longer quite lucid, but he always felt as if he had seen the light again. My body was enveloped in a warm embrace. Then, an angel squeezed into his line of sight. Hey, classmate. Are you all right? Wake up, classmate. Amidst the melodious calls of girls, Li Tian's eyes regained their sparkle. At this moment, he discovered that he was actually leaning against the angel's embrace. This moment is so warm, so very warm. So, I've entered heaven. When Li Tian asked this question, Qin Yi was completely bewildered, her bright, star-like eyes filled with confusion. Then, as if she just thought of something, she smiled sweetly again. This smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, as passionate as summer rain, as warm as an autumn sun, and as ethereal as white snow. It's simply heartwarming and captivating. Hey kid, you're really funny. Don't talk nonsense. I'm so young, I don't want to die. After gradually regaining his senses, Li Tian realized that he had most likely been saved by the girl in front of him. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad about being given a new lease on life. It just felt like I was having a dream. In my dream, it was the first half of my life. With Qin Yi's help, Li Tian successfully stood up. Out of politeness, Li Tian also said, thank you. Then, Li Tian wanted to leave. But Qin Yi stopped him. Hey, I'm a psychology student at Chang'an University. I'm wondering if something's bothering you that's causing your distress. Why don't we talk? Upon hearing this, Li Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head to politely decline. No need. I have nothing on my mind. I am just a plaything sent by heaven to be manipulated at will. But before Li Tian could finish speaking, Qin Yi quickly interrupted. You are not a plaything. You are a treasure fallen to earth. The appearance of any one of us is a surprise that God gives to this world. Hey classmate, are you having some relationship problems? You can tell me about it. I saved this draft just before 5:20 p.m. It was partly to coincide with the special date of May 20th, and also to explain the romantic relationship between the main character and the female lead. Stop calling the protagonist a simp. The female lead really influenced the male lead a lot. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. 5.20 special episode. Side story February 2nd. That's all. A man, a woman, and a riverbank. They basked in the warm sunshine, watching the weeping willows sway gracefully, and chatted about life. This conversation lasted all morning. When Li Tian learned that the person giving him psychological counseling was Qin Yi, one of the most beautiful girls at Changnan University, he was even more dumbfounded. He is still self-aware. A loser like him never thought he would have the chance to meet someone of school beauty caliber. Not to mention on such a special day and on such a special occasion. He was saved by a beautiful school beauty? Is this a case of a loss may turn out to be a blessing in disguise? So, you're willing to give up your life for this woman? After listening to Li Tian's story, Qin Yi's expression clearly turned sour. It seemed to be blaming Li Tian for his cowardice, or perhaps expressing disgust at Wang Li's various behaviors. Li Tian knew he had made a fool of himself today. I was somewhat out of my mind and actually thought about taking my own life. He smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I'm such a coward that I actually thought about taking my own life. Qin, he shook his head at this. I've never seen a coward dare to commit suicide. You're not a coward, but you're a complete idiot. This kind of woman isn't worth all this effort from you. In this world, men and women are born equal, and feelings are reciprocal. When you've given so much and she hasn't given you any feedback, you should have given up long ago. Besides, college romances are ridiculous. Research shows that no more than 5% of couples who date in college end up getting married. Therefore, dating in college is more like playing around than dating. At this point, Li Tian interrupted, asking tentatively, So that's why you're still single? Oh, how can you be so sure I'm single? Qin Yi didn't answer directly, but instead asked in return. Li Tian Shuja. Although I've never met you, I've seen the name Qin Yi, the school beauty, on the campus forum. That's ridiculous. If you've seen posts about me on the campus forum, how can you say you haven't seen me? Don't photos count? Qin Yi seemed born to talk back, and retorted. That's it. Li Tian Boja. He then chuckled timidly, because I've only seen the title of the post, but I've never read the content inside. That's a post from the school beauty. Why do you think an ordinary guy like me have to get to know you? In my mind, you and I will never have any interaction. Trying to get to know each other would just be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi smiled gently again, but now we have something in common, don't we? So, as I said before, men and women are equal. Even if I am the school beauty, you don't have the right to belittle yourself and say that you're not qualified to understand me. Actually, among all the guys I know, you're quite special. Being praised as special by the school beauty herself, Li Tian felt like he was dreaming. The pain in my heart vanished instantly, replaced by a secret joy. Oh, special? What's special about it? At least, compared to those guys who say they like me after just one glance, you're not so annoying. Is this a compliment? I feel like something's off. Just take it as a compliment. However, you still haven't told me that the reason you're single is because of what you just said. Seeing that Li Tian wouldn't let go of this issue, Qin Yi stopped teasing him. He explained, It's not that complicated. I just haven't met the right person yet. To put it simply, it's just that our time hasn't come yet. Alright, it's getting late. I'll head back now. Let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if you have any psychological problems in the future. Good. After parting ways with Qin Yi, Li Tian felt that his new life had truly begun. This morning's conversation allowed Li Tian to rediscover himself, to rediscover love, and to rediscover the school beauty. The world is so beautiful, and there are so many people willing to protect you. Living life to the fullest is the most important thing. The next few days. As expected, news of Li Tian and Wang Li's affair spread. Apart from a few roommates who were indignant, everyone else naturally treated Li Tian as a joke. But Li Tian just laughed it off. Those who laugh at themselves are laughing at the world. Isn't that strange? Despite being the victim, no one criticizes Wang Li. Instead, they mock her. No wonder, Qin, he said, this world is not as wonderful as we think. How tiring would it be to live for others? Looking back now, it makes sense. Those who laughed at me had distorted thinking. I didn't need to explain anything, much less cater to them. Walk your own path, do your own thing, and let them talk. During lunchtime, Li Tian came to the cafeteria alone for a meal. As luck would have it, they ran into Wang Li and her new boyfriend. In fact, during this time, Qin would occasionally give Li Tian advice over the phone, so Li Tian had long since let go of his feelings for Wang Li. Love or hatred, I'll let them all go. Nowadays, I just treat her as a stranger whose name I know. Sometimes, some people just like to stir up trouble. No. Wang Li and her new lover also saw Li Tianzheng standing alone in line. Wang Li's new lover insisted on stepping forward and sarcastically remarking, "Oh, isn't this the senior? What's wrong? You got dumped by my Lily and you're so down on your luck. You can't even have anyone to eat with." Li Tian didn't want to pay attention to these people who were just trying to get attention. But the more Li Tian acted this way, the more excited the other party seemed to become. He always felt that he was superior to Li Tian, as if he had a great sense of superiority. "Honey, look at the attitude of your ex. I came to say hello, and he ignored me completely. No wonder you cheated on him. He deserved it. If I were you, I wouldn't look down on this kind of person either." As the other party's words became increasingly offensive, even someone as easygoing as Li Tian couldn't help but get angry. Just as Li Tian was about to retort, a familiar and pleasant voice rang out again. Who said Li Tian was eating alone? I just wanted to buy him water. Before the sound had even faded, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Qin was already walking towards him with 2 bottles of Nongfu spring water in his hand. At this moment, Qin, like a star surrounded by the moon, squeezed out of the circle of boys and appeared next to Li Tian. Immediately, Qin handed a bottle of water to Li Tian, beaming. The store was quite crowded, so it took a while to buy this. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two chatted and laughed as they lined up to eat. 134. The brothers were frostbitten. This chapter continues from chapter 133. If you have forgotten any plot details, you can review chapter 133. Upon hearing this, Li Tian stopped dawdling. If they continued chatting, who knew what other ridiculous topics Li Erbio might bring up? Then he began to explain. All right, I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. This is a deep-sea oil field detector. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio immediately stopped laughing, examined the deep-sea oil field detector in his hand for a while, and asked suspiciously, "You're saying this is a deep-sea oil field detector?" Li Tian smiled and nodded. "What else? You still think I'm lying to you? Let's go. Let's see if there are any oil fields near our island." "Absolutely. I've been looking forward to this day for so long. If they find oil, we'll be able to drive anywhere." This trip, Li Tian and Li Erbio naturally chose the helicopter. This way, the speed is faster and the positioning is more accurate. Li Erbio and Li Tian were working together. One of them was directing the helicopter to fly aimlessly around the island, while the other was watching the indicator lights on the deep-sea oil field detector, afraid of missing the location of the oil field. Finding deep-sea oil fields is not as simple as Li Tian thought. The two of them circled the boundless sea several times, but gained nothing. "Sigh, it seems there are no oil fields near our island." Li Tian sighed slightly. "Li Erbio shubzhao blesli. There's nothing we can do. If there aren't any near the island, we'll have to look further afield. Finding an oil field is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The sea we are in is much larger than the 5 oceans of the continental civilization, so it is naturally more difficult to find things." Li Tian knew, of course, that oil fields weren't easy to find. But what Li Tian cared about was the distance, not the time it would take to find him. If there are no oil fields near your own island and you go to more distant seas to find oil fields, how do you transport the extracted oil to your own island? This is a big problem. After Li Erbio shared his concerns with him, Li Erbio became less optimistic. This does seem to be a problem. Mainland civilizations have transport ships to transport these things. Do you think it will be feasible for us to use large sailing ships? Upon hearing this, Li Tian shook his head directly. No way. We're already quite far from our islands in this sea area, but the detectors still aren't responding. I'm afraid that by the time we find the oil field, it will be even further away from our islands. Large sailing ships cannot be fast. Not only would a round trip take a long time, but the risks would also increase. Who knows if we would encounter pirates or natives while sailing at sea? Secondly, even if we use large sailboats for transportation, how will we load and unload them? We can't possibly load them one barrel at a time, can we? That would be very troublesome and would require a lot of manpower. This moment, the two of them were also somewhat at a loss. It can only be said that they came with high hopes but left disappointed. No way. The transportation problem hasn't been solved yet, so finding an oil field wouldn't be very meaningful. At first, the two thought they could find an oil field near the island. Since there are none around the island, this matter can only be postponed further. Anyway, the armored vehicle still has 4/5 of its fuel tank left, so it could be driven for quite a while. Return to the island. It was already past 4 p.m. The two had just gotten off the plane when a piece of bad news arrived. Brother, something's happened. Seeing his younger sister rushing over, shouting loudly, Li Tian's heart tightened. He quickly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Not long after you and Brother Biao left, the sea monsters attacked. Upon hearing this, Li Tian and Li Erbio were both taken aback. Oh my God, we forgot about that. As they spoke, the two prepared to run back to get their tools to drive away the sea monsters. However, Li Rose stopped her again, saying, "No need, the sea monsters have already been driven away. However, we also lost several thousand square meters of area." Upon hearing this, before Li Rose could finish speaking, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief and interrupted, "Several thousand? That's all right. This is a lesson for us. Next time we go on a long trip, one of us, Biao Go and I, should stay behind to deal with the sea monsters." But Roro, how did you manage to drive the sea monster away? The sea beasts have thick hides and are all S rank. The highest rank among the rest of you is only A rank. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be able to do any real damage to the sea beasts. Upon hearing this, Li Ro became displeased. Brother, who do you think you are? Sister Yang Shui, with the sun-chasing bow you gave her, she shot out the sea monster's eye with a single arrow, and with the help of the military team brothers, the polar bear, and Ollie Gay. Why can't we get rid of them? After his sister explained, Li Tian nodded. If we find the sea monster's weakness, and then keep attacking it, it might be possible to damage it. That's great. You should learn more from Yang Shui. Also, don't overreact in the future. It was really scary. I thought something terrible had happened. From now on, as long as no one gets hurt, it's not a big deal. But before Li Tian could finish speaking, Li Rose stamped her foot in frustration. Hey, brother, I was just about to say that. You interrupted me. We've not only lost several thousand square meters of island area. Everyone in our military team is in trouble. They're all in Sister Meng Jiao's medical shack right now. What? What happened? Aren't sea monsters supposed to be immune to fighting back? How did they get injured? Upon hearing this, Li Tian and Li Erbio felt a pang of anxiety and quickly ran towards Meng Jiao's work area. Li Ro followed behind, explaining as she ran, "The sea monsters won't attack, but it's so cold. The sea monsters don't attack from inside the greenhouse barrier, so everyone braves the cold to drive them away." They were chased outside for a good 10 minutes without any protection. Do you think they wouldn't get frostbite? Between words, the three of them had arrived at the medical tin shack that Li Tian had built specifically for Meng Jiao and other members of the medical team. It's really just a bit bigger than those tin shacks used for living. Inside, there was a stethoscope chair, several wooden beds, and many other chairs, all arranged in a rather proper manner. At this time, the room was packed with people, all of whom were members of the military group. Although they were already inside the greenhouse barrier, their faces were still flushed, indicating that they were quite cold. Seeing that everyone was about to greet him, Li Tian quickly raised his hand to stop them. He then said apologetically, "It was my mistake today. Thank you all for your hard work." Then, Li Tian looked at Li Erbio and said, "Brother Biao, let everyone rest these few days. We can talk about training in the spring." Since the island owner had said so, Li Erbio naturally had no objections. Although the military group has the strictest discipline. However, people are adaptable and need to be flexible. With the military team members suffering from such severe frostbite, it's impossible for Li Erbio not to feel distressed. These are all brothers I train myself. Strictly speaking, these people are also his comrades in arms. If there is ever a war in the future, They will all be there to fight alongside me. 135. High-grade frostbite cream. After, Li Tian then looked at Meng Jiao and asked, "Are the medical supplies on our island sufficient to cure them?" After hearing this, Meng Jiao could only give a helpless smile. "Boss, we have quite a few medicines now, but they're mostly for stopping bleeding and treating fever and colds. We don't have any information about frostbite yet. At present, all we can do is keep them away from the cold environment and rub the frostbitten areas to promote blood flow. As for whether they can fully recover, that depends on their own abilities." After hearing Meng Jiao's analysis, Li Tian sighed again. Li Erbio also stepped forward and patted Li Tian on the shoulder. "Don't worry, the brothers in the military group are all elites I handpicked. Their physical fitness is top-notch. It's just frostbite. They'll definitely recover." "I hope so." Li Tian still felt somewhat guilty. Because of his own negligence, all the brothers were injured. If it's just ordinary frostbite, there's really nothing to be alarmed about. However, severe frostbite, especially 3rd and 4th degree frostbite, can cause significant damage to tissues such as muscles and bones, and improper treatment may lead to permanent impairment of certain bodily functions. For example, if the frostbite area is too large or a serious infection occurs, amputation may be necessary, resulting in lifelong disability. The frostbite on the soldiers in the military group was clearly not ordinary. How could he not feel guilty? Even if most of them recover by then, there will be a few who don't recover and are left with disabilities. Li Tian doesn't know how to face them. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, Li Tian took off, running towards a villa. Arrived at the manual. Li Tian quickly woke Xiao Jin up, then sat down in front of the manual and opened the self-sold goods mall of the merchant system. The supplies here are very complete. There might be medication for treating frostbite. With anticipation in mind, Li Tian entered the keyword frostbite into the search box. Immediately, the system seemed to require no reaction time. The next second, supplies related to frostbite appeared on the manual's display screen. Regular chilblain cream, price, 50 merchant balance. Intermediate chilblain cream, price, 200 merchant balance. Premium chilblain cream, price, 500 merchant balance. 500 merchants balance? That's not much. Without hesitation, Li Tian bought a copy and then rushed into the medical tin shack. "Meng Jiao, you should try this and see if it works. If it's useful, I'll buy more." Taking the cream from Li Tian, Meng Jiao appeared somewhat surprised and delighted. "High-grade frostbite cream? I've never seen this brand before. Is it a medicine produced by an island civilization? It might even be much more effective than those frostbite creams from the time of mainland civilization." He finished speaking. Meng Jiao gestured to the other members of her medical team to bring over a basin of warm water that had been prepared beforehand. Then she picked up a cotton ball, wet it, and began to wipe the arm of one of the more seriously injured members. After cleaning the wound with warm water, she used a towel provided by the sewing team to dry it. Finally, she applied the frostbite cream to the member's arm. The member's expression suddenly turned to one of enjoyment. He squinted his eyes slightly, occasionally hissing as if he were doing something wonderful. This scene piqued the curiosity of everyone else. "Is it really that good?" one of the frostbite members asked weakly. The member who had been treated with frostbite cream felt comfortable for a while, then opened his eyes and nodded. "It feels so good. After applying it, my whole arm felt warm, and I could feel a strange force moving around on my arm from time to time. It looks just like my wife licking my arm." Forehead. Although this person's words were somewhat cheesy and even exaggerated, but his complexion did visibly improve. Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it works. Meng Jiao, use this box of frostbite cream first. See how many people it can help treat their wounds. Then send someone to inform me of the quantity, and I'll buy it all at once and send it over." "Yes, boss." After learning that the advanced wound ointment was effective, Li Tian finally had nothing to worry about. The guy who just used the wound ointment doesn't seem to be faking it. His injuries were quite serious. If he finds it useful, then it goes without saying that it's useful to others. Li Tian then shifted his focus to the development of the island. The original plan was to expand the island's area to 3 million square meters this afternoon. However, because a deep-sea oil field detector was found in the Supreme Blind Box, it took some time. Now that everything that needed to be resolved has been resolved, it's time to use the extended pumice. From midnight until now. In the trading hall of the manual, the expanded floating stones earned a total of 29,000. The merchant mall earned 24,000 yuan, but with the support of subsidies, the merchant balance was 48,000 yuan. However, Li Tian did not intend to withdraw the 48,000 yuan merchant balance to expand the island's area. After all, a merchant's balance can only be obtained by selling goods and cannot be manually topped up, so this balance is more valuable. We should save the merchant balance for something more meaningful, like today's premium frostbite cream. Without the merchant balance, we can only look on with envy. To clarify, the money topped up by the buyer is the shopping balance, not the merchant's balance, so there is no conflict. Actually, Li Tian was not satisfied with the daily profits of his island. As mentioned in the manual, the trading hall and merchant mall connect the entire market across the sea area. That means that their supplies are available to billions of survivors. Even if the so-called entire sea area does not refer to the entire world sea area, but rather all the sea areas of Yinxia Kingdom, then there should be hundreds of millions of survivors still alive. With Xiao Jin handling the sales, the goods I sell are definitely high quality and inexpensive. Even if we don't expect to attract everyone to buy, it's impossible for only 0.01% of survivors to buy from us, right? 0.01% of the daily transaction volume of tens of thousands divided by the total number of people. Could it be that the other 99.99% of survivors prefer to buy more expensive supplies? This is clearly unreasonable. It seems there are many unspoken rules in the manual. This was the only explanation Li Tian could think of. Otherwise, if I were to calculate based on the number of survivors, I would normally earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of expansion stones every day. 136. The choice of island development model. No longer worrying about daily sales figures, Li Tian took out all the expansion stones he had earned in the trading hall and used them immediately. The next moment, the manual flashed with golden light and automatically turned to the third page. Congratulations on successfully expanding your island's area to over 3 million square meters. The model communication manual now has its third page unlocked. Next, please make a reasonable judgment based on your own situation. Once selected, it cannot be changed. A large island is upgraded to an island nation. After being upgraded to an island nation, the island's expansion area will permanently enjoy a 3x bonus. Advantage: it can accelerate the expansion of the island's area. Disadvantage: possessing only one island means that if it cannot be defended when encountering an enemy, all efforts will be in vain, essentially benefiting others. B. Large islands are upgraded to archipelagos. After upgrading to archipelagos, you can open the initial manual from the supply box. After using it, you can get an additional 4 by 4 basic floating stone group. You can travel freely between the two through the portal. Only the main island in the archipelago will be attacked by sea monsters and enjoy the support of blind box refresh. Advantages: like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, the more islands one has, the easier it is to survive when encountering danger. Disadvantages: developing multiple islands simultaneously will severely slow down the development of your islands. And even with many islands, you'll be overwhelmed if multiple islands encounter enemies at the same time. I knew it. How could those islands, which are 5 or 6 million square meters in size, be so far behind us? Perhaps they've all chosen to become an island nation. With a threefold increase in area, it's understandable that they would have several million more square meters than we do. Even so, Li Tian had no intention of upgrading to an island nation. Choosing to upgrade to a survivor from an island nation is simply a sign of a lack of confidence in one's own abilities. It has its own system and is leading in all aspects of technology, and all its businesses are thriving. Before long, making 100,000 expansion stones a day will be no problem at all. Given one's own development speed, choosing an island nation to receive a 3x bonus is merely icing on the cake. However, Li Tian felt that choosing the archipelago would be like adding wings to a tiger. If war were to break out between islands in the future, the more bases you have, the more tactics you can employ, and the higher the survival rate of your members. Of course, this is just Li Tian's personal opinion. Although the island claims to be the owner, it no longer belongs to Li Tian personally. Therefore, he did summon those core members, intending to hear their opinions. After Li Tian relayed the choices the island was currently facing to them, they all started discussing it amongst themselves. Li Urbio, I played Red Alert. Having an extra base vehicle increases your chances of winning by several times. If you encounter a strong enemy, You can sacrifice the base vehicle to save the king. I agree with choosing the archipelago development path. Lero, but, brother, at this rate, the expansion speed of our island will probably never catch up with those survivors who choose island nations on the leaderboard. Lero, what's the use of having more bases if the main island can never compare to others? Old Wong, with a 3x buff, I think we have a chance to catch up. Don't forget that we haven't sold A-grade and S-grade supplies to the public yet. Once we start selling them, our sales will definitely increase several times. We can make up for the 3x gap by increasing our quantity. Mr. Wong, what we are worried about now is that we have chosen an archipelago. The development of the main island will lag behind others, but I don't think that lagging behind in terms of area is lagging behind. Only when we are ahead in technology and military can we be considered truly ahead. Old Wong, our SSS-level ordnance manufacturing station is our source of confidence. With it, how could we be lacking in future military weaponry? Old Wong, while others are still using bows and arrows, we'll probably have already developed the atomic bomb. What's there to be afraid of? We'll bomb whoever we don't like. We'll make our own laws in this world. There are no peace treaties to restrict us. Hearing this, Li Tian couldn't help but give Old Wong a thumbs up in his heart. He's still got all, and he's got big ambitions. That's impressive. Of course, everyone has the right to offer their suggestions, and Li Tian naturally wouldn't make a decision based on that. It's better to listen to other people's advice. At this moment, Xinxing, a top student, also raised her hand and said, "Boss, if you ask me, I would also suggest choosing to develop in the archipelago. Let's not talk about the island's size. Let's talk about its military strength. The more islands we have, the more military bases we can establish. Once we build the radar and deploy it on various islands, we'll be able to know everyone's movements more clearly. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In this unknown civilization, the more geographical information you have, the greater your advantage will be. It must be said that the thinking of top students is always a step ahead of that of ordinary people. Like before, during the time of continental civilization, stealth fighters and the like, aren't they all designed to evade radar detection? This demonstrates the importance of radar in the military field. If you have enough bases and your radar coverage is wide enough, you can indeed know about the enemy's offensive in advance. Upon hearing this, Nitian also raised his hand and added, "Moreover, we don't need to develop according to the manual's instructions, and there's absolutely no need to develop multiple island bases at the same time. We can still focus on developing the main island and expand the other bases to the corresponding size. For example, for islands that need to deploy radar, we can expand the area to about 100 square meters and just build a lookout tower and housing for guards. We can earn tens of thousands of expansion stones a day now. Spending 100 expansion stones to expand those island bases will not affect the development of the main island. Moreover, the island area will eventually reach saturation. It doesn't matter if our island area develops slowly. At most, we will be slower than other survivors in terms of time. But the number of bases is different. If we miss this opportunity, we won't be able to create new bases once our island area reaches its limit." After discussion among everyone, Li Tian decided to choose the archipelago model for development. Moreover, after everyone carefully analyzed the pros and cons, those who had previously supported the development model of an island nation changed their minds. Thinking about it carefully, the term archipelago is definitely better. Then, after adjourning the meeting, Li Tian hurriedly returned to his room and immediately selected option B to develop the game in the archipelago mode. Selection successful. Congratulations! Your large island has been successfully upgraded to an archipelago. Upgrade your archipelago for the first time and receive a starter manual, *1 as a gift. Please continue to develop your archipelago. Once the third page of the manual is opened, the functions of the first two pages are also moved to the third page. The interface looks more high-end, with many technological elements on the panel. Li Tian didn't have time to appreciate these things. He directly took out the initial manual from the manual warehouse and immediately used it. 137. First time using the portal. The initial manual has been successfully used. Please select a deployment location for your island base. After successful use, a pop-up window appears. Immediately afterwards, something resembling a map appeared in front of Li Tian. Calling this a map is a bit of a stretch. It only marked the location of the main island, and then the surrounding area was blank. There are no coordinates, no scale, no direction, and of course no other Survivor Island markers. So you're saying that the location is one you chose yourself? Li Tian was quite happy about this. The worst thing is that the newly created island base is randomized. If that's the case, there's a good chance we'll run into some trouble. For example, if it's randomly built within the line of sight of other survivors' islands, that's not good. However, there's no need to worry about these concerns now, since the location can be chosen by oneself. Li Tian naturally had no reason to build the new island base in a location far away from his main island. Therefore, he set up the new island base on the back side of his main island. Nowadays, with a military island guarding the front of the main island and another island base established on its back, it is at least safe from enemy attacks from both the front and rear. Once he gets another initial manual from the supply blind box, Li Tian plans to build an island base around the main island. Xinxing and Ni Tian's analysis at the time was still very useful. Although the island's current technology cannot produce radar, sending people to guard it and act as human radar is still not a problem. After selecting the location, a new pop-up window appeared. Apocalyptic communication equipment manual activation successfully. Please enter your pseudonym __. Do not use your real name, the real name of a famous person, or any text containing a real name or information about a famous person. This step is basically the same as the manual Li Tian used to activate the main island when he entered the island civilization. Therefore, Li Tian was quite familiar with the process. The ID is simply called Tiangong Lookout Tower number 1. Forehead. The island base that Li Tian currently uses is only for observation. It is not used for external communication or trading. Therefore, the ID should be easily identifiable by his own people. After all, he will only build more and more island bases in the future. If the IDs are not differentiated, when a member guarding an island base sends a battle report saying someone is approaching, Li Tian won't even know which island base that person is at. With detailed naming distinctions, if a member located at Tiangong Lookout Tower 1 discovers danger, they can contact you through the Tiangong Lookout Tower 1 manual, and you will know immediately that the enemy was discovered at the location of Tiangong Lookout Tower 1. And, after the successful construction of Tiangong Observation Tower number 1, another pop-up window appeared. The portal Tiangong Observatory number 1 has been added to your manual repository. Please remember to retrieve it in time. After closing the pop-up, no new pop-ups appeared. At this moment, Li Tian was a little excited. What's exciting isn't the addition of a new base, but the portal. He had never experienced teleportation before in his life, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. Forehead. That's not right either. Li Tian had experienced teleportation in League of Legends. Unfortunately, it's basically just the literal meaning: teleport, and send. Even more tragically, he created his account in the Zhuan district and has received his fair share of reprimands. If he hadn't been quick with his hands, he probably wouldn't have been able to save his parents. After taking out the portal, Li Tian finally saw its true form. This portal doesn't actually look like a portal. It's more like a black hole. There's just an arched doorway, and inside the doorway, it was dark on both sides, and it was hard to tell whether there was a front or a back. However, its height is about the same as a regular door, and its weight is at most 10 kilograms. Li Tian tentatively reached his hand into the black hole. He felt his wrist being immediately pulled in by an invisible force. If you relax your body and don't exert any force, it's easy to be sucked into or swallowed by a black hole. It's still pretty scary to think about. It's already past 5 p.m., and because of the winter weather, the sky outside is getting quite dark. Li Tian then decided to enter the portal before nightfall to take a look. However, before going, Li Tian still put on several down jackets. He still vividly remembers the frostbite suffered by the military team members during the day. He wouldn't do something stupid. It's important to know that newly created islands don't have greenhouse barriers. Even with his S-level physique, Li Tian couldn't possibly go there wearing only short sleeves. After all the protective measures were in place, Li Tian swallowed hard, still feeling a little flustered as he stepped into the portal. No way. Just like some people are afraid of the dark or ghosts. They're not actually afraid of the dark or ghosts. Rather, it is unknown. The unknown is the source of fear. Li Tian is a human being. Even though he is already SSS level, he would probably still feel a sense of awe when using the portal for the first time. Originally, before stepping into the portal, Li Tian wanted to experience the sensation of teleportation firsthand. This feeling reminded Li Tian of the scene in Journey to the West where Pigsy eats ginseng fruit. It tastes bland. Suddenly, everything went black, and in less than a second, Li Tian found himself on an island composed of 4 floating rock formations. The feeling of crossing over was not as strong as the sensation of just reaching him with one's hand. However, I must say, this weather's really cold. Even though Li Tian was fully armed, he could still feel a chill. The newly built island was already covered with a thick layer of snow. But there's nothing much to see on this island base. It's actually exactly the same as the floating stone clusters that everyone is given when they enter the island civilization. The difference is that the manual is already included, unlike before when a tombstone would fall from the sky. Of course, it also has one more portal than other starting islands. It was precisely because of the appearance of this portal that Li Tian felt he could hardly move an inch. The door alone takes up more than half of the area. Fortunately, Li Tian went alone. If he had called a few more people, he would have been unable to move. 138, a comfortable life. After, Li Tian looked around and found that apart from a faint glimpse of a blurry corner of his main island directly in front of him, there was nothing else worth seeing. I'd estimate the distance to be about 3 to 4 kilometers. After making a rough estimate in his mind, Li Tian also estimated the scale of the map that popped up when a new island base was built. When I chose the location, I only selected a location about a thumb's width away from the main island. In other words, 1.5 centimeters on the map of the selected location roughly represents 3 to 4 kilometers. With this indicator, it will be easier to choose the location when building new island bases in the future. Having obtained all the information he wanted, Li Tian stepped through the portal again and returned to his room. Limited by the current weather, Li Tian doesn't plan to rush into developing that new island base. Anyway, it's already the 4th day of winter, and spring will begin in 3 more days. Waiting a few days won't hurt. And the members of the military team are currently recovering from their injuries, and I have promised to let them rest for a few days. Even though this new island base has been expanded and a watchtower has been built, no one is on duty. So there's absolutely no need to rush. After returning to his room, Li Tian moved the teleportation portal to the villa's living room. At this time, everyone was waiting for dinner, so there were quite a few people sitting in the living room. Seeing Li Tian carry down a strange object, they immediately stood up and surrounded him. "Brother, this isn't the teleportation portal, is it?" Liurbio asked first. Li Tian nodded. "Yes, this portal can be moved around freely. You can decide where it would be most convenient to place it later." Okowo. Then, Xinxing and Nitian also excitedly stepped forward, speaking in unison. "Boss, can we try out the teleportation feature?" Li Tian naturally wouldn't refuse this request, but he still reminded him, "Actually, I don't feel anything, and it's very cold on that newly built island. If you really want to experience it, I suggest you send it back immediately after sending it." Seeing that the eldest brother had agreed to their request, the two nodded frantically like chickens pecking at rice. "Yeah, don't worry." He finished speaking. The two of them, one after the other, disappeared into the portal as if by magic. This left everyone else present speechless. They could only occasionally see such cutting-edge technology in science fiction movies. How could they possibly imagine that such a thing actually existed in reality? Xinxing and Nitian, however, didn't linger and immediately crawled back inside. Judging from their shivering, they were clearly freezing from the weather outside. Fortunately, they only stayed on a newly built island for less than a second, so it didn't cause them any harm. While I didn't expect it to be this cold outside, this is even colder than the previous winters. Yeah, if we hadn't followed our boss, and if there hadn't been a greenhouse effect on the island, we would have frozen to death. However, other people don't have time to care about the weather. One by one, they asked curiously, "How was it? What was it like going inside? Did you feel dizzy? Will it be like in the movies, where you walk through an alternate dimension before reaching your destination?" Hearing this, Li Tian chuckled and said, "You guys just watched too many movies. If you're really curious about what it feels like, why don't you experience it for yourself?" And then, before the meal, almost all the members inside the villa, as well as those who were not inside, but had come to visit after hearing about the teleportation portal, personally experienced the teleportation. However, judging from their expressions, Li Tian could tell that apart from feeling cold, they had lost their previous excitement and even seemed somewhat disappointed. Li Tian could only shrug in response. He certainly hoped that the transmission process would have a more ceremonial feel or that his perception would be stronger. But in reality, you feel nothing at all. It's just like normally pushing open a door and entering a room. Stepping in, you arrive at a new place. Stepping out, you return to the original place. It's not as mysterious as you might imagine. After dinner, this is a rare moment of rest for everyone. Some people chatted, some watched movies, and those who were tired could go back to rest. It was quite peaceful. This is the only life Li Tian can currently provide for everyone. Midnight. The villa's lobby was naturally not as lively as it had been at dinner time. The male members all went home. Meanwhile, the female members were watching My Days of Transporting Corpses on an Island, starring Ji Jiao. It's strange, really. This is clearly a horror movie, but whenever the zombie king played by Ji Jiao appears, Li Ro, Dai Xiaomei, Yang Shui, Yang Yu and other girls not only do not show any fear, but instead all look infatuated. Li Ro and Yang Yu, those two young girls, were even more outrageous. Every time Ji Jiao appeared, the two would hold hands tightly, extremely excited, and shout, "Ah, my idol has appeared again. He's so handsome. Super handsome. The most handsome man in the universe. I really want him to bite my neck and suck my blood dry." Regarding this, Li Tian and Li Erbio, who were drinking tea and waiting for the blind boxes to be salvaged, seemed somewhat helpless. Perhaps this is what the generation gap is all about. In any case, the two of them couldn't fit into the world of these girls. However, whenever Li Ro screamed and praised Ji Jiao as a male god, Li Tian would also glance at Ji Jiao on the screen. Well, I have to say he's pretty handsome. Another quarter of an hour passed. After seeing that the island was already filled with blind boxes of supplies, Li Tian and Li Erbio left the villa to open the supplies. Li Tian: I wonder how high the drop rate is for the initial manual. Li Erbio: who knows? We'll find out once it's opened. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *66, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Huazhong Cigarettes *10 cartons, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to receive Blue Dream M3 550 ml *6 bottles, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Initial Manual *1, which has been added to your manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Initial Manual *1, which has been added to your manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain S-Grade Exquisite Cow Feed *500G, now stored in the handbook warehouse. 139. Good things come in threes. After all the supply blind boxes have been opened, Li Tian and Li Erbio couldn't help but feel happy again. The drop rate for these initial manuals is pretty high. I got 6 in one go. This isn't just about having multiple burrows. If we establish 6 bases at a time and continue developing like this, won't we end up with tens of thousands of island bases in the future? After hearing this, Li Erbio smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this great? But right now I'm more interested in that Blue Dream M3 550 ml *6 bottles." Upon hearing this, Li Tian understood what Li Erbio meant. He grinned mischievously. Getting a craving? How about we grab a drink later? Upon hearing this, Li Erbio also revealed a sly smile in perfect unison. Then I shall respectfully comply. In the blink of an eye, the group spent another 2 days on this tranquil and peaceful island. Nothing much has happened on Li Tian's island these past 2 days. Sales in the trading hall and merchant mall remained relatively stable, with transaction volumes of around 30,000 and 40,000 respectively. However, since it is winter, other people's mobility decreases, so their purchasing power will naturally decrease as well. Sales will definitely see a significant leap after the start of spring. In the past 2 days, about 10 copies of the initial manual have been printed. Li Tian then built Tiangong Lookout Tower No. 2 and Tiangong Lookout Tower No. 3 on both sides of the main island. As for the remaining initial manual, Li Tian planned to keep it for future use. Finally, there's the banking business. These past 2 days have been similar to the first day. There's no sign of decline, but there hasn't been much improvement either. Li Tian guessed that everyone was probably waiting for the right opportunity. After all, the first batch of depositors will have to wait 7 days to get their deposits back. Some hesitant people probably won't feel at ease until they see Li Tian return their deposits to them. Li Tian was not in a hurry about this. This is a business that requires a steady, long-term approach. It can't be rushed. Today, it's already the last day of winter. Good things come in threes. It's almost spring, so I won't say anything. Today is also the day when the first batch of borrowers repay their loans with interest. Of course, it's also the day the system's blind boxes are released. 3 good things happen on the same day. Isn't that wonderful? As usual, as soon as the time came, Li Tian immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, I want to open the system blind box. Ding! Successful activation. You have obtained an S-rank fully automated oil refining device, which has been stored in the manual's temporary storage warehouse. It seems the system is urging me to start extracting oil as soon as possible. They've even started operating gasoline refining equipment. This thing is good, but Li Tian didn't waste time taking it out to see its function. He's not stupid. He can understand the refining device just by looking at the literal meaning of the name. Since the oil hasn't even been extracted yet, Li Tian isn't in a hurry to take out the refining equipment. However, before going out to open the blind box, Li Tian used a 5x card first. The effect of a 5x card is actually very similar to that of a 3x card. Only the multiplier has changed. Only one resource can be designated to receive the 5x buff. Li Tian naturally chose to expand the pumice. Today, those borrowers will have to repay their extended floating stones, so naturally they'll need to use their 5x cards. Li Tian was excited just thinking about it. He was sure he could earn a lot of expansion stones today. After successfully using the 5x card, Li Tian and Li Erbio left the villa and went to the beach to open the supply blind box. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Rank C character upgrade card, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *88, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Initial Manual *1, which has been added to your manual inventory. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain S-grade Exquisite Fish Food *500G, now stored in the handbook warehouse. After opening all the supply blind boxes, the 2 of them were extremely frustrated. They were incredibly excited when they finally got a character upgrade card. This card is even more valuable than the talent limit break card. It can directly upgrade a person's level. And what was the result? Grade C. Are you kidding me? Li Tian had forgotten how long it had been since he had obtained a C-grade item. You said that if it were a B-grade upgrade card, Li Tian could still give it to the members on the island. As for the C-grade, Li Tian felt it was neither appealing nor worth discarding. For members of your own island, drinking SS-grade water for a few days should be enough to reach C rank, so using this card is pointless. However, this is good news, right? At least it means there's a chance of getting a character upgrade card from the Supreme blind box. This has answered our questions. After listening to Li Erbio's words of comfort, Li Tian smiled helplessly. Indeed, its appearance does have some value. But there's no point in keeping this card. I'm thinking of selling it. How much do you think I should sell it for? Upon hearing this, without a second thought, Li Erbio said auction. Have to. It seems that every time we discuss prices with Li Erbio, he proposes an auction. However, at present, it seems that only an auction can reveal the exact price of this card. Since it's an auction, since it's the same old rule, purchase a voice transmission service once, and then advertise it to the public. Once the chat was buzzing with excitement, Li Tian started bidding. After discussing with Li Erbio, Li Tian set the starting bid for this C-level character upgrade card at 100 expansion stones. This C-level character upgrade card is indeed insignificant to Li Tian and his group. However, for the other survivors in this C area, it is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. With it, you can at least be upgraded to C level. Compared to spending every day hoarding supplies and buying C-grade food to improve oneself, this is naturally a more convenient and less strenuous method. If you're lucky, you might even spend less. Ultimately, the final price was 893 expanded pumice stones. As for the price, Li Tian couldn't judge whether he sold it at a loss or made a profit. However, thanks to the 5x buff, Li Tian immediately received 4,465 expansion stones. Therefore, Li Tian naturally belongs to the profitable side. After the auction ended, Li Tian and Li Erbio went to a large tin shed built specifically for the members in charge of banking business to check on the current repayment situation. The layout inside the tin-roofed house is very simple. There are 4 walls, and then a total of 30 tables and chairs were placed there. Each table has a post-apocalyptic communication manual for use by the members in charge of banking operations. The reason Li Tian only set up 30 tables and chairs was naturally to take care of everyone's health. Although there are 100 members responsible for this business, it is impossible for all 100 people to work 24 hours a day without interruption. So Li Tian had them work in 3 shifts. Because of the electrician and plumber, the tin shack now has electricity and lights. The office was set up quite properly. If you add some tiles and a suspended ceiling, it really will look like an office in an office building. 140. Are you being watched? The two walked into the bank's business office. Li Tian also assigned a person in charge for each shift who was equivalent to a team leader. The night shift team leader's name is Lung Yu. Before entering the island civilization, she happened to be a bank employee and her work ability was trustworthy. Li Tian and Li Erbio appeared. Lung Yu quickly stood up. Boss, Brother Biao, it's so late. Aren't you going to rest? Before Li Tian could reply, Li Erbio blurted out, Today is the day we collect the loan. How can your boss sleep soundly? Ha! Lung Yu nodded after hearing this, her thin lips curving slightly into a confident smile. Boss, don't worry about that. Business is running smoothly right now. It's only just past 12 o'clock, and hundreds of people have already voluntarily repaid their loans. We have recovered a total of 18,000 expansion stones from the principal so far. Including interest, there are nearly 24,000 expansion stones in total. However, when it arrived, it had become more than 120,000 yuan. I think the boss must have used a 5X card, right? Li Tian had also spoken to the 3 bank team leaders about the 5X card, so it was understandable that Lung Yu could guess that the 5X card had been used. So you're saying there's still over 90,000 pieces of expanded pumice that haven't been retrieved yet? Li Tian asked rhetorically. Lung Yu nodded. Yes, boss. So how much deposit did you receive today? Li Tian asked again. Lung Yu replied, We haven't received many so far, only 1,000 expansion stones. However, I think there will be more depositors after daybreak. Upon hearing this, Li Tian nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Does the 5X card work for the expanded floating stones earned from deposits? It's useful. 1,000 expansion stones will immediately become 5,000 in our manual warehouse when they arrive. Upon hearing this, Li Tian began to make plans in his mind again. If receiving an expansion stone grants a 5X buff, wouldn't I be able to keep farming expansion stones? For example, in the world of WoW, you can trade 1 expansion float stone with someone else for 2 expansion float stones, thus obtaining 5 expansion float stones. After deducting the cost of 2 stones, you will still make a net profit of 3 stones. If you grind for a whole day, wouldn't you easily earn hundreds of millions of expansion stones? Certainly. Li Tian has played many games, and he has discovered quite a few bugs similar to this one. However, in the end, it was discovered that the game system was very clever and did not allow this method to exist at all. Li Tian thought so. But he also felt that the island civilization's technology was so advanced that it shouldn't be unable to discover this vulnerability, right? After hearing Lung Yu's reply, Li Erbio chimed in, Brother, actually I had a question when we were using the double card, but I didn't say anything at the time. Exactly. Could we use the multiplier effect of this card to conduct something like order brushing? We'll get double the value of any expansion stones we receive from the manual anyway. So if we negotiate with other survivors and have them trade them to us first, and then we return them, wouldn't we be making money off the doubled value? At the time, I thought I was being a bit delusional, but now that I think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to have any problems, does it? Hearing this, Li Tian smiled and said, We're getting more and more in sync. I was just thinking about that too. Since we're on the same page, why not give it a try? There's no harm in trying, and if it works out, we'll make a fortune. Okay, shall we go to your room? Good. After arriving at Li Tian's room, Li Tian woke up Xiao Jin, then opened his friends list and found Sister Fox. Li Tian, are you there? Sister Fox, oh, what a rare guest. You actually come to me on your own initiative? Didn't I deposit my money for 14 days? You're not going to pay me back early, are you? Covering mouth and chuckling. Li Tian, I need your help with something else. Could you trade me an expansion stone first? I'll return it to you later. Fox sister, no way. You're really short of an expansion stone, sir. That's amazing. However, just as Li Tian was about to say something, Sister Fox had already initiated the transaction. Without any hesitation, he traded an expansion stone to himself. However, the outcome envisioned by Li Tian and Li Urbio did not occur. The expansion stone I got from Sister Fox is still 1 stone. It didn't multiply to 5 stones because of the 5x card. So it's not going to work. Li Urbio sighed and said upon seeing this, Li Tian shuja al blesli. Not bad. It seems this manual system isn't so stupid after all. It was under its control from the beginning and wasn't afraid of us taking advantage of it. However, Li Urbio seemed somewhat unconvinced and complained. It's obvious that this island civilization can't afford to play. When they offered the 2x, 3x, and 5x cards, they clearly stated that once you specified a resource, the resources you receive within 24 hours will be doubled. But just as Li Urbio finished speaking, a pop-up window suddenly appeared in Li Tian's manual. Friendly reminder. The doubling card is there to encourage survivors to work harder to develop the island and earn resources. After using the doubling card, the system will monitor all survivor actions in real time. Do not use it for illegal purposes. The doubling card will not be effective if a transaction is detected as illegal or unreasonable by the manual. I have finished reading. Illegal operation? Unfair transaction. So, even if I simply wanted to be a great philanthropist and trade 2 expansion stones for 1 expansion stone, it would still be unreasonable, right? Li Tian pursed his lips, but the pop-up window in the manual no longer provided any reminders. What a disappointment. But it seems that the manual is not only a tool for us survivors to make a fortune and survive, but also a tool for the island civilization to monitor us survivors. Otherwise, how could a prompt pop up right after we criticize the manual for being unplayable? Upon hearing this, Li Urbio hurriedly said, "But what you're saying is truly terrifying. Could it be that our every move is being monitored? If we analyze it this way, who is monitoring us? The controllers of the island civilization?" Hearing this, Li Tian raised his hand, patted Li Urbio on the shoulder, and said with a wry smile, "Who knows? Our entry into this civilization is already quite mysterious. These are things we cannot know right now. Only by continuing to live can we perhaps unravel these mysteries." One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. However, since it's already past midnight, I don't know if the reviewers are resting or not. After reading this chapter, you don't have to wait any longer. You can take a nap and read the second chapter when you wake up. Health is the most important thing. With a 141.8x multiplier, earn millions daily. Since the manual system has already popped up a prompt, it's clear that using the 5x card exploit to farm expansion stones is not feasible. So the two of them stopped trying other ways to exploit loopholes, knowing that none of them would work. The real skill lies in developing in a down-to-earth manner. Immediately, Li Tian returned one of the expansion stones to Sister Fox. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Li Urbio decided to go back to his room to rest. But just as he turned around, Li Tian called him back. Li Urbio turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Li Tian now said, "When you mentioned the 2x and 3x cards just now, I remembered that we still have 3x card that we haven't used yet, right? I was wondering if the 3x and 5x card can be used together. They shouldn't conflict, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Urbio also became interested. Then it depends on what you're looking forward to. Do you think you should use the triple and 5 times bonus cards together? Is the final result 3 times multiplied by 5, or 3 times plus 5 times? In response to this, Li Tian, still aware of his own limitations, smiled and rolled his eyes at the other person. "Give me a break. 3 times multiplied by 5? You'd dare to even dream of that. I think it would be great if it could be 3x or 5x. Li Urbio smiled, naturally not expecting too much from a 3x 5x multiplier. In mathematics, 3 times multiplied by 5 is normal, but this is reality. The manual isn't for the faint of heart. It doesn't even allow fake orders, so why would it allow you to use multiplier cards to double your winnings? I was just joking, but 3x plus 5x equals 8x, so why not use it? We'll have to use it sooner or later anyway." Hearing this, Li Tian nodded and took the 3x card out of the manual storage. Use it once. It actually worked successfully. Now it has increased 8-fold, and we still have more than 100,000 yuan worth of expanded pumice that we haven't recovered, including principal and interest. If we also earn expansion stones in the trading hall today, wouldn't we be able to easily earn 1,000,000 expansion stones a day? If we get a few more 5x or even 10x cards, wouldn't it be quick to unlock the 4th page of the manual? As Li Urbio spoke, a wide grin spread across his face, barely concealing his joy. Upon hearing this, Li Tian remained calm and analyzed. 5x cards will definitely be available again, and 10x cards may also appear, but I don't think it will be available on page for the manual so soon. The difficulty of opening the manual increases with each opening, and the next time it will probably be when the island reaches 10 million square meters. You can't rush it. Alright, since there's nothing else, you should go back and rest too. The next day at dawn, everything on the island continues as usual. Apart from Li Tian and Li Erbio working together to drive away 2 sea monster attacks along the way, nothing else unusual happened. In the blink of an eye, there was midnight again. By this time, the harsh winter had ended. Spring, a season that brings life back to everything, has arrived once again. Springtime is currently the most popular season for other survivors, because of the rain that lasted for almost a week last spring. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this spring should be no different. This also means that survivors will not have to worry about scorching sun, freezing snow, or thirst during this week. But some are happy, some are sad. The survivors at the bottom were naturally overjoyed. But for survival capitalists like Li Tian, this is going to be tough, as it means there will be almost no water sales for the next week. Certainly, fortunately, the rainwater level doesn't escalate over time, so the C-grade and B-grade water the Li Tian sells should not be affected. As is customary, with each new season, the rules of island civilization will be updated, and the challenges will increase. Therefore, Li Erbio and Li Tian were already waiting in front of the manual. The manual was also released without any delay. When the time is up, a pop-up window appears. Congratulations to all survivors. You've survived another long, cold winter and entered the delightful spring. But while the bitter cold may be gone, the challenges remain. The survival challenges faced by all survivors will continue to intensify. After several seasons of selection, the survivors who are still alive are nothing more than warriors. Therefore, the sea creatures are willing to accept the warrior's challenge. Therefore, from this moment forward, sea monster attacks will no longer target only islands, but will also retaliate against humans. Sea monsters will only retaliate when attacked by humans. Warriors, raise your swords and fight for your homeland. In addition, to give everyone a deeper understanding of the brutality of survival, the manual will provide real-time survivor counts. There's number 996 work schedule here, and no odd changes. Even stays the same. Sign depends on quadrant rule, but it's just more tiring and brutal than anything on the mainland. Therefore, those survivors who are trying to live here with the idea of health preservation should realize this as soon as possible. Finally, a reminder, the fog barriers between your various islands will disappear at this moment. I have finished reading. After reading the new rules for the island update, Li Tian and Li Erbio fell in a deep thought. Li Tian, in particular, felt that what the manual said was meant for him. Are they discouraging people from practicing health preservation? Why can't I enjoy the benefits of my own success? Actually, Li Tian and Li Erbio weren't surprised when they learned about the sea monsters' attack on humans. They had foreseen this day long before the sea monsters appeared. Coincidentally, I also got the sea monster nursery from a blind box before. Since the sea monster can fight back, it means that it won't run away as soon as it's attacked. So, it seems we can finally capture sea monsters. Of course, these were not the reasons that made Li Tian and Li Erbio fall in a deep thought. They were thinking about the last sentence in the manual's information center. Will the fog barrier disappear at this moment? What exactly is the fog barrier? A while later, Li Erbio spoke calmly, analyzing, the fog barrier reminds me of the fog in Red Alert. Before the construction of communication satellites, the map and the surrounding area were all black, and you couldn't see anything around you. Do you think the fog barrier mentioned in the manual might also be this? Upon hearing this, Li Tian suddenly realized something, clapped his hands, as if he had remembered something. Brother Biao, what you said suddenly reminded me of something. Think about it carefully. We've flown helicopters so many times. No matter how far we fly, we've never encountered any other survivors' islands. Don't you think this is a big problem? Upon hearing this, Li Erbio also took a deep breath. You mean it's not that we didn't encounter them. It's just that because of the fog barrier, we can't see them, and they can't see us either. 142. A fair civilization. Li Tian nodded in affirmation at Li Erbio's remarks. However, Li Erbio asked in confusion, but if that's really the case, Then why were we able to see their island when we went to pick up the new members? Could it be because we've bound ourselves to the heart cards or locators of those new members? Li Tian analiza. Li Urbio shook his head immediately after hearing this. No. What you said won't work either. If a card or a locator were needed to see between the two islands, the pirates would have starved to death long ago, and they wouldn't be so rampant now. After Li Urbio's analysis, Li Tian felt that Li Urbio was right. Then he voiced another guess. It must be a matter of distance, or perhaps it could be a matter of domain. Perhaps only when one enters a certain area, or when one enters the territory of other survivor islands, will the survivor islands hidden in the fog be discovered. Actually, bro, you can also interpret my words as a kind of fog of confusion in Red Alert. Only when you venture deep into the fog will the view within be revealed. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio nodded. Yes, that makes sense. When we flew the helicopter to pick up the other members, we probably flew too high and didn't enter the fog barrier area of the other survivors' islands, so we couldn't find them. When it came time for us to pick up our Tiangong members, because we had their specific locations, the helicopter would slowly descend as it approached the destination and then enter the members' island territory, which is how we discovered his island. However, just how large is this fog barrier? Li Tian just smiled at this and didn't intend to put into thought. What's the point of being curious about the size of the area? Now that the barrier and fog have disappeared, it's going to be lively for us survivors. Immediately, Li Tian and his companion focused their attention on the new feature introduced this season, real-time survival count. This feature, which displays the number of survivors in real time, is also located in the island information section of the manual. After opening, the functions inside are extremely limited, consisting of only 3 lines of text. Real-time number of survivors in this sea area, 239,516. National real-time survival count, 932,654,181. Global live active users, 369,513,677. But, in the blink of an eye, the data immediately changed again. Real-time number of survivors in this sea area, 239,515. National real-time survival count, 932,654,173. Global live count, 369, 513, 67, 61. For a moment, Li Tian was filled with mixed emotions. In the blink of an eye, 18 people died. I suddenly realized how fragile life really is. Upon seeing this, Li Urbio also sighed helplessly. Alas, but for some people, death might be a relief. We worry about food and water every day, and we're always concerned about whether we can get supplies tomorrow. It's really tiring to live like this. But no matter what, this island civilization is far more cruel than the mainland civilization. In just 2 months, the number of people surviving in our country has dropped to just over 900 million, meaning that hundreds of millions of people have been eliminated. Li Tian smiled wryly and said, "Those who have survived to this day are probably all relatively young people. How could some children or the elderly possibly withstand the scorching heat and bitter cold? In the mainland civilization, I always complained about the injustice of the world. Why are some people born to be born with gold bricks to eat? And why do some people get rich rewards without putting in any effort? When I got here, I realized that this world is actually fucking fair. It's so fair it has no humanity whatsoever. Men, women, young, old, weak, sick, and disabled are all treated the same. So, is this the kind of fairness you hope to see in this civilization?" Li Urbio asked intriguingly. Caught off guard by Li Urbio's sudden question, Li Tian paused, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he smiled faintly and replied, "Out of humanitarianism, I don't want this kind of fairness, but out of human nature, it seems I can't refuse it." Li Urbio smiled at Li Tian's reply. As the saying goes, it's survival of the fittest. All right, it looks like everything's settled. I'm going back to rest now. The sea monsters will retaliate in the upcoming attack, so you need to keep your stamina high at all times. After saying goodbye to Li Urbio, Li Tian also washed up and went to sleep. I woke up the next day. As expected, the gentle spring rain, like an ambassador of spring, eagerly nourishes all things. After washing up, Li Tian went to have breakfast. After a few days of rest, the military team members resumed their training today, rain or shine. Of course, taking health into consideration, they all wore raincoats. After breakfast, Li Tian returned to his room. Firstly, he wanted to see how much the rain affected sales in his trading hall. Secondly, we wanted to see if any survivors' islands would become adjacent to each other and visit each other's islands after the fog barrier disappeared. Enter the room. Before Li Tian could ask, Xiao Jin spoke up. Master, Xiao Jin has detected that there is currently a backlog of ungraded water sources on the market, which may have a huge impact on our sales. Li Tian had already experienced this result last spring, so he wasn't too surprised. It's all right. There probably won't be much business from ordinary water sources this week. You can focus on C-grade water, food, and some basic supplies. Now that spring has arrived, the temperature is pleasant and there's no shortage of water, so the survivors must be in good condition and their purchasing power should increase. We should seize the opportunity. Yes, master. After ending the conversation, Li Tian sat down in front of the manual, opened the chat public screen, and started watching the drama unfold. Holy crap. How come I woke up to find an island that suddenly appeared across from my own island? Upstairs, you're obviously a bad student. The notice in the manual yesterday explained it so clearly. What are you still surprised about? You clearly don't have the habit of reading questions carefully. I really envy you guys who have neighboring islands. At least you can visit each other. As for me, even though the barrier is gone, it's still empty all around. I'm so bored. Envious? You probably don't know the wickedness of human nature. You think it's a good thing to have adjacent islands? If the other island is stronger than yours, there's a good chance they'll take over yours too. I agree with the comment above. To be honest, I discovered there's another small island not far behind mine. My island has more people and a small wooden boat, so I'm just about to pay a visit to the island behind it. Mischievous grin. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. I woke up at 3 a.m. and started writing. I wonder if any readers are still awake. Haha. 143. The neighbor was discovered. Everyone was talking about their neighbors. Li Tian suddenly became curious about whether there were any neighbors around his island. Step out of the villa. Li Tian looked around and saw that apart from the military island, the area was still empty. This disappointed Li Tian somewhat. However, Li Tian, who already had some free time, felt that perhaps he was observing from the wrong position. Therefore, he also put on a raincoat and went to the military island. Current military islands. It has changed a lot compared to before. First, there are several more buildings and a shooting range. Those buildings were actually just tin shacks, used for short breaks during training sessions for military personnel. The firing range, on the other hand, was much simpler. It's simply a matter of embedding 50 pieces of wood into the ground, and then drawing a circle and a bullseye on those pieces of wood. However, the members of the military team are not currently shooting at targets. Instead, they were standing at attention. Standing at attention is much more tiring than training. Anyone who has gone through military training knows this all too well. Anyway, Li Tian couldn't stand it. Upon seeing Li Tian appear, Li Erbio's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward and anxiously asked, "What happened? Did a sea monster attack?" Li Tian shook his head and explained with a slight smile, "No, I was just a little bored, so I came to see you guys and also to see if we have any neighbors around here." Upon hearing this, Li Erbio breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "Give up. I've been observing for a long time. I haven't seen a single seabird, let alone the other survivors' islands." Li Tian could only express his helplessness at this answer. "Are you busy next? If not, I'd like to expand our island base, which we use as a lookout, together with you." "No rush. Yang Shui's training session is next. I'm just here for show." As he spoke, Li Erbio glanced at the goddess who was as cold as an iceberg out of the corner of his eye, and the more he looked at her, the more delighted he felt. Seeing this, Li Tian smiled and raised an eyebrow. "How's the progress?" "Don't mention it. It's nothing special. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. Don't delay the construction of the watchtower." "Okowo." He finished speaking. The two then stepped directly into the portal leading to Heavenly Palace Observation Deck 1. As for these portals, when the island base was completed, Li Tian handed the teleportation portal to Li Erbio, who then moved the portal to the military island for future convenience. Therefore, the two of them did not need to return to the main island. Arrive at Tiangong Observation Tower number 1. During the winter, Li Tian and the others did not expand the area, so the current island area is still 4 square meters, which is a bit crowded for the two of them. However, at this moment, the two of them were not concerned about whether it was crowded or not, but were instead attracted by the scene in front of them. Because before their eyes was an island that seemed to be developing quite well. The area must be at least 1,000 square meters, right? I estimate that the distance between the two islands is less than 2 kilometers at most. Look, our neighbor has appeared. Liarbia Ujuka. Then he added, should we go and greet them? Li Tian smiled and nodded. Of course, after all, it's not far from our main island, so for safety's sake, we should naturally find out whether they are friend or foe. However, not now. Let's expand this island base first. Then have Su Huanfeng bring the large sailboat over, and we'll take some people with us to pay our respects. We won't be flying the helicopter. We can't be too conspicuous about our helicopter business. That's exactly what I was thinking, Li Urbio nodded in response. Subsequently, Li Tian directly transferred 96 expansion stones from the main manual, expanding the 4 square meter floating stone group into a 100 square meter small island. All right, the expansion is all set. The rest of the construction can be left to Su Yaoqian and his team. With our current technology, although we can't build a real watchtower yet, building a guard post for people to keep watch should be no problem. He finished speaking. The two then returned to the military island through the portal. However, due to the discovery of the adjacent survivor island, for safety reasons, Li Urbio also transferred a member of the military team to guard Tiangong Lookout Tower. No way. Although the neighboring island is indeed insignificant in size compared to Li Tian's island, it doesn't mean that its existence can be ignored. After all, an island that has developed to that scale might already have sea transportation. What if the survivors from that island sailed to Tiangong Lookout 1 and then used the portal to get to their own main island? Even if they don't cause damage, they might at least steal. Therefore, it is necessary to send someone to guard it. After everything was arranged, the two stepped into the portal leading to Heavenly Palace Observation Deck 2. Arrive at Tiangong Lookout Tower 2. Li Tian and Li Urbio also immediately looked around. Hey, believe it or not, we've discovered another survivor island. However, this survivor island looks rather shabby, with an area of at most 100 square meters. At this moment, Li Urbio couldn't help but smile. You were just worried about not having any neighbors. Now it's great. We have neighbors everywhere. Upon seeing this, Li Tian frowned. It seems that our survivors are still quite densely distributed across the islands. It seems that the Watchtower project needs to be completed as soon as possible. After expanding Tiangong Lookout Tower 2 to 100 square meters, the two returned to the military island and again assigned someone to guard it. Immediately, the two arrived at Heavenly Palace Observation Deck number 3. However, after arriving at this island, the two did not find any other survivor islands. Upon returning to the main island, Li Tian and Li Urbio immediately contacted Su Yaoqian, instructing their construction team to expedite the construction of the guard posts and dormitories for Tiangong Lookout Tower number 1 and Tiangong Lookout Tower number 2. As for building dormitories, it was also a decision made by Li Urbio on short notice. Although there are guard posts, if any survivors are spotted approaching, the military team member stationed at the guard post can report it in a timely manner. But it will also take time for others to get there and provide support. The enemy might land on the way to provide support, causing the crew on the lookout tower to be outnumbered and suffer casualties. So, to ensure everything goes smoothly, it will be best to have some military personnel on standby with weapons at all times. Good morning, everyone. Today's tasks are complete. Seeking flowers and powered by love. 144. Sister Fox's plea for help. After everything at the lookout tower was arranged, Li Tian then returned to the villa, while Li Urbio went to the military island to supervise. But Li Tian had just entered the room when Xiao Jin quickly stood up to offer him a seat, saying, Master, after you left, someone kept sending you private messages. It might be something urgent. Oh, after a questioning look, Li Tian quickly sat down in front of the manual. Upon opening it, I found it was sent by Sister Fox. Sister Fox, boss, are you there? I need your help. Sister Fox, boss, are you still asleep? Please reply immediately if you receive this. Fox Sister, boss, help. Upon seeing this, Li Tian's expression gradually became serious. His brows furrowed rapidly, and he began to reply in a manual. The modest and proud young man. I was busy just now. What's wrong? What happened? A humble and proud young man. Are you still there? The next moment, Sister Fox replied instantly. Boss, you've finally shown up. My island is currently facing some difficulties, and I hope you can lend a helping hand. A humble and proud young man. Difficulties? What exactly happened? Fox sister. After the fog barrier disappeared, I discovered that our island was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Sister Fox. The surrounding area is full of well-developed islands, so this wouldn't normally be a problem. Fox sister. But early this morning, I noticed that the survivors on those islands were traveling back and forth in wooden boats, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. The proud young man. Are you worried they'll form an alliance and attack your island? Sister Fox. Yes. Li Tian expressed some doubt about Sister Fox's explanation. You should know. Sister Fox ranks second in area and first in population in this sea area. Even if we are surrounded by enemies, surely we can fight back? Could it be? Is this a conspiracy? Is the Fox sister deliberately using the pretext of asking for help to lure me to her island? The feast to Hongmen? Don't blame Li Tian for having such thoughts. It's just that Li Tian and Sister Fox have no interaction other than trading. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. It's best to be careful. However, Li Tian naturally couldn't so bluntly express his thoughts. So, they replied again. The humble and proud young man said, if I remember correctly, your island is doing quite well, isn't it? The humble and proud man said, even if those survivors cooperated, you wouldn't have to go so far as to ask for help. Would you? Sister Fox, sigh, I won't lie to you. Actually, my island's ranking on the leaderboard is just a paper tiger. Fox sister, a large area doesn't necessarily mean advanced technology. You can see that on these rankings. Sister Fox, as for the so-called numerical advantage, that's a joke because all 353 members on my island are currently women. Seeing this, Li Tianren was dumbfounded. This news is absolutely astounding. Are all of the hundreds of members women? What's this? A land of women? Or is it a men's pleasure island? That's incredible. Whenever pirates encountered Sister Fox's island, the pirates were overjoyed. Li Tian then asked, I'm quite curious. What's your purpose in recruiting so many female survivors to your island? When it comes to survival, don't you usually look for teammates who are strong, healthy, or have extensive survival experience? Fox sister, in mainland China, women are a vulnerable group. Here, without legal protection, do you think I would invite a wolf into my house? Sister Fox, seeking women as allies serves two purposes. First, self-protection, and second, naturally, because it's easy to make money off you men. A humble and proud young man. A proud and modest man. Is it easy to make money off men? Upon seeing this, Li Tian suddenly wondered if this Fox sister was using female members to engage in illegal activities. Before he could delve into the question, Sister Fox had already begun to explain. Sister Fox, don't overthink it. It's not illegal. It's just providing legitimate chat services. Upon hearing this, Li Tian just felt awesome. Why didn't he think of this business opportunity earlier? I must say, it does have potential. After all, everyone starts out all alone on an island, surrounded only by the vast ocean. At first, people might ignore these small problems in order to survive. But if you go on for a long time without anyone to talk to, you really will go crazy. After the days gradually became less unbearable, a service offering companionship suddenly appeared, and all the companions were of the opposite sex. No wonder those men couldn't resist. As long as the price is reasonable, there will definitely be plenty of men willing to spend money. Sister Fox, all right, I've said what I needed to say. I've even deposited all my savings with you. You wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? Pitiful. Li Tian no longer doubted anything about this. Moreover, Sister Fox was indeed one of his big clients, having deposited 10,000 expansion stones with him, so Li Tian wouldn't directly refuse this favor. However, if they want Li Tian to help them, it will definitely depend on how much kickbacks they can get from Sister Fox. In today's world, people naturally talk about money, not feelings. The modest and proud young man said, helping isn't out of the question, but... Sister Fox, but what? The humble and proud man said, with your brains, you've developed this island into such a large place. You must know what I'm trying to say, right? Sister Fox, you mean the benefits? The humble and proud man said, this beautiful woman is a wise person. Sister Fox, how about I compensate you with myself? Shyly, women are all like pickled chicken feet. A woman's mouth is a lying devil. Li Tian curled his lips and muttered to himself. After making a sarcastic remark, Li Tian replied, what use are you to me? I don't eat people. Sister Fox, you may not eat human flesh, but that doesn't mean you won't eat women. I've never seen a vegetarian man in my life. Fox sister, all right, enough joking with you, big shot. Time is of the essence, so let's get straight to the point. I want to buy some weapons from you, preferably ranged weapons. Fox sister, as for the price, I don't think the big shot would try to take advantage of the situation, right? Li Tian was slightly disappointed when he learned that Sister Fox only wanted to buy some weapons. How much is the weapon worth? Moreover, after learning about Sister Fox's background, Li Tian had other ideas. That would mean taking over Sister Fox's island as well. Certainly, after learning that the island was inhabited only by women, Li Tian figured he could easily conquer it with just a few high-level members. However, this was not the result Li Tian wanted. The fact that Sister Fox told me about her island situation also meant that she believed in me. She turned around and accused her. She's such a jerk. Although, in this chaotic world, selfishness is very important. But Li Tian didn't want to lose his humanity. 145. Reaching an agreement with Sister Fox. Therefore, Li Tian planned to use brainwashing to bring Sister Fox under his command. The humble and proud young man said, "We do have weapons, but are you sure having weapons will protect your homeland?" The humble and proud man said, "Besides, if the other side really wanted to attack your island, would they come empty-handed?" Li Tian's words hit the nail on the head. After all, judging from the survivor level rankings, the level of the members in Sister Fox's group shouldn't be very high. Sister Fox, the island's owner, is only a B level. Therefore, for them, having weapons also carries great risks. As expected, upon hearing this, Sister Fox was clearly taken aback and didn't reply for a while, but the chat window showed that she was typing. They must have realized the seriousness of the problem. Sister Fox, but what other options do I have besides buying weapons from you? I can't just wait to die, can I? All right. The fish has taken the bait. Seeing that Sister Fox's heart was clearly wavering, Li Tian smiled smugly. He replied again, "I do have a solution." Sister Fox, "Oh, what method? If this method works, I'm willing to pay the reward." The humble and proud young man said, "Why don't you just merge your island with mine?" Sister Fox, "Compared to you, the word fox is more fitting." Sister Fox, "Isn't this a disguised way of swallowing me up? What kind of method is this?" Sister Fox, "Besides, since I have this intention, can you get to my island in time before those people invade it?" Sister Fox, "The ship's speed isn't that fast." The humble and proud man said, "You don't need to worry about that at all. If you're interested, I can say that as long as it's not a huge distance, I can get there within an hour." Sister Fox, "While you are indeed very strong, I still can't believe you have this ability. Arrive in an hour? Do you think you're pilot?" The humble and proud man said, "What a coincidence it really is." Fox sister, "Go away, all right, boss. Stop teasing me. Just tell me what weapons you can provide me." The humble and proud man said, "I'm not joking with you. I really want to merge with you. Qian Jiaozi. After the merger, the members on your island will only live better lives, and you won't have to worry about the threat of external enemies. You won't be at a loss." Fox sister, "Not a loss? You got both the people and the island, and I'm not losing out? The boss's thinking is truly unique." Qian Jiaozi, "You must be aware of the current situation. Once the fog barrier disappears, there will only be more and more island invasions in the future." The humble and proud man said, "Even if you don't merge with me, can you guarantee that you can always protect your island?" The humble and proud young man said, "Don't forget that sea areas can be merged. You may not be weak in this sea area, but after it merges with a new sea area, can you still be confident that you can stay ahead of others?" The humble and proud young man said, "I didn't mean to discourage you, but this is the reality. Rather than being forcibly occupied by the enemy, wouldn't it be better to merge with me?" After Li Tian's long speech, Sister Fox fell into deep thought again. It was clear that the other party was indeed very hesitant. But Li Tian didn't actually say anything wrong. This island civilization is actually quite similar to a primitive civilization. There are no rules or regulations. Only violence can solve problems. The survivors, driven by the need for resources and manpower, will inevitably engage in constant warfare between the islands in the future. The strong will only get stronger, and the weak will only get weaker. They will either be captured or die. Ultimately, the victor reigns supreme, and the last survivor unifies the island, becoming the supreme ruler of this civilization. So, while the current development level of each survivor's island cannot directly determine the final outcome, it already has reference value. The situation is most awkward and dangerous for people like Sister Fox. whose career is neither going well nor going poorly. If you can't beat a strong enemy, you won't gain anything by bullying the weak. However, he himself became a hot commodity in the eyes of other survivors who were doing well. Even now, Li Tian was certain that if Sister Fox didn't submit to him, she would only be taken over by others in the future. Add to that the apocalyptic environment. All the female members on her island would likely suffer a fate worse than death, reduced to physical slavery. Therefore, in Li Tian's mind, a smart person like Sister Fox would definitely submit to him. About 10 minutes later, the Fox sister then replied, "Sister Fox, I just had a short meeting with the managers of the island. Sister Fox, we're happy to join you, but only on the premise of peaceful coexistence and mutual respect. Sister Fox, you can't force us to do anything we don't want to do. Fox sister, we don't provide sleep-in services, but if the members develop feelings for each other, that's a different story. Sister Fox, secondly, I also need to have a certain say on your island. That is, give me a management position, and I will only listen to your management." Li Tian had no objections to Sister Fox's requests. Actually, the reason Li Tian wanted to win over the Fox sister was because he was interested in the chat companion service. After all, if you want to make the island bigger and stronger, you naturally have to get involved in every field. You won't let go of any opportunity to earn expansion stones. For example, during the early days of Chinese civilization, which of the leading internet companies didn't cover multiple fields? Games, shopping, lifestyle, leisure, etc. Based on Sun Tung's success story, the best way to enter a new field is not to create, but to acquire. Therefore, after bringing the members from Sister Fox's island over, Li Tian naturally wouldn't arrange anything else for them. As for the last one, arranging a management position for Sister Fox, that's even simpler. Li Tian was hoping that more people would share his burden, especially women with ideas like Sister Fox. Which boss would want to be hands-on if they could simply be a hands-off manager? So Li Tian readily agreed. Qianqian Jiaozi. Okay, all of that is fine, but have you used the Unity card on the members on your island? Sister Fox. Of course I used it. I used it all. You can rest assured about that. Fox sister. But you wouldn't be thinking of using it on me too, would you? Ahem, there's a lot of dialogue in these 2 chapters, but don't think it's just filler. There's no way around it. These dialogues are still meaningful in order to advance the plot. I didn't want you to see the protagonist and the Fox sister merge without understanding the situation, so I said a bit more. 146. Arrival at Sister Fox's island. Upon seeing this, Li Tian smiled. This Fox sister is quite clever. She doesn't want to use the heart-to-heart card? Li Tian has plenty of ways to control her. With the merger of the 2 sides about to succeed, Li Tian naturally wouldn't let a single heart card affect the overall situation. So he replied, "It's up to you. If you don't want to use it, then don't. Anyway, no one who comes to my island wants to leave, and no one is stupid enough to betray me." Fox sister. Looks like the boss is very confident in himself. The humble and proud man said, "This isn't confidence, it's reality." Qianqian Jiaozi. All right, I'll give you a pre-attached locator in a bit. Remember to turn it on, and then I'll come find you. Sister Fox. Okay. Immediately, Li Tian then took out 2 locators from the manual warehouse, successfully bound them, and traded them to Sister Fox. I opened the locator and took a look. The 2 islands are not far apart. The approximate distance is only slightly farther than the island where Old Wong lived before. Previously, it only took Li Tian an afternoon to row a boat to find Old Wong. Now that we can fly there by helicopter, it would probably take less than 10 minutes to get there. Before setting off, Li Tian called Li Erbio along and also had his younger sister come to his room to sit on his island, waiting for his call. Once everything was in place, Li Tian started the helicopter. This time, however, Li Tian deliberately made the helicopter fly at a much higher altitude. The purpose, of course, is to prevent other survivors from seeing it. I hadn't thought of this before, and I was lucky to have the fog barrier to help conceal it. Now that I've thought of this problem, I naturally need to keep a low profile. After all, the rankings are what they are. If other survivors discover the presence of the helicopter, they will naturally immediately assume that it is on their own island. Once the news gets out, not only will some people be envious and cause unnecessary trouble, but more importantly, your own trump card will be exposed. During flight, Li Tian and Li Erbio looked down and found quite a few black spots about the size of flies. Those black dots are naturally the islands where the survivors live. A rough estimate suggests there are dozens of islands. 8 minutes later, the helicopter hovered above the coordinates indicated by the locator. This took much faster than Li Tian had anticipated. Looking down, it is an irregularly shaped island. At the same altitude, this island is about the size of a fist. And just as Sister Fox said, there are 4 other islands around this island that are also quite well developed, each about the size of 2 thumbnails. If the 4 islands had more men, there was a real chance they could join forces to overthrow Sister Fox's island. No wonder Sister Fox was so worried. The helicopter descended slowly. The whistling sound of the plane's wings gradually reached the ears of the survivors on the 5 islands. Many people quickly gathered together and started pointing at Li Tian's helicopter. As for what was said, Li Tian couldn't hear it and of course didn't care. Anyway, all the members on Sister Fox's island will belong to her in the future. The survivors on those 4 islands, having decided to attack Sister Fox, should naturally also be prepared to be invaded by others. Therefore, it didn't matter to the people on those 4 islands that they knew about the helicopter incident. In any case, they either become their own prisoners of war or they die. On Sister Fox's island, hearing the rumbling sounds outside, Sister Fox quickly crawled out of the wooden house. Looking up, they saw a helicopter slowly descending, and they froze in place. She never imagined that this gentleman was not lying to her. There really are airplanes? This is outrageous. While the other survivors are still struggling to stay alive, this guy is already flying around in a plane. But it was precisely at this moment that Sister Fox was convinced and willing to merge with Li Tian. It seems that what Li Tian said is true. Being able to merge with him is his good fortune, and also the good fortune of the other members of the island. Upon learning that the helicopter was piloted by Qianqian Jiaozi, the other members, who had been worried, changed their expressions from tension to joy. They also understood that if Qianqian Jiaozi even had a helicopter, then their living conditions would definitely be much better on Qianqian Jiaozi's island than here. No one is willing to live a life of eating 1 meal and going hungry for 3. After the helicopter landed in an open area, Li Tian and Li Erbio got out of the cabin. What comes into view is naturally a group of women. Li Tian and Li Erbio really do have a feeling of being in a land of women. Here, there are beautiful young girls in their adolescence, and graceful young women at the peak of their careers. But among the hundreds of women, not a single one was ugly. Seeing many women barely clothed, the 2 men couldn't suppress their lust and swallowed hard. It seems that this Fox sister must have screened the members based on their looks when recruiting them. At this moment, among the female members, a young woman with a beautiful face, but whose age was hard to hide, stepped forward. A dignified and proper smile appeared on her face as she extended her slender hand to Li Erbio. "You must be Qianqian Jiaozi? Welcome, welcome." This put Li Erbio and Li Tian in a rather awkward position. Li Erbio responded with an awkward laugh, pointing to Li Tian beside him. "Hey, beautiful lady, you've got the wrong person. He's the real gentleman." Upon hearing this, the still attractive young woman did not show any embarrassment. On the contrary, she was quite surprised. She looked Li Tian up and down with her alluring eyes again, adjusted her posture, and extended her hand once more. "I never expected the legendary big shot to look so young. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Tian also extended his hand and responded with a slight smile. "It's not as amazing as you think. I just got lucky. Don't call me Big Boss, just call me Li Tian. Then you can just call me Hu Li. Of course, it's Guyu Hu Li as in Jasmine, not some fox." After exchanging greetings, the 2 dropped the formalities and got down to business. Hu Li glanced at the helicopter, and after confirming that no one was inside, she asked, "You only brought 1 helper? Is that enough to fight off the members from those 4 islands?" In response to this, Li Tian simply replied casually, "I think it should be possible." "What do you mean, should be able to?" "This is no joke. If we lose, we could very well lose our lives." Hungría Libarnat. One more chapter to come. Thank you all for the gifts. Thank you very much. There are too many names on the list to thank everyone individually. Those of you who are interested can also check out the gift rankings to see how impressive the top players are. Haha. By the way, please give me some flowers and powered by love. 147. The military team arrived at Huli Island. Upon hearing this, Li Tian explained, "Of course I know this is no joke, but I'm not joking either. The reason I said should be is because I have no intention of intervening. Someone else will handle these things." Upon hearing this, Hu Li frowned slightly, feeling that Li Tian was taking it far too lightly. "A person? You don't mean just him alone, do you? Li Tian shook his head again. Of course not. All right, don't worry. Since I dare to come, I won't let you lose. You'll find out in a moment. Take me to your manual first. I'll use it to contact someone. Have no choice. Huli could only lead the way with some skepticism. Huli's room was actually made from the blueprints of a wooden house, and there was no extra furniture inside. There were only 3 beds and 3 manuals. As the owner of the island, Huli had to squeeze into the same room with others, so it seems that their lives weren't as good as Li Tian had imagined. After entering the house, Huli walked to the bed on the far right, pointed to the manual, and said, "This is my manual." Li Tian nodded, then sat down on the edge of the bed and started using Huli's manual to connect with himself. Ro, we can begin now. Southeast 60 gradi, 34.6 kilometri. Li Tian was obviously telling Li Ro his location. The goal is to get Li Ro to use the initial manual to build another base next to Sister Fox's Island. In this way, picking up people can be done through a portal, which is much faster than taking a plane back and forth repeatedly. As for the direction, Li Tian determined it using the locator. The 34.6 kilometers was the helicopter's flight distance, which was clearly displayed on the odometer. Don't forget, when using the initial manual to create a new island base, Li Tian estimated the scale of the map with a location to be selected when creating the new island base was. 1.5 centimeters is equivalent to 3 to 4 kilometers. Afterwards, Li Tian arranged for someone to use the helicopter to calculate the distance again, which was 3.03 kilometers. Li Tian's so-called 1.5 centimeters was just the average width of his thumb. In fact, the width of Li Tian's thumb was not exactly 1.5 centimeters. So after precise calculation, the ratio was 1 cm, 2 km. In other words, Li Ro only needs to select a coordinate of 17.3 centimeters in the southeast direction of the main island when building a new island base to build the island base next to Sister Fox's Island. After explaining all this, Li Tian stood up, revealing a confident smile. All right. Huli, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered and asked doubtfully, "That's it?" Li Tian nodded. "Okay, let's go. You'll understand once we go out and take a look." After the group came out, not long after, in the blink of an eye, a floating stone group with a manual appeared out of thin air in everyone's sight. Because the island's area did not reach 3 million square meters, Huli and others could not access the 3rd page of the manual and therefore had never seen this function before. Everyone was utterly astonished. How come there's suddenly an island? Hey, but why is nobody here? What's going on? But no sooner had he said that than everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a young girl emerged from the black hole above the floating rock formation. It was none other than Li Ro. However, this scene was naturally unacceptable to Huli and the others. It was like seeing a ghost. "Li Tian, what's going on?" The fox still looked surprised and extremely curious. Li Tian explained casually. In short, it's the functions that come with an island that reaches 3 million square meters. I'll tell you the specifics later. Li Tian had nothing to hide about this. This feature is readily available on the island size ranking list, and it will become widely known sooner or later. At this moment, Li Ro also jumped from a newly built island base to Huli's island and walked to Li Tian's side. "Brother, I originally selected the location you gave me, but it said that the location already had an island, so I moved it. Hee. It seems the movement was just right. I jumped over it in one go, and the deviation wasn't too big." "Well done." After replying to Li Ro, Li Tian looked at Li Erbio and said, "Brother Biao, it's up to you guys now." "That's no problem at all. I'll arrange for members of the military team to come over right away." After saying that, Li Erbio also came to Huli's island, lightly leaped onto the newly built island base, and walked into the teleportation portal. Since Li Tian needed to handle the following matters personally, he had to arrange for Li Ro to fly the helicopter back. Certainly, since Huli is going to become a member of her own island, it doesn't really matter whether the helicopter leaves or not. Li Tian had Li Ro drive away at this time to give the survivors on the islands surrounding Huli the illusion that the big boss had left. Nobody's a fool. He personally piloted a helicopter to Huli's island, making quite a commotion. Even if the survivors on the surrounding islands are eyeing Huli's island covetously, they wouldn't be foolish enough to launch an attack now. What does a helicopter represent? It represents technology and strength. They naturally guessed that the person in the helicopter was the top-ranked figure in this sea area. Even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to make a rash move at this point. But if they see the helicopter fly away, they'll probably start making moves again. In this way, Li Tian could capture them all in one fell swoop. Seeing that Li Erbio had also left, Li Ro also flew away in the helicopter. Huli was puzzled again, but she didn't ask any more questions. Everything that just happened was too unbelievable. Although she didn't know what Li Tian was planning, just like he said, he definitely wouldn't let her lose. She just had to keep watching. About 2 or 3 minutes later, another figure appeared at the portal. The leader was Li Erbio, who was now holding a Haotian club that looked somewhat like a missile or torpedo. As he leaped onto Huli's island, figures flashed in and out of the portal behind him. They were all members of the military team. As she watched as people carrying bows and arrows, along with quivers and arrows, appeared on her island, Huli's beautiful eyes widened with each increase in their numbers. Once the last member of the military team was in place, the archer formation was complete. It's incredibly impressive. It is truly rare to see soldiers in such a desolate world. Judging from their agile figures and indifferent eyes, this is a well-trained archery team. Phew, I finally finished today's goal before 12 o'clock. Something came up today, and I was delayed from writing until dark. I even had dinner in between. Please understand. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. 148, an overwhelming battle. In fact, Li Tian and Li Erbio were fully capable of sweeping away all the survivors in this area. The reason for bringing the military team here in such a grand manner was to give them some real combat training. Real-world experience is the most effective way to recognize one's shortcomings or problems. If you don't find an opportunity for real combat and just train blindly, it will be too late when you finally encounter a strong opponent and discover where you are lacking. Seeing that the formation was in place and everyone was ready to go, Li Erbio walked to the front, glanced at the military team members wearing raincoats, and spoke in a deep, powerful voice. The purpose of our visit is already known to everyone. Next, we will face the real invaders. At this moment, it is not only a test of everyone's training results over the past few days, but also a test of everyone's mental strength. Among us, there are not many true disciples and soldiers, and probably none of them have actually killed anyone. I hope that everyone can put aside mercy and take the fight seriously. You must understand, this is the apocalypse. Even if you value someone else's life as a human life, they may not value yours as a human life. Therefore, on the battlefield, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If we don't even dare to kill a single person, how can we talk about defeating the enemy in the future? Are you all ready? Ready. After Li Erbio's speech, the military team members were greatly encouraged and spoke in unison, their voices resounding through the sky. Li Tian actually agreed with Li Erbio's actions. After all, killing someone is not a simple matter. In other words, killing someone is not difficult, but being able to withstand the psychological impact of killing is very difficult. At birth, human nature is good. People in the sweltering summer are kind of hard, but not everyone has the courage to kill. Although their military team members were all carefully selected promising talents, they were, in essence, law-abiding citizens in the mainland civilization. He has never committed murder, nor has he ever done any illegal things. Therefore, this battle is nothing more than a psychological test for them. Pre-war ideological indoctrination is still very necessary. Huli's team members were also completely shocked by what they saw. They're truly disciplined and resolute soldiers. What a fine young man in the sweltering summer. Even many women seem unable to bear the loneliness of the apocalypse, and have already begun choosing their targets among the ranks of soldiers. Certainly, currently, without sufficient transportation to reach the other island, all Li Tian and the others can do is wait. There's nothing we can do about it. The situation is urgent. If all the transportation is brought over, it will take a long time, not to mention that my own large sailboat has been operating to carry passengers since the beginning of spring. Moreover, if an attack is initiated proactively, then the nature of the attack changes. I am the defender, not the aggressor. At least for now, Li Tian has no intention of taking the initiative to attack his fellow countrymen in Yinxia. Li Tian would not do this unless a fellow countryman from Yinxia provoked him first. Regardless of whether he was a saint or had a limited perspective, Li Tian certainly understood the principle that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. The main point is that as long as these fellow countrymen in the hot summer are alive, they can bring benefits to me. What I should do now is to strengthen myself, rather than launch an invasion too early. What kind of aggression is it to attack one's own people? What kind of skill is that? Li Tian's initial targets were other countries, such as the United States, or countries where people were living comfortably. Furthermore, it is precisely because Li Tian has set his sights on the future that he is even less likely to actively attack the survivors of Yanxia. In the future, the survivor islands of various countries will definitely be unified. The same applies to the Yanxia kingdom. My current goal is naturally to become number one in the hot summer. These survivors will naturally become his subjects in the future. In island civilizations, the more people the better, because more people mean more resources and more labor. Bullying the survivors now is essentially bullying our own people in the future. It's completely unnecessary. Even if we take a step back and assume that bullying them is a waste of time and energy, Li Tian feels that they're all extremely poor, and the resources gained after conquering them might not even be enough to replenish the physical strength consumed in the battle. It's simply not worth the risk. While waiting, it was raining. Li Tian then arranged for everyone to go to a sheltered place to wait for the enemy. He himself lay down on Hu Li's small wooden bed, as Hu Li had arranged. Hu Li then proceeded to give Li Tian a massage in a very professional manner. Of course, it was just a simple massage, so Li Tian didn't refuse at first. Under Hu Li's influence, Li Tian fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, more than 3 hours had passed. During this time, the people on those 4 islands continued to visit each other without crossing any boundaries. Another hour or so passed. The other party still did not respond. Li Tiandu thought that Hu Li might be overthinking things, and that the other party was just conducting normal trade and had no intention of joining forces to attack Hu Li. Therefore, Li Tiandu prepared to dismiss the members of the military group. But just then, smoke and fire filled the air. They still launched an attack. Dozens of small wooden boats were rowing towards Hu Li's island with great effort. 5 survivors, armed with axes, sticks, shovels, and other weapons, were crammed onto the boat. There were roughly 100 people. It seems Hu Li's premonition was right. If she hadn't contacted her in time, she would have really been in trouble today. As the enemy drew closer, Li Erbio and Yang Shui went in a battle alert, shouting, "Assemble! Everyone be alert! The enemy is coming!" Immediately, under the arrangement of Li Erbio and Yang Shui, the 150 members of the military team chose their firing positions, aimed at the target on the ship, and waited for the other side to enter the firing range. A few more minutes passed. Once the last wooden boat was within firing range, Li Erbio quickly shouted, "Fire!" Whoosh! 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 Almost immediately after hearing the command, everyone fired their arrows. Suddenly, the arrows, like lightning, pierced the sky and filled the heavens. Finally, they mingled with the rain, transforming into a rain of arrows that pierced the enemy's heart, which yearned to invade. Since the enemy had no ranged weapons, this battle was essentially a one-sided victory. In less than a minute, the sea was stained crimson with blood, attracting numerous sharks that were frolicking and fighting over the food in the water. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Please give me flowers. I'm using love to fuel my passion. 149. Successfully annexed Hu Li Island. Certainly, the members of the military team were not sharpshooters and could not hit the target every time. Therefore, while the military personnel continued to take out a second arrow from the quiver and fire it, some quick-thinking invaders had already jumped into the sea, hoping for a sliver of hope. Little did they know that the sea was more dangerous than the ship. The bloodshed of many who were shot attracted numerous predatory marine creatures, and the victims became mere fodder for these creatures. The blood-red ocean returned to calm in just a few minutes. At this moment, the sea was devoid of any life except for a few dozen small wooden boats swaying with the waves. Li Tian looked at Hu Li and asked, "Since you have so many members on your island, you must have a boat, right?" Hu Li nodded and quickly pointed to the east side of the island. "There are 12 ships, all docked over there." "Good." After the conversation ended, Li Tian instructed Li Erbio to lead several dozen men in a small wooden boat from Hu Li Island and rowed towards the small wooden boat left behind by the sea invaders. One reason was to acquire those small wooden boats. Secondly, Li Erbio and members of the military team were to patrol each of the 4 islands to see if any had escaped. Li Tian didn't believe that everyone from the 4 islands had been mobilized. Of course, with the main force gone, the remaining remnants were no challenge for Li Erbio and the members of the military group. So Li Tian stopped worrying about it and looked at Hu Li, asking her a question. Are you satisfied with this result? Of course we are satisfied. Now we will keep our promise and our island is willing to merge with your island. I'll go and remove the manual right away. Upon hearing this, Li Tian quickly called out, Wait, there's no need to go to such trouble. You just need to look at the manual and click agree in a bit. After saying that, Li Tian stopped explaining, jumped onto the newly built island base, and used the manual to enter the island expansion page. Good. Li Tianzheng planned to connect the newly built island base with Hu Li's island by expanding the floating stones, just like he had done with the main island and the military island before. In this way, Hu Li's island can both belong to her and be preserved. The two islands are actually only 1 meter apart. Therefore, when Li Tian extended the newly built base 1 meter towards Hu Li's island, a prompt appeared in the manual asking whether the two islands should be merged. This operation requires both manuals to be executed simultaneously, and only the island owner has the authority to click confirm. With the successful merger of the two islands, the deal was considered a complete success. The gifts in exchange are the supplies from those 4 islands, provided, of course, that you have them. We'll only find out after Li Erbio and his team search each island one by one. Then, Li Tian then told Yang Shui to take the remaining military team members back first. Li Tian then looked at Hu Li and the others and asked, Do you plan to continue living on this island? Or go live on my island? Anyway, with the portal here, it's very convenient to travel between the two islands. Hu Li answered without hesitation, clearly still wary of Li Tian and his group. Since it's convenient to travel between the two islands, there's no need to make a big fuss about moving. Let's leave the housing issue as it is. Of course, now that you're our leader, if you're willing to be understanding and give each of us a room, we'd be happy to do so. Regarding this, Li Tian smiled, but didn't say anything. That's naturally no problem. But you should still come with me to my island. Let's get to know each other. I'll also tell you where to pick up the ingredients every day. Upon hearing this, no one refused. Which survivor in this sea area wouldn't want to see the true face of the largest island in the area? Immediately, led by Li Tian, the group passed through the teleportation portal and entered Li Tian's main island. What came into view was an extremely luxurious villa. This made Hu Li and others extremely envious. I thought that having a small wooden cabin to live in would be good enough, as long as it could shelter me from the wind and rain. Goodness, Li Tian has even built a villa. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Li Tian led Hu Li and the others on a tour of the entire island. After meeting with the other core members, it was time for lunch. Considering that today is Hu Li's first day on her island, Li Tian then let her eat at the villa with his group. However, Hu Li's subordinates took the ingredients and cooked them themselves. There was nothing Li Tian could do about it. It wasn't that Li Tian didn't want to treat these new members well. It was just that there were too many of them, and the burden wasn't that big. If we cook it pot by pot, it will probably be dark by the time everyone has eaten. Certainly. Even so, Hu Li's subordinates were overjoyed. They received rice, tomatoes, eggs, fish, cabbage, and water spinach as ingredients. Not to mention the seasonings such as salt and chili. These are foods that they usually crave, but can't eat. This is much more abundant than eating bread from blind boxes every day. Isn't it just about doing it yourself? Absolutely no problem. After lunch, everything remained the same. Hu Li returned to her island and arranged for the island's members to resume their online chat services. As for the people on Li Tian High Island, apart from Li Erbio and others who had not yet returned, everyone else was busy with their own affairs. Su Yaoqian, also arranged by Li Tian, went to Hu Li's island to build houses for them. As for Li Tian himself, he returned to his room to calculate his reward for the day. By simply helping Hu Li clear out the surrounding enemies, he not only provided the military team members with practical combat training, but also gained an island and more than 300 female members for free. That's an absolute steal. I opened the manual and took a look. It seems this woman really knows how to manage a household. Aside from the 10,000 expansion stones that Hu Li had previously stored on her island, she still had 13,671 stones left, along with several thousand other supplies. She was quite far-sighted, knowing to store resources instead of selling them for food. However, in the end, it benefited me, so it could be considered that I made the best use of it. The only downside is that the 8x buff has already expired. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune today. After all, Liurbio hasn't traded the resources from those 4 islands yet, and splitting the 4 islands would also yield expansion stones, which would add up to at least 10 or 20,000 yuan. If there's an 8x buff, it's like getting an extra 100,000 expansion stones for free. What a pity. Seeking flowers, resources, and powered by love, meaning generating electricity through passion. Hey everyone, just spend 30 seconds watching an ad, and maybe tomorrow the author will get an egg for breakfast. Please have pity on me. 150. Ranking rewards distribution. Around 3 p.m. Liurbio arrived at Li Tian's room with a smug look on his face. It's clear they've acquired quite a lot of spoils. Li Tian asked curiously, "So happy? Did you find some treasure?" "We don't have any treasures, but the supplies from the 4 islands combined are pretty good," Liurbio replied, shaking his head. After hearing this, Li Tian pursed his lips and said, "Then why are you so happy? I thought you had found some treasure." Upon hearing this, Liurbio, however, retorted, "Hey, you can't say that. Why do we have to have treasures to be happy? Can't we be happy that we got so many supplies for free? Getting something for free makes me happy. You have no idea, in my previous life, I only read free books. I remember reading a book called This is Survival. Are you trying to stay healthy? That idiot author only thought about generating electricity with love and urging for updates. I'm going to get it for free. I'll definitely do it next time. I'll make him furious." Seeing that Liurbio was getting more and more excited, Li Tian quickly interrupted him, feeling utterly speechless. It has to be said, everyone has a side that no one knows. Who would have thought that the usually serious Brother Biao was actually a freeloader, and even smug about it? It's just a pity for that idiot author. I wonder if he's still alive. By the way, wasn't yesterday the last day of winter? Have the leaderboard rewards been distributed yet? Liurbio asked again. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was taken aback for a moment, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I forgot about that. Last night, because it's springtime and there are new rules, I was focused on those new rules. I didn't even bother to check if the manual repository had received any rewards from the leaderboard." He finished speaking. Li Tian quickly opened the leaderboard, intending to check his ranking from the previous period. Open the leaderboard, and a pop-up window appears instantly. "Congratulations. You have ranked first in the island area ranking. This sea area ranking and have received the reward, Super Expansion Floating Stone *3, which has been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have ranked 4th in the island area ranking, Summer National ranking, and have received the reward, Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *50, which have been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have ranked 1st in the island member count ranking, this sea area ranking, and have received the reward, Ordinary Talent Breakthrough Card *3, which has been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have ranked 3rd in the island member count ranking, Summer Kingdom ranking, and have received the reward, Intermediate Talent Breakthrough Card *1, which has been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have ranked 10th in the island member count ranking, World ranking, and have received the reward, Intermediate Talent Breakthrough Card *2, which has been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have won 1st place in the Island Happiness Index ranking, this sea area ranking, and have received the following rewards, Grade C Purified Water *10L and Grade C Bread *10 kg, which have been added to your handbook inventory. Congratulations. You have won 1st place in the Island Happiness Index ranking, Summer National ranking, and have received the following rewards, 10 cartons of Huazhong cigarettes and 48 bottles of Fatty's Happy Water, 550 milliliters. These rewards have been added to your handbook inventory. Congratulations. You have ranked 1st in the Island Happiness Index ranking, World ranking, and have received the reward, transformed into a Matebook 16 notebook *1, which has been added to your manual storage. Congratulations. You have won 1st place in the Island Resources ranking, this sea area ranking, and have received the following rewards, Metal *99, Stone *99, Plastic *99, Wood *99, Cotton *99, and Lime *99, which have been added to your manual inventory. Congratulations. You have won 1st place in the Island Resources ranking, Summer National ranking, and have received the following rewards, Metal *999, Stone *999, plastic asterisk 999, wood asterisk 999, cotton asterisk 999, and lime asterisk 999, which have been added to your inventory. Congratulations! You have ranked second in the Island Resources Ranking, World Ranking, and have received the following rewards. 5,200 metal, 5,200 stone, 5,200 plastic, 5,200 wood, 5,200 cotton, and 5,200 lime. These rewards have been added to your inventory. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the Survivor level ranking, this sea area ranking, and have received the reward. Character level up card fragment, asterisk 3, which has been added to your handbook inventory. Congratulations! You have achieved first place in the Survivor level ranking, Summer National ranking, and have received the reward. Character level up card fragment, asterisk 10, which has been added to your handbook inventory. Congratulations! You have ranked second in the Survivor level leaderboard, world ranking. You have received the reward. 30 character level up card fragments, which have been added to your handbook inventory. As for other unannounced leaderboard rewards, they are either only available for the world leaderboard or only distributed once every 30 days. In short, Li Tian basically dominates the rankings. I've received all the rewards I was entitled to. However, the only regret is that even after recruiting plumbers and 100 members to handle banking business, he still couldn't top the list of island members. That reward is a high-level talent breakthrough card. It's extremely valuable. Li Tian sighed slightly at this. Sigh. If we had merged with Li's island earlier and included her members, we could have taken the top spot in the world for the number of island members. What can we do? The mist barrier only disappeared this season, but we're already close to 800 people, which puts us in first place. We'll still get the advanced talent breakthrough card next week, so it's all right, Li Urbio said helplessly, trying to comfort us. I can only hope so. The competition for the top spot is fierce, and we might not even be able to hold on to first place until this week's rewards. Never mind, it's nothing anyway. I can use my merchant balance to buy talent breakthrough cards. By the way, the Survivor ranking leaderboard rewards are distributed on an individual basis, right? Many of our island members should have received rewards. Go check later to see if they've been credited to their handbooks. After saying that, Li Tian opened the manual warehouse and took out the character level upgrade card fragment first. He wanted to see how many fragments he needed to collect to synthesize a complete upgrade card. Character level up card fragments. Collect 99 fragments to synthesize one character level up card. 99 cards? Then it's hopeless this week. I'll just have to save them up slowly. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Dear brothers and sisters, if you haven't left a review yet, I hope you can go to the book review section and leave one for this book. Thank you. 151. The Great Uses of Computers. Speaking of character upgrade cards, Li Tian only then realized that his rankings seemed to have improved. Before, Li Tian remembered very clearly that the Yellow Emperor was ahead of him in the Survivor rankings in the Inxia Kingdom. However, the notification of the leaderboard rewards just now showed that I was already ranked first in Inxia Kingdom. In other words, my body changed so much in just a few days. Does surpassing the Yellow Emperor mean that you're not far from reaching S+ level? This is great news. In this world, it's less about the development of islands and more about their own status. If your own level is not strong enough, no matter how well the island is developed, you will not be able to defend it. If you are ranked number 1 in the world, even if your island isn't doing well, you can still use your own strength to seize other people's islands. This news has finally put Li Tian's mind at ease. At least Li Tian doesn't have to worry about encountering the Yellow Emperor during the next merging of the sea areas. Previously, Li Tian was of a lower level than the Yellow Emperor, and he worried that if he encountered the Yellow Emperor earlier, he might not be able to defeat him. Now, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. He was already the number 1 person in the Inxia Kingdom, and he could merge sea areas at will, fearing no one. Then, Li Tian then focused his attention on the transformed into a Matebook 16 notebook in the manual repository. Notebook. It was quite common in my previous life, but in this island civilization, it is an absolute rare treasure. Fortunately, I gave the military team a break before the end of winter, which boosted their happiness index. Otherwise, we would have missed this treasure. Take out the notebook. Its appearance is extremely exquisite, and its finished product is naturally a masterpiece. No matter which angle you look at it from, it's so beautiful it's pleasing to the eye. It's simply a work of art. Open the notebook. After activation, new users quickly entered the familiar, yet unfamiliar user interface. To Li Tian's surprise, the computer automatically connected to Wi-Fi after being turned on. This is absolutely unbelievable. Li, who was standing nearby, also noticed the Wi-Fi icon in the lower left corner of the table and exclaimed, "Brother, what's going on? We still have Wi-Fi here." Li Tian didn't know how to explain it either. "I don't know either. Logically speaking, we shouldn't have internet here." As he spoke, Li Tian touched the laptop's touchpad with his finger and moved the computer mouse to that icon. Wi-Fi Humble Pride, 3 MB/s. The manual also has a Wi-Fi function. Upon seeing that Wi-Fi's nickname was Humble Pride, Li Tian immediately associated it with the manual. Isn't the ID in the manual Humble Pride? Before, when Xinxing and Nitian were researching signal communication, they mentioned to themselves that there was a kind of signal in the island civilization. Could this be what they were referring to? For a moment, the two were both surprised and secretly delighted. Originally, Li Tian only intended to power on the computer to go through the process and see if the laptop had any special software pre-installed. "I didn't expect it to connect you to the internet so easily. With internet access, shouldn't we take the time to study it properly?" Li then revealed a wicked smile, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Brother, I have a great website. Want to check it out?" Li Tian immediately understood, opened the browser that came with his laptop, and started typing. www.__________________________________________________________________________________________________________________After entering the domain name frame, Li Tian stood up with a mischievous grin and made way for his seat. "Brother, you fill in the middle part. You won't let me down, will you?" Of course not. But after Li excitedly entered the domain name, the website wouldn't open. What a disappointment. Seeing this, Li also said suspiciously, "That shouldn't be the case. Didn't this website say it would be valid forever?" Suddenly, Li Tian thought of something and started typing in the browser again. Result: no matter what domain name he entered, it always showed that it could not be opened. At this point, Li Tiankai realized what was happening. It seems that after the disappearance of the mainland civilization, those websites on the mainland civilization were no longer maintained and therefore cannot be accessed. Li was a rough man and didn't understand these things. He only knew some basic internet operations. For example, chatting or watching videos. No, I mean watching TV series. So he seemed a little confused when he heard Li Tian's reply. "Maintenance? What maintenance? Isn't the website supposed to be there once it's built?" Li Tian patiently explained. "Brother Biao, this isn't like building a house, where once it's built, it'll always be there. A website needs a server to function. If the server is shut down, then the website will also disappear." In conversation, Li Tian also noticed that the browser's bookmark section had a built-in website. I opened it and took a look. The first thing that catches the eye is the website's title, Island Connect. The content inside is an online marketplace that sells cloud servers and domain names. Only this one URL can be opened. Could it be? Seeing that Li Tian was hinting at something, Li couldn't help but ask, could it be something? Could it be that the island civilization intends for us survivors to rebuild the internet? Li Tian rapidly calmly. Then he continued his analysis. Since the island civilization offers a laptop as a reward, it means that computers or mobile phones will eventually become commonplace in the island civilization. But the websites, games, and apps of the original continental civilization are inaccessible or undownloadable. So even if the survivors have mobile phones or computers, they can't have any entertainment. Doesn't that make it all meaningless? Coincidentally, the manual also offers IT programming skills books and access to the Island Connect website to purchase cloud servers and domain names. Doesn't this clearly mean that if survivors want to relax and have fun in the future, they'll have to rely on other survivors to develop applications? With this in mind, Li Tian gradually began to formulate a plan. You should know. Now, I'm definitely the first survivor to own a computer. To treat it merely as an electronic device would be a terrible waste. This is a tool with limitless creativity. Naturally, we should take advantage of the time when no one else has a computer to develop some programs in advance. By taking the lead, in the future, when all survivors have access to computers or mobile phones, the programs you develop will be highly sought after in the absence of competitors. Why not learn from manhwa and develop some games so that other survivors can recharge with resources like expansion stones? Wouldn't that make them rich? Today's task is complete. Thank you all for your support. Please give me flowers. Please give me love and support. Please urge me to update. 152. Domain name squatting. With his plans to enter the internet industry in mind, Li Tian also took a look at the prices of cloud servers and domain names sold on Island Interconnect. Computer type C54 core, 8 gigabytes RAM, 200 gigabytes hard drive, 12 megabits per second broadband, network packet sending / receiving capacity of 500,000 pps. Price, 30 expansion float, stones / month. C516 core computer model, 16 gigabytes RAM, 500 gigabytes hard drive, 30 megabits per second broadband, 600,000 pps network packet sending / receiving capability. Price, 250 expansion float, stones / month. CN332 core computer network enhancement, 64 gigabytes RAM, 1000 gigabytes HDD, 100 megabits per second broadband, 1.5 million packet transmission / reception per second PPS. Price, 1000 expansion float, stones / month. There's not much to choose from when it comes to cloud servers. Naturally, the more expensive the better. The island civilization only provided server rentals, not a buyout, so Li Tian couldn't profit from it. However, Li Tian felt that there was potential in the domain name market. During the early days of Chinese civilization, there were quite a few people who speculated on domain names. It said that some single-digit domain names can sell for millions. Black Rice Company once bought a top-level domain name with me as the prefix for a high price of 3.6 million US dollars, equivalent to 22.44 million yuan. This is enough to show the importance of a domain name to a website. The simpler and more memorable a domain name is, the more expensive it will be. However, the cost of speculating on domain names is much lower than that of speculating on real estate. Back in the early days of Chinese civilization, the cost of a .com top-level domain was only a few dozen yinxia coins per year, but the return was thousands of times the cost. If this is true of the mainland, it is probably true of island civilizations as well. Generally speaking, the price of renting a server is higher than the price of registering a domain name. Here, the cheapest cloud server only costs 30 yuan a month to rent, so registering a domain name probably won't be too expensive. Before mobile phones and computers become widespread, I can also pre-register some valuable domain names, which shouldn't cost much. Thinking of this, Li Tian also quickly opened the domain name registration page. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. This island civilization's domain name registration only offers the HD suffix, and the cost is 10 expansion stones per year. In other words, I don't have to go through so much trouble myself. If even the domain name suffixes were like those in mainland China, with com, sin, net, VIP, TV, and so on, and you had to register every single one, how long would it take? So, Li Tian didn't hesitate and directly entered the domain name into the input box. 0.hd, 1.hd, 2.hd, 99.hd. After a series of operations, Li Tian managed to register all the domain names with 1 or 2-digit prefixes. The registration method is also very simple. Before registering, you need to connect to the manual to activate your Island Connect account. Once activated, simply register a domain name. The fee will be automatically deducted from the extended floating stones in the manual repository. As for numbers with more than 3 digits, Li Tian only registered a few that were relatively meaningful. For example, domain names that symbolize love, such as 520.hd and 1314.hd, as well as domain names with repeating digits like 111.hd, 222.hd, and 333.hd. And of course, Li Tian didn't let go of domain names with consecutive digits like 123.hd. As for other domain names with numeric prefixes, Li Tian didn't plan to register them. Firstly, once you reach 3 digits, the number of domain names you need to register increases significantly, and you don't have that many expansion stones on hand. Secondly, domain names with 3 or more digits are no longer so valuable. I've already registered them, but who knows when the internet will become widespread. If I keep maintaining them and renewing them, it will be a heavy burden for me. Of course, the main thing is that the price I get from selling them probably won't even cover the renewal costs, which would be a loss. After successfully registering the domain names with numeric prefixes, Li Tian planned to register some domain names with letter prefixes. Li Tian naturally didn't overlook any single-letter domain names. As for other letter combinations for domain names, Li Tian selected some that were meaningful to register. For example, SBHD, NBHD, etc. Watching Li Tian continuously register domain names, Li Urbio, standing to the side, felt a pang of heartache. Hey bro, why are you registering for all this? We don't need to have so many websites, do we? Upon hearing this, Li Tian gave a wicked smile. Don't worry, everything is under control. We're investing. Once the internet becomes widespread, we'll make a fortune. Li Urbio didn't understand these things, but seeing that Li Tian had said so, he didn't say anything more. After Li Tian had registered all the domain names, he opened the chat public screen again. Without hesitation, I purchased 1,000 miles voice transmission service. 1,000-mile voice transmission. Proud talent. Considering the long-term development of the future, Tiangong will open its membership channel to the public starting immediately. All IT programming and software/hardware engineers interested in joining Tiangong, please send a private message. Excellent benefits await. As soon as the message was released, the comments section erupted into chaos. Damn, they're hiring programmers? What's the use of that profession on an island? There isn't even a cell phone in this godforsaken place. The Heavenly Palace is just collecting junk. Stop being so sour upstairs. The leader of the Heavenly Palace is a proud and outstanding individual, ranking among the best in the world. Do you think he's stupid? Collecting trash? Of course, he's making the most of it. You'll regret not studying IT in mainland China. Didn't you guys see the leaderboard rewards? He got a laptop as a reward. Maybe that's why he's recruiting big shots in the IT industry. But there's no internet here. Even if we had a computer, what good would it be to play offline card games? You don't understand, do you? It's because they have a computer, but no internet, so they need to find an IT expert to help them develop a single-player game. Damn, that makes so much sense. The pros are already planning to play games to relax, while we're still struggling to make ends meet. Ugh, just thinking about it makes my fingers itch. I really want to play 4,399's Gold Miner. Seeing everyone's suspicions, Li Tian smiled. They all thought he was just bored, and that's why he hired someone to develop a single-player game. That's great. At least this way, no one knows his true intentions, and he has far fewer competitors. Seeing this, Li Urbio was also puzzled. Brother, what's going on now? Given the current situation, we don't need to hire these people, do we? Li Tian explained, we don't need it now, but we will need it in the future. It's very important to monopolize talent in advance. In the early stages, they can also do other things. Once we have more computers, we can let them set up online studios. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Thank you all for your support and for all the gifts. I see every single one of your gifts, no matter how small. 153, Class B Sky Serpent. Monopolizing talent is a tactic applicable in any era and any civilization. Having talented people can not only accelerate the development of one's own field, but also limit the development of others in that field, which is a win-win situation. Li Urbio was not unaware of this principle. So, I didn't say anything more. During their conversation, Li Tian's private messages have received a lot of new information. He then examined them one by one. To Li Tian's surprise, there were even programmers from Shuanting Company among them. Does this mean that it will be much easier to develop a game similar to those from Suntung in the future? This made Li Tian sigh at the unpredictability of life. In mainland China, I'm still spending money on Sunting Company just for a skin. Nowadays, if you poach people from Shuanting Company, you could become your own boss. The more Li Tian thought about it, the more he looked forward to that day. If we truly enter an era of universal internet access, then perhaps the development of island civilizations will follow the same path as that of mainland civilizations. The focus of all development has returned to the internet. Only the internet offers a way out. And I have become a leader of the new generation of the internet. Just as Li Tian was about to reply to these private messages, the manual suddenly sounded an alarm, followed by a pop-up window. Sea monster attacks spotted on the western side of the island. Upon seeing this, without the slightest hesitation, Li Tian and Li Urbio, like blue friends who had heard an alarm, picked up their weapons and rushed to the west. Upon arrival, a long, dark shadow could be seen in the sea, its body twisting and turning in an S shape as it desperately rammed against the edge of the island. The two were taken aback at first, unable to immediately recognize what it was. Let's take a closer look. Good boy. Dragon? Or perhaps it was Titanoboa. It's simply because this long, thin thing is too big. Its head is similar to that of a python or boa constrictor, but its body is much longer than that of a boa constrictor. Look at its dark shadow lurking in the sea, stretching more than 10 meters away. And the head of this sea monster is nearly 1 meter thick. What does this mean? This must be even bigger than the legendary titanoboa. If it had dragon horns, Li Tian would be 100% certain that it was a dragon. Wow, this thing looks pretty imposing. Li exclaimed. Li Tian nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Tian then remembered that he did have a marine mammal breeding house. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to capture the sea monster in front of us, keep it captive, and use it as an assassin to conquer the world in the future? And so it was. He quickly used the reading function to retrieve the information about the sea monster. Class B, Titanoboa, derived from the Jurassic period, is a close relative of the Titanoboa and lives in the unknown deep sea area at a depth of 10,000 meters. Upon learning about the sea monster, Li Tian was quite surprised. The sky-piercing sea serpent? Only B rank. It's probably because the sea monsters can retaliate now that they didn't send such strong sea monsters to attack in the first place. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them either, Li Urbio analyzed. After hearing this, Li Tian sighed slightly. But if it's a B grade, then taming it won't be that useful, right? I was originally planning to capture it, maybe even make it an A rank or S rank, and turn it into my killing machine. But it's only B level, what's the use of that? In the future, all survivors will probably be B rank, and these B rank snakes might be seen as pets by them. However, Li Urbio offered a different perspective. We humans and livestock can level up through food. So don't you think sea creatures should be able to too? So being a B rank is actually a good thing, right? It's easier for us to capture them, and then we can just level them up with food. Isn't that right? Since the sea creatures have dedicated breeding houses, Li Tian felt that their improvement wouldn't be so simple. But this sky-piercing sea serpent was the first time Li Tian had ever seen one. Even if it didn't have any offensive power, it was enough to scare people. Not everyone has the ability to read information like they do. Therefore, Li Tian naturally chose to capture it. Now, Li Tian and Li Urbio have reached S level. The gap between S class and B class is already quite large. Even if the sky-piercing sea serpent is big enough, its strength and reaction speed may not be able to defeat Li Tian and his companion. Therefore, Li Tian and Li Urbio did not intend to use any tactics, but directly use their strength to crush them. Li Tian was the first to make a move. After getting close to the sky-piercing sea python, he grabbed the python's vital spot with both hands as if he were hugging his wife. Li Urbio quickly followed suit, picking up the Hao-Ian cudgel and striking the Qingtian sea python on the head. Of course, Li Urbio didn't dare to use too much force in order to capture it. He was afraid of killing it with a blow. He just wanted to knock it unconscious. After being attacked by the survivors, the sky python also triggered its counterattack mechanism and began to fight back. It kept twisting its body. A body not submerged in the seawater directly creates waves several meters high. Li Tian used every ounce of strength he had, and he felt like he couldn't hold it any longer. Brother Biao, is this enough? Hurry, it's about to break free. Upon seeing this, Li Urbio no longer cared about the force of his movements. He jumped up and struck with all his might. Boom! A sound like metal clashing echoed directly in their ears. The head of the sky-piercing sea serpent, which had been standing upright, instantly slumped down and rested directly on Li Tian's shoulder. It looks like he was knocked unconscious. Li Urbio also waved his arm holding the Hao-Ian cudgel and exclaimed in amazement. Goodness, it took all that effort, like eating a D-cup, to just knock it out? My hands are numb. Seeing this, Li Tian also gave a wry smile. It seems this sea monster is not as simple as we thought. In the past, sea monsters would not fight back against survivors. If we hurt them, they would run away, which made us ignore the species of sea monsters and only focus on their level. Through this B-grade, sky-piercing sea serpent, I discovered that it seems the strength of each race is different. This B-grade sky serpent, just in terms of its ability to withstand blows, is already comparable to our S-grade humans, right? I'm afraid if I took that blow from you, I'd be dead on the spot. Li Tian's analysis wasn't without reason. For example, those two huskies, although they were also A-grade, were far less lethal than tusked wild boars or even cows. Their only use is regarding the house and pulling sleds. Li Tian hadn't thought about it in this way before. After personally experiencing the power of the sky-piercing sea serpent today, Li Tian realized this problem. 154. Subduing the sky-piercing sea serpent. After, Li Tian and Li Erbio worked together to drag the sky-piercing sea python ashore. This attracted a lot of onlookers. It seems that no one has ever seen such a large python. This is beyond everyone's comprehension. Even though the sky-piercing sea serpent was unconscious and its forked tongue was dangling, it did not diminish the fear people had of it. Despite their curiosity, no one dared to take another step forward. Li Tian quickly dismissed everyone and urged Li Ro to hurry up. Ro, go and call the polar bear and tiger couple over quickly. This is not the time to relax. The sky-piercing sea serpent was merely unconscious. It was not subdued. If it wakes up, it could harm those around it at any time. Therefore, it was necessary to dismiss the crowd and call over the polar bear and tiger. Polar bears and tigers are quite strong. If we call them over, even if the sky serpent awakens, it should be able to be held down by the polar bear. Without hesitation, Li Ro took small, quick steps and ran towards the livestock area. Li Tian and Li Erbio were not distracted at all. Even though the sky-piercing sea python did not move, they still pressed down on its vital spot and head. Soon, the polar bear and tiger rushed over at Li Ro's instruction. Upon seeing this, Li Tian hurriedly ordered, "Quickly, the three of you help us hold this guy down." Upon hearing this, the bear and two tigers showed no fear. With a roar, they used their forelimbs to firmly pin down the sky-piercing sea python. With help, Li Tian and Li Erbio were finally able to get away and prepare their weapons. The so-called tools are simply the tools used to restrain this towering sea serpent, such as wires. Naturally, this was to ensure that the sky-piercing sea serpent was unable to move after it woke up, and then to coerce or entice it into agreeing to bind itself to the heart-connecting card. If you have the right amount of wire, you can have it made at a metal manufacturing center. Therefore, it didn't take Li Tian much effort to get it. Immediately, Li Tian and Li Erbio then worked together to tie up the sky-piercing sea python tightly with layers of wire, like binding a rice dumpling. After finishing all this, Li Tian patted the dirt off his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally done. Now all we have to do is wait for this guy to wake up. Li Erbio nodded and said, "Yes, you've been in the rain for more than half an hour. Go back and wash up, or you'll catch a cold." Good. After saying that, the two returned to their respective houses and took a bath. Dusk has fallen. Smoke also began to rise from Li Tian's island. Li Tian and Li Erbio, on the other hand, were sitting in the living room of the villa, watching a movie and waiting for dinner to be ready and for the sky serpent to awaken. It was at this moment. The polar bear and tiger couple guarding the sky serpent roared. Upon hearing this, Li Tian and Li Erbio immediately grabbed their weapons and ran out of the villa. Arrive at the side of the sky serpent. The giant sea serpent was already frantically flicking its tongue and roaring, and the part of its tail that wasn't bound by the wire was constantly twisting. Li Tian didn't hold back either, snatching the Haotian cudgel from Li Erbio's hand and slamming it onto the head of the sky-piercing sea python. Quiet down. Judging by your build, you must be quite old, right? If you're smart, submit to me. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make you submit. In fact, Li Tian wasn't sure if the sky-piercing sea serpent could understand what he was saying. But it is, after all, a sea monster, and it's even a B-rank creature. Shouldn't it have some intelligence? Therefore, Li Tian said these words with a try-it-out attitude. Surprisingly, the effect was surprisingly good. The moment Li Tian uttered those words, the sky-piercing sea python fell silent. It seems to be more afraid of death than those wild beasts. It's worth noting that he had used intimidating words when taming tusked boars and tigers, but they were completely unaffected. But this is good news for Li Tian as well. He was afraid that this sea monster was not afraid of death and would rather die than submit. If they're afraid of death, then they're easy to subdue. Then he deliberately put on a fierce expression and said, "Since that's the case, I'll use the heart-to-heart card on you later, and you can't resist. I'm only giving you this one chance. If you waste my heart-to-heart card, I'll drink snake soup tonight." He finished speaking. Without further ado, Li Tian took out the heart-to-heart card and used it on the sky-piercing sea python. And indeed, the sky-piercing sea serpent did not resist any longer, and the binding was completed very easily. "All right, it's subdued," Li Tian said. Li Urbio smiled happily after hearing this. Then we'll have a big bodyguard from now on. If this guy gets promoted to S rank, he should be stronger than a polar bear, right? Probably, Li Tian nodded. This is one theory. The polar bear nearby was not happy about this and roared a few times to express its dissatisfaction. She even rolled her eyes. This made Li Tian and Li Urbio extremely happy. Everyone knows about jealousy and rivalry. All right, you are all warriors, each with your own strengths. There's nothing to compare. He finished speaking. Li Tian then let the tiger couple and the polar bear return to the livestock area on their own. He, on the other hand, worked with Li Urbio to remove the wire from the sky-piercing sea python. Previously, when installing wires for the sky-piercing sea serpent, Li Tian and Li Urbio did it themselves for fear that the serpent might suddenly awaken and harm innocent people. But now that the sky serpent is one of our own, disassembling it isn't as tiring as assembling it. We can send more people to demolish it. Less than 10 minutes. The wires wrapped around the sky-piercing sea serpent were then completely removed. Li Tian also took the opportunity to retrieve the marine mammal breeding house from the manual warehouse. Because the object was large and unusual, a specific coastal location was required for retrieval. Li Tian then placed the marine mammal breeding house directly next to the simple ferry facility. This place is relatively close to the villa, so Li Tian can easily keep track of the sea monster's movements. We arrived at the entrance of the marine mammal breeding house. The breeding house has a simple appearance, somewhat resembling a 3-story bungalow. The door is not a regular security door, but a semicircular archway with a diameter of about 5 meters. However, once the door was opened, a completely different world was revealed inside. This breeding house, despite its height, is only 1 story. Half of them are not yet in the sea. A large instrument was placed on the part of the surface exposed above the sea. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a type of scanner, along with a roughly 42-inch screen, which was currently black. Li Tian was unsure what it was used to display. The part not submerged in seawater consists of only 2 walls, meaning that the area directly opposite the semicircular arch is open work. Li Tian guessed that this was to facilitate the normal entry and exit of some larger sea creatures. Otherwise, if a larger sea creature couldn't squeeze into this semicircular archway, wouldn't this breeding house be meaningless? It's exhausting to talk about. My computer broke down, and it took me a whole day to fix it. It turns out that reinstalling the system would have solved the problem. I was just messing around with things, thinking there was something wrong with the settings. So only the first chapter has been released so far today. There's another chapter I'm working hard on, so please look forward to it. 155. Sea Animal Breeding House. Fortunately, it's alright. Although the sky-piercing sea serpent is long, it's not as thick as the archway, so it can pass through it. Upon entering the marine mammal breeding house, the sky-piercing sea serpent clearly showed a look of enjoyment and seemed to really like the room. Li Tian didn't quite understand the specific reasons either. But judging from the actions of the sky serpent, it seems to be smelling something. Seeing this, Li Tian and Li Urbio also sniffed carefully, but they couldn't detect anything unusual. So the two of them stopped paying attention to the sky-piercing sea serpent and instead focused their attention on the instrument. Turn on the switch. The instrument screen lights up. Immediately afterwards, a pop-up window appeared. Welcome to the Marine Mammal Nursery. This is the Marine Mammal Nursery System. The Marine Mammal Breeding House is specifically designed for raising marine mammals. It not only emits scents that please the mammals, but also monitors their condition in real time. Unlike wild beasts, sea creatures cannot level up by eating ordinary food. On the contrary, if sea creatures are kept in captivity without a sea creature breeding facility, their abilities will gradually deteriorate, eventually turning them into ordinary sea creatures. For sea monsters to maintain or increase their level, they not only need to inhale more of the gas emitted from the sea monster breeding room, but they also need to eat other sea monsters. One marine mammal enclosure can only care for one marine mammal. If you need to care for multiple marine mammals, you'll need to prepare more enclosures. Raising marine mammals is certainly troublesome, but once they grow up, they will become the owner's greatest asset. Friendly reminder. Some sea monsters will evolve upon reaching the corresponding level. After evolution, not only will their appearance change, but their abilities will also experience a significant leap. I have finished reading. After finishing reading, Li Tian closed the pop-up window. For a moment, he was somewhat taken aback. That's not a sea monster at all. Isn't this a Pokemon? Does it also possess the ability to evolve? Oh my god. Liurbio then asked intriguingly, Brother, if this sky-piercing sea python can really evolve, shouldn't it evolve into a dragon? You know what? It's actually quite possible. A snake can grow into a dragon, and a dragon can grow into a dragon. Li Tian nodded and replied, But I think it's definitely not that simple. Let's take a look at the specific functions of this instrument first. He finished speaking. Li Tian and Liurbio also focused their attention on the screen. The content displayed on this screen looks a bit like a game panel. Extending to 2/3 of the way across the leftmost edge of the screen is something resembling a surveillance video feed, displaying the sea creature's every move in real time. Moreover, even if the sea monster sinks into the sea, its exact location and posture can still be displayed on the screen in real time. Next to the video, the remaining third displays a series of information. Sea mammal species, sky-piercing, sea anaconda. Base stat, 632. Rank B. Stage, growth stage. Next stage, S rank can enter maturity and evolve into sky-supporting dragon. Hunger level, 983/1000. Below 300, it will begin to slowly decrease. Upon seeing this, Li Tian and Liurbio exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. It seems their earlier guess has now been confirmed. Can an S rank evolve into a Jiaolong? Then wouldn't he become Jackie Chan after that? Dragon. It's a symbol of summer since ancient times, and no one can dislike it. However, if an S rank character evolves into a Jiao, wouldn't it require an SS rank or even an SSS rank character to evolve into a dragon? That level is something Li Tian wouldn't even dare to dream of right now. The strongest person in the world is only S+ level, right? Excitement is one thing. The problems Li Tian is facing now are quite thorny. That means that the food of the sea monster is also sea monsters. In other words, from now on, if you want this sky-piercing sea serpent to continue evolving, you'll have to keep capturing other sea beasts to feed it. This is no easy task. Who knows what kind of sea monster will appear next? He could control the snake with both hands and then let Liurbio attack it. But if a sea urchin or pufferfish comes next time, I won't be able to hold it. It's easy to chase it away, but it will be difficult to catch it. Even so, Li Tian would naturally not give up. Let's just say it's a bittersweet experience. After studying these things, Li Ro called for dinner, and Li Tian and Liurbio left the marine mammal breeding house and returned to the villa. After dinner, Liurbio was not in a hurry to return to his farmhouse. Sea monsters attack twice a day. They only came once today, which means there will definitely be another sea monster attack tonight. Visibility is poor at night, so Liurbio naturally couldn't let Li Tian handle the sea monster attack alone. That's all. The group watched some movies they had seen before over and over again, and it got past 9 p.m. New sea monsters have arrived. Li Tian and Liurbio grabbed their weapons and ran towards the location of the sea monster attack. Unfortunately, it was the rainy season, and the rain just wouldn't stop, so the two of them couldn't use torches and had to deal with things in the dark. Even so, Li Tian wasn't worried. Even if he and Liurbio couldn't handle it, they could just let the sky-piercing sea python join the battle. That would surely increase their chances of winning. We arrived at the location of the sea monster attack. This sea monster looks much smaller than the sky-piercing sea serpent. However, its grade is only B. This sea creature, after reading the text, is called Chicken Mud Moss Demon. Its appearance is somewhat like a penguin, but it is much larger, especially its sharp beak, which, under the moonlight, seemed even sharper and more terrifying than the tusks of a wild boar. But Li Tian still didn't think much of this guy. It was too low level overall, and there was little point in taming it, unless it could play basketball, in which case that would be a different story. Now Li Tian is thinking about how to kill it and feed it to the sky-piercing sea python. This guy seems easy to deal with. After observing it for a moment, Liurbio cautiously asked, "What level is it?" Li Tian replied, "A B grade. One should be easier to deal with than the sky-piercing sea python. Let's try to kill it with one blow." Okay. Liurbio unudda. Immediately, the two seized the opportunity and attacked simultaneously. Li Tian used the sky-piercing sword to aim directly at the sea beast's neck, while Liurbio's Haotian cudgel struck directly at the sea beast's head. In an instant, the sea creature then lost its life. Seeing this, Liurbio laughed and said, "If all sea monsters in the future were like this, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Just think about it. This civilization clearly won't make things too comfortable for us survivors. The sea monsters that attack tomorrow might be even harder to deal with than the sky-piercing sea serpent. I just finished writing this chapter when my computer had that problem again. It seems reinstalling the system didn't work. I cried so much I almost fainted. I thought it was all better. Turns out it was just a temporary resurgence of the computer's power. I'll see if I can fix it tomorrow. If not, I'll probably have to stop updating and go to the computer repair shop. Why? 156, oil extraction. Then, Li Tian and Li Erbio then carried the sea monster's carcass into the sea monster breeding house. As soon as they entered, the sky-piercing sea serpent was attracted by the sea beast's blood and ran towards Li Tian. The next moment, it opened its blood-red maw. Good boy. Even though Li Tian knew he had already subdued the sky-piercing sea serpent, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw its gaping maw. If it weren't for the island civilization's mechanism that only allows sea creatures to retaliate when attacked, thus enabling them to strike first, perhaps he and Li Erbio really can't subdue this guy. One bite per person, isn't that easy? After feeding is finished, Li Tian deliberately went to take a look at that marine mammal breeding system. The hunger value of the sky serpent also jumped from 983 to 1019. Li Tian guessed that the number after the parentheses was the overflow hunger value. This is quite good. At least in the future, even if the sky serpent has a hunger level of 1000, it can still be fed, so nothing will be wasted. Upon seeing this, Li Erbio suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Tian. This sea beast instantly increased the hunger value of the sky-piercing sea serpent by 36 points. It doesn't feel like a lot. Only 50 or 60 points a day, or two. How much hunger do you think the sky-piercing sea serpent consumes in a day? Won't we be spending more than we earn? Li Tian was taken aback by Li Erbio's question. He hadn't really thought about this question before. If the sky-piercing sea serpent consumes more hunger points than it gains each day, wouldn't it have to actively seek out and hunt sea beasts? In this vast ocean, who knows where the sea monsters are hiding? Since this question has been brought up, Li Tian naturally wants to find an answer as well. Immediately, he then checked the marine mammal breeding system again. Only then did I realize that when I touched the words hunger level, a comment appeared. Hunger value. The amount of hunger value consumed by each species of sea monster is not fixed or uniform. The size of the sea monster, its species, and how much stamina it consumes each day will all affect the consumption of hunger value. I thought this explanation would be much more detailed. In the end, things remained unclear. So Li Tian and Li Erbio stopped placing their hopes on the system. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to get a rough estimate of the consumption. So Li Tian and Li Erbio left the marine mammal breeding house and returned to the villa, waiting for midnight to arrive. Midnight. Li Tian and Li Erbio opened the supply blind box, as usual. Unfortunately, we still didn't get any rare supplies. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Li Tian always felt that civilization was deliberately controlling the quantity. Now those S-level cards and upgrade cards were too hard to obtain. Previously, you could occasionally get some B-grade and A-grade upgrade cards, but now you can't see any at all. However, this was not something Li Tian could decide. It was simply bad luck. After opening the supply blind box, Li Tian and Li Erbio went to the sea monster breeding house to see if the hunger value of the sky-piercing sea serpent had decreased. Take a look. The hunger level has changed, though. In just 2 hours, the hunger value of the sky serpent changed from 1019 to 1013. In other words, when a sea python is active normally and not engaging in strenuous exercise or fighting, its hunger level decreases by about 3 points per hour. 3 points per hour, that's 72 points per day. In other words, to ensure this guy gets a proper diet, we can't let any sea monsters escape in the future. We have to kill them all. Li Tian gave a wry smile, feeling that raising this guy was even harder than raising a child. After hearing this, Li Erbio patted Li Tian on the shoulder and said calmly, "This matter is a long and arduous one. All right, now that we know what we wanted to know, let's stop wasting time. Go back and rest." Good. After daybreak. Today, Li Tian also plans to advance the oil extraction project to the next stage of his schedule. Previously, when searching for deep-sea oil, the exploration was unsuccessful due to the distance. But now, with the initial manual, you could build a new island base. Then distance is no longer a problem. It would be perfectly feasible to build a new island base in a location with deep-sea oil reserves. In addition, the newly built island base would have a teleportation portal, making both transportation and guarding much simpler. After breakfast, Li Tian then took Li Erbio on a helicopter and began their deep-sea oil exploration journey. Certainly, to avoid alerting other survivors to the presence of the helicopter, Li Tian maneuvered it to ascend as high as possible. Don't worry, this won't affect the use of the deep-sea oil detector. After a morning of exploration, the two finally detected deep-sea oil at a location 96 nautical miles west of the main island. After determining the location, Li Tian didn't hesitate and immediately built a new island base next to that location. After expanding the island base to 50 square meters, the deep-sea oil drilling system was placed next to the newly built island base. Once installed, the deep-sea oil drilling system began operating automatically. This guy is also a big guy, actually similar to those nodding donkeys from the time of continental civilization. However, its energy efficiency is much lower. It can only produce 1 ton of oil per day. It's a bit slow, but it's really convenient. It also has a 4M times 5M times 5M storage tank, so you can take it out whenever you need it. And currently, Li Tian doesn't have many places where he can use oil, so there's no need to care about how much or how little the daily output is. Enough is fine. If you have too much, you'll have to go through the trouble of storing it yourself. As for the future, if heavy industry rises and there are more cars, even if this output is not enough, Li Tian believes that more deep-sea oil wells can definitely be opened. This deep-sea oil drilling was obtained from a resource blind box, not a system blind box, so Li Tian was quite confident in its drop rate. Even if I can't get one myself, someone else will eventually get one, and I can just buy theirs. Ahem. Happy Children's Day, everyone. I'm definitely not entitled to celebrate Children's Day. TVT. Also, thank you, Brother Bawinchi, for the massage. Thank you to all the kind guys who quietly supported us with their love and generosity. To avoid you stirring up trouble, I'll add something. It's not that I didn't thank everyone who gave me a free gift. It's just that so many people gave them gifts. And if I thanked everyone, you might say I was padding my word count. Here's another joke for you guys. Didn't I say yesterday that my computer was broken? It turns out my computer was connected to another Bluetooth keyboard, and one of the keys on that keyboard was being pressed down, so I'm such a muggle. I even bullied my computer. I was so angry yesterday that I hit it. It must have felt so wronged. The fault doesn't lie with the computer, it's with me. 157. S-rank character upgrade card. After oil extraction was already underway, Li Tian and Li Erbio also began to pay attention to the surroundings of this island, Tiangong Oil Exploration Base No. 1. At the time, Li Tian was searching for deep-sea oil from a helicopter when he discovered numerous islands surrounding this location. One of the islands looks quite large. Its area is not much smaller than Huli's island. Li Tian guessed that it was the survivor ranked 3rd in the area's ranking. It's best to take precautions if you're drilling for oil here yourself. Based on memory, I looked south into the distance. Li Tian spotted the island immediately. This drilling site is so conspicuous, it's bound to attract the attention of the people on that island. What do you plan to do about it? Li Erbio asked curiously, following the gaze. In response, Li Tian shrugged and said, "What else can we do? Let's arrange for someone to keep watch here and wait and see. Since these people are doing well, their purchasing power must be pretty good too. Let's keep them around and take advantage of them. As long as he doesn't provoke us, let him continue to develop. Okay, I'll arrange for 2 military team members to take turns guarding it." After the conversation ends, the two then stepped into the portal and returned to the main island. In the blink of an eye, another day has passed. Nothing special happened on Li Tian's island today. Banking operations continued as usual, and 93% of the survivors repaid their loans and interest in full today. The trading hall and the merchants' businesses were not affected by the rain. While ordinary spring water is indeed not selling well, survivors who used to consume resources to buy ordinary spring water now have spare money to buy other resources, so the overall market has not declined. The expansion of the floating stone business earned over 50,000 yuan, and after receiving support of 200% of the merchant balance, it still reached over 120,000 yuan. Li Tian could understand why sales were higher than in winter. In winter, it's too cold, and not many survivors are willing to move around, so it's normal for their purchasing power to be low. Li Tian also anticipated that his sales would increase after the start of spring. The recruitment of IT staff, which had been delayed due to the appearance of sea monsters, was also resolved by Li Tian in the afternoon. A total of 12 well-rounded IT experts were recruited. They come from companies like Sunteng or Alibaba and basically possess all the skills required in the internet industry. However, because the sea monster attack happened closer to evening, Li Tian has not yet been able to bring them over. There's nothing we can do. Among those 12 IT tycoons, many lived far from their islands. Since the last sea monster attack, during which he and Li Urbio were not on the island and the military team members suffered frostbite, Li Tian dared not travel far before the sea monster problem was solved. When exploring the deep-sea oil field in the morning, Li Tian deliberately didn't dare to go too far. The only thing worth mentioning is that the two sea monster attacks today were quite large, and Li Tian and Li Urbio, along with Aoliga and the polar bear, found it rather difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the sky-piercing sea serpent finally intervened and swallowed the sea beast whole, thus resolving the situation. This made Li Tian realize that the sky serpent's hunger level could be adjusted not only by feeding itself, but also by hunting for food. However, hunting is not always successful. Sometimes it consumes more hunger points without getting any food. Even the sky serpent could become prey for other sea creatures. Therefore, Li Tian did not intend to let the sky-piercing sea python go out to hunt. But Li Tian will be able to relax a bit more in the future when there are sea monster attacks. As long as the sky-piercing sea serpent can handle it on its own, he and Li Urbio won't need to take action. Let's get back to the main topic. After midnight, Li Tian immediately invoked the system in his mind. Today is another day to open the system's blind boxes. This was arguably the most exciting moment for Li Tian, because he can never guess what he'll get from the system's blind box. If airplanes, armored vehicles, and villas can all be driven out, doesn't that mean rockets might also be possible someday? Ding! System blind box successfully opened. Obtained, S-grade oil storage box, now stored in the manual's temporary storage warehouse. So this system really speaks to people in a way that suits them, and to ghosts in a way that suits them. They know I'm extracting oil, so they're sending me these things. Last time it was oil refining, this time it's oil storage. I don't need you to provide equipment for storing oil. Can you send me a rocket instead? Master Su, please don't make things difficult for the system. The system is just providing you with this function. The probability of getting any result is equal. The system can't make decisions. Alright, I was just saying. I don't use much oil right now, but I do need storage containers. After ending his conversation with the system, Li Tian left the villa and met up with Li Urbio to open the supply blind box. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain S-rank character upgrade card *1, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Advanced Expansion Floating Stones *30, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Upon seeing this, Li Tian and Li Urbio both gasped at the same time. Wow, this Supreme blind box is holding back a killer feature. We haven't had anything good for so long, but when we do, it'll be amazing. Li Tian nodded, too excited to say anything for a moment. The S-rank character upgrade card is a much higher grade than the S-rank upgrade card. With it, no matter how talented a person is, they can directly reach S level. That is to say, Li Tian's island can now welcome its third S-class powerhouse. In the future, we will be able to face both sea monster attacks and other forms of invasion with greater composure. But who should use this card? Li Urbio suddenly blurted out something, leaving Li Tian, who was still secretly pleased, somewhat at a loss. Yes, who should be given to? Li Tian naturally wanted to give it to his younger sister. But her talent has already reached a normal level, and it's only a matter of time before she gets promoted to B+. Moreover, Li Tian doesn't want Li Ro to get involved in those fighting and killing things, so giving her to her seems a bit of a waste. For Old Wang? But Old Wang is already at B+ level. He will definitely spend his whole life in the fields. He is too old to fight. It wouldn't make much sense to upgrade him to S level now. It would be better to use talent breakthrough cards to help him break through and slowly increase his level. As he pondered, Li Tian noticed that Li Urbio seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked, "Judging from your expression, you found a suitable candidate? Thank you to Novels Always Beside You for the 2 master certifications. Thank you Ai Luo who loves seaweed jelly for the 3 charity donations. Thank you, Zhao Tian Bangxian Dao, for sending a love letter. Thank you to everyone who supported this book. I won't thank you all individually. I can see everything in the back office, and I will remember you all. 158. There are now 3 S-rank powerhouses on the island. Seeing that Li Tian had already said this much, Li Erbio stopped hiding his true intentions. He nodded. There's a good candidate. He used to be a mercenary, and he's very good at fighting. It's a pity that his talent ceiling is only B. If he could also reach S rank, the two of us definitely couldn't beat him. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was stunned. He hadn't expected this outcome. In fact, Li Tian thought Li Erbio would recommend Yang Shui. After all, Yang Shui's archery skills were quite good, plus Li Erbio was interested in Yang Shui. But now that I see it, I was just overthinking it. Come to think of it, Yang Shui's talent ceiling was already A+, so using an S-level upgrade card wouldn't make much difference. So Li Tian asked curiously, a mercenary? Who is it? I've never heard you mention it before. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio explained, I only discovered it later when the members of the military team were having a hand-to-hand combat competition. He doesn't talk much or like to show off. If it weren't for that competition, I wouldn't have even noticed him. If you're willing to let him use it, I'll take you to meet him. Li Erbio rarely recommends anyone, but when he does, it's always someone promising. Like before, when testing the upper limit of talent, the people recommended by Li Erbio all had pretty good talents in the end. One was named Wang Chong, who had an S+ level upper limit of talent, and the other was named Hu Hongfeng, who had an A+ level upper limit of talent. Therefore, Li Tian was willing to adopt Li Erbio's suggestion. This card should naturally be given to the most suitable person. Now that you have someone in mind, why would I object? He finished speaking. Li Tian then went to the military group's rest area under the guidance of Li Erbio. We stopped in front of Tin Roofed House. Li Erbio knocked on the door, and soon the iron door of the tin shack was pushed open. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Wang Chong had opened the door. Wang Chong, why is he sleeping in this room? Li Tian asked suspiciously. Li Erbio explained with a smile, I deliberately transferred them here. Everyone in this room is a promising talent. Wang Chong, Hu Hongfeng, Ba Wenshi, and Sun Shaoan. Upon seeing this, Wang Chong bowed slightly and said, Hello, Brother Biao. Hello, boss. No sooner had he spoken than the others inside crowded around the door, greeting him, Brother Biao, boss. It's raining outside. Come in and sit for a while. He finished speaking. Everyone turned on the lights in the tin shack. As for the electric lights, they were naturally installed later by the electricians and plumbers. Ordinary light bulbs can be made at the manufacturing center. After entering the house, what Li Tian and Li Erbio saw were 4 beds, as simple as could be. Boss, Brother Biao, please make yourselves at home. Wang Chong was quick-witted and moved his bedding to make room for 2 people. Upon seeing this, Li Tian and Li Erbio didn't dawdle. They took off their raincoats and sat down on the edge of the bed. Judging from your appearance, you're still awake? Li Tian asked after looking them over. Hearing this, Wang Chong and the others just scratched their heads awkwardly. We couldn't sleep. Li Tian was about to ask why he couldn't sleep, but the ticking sound he heard made him realize what was going on. The noise of raindrops falling on the metal sheet is really loud. After the rainy season began, he rarely came to the tin shack and didn't realize the problem. Who would have thought that his members would be unable to sleep at night now? It seems we still need to hurry up and build the brick houses. In response to this, Li Tian also comforted them, saying, Thank you for your hard work during this time. I will get Su Yaoqian and the others to start building the brick house as soon as possible. All right, let's get down to business. Brother Biao, who is that brother you just mentioned who used to be a mercenary? Li Erbio had been waiting for a long time. When he heard Li Tian when asked, he pointed directly to Ba Wenshi next to him and introduced him. It's him, Barvins. Pointed at by Li Erbio, Ba Wenshi was taken aback. The usually taciturn man couldn't help but ask, Me? Boss, Brother Biao, what's wrong with me? Li Erbio said with a faint smile, Don't be nervous, you're fine. It's just that your boss wants to get to know you and, incidentally, give you a good treasure. Oh, okay. Barvin nodded after hearing this and said no more. However, Li Tian narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Ba Wenshi from head to toe with a critical look. After reading the data, it was confirmed that his level was indeed only B, but the muscles in his arms were even more intimidating than Li Erbio's. Barvin, is it? How about we have a match? Boss, how could I be a match? You're an S-rank expert, and I'm only a B rank, Ba Wenshi said with a forced smile. Li Tian's attitude remained unchanged. It's okay, it's just a friendly spar, not a real fight. Just use your fighting skills to deal with me. If you hurt me, it's none of your business. I just want to see what you're capable of. Seeing that Li Tian had gone this far, Ba Wenshi no longer refused. All right, I hope you can show mercy, boss. Upon seeing this, Li Erbio also suggested, then let's go outside to spar. A little rain won't hurt a real man. Then, the group then walked out of the tin shack. The night was dark and the wind was high, with rain and wind raging. Li Tian and Ba Wenshi stood facing each other in the rain, the atmosphere slightly tense. Li Erbio didn't waste any time and said directly, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Ba Wenshi took the initiative and swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, at Li Tian. It's no wonder that Ba Wenshi took it seriously. The difference in their levels was simply too great. If he hadn't taken it seriously, he would have lost so badly that he wouldn't have been willing to gamble. Li Tian may not have much fighting skill, but he has the advantage of a high level. Both his reaction speed and strength are extraordinary. He managed to dodge the attack by turning his body to the side. But Bavin's advantage lay in his mastery of fighting techniques. Seeing that Li Tian had dodged his punch, he reacted quickly, throwing another left hook. The match between the two lasted for several minutes. If Li Tian hadn't called a stop, they probably would have continued playing indefinitely. Li Tian just wanted to see how good Ba Wenshi's fighting skills were. Once he had seen it, the fight could end, and there was no need to keep fighting. As expected of a mercenary, Bavin's attacks were incredibly sharp and deadly in battle. Even when at a lower level, their ability to dodge attacks is still quite good. He is indeed a promising talent. Therefore, Li Tian didn't waste any more time and directly gave the S-level card to Bavin. How is it? How do you feel? Li Tian asked with a faint smile when he saw Ba Wenshi looking at him incredulously. At this time, Bavin was so excited he couldn't speak. He could only nod frantically. He never imagined that he would have the chance to become an S-class powerhouse like his boss in his lifetime. Li Erbio smiled and started teasing. Li Tian, would you like to spar with Ba Wenshi again? One more chapter to come. Requesting flowers, views, powered by love, online support, and urging for more updates. 159. 10 tall buildings rose from the ground. Upon hearing this, Li Tian rolled his eyes at Li Erbio and said, You jerk, why don't you spar with him? Li Tian was still self-aware. Back when I was in mainland China, I was the kind of person who didn't exercise much. My body wasn't exactly weak, but it certainly wasn't in good shape either. When Bavin was only at B rank, Li Tian realized just how diverse his fighting skills were. Now that Bavin has reached S rank, I'm basically no match for him, so there's no need for me to embarrass myself. Looking at Wang Chong, Hu Hongfeng, and Sun Shaoan, who were standing to the side with slight envy, Li Tian offered some words of comfort. You don't need to worry. Since Brother Biao has labeled you a good prospect, you are definitely someone we will focus on developing. The main reason is that your talent ceiling is quite high. You can improve to a high level through food, so there is no need to use that S-level upgrade card. Wang Chong and the others naturally understood, so they didn't say anything more. All right, it's getting late. You should all get some rest. After leaving the military group's rest area, Li Tian suddenly felt much more relaxed. Now Wang Chong has reached A level, Hu Hongfeng has reached A level, and with Ba Wenshi at S level, Li Erbio at S level, and Yang Shui at A level, the members on the island are getting stronger and stronger and are able to stand on their own. Even if it's an attack by sea monsters, Ba Wenshi and Li Erbio should be able to handle it. And if all else fails, they'll have a sky-piercing sea serpent to help them. Certainly, because they all use the Unity card, Li Tian didn't need to worry about these members rebelling after their levels increased. Therefore, even if their level surpassed his, Li Tian would only become more and more relaxed. Despite Li Tian's seemingly hands-off approach, he actually has quite a few things to worry about every day. He's been incredibly busy lately, but now he can finally hand over matters related to combat to someone else. Just focus on developing the island properly. After returning to the room, Li Tian didn't rush to rest, but instead looked at the merchant mall. The merchant's balance is now close to 250,000. Li Tian was planning to spend some money. Today's visit to the Tin Shack made Li Tian realize that the living conditions of the other members still need to be improved. Li Tian remembered that the manual's merchant self-sale mall sold commercial building, 6 floors, construction blueprints. With the blueprints, the construction hall and the manual could be successfully built, which would be much faster. And look at the description of that commercial building. The building has 2 units, one on the front and one on the back. Each unit has 2 households per floor, and each household has a standard 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 1 bathroom. If each member lives in 1 room, the building can accommodate 72 members. In other words, including the IT members who haven't arrived yet, about 10 commercial buildings will be enough to accommodate all the members on the island. The price of a building blueprints for a 6-story commercial building is 20,000 NTD per sheet, which is not expensive. Li Tian planned to buy 10 tickets to use directly. Regarding housing, Li Tian felt there was no need to skimp on it. It'll be like this sooner or later anyway, so why not make sure the members are happy living here? And the area occupied by 10 buildings is much smaller than the area occupied by hundreds of tin shacks. The empty space can be used to build a large granary or something. Let's get right to it. Li Tian didn't hesitate either. He directly used 200,000 of his merchant balance to purchase 10 commercial building, 6 floors, construction blueprints. But because it was late at night, Li Tian was not in a hurry to use them. After all, before using it, all the members need to be transferred, and the tin shack needs to be dismantled first. This can only be done tomorrow. So, after successfully making the purchase, Li Tian fell asleep. The next day, I woke up. After finishing breakfast, Li Tian immediately found the construction team and asked them to dismantle the tin shack as quickly as possible. As Su Yaoqian, who built the tin shack, said before, demolishing the tin shack is quite simple. Basically, 2 people can dismantle a tin shack in a few minutes. Certainly, before the demolition, the beds inside the tin shack had already been stored in the temporary storage warehouse specified in the manual. Although the manual's temporary storage warehouse has been retrieved and cannot be stored again. However, people should be good at finding loopholes. You can't store it, but you can trade it. Li Tian asked each member on the island to trade their bedding to him. Once the transaction was successful, the items would be automatically stored in a temporary warehouse. It only took 1 morning. The tin shack was then completely demolished. Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to build the commercial buildings haphazardly. 10 commercial buildings, that's practically a small residential complex. It's best to plan out properly. Of course, Li Tian didn't understand planning matters, so he simply handed over the construction drawings of the commercial building, 6 floors, to Su Yaoqian, letting them handle these tasks. After lunch, Su Yaoqian's construction team had already begun planning the community. Li Tian boarded the helicopter alone to pick up the IT members he had contacted earlier. Now that Bavins is here, Li Tian no longer needs to deal with the sea monster attacks personally, so he can travel far away at any time. Li Tian spent most of the afternoon in the air. Until nightfall. Only then did Li Tian bring the IT team members scattered across the island to the island. By this time, the island had been completely transformed. The 10 magnificent skyscrapers gave Li Tian a feeling of soaring into the clouds. It's been so long since he's seen an apartment building. The tenement building only has 3 floors, so it doesn't count. The next 3 days, things were going more and more smoothly for Li Tian on the island. With Bavin joining the fight against the sea monster invasion, Li Tian was able to focus on developing the island. Today, the island's area has reached 4 million square meters. The banking business is also getting better and better, growing bigger and bigger, and more people are trusting Tiangong Bank. What made Li Tian happiest was that his sister's level had also been successfully upgraded to B+, and her skin quality had gradually returned to its proper level. Certainly, core members like Old Wong, Dai Xiaomei, and Lu Mei, who arrived on the island early on, were naturally already at the B+ level. They were lucky. Their natural talent was already at a B+ level, so Li Tian didn't worry about it too much. Today's task is complete. Thank you for your support. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. I wish all my fellow book lovers a happy and healthy Dragon Boat Festival in advance. 160. SSS Level Architectural Alliance House. In the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. Spring has arrived on its 4th day. Meanwhile, today is also a good day to open the system's blind boxes. When the time came, Li Tian called upon the system in his mind. System, Big Brother. I'll call you Big Brother this time. So give me something good. Host, I'm calling you Grandpa, but I can't help it if you say that. I've already explained it all. It's all about probability. All right, stop arguing with me and open the system blind box. Ding. System blind box successfully opened. Obtained. SSS level building Alliance House. Building Alliance House? What is that? Hearing the system's announcement, Li Tian was stunned. The name was indeed somewhat perplexing. But the system fell silent, so Li Tian had no choice but to give up and stop asking questions. Knowing that Li Erbio was already waiting outside for him to open the blind boxes together, he suppressed his curiosity and decided to open the blind boxes first and then come back to see what the SSS level building Alliance House was all about. Unfortunately, this blind box still doesn't have anything good. After separating from Li Erbio, Li Tian hurriedly returned to his room, went to the manual, and opened the manual's temporary storage area. SSS level building Alliance House. The building Alliance's house is inhabited by 6 master builders: Xiaoan, Xiao Jiao, Xiao Shi, Xiao Xing, Xiao Chu, and Xiao Wang, all fully automated building robots. Seeing this, Li Tian blurted out, "Holy crap. Did they bring out the whole robot family? 6 more juniors have joined us all at once. Xiao, AI must be a super senior now, right?" This wasn't the first time Li Tian had obtained a fully automated robot from a system blind box, so he naturally knew just how extraordinary these robots were. Without them, I wouldn't have the life I have now. You said, the system blind box where 1 robot is opened at a time. Li Tian can accept that. 6 of these robots appeared all at once. It would be a miracle if I could stay calm. And, judging from their names, they are fully automated construction robots. This is the most important step in the development of the island. Wouldn't having them mean we'd never have to worry about building anything on the island again? Are they going to build skyscrapers too? The more Li Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. If it weren't for the late hour, Li Tian would have loved to take them out and examine them right now. That's all. Li Tian drifted off to sleep with excitement and joy. In my sleep, he dreamed that he had returned to the continental civilization. That was the Dragon Boat Festival before the end of the world. Because of the long distance, Li Tian did not go home to celebrate the holiday with his parents. Coincidentally, Qin Yi was the same. Since being rescued by Qin Yi on New Year's Day, Li Tian's relationship with Qin Yi has become increasingly better. However, it seems that this kindness is limited to friends. Although Li Tian already harbored some inexplicable feelings for Qin Yi at that time, he dared not express them. He was afraid that once he spoke his mind, Qin Yi would ignore him. But despite all his calculations, he hadn't expected that Qin Yi also harbored feelings for him. Of course, Li Tian was still unaware of this. Let's get back to the main topic. The scene in the dream happened to be the same scene that Li Tian had experienced. That day, Qin Yi bought some zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, and the two of them sat under the tree where they first met, enjoying the breeze, eating zongzi, and talking about the future. This scene was incredibly happy and heartwarming. Pity. Good times don't last long. When Li Tian tried to recall the dream again, he found that it was dawn and he had woken up. At this moment, Li Tian realized that the so-called regret might be the inability to bring dreams into reality. Certainly, this wasn't the first time Li Tian had dreamed of Qin Yi, so he adjusted quickly. I didn't feel sad because of the dream. However, because of the incident of eating zongzi in his sleep, he now feels extremely hungry. It seems old Wang has some glutinous rice saved up, right? Why don't we have Ro and the others make zongzi for lunch today? After making his decision, Li Tian went to wash up. During breakfast, Li Tian also mentioned that he wanted to eat zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. Li Tian still has the right to decide what to eat. Li Ro and Xiaomei naturally handled the logistics perfectly. After breakfast, Li Tian then returned to the manual and took out the SSS-level Architectural Alliance house. When taking it out, the manual also notes that the item is large and requires careful consideration of its placement. So Li Tian placed them in an empty spot near the construction area, partly to make it easier for them to carry out construction later. After removing it, Li Tian then called Li Erbio and rushed over there. Then a rather kawaii house appeared there. The house looks a bit like a house in a cartoon, with very bright colors. It has 2 windows and 1 door. It's about 3 to 4 meters long and wide, and maybe 2 meters high. After going inside, Li Tian and Li Erbio felt as if they had entered the world of the 7 dwarfs. Inside were miniature beds of different colors. 6 robots, each a different color but identical in shape, lay on the bed. Upon seeing Li Tian and the others appear, the 6 robots stood up in unison and said, "Greetings, Master!" I'm Shaoan. I am Xiao Jiao. I am Xiao Hu. Li Tian nodded repeatedly and replied, hello. Let me introduce your abilities. After, the 6 robots then eagerly began to introduce themselves. In fact, all 6 of them have the same ability. They're all good at everything related to architecture. The reason why 6 of them appeared at the same time was probably to improve construction efficiency. After all, if there were only one Xiao, and even if it worked nonstop all day and built like crazy, it would probably take a long time to build a skyscraper. To put it simply, it means that as long as you give them a task related to construction, they will be able to complete it. Even the Egyptian pyramids could be built if there were enough materials. As for how much material is needed to build a building, these 6 robots can quickly draw a sketch of the building in their minds through their own systems, thus providing a value. With these, it's safe to say that Su Yaoqian's position as the construction team leader is in jeopardy. Of course, that's what they say. Sometimes, people are more useful than machines. Therefore, Li Tian will not assign Su Yaoqian and the others to any other tasks. They can simply continue working in construction. Just like Old Wang. Old Wang is the leader, and Xiao Yi is just an assistant. Wishing all my fellow book lovers a happy and healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Today was a pretty busy day. It's a holiday, after all, but I didn't want to stop updating, so the post is a bit late. Please forgive me. There will be one more update, and I will try to release it before 12 o'clock. Thank you for your support. Poor me, I don't have any zongzi to eat. Everyone should eat more zongzi, so I can get my share too. 161. Major merger of sea areas. Having roughly understood the functions of these 6 construction robots, Li Tian immediately gave them orders in order to test just how incredible their abilities were. Currently, I need to build an office building for the team. 1 floor should be able to accommodate about 100 tables and chairs. 3 days is enough time, and the higher the building, the better. Is that all right? The order was issued. The orange robot in the lead brandished its shovel and began to analyze the situation with considerable confidence. With 100 tables and chairs, plus aisles, restrooms, and a lounge area, 300 square meters is more than enough. However, there is plenty of time. Shaoan thinks it can be built to about 4 stories in 3 days. Among them, the required materials. Seeing that Shaoan was starting to plan about the consumables, Li Tian quickly stopped him. All right, as long as it can be completed, you don't need to worry about the materials. Come with me. There's a designated person in charge to handle the rest. He finished speaking. Li Tian and Li Erbio then led the 6 dwarfs directly to Su Yaoqian, the person in charge of the construction team, to make contact. After the handover was completed, Li Tian and Li Erbio left the construction area and went about their own business. A successful leader naturally plans everything rationally, rather than having to participate in everything. With so many people on the island who could help him, Li Tian naturally didn't need to get involved in everything. In this way, not only will I be too busy to handle everything, but the people in charge whom I have selected will also not get the opportunity to train and grow. You need to know, the islands will only grow larger in the future, and the responsibilities of those in charge will only increase. Sooner or later, they will also need to be able to take charge on their own. The next 2 days, life went on as usual. However, it must be said that this group of construction robots, combined with Su Yaoqian's construction team, are incredibly efficient. The office building was completed in less than 2 days. The exterior of the office building far exceeded Li Tian's expectations. They even used mirrored walls, and apart from the lack of height, it really looks exactly like those office buildings from the time of the mainland civilization. The reason they haven't stopped construction yet is because the interior is still under renovation. This was a pleasant surprise for Li Tian. Li Tian originally thought that the 6 robots could only build houses, but he didn't expect that they could also do decoration work. And the craftsmanship is quite good. Everything, from the ceiling to the walls, was done exceptionally well. The only pity is that there are no ceramic tiles. Therefore, the floor and walls can only be leveled with cement. However, in this post-apocalyptic environment, having an office building like this is already quite impressive. Besides, once ceramic tiles can be manufactured in the future, there won't be any problem with a second renovation. In the blink of an eye, 12 o'clock has passed again. The rainy season that Li Tian and the others found so annoying is finally over. A new day has arrived, and so has a new season. Li Tian and Li Erbio remain the same as always, not rushing to open the supreme blind box, but instead staying in front of the manual, watching the latest rules announced in the manual. When the time comes, a pop-up window appears. The lush spring has quietly ended, and the sweltering summer is approaching. Are you survivors ready for the new challenges? The first issue concerns the merger of maritime areas. Sea Area 01 will be merged with Sea Area 103, and the merged area will be collectively referred to as Sea Area 01. Sea Area 02 will be merged with Sea Area 169, and the merged area will be collectively referred to as Sea Area 02. Sea Area 05 will be merged with Sea Area 69, and the merged entity will be collectively referred to as Sea Area 05. The merging of the sea areas means you'll be welcoming many new friends or enemies. We can only wish all survivors good luck. In addition, the difficulty of the sea monster attacks has increased again. Last quarter, considering that it was the sea monsters' first counterattack, the level of the sea monsters that attacked the islands was not particularly high. However, from now on, the level of all sea monsters will change according to the development of the island. The more developed the island, the stronger the sea monsters encountered. Of course, this rule update also brings good news to all survivors. From now on, all transactions by survivors will no longer be subject to the original balance restrictions. I have finished reading. As Li Tian looked at the newly published rules in the manual, his breathing became more and more rapid. As for the reason? Naturally, it meant that his own island had finally merged with the sea area where his father's island was located. Li Tian's initial sea area was Sea Area 29, which was later merged with Sea Area 69 and collectively referred to as Sea Area 69. This day, he had been looking forward to this for so long. Certainly, at this very moment, under the same blue sky, not only was Li Tian happy, but Qin Su was also extremely excited. He had previously been fortunate enough to obtain a designated person locator, one-time use, but it detected that his younger sister, Qin Yi, was located in the 103C area. Now, he can finally meet his sister. Certainly, for Qin Su, meeting his sister so late was just right, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If I had met my younger sister earlier, she would probably have just suffered alongside me. But things are different now. He also made it big. Currently, China ranks 12th in terms of island area. The island's population has reached 203, and his level has reached A+. He has the ability to take good care of his younger sister. Actually, when Qin Su first entered the island civilization, he was also a miserable person. They're the type who eat one meal and then go hungry for 3. After all, it's a civilization on the mainland. His family was a business family, and apart from doing business, he had no other special skills, so he was naturally clueless about survival. The turning point was when he met his friend, and things are going quite well now. This friend is the same friend you were assigned at the beginning of the manual. His friend was the first to set up a small wooden boat, and the two of them started developing their business on an island early on. And coincidentally, his friend knew a lot about survival skills and was very proficient in fishing. Combined with his business acumen, he, like Li Tian, earned his first pot of gold by selling fish. The hardest part of starting a business is getting your first pot of gold. However, once they had their first pot of gold, everything went smoothly. Before he knew it, his island had become well known. As more and more people join Qin Su's team, the island's development naturally gets better and better. Certainly, everything is inseparable from Qin Su's willingness to invest. He bought a large number of seeds in the early stage. Even if his group was starving, he still wanted to monopolize the seeds in his sea area. Now it seems that everything was worth it. Now he's making the island bigger and stronger by selling agricultural products. Phew, the main storyline is slowly progressing. I managed to release the second chapter before midnight. Dear readers, thank you for waiting. 162. Reunion of Family Members. Qin Su's career path is actually quite similar to Li Tian's. Only, the difference is that Li Tian sells water, while he sells agricultural products. Qin Su reserved the water for his island's members to drink, while Li Tian cultivated crops to a higher level for his island's members to eat. Certainly, the only difference is that the two started from different points. Li Tian has a system which basically gives him an advantage over other survivors from the very beginning. Qin Su only started to exert his strength in the middle stage, so much so that the island's area is still not among the top 10 in the country, but it is still very good. Upon learning that his and his sister's sea areas had merged, Qin Su immediately purchased a 1,000-mile voice transmission service. 1,000 miles of voice transmission. Jiuri. Xiao E. Please message me if you see this. I am Kuix. Do you still remember Jiao Jiao, the little puppy we raised together when we were kids? Chin-su is also very clear about his own position. Although he has developed well, he is not the strongest. Naturally, it was impossible to expose oneself in a high-profile manner, lest it attract the enemy. Therefore, whether referring to his younger sister or introducing himself, he did not enter his name. This was both safe and his younger sister could understand. I'm very lucky. Chin-su had just sent his first telepathic message when an ID named Ching Tan sent him a private message. Sonny, brother. Upon seeing this, Chin-su's pupils contracted sharply as he recognized her as his sister at a glance. You can't go wrong. Chin-su had a very strong impression of the ID, Ching Tan. It seems that my sister suddenly changed it a few months before entering the island civilization. At the time, I was curious and asked her why she was called Sunny Day. His younger sister simply replied with a grin, my surname is Chin, so using a homonym like Chin is fine, right? As for Tan, I won't tell you. Therefore, Chin-su firmly believed that this person must be his younger sister. He couldn't believe there was such a coincidence that someone could understand the message he sent and happened to be named Sunny Day. And so it was. Chin-su added them as friends immediately, and after becoming friends, their real names were revealed after their IDs. Looking at the name Chin E after Chin Tianya, Chin-su couldn't hold back any longer. His nose tingled, and tears welled up in his eyes. Finally found you. Then, Chin-su couldn't wait to start a video chat. But Chin E refused. Chin-su asked, puzzled, what's wrong, sis? I'm your brother. Let me see what's going on with you. Chin, brother, you shouldn't watch it, I'm fine. Upon seeing this, Chin-su immediately sensed something was wrong and became nervous. Another video chat was initiated. But Chin E still refused. Initiate. Reject. Initiate. Reject. No matter what Chin-su said, Chin E remained unwilling to accept video chat. Chin-su's relaxed state of mind tensed up again. The younger sister's behavior was clearly wrong. But, unfortunately, he couldn't persuade his sister otherwise. Chin-su had no choice but to give up the idea of video chatting with his sister. He understood his sister. She usually seemed very gentle, but she was actually quite stubborn. All right, since you don't want to, I won't force you, but a voice call is fine, right? As he spoke, Chin-su initiated a voice chat with Chin E again. This time, Chin E no longer refused. As soon as the voice call was connected, Chin E's choked voice came through. Brother, I miss you so much, and I miss mom and dad too. Hearing his sister's voice again after so long brought Chin-su a little peace of mind. Judging from her tone and condition, she didn't seem too weak. Chin-su comforted him. It's alright, I found mom and dad's location. They're still alive. You don't need to worry. Once the sea areas are merged, I could bring them here. Sis, I'll give you a locator in a bit. Turn it on, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin E fell silent again. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I'm afraid I'll scare you. Upon hearing this, Chin-su didn't think much of it, assuming that Chin E was saying this because he felt that Chin E was living a very miserable life. Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? You're my precious little sister. You can't scare your brother like that. All right, stop arguing. Have you looked at the rankings? Your brother is someone of importance now. In my past life, my parents always said that I was only good at squandering money and that I couldn't do any business well. Now I've proven myself and made it into the top 15 nationwide. To calm his sister down, Chin-su chatted with her for a while longer. After they had almost finished talking, Chin-su traded the disposable locator to Chin E. Immediately, 2 points appeared on the locator. Fortunately, they weren't too far away. If you bring one more person and row together, you can arrive in a day and a night at most. After making a plan, Chin-su then stopped delaying. After trading enough food for Chin E for 2 days, he also called his old companion, packed up the food, and set sail. Li Tian sighed. Upon learning that his sea area had merged with his father's, he naturally used the 1,000-mile voice transmission to find his father immediately. This also made Li Rose so excited that she didn't want to sleep, urging Li Tian to go pick up her father right now. Regarding this, Li Tian naturally did not refuse. Now that my father is safe and sound, I naturally want to bring him to my island as soon as possible to prevent him from encountering any danger. Anyway, I have my own helicopter, so picking someone up is very convenient. After packing some clothes, food, and water, Li Tian and Li Ro boarded a helicopter and set off. As for Li Erbio, Li Tian left him on the island to handle some emergencies. After all, sea monster attacks could happen at any time now. Although Bavins is already S rank, the new rules state that the level of the sea monsters attacking the island will change according to the island's development. Therefore, the sea monsters attacking the island should be of a high level, so it is safer to leave more people on the island. It was only 2 hours. Li Tian then arrived at the island where his father was. Looking down from the helicopter, I must say my father is actually quite capable. This island looks to be over 100 square meters, which is much better than Li Tian had imagined. While it can't compare to those on the leaderboard, it's enough to meet one person's survival needs. The island where his father lived was relatively open, so Li Tian's helicopter could land directly without needing to use a gangway. Li Tian's father, Li Shiwen, was also drawn out of the wooden house by the loud spinning sound of the helicopter's propellers. It's clear that he was stunned when he saw the helicopter. So much so that even after Li Tian and Li Ro emerged from the helicopter, Li Shiwen remained frozen in place. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Ahem, just one more question. It's been a while since I've included any pictures. Would you like to see some? If you'd like to, please give me some feedback, and I'll consider it. Seeking Flowers and Powered by Love. 163. The Unusual Dull Little Sister. After seeing her father, Li Tian was alright, being a man after all, so he didn't seem overly pretentious. But Li Ro was different. She cried her eyes out and ran straight towards Li Shiwen, hugging him tightly. Wah, Dad, I missed you so much. Until this moment. Li Shiwen had just recovered from a shock when he realized that it wasn't a dream, but real. His children are still alive, and they seem to be doing quite well. They even have a helicopter. Li Shiwen also showed a long-lost smile and gently patted Li Ro's back with his calloused hands to comfort her. Sweetie, don't cry. We're reunited now, aren't we? This is a good thing, so you can't cry. Dad. At this moment, Li Tian also smiled and came forward to greet him. Upon hearing this, Li Shiwen released Li Ro and looked at his son, who had grown a head taller than him at some point. This moment, Li Shiwen suddenly felt a feeling he couldn't describe. This feeling was just like it was 20 years ago when my wife gave birth to Li Tian and I was anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Impatience, unusual impatience. Uneasy, very uneasy. But when he saw the nurse carrying a baby out, his mixed feelings turned into joy. The feelings of anxiety and heaviness also vanished in an instant. Li Shiwen pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. In the end, he simply smiled and reached out to pat Li Tian on the shoulder. That's good. You've grown up and can stand on your own now. You've taken good care of your sister. He finished speaking. The three of them, as if by unspoken agreement, embraced each other. Regardless of the future, at least at this moment, the three of them are the happiest people in the world. After they let go of each other, Li Tian suggested, All right, let's stop chatting here and get ready to go back to my island. Then, Li Tian first transferred all the supplies from his father's island to his manual, then separated it from the island. Finally, the three of them boarded a helicopter and returned home. Along the way, after Li Shiwen first marveled at Li Tian's current development, the three of them began to chat about their stories over the past few days. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Tian and his two companions arrived at the island, it was already 2:30 a.m. But at this moment, the lights in Li Tian's villa were still on. Li Tian and his two companions had just gotten off the helicopter. Dai Xiaomei and Li Erbio ran over to greet them. Welcome home, uncle. You must be tired from your journey. We've prepared a late-night snack for you to welcome you back. Upon seeing this, Li Shiwen paused, glanced at the naive little girl beside him, and then at Li Tian, clearly having misunderstood something. Immediately, he also revealed a kind smile, like a father-in-law looking at his daughter-in-law. Haha, thank you for your trouble, young lady. Actually, we're all family now, so there's no need to be so polite. It would have been better if this hadn't been mentioned. As soon as it was mentioned, a blush instantly appeared on the young girl's face. But out of politeness, she couldn't very well cover her face and run away. Could she? Upon seeing this, Li Ro covered her mouth and chuckled, revealing a gloating expression. Only Li Tian's lips twitched. Dad, let's go, eat breakfast, and go to sleep. Li Shiwen, like everyone else. They didn't notice Li Tian's villa at first, so they seemed quite relaxed. But when he noticed, he was quite surprised. Even though Li Tian's helicopter ride showed that he was doing very well, it was still hard for him to believe that he was living in a villa. Could it be that these were all obtained from blind boxes of supplies? But I've never heard of anyone being able to drive a villa. Of course, these were just Li Sherwin's sudden whims. He's lived this long and naturally knows some things, so there's no need to dig too deep. He's happy that his son is doing well now. Li Tian had already reserved a room for his parents, so after having a late-night snack, Li Sherwin went directly to the villa's guest room to rest under Li Tian's guidance. After settling his father in, Li Tian returned to the restaurant. At this point, only the silly little girl was left cleaning up the mess. It's so late, go to sleep. You can clean up after you wake up. Upon hearing this, Dai Xiaomei raised her head and smiled. It's okay. I used to stay up all night streaming, and I haven't been doing much work lately, so it's good to get some exercise. Seeing that the silly little sister wasn't going to rest, Li Tian joined her. Dai Xiaomei didn't stop him, and even made room for Li Tian to help him clean up. Thank you, Li Tian said casually as he tidied up. Upon hearing this, the naive girl smiled faintly and replied, Thank me? Thank me for what? I left in a hurry and forgot to tell you to cook a midnight snack for my dad, Li Tian replied. You're so thoughtful and considerate. Without you, my dad would have had to make do with bread tonight. What can I say to thank you for? In conversation, the two of them reached out and touched the same plate at the same time. In an instant, both of their hands withdrew simultaneously. The girl's face flushed again, and the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. By the way, I'm actually quite curious about your relationship with Qin. She must be very important to you, right? Whether to ease the awkwardness or because of the situation, the silly girl suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was stunned, clearly not expecting his little sister to suddenly ask this. But he didn't hide anything, saying calmly, Yes, she's very important. You could say that without her, I wouldn't exist. Oh, after a soft reply, the girl focused on washing the dishes. This scene puzzled Li Tian once again. That's it? I thought you would keep asking why. In response to this, the silly girl raised her head, stared at Li Tian for a while, and revealed a rather deliberate smile, or perhaps a smile of resentment. That's all. Since you said she's important, then she must be important. There's nothing more to ask. Okay, I'm done washing up. I'm going back to sleep now. Okay, good night. Good night. After returning to the room, although Li Tian was puzzled by Dai Xiaomei's somewhat unusual attitude, he didn't dwell on it. It's said that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. My father has already brought me to the island. With a father in the picture, the mother's whereabouts will surely be known soon. Although I can't remember my mother's ID number, I'm sure my father does. So I need to take care of this as soon as he wakes up. Finally, there's the issue of the father's rank and the upper limit of his talent. Li Tian had just used the reading function to check his father's information, and his level was just ordinary, not even C. Therefore, Li Tian could not predict the upper limit of his talent based on his level, and could only rely on the talent upper limit tester. Task completed for today. Thank you all for your support. 164. Old Wang's kind smile. The next day, after breakfast, Li Tian then took Li Sherwin back to his room and took out the talent limit tester to test his talent limit. The final result was not bad, achieving a B grade. Certainly, this is far from enough. It's important to understand that B+ level is the normal standard in this world. Only at B+ level and above can the rate of human lifespan loss be considered normal. However, Li Tian is not in a hurry to help his father break through his talent level. After all, the father's current rank is only ordinary. Even if one surpasses the limit of natural talent, one is still ordinary. It's better to wait. Maybe we can get a character upgrade card from the supply box, which would save us the trouble. After the talent test was completed, Li Tian took the designated person locator disposable out of the manual and handed it to his father. Dad, enter Mom's ID number here, and we'll be able to find her location. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in Li Sherwin's eyes. Good. After the input is complete, the text will gradually appear on the screen for designated person locator one time. This moment, Li Tian and Li Sherwin also breathed a sigh of relief. This means that at least the other party is still alive. Role already assigned. Location. See area. 01 coordinates 1395. Vital signs. 81. 100 is considered healthy. Below 30 indicates life-threatening danger. After reading the information, Li Tian seemed somewhat surprised. Vascular signs as high as 81. Dad, Mama's doing much better than you. Li Sherwin smiled and nodded. Your mother has always been quite capable, and she's doing well here, so we don't have to worry about her. She's doing great. Having put his worries to rest, Li Tian took Li Sherwin for a stroll on the island. Forehead. It can't really be called just strolling around. To put it simply, Li Tian was showing his father around the island's development. When Li Tian led his father to the livestock area, they passed by the planting area, and his father stopped. He squinted at the figure bustling about in the planting area and said suspiciously, why does this person look so familiar? Dad, of course he looks familiar. He's old Wang. Li Tian said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Sherwin was astonished, his face showing utter surprise. What? Old Wang? The one who studies rice? I didn't see him at breakfast. Yes, that's him. What's wrong? Li Tian nodded and said, it's normal that you didn't see him. Old Wang usually stays in the fields before dawn and doesn't eat breakfast with us. Li Sherwin couldn't stand Li Tian's frivolous reply. What's wrong? Are you out of your mind? How could you let old Wang do this? No, we can't let a great man like old Wang do this kind of rough work. With that, Li Sherwin no longer wanted to see any tigers, wild boars, or polar bears, and ran straight towards old Wang. Have no choice. Li Tian had no choice but to follow. The two approached old Wang one after the other. Old Wang was also completely bewildered. He had gone to bed early the night before and was unaware of Li Sherwin's situation. Li Tian, what's the matter? Before Li Tian could answer, Li Sherwin grasped old Wang's hands tightly with excitement. Academician Wang. Hello, I am Li Sherwin, Li Tian's father. It's a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, old Wang was also taken aback and looked at Li Tian, seemingly seeking Li Tian's reply. Li Tian could only stand aside and nod helplessly. Upon seeing this, old Wang then revealed a faint smile. Aha, so you're Li Tian's father. Hello. Were you just picked up today? Yes, I just arrived in the middle of the night. I didn't know you were also on Li Tian Island. Otherwise, I would have come to visit you immediately. Li Sherwin's attitude remained humble, and he bent over as much as possible to keep his eyes level with Wang Lao's. To this, old Wang quickly waved his hand. No need. Look at you, don't be so polite. In this world, I'm not an academician, just a farmer. If it weren't for Li Tian, I might have starved to death long ago. What do you mean by farming, Mr. Wang? Please don't say that. You are a great man of your generation, an idol we admire. You don't need to do this farm work. I'll do it. Li Sherwin's words startled old Wang, causing him to tighten his grip on the sickle. He never imagined that even Li Tian's father would try to take his job. If it were any other member, old Wang would have kicked him out long ago. No one could take away his farm work. However, this is Li Tian's father, so old Wang naturally couldn't be so rude. Therefore, he could only force a smile and politely decline, saying, No need. I can manage on my own. You've just arrived on this island, so let Li Tian show you around. Old Wang never expected that Li Sherwin would rather die than submit, and was simply too aggressive. Old Wang, that won't do. Seeing you working here, how can we be in the mood for sightseeing? Then Li Tian and I will work with you. Upon hearing this, old Wang's face turned green. What's wrong? You're not enough on your own. You have to drag your son along to steal my farm work? In order to do as much farm work as possible, old Wang had no choice but to back down. He gave a wry smile. All right, since you put it that way, I'll respectfully comply. But let's forget about Li Tian. He's a master of this island and has a lot to worry about. There's no need for him to handle farming. Seeing that Elder Wang had said so, Li Sherwin naturally had no further objections. Then he looked at Li Tian and said, All right, Xiao Tian, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll help him, old Wang. Meanwhile, old Wang, standing to the side, also revealed a kind smile and looked at Li Tian. Xiao Tian, what are you standing there for? Go and do your work. Your father is enough to help me here. Upon seeing this, Li Tian dared not linger here for even a moment longer. Old Wang was hiding a dagger behind his smile. It's also my fault for bringing my father here and taking over old Wang's work. Old Wang probably won't be able to sleep all night. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. One more thing, I know that 2 chapters a day are not enough for you guys. But unfortunately, my current income is not enough to support me writing full-time, so I also have to take on other jobs. Everyone needs to survive and eat. I hope you understand, and I hope you can continue to support this book and not abandon it just because the updates are slow. Your support is my motivation to keep updating. Since I started writing this book, I have never missed a single day of updating, not even during holidays. I have been doing my best to satisfy you all. 165. Program Development. Under the watchful gaze of old Wang, Li Tian left the planting area safely. Originally, Li Tian's plan was to take his father around the island this morning. Since the plan had been terminated, Li Tian had no choice but to return to his room. Today is the first day of summer. As is customary, the leaderboard rewards should be distributed to the manual repository. Then, upon returning to his room, Li Tian immediately opened the manual repository to take a look. As for the rewards, apart from receiving another computer, which Li Tian was quite concerned about, he didn't pay much attention to the other miscellaneous supplies. Now that the warehouse is accumulating more and more supplies, Li Tian is finding himself somewhat overwhelmed. Therefore, the important task of managing materials had already been transferred from Li Tian to Li Ro. Currently, Li Tian only needs to consider the future development of the island. We already have 2 computers. The IT programmers have all been brought to the island. Li Tian plans to have them start developing websites and programs once the office building is completed. It's always good to be one step ahead. Thinking of this, Li Tian then walked out of the room and headed towards the construction area. As mentioned before, the exterior of the office building is currently fine. Internally speaking, the first floor is already completed. Go up the stairs, and the second floor is also completed. We arrived at the 3rd floor. Only then did Li Tian see the 6 robots, and Su Yaoqian and the others. They are laying cement, and, judging by the looks of it, it's only about 1/3 of the way through. It's in the final stages. The layout of all the office building floors is the same. The stairs are on the far right, leading to a large, empty room, and then a medium-sized men's and women's restroom in the corner. What surprised Li Tian the most was actually the dryness of the cement. Logically speaking, freshly laid cement shouldn't dry so quickly, even under the scorching sun. But these construction robots are like magicians. As soon as the cement is laid out, they simply sweep it with a beam of light from their eyes, and the cement dries quickly. You could say that once everything is finished, you can move in immediately. There's no need for drying or anything like that. Certainly, the main reason is that the decoration here is relatively simple and no materials containing formaldehyde were used. Otherwise, we would have to wait for formaldehyde removal. Upon seeing this, Li Tian then stopped arguing. He arranged for a few people to move 4 tables and chairs to the first floor. Then he took the 2 laptops he was carrying and called over the group of programmers as well. This island civilization is quite humane in some aspects. For example, regarding computers. Although the website and applications are gone, the laptop still contains various development software for the survivors. For example, there's CDR software for designing vector graphics and software like PS and AE. There are quite a few software programs for writing code, like Visual Studio Code, HBuilderX, etc. Certainly, when it comes to program development, the environment is naturally already set up. PHP and Java can run locally. Basically, every programmer's preferred development software comes pre-installed on their laptops, which means the preparation work is done. All that's left is development. Currently, Li Tian's plan is to use 2 computers to develop a novel reading app and a lightweight game app, respectively. In Li Tian's view, mobile phones will definitely become more widespread than computers in the future. Therefore, the development of mobile software should naturally be the top priority. Once users have a mobile phone, they mainly use it for reading novels, watching short videos, watching dramas, playing games, shopping, and so on. Given the current conditions, shopping must be eliminated, and binge-watching TV series is also unrealistic. There's hardly any filming equipment available for shooting movies these days, and even if there were, there wouldn't be any actors. As for short videos, Li Tian could have the pretty girls on who Li's side film some videos of them wiggling their hips for entertainment, but doing so would not bring any return at all. In mainland China, Douyin and Kuaishou both monetize through advertising and traffic. Since I don't have any advertisers investing in me, and I can't make money, I'm not in a hurry to develop this short video. Therefore, Li Tian's only choices were reading novels and playing games. As for the game, in the early stages, it would probably be enough to create a copy of Temple Run. For their team, it shouldn't be too difficult. In Temple Run, you can also recharge and participate in lucky draws, so it's profitable. Even if he can't attract people to recharge, Li Tian can simply set it to charge by time. There are many ways to make money. Reading novels, on the other hand, has an even lower barrier to entry. Developing a novel reading app isn't difficult. The only thing Li Tian needs to consider is the content. In other words, novel resources. Li Tian had also thought about this. During the time of civilization on the mainland, there were many people who read novels and many writers. He could hire some survivors with writing experience to write on his island. In the current environment, as long as the writing isn't too bad, there will probably be people willing to pay to subscribe. After sharing my ideas with these programmers, the work was divided up. Software development involves nothing more than front-end and back-end. Li Tian divided the programmers into 3 shifts, each lasting 8 hours. One computer handles the front end, and another computer handles the back end. The 2 projects are carried out one after the other, which reduces the probability of errors. After explaining these things, Li Tian left the office building. The rest was beyond his control. He knows absolutely nothing about code. Back in a room. Suddenly, another idea popped into Li Tian's mind. That is whether it is possible to profit from the manual self-sale online store. For example, a mobile phone, a manual, and a merchant self-sale mall priced at 150,000 expansion stones. So I bought it myself and then resold it for 100,000 expansion stones. This is 50,000 cheaper than the self-sold item store. Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal? Therefore, buyers are naturally willing to buy their own products. As the seller, I will receive 200% of the merchant support funds, which means I will eventually receive 200,000 expansion stones. After going back and forth like this, after deducting the purchase cost, I made a profit of 50,000 expansion stones. That was the idea, but Li Tian was only guessing and didn't dare to act rashly. Who knows if it will have a risk control system like the previous 5X card system, monitoring all the survivors' actions. If you do have one, and you end up buying it but can't resell it, then you've wasted 150,000 expansion stones. The cost of this trial and error was indeed quite high. It needs to be discussed and talked about with other people. Phew, today's task is complete. Thank you all for your support. I'm begging you all to give me some flowers and powered by love. I also hope everyone will make it a habit to click the request for more updates button after reading. 166. Individual item quantity reset card. During lunchtime, take advantage of the large crowd. Li Tian also shared his experience of reselling mobile phones. Most of them suggested giving a try. Although there's a possibility that the phone might be unsellable, it's not a complete loss. Smartphones are something we'll all need sooner or later, and there are already teams developing mobile applications. So, having a phone, even if you can't sell it and just use it yourself, isn't a waste. Therefore, Li Tian did not hesitate at all. That makes sense. I can earn 150,000 yuan in merchant balance in just 2 or 3 days. If I can resell it, I'll definitely make some money as the first one to profit. Even if I can't resell it, I'll only delay my development by 2 or 3 days at most. But after lunch, Li Tian finished the challenge task with his younger sister and then planned to open the supply blind boxes before dealing with the phone. Upon reaching the edge of the island, Xiao AI and Aoli had already retrieved the supply boxes and brought them ashore. As usual, Li Tian and Li Erbio worked together, one from left to right and the other from right to left, to open the supply blind box. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain individual item quantity reset card, *1, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain advanced expansion floating stone, *66, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain rank a character level upgrade card, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain permanent tile crafting blueprint, *1, now stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain Huazhong cigarettes carton, *20, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme blind box to obtain 42 degrees Zelanchan Baijio bottle, *99, already stored in the manual inventory. As they watched one good item after another being opened, Li Tian and Li Erbio's smiles grew wider and wider, almost surpassing even the crooked mouth war gods. Cough, cough, cough. Their smirks might have even surpassed those of the crooked mouth god of war. You be the judge. Li Erbio couldn't help but ask with a sigh. When was the last time we got something good? Didn't we get something good last time? Li Tian joked back. Immediately, the two then returned to Li Tian's room, went to the manual, and took out the good items they had obtained this time one by one. Single item quantity reset card. After use, when a user acquires a new single item, the quantity can be reset. The reset quantity range is 0, 100. This item has a gambling element. Once used, it cannot be restored. Please treat it rationally. Rank a character level upgrade card. After use, it can upgrade any character's level to rank A. Permanent tile production blueprint. After use, a permanent tile production item will be added to the manual production center. The grade A character level upgrade card and permanent porcelain tile crafting blueprint are alright. Li Tian has obtained similar items before, so they're not surprising. However, when Li Tian noticed the effect of the individual item quantity reset card, he burst out laughing. Li Urbio, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. "What's wrong, bro?" "Brother Biao, we found a treasure," Li Tian said, explaining the effects of the single item quantity reset card to Li Urbio. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio couldn't help but swear, "Damn it, this is good stuff." Li Tian nodded in agreement. "Yes, this thing came at the perfect time. We were just about to buy a phone, so let's use this single item quantity reset card before we buy it." This individual item quantity reset card may reset the item quantity to 0, meaning it will disappear. But for Li Tian, it was no problem at all. There are 101 possible values from 0 to 100, and only the value 0 indicates a loss. That means the probability of losing the bet is 1/101. Such a probability would probably make even the most gamblers in mainland China realize that this is charity rather than gambling. If Li Tian didn't dare to gamble on such odds, he might as well just die by crashing into a woman's tofu. Li Tian simply couldn't believe that his luck could be so bad as to reset the quantity to 0. What makes this card so amazing is that when used in conjunction with valuable items, the benefits are unimaginable. Unfortunately, this card cannot be used to specify items. The newly acquired items only take effect after the card is used. Otherwise, if they designate villas, armored vehicles, and helicopters for use, what would that be like? But just as Li Tian was about to use the individual item quantity reset card, Li Urbio mentioned it again. "However, brother, since this card is more effective when used with valuable items, isn't it a bit of a waste to use it on this 150,000 yuan phone? Why don't we deposit more merchant balance? Then we can buy several million worth of goods directly. Once the quantity is reset, if we can reset more than 10, we can make tens of millions." Li Tian had also thought about this. However, through Li Tian's research on island civilizations, he also discovered that once a valuable resource has appeared, the probability of it appearing again increases significantly. Now that he can get this single item quantity reset card, Li Tian doesn't believe he won't be able to get it in the future. Therefore, there is absolutely no need to deposit $1 million or so in merchant balances to buy things, as Li Urbio suggested, as that would significantly slow down the development of their island. It would be better to buy them now and promote the development of the island by selling mobile phones. After sharing his thoughts with Li Urbio nodded understandingly and said no more. Then, Li Tian stopped wasting time and directly opened the manual's merchant self-sales mall, finding the mobile phone option. This is also to prevent vulnerabilities from appearing. What if I use the single item quantity reset card and don't buy the phone immediately, but happen to sell a resource in the trading hall and earn expansion stone? Wouldn't the single item quantity reset card then work on that expansion stone? Therefore, it is essential to complete the phone purchase process up to the final payment stage in advance. After ensuring everything was in order, Li Tian confidently used the individual item quantity reset card and then quickly clicked the buy button on the phone in the manual. The next moment, Li Tian only heard a broadcast in his mind. Single item quantity reset card successfully used. New single item detected. Mobile phone, resetting quantity. Quantity reset successful. The new quantity of this item is 68. Boom! At this moment, Li Tian could no longer sit still. 68. 68 mobile phones. If I follow my previous plan and list them for sale in the merchant mall, selling one phone will earn me 200,000 yuan in merchant balance. Wouldn't I earn more than 13 million yuan in merchant balance if I sold them all? The illustrations have satisfied your needs, and I hope you will continue to support me. Requesting flowers, views, requesting powered by love, views, and requesting urging for more updates. Thank you everyone. 167. Mobile phones can be sold. Seeing that Li Tian's expression was becoming increasingly excited, Li Urbio couldn't help but ask further questions. How about it? How many times was it reset? Judging from your expression, you must have a lot. Li Tian smilat wikali, sashantabwit. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio took a deep breath. 68? 200,000 per unit. Wouldn't that mean if they sold out, the merchants would have a balance of 13.6 million? With so much merchant balance, doesn't that mean we can buy permanent notebook creation certificates or permanent mobile phone creation certificates? Upon hearing this, Li Tian gave a helpless bitter smile. Well, that makes sense, but the current market probably can't handle 68 phones. First of all, even if we sell it for 100,000 yuan a unit, how many people could actually afford it? Even if people could afford it, how many would actually be willing to buy it? At this stage, mobile phones are not practical. Apart from those at the top of the world rankings, other people probably won't buy them. Certainly, this does not contradict Li Tian's previous plan. Li Tian never thought that reselling mobile phones was a long-term business, since the market would definitely be saturated with mobile phones these days. Before obtaining the individual item quantity reset card, Li Tian only planned to buy one item and sell one item at a time, and definitely not hoard more. The goal, of course, is simply to take advantage of this opportunity and make as much money as possible. But now that mobile phone supplies are plentiful, Li Tian naturally wouldn't think about those unrealistic things. It's impossible to sell all 68 phones within this time frame. After Li Tian's explanation, Li Urbio abandoned his dream of becoming a millionaire and shifted his focus back to his phone. Alright, every little bit helps. Let's take out the phone and check it first. After ending the conversation, Li Tian opened the manual storage and took out a mobile phone. At first glance, the appearance is quite nice. It's actually a punch-hole, full-screen phone, but it doesn't have any logo, making it look a bit like a phone made from a generic mold. However, there are some aspects that deserve praise. That is, this phone actually came with a charger, and when you take the phone out, the charger is taken out at the same time. This is quite considerate. Otherwise, Li Tian would still be worried about the charger. Power on. The first thing that appeared was an Android boot animation, just as Li Tian had expected. He didn't expect that the mobile phone system in this island civilization would be Harmony OS or iOS. However, once the phone enters the activation page, something different begins. It turns out that activating this phone requires binding it with the manual to be successful. Activating a phone is so troublesome. I wonder what this island civilization is up to. After uttering a complaint, Li Tian successfully activated the phone, following the instructions. Immediately afterwards, a pop-up window appeared with user instructions. Congratulations on your successful activation. Your mobile number is 1. This phone does not require a SIM card. After activation, as long as it has power, it can maintain a connection with the user's post-apocalyptic communication manual, thus enabling it to make calls and surf the internet. The monthly fee is 50 extended floating stones, including unlimited call time and data, deducted at the beginning of each month. First-time users need to manually go to Settings, Personal Center, on their phone to activate the monthly service. The mobile phone number can be transferred, but the registered owner's number will be linked to the user manual and cannot be transferred again. After the transfer, the new registered owner will be linked to their user manual, resulting in a new mobile phone number. In addition, to facilitate various applications to integrate with mobile payment for monetization or other purposes, we will provide developers with corresponding payment interface code, as follows. I have finished reading. After closing the pop-up window, the phone finally entered the home screen. On the desktop, apart from the factory-installed apps that come with every phone, there aren't any other apps. He first opened the camera and took a look. The image quality was pretty good, comparable to the flagship phones of the early days of Chinese civilization. But guys, well, they're not really into taking pictures anyway. After taking a few selfies, Li Tian and Li Urbio lost interest. It's a good phone, but unfortunately there aren't many apps available. In my eyes, it's just a glowing brick. Li Tian mutarat casually. But no sooner had he finished speaking than his peripheral vision caught sight of a pre-installed app on his phone screen. That is the App Store. Brother Biao, you said this phone even has an app store, so maybe there are some apps on it? Li Tian asked suspiciously. After hearing this, Li Urbio nodded, a look of anticipation on his face. You know what? It might actually be true. Let's open it and see. However, upon opening it, a message appeared. No network connection available. Upon seeing this, Li Tian curled his lip again. If a laptop can connect to the Wi-Fi in the manual, why can't a mobile phone? However, Li Tian's body still honestly followed the instructions in the previous user instructions and successfully activated the monthly subscription service. With the cellular data in hand, Li Tian opened the App Store again. Take a look. Li Tian was stunned. Wow, there are actually quite a few applications. But after a moment's thought, Li Tian couldn't get excited anymore. If island civilizations already come with a lot of mobile applications, will their self-developed software still be competitive? Fortunately, these applications are mostly simple single-player games and document processing applications. There are no internet-connected applications such as live streaming, short videos, online games, or reading apps. Li Tian guessed that it might be to keep the survivors who got the phone first from getting bored, so they wouldn't really have to treat the phone like a brick. Among them, a game called Everyone's Health Preservation also attracted Li Tian. After successfully downloading and playing around with it briefly, Li Tian found it quite enjoyable. This is actually similar to a simulation game, and it's very fitting for the current theme, which is island survival and how to develop your island into a thriving place. Certainly, Li Tian was just testing the phone's functions. Now is not the time for entertainment. The most urgent task now is to test whether the merchant's online store can sell this phone. This is very important. Immediately, after Li Tian set the price of the phone at $128,888, he clicked list, and it actually went through. That's when I remembered, isn't tomorrow the college entrance exam? I wonder if any of our book lovers are taking the college entrance exam. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, I wish all the talented students the best of luck in your exams and hope you achieve your goals. 168. Enemy Invasion. After seeing that the phone was successfully listed, Li Tian and Li Erbio breathed a sigh of relief. All that's left is for those willing to take the bait, like Jiang Taigong fishing. The lists on the leaderboards are not faked. Li Tian refused to believe that those survivors at the top of the rankings wouldn't be interested in mobile phones. He wasn't going to take advantage of that. After the mobile phone is listed on the merchant's platform, Li Tian also recalled the new rules that mentioned all transactions will be exempt from the original restrictions. Now that he happened to be in front of the manual, he opened the manual's trading hall to find out more. The moment I opened it, a pop-up window appeared. Since the update to the island civilization rules, the previous limit on the daily transaction amount of expansion stones obtainable from the trading hall and merchant mall has been removed. This limit is capped at 100 times the average. Merchants are advised to take note. I have finished reading. Upon seeing this, Li Tian suddenly realized what was happening, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Wow, there was this hidden limitation all along. I was wondering why, even though the rules clearly state that the trading hall will connect to all sea areas, we're only selling tens of thousands of expansion stones every day. After his initial surprise, Li Tian, who hadn't paid attention to the trading hall since the start of summer, looked at Xiao Jin again and asked, Xiao Jin, how are our sales going so far? Reporting to the master, since the beginning of summer, our sales have been steadily increasing. Currently, we conservatively estimate that we can earn an average of 300,000 expansion stones per day, with a merchant balance of 500,000. Upon hearing this, Li Tian wasn't particularly surprised by the result. In fact, he felt it was still too little. The combined earnings from the trading hall and merchant mall were less than 1 million expansion stones, which is definitely not much for a trading platform with over 1 billion users. This means that the competition is quite fierce, whether it is in the trading hall or the merchant mall. Seeing that Li Tianming had earned hundreds of thousands of expansion stones in a single day, yet still looked sullen, Li Erbio couldn't help but become curious. He asked, "What's wrong, bro? You don't look very happy." "It's all right, but there's really nothing to be happy about." Li Tian shrugged and replied casually. Li Erbio pressed further. "Oh, you're not happy earning 800,000 a day. Brother, your appetite is a bit too big. The market is so big, and we've only made a few 100,000 a day, which means there are quite a few competitors. Furthermore, now that the restrictions on transactions have been lifted, the gap between the rich and the poor will only widen infinitely. If we don't work hard, we might be left behind at any time." Upon hearing this, Li Erbio rubbed his chin and said, "Now that you mention it, it does make sense. So what do you plan to do?" But no sooner had Li Erbio finished asking the question than his walkie-talkie suddenly rang. "Brother Biao, The personnel assigned to Tiangong Oil Exploration Base Number 1 have sent word that they have encountered a suspicious fleet that is heading towards Tiangong Oil Exploration Base Number 1. Okay, I understand. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Li Urbio looked at Li Tian again and gave a wry smile. A few days ago, I received a report from my subordinates that ships were constantly patrolling near our Tiangong Oil Exploration Base Number 1, seemingly investigating something. It seems that those people have figured out the number of people at Tiangong Oil Exploration Base Number 1, so they can't sit still anymore. Upon hearing this, Li Tian's gaze turned cold, and he revealed a meaningful smile. He scoffed, "Humph, it's the same old saying, I won't offend others unless they offend me. But if they do, I will surely punish them. Let's go. Looks like we're going to get another batch of loot." He finished speaking. Li Tian and Li Urbio then drove their armored vehicle straight to the military island. Immediately, Li Tian and Li Urbio, along with the members of the military team, stepped directly into the teleportation portal and arrived at Tiangong Oil Extraction Base Number 1. Take a look. Right in front of Tiangong Oil Exploration Base Number 1, a densely packed group of small wooden boats were sailing towards them in a blatant manner, seemingly without any intention of concealing themselves. After scanning the area, Li Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Judging by its size, this should be the second largest sea area in our region, right?" "Yes. The latest rankings show that our second largest island in terms of sea area is already 590,000 square meters. It should be them." Li Urbio nodded in response. 590,000 square meters? This place is developing incredibly fast. Huli's second island development was only a little over 100,000 square meters, right? However, if the island is 590,000 square meters in size, wouldn't that mean that even without considering other resources, just dismantling their island would yield 590,000 expansion stones? It's not easy to grow this big. It's a pity we've been so unlucky. We didn't want to bother with them, but they just kept provoking us. In PUBG terms, wouldn't you call this delivering a package? After saying that, Li Tian stopped arguing and looked at Li Urbio. "Brother Biao, let the military team members practice close combat this time. There's no need to use bows and arrows. Judging from their weapons, they're still using axes. Even if we get close, they won't pose much of a threat. Let's capture them alive." Li Tian's purpose in doing this was quite simple. Firstly, as fellow people from the hot summer, Li Tianjin didn't want to fight amongst themselves. Perhaps these frontline soldiers were also acting against their will. After all, the soldiers followed the wrong commander, and ultimately, the commander was the real culprit. Secondly, the future development of the island will only require more and more manpower, and now that such opportunities are offered, we might as well take them. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio understood Li Tian's intention and nodded. "Okay, but what do you want to do with these people you've captured? Keep them or sell them?" After Li Urbio said that, Li Tian paused for a moment before realizing what was going on. Yes, prisoners of war can be sold too. There have been many instances of buying and selling prisoners of war throughout history. In this way, I can maximize my own interests. Prisoners of war with high potential are kept for personal use, while those with low potential are a waste of food to keep and are better sold to other survivors. So Li Tian replied, "Brother Biao, you've reminded me. But whether to keep these people or sell them depends on their own efforts." In conversation, the fleet was getting closer and closer, and it looked like the group of people were about to land. Li Tian also turned to look at the members of the military team behind him and reminded them, "In a moment, try to leave them alive, but only on the premise of your own safety. If they are really not afraid of death and want to fight to the death, then you don't need to show mercy." Li Tian was reassured about the safety of the military team members. Li Tian glanced around at the people on the fleet and found that they were mostly ordinary people or sea-level individuals. The lowest-ranking members of their own military group were at least B-level, so dealing with these small fry should be a piece of cake. Not to mention people like Bao Wenshi, Wang Chong, and Hu Hafeng, whose levels have already reached A or even S. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 169. Turns out they were pirates. Maritime. On the lead small wooden boat, looking at the large number of people that had suddenly appeared on that small island. One of the rowers couldn't help but ask, "Captain, this doesn't match the intelligence. Weren't there supposed to be only 3 people on this island? Why are so many suddenly appearing? Should we turn back?" But the middle-aged man, who was called the captain, spit out a mouthful of phlegm in disdain. "Look Look at you, you coward. Don't ever mention that I trained you. You back down over something so small. So what if there are more people? There are more of us. What's there to be afraid of? But the henchman retorted defiantly. But the other side clearly doesn't look like a pushover. Our boss taught us to bully the weak and fear the strong. That's right, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Aren't we just doing that? Our power is now the second largest in this sea area. We fear no one except the heavenly palace. Look at that island. From our island, it's not even as big as a booger. Could this be the heavenly palace? Since it's not the heavenly palace, what do we have to be afraid of? After the captain's words, the henchman seemed to have a sudden realization. Hey, that's right. Anyway, it's not the heavenly palace. No matter how many people there are, their power isn't as great as ours. So what are we afraid of? Having said that, he quickened the pace of his oar-wielding motion. A few minutes later, the enemy forces arrived on the battlefield. The tension between the two sides instantly escalated. This moment, there weren't any idiotic conversations like in the TV series. In the blink of an eye, the leading enemy soldier shouted, "Kill Gigi." Immediately afterwards, the thieves on the ship swarmed down like suicide soldiers, incredibly brave, and brandished their axes as they attacked Li Tian. However, in Li Tian's eyes, these people's movements were as slow as snails, and he instantly lost interest in fighting. Brother Biao, I think our two silly dogs could handle these guys. Let's not get involved and let the military team members practice. Okay, sure. Li Erbio nodded and walked towards the back of the crowd with Li Tian. The battle that followed. As expected, even in a 1-on-2 situation, the members of their own military team were able to successfully subdue the opponent. However, during the battle, it must be said that there were a few ruthless individuals who were truly fearless. Unfortunately, the military team members could only send them to their deaths. As for the remaining 100 or so people, they were squatting on the ground, trembling with fear, their heads in their hands. Seeing that it was about time, Li Tian stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, looked at one of the men, and asked, "How many people are left on your island?" I don't know. I'm just a thug. I have no right to interfere in the affairs of the island." The man who was stopped by Li Tian was terrified that Li Tian would kill him to silence him, and he was trembling with fear. The next moment, a pool of yellowish liquid spilled from his trouser leg. Upon seeing this, Li Tian curled his lip in disgust. No matter how talented this coward was, he wouldn't look down on him. He had already labeled him a captive. Then Li Tian looked at the group of people again and asked, "Among you, who has the most power or the highest position?" Among this group, there were some who knew what was good for them. As soon as Li Tian asked the question, one of them quickly raised his hand. "I can ask you anything you want to know, and I can answer it, but don't hurt the others. They are also acting against their will. You're about to die, and you're still worried about the safety of others? You've got some responsibility as a leader." Li Tian smiled and asked, "Okay, as long as you tell the truth, I won't make things difficult for the others." After some questioning, the result shocked Li Tian greatly. Who would have thought that the island was actually a pirate stronghold? These people were forced to join the pirate organization in order to survive, although it cannot be ruled out that some of them volunteered to join. Li Tian naturally had some doubts, because according to the rumors, pirates lived on ships, so how could they have a lair? After asking around, Li Tian finally understood the history of how the pirates rose to power. Basically, the pirates initially consisted of 3 people, and they did indeed spend their time burning, killing, and plundering at sea. However, as the team grew larger, the pirate leader was no longer content to be just a pirate, so he occupied one of the survivors' islands and gradually expanded it to the present day. Of course, even with an island base, they haven't changed in essence. They're still doing some heinous things. However, compared to their previous random looting, they have now become more purposeful. First, the pirate gangs would assign some of their lowest-ranking members to search for targets at sea day and night. Once the target is located, it is reported to the higher-ups, who then arrange for a large force to go directly to capture the target island. Then, the supplies on the target island naturally all became the pirates' property. Those on the target island were either captured or killed, depending on the pirate captain's mood that day. Women, however, might escape death, but their fate is often one of living a life worse than death. Upon learning that there were more than a dozen high-ranking personnel and some female members on the pirate island, Li Tian stopped dawdling. After he first instructed Bao Wenshi and the others to keep an eye on the group, he and Li Urbio rowed their boat toward the pirates' headquarters. Certainly, Li Tian could actually have Li row trade the helicopter over, which would have been faster. However, helicopters make too much noise and could easily alert the enemy. If we attract the attention of the pirate captain, it would be bad if they set a trap or launched a sneak attack. Anyway, the pirate island is only a few kilometers away from Tiangong Oil Extraction Base number 1. And with Li Tian and Li Urbio's physical abilities, it won't take them long to row. About 20 minutes later, Li Tian and Li Urbio successfully landed on the pirate's flank. This island is actually only large in area. It appears to be relatively underdeveloped, with only one tenement building, a few small wooden houses, and a few stone houses. The defense here is extremely lax. There's practically no one guarding the area, and you can't see a soul around. However, as Li Tian and Li Urbio approached the tenement building, they noticed something unusual. They could vaguely hear heavy breathing coming from inside the tenement building. Li Tian and Li Urbio exchanged a glance and instantly understood what was happening inside. Li Urbio appeared extremely shy at this moment, a blush rising from his neck to his earlobes. Brother, how about we go in after they're done? Ahem, considering that many readers are minors, some plot points will be described simply. Thank you so much for the gifts, handsome men and beautiful women. 170. Enemies meet on a narrow road. It seemed as if the people inside the tenement building could hear Li Urbio's inner thoughts. As soon as Li Urbio finished speaking, the apartment building quickly fell silent. This moment, everything returned to normal. The wind and waves are calm. Hundreds of millions of tadpoles crossed the ruined strait and swam towards the depths of the ocean. All right, let's go in. We've been waiting for a few minutes, and you should be dressed by now. The moment Li Tian finished speaking, he kicked open the door to the tenement building. Take a look. He couldn't help but frown. The corridors of the tenement building were filled with women lying down everywhere. These women were barely clothed and had expressionless faces. The moment they saw Li Tian appear, they stared blankly and spontaneously spread their legs. This familiar gesture is heartbreaking, especially when Li Tian noticed that there was a girl inside who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Li Tian's fists gradually clenched and his knuckles cracked. Son of a bitch. Seeing this, anyone with a shred of humanity would be unable to remain unmoved. Although he had heard about the cruelty of pirates, some things could only be truly understood by witnessing them firsthand. Which bastard dares to disturb my rest? Does he have a death wish? At that moment, an arrogant male voice came from inside the stairwell. Upon hearing this, Li Tian and Li Urbio immediately looked towards the stairwell. A long-haired man, who looked to be around 30 years old, was seen leading a glamorous woman wearing a skirt that covered her hips towards the first-floor corridor. It was at this very moment. Li Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the two men with a mixture of amusement and anger. They say that the wicked will be punished by heaven. It seems your fate is even more wicked than I imagined. You didn't die last time? As they spoke, the man and woman drew near. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Li Urbio realized that the woman was none other than Li Tian's ex-girlfriend, Wang Li. Meanwhile, Wang Li, naturally, they were quite surprised, never expecting to run into Li Tian again here. At the same time, a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Brother Kai, quickly, help me kill Li Tian. Brother Kai. Upon hearing Wang Li's address to the man beside him, Li Tian felt that the address was very familiar. Take a closer look. Good heavens, those bastards really do show up in pairs. This Brother Kai is indeed the one who betrayed himself during the early days of Chinese civilization, Kai Kuan. However, because Kai Kuan hadn't had a haircut, his bangs covered most of his face, making him look somewhat haggard, so Li Tian didn't recognize him first. On the day Wang Lilu went to a hotel with Kai Kuan would even provoke her whenever they met and call her senior. Li Tian never expected that Kai Kuan was actually a pirate leader. What was even more unexpected was that Wang Li could still hook up with Kai Kuan like this. Looks like I can settle both old and new scores at once. When Kai Kuan saw Li Tian, he was also stunned for a moment, and then his face showed greed. Hey, isn't this at least something or other? Senior Li, don't be so polite. You've even come all this way to visit me. It's not necessary at all. I heard from Lily that you're doing quite well. How about it? Want to form an alliance with me and create a glorious future together? At that time, even that heavenly palace will not be a match for us. Upon hearing this, Wang became anxious. The reason she hadn't told Kai Kun that the heavenly palace belonged to Li Tian was because she was afraid that if Kai Kun knew, he wouldn't dare to help her take revenge. Now that Li Tian has arrived at Kai Kun's headquarters with only one person, it's definitely a good opportunity for revenge. But Kai Kun's intention was actually to form an alliance with him. Wang Li was naturally unable to accept this and couldn't help but say, "Brother Kai, Li Tian almost killed me back then. How could you?" Before Wang Li could finish speaking, Kai Kun slapped her across the face. "Fuck you. Do I need to report my decisions to you?" After saying that, Kai Kun forced a gloomy smile. "How about it? Brother, isn't my sincerity enough? We don't need to fight over a woman, do we? As long as you ally with me, you can have whatever you want with Wang Li." In response to this, Li Tian simply smiled faintly. Although Li Tian wasn't a good person, he wouldn't stoop to associating with scum. As for why Kai Kun was unaware of his relationship with the Heavenly Palace, Li Tian guessed that Wang Li had deliberately concealed it. This also shows how scheming Wang Li is. She's calculating in every way. He wasn't even sincere with his old flame. That scumbag and that despicable person deserve to die. En alliance. Sure, but using Wang Li as a token of sincerity isn't enough, Li Tian replied with a thoughtful smile. Upon hearing this, Kai Kun actually believed Li Tian's words and pressed on. "Sincerity is no problem. Since Senior Li is willing to cooperate, then we're practically family. However, before I express my sincerity, I would like to ask one more question. Wang Li told me that your business is doing well, but I don't know the specifics of how well it is doing. If you want more sincerity, then you should also show some sincerity, right?" In response to this, without hesitation, Li Tian replied, "No problem. I have nothing to hide. My island isn't very big, but it's not bad either. It's already 130,000 square meters." After hearing the size of Li Tian's island, Kai Kun couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems that before long, his island will be able to increase in area by another 130,000 square meters. 130,000 square meters. Brother, you're doing well. Alright, since you're so sincere, brother, I can't be stingy. If you're willing to ally with me, I'll be your second in command on the island, and you can have your way with all the women in this apartment building. Pretty sincere, right? Upon hearing this, Li Tian shook his head. "Not enough." "What? Not enough?" "Brother, you can't be too greedy. What else do you want?" Kai Kun's expression turned somewhat displeased upon hearing this. But to everyone's surprise, Li Tian said sternly, "I need your head to cushion my ass." That's how things have come to this. Even if Kai Kun was stupid, he would understand that Li Tian was there to cause trouble. His smiling face was replaced by a fierce expression. So you've come here to die. In that case, you shall stay here forever." After saying that, Kai Kun shouted towards the stairwell of the tenement building, "Second brother, get the brothers to grab their weapons. We're here." Well, originally Wang Li really had no plot left, but after thinking it over, I feel that the previous handling of Wang Li's matter was too gentle, and the readers were not satisfied at all. Therefore, the story of Wang Li's death needs to be rewritten. While we're at it, let's settle both our old and new scores. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. The next chapter will reveal how Wang Li died. 171. It's all over. Li Tian did not stop Kai Kun from calling people. Kai Kun, as the pirate leader, is currently only at level B, and the others are probably at even lower levels. By gathering everyone here, he actually made it easier for Li Tian to capture them all in one fell swoop. Kai Kun is doing a good deed. Will you stopping? In just a few minutes. The tenement building was already packed with pirate thugs, who surrounded Li Tian and Li Erbio. But, to Li Tian and Li Erbio, these people were just ordinary soldiers. 3 B level for C level, and 9 ordinary people who looked strong but were only of average rank. Meanwhile, Kai Kun herded all the disheveled women who were still lying on the ground upstairs. "Kid, scared now?" Seeing that his brothers had surrounded Li Tian, Kai Kun revealed a smug look of confidence. Upon hearing this, Li Tian simply shrugged. "Not quite enough. Damn it, you're about to die and you're still acting tough? I hate brats like you the most. Brothers, kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 pirates brandished their axes and swung them at Li Tian and Li Erbio. Due to the vast difference in their skill levels, their physical abilities were not even in the same league. To Li Tian and Li Erbio, the actions of this group of people were nothing more than slow motion. It's like following my left and right hands in slow motion, then replaying the slow motion of my right and left hands. Li Tian and Li Erbio took only 39.651725678 seconds to knock them all down. This moment, Wang Liren was dumbfounded as she stared at the pirates curled up on the ground, groaning in pain. Is this the difference between different levels? Although she knew that Li Tian was S-rank, she had never seen or understood just how strong an S-rank person really was. At this moment, she truly witnessed it. If she had known that the difference between S-rank and B-rank was so great, she would never have dared to even think about revenge. Seeing that Li Tian had already focused his gaze on him, Wang Li was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground with a thud, kicking her legs and moving backward. No, don't kill me. Li Tian, I beg you, don't kill me. Li Tian, I still love you. You must still love me, right? I'll sleep with you right now and give you a big, healthy son. Please. Spare me. All right, stop talking. Li Tian didn't want to hear that crowing female voice for a second longer. With just one rebuke, Wang Li covered her mouth in fright. However, Li Tian would naturally not be willing to let Li Tian kill him so easily. Last time I was thinking of giving her a heart attack to destroy her spirit, but it seems that heaven is quite kind to her. Since that's the case, Li Tian will naturally let her experience what it's like to be worse than dead before ending her life. However, before dealing with her matter, Li Tian still wanted to deal with Kai Kuan and his group of pirates first. The pirates who remained at the main camp were basically the founding fathers of the pirates. These people all deserved to die, and Li Tian had no intention of sparing their lives. Selling prisoners won't make a difference if we lose a few more. But, thinking back to the various ways Wang Li and Kai Kuan treated him during the time of the mainland civilization, Li Tian didn't intend to end things with Kai Kuan so simply. Doesn't he like to show off in front of himself and admit that he's broken into his own corner? Today, Li Tian will make him witness himself being killed by the very corner of the wall he himself carved out. Then, Li Tian picked up an axe that the pirate had just been waving from the ground and handed it to Wang Li. Want to live? It's simple. Kill Kai Kuan with your own hands. The words had barely left his mouth. Li Tian thought Wang Li would hesitate or be reluctant to do it. It seems he underestimated Wang Li's ruthlessness. Upon hearing that she could live, Wang Li's previously sore thighs instantly regained their strength. Like a whirlwind, she grabbed the axe and ran towards Kai Kuan without any hesitation or even blinking, cleaving Kai Kuan's head with the axe. Moment. The watermelon was split in two, and juice splashed everywhere. One of the melon seeds, which looked like tofu pudding, fell out, which was really disgusting. Even Li Tian frowned upon seeing this scene. But when he looked at Wang Li, he felt that in Wang Li's eyes, all of this was so ordinary, and she even felt a little smug. Li Tian, I've done everything you said. You won't kill me, will you? Upon seeing this, Li Tian simply smiled and did not reply. Then he looked at Li Erbio and said, Brother Biao, these people deserve to die. Let's not sell them. Let's just kill them and feed them to the sky-piercing sea python. I'll contact Ro and ask her to build a new island base near this pirate island. As for those who are still alive, you can handle them. No problem. After saying that, Li Tian turned and walked upstairs, intending to use the island's manual to contact the members of the military team. This terrified Wang Li. Li Tian, what are you doing? What am I supposed to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? All right, stop arguing. I never said I was going to kill you. Shut up. Li Tian finished dealing with these matters in less than half an hour. The pirates at the main camp naturally became easy prey for the sky-piercing sea serpent, who ate to its heart's content. As for the pirates he had captured alive, Li Tian arranged for Li Erbio to have their talents tested. Those with high potential should be kept, while those with low potential should be bundled up and sold. As for the women imprisoned by the pirates, judging from their appearance, they were all forced into it. Their mental state and appearance were already pitiful enough, so Li Tian couldn't bear to sell them as prisoners. Instead, he handed them over to Hu Li. Anyway, Hu Li's companion chat business is doing quite well, so having more staff won't make a difference. Finally, there's Wang Li. Although Li Tian promised not to kill Wang Li, he did not promise to let her live. Li Tian simply abandoned her in the livestock area and instructed the tusked boar, polar bear, and tiger couple that if they could help Wang Li escape or survive, then they should die in her place. Therefore, a scene of one person running while being chased by thousands of animals is unfolding in the livestock area. Of course, it's also possible that Wang Li has been eaten away and is now just a skeleton. Li Tian never expected that his attempt to prevent his Tiangong oil extraction base number 1 from being violated would result in the direct destruction of a pirate organization. So, in that sense, I've done a good deed for the other survivors in this sea area, haven't I? 172 met Kinyi. Certainly. Doing good deeds isn't Li Tian's style, so he naturally needs to receive some reward in return. After tallying all the pirates' assets, Li Tian finally understood why some people were willing to become pirates. On this island of only a few 100,000 square meters, the supplies are no less than those on islands of hundreds of thousands of square meters. The pumice stone alone contains more than 300,000 pieces. In other words, if Kai Kuan were willing to expand, his island base would not only be 590,000 square meters, but close to 900,000 square meters. As for other food supplies or materials, all of them together would be worth several 100,000 expansion stones. Piracy is indeed a highly profitable industry. This also made Li Tian feel that the pirates could not be completely eradicated. People are greedy. They can get rich by robbing without doing anything. There are no laws here, so there will always be people who find another way. Li Tian has dealt with the pirates in this sea area, but there must be thousands upon thousands of sea areas in the entire China, or even the whole world, right? Who can be sure there aren't pirates in other sea areas? Certainly. That's what he thought, but Li Tian didn't have the ability to deal with pirates all over the world. In the civilized times on the mainland, so many constables couldn't catch all the thieves and robbers. How much power do I have? It would be a miracle if it could be completely resolved. I'll stop worrying about these things. After handing over the supplies that Li Tian had picked up from the pirates to Li Ro to manage, Li Tian took out the permanent blueprint for making ceramic tiles that he had obtained earlier. The timing of this supply's appearance was also perfect. At the time, Li Tian also said that since there were no ceramic tiles, the office building could only be temporarily paved with cement to make do. Then, Li Tian then handed over the permanent blueprints for ceramic tile production to Su Yaoqian, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. There are two sides to the story. After sailing at sea for a day and a night, Qin Su and his companions finally arrived at his sister's island. Looking around, the island is estimated to be over 100 square meters in size. This also eased Qin Su's anxiety considerably. At least by looking at the size of the island, it can be indirectly shown that the younger sister's life was not too difficult. The island is right in front of us. Qin Su and his partner also quickened their pace in wielding the oars. About 10 minutes later, Qin Su successfully landed on shore, and a mystery surrounding the island where the younger sister lives has been completely unveiled. All I saw was, on this small island, there is one wooden house and one stone house. However, it was rather quiet at this time, and I wondered if my younger sister was resting. Qin Su tentatively called out, "Xiao Yi, are you there?" The words had barely left his mouth when, in the next moment, a girl with long hair hurriedly ran out of a wooden house, while a girl with short hair ran out of another stone house. "Brother." The long-haired girl covered her mouth with both hands, her deep, star-like eyes wide open. She couldn't be more excited. Immediately, he then lowered his hands and quickly ran towards Qin Su. But in that instant, Qin Su froze on the spot. Qin Su only came to his senses when his younger sister ran to his side and hugged him tightly. He asked, "Xiao Yi, your face? What happened to your face?" "I had some things to do today, so this chapter was entirely typed on my phone. Please bear with it. This might be the only chapter today, so you don't need to wait any longer. I'm still outside. I'm sorry, but I really have some things to take care of. I have one day off per month, and I took the day off today. Actually, it's okay not to update, but considering that all my readers are waiting for me, and I've promised to never stop updating. So even though I was swaying around in the car, I managed to type this chapter on my phone. I really hope you can understand and not think this chapter is too short. Also, the number of reads has exceeded 100,000, and I will keep my promise to Crow Stress. If you are interested, you can check out the end of chapter bonus in Chapter 61, 173, a new form of system blind boxes. Only now does Chin Su understand why Chin Yi refused to answer the video call back then. Chin Su initially thought that Chin Yi was having a hard time and didn't want him to see it, which would make him worry. Turned out to be. The reason my sister refused to answer the video call was because she was disfigured. She has a large scar on her right cheek, somewhat resembling a burn. Shout, Yi, what happened to your face? Chin Su asked with a pained expression. Upon hearing this, Chin Yi's excited expression instantly turned into a look of disappointment. She immediately let go of her brother's arms and quickly covered her face. Brother, it's okay. It's all over now. Upon hearing this, Chin Su felt as if his heart was bleeding. He knew very well how much his younger sister cared about his appearance. In the time of the continental civilization, Chin Yi's most precious possession was her stunningly beautiful face. I remember once, she got a pimple from a sore throat and felt uncomfortable for several days. Now that her face is like this, how could she possibly be okay, as she claims? But, since his younger sister was unwilling to talk about it, Chin Su naturally didn't say anything more. They changed the subject again, looking at the short-haired girl. By the way, Xiaoyi, who is she? Before Chin Yi could introduce her, the short-haired girl stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, I am a friend assigned to me by Chin Yi's handbook. My name is Lin Xiaoyu. It's nice to meet you. Hello. After a brief greeting, Chin Su directly stated his purpose, and Chin Yi naturally wouldn't refuse to leave with his brother. As for Lin Xiaoyu, he readily accepted the offer upon hearing it. Nobody's a fool. In survival, the more companions you have, the greater your chances of survival. Moreover, Chin Yi's brother is clearly in good spirits, which means that his development should not be too bad either. My relationship with Chin Yi is pretty good now, so Chin Yi's older brother, given our relationship, surely wouldn't treat me badly, right? And so it was. After the four of them quickly sorted through the supplies on the island, they separated the manual from the island itself. The expanded pumice stones obtained from the disassembly were naturally all transferred to Chin Su's manual. As for the returning ships, there's no need to worry about that. Since Chin Yi and Lin Xiaoyu were able to live on the same island, it was naturally because they also had small wooden boats that they were able to meet. Therefore, there's no need to worry that a small wooden boat cannot seat 4 people. The distribution of the 2 ships is also very simple. Chin Su and Chin Yi were in one boat, while Chin Su's partner and Lin Xiaoyu were in another. The 2 men rowed while the women rested. Anyway, there's no rush to return, so it doesn't matter if it's a little slower. Piracy was unheard of in their waters, so Chin Su wasn't worried about encountering any danger at sea. On the way back, perhaps it was out of boredom, or perhaps Chin had finally let go of the past. She took the initiative to bring up the matter on her face with Chin Su. Turned out to be. Her face was burned by fire during the very first winter. At that time, although she had become famous, she had no cold weather supplies except for a down jacket. She was so cold at night that she curled up by the fire to sleep. However, it was precisely because he was too close to the fire that Chin Yi's right cheek ended up looking like this. Judging from Chin Yi's expression as she recounted these events, Chin Su could clearly sense how distressed Chin Yi was. But what's done is done, and there's no way to undo it. Even in the era of continental civilization, the disfigurement caused by burns could not be guaranteed to be 100% reparable, not to mention the underdeveloped medical standards of this island civilization. However, it's alright. Compared to those who had already starved, thirsted, or frozen to death, my sister was lucky. Chin Su also kept encouraging his younger sister to cheer up. In this island civilization, survival is the most important thing. Here, where marriage and such are not discussed, good looks are not valuable. Chin Yi also studied psychology, so she adjusted quickly. After leaving that topic aside, Chin Yi and Chin Su rowed their boat, chatting and laughing as they reminisced about the heartwarming scenes of them fighting over food when they were kids. At the same time, Li Tian and Li Erbio were also watching a movie in the villa, waiting for midnight to arrive. As for what happened during the day, Li Tian and his group naturally handled it all perfectly. The first issue is the matter of pirate prisoners. Of the 189 prisoners, 39 had a talent ceiling of A+ or even S level. These people were naturally given the Tongshin car by Li Erbio and became part of the Tiangong military team. Of the remaining 150 prisoners, Li Tian naturally intended to sell them, but the price had not yet been set, so they were imprisoned on the military island by Li Tian. As for the female survivors imprisoned by Kai Kuan, Li naturally accepted them all. However, considering that the heart card should be used by more suitable people, these female survivors were not bound to the heart card. Li Tian wasn't worried about that. If he didn't have the heart card, he could just use the contract generator. Don't forget that the contract generator actually has a similar function to the heart card. All you need to do is get them to sign a lifelong employment contract with you, and that will solve the problem. Besides, at worst, you can restrict those who didn't use the Tongshin card to only live on Huli's island. There are plenty of ways to do that. As for supplies, after Li Tian handed over the management of the supplies to Li Ro didn't sit idle. After sorting the supplies, she used all the remaining expansion stones. Today, the island's area has reached 5.5 million square meters. Li Tian didn't say anything about this. The floating stones were originally used to expand the area of the island, so let them be used. Certainly. In fact, Li Tian did not really support this approach. After all, life is unpredictable, and the large intestine contains the small intestine. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances might arise that would require a large amount of expanded pumice. However, since Li Tian still has merchant balance, which can be exchanged for equivalent expansion stones, this is not a big problem. It was exactly midnight. Li Tian and Li Erbio left the villa on time and opened the supply blind box. Pity. This time, blind boxes have returned to normalcy once again. There wasn't anything noteworthy about the supplies that appeared, so I'll leave it at that. After returning to the room, Li Tian also realized that it seemed like 3 days had passed since he last opened the system blind box. It's time to open the system blind boxes again. Then, Li Tian also called out in his heart, "System, open the system blind box." Ding. System blind box successfully opened. Obtained. S-rank gravity, training room. Also, congratulations to the host for successfully opening 20 system blind boxes. Currently, blind boxes from the system have appeared in a new form. I wonder if the host would like to know about it. Don't worry about Qin Yi's face. How could the female Li be disfigured? Just look forward to the next episode. Thank you to all the handsome men and beautiful women for the gift you sent me during this time. 174, S-rank gravity, training room. Upon hearing this, Li Tian was stunned. The system was the foundation of his success, and now it needs an update too. The updates will probably only get better, right? If things continue to get worse, that would be unacceptable. Therefore, Li Tian did not hesitate and said directly, "Yes, I would like to learn about the new form of the system blind box." Blind box format 1 can be opened once every 3 days. The type of items obtained is completely random. Blind box format 2. There's a 5% chance to open 1 box daily. You can choose the type of supplies to open before opening food, technology, weapons, etc. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Tian paused for a moment. That's it. I thought there would be some good benefits. It turns out it was just a multiple choice question. Host, this is how the system works. There's nothing I can do about it. This is how the author designed it. I dare not utter a word. If the system could decide these things, then the relationship between the system and you would allow you to open 1,000 system blind boxes every day. If the system could replace the author, the system could make you a god in a day. Upon hearing this, Li Tian understood that everyone has times when they are not in control of their own destiny, so he didn't say anything more. However, Li Tian needs to think carefully about this choice. One option is to keep things as they are, meaning that a new system blind box will be opened every 3 days. The advantage of this is its stability, but the disadvantage is also obvious. Everything is too random. The one below, which allows you to choose the type of item you get, is clearly much better. For example, if you need to develop technology, wouldn't it be that if you directly choose a technology-related blind box, everything you get will be related to technology? Unfortunately, choosing this format means losing stability. Although there's a 5% chance of opening a system blind box every day. But probability is actually a very mysterious thing. It doesn't mean that with a 5% probability, it will definitely happen once every 20 days. Instead, the probability of opening a blind box each day is only 5%. If you're lucky, you might get lucky for many days in a row. If you're unlucky, you might never get lucky even once in your entire life. Thinking of this, Li Tian was also looking in the mirror. Well, my face isn't bad. I can't be that unlucky, can I? Immediately, he also answered the system in his mind. System, I've made my decision. I choose option 1. It only needs to be activated once every 3 days. Okay, Host, you've chosen the second option, right? System received. Li Tian. No, I chose the first option. Yes, the second form. You jerk, are you kidding me? Stop messing around and be serious. Li Tian pouted and said, I think I'll just stick to the status quo. I'll choose the first option. Okay, host, you don't need to repeat yourself so many times. The system has heard you clearly. You have chosen the second option. Li Tian was completely baffled. Is this system out of its mind, or is it deaf? System, are you deliberately picking a fight? Just tell me if you still want me to choose. Host, if your choice is correct, of course I'll take it. All right, host, tell the truth. You have no choice. From this moment on, the system blind boxes will appear in Form 2. The reason I let you choose was simply to see if you had the courage to take the risk. It seems the host is quite cautious in his actions. High EQ, cautious. Low EQ, coward. Upon hearing this, Li Tian really couldn't sit still any longer. I treated you like a king, and you treat me like a monkey? Get lost. Li Tian then severed his connection with the system. This system is the kind that gets out of control and starts causing trouble if you don't discipline it for a few days. It's getting more and more disrespectful, really. However, since there was no other choice, Li Tian didn't have many concerns. Now that things have come to this, it all comes down to luck. Who knows? Maybe after tomorrow, I'll be able to open another system blind box. After putting the matter of the blind box system out of their minds, Li Tian also focused his attention on the S-Class Gravity Training Room. S-Rank Gravity Training Room. This increases the gravity within the training room, keeping the body constantly on the edge of its limits, allowing for better breakthroughs and achieving the desired training effect. Judging from a name, Li Tian immediately thought of the scene in Dragon Ball, where Goku travels to Namek in a spaceship. Then, Kakarot trained by increasing the gravity inside the spaceship. Finally, the results of the training were truly amazing, and it was incredibly exciting to watch. If this S-Class Gravity Training Room has the same effect as Lima from Dragon Ball, wouldn't Brother Biao be able to become a Super Saiyan after training for a few years? As he spoke, Li Tian subconsciously imagined what Biao would look like when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan Asian standard, ruthless and taciturn. Just ask yourself if you love it. He's actually quite handsome. Then, Li Tian was no longer sleepy at all and immediately took out the S-Rank Gravity Training Room from the manual warehouse. However, since the supply was quite large, its location had to be chosen. Considering that this was for training purposes and would be inconvenient to move in the future, Li Tian placed it on a military island. After successfully settling in, Li Tian ran straight out of the villa and went to the long-missed farmhouse residence, knocking on Li Urbio's door. The door was quickly pushed open. At this moment, Li Urbio had taken off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. Those pectoral muscles, those abdominal muscles, those biceps. Wow, how tempting. If you tattoo a Mickey Mouse on it, wouldn't you instantly become the boss of Causeway Bay? Brother, it's you. What's up? Li Urbio asked. Brother Biao, put on your clothes and come with me to the military island. Li Tian stated his purpose directly. After hearing this, Li Urbio didn't hesitate. He nodded, put on his t-shirt, and followed Li Tian into the armored vehicle, which then headed towards the military island. After arriving at the location designated by Li Tian, the two got off the bus. A rectangular house, estimated to be 10m times 8m times 3m in size, appeared on the military island. Although the house has a simple shape, its appearance, whether in terms of texture, color, or even material, reveals that it is not simple at all. It's supposed to be a house, but it doesn't even have a window. The door opens in a way that resembles a ship's rudder, requiring you to turn it to open. Upon seeing this, Li Urbio asked, "This is something you came up with again?" Li Tian nodded, then said, "This thing is called the S-Rank Gravity Training Room. It's very beneficial for our training. Shall we go in and try it out? Thank you for your support. Please give me some flowers, likes, powered by love, likes, and click the urge me to update button." 175. Training under double gravity. After listening to Li Tian's introduction, Li Urbio immediately became interested in the S-Class Gravity Training Room. He wasn't stupid. Just from a name, Gravity Training Room, he could probably guess its purpose. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation. "Sure, I'd like to see how effective the training here is." He finished speaking. Without further ado, he rushed to the door of the S-Class Gravity Training Room, gripped the rotating wheel with both hands, and with a sudden burst of force, open the door. The instant the door was opened, the lights inside the S-Class gravity training room suddenly turned on, and the sudden bright light made Li Tian and Li Erbio squint their eyes slightly. A while later, after their eyes adjusted to the light, the layout of the S-rank gravity training room finally came into view. First, there was a huge machine near the door with several pipes extending to the roof. In the very center of the machine was a screen the size of an LCD TV, which Li Tian guessed was the control panel. However, apart from this machine, the rest of the room was rather empty. No, that's not right. It can't be described as slightly. It was originally quite spacious. Apart from the floor being somewhat plastic-like, there was no equipment or furniture. Certainly, this was originally a gravity training room, which could effectively help survivors train. As for whether there was furniture or not, Li Tian didn't care. Since there were no other objects besides the machine, Li Tian saved time on the tour and could focus his attention directly on the screen. Open the control panel of the S-rank gravity training room. First, the screen displays current gravity, 1x. Following the numerical value are buttons for plus 0.5x, plus 1x, plus 5x, plus 10x, plus 100x, and restore. Gravity training is no joke. You absolutely cannot expect to get fat overnight. Otherwise, your body might not be able to withstand the pressure and could explode and kill you. It's best to take things one step at a time with this. Therefore, Li Tian stretched out his finger and pressed the plus 0.5x button. The next moment, the value that was displayed on the screen as 1x instantly changed to 1.5x. The door, which was originally open, closed automatically. Immediately afterwards, a rhythmic squeezing sound came from the control panel of the S-Class gravity training room, somewhat like the sound of a slow-moving green train, a clang sound. This phase lasted approximately 10 seconds. Suddenly, Li Tian and Li Erbio, who were originally standing upright, instantly felt an invisible pressure, forcing them to hunch over slightly. Damn, this gravity came on so suddenly. Li Erbio frowned slightly, and as he spoke, he strained to straighten his body again. Li Tian also struggled to regain his composure and nodded. Yeah, but I feel like 1.5 times the gravity shouldn't be too difficult for us. Shall we adjust to the gravity for a while before increasing it further? No problem. After the conversation ends, the two of them then began to move around aimlessly in the room, which was neither too big nor too small. Sometimes it jogged around the house. Sometimes it does height jump and long jump. After about 10 minutes of getting used to it, Li Tian clicked the plus 0.5x button again. This time, this put considerable pressure on Li Tian and Li Erbio. It has become much more difficult to straighten up now. And, under double gravity, Li Tian and Li Erbio felt no physical advantage from their S-rank status. In terms of speed, reaction time, strength, and overall feel, he's just about the same as an average person. Take the standing long jump as an example. An average adult would be at least 2 to 3 meters tall, and for an S-level person, it would be easy to leap 10 meters. But now, under this double gravity, Li Tian, as an S-level person, could only leap about 4 meters. That's all. Under this gravitational environment, Li Tian and Li Erbio did push-ups and squats. Within minutes, the two of them were panting heavily. Brother, wow, this training room wow, it's a good thing. I haven't felt this sweaty in ages. Phew. Awesome phew. While panting heavily, Li Erbio praised the S-Class gravity training room. Li Tian was too tired to reply at the moment, so he just nodded. But in my heart, Li Tian also wanted to give the S-Class gravity training room a 5-star rating. Nowadays, as the island's members gradually level up, ordinary training becomes increasingly ineffective. Take morning runs, for example. If you ask them to run 5 kilometers now, they won't even break a sweat. What's the point of that training? That's good now. With this room, the members of the military team no longer need to worry about. Li Tian could even imagine that the members of the military team would one day stand in front of him and sing him a song. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. After half an hour of intense training, Li Tian and Li Erbio were completely exhausted. By this time, their clothes were soaked with sweat, and the two lay on the ground, motionless, looking as wretched as dogs. After resting for a while, Li Tian finally managed to get up and restore the double gravity inside the S-level gravity training room. In an instant, with the double gravity gone, everything returned to normal. Can. Li Tian and Li Urbio suddenly felt incredibly light, as if they could easily take flight with a single leap. Is this the result of training? Li Urbio stretched his body, somewhat incredulous. Li Tian also tried jumping lightly in place to feel the results of his training. But the next moment, with a bang, Li Tian felt as if his head was about to disappear. Little did he know that with just a light jump, his head would hit the roof hard. Damn it! Was this roof made by a contrarian? It's so hard. Li Tian complained, rubbing his head. Seeing this, Li Urbio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, brother, it seems your training has paid off. If it weren't for the roof restricting you, you might have flown straight into the sky like a rocket. Go away, stop teasing me. It's just that the roof is too low, only 3 meters high. Apart from my height, I can't jump that high. Li Tian rolled his eyes at Li Urbio and pouted. One more chapter to come, stay tuned. Everyone, please develop a good habit. Click the request update button after reading. You can send 3 powered by love donations every day. Thank you for your support. 176. A mother's voice transmitted across 1,000 miles. After leaving the S-Class gravity training room, Li Tian also asked Li Urbio to arrange for someone to guard the room to prevent anyone from accidentally touching it out of curiosity. This is no child's play. If someone accidentally presses down 10 or even 100 times the force of gravity, it's not just a matter of being crushed to death. The house would be ruined as well. After all, the door to the S-Class gravity training room cannot be opened from the outside when it is in operation. Even if they managed to open it by brute force, the extremely high gravity inside the room was something that Li Tian and Li Urbio could not withstand. Therefore, just in case, it is necessary to have someone keep an eye on things. Back in the room. After taking a shower, Li Tian didn't rush to sleep. Li Tian should have been more sleepy after strenuous exercise, but he was extremely energetic. I don't know if it was because the shower water washed away my sleepiness, or because banging my head against the ceiling knocked it away, or because the vigorous exercise I did wasn't the kind of exercise that promotes sleep. However, it doesn't matter to Li Tian no matter what. This is a new civilization, and it's no longer the 996 era on the mainland, so there's no need to restrict yourself so much. If you can't sleep, then don't sleep. It's not a big deal. Then, Li Tian then went to the manual, opened the merchant balance, and saw that the merchant balance was already close to 2 million. This startled Li Tian. Upon asking, I learned that 4 mobile phones have been sold today. With a merchant balance of 128,888 on a mobile phone and a 200% merchant support bonus, the balance becomes 257,776. The fourth part refers to the merchant balance of 103,1104. Although Li Tian only listed 1 phone at the time, Xiaojin also had the right to list supplies, so Li Tian wasn't very surprised that 4 phones were sold. However, it must be said that since the trading restrictions were lifted, Li Tian's daily sales have really been getting better and better. With a merchant balance approaching 2 million, even with 1 million contributed by mobile phones, the rest was earned through genuine sales. Since the island civilization has lifted the restrictions, it means that the island civilization wants to promote the development of the island civilization. Li Tian felt that it probably wouldn't be long before mobile phones or computers became truly widespread. Who knows, it might just be found inside the supply crate. Thinking of this, Li Tian walked out of the villa and headed to the office building that had been built earlier. Nowadays, this office building has 3 floors, which correspond to. The first floor is the office area related to the internet. Second floor, banking business office area. The third floor houses the catering and office areas. The office building was brightly lit at that time. Yes, it definitely feels like working overtime or a night shift. I wonder if making them work at night will lower the happiness index of the island? Li Tian asked suspiciously. But then I thought about it again. They each had their own duties. Apart from the 2 huskies, no one on the island was idle. I couldn't possibly keep them for nothing, could I? So Li Tian didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the working hours were all 8 hours, and the food wasn't bad. If the happiness index dropped, then it was the island civilization's rating that was the problem, and it had nothing to do with him. Enter the office area connected to the internet. There were only 3 people in the office at that time. 1 person was responsible for providing feedback and solving problems, while the other 2 were coding. Li Tian appeared. The 3 of them greeted each other without prior arrangement. Hello, boss. Okay, you guys go ahead with your work. I just came to check on things. Li Tian nodded in response. Immediately, he also stepped forward to take a look. Instantly, Li Tian felt his head was spinning. The dense code, like hypnotic symbols, made him sleepy just looking at it. After looking at it for a long time and still not understanding it, Li Tian had no choice but to ask directly, "What's the progress so far?" The one who was more free replied quickly, "Boss, since we're an island civilization, we don't need to worry about copyright infringement, so we developed it directly based on the application frameworks from the mainland civilization. The speed is quite fast. Currently, the front end of the novel reading app has been completed." As he spoke, he also had one of the people who was coding run the code locally to take a look. In general, the appearance of this reading app is somewhat similar to the Tomato Novels app from the time of mainland civilization. Just as they said, in this new civilization, there's no need to worry about copyright infringement, so you can recklessly imitate the appearance of an app, saving on design costs and allowing you to focus solely on coding. Upon seeing this, Li Tian also quickly offered his opinion. "I remember Tomato Novels was free to read, right? Remember to make this a paid subscription. We'll charge a subscription fee based on the number of words per chapter. As for the app name, let's call it Daily Reading, which corresponds to our heavenly palace. Alright, I forgot to tell you last time that for the long-term development of this app, we should also develop a web-based official website and a writer backend. In the future, we won't be able to rely solely on hiring writers. We can also sign contracts with other writers. Also, I told you about the recharge interface last time, right? The recharge ratio is tentatively set at 1 expansion floating stone to 100 clouds. Clouds are the currency of our app. It costs 10 clouds for every 1,000 words. Remember to add a tipping service. All the necessary features should be included." After telling the staff his thoughts, Li Tian didn't linger there any longer. After all, Li Tian doesn't understand IT, so staying here wouldn't be of much help and would only bother them. Immediately, Li Tian then returned to the villa. As for the banking and monthly subscription services, Li Tian doesn't need to worry about them much. They're all on track now and doing great. What a coincidence. Li Tian had just arrived at his room and stood in front of the manual when he saw a telepathic message that had traveled across the sea. Up to 1,000 miles of voice transmission from Sea Area 01, Embroidery Needle, Xiao Tian, Xiao Ro, Zong, are you still alive? Upon seeing this message, Li Tian's pupils widened suddenly, and he instinctively cried out, "Mom!" Li Tian wasn't familiar with the ID Embroidery Needle, but rather with a nickname that followed. Xiao Tian and Xiao Ro might still be considered coincidences, but Zong's situation truly cannot be described as a coincidence. His father was named Li Shi, which differed from Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shiming, by only one character. So his mother would always tease his father, saying that he almost became emperor. Thus, the title Emperor Taizong of Tang came about. You know, Xiao Tian, Xiao Ro, and Daizong are exactly the names my mother used to address her family. How could that be a coincidence? This person is definitely my mother. Today's task is complete. Thank you for your support. 177. Selling pirate prisoners. After confirming that the other person was his mother, Li Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Isn't that hilarious? Have I fallen so low that my mother has to come looking for me? Of course, despite saying that, Li Tian was genuinely happy. This at least means that the mother's life is definitely not particularly difficult. Previously, the vital signs readings were quite good, and now they can even afford to transmit messages across oceans, which clearly shows that they have a relatively ample amount of money on hand. Li Tian's success to this day is actually due to his business acumen. This made him think that his mother must also be a businesswoman. Otherwise, Li Tian believes that it would be difficult to make a fortune simply by fishing. So Li Tian quickly opened the leaderboard, entered the national leaderboard, and searched for the ID Embroidery Needle. Li Tian conducted a thorough search. In the end, Li Tian also dug up all of his mother's rankings. National ranking of island area. 19th. Embroidery Needle, island area. 693,146 square meters. National ranking of island population. 89th. Embroidery Needle, 115 people. Survivor rankings nationwide. Rank 391. Embroidery Needle, B+. Based on his mother's ranking, Li Tian was basically certain that she was the one he needed to worry about. At the same time, he was increasingly looking forward to seeing his mother. It must be very interesting to think about. However, Li Tian did not respond to his mother's telepathic message. Nowadays, it's not yet possible to have private chats across seas. If you want to reply to someone, you can only do so via telepathy. This would likely expose not only myself but also my mother, so it's best to be safe. After all, now that there are leaderboards, your personal information is clearly displayed even if you don't say it yourself. Currently, her mother isn't the strongest in her sea area. If the other survivors in her sea area find out about her relationship with them, she might become a highly sought-after figure. After all, if he captured his mother and then used her to blackmail him, wouldn't he be able to get whatever supplies he wanted? So, for now, I'll just have to make my mother suffer a little longer. Upon learning of his mother's current condition, Li Tian was in high spirits and immediately felt sleepy. So he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I woke up the next day. At breakfast time, Li Tian immediately shared his mother's condition with his father and sister, who were overjoyed. All that's left is to wait for the family of 4 to reunite. After breakfast, the others went about their work as usual, and Li Tian returned to his room to deal with the prisoners. It would be a pity to leave these prisoners on the island to starve to death, but keeping them would be a waste of food. It would be better to sell them as soon as possible. Arrived at the room. As usual, after Xiao Jin gave up his seat, Li Tian used the manual to type in the chat public screen. Qianqian Jiaozi. First of all, I have some good news to tell you all. I have wiped out all the pirates in our seas. As soon as these words were spoken, the comment section immediately started scrolling rapidly. It seems no one expected that this pirate, who had been a headache for other survivors for so long, would be wiped out by the Heavenly Palace in one fell swoop. That felt so good, so satisfying. In no time, Li Tian received a flood of messages thanking him and sending him private messages. But Li Tian had no time to deal with these idle people. If they really wanted to thank him, they might as well just give him some supplies. After all, nothing beats real money in terms of showing concern and care. So, Li Tian once again revealed his purpose in a public chat. A humble and proud man. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. Qianqian Jiaozi. Besides announcing this good news, there's also something to discuss about the pirate prisoners. The humble and proud man said, pirates do deserve to die, but many members were forced into becoming pirates. Therefore, apart from killing the core members of the pirates, the rest of the members of our Heavenly Palace have been imprisoned by us. Qianqian Jiaozi. However, since the Heavenly Palace's current development doesn't require so many people, we plan to sell these prisoners we've imprisoned. After purchasing them, the Heavenly Palace will arrange delivery to the island. At that time, the buyer only needs to bring their own Unity card to obtain a permanent labor force. Qianqian Jiaozi. Limited quantity, first come first served, price is 100 expansion stones per person. Let's discuss in detail if interested. Regarding this pricing, Li Tian had also considered it carefully. If the price was too high, no one would want it. After all, the island was developing quite well and could attract people to settle there for free. Why would he need to spend money to buy it? However, Li Tian felt it was too much trouble to sell it too cheaply, so he decided to set a reasonable price and sell it at half price or give it away for free. Certainly, many members actually suggested that it would be better not to sell them and to keep the prisoners on their island as laborers. But Li Tian refused. The reason for the refusal is simple. Li Tian only wants to recruit elites and talents from all walks of life. There's really no need to train ordinary people. The message was sent out immediately. Indeed, quite a few people are eager to try it out. For 100 expansion stones, you can get a permanent worker, which is definitely a profitable business. Farming, fishing, and netting can all be done by ordering prisoners to do these things, which makes their lives much easier. Over time, they can earn back the 100 expansion stones. The final result is self-evident. It only took 10 minutes. The prisoners were snapped up, and although in the end only 15,000 expansion stones were sold, it was better than nothing. All that was left was to transport the prisoners over. Regarding this, Li Tian had no intention of using helicopters for transportation. The prisoners were not qualified to ride, and the buyers were not qualified to know that he owned a helicopter. So Li Tian found Su Huanfeng, gave him the location of the buyer, and asked him to devise a suitable route and arrange for a large sailboat to transport the goods. After all this was arranged, Li Tian then decided to go to the military island to check on the condition of the prisoners, lest they starve to death. After all, there are only 150 prisoners, and the buyers have already paid. If 1 or 2 of them starve to death, it will be difficult to explain and will affect the reputation of the Heavenly Palace. We arrived at the military island. At this time, the members of the military group had been divided into two groups by Li Erbio and Yang Shui. A group of people were responsible for practicing archery. Another group of slightly higher-ranking members, under the leadership of Li Erbio, entered the S-rank gravity training room for special training to break through their limits. As for the place where prisoners were held, it was located on the coast of a military island. Li Tian wasn't worried about them escaping from their current location. First, apart from his own island, there are no other islands to be seen. Even if someone is a good swimmer, how far can he swim? Not to mention the strange creatures that live in the deep sea. The reason these prisoners didn't die in battle was because they surrendered and disarmed themselves. Wasn't it because they value their lives? Thinking of diving into the sea to escape is only possible if your brain is filled with mercury. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 178. Arrived disappointed, left in high spirits. Arrived at the detention location. Li Tian appeared. The prisoners all lowered their heads in fear. Now, they're at the mercy of others, and none of these prisoners know what their fate will be. She was afraid that if she glanced at Li Tian even once, she would displease him and be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Li Tian also looked at everyone's condition, and they were all in pretty good condition. It seems they reaped quite a bit of benefits during their time as pirates. They're all plump and strong, and even after a day of hunger, they're still in such good shape. Li Tian then returned to the villa to wait for lunch. After lunch, see monster attack. Li Tian was no longer as worried about this as before. Now, Li Erbio and his few talented military team members can handle it. Sometimes, when there are sea beasts that the sky-piercing sea serpent can defeat, the sky-piercing sea serpent can devour the sea beast on its own. Currently, keeping the sky python is relatively easy and smooth. The sky serpent's hunger level is consistently maintained at an extremely high level. The only drawback is that it upgrades too slowly. It's still only at level B. Li Qiandu was eagerly awaiting the sky-piercing sea python's advancement to S rank and its subsequent evolution. In the blink of an eye, midnight has arrived. Before we knew it, summer had entered its third day. At this moment, Li Tian was somewhat excited. Because the way the system's blind boxes are opened has changed, it is no longer a fixed once every 3 days, but rather there is a 5% probability of opening them every day. Therefore, Li Tian naturally hoped to get off to a good start today and succeed immediately. Thinking about it, Li Tian also cursed the system in his heart. System, can I just do it the usual way and say open the system blind box? No. Host, there's now an extra step before opening the system blind box. You need to draw a number of system blind box opening attempts first. Only after you have drawn enough attempts can you repeat the previous system blind box opening method. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Tian roughly understood what it meant. He then said, "Okay, system, I want to draw more chances to open the system blind box." Ding, the system is drawing lots for blind box openings. We regret to inform you that your attempt to open the blind box failed. Please try again. Upon hearing this, Li Tian forced a smile and took a deep breath. This result is to be expected. It seems that this 5% probability is guaranteed to be true. It can't be faked. Afterwards, Li Tian went out to open the supply blind boxes. However, this supply blind box has somewhat made up for the unpleasant feeling of failing to open the system's blind box. We actually got something good. We came disappointed, but left feeling great. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Individual Item Quantity Reset Card, *1, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Island Area Expansion 5X Card, *1, already stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain S-Rank Sea Monster Feed 100 kilograms, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Mini Passenger Ship, now stored in the manual inventory. So many great treasures were revealed at once. Li Tian and Li Erbio both exclaimed that it felt like Chinese New Year. Li Tian had already experienced the power of the single item quantity reset card before, so there's no need to go into too much detail. Therefore, Li Tian also focused his attention on the other three supplies. Island Area Expansion 5X Card. After using this card, you will receive a 5X buff when expanding the island area within the next 24 hours. S-Grade Sea Beast Feed 100 kilograms. A refined feed specially made for sea beasts. After eating it, the sea beast will receive a boost that is 200% of that from other foods. Small passenger ferry. Passenger capacity is 150. Sailing speed is 20 knots. 1 knot equals 1 nautical mile per hour equals 1.852 kilometers per hour. Energy consumption is diesel. The Island Area Expansion 5X card can have a great effect on the development of an island, but Li Tian doesn't plan to use it now. Since it's not a permanent effect, we should naturally store up more expansion stones and use them all at once. If you use it carelessly without any planning, even if you sell everything you own today, you'd probably only be able to scrape together 3 to 4 million expansion stones. Even if it increases 5-fold, it would only add 15 to 20 million square meters of area. But if it's stored for 10 days or half a month, if you save up 20 million expansion stones at once and multiply that by 5, wouldn't your island area directly reach hundreds of millions of square meters? Thinking of this, Li Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of course, the longer you can hold on and save it, the better the effect of using this card will be. It's best to decide based on the actual situation. If other islands are already hundreds of millions of square meters, and we're still stuck at a few million square meters without expanding, isn't that just waiting to die? But hundreds of millions of square meters, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but if you convert it, it's about 100 square kilometers. In mainland China, even a small town can easily cover more than 300 square kilometers, so this isn't particularly large. But this is quite terrifying for an island civilization. This further solidified Li Tian's suspicion that this island civilization was promoting the development of the survivors. The lifting of trading restrictions and the appearance of the 5X Island Area Expansion card are enough to prove this speculation. After that, Li Tian focused his attention on the small passenger ship. There was not much to analyze about it. He just took it out and looked at its appearance. Li Tian naturally chose to retrieve the item at the simple ferry crossing. However, due to the darkness of night, Li Tian could only make out a general outline. It's about a little longer than a large sailboat, and about the same height. However, this is no longer a boat made of wooden planks, but of metal. Pity. This little thing was born at the wrong time, appearing far too late. Now, that Li Tian even has a helicopter, this guy doesn't attract much of Li Tian's attention anymore. If he appeared in front of the helicopter, Li Tian would definitely be smitten with him. Today's task completed. Develop good habits, and give us a triple tap. Follow us for more updates, send flowers, and contribute your love. Thank you. 179. Obtain 99 laptops. Then, Li Tian then handed it over to Su Huanfeng, letting Su Huanfeng make his own arrangements. Anyway, the maritime transport business is doing well right now, so adding another ship will allow us to carry more passengers. As for diesel fuel, there's absolutely no need to worry. Currently, there is enough oil to meet the needs of automobiles and passenger ships. Certainly, this is also thanks to the oil refining device that was obtained from the system's blind box. It works quite well, producing both gasoline and diesel. As for the specific working principle of that machine, Li Tian didn't bother to study it further. As long as the result is good, the process doesn't matter. At last, that is S-grade marine mammal feed, 100 kilograms. Li Tian didn't need to worry too much about these supplies, since even if the sea beast's hunger level was full, it would overflow and wouldn't be wasted. So there's no need to skimp on the feed, just feed it now. Thinking about it, Li Tian and Li Herbio carried the large bag of marine mammal feed together and headed towards the marine mammal breeding house. Hearing the commotion, the sky-piercing sea serpent, like a pet, poked its head out of the water and quickly ran towards Li Tian, its eyes glowing purple as it stared intently at the bag of sea beast feed. Don't worry, it's all yours, it won't run away. As he spoke, Li Tian untied the bag containing the sea monster feed, revealing an opening. But the sky-piercing sea serpent remained unmoved, only flicking its tongue repeatedly. Why aren't you eating? Li Tian asked suspiciously at first, then immediately understood. My bad. The opening is too small. You can't even fit your head in. All right, just open your mouth then, and I'll pour it all in for you. He finished speaking. Li Tian then picked up the sea beast feed and poured it into the gaping maw of the sky-piercing sea serpent. This marine mammal feed didn't actually smell that good. It even had a fishy smell, which Li Tian couldn't quite accept. But judging from the way the sky-piercing sea serpent was enjoying itself, it must have been a delicious treat for the sea creature. As it turns out, everyone has their own preferences. It's like a leopard can't change its spots. After feeding the sea monsters, Li Tian deliberately went to check out the control panel. Sea mammal species, sky-piercing, sea anaconda. Base stat, 632. Rank B. Stage, growth stage. Next stage, S rank can enter maturity and evolve into sky-supporting dragon. Hunger level, 1000/1000. 93. It will start to slowly decrease when it falls below 300. Pity. Apart from an increased hunger level, nothing else changed. Immediately, Li Tian and Li Erbio then went back to their respective homes. After returning to the room, Li Tian wasn't in a hurry to go to sleep. Instead, he planned to use the individual item quantity reset card. Last time, I bought a mobile phone and made some money. This time, with enough funds in the merchant's account, Li Tian plans to use the individual item quantity reset card to get a few more computers. After all, internet studios have enough manpower, but they lack equipment. Certainly, as mentioned before, the more valuable the item, the greater the reward when used with the individual item quantity reset card. In the merchant self-sale mall, besides mobile phones and computers, there are only vehicles, buildings, and some permanent blueprints. You said the blueprints are permanent, so getting multiple copies of the same blueprints is meaningless. As for building structures and vehicles, let's not even talk about whether we have enough money. Even if we did, it wouldn't make any sense. In terms of architecture, Li Tian has the Building Alliance House, and his island currently has enough transportation, including airplanes, armored vehicles, and boats. As for selling, Li Tian doesn't believe anyone would be willing to spend hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan of merchant balances to buy these things. Therefore, the most suitable resource to use the individual item quantity reset card right now is none other than a computer. After all, as the saying goes, one must adapt to the times. Providing the right resources at the right time will yield the best results and the greatest benefits. As for those cars and houses, if you really want to do them, you can wait until you get the individual item quantity reset card next time. There's no need to disrupt your plans just to save a little money. Based on his previous experience buying mobile phones, Li Tian also proceeded to the final payment step when buying a computer. Immediately, after using the individual item quantity reset card, I immediately clicked to pay. Payment successful. You have successfully purchased a Huawei MateBook X notebook using 1 million merchant balance. The item has been added to your temporary storage. New single item detected. Transformed into a MateBook X laptop. Resetting quantity. Quantity reset successful. The new quantity of this item is 99. Holy crap, 99. Li Tian could hardly believe his ears. Today, I'm not just lucky. I'm practically blessed by the god of fortune. Li Tiandu thought his face was so fair he could be in beauty product advertisements. That makes it great. Including the 2 laptops we already had, we now have a total of 101. Members of the internet studio can also experience more enjoyment in their work. Therefore, Li Tian, however, plans to continue recruiting IT talent. With 101 computers and 3 shifts, that means I need to recruit at least 280 more people with IT experience. With more people involved, projects will naturally be completed faster, and more applications can be developed before the internet becomes widespread, allowing us to capture a larger market share. After all, in island civilizations, development programs don't consume as much money as in mainland civilizations, so Li Tian doesn't need to worry about cash flow or application maintenance issues. Continental civilization. Setting up an internet company often involves expenses in the millions, mainly for office rent, equipment purchases, and hiring staff. For example, if you want to start a simple internet company, in terms of staffing, you need to hire at least 6 people, including front-end developers, web, Android, and iOS, back-end developers, graphic designers, and project managers. These people will basically sign annual contracts with you, and even if the basic salary is $15,000, it will cost $1.08 million for 6 people. But in the island civilization, Li Tian only needs to support them. They only need to be provided with food and lodging, and they work hard. What do you think Li Tian has to worry about? Just keep developing the program. It's definitely worth it. The question Li Tian needs to consider is when he can recruit these talents, and what programs will be developed after the IT talent pool is filled. This is what Li Tian needs to think about right now. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 180. Creating a brand. After thinking about hiring, Li Tian suddenly felt that the Heavenly Palace should establish a human resources department. They are specifically responsible for recruiting elites from various industries. Otherwise, it's impossible to wait until we need people to start hiring, right? The current situation is all right. This sea area is dominated by him, and other survivors have nowhere to go. But once all the sea areas are merged together, these survivors will have many more options. By then, it will probably be difficult to recruit people. But, considering it was already late, Li Tian didn't bother to make those arrangements right now. After washing up, I went straight to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Li Tian also gathered Li Ro, Yang Yu, and Huli together. The reason, of course, is that they plan to establish a human resources department with the three of them as the core. I won't go into detail about my younger sister. She has helped me recruit quite a few people before, and she has accumulated some experience in how to attract people to join on the island. As for Yang Yu, Li Tian mainly felt that she was too idle. Since she was so idle, she was naturally more suitable to sit in front of the manual and stare at the chat screen to discover talents. The reason for arranging Hu Li's participation is quite simple. Firstly, he promised her a management position. Secondly, the business she manages includes online chat services. Therefore, she should also be able to reach more people through the chat companion service. Imagine, in this island civilization, there are only 3 types of people who are willing to spend money to have fun. First, there's the old pervert, someone who can't shake off lust, who'd rather go hungry than miss a meal than miss a video chat with a girl, and have to alleviate their loneliness. Secondly, there are people who are doing well, have some spare money, and are willing to spend money to have fun. Thirdly, there are the well-developed old perverts. I won't go into the first point. There are plenty of beautiful women on Li Tian Island, so I won't let a wolf into my house. As for the second point, those who have developed well can be broken down into good luck leading to their development, or outstanding ability and quick thinking leading to their development on this island. What Li Tian was interested in were the outstanding clients among Hu Li's clientele. Therefore, with Hu Li joining the team, the Human Resources Department will find it much easier to discover and recruit talent. After sharing his idea of setting up a Human Resources Department with the 3 of them, none of them had any objections and all nodded in agreement. As for the positions, Li Tian only made a token arrangement. Hu Li was appointed as the Director of Human Resources, Li Ro as the Manager, and Yang Yu as the Supervisor. As for the arrangements for other ordinary staff, the 3 of them could decide for themselves. Li Tian did not want to impose too many restrictions on them. If the 3 of them felt capable, they could recruit another 100 people as Human Resources staff. After the Human Resources Department was established, all that remained was the office space. Li Tian planned to arrange all these clerical staff in that office building. Although the office building currently only has 3 floors, it can certainly be expanded further. This is a piece of cake for the construction robots inside the SSS-class Construction Alliance house. As for the initial office setup, Li Tian temporarily arranged for them to share the same floor with the members in charge of the monthly subscription service. At first, when the office building was being constructed, Li Tian's requirement was that each floor should accommodate 100 desks, while the number of people responsible for the monthly subscription service was only 50, leaving 50 empty seats so it wouldn't have any impact. As for why they weren't placed in the office of the IT staff, it's because a quiet environment is quite important when coding. After arranging their workspaces, the 3 of them quickly got to work and started bustling around in the chat. Upon seeing this, Li Tian then left with peace of mind. We arrived at the first floor of the office building. Li Tian used the manual to retrieve all 99 laptops from the warehouse. However, since the office only has 100 desks, Li Tian took another laptop with him, intending to keep it for his own use. Now that the office computers are all set and the IT staff all have their own desks, they can work together in full force. Li Tian didn't bother them any further and went back to his room with his laptop. Nowadays, the island's development is slowly starting to resemble mainland civilization. But Li Tian felt that something was off. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the brand name was missing. For example, the phrase, monthly food and beverage subscription service may be simple and easy to understand, but it lacks sophistication. When promoted externally, it will only make more people remember the food and beverage service rather than the name, Heavenly Palace. It's like saying Kin Kid, and if you remove the brand name, it just becomes a fried chicken and burger shop, which is so low class. And so it was. After some thought, Li Tian named all the working groups under Tiangong, which can also be used as brand names. The main brand name, needless to say, is definitely Tiangong. The IT department, monthly food and beverage subscription, bank, chat companion, and maritime transportation correspond to Paradise Network, Heavenly Gift Service, Heavenly Palace Bank, Angel Chat Companion, and Destiny Transportation, respectively. This is actually similar to the letter-jumping company during the early days of Chinese civilization. The parent company, brand, is Zizhu Qiaodong, which also includes subproducts, brands, such as Douyin, Tomorrow Headlines, and Tomato Novels. Certainly, Li Tian didn't choose these sub-brand names randomly. The term heaven, in the context of the internet, while not having a particularly auspicious meaning, is still the opposite of hell and thus belongs to something beautiful. Li Tian hopes that survivors can find heavenly joy in the games or applications developed by his team. The heavenly gift in Heavenly Gift Service is easy to understand. It means a gift from heaven. Li Tian felt that the monthly food subscription service was no different from a gift from heaven. As long as you paid the monthly fee, your food would be free for at least the next month. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a gift from heaven. Li Tian had actually thought about Tiangong Bank for quite a while. The main reason was that he didn't want a sub-brand name to be the same as the main brand name, but he really couldn't think of any good words related to money that also started with the character Tian, meaning heaven/sky. Tiankai Bank, Tianyi Bank, or perhaps Tiankai Dibao. Li Tian felt it wasn't quite right, so he simply named the bank after the Heavenly Palace, which sounded more imposing. Angel Chat. This was the brand name that Li Tian came up with in the shortest amount of time, because since it's all about female chat companions, it's easy to think of angels when you think of girls. As for the Divine Mandate, this was something Li Tian came up with by drawing inspiration from the classic novel Journey to the West. Tang Sanzang was destined to be the one to retrieve the scriptures. Although he encountered countless obstacles along the way, he was determined to fulfill his mission and successfully reach the Western Paradise. Li Tian also hopes that the transportation industry on his island could be like Tang Sanzang, always fulfilling its mission and safely delivering passengers to their destinations. 181. New rules for fall. After deciding on a brand name, Li Tian quickly notified all departments. Instruct all departments to use their own brand name for all future promotional materials. Next, let's continue. Li Tian found himself with nothing to do again. Feeling really bored, he opened the merchant's online store and, lo and behold, discovered that another phone had been sold. This also filled Li Tian with confidence for the future. After all, the fact that mobile phones are so expensive, yet people are still willing to buy them, shows that mobile phones still have a great appeal to people. As long as they can't live without their phones, Li Tian will have plenty of ways to earn their supplies. After that, to kill time, Li Tian started registering domain names again. Although I had registered it once before, that was only for short domain names. I haven't registered any meaningful pinyin domain names yet. Now, he also needs to register domain names for his sub-brands. For example, the domain name that needs to be registered for Tiangong is tg.hd. For the Angel Chat service, the domain names that need to be registered are tsbl.hd and ts.hd. In short, they've registered the initials of those brands' pinyin names, and they'll be creating official websites for these brands in the future. After registering the brand domain name, Li Tian continued to register some other industries that he might be involved in the future. Like, the clothing can be called Heavenly Garment or Seamless Garment, and the domain names are tai.hd and tywf.hd. The weapon can be called Heavenly Soldiers, and its domain name is tb.hd. The music can be called Heavenly Sound, and the domain name is tlzy.hd. In short, Li Tian combined the industries that existed in mainland civilization, gave brand names to all the industries that his island development might involve in the future, and then registered all those domain names in the order of the first letter of the pinyin. This busy period lasted until noon. Then he went downstairs to have lunch. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days passed, and the days were drawing to a close in summer. These 5 days, as mentioned before, this civilization is relatively fair. Good fortune never favors just one person. 5 days ago, Li Tian was incredibly lucky. In the following days, his luck turned incredibly bad. Not only have I failed to open any of the system blind boxes, but I haven't gotten anything good from the supreme blind boxes either. It has to be said, this makes perfect sense. However, despite Li Tian's bad luck, the development of his island did not lag behind. In just 5 days, Li Tian accumulated 5.6 million yuan in merchant balances, including 12 mobile phones sold previously. As for the expansion stones, ever since he obtained the Island Area Expansion 5X card, Li Tian instructed Li Ro to save all the expansion stones. Now she has saved nearly 3 million expansion stones. In other words, if Li Tian were willing, the current island area could be directly expanded to 48.5 million square meters. However, Li Tian was not in a hurry. Because no island has yet surpassed 10 million square meters on the current rankings, he is not that far behind. Therefore, it's better to store the expanded pumice stones longer, as they can be multiplied again in the future. Let's talk about the population. The HR department worked very efficiently over the past 5 days. Their HR department alone has expanded to 15 people, including the 3 women. The remaining 12 are all young ladies. The 100 desks at Paradise Network Studio were completely full, with an additional 130 people in total. However, with 130 people, it is not possible to rotate 3 shifts at the moment, so for the time being, they will rotate 2 shifts. With everyone working together, the development speed of the program immediately increased. In just 5 days, the novel reading app had entered the bug testing phase, while the game was also nearing its end. As midnight approached, Li Tian held his breath and focused intently. Besides waiting for the number of times the system's blind boxes can be opened, it's also a time to welcome autumn and the arrival of new rules. Time passed second by second. As the time displayed on the manual jumped to midnight, Li Tian immediately called upon the system in his mind. System, I want to draw more chances to open blind boxes. Ding, the system is drawing lots for blind box openings. We regret to inform you that your attempt to open the blind box failed. Please try again. Damn it. Upon seeing the result, Li Tian couldn't help but swear again. He's increasingly nostalgic for the days when he could open the system's blind box every 3 days. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian turned his attention to the pop-up window that had already appeared on the manual screen. The bleak autumn wind has blown away the sweltering summer. Congratulations to all survivors for enduring another season in the island's civilized world. This autumn brings with it not only the gentle autumn breeze, but also new rules for island civilization. Please read them carefully. 1. Effective immediately, the island civilization will close the manual trading hall function. The rental function in the original trading hall section will be transferred to the merchant mall. The merchant mall will add a chat function, allowing buyers and sellers to communicate in real time, regardless of sea area. 2. Every Monday at noon, the island civilization will host a 12-hour wilderness survival competition. Survivors from any island can register to participate and compete against survivors from all over the world. The top 10,000 survivors will receive points rewards, which can be redeemed for prizes in the points shop in the competition section. The higher the ranking, the more points rewards. Please go to the Wilderness Survival Competition section for details. 3. The difficulty of the sea monster attack event has increased again. The sea monsters will now actively attack survivors. Now, good luck to all survivors. I have finished reading. This rule update is undoubtedly a great thing for Li Tian. Let's start with the first one. Closing the trading hall is tantamount to cutting off the source of income for ordinary survivors. After all, some ordinary survivors can sell their surplus supplies in the trading hall. Although an ordinary survivor can't capture much market share, the impact on Li Tian is negligible. However, such people are by no means a minority, and with such a large number, their influence becomes significant. With the trading hall now closed, the only people left who can sell their supplies are the survivors who have open merchant accounts. Opening a merchant account requires a significant service fee, and not every survivor can do it. The purpose of this rule is simply to further widen the gap between the rich and the poor, and to promote the faster development of those islands that are already well developed. Since Li Tian was the one who benefited, he naturally had no objections. Now let's talk about the second new rule. Wilderness Survival Competition. Li Tian is currently unsure whether this competition is a battle between survivors or something else. However, in island civilizations, the higher the level, the more things one can do, which is beyond doubt. Since the level of the members on their own island is generally higher than that of most survivors, their chances of winning in the competition are naturally greater and the rewards are naturally richer. Therefore, this new rule is also beneficial to Li Tian. As for the last new rule, Li Tian had nothing to worry about. because there's really no difference between a sea monster retaliating when attacked and one actively attacking a survivor. If you can defeat them, the sea monsters will take the initiative to attack, and the survivors can drive them away or kill them. If you can't defeat them, even if the sea monster retaliates after being attacked, it will still be fatal to the survivors. After studying the new rules, Li Tian left the villa, intending to open the supply blind boxes. Step out of the villa. Li Herbio was already opening blind boxes by himself. Li Herbio was used to Li Tian being late every Monday morning, and he knew that Li Tian was studying the new rules. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask, "So, what new rules have been introduced this time?" One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Here, I would like to thank Brother Bawinshi for generously gifting me the Master Certification and 2 extra update celebrations. Thank you to all the handsome men and beautiful women who have supported this book. 182 Wilderness Survival Competition. Not bad. It's quite advantageous for us. Li Tian replied with a faint smile and added, "There's also a Wilderness Survival Competition event with rewards." Upon hearing this, Li Herbio immediately stopped what he was doing and moved closer to Li Tian. Wilderness Survival Competition? What kind of competition is it? That sounds good. It's a good opportunity for the military team members to get some training. I don't know the details yet either. Let's open the blind boxes first, and then we can study them together. It starts at noon tomorrow. Li Tian shrugged and replied. Upon hearing this, Li Herbio stopped asking questions and nodded. Okay, let's open the blind boxes quickly. The sooner we understand the rules, the sooner we can prepare. Have no choice. This time, they still didn't get anything good from the supply blind box. The two looked at each other and smiled, resigned to their fate. Immediately, the two of them walked into the villa side by side, went to Li Tian's room, sat down in front of the manual, and found a section on Wilderness Survival Competition. After opening it, another pop-up window appears. Wilderness Survival Competition, a large-scale competitive event hosted by Island Civilization, open to survivors worldwide. The purpose of the competition, to alleviate the boredom experienced by survivors in the island survival game, due to the lack of any forms of entertainment, and to encourage survivors to work harder to improve themselves and develop the island. Competition rules. There are no island ranking restrictions. Everyone is eligible to participate regardless of their island's ranking, but there are corresponding limits on the number of participants. Island residents with 10 or fewer people can participate in the competition. Island with a population of 10 or more can only have 10 people participate in the competition. Competition rules. Wilderness Survival Competition is a team competition with 10 people per team. The competition is about the speed at which survivors collect supplies and their ability to identify them. For islands that register fewer than 10 participants, the island civilization will automatically assign teammates to make up the difference to 10 people. After successful registration, the participating survivors will be teleported to the competition venue, where a lot of supplies are hidden. Animal, plant, even garbage, anything that can be used for survival can be called survival resources. Once you collect the necessary supplies, you'll earn points based on the value of those supplies. Teams with higher scores will rank higher. Apart from that, there are no rules or restrictions. Scores will be calculated after the competition ends. Competition rewards. The top 10,000 teams will be awarded competitive points. Competitive points can be redeemed for supplies in the points shop next door. Competitive points are linked to match scores at a ratio of 1 to 2. For example, Team A has a total of 1,000 points in the competition. The 10 members of Team A will each be awarded 1,000 asterisk, 1/2, equals 500 points. Registration deadline, 11:59 a.m. Click to register, points mall. After getting a rough idea, Li Tian frowned slightly. The real purpose of this event is not what it seems. Bro, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this competition? I think it's pretty fair. Just by collecting supplies, even those survivors who are behind in development have a chance to make a comeback, Li Herbio retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Tian shook his head, smiled faintly, and began to explain. Fair. Look at the rules of the competition. What does the last sentence say? Apart from that, there are no rules or restrictions. This means that survivors can not only search for survival resources scattered throughout the competition venue, but also steal other people's survival resources through violence and other means. Don't forget, the score is calculated at the end of the game. You don't score immediately just because you find a survival resource. So you can also score points by stealing survival resources. They might even be allowed to bring weapons into the competition venue. You're saying that in this island civilization, there are no laws or constraints. And in order to win the game, those survivors will honestly rely on searching to find survival resources. After Li Tian's explanation, Li Urbio suddenly understood. Yes, it seems that's really the case. So, does that mean this competition, which appears to be a contest of object recognition and speed, is actually a contest of strength? Li Tian nodded, then shook his head, his expression darkening considerably, and said coldly, "Perhaps describing it as a contest of force is inappropriate. This might actually be a massacre. You're aware of the level difference between us survivors. Do you think an ordinary person has the ability to fight back when facing a high-level survivor? Isn't this as simple as chasing an ant? If you encounter a kind-hearted person, they might take your survival supplies and let you go, but if you encounter a cruel person, they might kill you. Today's task is complete. Thank you for your support." 183 points mall. Upon hearing this, Li Urbio could no longer sit still. Then does that mean we might also be in danger? This is a competition open to participants from all over the world. So wouldn't the person at the S+ level be automatically declared the winner? Li Tian smiled non-committally and said, "With so many people in the world, I don't think the competition venue will be too small. The competition is only 12 hours long, so it's hard to say whether we'll run into each other. There's no need to worry too much. If we really encounter it, I think I have a chance of winning. Don't forget that Bavin's fighting skills are enough to take on opponents of higher levels. Moreover, since we got the gravity training room, our military team's promising talents have improved a lot. Wang Chong has reached S level, and Hu Hongfeng and the others have reached A+. Plus, with Yang Shui's archery talent and the A-level Sun chasing Bao, the only thing that's really strong on the other side is that S+ level guy. There's no need to worry about taking on one more opponent than the other. Even if we can't win, splitting up will minimize the risk. Alright, Brother Biao, we don't really need to worry about these things first. Let's see what treasures the points mall has. If there's nothing valuable, then it doesn't matter if we don't participate. You're right. Let's see what's in the points mall first." He finished speaking. Li Tian then opened the points shop within the wilderness survival competition. Points mall. Super expansion floating stone. 2,000 points redeem. Character level up card. 200,000 points redeem. Building blueprints for a 10-house apartment. 1,000 points redeem. Water wheel power generation device blueprint. 5,000 points redeem. Equip a Mate 40 Pro phone. 300,000 points redeem. Transform into a MateBook X computer. 1 million points redeem. There are quite a few good things here. It seems we still have a good reason to participate, Li Tian murmured. Li Urbio nodded in agreement. Yes, rewards and risks always go hand in hand. It's the same everywhere. We in the Heavenly Palace don't have any cowards. Okay, Brother Biao, you should go back and rest too. Take good care of your energy, and we'll get together for a meeting tomorrow morning. Okowo. After ending the conversation and watching Li Urbio leave, Li Tian couldn't help but sigh and rub his temples with both hands. The rewards in this points mall are quite generous, so it seems that what I was worried about is really going to happen. As for what to worry about, naturally, he was worried that his mother would also sign up for the competition. Her rating is only B+, so the risk of participating in the competition is extremely high. If the reward were ordinary, my mother might not have been interested, but with such a generous reward, she would probably definitely participate. Li Tian is now in a dilemma. He actually had a slight hope that his mother would participate in the competition, so that he might have a chance to see her. But what if my mother doesn't encounter me in the competition, but instead runs into other top fighters? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Certainly. Li Tian also understood that, frankly speaking, this matter was entirely up to fate, and no matter how much he worried about his mother, it wouldn't help. We can only take it one step at a time tomorrow. So Li Tian stopped thinking about it. The emergence of the points mall further confirms Li Tian's guess. The island civilization is making a big move. Mobile phones, computers, and the like can now be won for free by participating in competitions. It seems that the era of widespread mobile phone and computer use is not far away. In time, all the seeds you planted will be harvested. Li Tian refused to believe that since he had started paving the way for the internet so early, there would be no place for his Paradise network in the future internet industry. It's just a pity. I still have quite a few phones myself, and once people find out they can redeem them for free with competition points, they probably won't buy mine. Of course, this is on the premise that these points are easy to obtain. If you can only get a few dozen or 100 points by participating in a single competition, then you'd probably die of old age on the island by the time you saved up 300,000 points. Therefore, Li Tian wasn't particularly worried about this issue. Moreover, Li Tian was never a mobile phone businessman, nor did he intend to get rich by selling mobile phones. He just wanted to earn as much as he could. Therefore, even if his phone sales drop, he won't starve. But, to be fair, the island civilization does have some humanity. It has all the precious resources in the Points Mall, but it lacks food, water, and other basic necessities. If even food, water, and basic supplies could be exchanged, it would be a fatal blow to merchants like Li Tian who rely on selling supplies. Perhaps the island civilization took this into consideration, which is why it didn't include those resources that were easier to obtain in the Points Mall. Considering that tomorrow's wilderness survival competition might be a fierce battle, Li Tian didn't plan to stay up all night any longer. It's still very necessary to conserve energy and build up strength. So, after washing up, he went straight into bed. However, before Li Tian went to sleep, he remembered something else. That was Qin Yi. For such a competition, most people would find it hard to refuse the valuable rewards. Does that mean Qin Yi also has a very high chance of participating? Doesn't that mean that tomorrow, besides having the chance to meet my mother, I also have a chance to meet Qin Yi? If I can really meet Qin Yi tomorrow, knowing her sea area and location will save me a lot of trouble in bringing her to my island in the future. Thinking of this, Li Tian's breathing became a little rapid, and he was actually looking forward to tomorrow. The next day, Li Tian woke up naturally at 8:30. After a quick wash, he went downstairs and found that Li Erbio and the others were already sitting in the living room of the villa waiting for him. Good morning. Upon seeing this, Li Tian stepped forward and greeted him. Everyone greeted Li Tian. Besides Li Erbio, Yang Shui, Ba Wenshi, Wang Chang, Hu Hafeng, and Sun Shaoan, there were 3 other people present who were not very familiar to Li Tian. However, judging from their ratings, they have all reached A+ level. It seems Li Erbio has done a lot to cultivate these promising talents. With 10 participants, the lowest grade is A+, so the probability of getting a top spot in this competition is quite high. Are they the members who signed up for the competition? Li Tian aska, Li Erbio. Li Erbio nodded, stood up, and began to introduce himself. You must know Bavins and the others, so I won't introduce them. These 3 are also the elite of our military team. Among those of the same level, their one-on-one combat ability is absolutely top-notch. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 184. The match begins. Upon hearing this, Li Tian nodded, glanced around at everyone, and said, "Let me make this clear from the start. There may be some danger in participating this time. If any of you do not wish to participate, you may withdraw. I will not force you, nor will I blame you." Li Tian was telling the truth. He wasn't lying. After all, this competition isn't that important. It's not a matter of life and death, so there's no need to risk everything. Li Tian participated mainly for his own selfish reasons and to improve himself. Therefore, Li Tian believes that everyone in front of him should have the right to know the truth. He didn't want to get these members to participate by ordering or deceiving them. If they encountered any danger and something really happened, those members would probably die with their eyes open in disgrace. Boss, don't worry. We're not afraid. It's just a competition. If we're afraid of it, what will happen when it comes to wars between islands and countries? We'll be even more likely to wet our pants. Wang Chang clenched his fists and replied with high spirits. Others chimed in. Yes, we're not afraid. Okowo. Then I won't say anything more. Let's register first. After saying that, Li Tian led everyone to the manual, opened the wilderness survival competition, and clicked to register. Registration is actually very simple. Each survivor only needs to register their fingerprints to be considered a successful registration. After everyone had registered, Li Tian moved them to the living room of the villa. He then instructed Dai Xiaomei to prepare more SS-grade water, high-level food, and some medical supplies for him as supplies. Li Tian himself went to retrieve all the weapons he had previously obtained from the Supreme Blind Box and distributed them to everyone. With supplies and weapons in hand, all that's left is to relax a bit before it begins. As for tactics, it wasn't that Li Tian didn't want to make arrangements, but he didn't even know what the competition venue looked like, so there was no point in arranging tactics now. Plans can never keep up with changes. Time passed by, second by second. Seeing that it was almost 12 o'clock, Li Tian quickly reminded him. Weapons ready, supplies packed, the match is about to begin. As soon as Li Tian gave the order, everyone quickly got to work. The next moment, it was exactly 12 noon. Before Li Tian could say anything more, Li Tian felt his vision go black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself deep in a dense forest. Meanwhile, the other 9 members of his heavenly palace stood beside him, looking around in bewilderment. Holy crap! Automatic teleportation? I thought we'd have to go to the competition venue ourselves. After looking around, Li Urbio sighed. Li Tian did not reply to Li Urbio. He only looked around cautiously and made sure no one was around before speaking in a low voice. This competition venue stretches as far as the eye can see and is probably no smaller than the tropical rainforests of the continental civilization. The vegetation is very dense, so everyone should stay close together and not get separated. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a voice that sounded like an electronic synthesized voice rang in everyone's ears. Welcome, survivors, to the Wilderness Survival Competition Arena. The 9 people beside you now are your teammates in this competition. This arena is an alternate dimension, boundless and limitless. Don't try to find the boundaries. Even if you reach the edge of the arena, it will continue to expand outwards. The goal for all survivors is to safely search the arena for as many survival resources as possible within the 12-hour time frame. Additionally, the rings appearing on your index fingers are interdimensional rings. Their capacity is unlimited and can be controlled by thought. To facilitate your movement and resource gathering, you can temporarily store any survival supplies you find here. Now it's time for all the survivors to show off their skills. The match officially begins. As soon as the broadcast ended, Li Tian found that he was wearing a bright red gold ring on his index finger. Others seem to be doing the same thing, so it appears this isn't a personal privilege. Did you all hear the announcement just now? This ring makes things much more convenient. Let's store all our supplies and weapons in it first. After reminding everyone, Li Tian took the lead and used his mind to store the heaven-breaking sword in his hand and the supplies on his back into the interdimensional space ring. The next moment, without any warning, the heaven-breaking sword in Li Tian's hand and the backpack on his back vanished into thin air. Wow, this ring is a treasure. Li Tian couldn't help but exclaim, hoping that he could take the ring out of the competition venue. But thinking about it, it's obviously not realistic. All right, let's start searching for living resources. Any survival supplies that you think are useful, just put them into your spatial ring. After saying that, Li Tian activated his reading function and began scanning his surroundings. Changchun oil vine. Its stems and vines can be used medicinally, with the effects of promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, and relaxing muscles and tendons. 10 points. Wild banana. The pseudo-stem can be used as pig feed, and the seeds can be used medicinally to break up blood stasis, relieve constipation, and are mainly used to treat fractures and constipation. 20 points. Rough tree branches. Can be used to make various tools. 5 points. Take a look. Li Tian discovered that this place was full of treasures. Moreover, perhaps because I had entered the competition venue, the information I was reading even included the match score. So Li Tian stopped wasting time and started giving instructions directly. The vines, wild bananas, thick branches, and some large rocks around us are all survival resources. Everyone, hurry up and collect them. Upon hearing this, the group, who had been unsure where to begin, nodded in agreement and quickly began collecting the items. At the same time, in an unnamed location at the competition venue, there were 10 people also traveling through the jungle, looking around for valuable supplies. Leading the group was Qin Su, followed by Qin Yi, whose face was half covered with burlap. But, at this moment, Qin Su's expression clearly showed some displeasure. Because Qin Yi wasn't originally on the list of participants. Who would have thought that this girl would act first and ask for permission later, secretly registering her fingerprints? The reason I didn't let Qin Yi participate was for her safety, but in the end she didn't understand my good intentions at all. Isn't that infuriating? 185. A mutual affection. Thinking of this, Qin Su complained again. Cease. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's not like there aren't any men on our island. Why do you have to come and cause trouble? It's dangerous here. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi curled her lip and retorted defiantly. Who do you think you are? I won't hold you back. As for danger, I'm not afraid. Upon hearing this, Chinsu's lips twitched with anger. He both loved and hated his younger sister. Chinsu didn't understand why either. Chin was usually so well-behaved and sensible, but when she heard that the competition was open to survivors from all over the world, she seemed to become a different person. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she insisted on coming. Finally, seeing that her attitude remained unchanged, she secretly registered her name by sending her fingerprints when he wasn't looking. As for Chin, she naturally understood that her brother was concerned about her, but there was nothing she could do. When she learned that she might encounter Li Tian in the competition, she couldn't stand idly by. She also wanted to try her luck and see if she could meet Li Tian. Her relationship with Li Tian was actually quite complicated. Although they are not officially a couple, in each other's hearts, their relationship is already closer than that of lovers. Certainly. In fact, Chin is not a casual girl, and it's not that she couldn't forget Li Tian after knowing him for only a few months. If Chin were truly so casual about relationships, she wouldn't have remained single since birth. After all, with her looks and family background, she has no shortage of suitors. This story begins in 2021. At that time, Chin did not know Li Tian. One evening, Chin, led by her best friend, went to the food street behind the university. Actually, this place is less a food street and more a food street in the eyes of the people in this old town who live off the land and have no choice but to set up stalls outside to make a living. In this old town area, most of the buildings are old and there are few high-rise buildings. The building layout is extremely compact. Even the streetlights on the road have one on and one off. The regulars at this food street are mostly students from Changnan University, local residents, and migrant workers. At first, she and her best friend were doing very well, eating and drinking together. But when they were full and ready to return to school, they encountered an accident. They were surrounded by a group of local thugs. The thugs spoke very offensively and almost assaulted her and her best friend. Faced with this situation, the two frail women were naturally somewhat afraid. After all, they were currently located on the edge of the food street, where there were few people and the lighting was not good. The few people they encountered, upon seeing that it was a group of thugs bullying the two girls, all turned a blind eye and dared not interfere. Compared to her best friend, Chin was relatively calm. Her hand had already secretly slipped into her handbag, and using the preset quick gesture, she was about to dial her family's number. This gesture was an emergency distress signal that Chin had set up in case he encountered an accident. But, as mentioned before, the environment here is dark. When the group of thugs saw a light suddenly appear in Chin Yi's bag, they snatched the phone from Chin Yi's hand as she was making a call. At this moment, Chin truly panicked. I've heard that thugs and gangsters pose a greater threat to ordinary people than real underground forces. Even thieves have their code of honor. These underground forces, though seemingly violent, are quite large and don't readily bully vulnerable groups. They even pretend to be law-abiding citizens, their primary goal being financial gain. But these thugs are different. They have no sense of chivalry and are more interested in satisfying their own inner heroism. Fights in internet cafes, extorting protection money from students, and even dozens of people getting into a brawl over a woman. In short, the behavior of thugs is extremely low. They're all bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Moreover, the average age of local thugs is around 20, and they are mostly composed of students who have dropped out of school. Think about it. What law can someone who can't even finish 9 years of compulsory education understand? Therefore, they often do things without considering the consequences, acting impulsively. Therefore, when Chin Yi's phone was snatched away by the thugs, she truly panicked. But just then, a male voice rang out. Let them go. These 4 words still echoed in her ears. Those scenes are still vivid in my mind, as if they happened just yesterday. As for the final result, unsurprisingly, the boy was beaten so badly that he curled up on the ground, looking exactly like a worm. Thanks to the boy for stalling for time, the sirens finally sounded, and the group of thugs scattered and disappeared into the dark alley, allowing her and her best friend to escape the crisis. As for the man, he was taken away by an ambulance, while Chin and her best friend were taken to the police for questioning. At first, Chin wondered if this was a staged act by the boy to win her favor, a classic case of heroism and feigned suffering. After all, are there really such foolish boys in today's society? Why would someone who is a complete stranger, someone you've never even met, come and help you without fear of risk? As a postmodern woman, Qin Yi naturally doesn't believe that in this era where interests reign supreme, anyone would be kind to another person without seeking personal gain. Therefore, Qin Yi directly paid a private investigator to investigate. The purpose is simple. If this is indeed a self-directed and self-acted ploy by the boy, then Qin Yi will naturally investigate to the end. Qin Yi was completely dumbfounded when the private investigator handed her the information file about Li Tian. That day, Li Tian was simply passing by when she saw her and her best friend being bullied, so she came to stop them. The reason the police appeared was because he called the police and then used his body to buy time until the police arrived. Certainly, what Qin Yi didn't expect was that this boy named Li Tian didn't actually pay attention to her. In other words, he saved me simply to save people, not to show off in front of me. If Li Tian had a crush on her, then Qin Yi could accept his impulsive actions to save the girl he liked and would also be grateful. But Li Tian was completely unrelated to him. Under these circumstances, not for reward, but simply to save people, Qin Yi didn't know how to describe Li Tian. Kindness? Justice? Or idiocy? Suddenly, she, who had previously felt a slight aversion to the boys around her, developed a strong interest in Li Tian. This guy gave her a really different feeling. However, since the information provided by the private investigator indicated that Li Tian had a girlfriend, Qin Yi simply kept a close eye on him in order to avoid damaging Li Tian's relationship. It wasn't until that day, by chance, that she witnessed Li Tian jumping into the lake, that she was forced to reveal herself to rescue him. In Li Tian's heart, it was Qin Yi who saved him and gave him a new life. But in Qin Yi's heart, wasn't Li Tian also the hero who saved her from dire straits, wearing golden armor and riding on auspicious clouds? One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, the book sales have been dropping lately, so please give me some flowers and power this with your love. I am starving. 186. Met a foreigner. Let's get back to the main topic. The intense wilderness survival competition has been going on for 6 hours. During those 6 hours, Li Tian and his companions encountered no accidents and did not run into any other survivors. Li Tian alone collected approximately 40,000 survival resources. Adding the resources collected by the remaining 9 members together, they should have a few 100,000 points, right? In a short time, Li Tian felt that the competition points for this reward didn't seem so difficult to obtain anymore. Does that mean if you score 600,000 points, you can redeem a mobile phone? I'm afraid that once today passes, the number of mobile phones will increase. With this in mind, Li Tian was physically in Shaoying, but mentally in Han, constantly thinking about the progress and development of Paradise Network. Certainly, this isn't exactly being half-hearted. It's just that when he collects supplies, it's like picking up trash. He can scan the area and tell which items can earn points and which are useless, and then he just picks them up without having to think about anything. But, right at this moment, the bushes in front of Li Tianzheng rustled and shook. In an instant, Li Tian and the others stopped what they were doing and went on high alert. The only thing capable of causing such violent shaking is probably not a large animal, but a human. Yes, in this competition venue. Whether it's large animals or humans, they're all extremely dangerous, and we must take them seriously. The rustling in the bushes grew louder and louder, and the sounds grew closer. Li Tian quickly signaled everyone to take out their weapons from their dimensional space rings and prepare for battle. They had only just taken out their weapons. This caused even the guy who knew everything about the bushes to reveal his true colors. It turned out to be a fully grown male lion. Adult male lion. Weighs 203 kilograms, enough to feed an adult for several days. 1,000 points. Upon seeing this, Li Tian first breathed a sigh of relief. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. Since the start of the competition, they have captured quite a few animals and learned that capturing animals will result in a higher score. Now, this lion is practically here to bring warmth. 1,000 points, why not take them? This is a much better reward than collecting vegetation or anything like that. The result, of course, is self-evident. Ordinary, unranked lions can be easily captured even by the lowest-ranked A-plus member of Li Tian's team, let alone Li Erbio and his group. 2 more hours passed. Li Tian grew increasingly impatient. This competition was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought it would be a massacre, but his surroundings remained completely quiet, with no other person making a sound. Besides the competition, Li Tian's participation in the competition was also an attempt to run into his mother and Qin Yi. Now look what's happened. 8 hours into the competition, all he's done is pick up things and catch animals. He's incredibly bored. With only 4 hours left, the chances of encountering them in this green ocean are probably even lower. But just as Li Tian was feeling somewhat frustrated, a rustling sound came from the bushes again. Having experienced the lion encounter before, Li Tian wasn't too surprised this time. He simply signaled to his team members to be quiet so as not to scare away the prey. But the next moment, dark figures emerged from the bushes. Li Tian looked closely and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Fate just loves to play tricks on people. When he was worried that it was another survivor, a lion appeared. Just when we thought it was an animal, it turned out to be a human. And what's more, they were a bunch of foreigners. The group of foreigners was led by a man who was at least 1.9 meters tall, with blonde hair and fair skin. Judging from his skin quality, he was probably between 20 and 30 years old. However, once Li Tian read the other party's information, it became difficult to determine their age. The opponent is actually an S+ level survivor. Once you reach this level, your skin is basically maintained at its best, so you can't judge your age based on your skin. Be careful, the opponent is S+ level. Considering that the opponent is not from Yinxia and cannot understand Yinxia language, Li Tian did not hide anything and loudly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Li Erbio and the others immediately became alert. S+ level? Doesn't that mean he's king, rank number 1 in the world? Li Tian nodded with a wry smile, unsure of what to say for a moment. Just what I feared most came to pass. He hadn't even thought about stealing other survivors' supplies yet, and now he doesn't know if he can even hold onto his own. Can you speak English? The foreigner in the lead asked dismissively. This sentence is quite basic. Li Tian had learned it before. So he nodded and asked in return, Sure, but do you speak Japanese? Upon hearing this, the foreigner frowned. Are you Japanese? Are you from a country where you're living a comfortable life? Of course. Li Tian nodded in response, while secretly plotting how to sow discord between the United States and the country that was doing well. After all, this is a civilization on the mainland. Those who live a good life are just lackeys of the United States. Now that we've entered an island civilization era, the world order may be reshaped, but that doesn't mean that countries that are doing well won't continue to cooperate with the United States. And this foreigner in front of us, because he is ranked number 1 in the world, is very likely to unify the waters over the United States. If we, as a country living a comfortable life, manage to provoke this foreigner, who knows, once this foreigner develops, the first thing he'll think of is attacking the waters of this country living a comfortable life. In this way, we can have the two sides fight like the snipe and the clam, while the fisherman benefits. However, it was clear that Li Tian had underestimated the other party's mental strength. The foreigner didn't immediately believe what Li Tian said. In that case, please speak Japanese for me. Thank you for your support. 187. Li Tian was ambushed. Forehead. This put Li Tian in a difficult position. The national humiliation must not be forgotten. He had disliked the country where he lived a comfortable life since childhood, so naturally he would not have come into contact with its culture, let alone speak its dialect. If they didn't say anything, their group would be exposed, and their plan to sow discord would fail. For a moment, Li Tian could only turn to the other members for help and asked softly, Does anyone here know the language of a good life? If you can, please say a sentence. Boss, I can't. Sun Shaoan replied softly. Upon seeing this, Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Although he disliked the culture of the country where he lived a good life, he did not object to others coming into contact with it. After all one can do is manage oneself, and everyone's thoughts are different. He could not restrict other people's thoughts. At least for this moment, Li Tian felt that Sun Shaoan's ability to speak the local dialect was useful. Okay, just say a few words to gain the trust of those foreign devils. Okay, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Sun Shaoan patted his chest confidently, then leaned forward to look at the foreigner and said directly, Yamit, Yamit. Li Tian. King. Everyone present. Is that all the fuck you know? Li Tian was utterly speechless. Although he disliked the culture of the country where people lived comfortably, his roommates had studied the country's cultural heritage extensively during his school days, and he had gradually come to know the context in which the phrase Yumi Dai was used. The foreigner at the head of the group replied with some surprise. What? Can. Before Li Tian could stop Sun Shaoan started spouting nonsense again. Yoshi, yo mishi mishi yoshi yoshi de. Your DDDE. All the pretty girls are mine. As Sun Shaoan continued to boast about how well he was doing, the faces of the foreigners opposite him gradually darkened. Li Tian knew that his identity had been exposed. Therefore, Li Tian quickly reminded him, "Take out your weapons. We need to prepare for battle." Can. Li Tian had just taken out the heaven-breaking sword when the foreigner opposite him burst into laughter again. She even leaned forward and hugged Li Tian tightly. My friend, don't worry. All Japanese are our friends." Instantly, Li Tian was once again puzzled. He even began to doubt whether this person was really king, who was ranked #1 in the world. Why does it seem so silly? However, adhering to the principle of playing along, Li Tian didn't quickly shake off his puzzled expression. Forcing a smile, he used all his knowledge and said, "My good friend, nice to meet you." "Me too." But as soon as King finished speaking, with a p, Li Tian felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a large truck and his stomach and intestines were churning. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian felt a burning and sweet sensation in his throat, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood from 1982. He endured the excruciating pain and slowly lowered his head to take a look. King's fist, which was at least the size of a D cup, was now pressed against his abdomen. "Little yellow man, dare you teach me how to teach others? Don't say you're Japanese. Even if you're a big Chinese, I will take you down today." At this moment, Li Tian didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Who would have thought that the attack wasn't because I exposed myself, but because the other party didn't care what country I was from. Their only goal was to steal supplies. So, at least in the other party's eyes, I am still someone who is living a good life, so my plan to sow discord cannot be considered a failure. The other members behind Li Tian were also on edge when they saw him being attacked. Li Urbio immediately roared, "You bunch of old bastards, how could you launch a sneak attack? You have no sportsmanship at all." Immediately, Li Urbio raised his hand and swung the Haotian cudgel at King. However, King was no pushover either. He reacted quickly, raising his arm to block the attack with his body. There was another bang. Li Urbio took a few steps back, and King also took a few steps back in pain. Is this what an S+ level physique is? Why does his arm look like a keyboard warrior's? Li Urbio was extremely surprised at this moment. Li Urbio was the most aware of the impact of Haotian's club hitting King's arm when he attacked the opponent. He has driven away so many sea monsters so far, but he has never felt such a hard tremor. Certainly, even after withstanding Li Urbio's furious attack, amplified by his A-grade divine weapon, King was not spared. At this moment, a purple spot appeared on his arm, which was as hard as steel. Shit, why is this stick so hard? It's harder than the Korean mouth. Taking advantage of this moment, Bao Wenshi and Yang Shui helped Li Tian into the crowd. "Li Tian, are you alright?" Yang Shui asked with a worried expression. Li Tian clutched his abdomen, clearly in pain, but to avoid worrying everyone, he forced himself to endure the agony and replied, "I'm fine. Listen up, everyone. Follow my instructions and spread out at the same time. This foreign devil is not to be underestimated. I'm currently injured and not fit to fight. Split up and run to minimize the losses. Once you get rid of this group, with your level, you shouldn't be in any danger even if you encounter other survivors. Then, you just continue gathering supplies and wait for the competition to end. 188. True lovers will meet." Upon hearing this, Bao Wenshi immediately objected, retorting, "But boss, if we split up, what will you do? You're badly injured. Am I the boss or are you the boss? Just do as I say, don't worry about me. I'm not that bad. I'm not so weak that I can't run after taking one punch. 3, 2, 1, run." After he finished speaking, the other members did not disobey Li Tian's order. Upon hearing the word run, they took off running and scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Li Tian and his group were swallowed up by this vast green ocean, leaving behind 10 bewildered foreigners. What the fuck? King clearly hadn't expected that this group of people would just run away like that. Although he had just heard them seemingly discussing something, he had no idea what they were talking about because he didn't understand the Chinese language. I initially thought they were going to rise up in resistance. That's it. However, King had no intention of letting Li Tian and his group off the hook. Whether it was the defensive power Li Tian felt when King struck Li Tian's abdomen, or the power Li Urbio felt when he blocked Li Urbio's attack, it all demonstrated that this group of people were definitely not low level. If the level is not low, then it must have collected a lot of survival resources. They might have done the same thing as me, robbing other vulnerable people of their resources. Therefore, kings certainly wouldn't let this big fat sheep go. Following the principle of capture the leader first, King immediately led his henchmen in pursuit of Li Tian in the direction he had fled. Another half-hour passed. Everything went smoothly for Qin Su. They didn't encounter many survivors, and even encountered quite a few wolves and tigers who came to give them points, resulting in them accumulating a lot of match points. Qin Su was whistling and singing. He couldn't be happier. Qin Yi, on the other hand, seemed rather sullen, muttering to himself, "What a load of bull. They said everyone in the world could participate, but in the end, we didn't even see a ghost. I wonder when I'll be able to meet Li Tian again." Sigh. But fate can be so ingenious sometimes. Qin Yi had just been expressing her longing for Li Tian in her heart. The next moment, a man, covered in dust, darted out from the bushes. The sound startled Qin Su, who was whistling and singing, causing his voice to crack and sound like a duck's quack. Qin Yi was also taken aback when he saw this, and then looked in the direction of the sound. But when her clear eyes saw the man's features clearly, they became radiant. Li. Qin Yi subconsciously wanted to call out Li Tian's name, but when she thought of her ugly face, she quickly covered her mouth and swallowed the word Tian back down. Currently, she doesn't have the courage to face Li Tian with this appearance. She was afraid that Li Tian would look down on her. Seeing that Li Tian was still covered in blood, Qin Su lost interest in continuing to collect supplies and quickly stepped forward to ask, "Friend, what's wrong with you?" Li Tian gasped for breath. "Run. Huff. Run." However, the more Li Tian acted this way, the more puzzled Qin Su became, and he pressed for more information. "Run. Why are you running? Were you attacked by a wild animal? Why are you alone? Where are your teammates?" "Don't worry, with me here, even wolves and tigers are just cats and dogs in my eyes. Not worth mentioning." Upon hearing this, Li Tian rolled his eyes at Qin Su with the last of his strength. "Run. An S+ level 4 devil is rushing this way. It'll be too late if we don't run now." Li Tian had barely finished speaking. The more arrogant Qin Su was before, the more cowardly he is now. With a whoosh, Qin Su quickly ran to Qin Yi, grabbed her arm, and ran into the depths of the dense forest. While running, he shouted, "Everyone run! We're no match for the S+ class." Qin Yi, who had finally managed to see Li Tian, naturally couldn't possibly see Li Tian in danger and not help him. She couldn't care less about anything else. After breaking free from her brother, she returned to Li Tian and grabbed his wrist tightly. "Let's run together." Upon hearing the clear and melodious female voice, Li Tian was stunned. He felt that the voice was so familiar. Before Li Tian could think about it further, he was already running along with Qin Yi, who was pulling him along. This run lasted for another 10 minutes or so. They only stopped to rest when they crawled into a cave whose entrance was hidden by bushes. "Phew, buddy, how did you end up messing with an S+ level survivor?" Qin Su asked, puzzled. Li Tian didn't hide anything from him. He took some deep breaths to calm himself down before slowly giving his reply. "It wasn't exactly provoking them. We just ran into them by chance, and then they attacked us right away." After saying that, Li Tian couldn't help but look at the girl wearing a mask again. Li Tian didn't know why, but his mind kept urging him to pay attention to this girl shrouded in mystery. Qin Su happened to witness this scene, and he immediately became somewhat dissatisfied. "What's wrong, buddy? Have you been lonely on the island for too long and can't control yourself when you see a woman?" Let me make this clear from the start. Considering we're both from the same country, I don't mind lending a hand if you're in trouble. But if you look at my sister with that lecherous look again, I'll throw you out to feed the wild animals. Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled awkwardly, knowing he had been rude, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. I just think your sister's eyes look like someone I know, and her voice is similar too." Qin Su had heard such a low-level reason for striking up a conversation many times, so he didn't take Li Tian's words seriously. He simply nodded, seeing through her intentions, but saying nothing. "Good that you don't have any other thoughts. But don't look anymore, or I'll gouge your eyes out." But Qin Su had barely finished speaking when he felt as if his waist was being pinched by pliers. The pain made him gasp for breath. When he looked down, he saw that it was his younger sister secretly pinching his waist. "Cease. Let go. Let go. It hurts." But Qin Yi showed no sign of letting go. Instead, she brought her mouth close to Qin Su's ear and whispered, "If you dare to yell at him again, I'll twist you to death. Also, don't say anything and don't tell him my name. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Qin Su nodded frantically, enduring the excruciating pain, feeling utterly speechless. All his words and actions were for his sister's good. And what happened? This girl actually blamed me? Is this some kind of nonsense? Is a brother less important than a stranger? Thank you all for your support. Thank you for the gifts. 189. One punch is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Li Tian, who witnessed this scene, didn't think much of it. The siblings were whispering to each other, and, out of politeness, he didn't need to eavesdrop. But, after the brother and sister finished talking, the man became noticeably more polite to him, which made Li Tian a little suspicious. After all, there's always something fishy going on when things seem unpredictable. Who knows what those two siblings were plotting just now? Therefore, Li Tian became more cautious. Although he had his eyes closed and was leaning against the wall, seemingly trying to regulate his disordered breathing, he was actually observing the group's every move through his slits in the eye. In the blink of an eye, another half-hour had passed. During those half-hour, apart from the masked woman who occasionally stared at him with an indescribable gaze, no one else made any moves. This made Li Tian think that he might be overthinking things. There weren't that many bad people in Yinxia. He was just judging others by his own petty standards. "Brother, I don't see any movement outside anymore. That S+ level survivor you mentioned should no longer be nearby. The competition is still going on, and we're planning to go out and collect more supplies. Do you want to come along?" After a while, Qin Su seemed to be getting a little bored in the cave, so he couldn't help but look at Li Tian and ask. Upon hearing this, Li Tian opened his eyes. After resting for more than half an hour, he felt much better and his abdomen was not so painful anymore. However, Li Tian waved his hand at the man's invitation, saying, "No need, I plan to rest some more. You guys go ahead and don't need to pay attention to me. I'll naturally go back to my island after the competition is over." Qin Su had only asked politely, and since Li Tian was unwilling, he naturally wouldn't say anything more. "All right, since you have your own plans, we'll be going now." After saying that, Qin Su took the lead and poked his head out of the cave. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he called out, "All right, let's go." However, before Qin Su and the others left, he couldn't help but glance back at Li Tian. Her eyes were full of reluctance, but given the current situation, she didn't have the courage to say anything more. She gritted her teeth and followed her brother out of the cave. Upon seeing this, Li Tian frowned slightly, feeling that the masked girl seemed to have a special feeling for him. Moreover, her watery eyes. She really looks so much like Qin Yi. However, the masked woman's brother was already unhappy with his excessive attention to her. If he continued to pester her, wouldn't he be seen as a pervert? Besides, given his relationship with Qin Yi, if the masked woman was indeed Qin Yi, there was no reason why she wouldn't acknowledge him. After all, at most, it was just me who had a crush on Qin Yi. In Qin Yi's eyes, I was just her good friend. When couples meet, they may need to consider the occasion and location. But why are there so many rules when friends meet? What's there to be shy about? You know, back in the mainland, she wasn't shy about pretending to be her boyfriend in the cafeteria in front of hundreds or thousands of people. If she really is Qin Yi, what is there to be embarrassed about in acknowledging her? Since the other person hasn't acknowledged her, perhaps they really just have eyes that resemble Qin Yi's. After seeing that the group had already gone far away, Li Tian then reached into his right trouser pocket and pulled out a dimensional space ring. He immediately used his mind to check how many resources were inside the ring. Upon seeing this, Li Tian revealed a smug smile. Taking a punch in exchange for a dimensional space ring containing hundreds of thousands of survival resources isn't a bad deal. Good. The extra-dimensional ring on Li Tian's hand belongs to that foreign devil king. In fact, the moment the foreigner appeared, Li Tian used his reading ability to see him completely. It was also learned that this foreigner had tied the interdimensional space ring with vines and put it around his neck, and the ring was conveniently hidden by his collar. Li Tian guessed that he did this perhaps because his fingers were too thick to wear the ring, or perhaps he was being cautious and worried about something going wrong, so he hid it inside his clothes. However, regardless of the circumstances, the fact that he possessed the extra-dimensional space ring was now exposed to Li Tian. In fact, after Li Tian learned about the other party's level, He didn't think the matter could be resolved peacefully. Foreigners are all wicked. He takes advantage of his superior status and has no reason to communicate with me amicably. So, for them, it was either fight or run. Therefore, Li Tian had been thinking about how to get his other dimensional space ring as soon as possible. If the other party had worn the ring on their finger, Li Tian probably wouldn't have been able to snatch it even if he got close. But the other party only tied a vine around their neck, which undoubtedly gave Li Tian an opportunity to snatch it. As long as the other party gives him a chance to get close, he is confident that he can win. After all, the vine wasn't being argumentative. With Li Tian's current strength, he could easily snap the vine with a pinch of his fingernail. Next, the scene of Li Tian being ambushed by King occurred. Certainly, Li Tian took a big risk by doing this, but by reading the data, he was able to confirm that the other party had no weapons on them. If I were to get close to him, the worst-case scenario would be that I would be attacked by his fists and feet. Li Tian was confident that he could withstand one of his attacks. Otherwise, Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to let someone he doesn't trust get close to him so easily. This is in a post-apocalyptic environment. Li Tianxin wouldn't be this old. It's fair to say they all had their own agendas. King may still be gloating over the fact that his schemes successfully harmed him, but Li Tian also profited immensely. To paraphrase a popular saying in mainland China, it's like saying, "You might make a killing, but I'll never lose out." This is why Li Tian ordered all his members to run away at that time. He was afraid that if they lingered here too long, the fact that King's ring was missing would be discovered, and at that point, King might even try to kill his group. Although the highest level of King's team members, apart from him, was only A+, Li Tian didn't want his members to take that risk with him. Escaping as quickly as possible was the safest option. You should know that this competition venue is overgrown with weeds and bushes. If you just crawl into a bush, lie down, and don't move, the opponent might not be able to find you. Anyway, at this point, I successfully obtained King's ring. Given King's methods, he's probably already stolen a lot of survival supplies from the ring. As long as he and his teammates hide in the shadows after escaping, they won't need to collect any more supplies. They can just wait for the competition to end and hopefully achieve a good ranking. The above paragraph is written from Li Tian's perspective when he ordered his members to escape. At this point, Li Tian had not yet opened the ring to check, so it was impossible to be sure what supplies were inside. It was merely speculation. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 190. To face death without fear. After resting alone in the cave for another 10 minutes, Li Tian felt that there was nothing wrong with his body and walked out of the cave. Although, now with the combined survival resources from his 2 interdimensional space rings, his ranking has improved. But I have the ability to read information, so why not take advantage of these free points? Collect more points, and you can exchange them for more good supplies. He simply refused to believe that his luck could be so bad that he would run into that foreign devil king again. Besides, Li Tian's escape just now shows that finding someone in this jungle is not easy. He was injured just now, and King couldn't catch up with him, but now he's almost fully recovered. Even if she met King would probably be even less likely to win her over. Li Tian's only worry right now is the other members. That's all. Li Tian spent another half hour collecting survival resources by himself at the competition venue. He scored over 30,000 points for the team again. But at this very moment, some voices could be heard coming from the bushes in front of Li Tianzhang. Judging from their tone of voice, an argument must have taken place. Li Tian wasn't exactly a philanthropist, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But then a woman's voice pulled Li Tian back from turning away. It's her. That voice belonged to the masked girl. She had helped me before by leading me for a while. If she were in danger, Li Tian wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye. Of course, to ensure his own safety, Li Tian wouldn't be foolish enough to step forward recklessly. He would first find out what was going on and then see if he could help her out. Then, Li Tian secretly slipped into the bushes and peered through the gaps in the bushes toward the source of the sound. All I saw was the group of girls wearing masks were surrounded by another group, and that team that surrounded the masked girls group just happened to be King's team. However, since the masked girl and her team did not have the ability to read information, they did not know that the person in front of them was King, so they did not choose to run away immediately. In fact, judging from the tense atmosphere, it seems that the masked girl's brother is planning to confront King head-on. In a short time, Li Tian was also at a loss. If Bao Wenshi and Li Erbio were both present, Li Tian felt that they still had a chance of winning. They say 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge. Even if your team has more S-level members, it shouldn't be completely unable to defeat an S-plus level team, right? However, Li Tian is currently all alone, and even if he launches a surprise attack, his chances of winning are probably not very high. Li Tian wouldn't risk his life just to repay a favor. However, Li Tian's conscience would not allow him to leave so easily, so he chose to remain hidden in the shadows and observe the situation. Chinese, did you see a Japanese passing by? King asked Qin Su with an interrogation-like air, his tone disdainful. Qin Su, a rich second generation, may seem uneducated, but he has actually studied more since elementary school than anyone else. English is naturally a given. Faced with matters of national righteousness, he had an innate aversion to the people of America. Seeing that this foreigner was still so arrogant, Qin Su was even more annoyed. Get out of my way, good dog. Upon hearing this, King's already pale face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged on his forehead. This was the first time he had ever met someone more arrogant than himself in an island civilization. The next moment, King raised his hand and threw a punch, sending Qin Su flying. With a loud bang, Qin Su's body crashed into a large tree before falling to the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood. Seeing this, Li Tian, who was hiding to the side, also had a black line appear on his forehead. Why did you have to provoke this foreign devil? Upon seeing his brother injured, Qin rushed over, calling out, "Brother!" As for the other members of Qin Su's team, they immediately went into battle mode, took out their weapons, and surrounded King. Qin Su knew how powerful that foreigner's punch was, and he also had a clear understanding of his team members. They were naturally no match for that foreigner. Therefore, he looked at his sister with difficulty and said, "Sis, run. This person is high level." In fact, this is a critical moment of life and death. Qin also understood that running away was the best option. However, it is often in these life or death situations that most people cannot simply run away. It's not a matter of stubbornness, it's a matter of emotions. Because, in some people's eyes, there are certain feelings that make them willing to die with you rather than live alone. Qin is an example of this. Her eyes were already brimming with tears as she desperately shook her head. "No, brother, I want to stay with you. I'm not afraid." The Qin siblings were talking. Qin Su's members also fell one by one under King's toy, and now they have walked behind Qin. King's face turned beastly as he ran his tongue across his rather thick lips, revealing a lewd grin. I haven't played with Chinese beauties. Upon hearing this, Qin Su was so angry that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "Sister, run, run." Upon hearing this, Qin gave a cold laugh, as if he had taken everything lightly. She just shook her head. She didn't want to run, and she knew she couldn't escape. However, it was impossible for her to offer her body to this foreign devil. No one but Li Tian should even think about it. "Brother, I'm not afraid of death. In fact, it's a blessing from heaven that I've survived this long in this island civilization. The only regret is that I couldn't tell him I liked him. I guess we can only continue our relationship in the next life." After saying this, Qin held the small knife her brother had given her to her neck, ready to die. She glared at King and said coldly, "Chinese beauties are not something you foreign devils can touch. Use doksan birinji Li Tian, rejoknizet vini." Seeing this, Li Tian, who was hiding in the shadows, was also on tenterhooks. Why is this masked girl so silly? If she shows any sign of wanting to run away, she can simply disappear into the bushes, and I'll have a way to rescue her. Right now, she was standing there dumbfounded in front of King. Even if I wanted to save him, I couldn't. In a direct confrontation, I would definitely be no match for him. Alas, there's nothing I can do about it. Li Tian shook his head helplessly and prepared to turn and leave. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was simply that he had the will, but not the power. It's unrealistic for him to simply crawl out and try to rescue her. In that case, not only will we be unable to save her, but we might also be in danger ourselves. He risked his life for a favor, but he still hasn't repaid it. Even a saint wouldn't make such a choice. Just as Li Tian turned around and took his first step, the girl behind him screamed, causing Li Tianxia to instinctively turn around and glance back. All I could see was King was already standing in front of the masked girl, grabbing her wrist with one hand and snatching the knife from her hand. "Want to die? I won't die until I enjoy it. Let me see what you look like under the mask." As he spoke, King grabbed the masked girl's mask with his other hand and roughly ripped it off. In an instant, King was so startled that he blurted out, "Oh, shit." How could he have imagined that this woman from Yanxia, who looked quite attractive, would have such a disgusting face? When Li Tian finally saw the masked woman's true face, he froze on the spot, his pupils dilating sharply. Qin Yi. You can't go wrong. Although the girl in front of Li Tian had a large burn scar on her face, judging from her facial features, it was undoubtedly Qin Yi. Her eyes were as clear as water. Her thin lips were as red as flower petals. Her delicate and exquisite nose. And her elfin ears. Every detail is so perfect that it's unforgettable. But what exactly did she go through to make her face look like that? For a moment, Li Tian felt as if his heart had been pierced by needles. The pain was excruciating. He could almost feel the pain and helplessness Qin Yi felt when his face was burned by the flames. He hated himself even more for not being able to find Qin Yi sooner. Now, the two meet again, but in this very situation. Li Tian was completely devastated. Why do I keep encountering such coincidences? Before the competition started, I was worried that I would run into King, and I did. That's bad enough. But now Qin Yi and King have appeared at the same time. If Qin Yi were still that masked girl, Li Tian would feel a little guilty, but he would grit his teeth and leave. But now, Li Tian has learned who the masked girl is. How could Li Tian bear to leave? The person standing before me is the one I've been longing for day and night. The one who changed the course of my life. And who exactly was Qin Yi referring to when she said, "My only regret is that I couldn't tell him I liked him"? Is it myself? At this moment, Li Tian lost his rationality. Screw living is the most important thing. Screw staying calm in the face of trouble. Aren't we all the same? Speak human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts. If it's a stranger, then you naturally have to consider the pros and cons of everything. However, Qin Yi was not a stranger. For Li Tian, even if he and Qin Yi could die together, he was confident that he would be smiling as he lay on his coffin lid. Others laugh at me for being a simp, but I laugh at them for not understanding love. In this dazzling and decadent world, most people's minds have long been blinded by greed. In their hearts, everything must be rewarded, including love. Gradually, countless people have lost themselves and forgotten the essence of love. Isn't the essence of love simply being willing to be good to someone without any regrets? Otherwise, would that be considered love? Aren't maternal love and paternal love also living examples? Your parents raised you. Did they ever ask for anything in return? Is your parents' unconditional love for you also considered licking dog behavior? Instantly, driven by love, Li Tian felt as if he had transformed into a Roman gladiator. He was not afraid of death. He was willing to wield his sword and fight for his beloved. And so it was. Li Tian, sword in hand, burst out of the bushes, glared fiercely at King, and roared, "Dog's son, let her go." At least for this moment, Li Tian's aura completely overwhelmed King. Li Tian's sudden appearance also startled King. However, when he saw Li Tian's face clearly, he was overjoyed. He thought today's competition was a waste of time, but who would have thought that this silly kid would steal his interdimensional space ring, and instead of hiding properly, he would run out to his death. Thinking about it, King Lo wedis mi civili. Ah, it's you? If you're sensible, give me back the ring. Certainly. Li Tian's sudden outburst was indeed somewhat impulsive and reckless, but that doesn't mean he was stupid. Therefore, instead of directly wielding the heaven-shattering sword to fight to the death, he took out King's dimensional space ring early on. It's okay to give it back to you, but let her go first. Otherwise, I will lose this ring. If so, I'm afraid you won't find it in the jungle until the end of the game. As he spoke, Li Tian deliberately began to play with King's otherworldly space ring. Upon seeing this, King didn't even hesitate and immediately released his grip on Qin Yi's wrist. King can clearly distinguish between the pros and cons. For King, Qin Yi wasn't a great beauty. In fact, she was somewhat frightening. If Li Tian is really pushed to the limit and ends up losing his extra-dimensional space ring in this overgrown forest, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The competition was nearing its end, and he wasn't confident he could find a way to finish it. If Li Tian is truly pushed to the brink for the sake of such a woman, even if he is killed in the end, the loss cannot be made up for. It is not worth it at all, since human life is worthless in this island civilization. It would be better to release the woman first, let the other party relax, then find a breakthrough to kill her, and then take back my ring and his ring. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Use Doksan ikinji resju, Vinyi. Seeing that King had released Qin Yi's wrist, Li Tian hurriedly urged him on. Qin Yi, come here quickly. Upon hearing this, without any hesitation, Qin Yi sprinted over. This moment, Qin Yi was no longer calm. Just a moment ago, when she thought she was about to die, she finally understood. If you love someone, say it out loud. Why worry about the final outcome? If Li Tian rejects him, at least he won't have any regrets. Not to mention, the moment Li Tian rushed out, Li Tian clearly recognized him. Even though she is now disfigured, Li Tian still chose to save her despite the danger, which means he doesn't despise her. Since the person I love doesn't dislike my appearance, what do I have to be afraid of being seen by him? Then, she threw herself into Li Tian's arms, bursting into tears. Wow, Li Tian, I love you. Li Tian, I love you. Silly girl, do you know how long I've waited to say this? I love you too. Li Tian was equally excited, then gently patted Qin Yi's back to comfort her. Sweetie, don't cry. There's still some troubles to deal with right now. Qin Yi wasn't one to be dramatic. Her emotional release was like water being released from a dam. Once it came out, she quickly returned to calm. The immediate danger has not yet been resolved, so she naturally cannot affect Li Tian. As for King, he couldn't hear what the two were saying. However, judging from this scene, it is undoubtedly a reunion of lovers. However, he couldn't help but admire Li Tian in his heart. Men who can even be attracted to such ugly women must be incredibly sexually frustrated, accepting any woman who comes their way. Of course, now is not the time to just sit back and watch the drama unfold. King also quickly looked at Li Tian and urged him on. Asshole, I'll let her go. Should you give me back the ring? Of course. Li Tian sneered, then forcefully threw the interdimensional ring behind King. I gave it back to you, but whether you can find it depends on your ability. After saying that, Li Tian grabbed Qin Yi's hand and disappeared into the bushes, vanishing from King's sight. Upon seeing this, King shouted, "Son of a bitch!" Immediately, he turned around and searched in the direction where Li Tian had thrown the interdimensional space ring. No way. It wasn't that he wanted to let Li Tian go, but time was of the essence. Instead of wasting time killing Li Tian, it's better to find that other dimensional space ring before the competition. At least for now, the value of the interdimensional ring is far greater than Li Tian's life. Not to mention, he is currently ranked #1 in the world. In his mind, unifying the world was only a matter of time and the unification of the seas. Even if we let Li Tian go this time, we'll still encounter him after all the sea areas are merged in the future. By then, capturing him and skinning him alive would be a piece of cake. In other words, you can kill him anytime, but the ring is only valuable if found before the end of the match, and can only be exchanged for rare resources. Therefore, King can still distinguish between what is more important and what is less important. Seeing his other 9 men standing motionless like wooden statues, King was even more furious. What are you waiting for? Why don't you help me find a ring? A bunch of idiots. There are 2 sides to the story. After using the interdimensional space ring to divert King's attention, Li Tian quickly led Qin Yi back to the hidden cave they had previously been hiding, relying on the dense vegetation. Now the 2 of them were truly safe. A long-awaited reunion is better than a new joy. Now that the truth has been revealed, Li Tian and Qin Yi have nothing left to hide. After exchanging a deep, loving look, the 2 embraced tightly once more. I'm sorry you've had to go through all this trouble, Li Tian said apologetically. Qin Yi shook her head, which was resting on Li Tian's shoulder, and said, I'm not wronged. Now it seems that everything was worth it. After cuddling together for a while, the 2 let go of each other's hands and then sat down on the ground hand in hand. As the initial passion subsided, Qin Yi's heart gradually sank again. It's just my brother and the others. Li Tian could only express his regret. His abilities were limited, and he only managed to rescue Qin Yi through cunning. As for Qin Yi's brother and her teammates, Li Tian was truly powerless to help them. However, with Qin Yi's brother in trouble, Li Tian couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Through his conversation with Qin Yi, Li Tian learned that Qin Yi had only recently been found by his brother Qin Su and taken to Qin Su's island. Previously, Qin Su was the boss of his island, and Qin Yi naturally enjoyed the benefits as well. But now that Qin Yi's brother is in trouble, what should Qin Yi do? After all, his meeting with Qin Yi was only within the competition venue constructed by this island civilization. After the competition, the survivors would all return to their respective islands in the sea. He is unable to take care of Qin Yi, and Qin Yi's brother has also run into trouble. Without Qin Yi's brother's protection, will Qin Yi be bullied? The problems are too numerous to even contemplate. After thinking about it, Li Tian didn't dare let Qin Yi leave the competition venue. However, despite his thoughts, what Li Tian needed to do was to comfort Qin Yi as much as possible and convey positive and optimistic thoughts to her. Now that things have come to this, all you can do is live well for your brother. Don't worry, as soon as my sea area merges with yours, I'll bring you over immediately. You know my island ID now? If you need anything, remember to contact me immediately. If you encounter danger, you can also mention my name. 193. A kiss for eternity. Certainly. What Li Tian said and thought was only the worst-case scenario. Perhaps King is still searching for his otherworldly ring. If that's the case, then Qin Yi's brother should still have a chance of survival. As for Qin Yi, she studied psychology and had a clear understanding of some things. Therefore, she didn't continue the topic, but simply nodded and then leaned into Li Tian's arms. I wish time could stop at this moment. Me too. As he spoke, Li Tian tightened his grip on Qin Yi's arm. But Qin Yi smiled helplessly after hearing this. However, that's obviously impossible. So let's take advantage of this rare time together to have a good talk, shall we? Okay, I also have a lot of questions I want to ask you. Li Tian nudda. That's all. Inside the cramped cave, the two of them quietly shared their hardships and anecdotes with each other. However, the peaceful atmosphere acted as a time-lapse catalyst, and before the two could finish their conversation, the competition was already coming to an end. I could hear the countdown in my ears. Qin Yi also remembered the competition. By the way, Li Tian, you threw away your extra-dimensional space ring when you saved me? No, that's not mine. That extra-dimensional space ring originally belonged to that foreigner. Li Tian shook his head, then laughed and said, however, the supplies in that extra-dimensional space ring have already been transferred to my own ring. Even if he finds it, it won't make any difference. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi nodded, as if she had thought of something, and quickly took off the dimensional space ring she was wearing on her index finger and handed it to Li Tian. I've also stored a lot of survival resources in this ring, which should add a lot of points for you later. You can take it too, and this should help you get a good ranking. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was unhappy. No, I can't take it. What will you do if I give it to you? Your team worked so hard to collect this information for so long. Our team didn't participate with the goal of getting a good ranking. It was more about training and satisfying our curiosity. My purpose in participating in the competition was to find you, and now that I've met you, I'm completely satisfied. Besides, the current situation of my brother and the others is uncertain. Their fate is unknown. Even if my brother and his team are still alive, I'm afraid that Foreign Devil will have taken away their extra-dimensional space rings. To receive the competition rewards, you must be among the top 10,000 survivors in the competition score. You're saying that my team of 10 people, with 9 of them having their dimensional space rings taken by that Foreign Devil, can we even make into the top 10,000 with just the supplies in my dimensional space ring? If I can't even get into the top 10,000, there's no point in keeping these supplies in my ring. Instead of wasting them, wouldn't it be better for you to take them? Hearing this, Li Tian was no longer so resistant. What Qin Yi said was true. If you can't get into the top 10,000, no matter how much resources you collect, you won't get any competition points. So Li Tian accepted the ring, but didn't forget to remind him, okay, I'll take the ring, but when you get back to your island, remember to go to the merchant mall and find the Tiangong official flagship store. This shop is mine. With the change of seasons, the rules have also been updated. Buyers can now contact the merchant. Although we cannot communicate privately across the sea, we can contact each other through the merchant's online store. If you need anything, contact me immediately. If you're short of food or water, remember to call me too. Okay, look at you, talking like you're nagging a child. Do you think I'm that stupid? Qin Yi said with dissatisfaction, but she felt extremely sweet inside. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up, revealing 2 charming dimples. Looking at Qin Yi's sweet smile, Li Tian was once again captivated. Although Qin Yi had scars on her cheeks, they did not diminish her features, which were as beautiful as any in the world, nor did they burn away her clear and bright heart. She's still so beautiful, beautiful inside and out. She's still as charming as ever, a charm that deepens over time. Feeling Li Tian's gaze, Qin Yi turned her head and looked up to meet his eyes. In a short time, their eyes met. Li Tian gazed at him tenderly, his eyes filled with the warmth of spring. Qin Yi's eyes were brimming with tenderness. The scene seemed to freeze, and after a full minute of staring at each other, Qin Yi timidly spoke. Li Tian, if you don't mind me as I am now, will you marry me when we meet again? Fool, do you still remember what you said to me when you were trying to comfort me? You are not a plaything. You are a treasure fallen to earth. The same applies to me. You are a rare treasure in this world. Why would I despise you? He finished speaking. Without any warning, Li Tian lifted Qin Yi's chin with his fingers and kissed her. At first, Qin Yi was somewhat awkward and resistant, because she had never been exposed to these things before. After sensing the emotions on Li Tian's tongue, Qin Yi gradually became involved and responded to Li Tian. This kiss is enough to last forever. The kiss lasted for a full 10 seconds before the final countdown ended, when the two reluctantly parted their lips. Qin Yi, remember what I just told you. I'm coming to find you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Thanks to the efforts of all the survivors, the wilderness survival competition has come to a successful conclusion. The match scores are currently being tallied. Due to the large volume of data, there may be a slight delay. Survivors can check the scores later in the wilderness survival competition section of the handbook. Also, there's no need to worry too much about your teammates' safety. This competition is a virtual event and won't involve any real-world situations. Survivors who die unexpectedly during the match are simply sent back to their respective islands ahead of schedule. Next match starts in 7 days. The notification tone had barely faded when Li Tian's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on his own island. At the same time, the other 9 members also appeared beside Li Tian. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. He never expected that this island civilization would play such a big joke on him. This damn match. If no one's gonna die, why didn't they just say so beforehand? This made him quite worried. However, this also allowed Li Tian to see what the purpose of this island civilization was in holding the competition. If the purpose of competition rewards is to promote the development of civilization. So the reason why the game is unkillable is probably to let each survivor know in advance what their future friends or enemies might be. It seems that a global unification isn't too far off. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 194, SSS rank upgrade card. Although the announcement at the end of the match stated that there would be no deaths. However, now that they could see Li Tianping safely appear on the island, the rest of the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li quickly stepped forward and asked, "Brother, how's your injury now?" According to what they said after the match, your injury won't affect reality, right? Upon hearing this, Li Tian also tried pressing his abdomen hard, and he really didn't feel any discomfort. Yes, the notification was correct, and the injury is indeed gone. Phew, that's good. We got separated at the competition venue, and you have no idea how worried I was about you. Thankfully, it was a close call. Li Tian smiled and nodded, then looked at the crowd. It's midnight now. You've all worked so hard. Go take a shower and get some rest. The others nodded, stretched, and went back into their respective rooms. Li, however, stayed behind. The supply blind boxes have been refreshed. I'll help you open some blind boxes before I go to rest. Okay. Li Tian nodded, not refusing. The two went together to the storage point for the supply blind boxes and started opening them. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain SSS rank upgrade card, *1, already stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to receive Durex umbrella cover, *99, now stored in the manual inventory. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Super Expansion Floating Stone, *5, now stored in the manual warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Rank a Character Level Upgrade Card, *1, already stored in the handbook warehouse. Open the Supreme Blind Box to obtain Exquisite Sea Monster Feed, *50 kilograms, now stored in the manual warehouse. After opening all the blind boxes of supplies, Li Tian and Li nodded in satisfaction. Looks like good luck is on my side again. Having learned from past mistakes, Li Tian didn't need to think about what to do with this SSS level upgrade card. You can just give this card to that mountain spring. Although the mountain spring was already SS level, it felt a bit of a waste to use it on it, and only raise its level by 1. However, in this island civilization, freshwater is almost the origin of all things. If the mountain spring reaches SSS level, then crops, animals, and survivors can all enjoy its benefits. However, if it is used for other things, the improvement of that thing itself may be very obvious, but the number of people who benefit will be much smaller. Overall, it would be better to upgrade the grade of the mountain spring water. After successfully using it, the two of them, as usual, tasted it on the spot. Well, I have to say, each time the mountain spring water is upgraded, its flavor changes. However, that's not quite right either. Actually, the taste of the mountain spring has never changed. It's just the taste of ordinary fresh water, nothing special. The main difference is that the body's response after drinking it changes as the grade of the spring water increases. If we're talking about SS grade mountain spring water, after drinking it, you'll feel as if you're enveloped by a gentle and warm power. After drinking the SSS grade mountain spring water, Li Tian felt as if his lover was gently caressing his entire body, a tingling, warm sensation that he found incredibly enjoyable. However, Li Tian was somewhat surprised that he could get a Durex umbrella cover from the supply blind box. Could it be that the island civilization detected that many survivors have gathered on an island, and fearing that some might get bored and do something impulsive, so they've implemented a safety measure? After all, with the current level of technology, the process of civilization transmission can be enjoyed, but the outcome is still unbearable. If I am indeed pregnant, not to mention the inability to have regular prenatal checkups, even the delivery itself will be a problem. Thinking about this, Li Tian felt that the appearance of this Durex umbrella cover was very timely. He had just confirmed his relationship with Qin, so this was the perfect opportunity. The reason is self-evident. All I can say is, island civilizations really know their stuff. Actually, it's the author who really knows. Thinking about it, Li Tian looked at Li Erbio with a wicked grin and said, "Brother Biao, how many of these condoms do you want?" Upon hearing this, Li Erbio curled his lip. Would your brother Biao stoop to using this stuff? You overestimate me. You're kidding, I don't need it at all. Hearing this, Li Tian finally couldn't hold back anymore. My bad. My bad. I forgot that you're still single, brother Biao. TCH, I'm only doing this to help you with the work on the island. I have no time to pursue true love. Otherwise, Yang Shui would have given up long ago with my relentless pursuit. Li Erbio boasted without batting an eye, adding, "Besides, look at you, talking as if you're not single." Upon hearing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. "Hey, I'm not a single dog anymore. How about that? Aren't you jealous?" Now, Li Tian has nothing to worry about. After all, my mother is doing quite well. As for Qin, even though her brother was injured in the competition, he recovered completely after returning to the island. Then Qin will have someone to take care of him. Moreover, Qin said that her brother is also doing well, so Li Tian doesn't need to worry too much about Qin now. Therefore, his mindset naturally improved a lot, and he started teasing and joking with Li Erbio. Li Erbio, upon hearing Li Tian's words, perked up his ears and instantly transformed into a gossip prince. "What? You said you're not single anymore? When did that happen? Are you dating that silly girl? What are you thinking? You know who I have in my heart, not some silly girl." Li Tian rolled his eyes at her and replied. In an instant, Li Erbio realized what was happening and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you encountered Qin during the competition?" "Yes." Li Tian nodded, a happy smile spreading across his face as he thought about it. After spending this time together, Li Erbio had long regarded Li Tian as his younger brother, so he was overjoyed when he learned that Li Tian had met his true love. "It's good that we met, judging from your expression. You two must have confirmed your relationship, right? So, all that's left is to bring her here?" Li Tian nodded with a smile again. "Yes. The island where she is currently located is developing quite well. Now it's just waiting for the sea areas to be merged." Seeing that Li Erbio still wanted to gossip about something, Li Tian quickly stopped him. "All right, let's talk about these things later. Let's feed that sky-piercing sea serpent the sea beast food. Then it's time for a bath and bed." Seeking flowers, resources, and powered by love, meaning generating electricity through passion. Requesting an expedited update. 195. Finally, we can open the system blind boxes. The two returned to the villa and went to Li Tian's room. Just as Li Tian took out the exquisite sea beast feed from the manual, Li Ro walked into Li Tian's room. Brother Biao, you're back?" Upon hearing this, Li Tian and Li Urbio turned around at the same time. Li Tian nodded and gave a doting smile, replying, "Yes, you're back. But why aren't you asleep yet? It's getting late. Get some rest." "It's okay, I'm not sleepy." Li Rose shook her head and said, "Besides, you said before you participated in the competition that there were risks involved. Do you think I, as your sister, could sleep peacefully if I didn't see you return safely?" "Haha, you're right, but you don't need to worry about that anymore. There's no risk in this competition." Li Tian replied with a faint smile. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly asked, "By the way, after we participated in the competition this afternoon, did anything happen on the island?" Hearing this, Li Ro clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot about the important matter. I can't talk to you about this. Not long after you participated in the competition this afternoon, the sea monsters attacked. Although the two sea monsters that attacked the island were eventually subdued, the sea monsters that appeared in the second attack seemed to be quite strong. In the end, we lost more than 800 square meters of land, and the sky serpent was also injured as a result." "What? The sky-piercing sea serpent is injured?" Li Tian exclaimed, then looked at Li Urbio. "Brother Biao, let's go get the sea monster feed and go check on that guy." Without further ado, the two carried the 50 kilograms of marine mammal feed and ran towards the marine mammal breeding house. We arrived at the marine mammal breeding house. This time, the sky serpent did not emerge from the sea immediately, as it usually does. Moreover, there were still many bloodstains on the floor of the marine mammal breeding house. Upon seeing this, Li Tianxin was also worried. Could something have happened to the little guy? After all, I've fought alongside this little guy for so long, so I've developed some feelings for him. "Little guy, are you there?" Li Tian called out to the sea. It wasn't until Li Tian called out that ripples began to appear in the sea. The next moment, a python's head, looking exhausted, emerged from the seawater. "Little guy, look what this is. It's all your favorite food." Li Tian took the fine sea beast feed from Li Urbio and waved it in front of the sky-piercing sea python. What can be done? The giant sea python was no longer as lively as before. Upon seeing the exquisite food, it merely flicked its tongue and didn't move an inch. The sky-piercing sea serpent's posture caused Li Tian to frown. "Looks like you're badly injured." As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to see where the sky-piercing sea serpent was injured. You wouldn't know unless you looked, and what you found was truly shocking. The body of the sky serpent, which was not submerged in the seawater, was riddled with holes. Many of those wounds were still bleeding, attracting numerous marine creatures. If it weren't for the sky serpent's tail constantly driving away these creatures that wanted to approach, the sky serpent's body might have been devoured long ago. Li Tian only glanced at it a few times before he couldn't bear to look any longer. "It's so heartbreaking. Little one, you've worked hard. If it weren't for you today, my island would probably be completely destroyed." Li Tian looked apologetic and gently stroked the head of the sky-piercing sea python. Immediately, he tore open the packaging of the exquisite sea monster feed and looked at the sky-piercing sea python, saying, "Come on, eat and get some rest." In this regard, the sky-piercing sea serpent was quite cooperative, opening its mouth and waiting for Li Tian to feed it. After consuming a bag of high-quality marine mammal food, the sky-piercing sea python's condition improved noticeably. Afterwards, Li Tian wanted the sky-piercing sea python to leave the seawater and come to land first. He sent the medical team from the island to help it clean its wounds and stop the bleeding. However, the sky-piercing sea serpent stubbornly refused. Although the sky-piercing sea serpent could understand what Li Tian said, Li Tian did not quite understand the feedback it gave. Therefore, Li Tian did not know why the sky-piercing sea serpent was unwilling to leave the seawater. However, since it was unwilling, Li Tian did not force it. Perhaps these marine creatures have their own ways of self-healing. After leaving the marine mammal breeding house, Li Tian bid farewell to Li Urbio and returned to the villa with his sister. After returning to my room and taking a shower, and after a flurry of activity, it was already 1 a.m. However, Li Tian was not sleepy at all at this moment. There are still quite a few things that haven't been dealt with yet. The first step is to determine the number of times the system's blind boxes can be opened. Thinking about it, Li Tian called upon the system in his mind. "System, I want to draw more chances to open the system blind box." Ding, the system is drawing lots for blind box openings. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained 1 opening attempt for the system blind box. You can open 1 system blind box now. Would you like to start now? Upon hearing this, Li Tian's eyes lit up instantly. After all this time, I've finally succeeded in drawing one. Moreover, according to the system's prompts, can these attempts be stored? However, this stuff doesn't accrue interest. Only a fool would think of storing it. The sooner you start, the sooner you can enjoy it. So Li Tian thought to himself, I want to open the system blind box now. Ding! The system blind box is now open. Please select the type of supplies you need. Food, building, technology, military, beast taming, power enhancement. The system provides options for virtually all types of survival scenarios. It seems that the items in this system's blind boxes are truly limited only by your imagination. There's nothing it doesn't have. However, although there are many types to choose from, Li Tian can only use a few at present. Currently, he is focusing his attention on the technology and beast taming options. Technology needs no further introduction. The development of islands is gradually moving towards technology, and there are more ways to obtain mobile phones and computers. According to Li Tian's previous plan, he didn't need to hesitate at all. He could simply choose the technology category. However, now that the sky-piercing sea python is injured, the option of beast taming has appeared, which makes Li Tian curious about this option. If I choose the beast taming option, will I have a chance to obtain any supplies to heal the wounds of sea beasts? Or perhaps resources to enhance the strength of sea monsters? In this way, will the sky serpent's injuries be healed? However, if he chose the beast taming category, Li Tian was afraid that it would be a long time before he could draw another chance to open the system blind box. By then, will it be too late to choose technology-related resources? After all, this is neither a personal rebirth nor a personal time travel. Every survivor in the island civilization is a citizen of the mainland civilization, so they naturally know what the internet is all about. Perhaps if they've only been delayed for a day or two, they'll find it impossible to even enter the internet world. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 196. SSS rank Super Sea Beast House. After thinking it over and over and pondering it for a few minutes, Li Tian has made his choice. System, I've selected beast taming type resources. Li Tian made this choice after considering both urgency and probability. The urgency is self-evident. Firstly, the sea monster is currently seriously injured, which is a genuinely urgent situation. As for the so-called island technology development, this is just Li Tian's guess. While the existence of wilderness survival competitions makes it easier for survivors to obtain technological products such as mobile phones or computers, it does not mean that everyone will soon have a mobile phone or computer. Secondly, there's the issue of probability. Don't forget, this only specifies the category of supplies, not the specific supplies. Technology-related resources range from astronomical items to home appliances, and many of these resources are included in the technology category. If you choose technology-related resources, the probability of getting internet-related resources from among so many resources is probably not very high. The beast taming option is different. For beast taming items, the resources Li Tian can think of that might be obtained are nothing more than living supplies for sea beasts, breeding supplies for sea beasts, healing supplies for sea beasts, and level-up supplies for sea beasts. Regardless of which resource is provided, the sea monsters benefit significantly. In other words, if you choose the technology category, you might get a resource that is currently useless, while if you choose the beast taming category, at least it will be of some use for the time being. And, even today, marine mammals still play a very important role. The strength of the sky serpent is evident to all. Don't underestimate it just because it's only a B-rank survivor. Its combat power is no less than that of an S-rank survivor. The fact that it was so badly injured in today's sea monster attack shows that sea monsters are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. If we leave the sky-piercing sea serpent unattended now, dealing with future sea monster attacks on our island will likely be much more difficult. From both a logical and emotional standpoint, choosing the beast taming category is the right choice. The system immediately provided feedback after receiving Li Tian's choice. Ding! System blind box successfully opened, obtained. SSS level Super Sea Monster Nursery. The name tells us that it is a house, but its specific purpose remains unknown. Therefore, Li Tian quickly opened the manual repository and used his reading ability to retrieve the information of this SSS level Super Sea Beast House. SSS rank Super Sea Monster Nursery. A sea monster nursery with special abilities that can accommodate 10 sea monsters. The care function can be used once a week. After using the care function on a sea monster, if the sea monster is hungry, its hunger value will increase and it will be restored to a full state. If the sea monster is injured, its injuries will be healed and it will return to normal. If the sea monster is in a normal state, its current level experience will be increased by 10%. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was overjoyed. This is a real treasure. Now, not only can the sea mammal's injuries be healed, but it can also continue to raise other sea mammals. In fact, long before Li Tian captured the sky-piercing sea serpent and witnessed its power, he had been thinking about forming a sea beast legion. Unfortunately, the sea monster breeding house couldn't be opened from the supply boxes no matter what, so the plan had to be put on hold. This SSS-level super sea monster breeding house can now accommodate 10 sea monsters, including the ordinary marine mammal breeding house. It can house a total of 11 marine mammals. At this stage, with the help of 11 sea monsters, it would be extremely easy to fight off enemies and deal with future sea monster attacks. Thinking of this, Li Tian quickly took out the SSS-level super sea beast breeding house and placed it next to the ordinary sea beast breeding house. Immediately, he scurried out of the villa, arrive at the SSS class super sea monster breeding house. There's not much to say about the exterior of this super marine mammal breeding house. It's a fairly simple type, just a huge cuboid with a large electronic door that's 5 meters long and 5 meters high on the land-facing side. As for the size of this SSS-level super marine mammal breeding house, it is 50 meters long and at least 35 meters wide. Fortunately, like the previous sea beast breeding house, a large portion of this SSS-level super sea beast breeding house is submerged in seawater, so it doesn't take up much of the island's area. Press the round button next to the electronic door, and the electronic door will rise automatically. Upon closer inspection, the interior was just as simple as the exterior, consisting of only a piece of equipment, a passageway for people to walk through, and a sea. Of course, Li Tian also read the abilities of this SSS-level super sea beast breeding house, so it can only be said that it is simple, but not simple. Li Tian quickly went to the ordinary sea beast breeding house next door, intending to move the sky-piercing sea python to the new SSS-level super sea beast house. After eating the refined marine mammal food, the sky-piercing sea serpent's condition gradually improved. At least this time, before Li Tian could even call out, it poked its head out to greet him. "Little guy, I've got you a new home. Since you don't want to go ashore, you can just dive over there. It's right next to this house." Li Tian got straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the sky-piercing sea serpent didn't hesitate and darted into the sea in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Li Tian also hurriedly ran back to the SSS-level super sea beast breeding house. Seeing that the sky-piercing sea serpent was already waiting for him in the SSS class super sea beast breeding house, Li Tian went directly to the equipment in the house. The information displayed on this instrument is the same as that displayed on the instruments in the ordinary sea monster breeding house, but there is an additional option called Care. After clicking the Take Care button, Li Tian discovered that something resembling a mechanical arm had somehow appeared on the top of the SSS-level super sea beast breeding house. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the robotic arm and shone directly at the sky serpent. For a moment, the sky-piercing sea serpent was so frightened that it began to writhe all over. But gradually, it stopped struggling and became increasingly calm. The wounds on the sky-piercing sea serpent's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 197, Mother's Shop. It only took less than a minute. The wounds on the sky-piercing sea serpent disappeared without a trace. It has to be said that the capabilities of this SSS-level super sea beast breeding house exceeded Li Tian's expectations. Putting aside other functions, the ability to heal sea monsters alone is enough to qualify it as an SSS-level product. Seeing the sky-piercing sea serpent swimming and leaping about in the seawater again, Li Tian was overjoyed. "Little one, now that you're all right, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. We'll need your help when the sea monster attack happens tomorrow. I'll get you a few more companions then, so you won't get bored." Hiss! The sky-piercing sea serpent hissed in response, seemingly also looking forward to the arrival of its new friend. After returning to the room, Li Tian sat down in front of the manual. The first thing he did was open the merchant's chat interface to see if he had contacted him. Upon inspection, I indeed receive a message from 01C area sunny day. 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Sunny day. Li Tian, are you asleep? 6 minutes and 37 seconds. Sunny, I have good news for you. My brother and the others are all okay. So you don't need to worry about me anymore. 7 minutes and 58 seconds. Sunny, I heard from my brother that your heavenly palace is developing very strongly right now. So you should still be busy with the island's affairs, right? 30 minutes and 5 seconds. Sunny, are you still busy? I'm going to sleep now. You've been busy for 12 hours straight with the competition, so you should go to sleep early too. No staying up late. You hear me? Looking at the messages Qin Yi sent, Li Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Is this what it feels like to have someone care about you and think about you? It's actually pretty good. So Li Tian replied, sorry, I just finished work. I'll spend more time with you tomorrow. Good night. Cover yourself well so you don't get cold. May sweet dreams accompany you until dawn. After closing the chat interface, Li Tian also entered the merchant mall to search. Now that he can chat across seas through the merchant mall, he naturally wants to start trying to contact his mother. The mother's ranking is quite good, so she should be able to open a merchant account as well. Furthermore, the store description will display the creator's merchant ID, so you should be able to find it if you search carefully. After searching for about 20 minutes, Li Tian finally stopped at a shop called Jinxiu Mall. Jinxiu Mall, creator, embroidery needle. Shop introduction. The beautiful landscape may be gone, but the descendants of Yin and Huang remain. Clothes make the man, so hurry in and buy some decent clothes. Upon seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but click in and take a look. Upon closer inspection, it was astonishing. Little did he know that his mother's clothing shop was quite a reputable establishment. Not only were there separate men's and women's clothing, but also different styles. They have everything imaginable, from t-shirts and polo shirts to strapless tops, bras, underwear, briefs, casual pants, and skirts. Of course, island civilizations are limited in resources, and although the mother shop had a wide variety of clothes, the colors were extremely limited and the materials were quite simple. Judging from its appearance, it must have been hand-sewn. Goodness, how could he have imagined that his mother had started her business by selling clothes? Li Tian hadn't really thought about this. He never expected that clothes could sell in this island civilization. The main point is that at the beginning, everyone is alone on an island. So whether the clothes are dirty or not, or how good they look, is probably not a primary concern for the survivors. Secondly, items like winter coats can be obtained from supply blind boxes, so he never thought there was a market for selling clothes. Looking back now, I realize that my judgment was wrong. There really is a market for clothing. However, the clothes her mother sold were all summer clothes, so she probably understood that cotton-padded clothes could be obtained from blind boxes of supplies, so there was no need to produce such clothes. After gaining a general understanding of his mother's business, Li Tian decided to close the product page and contact his mother. But Li Tian caught a glimpse of a rather unusual product out of the corner of his eye. At first, Li Tian thought he had misread it. Upon closer inspection, it really was. Holy crap, sanitary napkins? And the sales volume is so high. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Menstruation occurs every month for women. So in island civilizations, sanitary napkins naturally become a necessity for female survivors. There's absolutely no worry about them not selling. But how did my mother come to make this? Li Tian had no way of knowing this. He would probably have to wait until he contacted his mother and ask her in person. However, the fact that the mother sold clothes and sanitary napkins also proves that there are still significant differences in the thinking of men and women. Whether it's the chat service founded by Hu Li or the clothes and sanitary napkins her mother sells now, most men probably wouldn't think of these things. Well, it can only be said that Li Tian suffered because of his gender. Otherwise, if he had started making sanitary napkins earlier, he might have accumulated a lot of wealth. Certainly. Now, Li Tian is no longer worried about these issues. Anyway, it seems my mother has become a leader in the clothing industry, so there's no need for me to enter the industry and take away her business. When the sea areas are merged, why not just merge the mother sea area with the mother sea area? With that in mind, Li Tian stopped worrying about so many issues. I clicked on Contact Merchant directly. A humble and proud young man. Are you there? Is this really you? Li Tian's seemingly unnecessary question was actually quite necessary. After all, although the manual is tied to a person, it does not restrict its use to only the person who tied it to. For example, Leroy could also use his own manual. Therefore, in case the person in front of the manual isn't your mother and might reveal something, it's better to ask more questions. In this island civilization, caution is still very necessary. Embroidery needle. This isn't you. Is there anything I can help you with? Upon seeing this, Li Tian couldn't help but praise himself, realizing he had been too cautious. It turned out to be someone else entirely. Then he asked, "When are you usually available?" Embroidery needle. She's here during the day, and I'm in charge of the night shift. The modest and proud young man understood. After the conversation ended, Li Tian didn't say anything more. What's the point of talking to a stranger? Since they said their mother is only there during the day, just contact them tomorrow. It's the same thing. Immediately, Li Tian opened the Wilderness Survival Competition section to see if the rewards had been distributed. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. Thank you so much to Chunpi Mei, who loves almond fish fillets, for all the gifts. Your gifts have been all over the screen, which is why they caught my attention. 198. Won first place in the competition. Wilderness Survival Competition. As soon as the section was opened, a pop-up window appeared in front of Li Tian's eyes. Wilderness Survival Competition Rankings. First place, Humble Pride Team, 10 members, total score, 1,093,260, reward, 546,630 competition points. Second place, Team King, 10 members, total score, 793,200, reward, 396,600 competition points. Third place, Team Usain Fursky, 10 players, total score, 781,200, bonus competitive points, 390,600. Rank 10,000. Exploding Heaven Gangmingdi Team, 10 members, total score, 316010, reward, 158,005 competition points. Upon seeing this, Li Tian was somewhat surprised. Little did he know that after meeting Qin Yi, he hadn't collected many supplies, yet he was still ranked first. It seems that even after they split up, the other 9 members are still working quite hard. As for King, that foreign devil, ranking second, Li Tian could understand it. Although he had transferred the supplies from the foreigner's ring. Don't forget that he also robbed the supplies of the 9 members of Qin Yi's team. Even if the losses weren't fully recovered, the total loss shouldn't be too great. Of course, that's the result anyway, and Li Tian didn't bother to speculate on the specific process. He simply acknowledged that he was number 1, and that was that. He didn't bother to analyze why he had achieved first place or why King had come in second. However, just looking at the 10,000th place on the list, which has a score of over 300,000, you can see that the competition is quite fierce. After closing the pop-up leaderboard window, Li Tian turned his attention to the points mall. Previously, Li Tian had only glanced at the items in the points mall. Now that I have points, I need to thoroughly check if there's anything I need. Points mall. Super expansion floating stone. 2,000 points redeem. Character level up card. 200,000 points redeem. Building blueprints for a 10th house apartment. 1,000 points redeem. Water wheel power generation device blueprint. 5,000 points redeem. Equip a Mate 40 Pro phone. 300,000 points redeem. Transform into a MateBook X computer. 1 million points redeem. After a thorough search, Li Tian sighed helplessly. Sigh, I can't afford the things I need, and I don't need the things I can afford right now. Let's save the competition points for now. No way. Li Tian currently has only a little over 500,000 points. He has no shortage of mobile phones, but he really wants the blueprints for making them. Unfortunately, it requires 5 million competitive points to redeem. Next, let's talk about the character level up card. You can only get a regular one for 200,000. However, these ordinary character level upgrade cards are not as effective as those with levels attached. This ordinary character level upgrade card can only increase the level by 1, and there is a prerequisite that it can only be upgraded up to the user's talent limit level. In other words, assuming Zhang San's maximum talent level is B+, and his current level is also B+, then using this card will have no effect. However, if Zhang San's talent ceiling is A and his current level is B, Li Tian feels there is no need to use upgrade cards to raise his level. After all, the mountain spring water has now been upgraded to SSS level, so its effects are definitely more significant. It can be improved entirely by relying on the mountain spring water, so using points to redeem this is a complete waste. And Nowadays, there are quite a few B-plus level members on Li Tian Island, and those who haven't reached B-plus level can break through using talent limit breakthrough cards, so there's no need to waste points exchanging for ordinary upgrade cards. So instead of exchanging for meaningless supplies, it's better to save them. However, this also reminded Li Tian of the A-grade character upgrade card he had opened from the Supreme Blind Box. In the Wilderness Survival Competition, Li Tian also read Qin Yi's level, which was only C level. The A-level character upgrade card was still very effective for her, allowing her to level up multiple times. The next step is to consider how to hand it over to her. Certainly, since Qin Yi was already asleep, Li Tian didn't need to consider this issue now. He was exhausted after a long day, and after tossing and turning in bed a few times, he fell asleep. I woke up the next day. The first thing Li Tian did was go to the manual and open the chat page. As expected, Qin Yi replied to me quite early. "Sonny, I am awake. Good morning. Remember to eat breakfast." Seeing the message from Qin Yi, Li Tian was in a great mood again early in the morning. He couldn't help but sigh. This must be what online dating feels like, right? No wonder all my friends back in the day liked online dating. Then he replied, "Good morning, I'm gonna wash up now. Remember to eat breakfast too." After washing up, Li Tian was starving, so he went to eat breakfast. After breakfast, he returned to the manual. First, I wanted to talk to Qin Yi some more, and second, I wanted to see if my mother was there. Pity. Back in front of the manual, Qin Yi didn't reply, and Li Tian guessed she was probably busy too. So Li Tian turned his attention to his mother again. Find Jinxiu Mall and initiate a chat request again. A humble and proud young man. "Hello, is this you?" Embroidery needle. "It's me. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with our clothes?" Seeing this, Li Tian was delighted, but to make sure the other party wasn't lying, Li Tian also gave a riddle in return. "I'm the son of Emperor Taizong of Tang." The message had barely been sent when the other party quickly replied, "Are you Li Tian?" At that moment, Li Tian was certain that the person he was talking to was his mother. Therefore, he also started shouting towards the outside. "Ro, Dad, come quick. I found Mom." No sooner had she finished speaking than Ro, like a rabbit, hopped and skipped into Li Tian's room. "Where is she? Where is she? Brother, where is Mom?" Not long after, Li Sherwin also rushed in upon hearing the noise. "Xiao Tian, have you found Chunxiu?" "Well, you can see for yourselves," Li Tian said with a faint smile, pointing to the chat box in the manual. He immediately replied in the manual. The proud and modest son asked, "Mom, which sea area are you in right now?" A humble and proud young man. "How have you been?" 199. Temple Run development completed. Soon. The mother also replied, "Embroidery needle, I'm fine. You're the one who really makes Mom proud." Embroidery needle. I didn't notice it before, but now I realize that you're already a big name on the leaderboard. Embroidery needle. From now on, Mom will have to rely on you to take care of her in her old age. The proud son said, "Mom, what are you saying? I'm not famous at all. I'm just a little luckier than others." The proud and modest son said, "Besides, Mom, you're in your prime now. You don't need me at all. I'm counting on inheriting your clothing business." Covering his mouth and chuckling. Qian Jiaozi. "By the way, Mom, you're currently in the 01C area, right? I had Dad check it with a locator, but I don't know if it's accurate." Embroidery needle. "Yes, I'm in C area 01. What about you?" A humble and proud young man. "I am currently in the 05C area." "Hey, brother, are you done chatting? I want to chat with Mom for a while too." Seeing Li Tian rambling on and on, Li Ro got itchy and started shoving him. Upon seeing this, Li Tian pursed his lips and stood up. All right, you guys chat. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'll go check out the Paradise Network studio first." At the moment, Li Tian had absolutely nothing to worry about anymore. Qin Yi was also contacted, and it was learned that Qin Yi was in the 01C area. She also got in touch with her mother, and her mother was even in the same C area as Qin Yi. Most importantly, Qin Yi and her mother are doing well, so she can now focus on developing the island. The rest depends on when the C areas will be merged. Arrived at the office building. The office building has now been heightened to 10 stories by the robots from the Architectural Alliance. However, only 4 floors are currently usable. 1 layer, used for Paradise Network. The second floor is used for the Heavenly Palace Bank. The third layer is used for Heavenly Gift Service. The 4th floor was added later and used as offices for the Human Resources Department. Previously, the HR department shared offices with the Tianxi service team, but as the number of HR staff increased, they had to open separate offices. As for Hu Li's Angel Chat business, Li Tian hasn't arranged for them to join yet. It's not because some members didn't use the Unity card. In fact, even without the Unity card, a labor contract can be generated using the contract generator. The main point is that a quiet environment is needed for chatting. If hundreds of people are gathered in an office, all chatting, wouldn't it be just like a vegetable market? It might even affect other departments downstairs. Arrive at the entrance of the Paradise Network office. The sharp-eyed manager immediately stood up to welcome him. Boss, you've arrived. The person in charge, named Zhu Huatang, is an ambitious young man who is proficient in multiple programming languages and is a talented individual. In addition, he was usually diligent in his work and kept his personal and professional life separate. So Li Tian arranged for him to be the person in charge of Paradise Network. Forehead. On a smaller scale, this position can be understood as a department head. On a larger scale, it could be a director or even a higher level. This depends on how far Paradise Network can develop in the future. If it can become an industry leader like Sun Tang Company during the early days of Chinese civilization, then giving Zhu Huatang the CEO position would be no problem. Yes, let's see how it's progressing. Li Tian nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huatang quickly replied, currently, Tian reading has been fully completed and is available on mobile app stores. In fact, according to the latest data, 13 people have already registered for our Tian reading. However, since there was no content available, the 13 people had no desire to recharge. They even logged in for a short time and then logged out and never logged in again. Hearing this, Li Tian smiled and nodded. That's already pretty good. At least 13 people have registered without any advertising. You know, right now, the number of survivors in the island civilization who own mobile phones is probably only a few dozen at most. Immediately afterwards, Li Tian asked, how's the progress of that parkour game? The game Temple Run is actually finished, but it's still in the internal testing phase, so there might be some bugs, Zhu Huatang replied. Upon hearing this, Li Tian quickly pulled a mobile phone out of his pocket and handed it to Zhu Huatang, saying, transfer its APK installation package to my phone, and I'll try it myself. Okay, right away. It must be said that Zhu Huatang has a pretty good professional attitude. After receiving the order from his superior, he didn't hesitate at all, and immediately took the phone and ran to his computer to plug in the phone's data cable. The installation package was installed in less than a minute. As for the phone data cable, it wasn't the one that came with the computer. Instead, Li Tian deliberately left a phone in the office so that the staff at Paradise Network could test the application. That data cable belongs to the phone. All of Li Tian's phones are the same model and all have USB to Type-C interfaces, so they can all be used together. After taking the phone from Zhu Huatang, Li Tian found a chair, sat down, and opened the Tian Paoku app. The first thing that catches the eye is a logo that combines auspicious clouds, halos, and other special effects with the characters Tiangong, Tiangong, meaning heavenly palace. Immediately afterwards, a rather cute female voice rang out from the phone, heavenly palace. Upon seeing this, Li Tian nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. This opening animation is very impressive. It has a similar feel to the opening sound of the mainland civilization, which is called Timid. But the female voice that says Heavenly Palace doesn't seem to be electronically synthesized, does it? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Upon hearing this, Zhu Huatang quickly explained, yes, this isn't a composite. It's actually the voice of Yang Yu from the island. Of course, in order to attract those players, we deliberately asked Yang Yu to pronounce those two words in a slightly coquettish tone. After Zhu Huatang's explanation, Li Tian nodded in understanding and thought that Zhu Huatang had his own ideas. Cough, cough, cough. It has to be said that Yang Yu's voice, even normally, already gives off a delicate and endearing vibe, but when she gets into a sweet, coquettish tone, it's even more irresistible. It would make any man's heart flutter. After the app's opening animation, you're taken to the login page. This login page only has two login options. One is the island account, and the other is the guest login. Upon seeing this, Li Tian asked suspiciously, what is this island account? Boss, this is the island account, and it's also the login interface provided to us by the island civilization. You can understand it as the account generated after you activate the paid monthly fee for your mobile phone and bind it to the manual. One more chapter to come. Stay tuned. 200. Try out Temple Run. After listening to Zhu Huadang's explanation, Li Tian nodded in understanding. I then clicked on Island account to log in. Anyway, this phone belongs to him, and it's also bound to his manual. After clicking, the game screen quickly displayed a message indicating that the account had been successfully loaded, and then redirected to the game loading screen. Continue until the progress bar below reaches 100%. A new interface appears. Please create your game nickname. ______. As for this name, Li Tian didn't need to consider it at all. Aside from the beta testers, I was the second person to create the game, and I could choose any nickname I wanted. There's absolutely no need to worry about it repeating itself. Therefore, Li Tian directly used the single character Tian as his game nickname. Now, Li Tian Kai has now truly entered the game. Li Tian took a quick look and thought it was pretty good. It was quite well made. Although it's not as high quality as games from recent years, it's still much better than Temple Run, the first game in the Chinese Civilization series. Of course, although the name is somewhat similar to the popular Chinese mobile game Temple Run, the game style is quite different. Given that this is an island civilization, the game's design elements are mostly related to the sea. For example, the racetrack was transformed into being in the sea. The obstacles also became seashells, corals, and so on. As for the characters, they were generally equipped with diving suits. It still has many of its own unique features. After some research, Li Tian discovered that the game was actually ready to be launched. Moreover, this game thoughtfully includes multilingual support. In response, Li Tian asked again, "Who came up with the idea of this multilingual feature?" "Boss, it's me. What's wrong? Is something bad?" Zhu Huatang replied cautiously. Upon hearing this, Li Tian smiled and nodded. "You did very well. Not bad. Keep up the good work." On this point, Li Tian once again affirmed Zhu Huatang's abilities. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. This island civilization, at least on the internet, doesn't have a clear national division, so the Paradise Run game developed by Paradise Network couldn't possibly only serve the Inxia country. Therefore, multilingualism is extremely important. Li Tian had overlooked this point before, but he didn't expect Zhu Huatang to have covered for him. Moreover, this game also includes many elements designed to entice players to spend money. For example, the first recharge only requires 6 expansion stones and includes a permanent A-grade mount, Turbo Motorboat, plus a permanent A-grade character, Little Dragon. The first-time purchase bonus is still very attractive to gamers. Basically, most gamers, given the financial means, will claim this first purchase bonus when they start playing a game. This is also one of the simplest ways for game developers to manipulate players. This is actually a form of involution. Besides helping game developers make money, it doesn't disrupt the overall balance of the game at all. This has led to game developers becoming unscrupulous, with various games offering a first purchase bonus. For example, if you don't make your first purchase, you'll fall behind those who do, which will result in lower game scores and less desirable mounts and characters. However, after the first recharge, you'll find that every player has the same thought and has also made a first recharge. As a result, everyone ended up with a mount and character, but the game balance was still not broken. To get a higher score than others in the game, you have to keep spending money. Thinking of this, Li Tian was looking forward to the day when everyone had a mobile phone. I wonder how many expansion stones this first recharge gift pack alone will earn me. In mainland China, Li Tian is just a poor nobody. When it comes to games, he's only a first-time spender and can't afford to spend big money. Now that the game is developed by his own team, he naturally wants to experience what it's like to be a big shot. So he looked at Zhu Huatang and instructed him, "Help me get 9999, 999, 9999 diamonds on this account." Zhu Huatang naturally did not hesitate to do what Li Tian asked. After all, for game development teams, this is just a matter of inputting numbers, which is not troublesome at all. It does not cost money. After the diamonds arrived in his account, Li Tian immediately bought everything he could in the store and drew all the items he could. His own game charm value has also risen to over 300,000 points. In the game, spending 1 diamond increases charm by 1 point. Over 300,000 points means spending over 300,000 diamonds. Based on the game's recharge ratio, it means that if you want to buy all the current game items, you only need a little over 30,000 expansion stones. This is already much more affordable than most games. Therefore, Li Tian also offered his suggestions. The game map is currently sufficient. We should design more items for purchase in the shop and increase the diamond consumption. As for the lottery, let's not set a pity system. Set the probability of getting high-quality items to 0.01% and let the players draw whatever they want. In this island civilization, there are only two kinds of people: those who are reluctant to recharge their accounts, and those who are addicted to games. So in order to make more profit, they can simply raise the price of game items, and those who want to buy them will still buy them. After telling Zhu Huading his opinion, Li Tian stopped arguing and started a game. The game runs smoothly without any lag. The gameplay was smooth, and I didn't encounter any bugs. After testing it a few times, Li Tian nodded in satisfaction. I think it's about time. You guys should put this game on the platform as soon as possible. By the way, before it goes on sale, add a ranking for world records and a ranking for charm value. Besides entertainment, playing games is also about competition. We need to provide gamers with more platforms for competition so that they will be more willing to spend money in order to get a good ranking. But just as Li Tian turned to leave, he remembered something and quickly turned back to ask, by the way, how many employees does Paradise Network have right now? The HR department has recruited quite a few more people for us in the past 2 days, bringing the total to 260. We're already operating on a 3-shift system, Zhu Huading replied. Li Tian nodded and said, now that we have so many people, I'll give you another task. After Temple Run goes live, 20 people will be responsible for its maintenance and updates, while the rest will work together to develop another MOBA game. I don't have high requirements. The quality just needs to be similar to that of King of Kings in mainland civilization. The game is called Battle of Heaven, and the heroes can be designed based on God from both the East and the West. The game is called Battle of Heaven, and the heroes can be designed based on God from both the East and the West.